I crossed over and became a member of the witch clan in the primordial world. But I am different from other witch clans. Just because I am not interested in fighting and killing, I just want to stay low-key behind the ancestral witches, occasionally give them some ideas, practice steadily, and attain the great way. What are the fears of the great disaster of the witch? As long as I can quietly open up the underworld, I will go directly to the underworld to hug the thigh of the Empress Pingshin, so that these originally hot-blooded and only brute force witch clan will have more and more tricky operations. When the final battle of the witch is over, slip away, slip away. Unexpectedly the witch clan directly withdraws from the chaos, leaving the demon clan and the saints facing each other. Oops, the witch clan has come up with a clever idea, king. I looked at the 10 drops of ancestral witch blood in front of me, feeling a touch of emotion in my heart. Then I looked towards the ancestral witches and sighed again in my heart. The witch clan seems to be quite good indeed. The ancestral witches are brutal and rude, but they really have no scheming. They don't even consider whether their own rules being refined by me would harm themselves. I didn't even have time to sweet talk a few words. And just like that, I directly obtained all 12 drops of ancestral witch blood. After a moment of emotion, I solemnly bowed and said to the ancestral witches, "Thank you, brothers and sisters." Before I could finish speaking, Emperor Jiang slapped me again, making my body tilt suddenly, and then said somewhat discontentedly, "It's just a drop of blood. Is there a need to be so polite?" I took a deep breath, my shoulders numb with waves of tingling sensation. The slap from Emperor Jiang made my blood and chi resonate. I looked at Emperor Jiang speechlessly, realizing that in the witch clan, being polite was also a sin. The ancestral witches still have shortcomings, and they don't hold back in their actions. Seeing me grimacing, the ancestral witches burst into laughter. Zhurong ancestral witch loudly said, "Brother, you better quickly refine this essence and blood. Once you have refined all this essence and blood, it will be our time to dominate the primordial chaos as the 13 ancestral witches." The ancestral witches all nodded in agreement. Yes, the world opened up by the Father God naturally needs us to manage. Even Emperor Jiang agreed wholeheartedly. I smiled bitterly in my heart. The ancestral witches have not been in the world for long, and they are already thinking about dominating the primordial chaos. Do you know what the situation is like outside now? I immediately had a thought and said with a smile, "Brothers, I have something to say. I don't know if I should say it." Emperor Jiang and the others all looked over, so I quickly explained. "My current strength is still weak. It may take a long time to refine these 10 drops of essence blood. It might be better for you brothers and sisters to use the name of the 12 ancestral witches while traveling outside. The 12 ancestral witches have 13. This is a small problem." In the face of the puzzled eyes of the ancestral witches, I continued to explain. Think about it. If in the chaos, everyone defaults to the 12 ancestral witches, and then suddenly I, the 13th ancestral witch, emerge out of nowhere. Isn't that interesting? Will it give them a surprise? In the original situation, the ancestral witch of the earth, feeling the sorrow of the lost souls between heaven and earth, transformed into the cycle of reincarnation, and opened the underworld. As a result, one member was missing from the 12 ancestral witches, so that the 12 heavenly gods and demons array was incomplete. And in the end, both the gods and the demon race suffered losses. Could it be that at this moment, another ancestral witch suddenly emerges from the witch clan, allowing the 12 heavenly gods formation to unleash its original power? Most importantly, I think it's better to keep a low profile, quietly cultivate within the witch clan. First refine the blood of these ancestral witches, and then rely on the advantage of foresight to seize the opportunities in the primordial chaos. When our strength is strong enough, we can travel to the primordial chaos, see some unseen scenery, and take a look at those legendary innate goddesses. It's also good to change the ultimate fate of the ancestral witches, isn't it? Dominating the primordial chaos? I looked at the ancestral witches again. With your irritable temper and brains harder than Mount Buzhou, do you have the means to manage that? Can you outsmart the will of heaven? Outsmart the great Tao and the saints of the great Tao? The ancestral witches didn't know my true thoughts, but as they followed along with my words, the more they thought, the more brilliant their expressions became. Soon, they looked at me with strange eyes and said, "Surprise? I think it's more like shock." The ancestral witches' expressions seemed to say, "We didn't expect you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, to be so cunning. You're a bit naughty, but we like it." However, the ancestral witches also felt a sense of anticipation and wanted to see what expressions the others would have later on. Emperor Jiang also made a decision on the spot. "Alright, I'll listen to you. You do need time to refine this essence blood. I estimate that as we go further, it will take longer under the clash of laws. When you have borne all 12 laws and achieved great strength, that will be the time for you, the 13th ancestral witch, to make a name for yourself." Emperor Jian looked at me with increasing satisfaction. "Little brother, you do have quite a lot of ideas." Among the ancestral witches, Your level of intelligence is almost catching up to your own. In the following time, the ancestral sorcerers began to act at the foot of Mount Buzhou, going out to hunt and kill ferocious beasts, absorbing the powerful aura between heaven and earth. As for me, I single-mindedly began to refine the ancestral sorcerer's essence and blood. During my cultivation, I also went out with the ancestral sorcerers once, and it really scared this 13th ancestral sorcerer of mine. Just 12 people actually created the momentum of 1,000 troops and horses, as if they were fighting for their lives. The primordial chaos is really too dangerous. No, I'd better go back to continue refining the essence and blood, engraving the power of the ancestral sorcerer's rules. I will not come out until I have refined all 12 drops of essence and blood. I quickly returned to continue refining the ancestral sorcerer's essence and blood. In the Pangu palace, I recalled my experiences of coming to the primordial world and becoming an ancestral witch. I couldn't help but smile on my face, feeling more and more satisfied with the present. Being low-key in the Pangu palace to refine the ancestral witch's essence and blood can enhance my own strength. I can also chat with the ancestral witch of Hou Tu, improve relationships in advance, and build connections. At that moment, a voice suddenly came. Brother 13, come and fight with me quickly. Let me see if you have regressed recently. I couldn't help but shiver, turned my head and saw two beautiful figures standing side by side. One was like an ice beauty, the Xianming ancestor witch, with the Hou Tu ancestor witch next to her, smiling warmly. It was the Xianming ancestor witch who was calling out. No need. Didn't we just practice before? I forced a bitter smile on my face. I don't know if it was because at first, the way he looked at Xianmei ancestor which was remembered by her or what. Catching himself resting in his spare time, he had to come and drill himself. But where is the drill for Wu Tian? It's simply spoiled. A few battles down the line, Wu Tian also confirmed one thing. This woman's heart is colder than her arcane laws. Chapter 4, Cultivated Yuan Shen in this way? Seeing that Wu Tian didn't make a move, the ancestral witch of Xianmei instantly furrowed his brows. The air in the Pangu hall all seemed to be covered in frost, and the Xianmei ancestral witch said with great dissatisfaction, "Cut the crap. I'm coming over if you're not." Wu Tian threw a look for help towards the Empress ancestor witch, but Empress was all smiles and had no intention of opening her mouth to help at all. Wu Tian lamented in his heart. Ugh, what else can we do? I'm going to have to do this the hard way. Xianmei and the 12 ancestral witches. Strength is also can be counted on the top of the ranking. The temper is also cold, grumpy, against the Wu Tian at the moment. Simply do not too simple, and for a very righteous reason. How can a witch grow up without fighting? Don't you dislike fighting with ferocious beasts? That's fine. I'll personally come back to Pangu Temple to help you. Bang bang bang. The battle was fierce, until Wu Tian force exhaustion, are close to the critical point when, Xianmei finally satisfied to stop. Pangu Hall in the middle of the quiet down. Only then did Wu Tian sit down again. He only felt pain all over his body. The muscles and bones around his body not only had damage caused by brute force, but also Xianwei law erosion. But it's also as Genji said, after his fleshly body suffered such pressure, the qi and blood in Wu Tian's body became more active, and the speed at which the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong operated was also violently accelerated. Thick blood fury aura flew out from the blood pool. It was crazily devoured by Wu Tian's body. It was not long after that again, Wu Tian finally fully recovered. A new look. The strength of the physical body is even a little stronger than before. For the several laws that have been refined, the degree of control is also deeper. Seeing the situation, Xianmei grimaced and angled his head slightly. How? I told you, right? Still need to practice more. This was not refuted by Wu Tian. The body of the witch race seems to have a special feedback mechanism, and under the crazy destruction, as long as it can't die, in turn, it grows faster. But, it's not like he's a self-mutilator. Just take your time to practice. Why bother with this old sin? Wu Tian smiled and nodded, the heart but secretly muttered, but also determined. Wait until he completely refined 12 drops of ancestral witch essence blood. Will all the power of the law fusion of all the time? Must find Xianmei ancestor witch drill some. Today's insult will be avenged. What kind of a man am I if I don't crush you? Ancestral witch Xianmei asked with a frown as her eyes rolled back. What are you thinking? Wu Tian vetoed it in a hurry. Nope, I'm not thinking about anything. Looking at the two men's appearance, the ancestral witch of the Backlands immediately felt a bit amused, looking at the two men and shaking her head slightly, saying without any good humor, "You guys ah." Then he turned to Wu Tian again. Don't blame Sister Xianmei, she is also for your own good. Refining essence blood is certainly important, but if you don't exercise your fighting sense, it won't work either. Wu Tian could only smile and nod. I know. Then he spoke to Genji. I naturally understand Sister Xuanmei's heart, but it would be better if she could strike a little lighter. Xuanhei gave him a blank look. It was obviously impossible to grant him this request. Wu Tian still wanted to say something, but suddenly heard Hou Tu smilingly speak. Wu Tian, I've cultivated my Yuan Shen. Wu Tian's eyes snapped wide open. Instantly frozen. Cultivate the spirit? He was shocked beyond belief. Simply more shocked than when Hou Tu told him he had a child. Really? Wu Tian couldn't help but ask again. He was the one who pushed for this. Although Wu Tian did not go out to fight with the ancestral witches much, he was not completely idle, and he wanted to create a persona for himself as a wise man of the witch race. After having this persona, he puts out his brain and lets the ancestral witches do the work. I've never heard of a military advisor going into battle to kill all. In this way, Wu Tian will be able to cultivate in peace, and at a critical point in time in the future, Wu Tian's speech will also be able to attract the attention of the ancestral witches, so that little by little, the destiny of the witch race will be changed. So, Wu Tian often makes small suggestions. When he saw that the ancestral witches were a bit unimpressed with the merits gained from slaying ferocious beasts, as well as absorbing the fury chi between heaven and earth, Wu Tian directly spoke. Why don't we give it all to Sister Hou Tu? With the protection of merit, maybe Sister Hou Tu can cultivate the Yuan Shen. Here's what to say. All living beings in the flood have souls, and with constant cultivation and seeking the way, their own souls are also promoted. From soul to divine soul to true spirit. After inscribing the law on the soul, the true spirit will be indestructible, even if the body is dead. As long as the true spirit disappears, it is also able to reincarnate, or perhaps even reappear in the world. But the ancestral witches were different. They were born to control the power of the law. The flesh is strong, their own fatal chi and thick and heavy, and the cultivation of the innate clear chi into the spirit of 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 the spirit. Their own soul is also closely integrated with the flesh. This has a downside. If the physical body is chopped, the true spirit is also unable to get out of the physical body. The ancestral witches do not even have the opportunity to reincarnate, directly along with the physical body, into the flooded heavens and earth. But if you can cultivate the Yuan Shen, that's different. Under the protection of the Yuan Shen, the true spirit escapes, even do not need to reincarnate, directly abandon the physical body. With the Yuan Shen cultivation can be. In the original Great Power, Hou Tu was the only ancestral witch who could cultivate a Yuan Shen. But because of the limitations of an ancestral witch's physical body, she became the Ping Xin Yang directly after incarnating in the 6 paths of reincarnation. There is also the saying that a flatheart is no longer a witch. But if Hou Tu had cultivated her Yuan Shen in advance, and even more so, had she cultivated her Yuan Shen to a higher realm, would that have changed the result? The Lady of Peaceful Hearts remains the same. And then there's another true Hou Tu ancestor witch? Wu Tian didn't know that, but he wanted to try. After hearing Wu Tian's suggestion, Di Jian, after a little contemplation, directly agreed to allow all the ancestral witches to give all the merit they had gained to Hou Tu. Try. What if the kid is right again? That's what ancestral witch Di Jian thought. But no one was actually holding out much hope. Not even Wu Tian himself, who felt that Hou Tu might not have a chance until after he had preached at the Purple Heavenly Palace. Bring it up now. Just want to prepare in advance and give the Hou Tu ancestor witch a foundation in advance. Never in a million years did it really come true. Swish. A metaphysical yellow-colored golden light of merit and virtue suddenly surged from the body of the Empress Hou Tu ancestor witch, suppressing her own baleful aura. And then under the wrapping of the golden light of merit and virtue, a 3-inch sized Yuan Shen emerged from the top of her head, alive and well, exactly like Hou Tu, sitting cross-legged in the golden light. See this scene. Wu Tian was finally completely convinced. A strong and incomparable joy was also born in his heart. Now that Hou Tu had cultivated the Yuan Shen in advance, no matter how it would change in the future, there was one thing that Wu Tian was very sure of. The thigh of the backwoods is thicker. Wu Tian's heart stirred and he asked again in a hurry, have the elder brothers been notified? Holu nodded with a soft smile. Right at this moment, suddenly several loud voices rang out, echoing in the Pangu hall, giving Wu Tian a deafening feeling. Backwoods sister, you really cultivated a Yuan Shen? The next moment clattering figures rushed in. The ancestral witches gathered again, all gazing at the Yuan Shen above Hou Tu's head, their eyes filled with joy. After looking at it for a while longer, Emperor Jiang revealed a confident smile. A look of all under my control, said with a light laugh. I know. Among our ancestral witches, in addition to Wu Tian, is Hou Tu last out of the world. The body of the Bane is also the lightest, and now there are so many merits and virtues to protect against the role of the Bane, so we can cultivate the Yuan Shen. Wu Tian also nodded slightly. He had actually figured out that if he had made the suggestion a little later, when Hou Tu's strength was high, her flesh was even stronger, and the baneful chi within her body was even heavier, it wouldn't have been as easy as it was now instead. Was thinking about it. Pop. Emperor Zhang's slap landed on Wu Tian's shoulder once again, instantly dispersing all of Wu Tian's thoughts. Wu Tian, thanks to you this time. Emperor Zhang's eyes were scorching hot. You're good, kid. Something. Chapter 5, I have another idea. After Emperor Jiang sighed, the other ancestral witches also complimented, and the Zhurong ancestral witch even made an effort to squeeze to the front, poked his head out, and asked Wu Tian, do you think I can do it? Zhurong ancestor witch's eyes blinked. I want to progress too. I also want to cultivate the Yuan Shun. Wu Tian was a little short of words for a while. I don't know if I should be blunt, or euphemistic. Ancestral witch Hou Tu was able to do so because even without Wu Tian's advice, she was the only existence within the ancestral witches that could cultivate a Yuan Shun, in advance of Wu Tian's intervention. That is also on the basis of this, coincidentally catching up with the Hou Tu ancestral which has only appeared not long ago, and has not yet crazy refining the fury between heaven and earth. Sure, as the 13th ancestral witch who came out even later than Hou Tu, Wu Tian was very certain that he was able to cultivate the Yuan Shun. It's not like the other ancestral witches. All the baneful qi that entered his body, under the quenching of the technique inherited from his bloodline, the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong, directly became the most original power and merged into his fleshly body. And for that reason too, Wu Tian looks very different from the other ancestral witches. There is simply no feeling of the surrounding fury. Could it be that the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong that I practice is different from the other ancestral witches? Wu Tian had such doubts, but when he looked for the Hou Tu ancestral witch to corroborate it, he found that it was simply the same, and he could only attribute the reason to the fact that he was somewhat special. He hadn't cultivated his Yuan Shin yet, just honestly running the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong and continuously refining the ancestral witch essence blood. Wu Tian felt that he might have to wait until his fleshly body was strong and complete after he refined all of the essence blood, and at that time, the Yuan Shin was born by itself. Just as Wu Tian deliberated a bit, when he was about to open his mouth, a hand reached out from the crowd and directly yanked Zhu Rong back. The Gong Gong ancestral which spoke with a big smile. Don't add to the confusion. You think you're just like the Hou Tu sisters, and you still want to cultivate the Yuan Shen. The Zhu Rong ancestral witch was instantly furious. Immediately, he quarreled with the Gong Gong ancestral witch. Get the hell out of here. You guys. Emperor Jiang was instantly furious. Boom. Waving a slap at both of them, the laws of space were unleashed, directly sending the two out of the Pangu hall. Seeing the other ancestral witches looking like they were laughing and watching, their eyes glared, and then they all drove them out as well. That left 5 people in the temple. Emperor Jiang and Candle 9, Xianmei and Hou Tu, as well as Wu Tian who was surrounded in the center. As the Hou Tu ancestor which cultivated the Yuan Shun, Di Jiang felt more and more that this kid was not simple. Among the entire witch clan, I'm afraid it's second only to me in intelligence. Emperor Jiang immediately asked curiously. The Hou Tu sisters have cultivated Yuan Shun. What about you? Wu Tian had a lighter baleful aura than Hou Tu. It doesn't even have to be protected by merit. Wu Tian spoke his thoughts out and smiled as he spoke. Wait until I refine all this essence blood. At that time the 12 laws will be complete. The self will be complete and the Yuan Shin will be self-generated. Emperor Jiang nodded again at his words, then asked about Wu Tian's cultivation. Wu Tian also told Emperor Jiang one by one. At this time he has refined 5 drops of ancestral witch essence blood, precisely in accordance with the order of the 5 elements of mutual birth and mutual restraint. Emperor Jiang nodded his head in satisfaction after hearing this. The two with Candle Join looked at each other for a moment, then smiled again and spoke. Your second brother and I have special laws. When you are refining, if you have any problems, feel free to come to us and solve your problems. Having said that, Emperor Jiang smiled again and spoke. There are only 13 of us ancestral witches. I'm going to catalyze the blood pool and breed more clansmen out. What do you think? After going out on the road for a while, the ancestral witches have seen the great power of the 3 tribes and the hundreds of millions of their clansmen. And naturally they are eager to do so. Plus they were all born in the blood pool of the Pangu temple, so they want to do as they have done, and breed more clansmen in the blood pool. Nowadays, Wu Tian had a heavier weight in their eyes, plus the matter of the ancestral witch of Hou Tu giving birth to a Yuan Shun. They naturally wanted to ask Wu Tian about it. Listen to him. You don't have to listen to it, but you can always refer to it, right? Wu Tian nodded at his words. This idea is reasonable. Originally the great power in the ancestral witches is to do so. The witch race's physical body defects in addition to the inability to cultivate the spirit of the spirit. There is also difficult to reproduce. What about incubation without the blood pool? No good. I shouldn't be doing the same, should I? Wu Tian secretly exclaimed. His face suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but glance towards Xianmei and Hou Tu from the corner of his eye. But he was instantly stared back fiercely by the Xianmei ancestor witch. No way. Can't verify that now either. We'll just have to wait until we get a chance later. Wu Tian pushed the thoughts down, then spoke to Emperor Jiang. I think so. However, the blood pool is not endless after all. There will be a day when it is consumed. So, when the elder brothers are out hunting ferocious beasts, they might as well bring back all their corpses and throw them into the blood pool. And, even if there are more clansmen, there's no need for us to clash with the 3 clans now. We'll just develop slowly at the foot of this Buzhou mountain. Now it's the Great Dragon Han robbery. The 3 tribes are the protagonists of this quantum leap. Even if the ancestral witches jumped out, they were not at all the opponents of the 3 tribes. But instead, they were stained with karma for nothing. So they might as well kill the ferocious beasts, suck the fury of heaven and earth, and accumulate some merit. Wait until after the 3 tribes have fallen. It's not too late for the wizards to go on a rampage again. Build the wall high, build the grain, slow down the king. This is something that any latter-day person knows. When Wu Tian finished speaking, both Emperor Jiang and Candle Joey nodded their heads slightly, and both Xianmei and Hou Tu did not speak, but instead gazed at Wu Tian. Looking at Wu Tian's confident and eloquent appearance, both of them could not help but nod slightly, seemingly very satisfied. Emperor Jiang exchanged glances with Candle Joey. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked, who do you think will win out of the 3 clans? Final domination of the flood? Wu Tian didn't even think about it and directly shook his head. Neither. None of the 3 tribes will be able to dominate the flood, and all of them will end up miserably. The ultimate victor must be Hongjun. Emperor Jiang looked up sharply. With surprise in his eyes, he couldn't help but murmur, Hongjun. Wu Tian nodded again. He was also deliberately saying this in front of Emperor Jiang and looking so sure of himself, just to impress Emperor Jiang and the others. These are verified one by one in the future. Emperor Jiang and the others will then be completely convinced by Wu Tian, recognizing his precise judgment of the general situation of the flood, and Wu Tian will also be able to have more say in the witch race. Crucial time. The ancestral witches will only listen if they speak themselves. Therefore, Wu Tian continued to speak with a smile. Brother, just watch. The next development will definitely be like this. The struggle between the 3 tribes is all Luo Shuji behind the scenes. The struggle between Luo Shuji and Hongjun is the main contradiction, but he certainly can't fight Hongjun. Emperor Jiang nodded slightly. He did not say anything, but he kept all these words of Wu Tian in his heart, ready to slowly verify them in the future. It's okay for Wu Tian to be wrong, but if this is really how things are going to be, that would be great. Emperor Jiang thought of this, eyes oddly looking toward Wu Tian. Seeing that Emperor Jiang and the others have heard the heart, Wu Tian also breathed a sigh of relief and his expression became relaxed. There is no hurry now. Wait until later to know the power of this 13th ancestral witch of ours. Immediately after, Wu Tian's smile changed, looking somewhat thievish in the eyes of the ancestral witches as he continued to speak to Emperor Jiang and the others. I have another idea. In addition to decimating the ferocious beasts and slowly developing, we can also get behind the 3 clans, and while they fight in the front, we'll clean up the battlefield in the back. Chapter 6 Purification of the Flood. Witches and wizards have responsibilities. A few people were a bit speechless after hearing that. After Xianmei ancestor witch pondered a little, her brows furrowed and she spoke in a cold voice. You mean, let's go clean up the battlefield of the 3 clans and collect their corpses? In the eyes of the ancestral witches, going to collect corpses like vultures was really a bit of a fall from grace, so naturally they were a bit reluctant. Wu Tian, however, looked at the several people and asked rhetorically, what's wrong with collecting bodies? The corpses of the 3 clans are good things. Their essence blood can be put into the blood pool to enrich its power, and their flesh can also be used as food for future clansmen or refined into divine weapons. Well, there's a little more. The battlefield must be filled with the furious chi. If we can remove the furious chi as well, heaven and earth will surely still have great merits and virtues descending down. The ancestral witches wanted to say something else. Yet again, he was directly choked by Wu Tian's words, only to see Wu Tian with a righteous expression. He said rightfully, we are of Pangu's blood. This piece of heaven and earth left behind by Father God should naturally be well maintained. The battlefield of the 3 clans' war is ferocious and fierce, so we mustn't dispose of it? It is the responsibility of witches and wizards to preserve heaven and earth. Even when Hongjun saw it, he had nothing to say. Now everyone was speechless, and Emperor Jiang even pondered a little before speaking to Wu Tian. Yes, just to hear you one more time. Then he and Candle Joey got up and left. He has to go and get ready. Give the other ancestral witches a heads up, and also work with the ancestral witches to catalyze the blood pool and start incubating the witch race. The 2 of them, Xianmei and Hou Tu, stayed behind. Hou Tu's eyes twinkled. Her mind was still immersed in Wu Tian's speculation. and she couldn't help but open her mouth in the end, asking at Wu Tian, "Do you really think that's how the three tribes will end up? The dragon, phoenix, and unicorn tribes are now in the ascendant, and even the ancestral witches, who have always been high-minded and fearless, have had to avoid them." But Wu Tian was so judgmental. Naturally, it made Hou Tu curious. Wu Tian spoke with a light smile. "Sister Hou Tu, just watch. These three clans not only ended miserably, but also ended up taking the initiative to withdraw from the flood. Anyway, by that time, you will know." The ancestral witch of the Backlands was pondering. At this time, Wu Tian's eyes turned and he smiled again and spoke. "Sister Hou Tu, if I am right, can you two do me a small favor?" Wu Tian's gaze swept back and forth between the Xianmei ancestor witch and the Hou Tu ancestor witch, finally landing on Hou Tu. The ancestral witch of Hou Tu laughed. "Say it, what do you want? Even if you're not right, just by the fact that you helped me cultivate my yuanshan, I'll still thank you." Wu Tian hurriedly spoke. "Sister Hou Tu is overstating it. You can cultivate the yuanshan. The main thing is that the elder brothers give you all the merits. There are so many merits. In order to isolate the erosion of the fury." Hou Tu was non-committal, but obviously, she felt that Wu Tian's role in this was crucial, and who would have thought of this if not for Wu Tian? Wu Tian continued to laugh. "The favor I want my sister to help me with is based on my speculation being correct. If my prediction is correct, when the ancestral dragon exits the flood, if you two sisters have the opportunity, help me take some ancestral dragon essence blood." The two men sniffed in surprise for a moment, then four eyes. Eventually the ancestral witch of Hou Tu smiled and nodded her head. "Yes, I would have fetched it for you if I had the chance." Wu Tian was instantly delighted in his heart. Just now, when Emperor Jiang said to incubate the clan with the blood pool, he realized a problem. He is also an ancestral witch, and the witch race is defective in reproduction. He does not know if he has such a problem. Not married in a previous life. "We can't still break the incense in this life, can we?" He still wanted to get to know a few more innate goddesses, and since he had come to the flood in this life, he couldn't waste this great opportunity for nothing. Could he? It's natural to prepare in advance. The ancestral dragon is the kidney essence of the great god Pangu, and in addition to its own power, it is incomparably strong in terms of reproduction. It's practically a cedar. One thing Wu Tian is not too recognized is that the ancestral dragon this guy does not seem to pick at all. It is said that the dragon born among the 9 sons of Pujing, the old mother, is actually a toad. Neither can the toads of the flood. Wu Tian wondered if he could refine the ancestral dragon's essence blood. Could it make up for the lack of the ancestral witch's body? Avoid any problems that might be there? He also had his speech ready. If Xianmei and Hou Tu ancestral witches ask after them, they will say that they want to study the blood of the ancestral dragon essence to see if they can solve the problem of the witch clan's reproduction. Turns out the two didn't even ask. It was a straight-up yes. The two of them then got up and bid farewell to Wu Tian. Ancestral witch Xian, he even said faintly, "You practice well here. I'll keep coming back for more." After dropping this, the two of them also went out of the Pangu palace. Wu Tian let out a bitter smile and shook his head slightly, then sat on the edge of the blood pool and continued to start practicing. By now he had refined 5 drops of ancestral witch essence blood, which belonged to Hou Tu, Ma Tu, Gong Gong, Zhu Rong, and the Jumong ancestral witches. Although each drop of essence blood contained very little law power, after Wu Tian refined it and even intermingled it together, it actually gave birth to a marvelous reaction. The 5 forces of the laws were mutually exclusive. Live and let live. It was actually continuously transforming the power in Wu Tian's body into the power of laws, and above his divine soul, the traces of law inscriptions slowly deepened. Which one to refine next? Wu Tian pondered in his heart. It was finally decided. Xianxian essence blood. After refining the Xianmei essence blood and understanding the laws of the Xianmei ancestor witch more deeply, in the next battle, one can also suffer less. The time spent practicing went by quickly. The ancestral witches listened to Wu Tian's advice and acted like scavengers. But wherever there was a battle between the 3 clans, there was them. The battle only ended as soon as he rushed up, collecting corpses, cleaning, and absorbing the fury. The whole thing is in one fell swoop, the original chaos of the battlefield. But also after the passage of the ancestral witches, the evil spirit will be eliminated, and become a good place for the flood spirits to live and reproduce. Naturally, there are merits to land. The ancestral witches, as usual, took it all to Hou Tu. Such a situation caused the 3 tribes to be both angry and amazed. What the hell are these guys up to? Where did it come from? Robbing our clan's corpse? How is there still merit to take? Wait until you know where the ancestral witches came from. Ancestral dragon and the others all smiled helplessly and bitterly. Pangu blood descendants, to cultivate themselves with the fury of heaven and earth, is almost born in response to fate. The natural flood scavenger, forget it. These guys aren't weak either. The elimination of the furious Chi is even more recognized by heaven and earth. For the time being, a strong enemy is in front of us, so it's better not to bother with them. Tell the clansmen to pay attention and not to leave their corpses on the battlefield. Even Hongjun noticed the witch race. Now the heavenly Tao has not yet fully appeared. Hongjun is also not accomplished saints, so it is impossible to measure the cause and effect of it. But somehow, he always felt a little weird. Chapter 7, you're right again. It was good that the ancestral witches were not stupid. Although the temper is very strong, but also know that now is not the time to brute force. Messing with the three tribes are very annoying. Small friction is also there, but the real big battle was not inspired, because the ancestral witch has more important things on her mind. Take the time to develop the clan. As countless corpses were thrown into the blood pool, the power of the blood pool was greatly replenished, and under the urging of the ancestral witches, a steady stream of witches were born from the blood pool. At this critical moment, of course Tian wouldn't miss it. It was just that he always had an illusion when he watched his clansmen climb out of the pool of blood just like that. Why so sci-fi? At the very beginning of the witch tribe, there are several Tian familiar existence, such as Chi Yu, Interpol, Kwafu, Hoi, etc. These are the intermediate forces of the witches, strong and powerful great wizard. Only these great witches know Tian's identity, and know that this figure who is always practicing by the blood pool is none other than their 13 ancestor witches. Tian. We're going to divide the clansmen according to their own laws, and we'll each bring our own cultivation, which will also be conducive to their growth. What do you have in mind? Wait until there are more witches. The ancestral witches found Tian. Emperor Jiang even smiled and spoke. We've also discussed the fact that you'll eventually be able to carry the laws of all of us. So among these clansmen, you don't have to stick to the laws and pick whichever one you want. Tian thought about it, still shaking his head no. Forget it. I won't need to. Even if I refine all 12 laws, it's just a primer. It'll take a long time to accumulate. What's the fun in bringing a whole bunch of witches? These guys make a mess day in and day out. The energy is unbelievable. He wasn't going to waste that brain, which is not as good as clinging to the thighs of the sister of the back of the earth, but also the sister incense. Think about it. Tian looked directly towards the Hou Tu ancestor witch. Sister Hou Tu, why don't I partner with you? The ancestral witches froze, then instantly howled with excitement. They walked outside for so long, and saw more and more. Although the ancestral witches are not interested in the things between men and women, but not unaware of. Zulan is simply a living textbook. Shu Rong ancestral witch suddenly looked back and forth between the two of them, and her heart was even more excitedly dark. Ouch! No wonder Hou Tu's sister gave essence blood without saying anything before. An old brother Tian always helped Hou Tu's sister and let us give her all the merits, so they see eye to eye. Then a tap on the head. A look of remorse. Speaking to Emperor Jiang. Big brother, we should let old brother Tian and sister Hou Tu unite. Maybe we can reproduce clansmen for our witch clan. Tianxin said. You think I'm the ancestral dragon? Relying on the two of you to give birth? When would you have to give birth to enough clansmen? And with the lack of reproduction ability of the witch clan, it's simply not possible. He hasn't said a word. Just suddenly, he saw the Shu Rong ancestral witch fly out. Bang! Directly affixed to the wall of the Pangu temple, slowly sliding down. Hou Tu had a look of shame and anger on her face. It was actually showing its tyrannical side as well. That's okay. Why did the witch of Xianmei also make a move? Looking at the two of them again, their gazes roving towards the other ancestral witches. Now even Di Jiang had to stifle his laughter and couldn't say anything else. Tian was immediately a bit nervous. It's okay for you to beat up Zhu Rong. After all, he has thick skin, so it's okay to beat him up, but you don't want to beat me up too, right? Fortunately, Hou Tu quickly regained her genial temperament again, nodded at Tian and spoke with a smile. Yes, from now on, we will preside over the Hou Tu tribe together. Right now the witch clan is not officially established. Tian remembered this problem in his heart, but did not remind. For one thing, the clan of the witch clan was not enough after all. Secondly, the three clans' war was not yet over, and it would be a bit too conspicuous if he now notified heaven and earth and set up the witch clan. You may be hostile to all three tribes. He was prepared to wait until after the first sermon at the Purple Heaven Palace to talk to Emperor Jiang about this issue, and just quietly and silently develop it now. Next time, Tian refining each drop of essence blood, more and more time. Good thing cultivation without years. He immersed in cultivation, as if he could not feel the passage of time as. Wait until Tian had refined 10 drops of essence blood. Only the essence blood of 2 ancestral witches remained. Emperor Jiang and Candle 19, who were the space ancestral witch and the time ancestral witch respectively, and were the most powerful among the 12 ancestral witches. The laws of the two are also the most difficult. Just then, Wu Tian was awakened by the ancestral witches from their long cultivation, and before he could come back to his senses, Ancestral Witch Di Jiang spoke in surprise. Wu Tian, you got it. The three tribes have sworn an oath of heaven and earth and have voluntarily withdrawn from the flooded heavens and earth. Wu Tian was instantly shocked. That fast? At this time, Hou Tu smiled and walked forward, spreading out her palm. 3 drops of ancestral dragon essence blood appeared on top of her palm. Hou Tu smiled and spoke. The ancestral dragon essence blood you wanted. There was also marvel in Hou Tu's eyes. However, thinking about the process of obtaining the ancestral dragon's essence blood again, Hou Tu was also a bit embarrassed and glared at Wu Tian angrily. People Ancestor Dragon righteously and sorrowfully made a vow. Himself and Xian Mei, 2 people hiding on the side, just waiting for Ancestor Dragon to throw away the body, refining essence blood. Same as vultures waiting for a corpse. Wu Tian hurriedly took the ancestral dragon essence blood and smilingly gave a thank you to the ancestral witch of Hou Tu. At this time, Emperor Jian couldn't wait to speak again. Wu Tian, how on earth did you see that? Wu Tian said. It was still the time when the 3 clans were in the ascendant. Emperor Jiang was not quite convinced at the time. I did not expect today's spirit of verification. Wu Tian also laughed. Of course he dared to conclude so because he knew the original general development, but that couldn't be said. Then he nodded his own head and smiled. Of course it's speculated by the brain. Seeing that the ancestral witches still looked disbelieving, Wu Tian said jokingly, brothers, do you say there is such a possibility that the reason I was not born with control of the laws is because I have control of the laws of wisdom? The power that nurtured me. I used to grow my brain? So, I should be the wisdom ancestor witch. At that moment, murmurs came from inside the ancestral witch. Really? There really are laws of wisdom? Emperor Jian was speechless, turning back and slapping towards the ancestor witch who had opened his mouth, saying in a somewhat unkind manner, he's talking nonsense. What wisdom ancestors? Humph. Among the witch clan, it is definitely this big brother of mine who is the most intelligent. And if there really is an intelligent ancestral witch, it should also be me. But not for long. When Wu Tian was about to refine the Emperor Jiang ancestral witch essence blood and comprehend the spatial laws in it, he was suddenly interrupted by Emperor Jiang and the others. When he woke up from his cultivation, Emperor Jiang said quietly, Wu Tian, you got me again. Hongjun wins. Wu Tian burst out laughing. Now that's believable? Emperor Jiang nodded his head fiercely. Once in a while it was just a matter of time. But if there wasn't a single major event that was said by Wu Tian, this little old brother, that could only mean one thing. Wu Tian did see the big picture clearly. More than that, there is great wisdom in the heart. Emperor Jiang was silent for a moment, and was even more direct in his words. Believe it. I'm now somewhat skeptical that you could actually be the wisdom ancestor witch. Chapter 8. It doesn't count if you don't pay. The ancestral witches of wisdom were naturally talking nonsense. However, seeing how the ancestral witches were initially convinced by himself, Wu Tian was still very happy, which means that in the future, what Wu Tian said will be taken more seriously by the ancestral witches. Sure, nor should this be taken lightly. Thinking that the ancestral witches would listen to whatever they said in the future, even if they recognized it, it didn't mean that they would be able to do it. These guys, after the hot blood on the head, where will still care so much, did not see Gong Gong directly head to knock down the Buzhou mountain. Creatures like the ancestral witch, it can't be viewed with normal thinking. Don't look at the Emperor River now. Well, maybe one also on the head. Wu Tian could only try to influence them as much as possible. Emperor Jian gently sighed, a very despondent look, causing Wu Tian to be a bit puzzled. What is this? He looked toward the background, casting a solicitous eye. Hou Tu instantly laughed, and even said directly in front of the crowd, what else? Elder brother has always felt that he is the wisest and most intelligent of our witch clan, and you have stolen the limelight. Emperor Jiang was immediately a bit embarrassed. Toward the back of the earth glared. He is still a little differentiated. If Shu Rong ancestral witch or other brothers, would have been a slap in the past, for both Xianmei and Hou Tu, and at most, a glare is all that's needed. Then he grabbed Wu Tian again and asked with great anticipation, come on, say it, what else haven't you told us? Wu Tian thought about it. Now at this time, this is not on and off. It seems that there is not much chance to intervene. Hongjun sermon counts? How about preaching ahead of Hongjun? But what could the ancestral witches speak about? The 9 turns of Yuan Gong, a technique for cultivating the physical body? Or their mastery of the power of the laws? Their perception? The 9 turns of Yuan Gong definitely doesn't work. This is the Gong method left to them by Pangu, and the ancestral witches are bound to be unwilling to share it with others. Plus the threshold of this Gong method is too high, and it is not something that any living being can learn. As for the comprehension of laws, I guess the ancestral witches aren't too good to talk about it. For them, Manipulating the law is as natural as breathing in heartbeat. And it's a bit difficult to really talk about the causes and consequences and taking things for granted. In the end, Wu Tian could only speak. Hongjun won this time. And with the addition of his qi, he can surely go 100 feet further. And when he succeeds, he will surely preach at that time. That's not a bad chance. Emperor Jiang was thoughtful. The Shu Rong ancestral witch, however, yelled, "What kind of chance is that? Our ancestral witches have their own cultivation methods, refining their physical bodies and deepening their control of the laws. And we will eventually become Taoists one day. Why bother to listen to his sermons? Not flat out owe him karma." The other ancestral witches also nodded their heads fiercely, a look of deep concern. Wu Tian heart bitter smile. Shu Rong now full of confidence, feel that they will be able to become the road, but do not know the single law is the most difficult, almost impossible. Between the flooded heavens and earth, there are countless laws. The more basic the law, the more powerful it is. Wanting to become a Tao, no matter if it was a single law or multiple laws intertwined, coming out of one's own Tao would be fine. But the difficulty involved was incomparable. Take the Zhu Rong ancestor witch. How difficult would it be for him to want the entire laws of fire of the flood to be under his control after he became a Taoist? Hongjun, will heaven allow it? A thought suddenly popped up in Wu Tian's mind. Could this be the reason why the heavenly Tao had counted on the ancestral witches, causing them all to die and the power of the laws to return to heaven and earth? You have all the laws under control. How else can I perfect the way of heaven? How do saints control the flood? Thinking of these in his heart, Wu Tian looked toward the back of the earth, but saw the back of the earth ancestor which thoughtful look. The heart is a little bit of relief, not worthy of being the only one who can cultivate the spirit of the Yuan A. As for the Xianmei ancestor witch, as if they were more deeply influenced by Wu Tian, they didn't directly express their opposition either, but looked at Wu Tian curiously, as if they were waiting for how Wu Tian would convince them. No way. Then it was just a matter of convincing the ancestral witches in a way and with logic that they could understand. In the original general trend, when the Purple Heavenly Palace preached, only two ancestral witches, Xianmei and Hou Tu, went. The other ancestral witches didn't give a damn. Wu Tian spoke softly. If Hongjun preaches, he certainly has his own subjective will, but more than that, it must be the requirements of the heavenly Tao, and he is sort of compelled to preach to lead the flood in cultivation. Then looking towards Zhu Rong, who was yelling the most, he smiled and said, "Wishing brother, under these circumstances, if you go and listen to Hongjun's sermon, will you feel that you owe him karma?" Zhu Rong ancestral witch's eyes glared. Naturally not. Why? This heaven and earth were opened by our Father God. What's wrong with listening to him? Wu Tian immediately spread his hands. Isn't that all? You don't feel you owe any karma. That's not the problem. Although it is not stated outright, it is similar to the latter days if you don't pay. You don't count as a prostitute, which is the same as the latter days if you don't pay. You don't count as a prostitute, which is the same as the latter day. Sure, the way of karma isn't that simple, but this argument of Wu Tian's can convince the ancestral witches just fine. How such a big scene must go to Xia. Though he is devoted to cultivation and does not go out at all without any major events, he is also curious about the sermon of the Purple Heaven Palace. I'd like to see the seat in the Purple Heaven Palace. Whether or not it is a saint's chance, represents the belonging of the Hongmeng purple qi. Wu Tian thought in his heart. The ancestral witches froze for a moment when they heard Wu Tian's words. Yeah, seems to make some sense. Looking at the way the ancestral witches were about to be convinced, Wu Tian didn't have the heart to continue wrestling with them, but instead grasped Di Jian with a smile. Brother Emperor River, I party almost will your spatial law sense. The result is interrupted by you. You have to compensate me. A moment is not allowed to go, to give me a good demonstration, since we're going to the Purple Heavenly Palace to hear the sermon. Then, before that, he definitely had to find a way to completely refine all the ancestral witch essence blood, so that he could be sure to go forward. So he had to catch Emperor Jiang and had to let him help himself. And Candlewick. Emperor Jiang froze for a moment. Finally, he smiled at Wu Tian. Yes, we brothers are naturally good at talking, and because he saw Wu Tian's eyes and realized that he glanced towards Candle Joine, he turned his head and spoke to Candle Joine. You stay too. Let's help him together. After the two laws of space and time are comprehended, even if Wu Tian is perfect in all 12 laws, I want to see what will happen after all 12 laws are carried. Wu Tian has been from the beginning until now, has refined a full 10 drops of ancestral witch essence blood, but these essence blood in the power of the law, after all, only very little, can only leave an imprint on top of the divine soul, and each one is not enough to complete, and because of that, Wu Tian controlled a lot of law power, and yet each one is not strong enough. In reality, the strength, still lagging behind the ancestral witches a lot. The ancestral witches are not so much scruples, crazy devouring the world's baneful gas, constantly growing their own power, but the change in Wu Tian's body. Emperor Jiang and the rest of them were looking at it in their eyes, regardless of how much blood fiend he had devoured. The aura on Wu Tian's body had always been very different, completely devoid of the tyrannical and ferocious appearance of the ancestral witches, as if he would not be contaminated by the fiend at all. Perhaps, this is what the Father God's essence blood really looks like, isn't it? Di Jiang thought secretly in his heart. It was also very interesting to see what kind of changes would occur after Wu Tian finally carried the 12 laws. Chapter 9, The Elemental Spirit Generates Itself. Hongmeng Measuring Ruler of Heaven. The time until Hongjun's sermon. Not sure how much longer. So Wu Tian was also very anxious. What if Hongjun started preaching and he hadn't completely refined all the essence blood? So, Wu Tian, who was originally slow and spontaneous, now caught Di Jiang and Candle 9 in frantically wool gathering, letting them help him refine the ancestral witch essence blood, feeling and comprehending the power of the laws in it. There is little to no rest. The speed of refinement also advanced wildly with the help of the two, causing both of them to be a bit puzzled. What's going on with Wu Tian? What's the rush? Is it because you see the power gap with your brothers and are trying to catch up? Di Jiang thought in his heart, nodding in relief. Not bad. As an ancestor witch, you have to have a competitive heart. Dislike the sky, dislike the earth, dislike the air. No one is not convinced. That's what an ancestral witch is. Even Emperor Jiang himself, after being bowled over by Wu Tian's little brain earlier, thoughts would pop up in his mind once again. I'm a big brother. Wisdom may not be as good as Wu Tian's oldest brother. Previously, in their eyes, Wu Tian was good at everything, just not quite like an ancestral witch. The aura on his body was too gentle. The two immediately perked up as well. The more attentive you are, the more you help. After concentrating on cultivation, in addition to the continuous progress of strength and the rapid refining of the ancestral witch essence blood, there is another benefit, and the Xianmei ancestral witch cannot take advantage of Wu Tian's rest time to beat him up. I don't know how much longer. Wu Tian first refined the Emperor River essence blood and imprinted the laws of space on top of his divine soul. Then there was the Candlewick essence blood. The perception of the law of time is even more difficult than the law of space. But fortunately, there is Candle Join who constantly performs divine powers to let Wu Tian carefully realize, as well as the special experience of Wu Tian's own experience, after spending many hours. Finally, Wu Tian was able to completely refine it, and there was an additional arcane and incomparable brand on top of his divine soul. In this moment, after all 12 types of law powers were in place, all the law powers within Wu Tian's body actually seemed like they were triggered by something and suddenly rioted within his body. Boom! Wu Tian's blood qi was majestic and turbulent. The breath was chaotic. It actually stirred up all the Yuan qi in the Pangu hall. And the breath in the blood pool was also affected, which actually set off a huge wave of blood. The other ancestral witches all sensed the abnormality in the Pangu hall and hurriedly ran towards where Wu Tian was. The figure had not yet fallen. The ancestral witch of Hou Tu then asked in a hurry, "Brother, what happened to Wu Tian?" As he said that, he looked towards Wu Tian, only to see that Wu Tian's eyes were tightly closed, a painful look on his face, and his body was also a block of different colored xianlight. It's as if the law cuts through. The laws are in conflict, Candle Join said with a heavy face. But, wasn't it quite normal for him to refine other law powers before? The ancestral witch of Hou Tu became more and more anxious. Although Xianmei ancestral witch did not say anything, but his eyebrows were frowning, and he looked at Wu Tian without turning his eyes. Obviously his heart is also extremely unsettled. At this time, the Emperor River ancestral witch rushed in. After his eyes surveyed Wu Tian's body for a moment, he immediately spoke to Candle 9. Strike together. Suppress this conflict first. Candlewick nodded. The two instantly revealed their true bodies of the ancestral witches, and the fury chi around their bodies was incomparably thick, rushing in all directions, and then each of them struck out a force with an incomparably arcane aura, falling towards where Wu Tian was. Swish! The arcane light flickered afterward. Wu Tian's aura was no longer riotous. It was then that Emperor Jiang spoke. Wu Tian's physical body power is very strong, far exceeding the power of the laws in the essence blood you gave him. But after the laws of the two of us are also refined by him, the conflict steepens. He can't suppress it with his physical strength. That's why it's like this. It's good to know the problem, either to grow Wu Tian's physical body now, or to allow Wu Tian to dissolve the conflict between the laws. Di Jiang maintained his ancestral witch true body and stood in midair pondering. Hou Tu was in a hurry though, and yet there was no interference at this point. A few moments later, ancestral witch Emperor Jiang lightly laughed as he spoke. Ha ha. I've been prepared for this for a long time. The 12th capital Heavenly Divine Fury Formation. Let's pass this formation to him and let him use it to control the power of the laws in his body. Won't that be fine? The 12th capital Heavenly Divine Fury formation was a formation that had been passed down from among the bloodlines of the ancestral witches, and was incredibly strong, able to gather the power of the 12 ancestral witches and summon the true body of Pangu, Wu Tian as the 13 ancestral witches, and nothing of the power of the law. Naturally, I have not inherited this formation, but a long time ago, even when Wu Tian said that he could carry all the laws of the 12 ancestral witches, Di Jiang had thought about this formation. Sure enough, it was used today. Seeing that Di Jiang had spoken, what were the ancestral witches waiting for? There was a point of arcane light toward Wu Tian's brain door fell into Wu Tian's mind. In an instant, by a huge amount of information toward Wu Tian surging. Emperor Jiang also laughed. Wu Tian, your second brother and I will suppress the riots in your body for you, and you will hurry to comprehend this formation, and use it to unify and control the 12 laws. Wu Tian closed his eyes tightly. An imperceptible nod. Then they rushed to comprehend the 12 Metropolitan Divine Fury's grand formation. Soon, the aura on Wu Tian's body changed. The ancestral witches were also relieved to see this, and Di Jiang even raised his head slightly and looked at the others with a smile, as if to say, how's it going? Wu Tian, he was no more wise. It's still up to me now? Both Hou Tu and Xian Mo gave him a blank look. Then the two of them locked eyes and instantly understood each other's thoughts. Since you knew that the 12th capital Divine Fury formation was useful, why didn't you pass it on to Wu Tian earlier? If I had given it to him earlier, wouldn't it have been less thrilling than the scene at hand? Emperor Jiang was a bit embarrassed. It's not that he hadn't thought of it, and it's not that he couldn't spare it, but he had forgotten about it. Another moment. Wu Tian's body above the cutoff breath slowly dissolved, and no longer clear-cut Xianlight. 12 kinds of laws slowly sink into the body. Within the flesh, the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong worked frantically. The arcane and incomparable formation slowly formed. The 12 forces of the laws were pulled by this force and slowly began to merge, and the branding of the laws above the divine soul slowly intensified, and there was even a feeling of overlapping each other. It made Wu Tian's divine soul more and more radiant. Just at this moment, a marvelous feeling suddenly arose in Wu Tian's heart. The laws are perfect and the flesh is strong. Metempsychosis self-generation. It seemed like he was going to cultivate the Yuan Shen, the kind that is naturally cultivated after the flesh is strong. Just then, the Pangu palace suddenly shook. In the depths of the vast and deep space, a purple light suddenly flew out like a thick purple rainbow, falling towards Wu Tian's head. Hongmeng measuring ruler. Ancestral, which Di Jiang exclaimed. Chapter 10, The Laws Return to 1. Pangu's true body. In the midst of the original flood of great power, the Hongmeng measuring ruler has hardly ever appeared. It has been hidden within the Pangu hall of the witch clan and has not appeared. Not much is known about it in the world, but there is a treasure, and the Hongmeng measuring tape between the close relationship. For the flood of people know, this is the heaven and earth Xianhuan Linglong Pagoda. Both are the same innate merits and virtues to the core. Only the heaven and earth Basil Linglong Pagoda focus on defense. Is the innate first merit defense treasure? For the Taichang, while the Hongmeng measuring tape is focus on attack. For the innate first merit attack treasure. One offense and one defense for both. Each has its own focus. All are characterized by killing without karma. As the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven fell down and drilled into Wu Tian's body from the spiritual platform, an overwhelming golden light of merit and virtue was immediately released, instantly illuminating Wu Tian's newborn Yuan Shen. Wu Tian was also surprised beyond measure. He also did not expect that there is such a treasure in the Pangu temple, but also attracted by his own breath to fly out. But he didn't have time to think about it. The ancestral witches had passed on the 12th capital Divine Fury formation to him, and Wu Tian had followed this formation, using the 12 laws as the 12 ancestral witches, to run the formation within his body, temporarily eliminating the conflict between the laws. But ultimately, a core is missing. A core existence capable of suppressing great formations. When the ancestral witches set up the 12th capital Heavenly Divine Fury formation, it was suppressed by the Pangu Hall. The Pangu Hall was made from the heart of the great god Pangu, so it was naturally capable of doing the job. However, the Pangu Hall was shared by the ancestral witches. Wu Tian can't refine it into his own body. At this point, as the Hongmeng measuring ruler fell, blooming with might in the Yuan Shen, it directly replaced the position of the Pangu Hall in the original 12th capital Heavenly Goddess's great formation, suppressing the great formation instantly. Next moment, the power of the 12 laws was catalyzed. The 12 Metropolis God Fiend Grand Formation, which was already about to come to a standstill, once again roared into action, using the Hongmeng Heavenly Measuring Ruler as the centerpiece of the formation, and it continued to operate. The 12 Du Tian Divine Fury Formation is also carrying Wu Tian's power, constantly rushing towards the Hongmeng Measuring Ruler of Heaven. The innate prohibitions in it were refined one by one. The more it is refined, Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven blooms, the more dense the golden light of merit and virtue, the more powerful the revealed power, and the stronger the suppression power of the big array. And the big formation was stimulated by this force. It also runs faster and faster. Between the two, they actually form a skillful balance, constantly transforming towards the extreme. At the same time, outside Wu Tian's body, with the continuous operation of the grand formation and the rotation of the power of the law, the breath also changed. Perhaps because a drop of ancestor witch essence blood did not contain enough power of laws, Wu Tian did not reveal his ancestor witch true body by virtue of these power of laws. But behind it, dense visions. In the first vision, there were 6 feet and 4 wings, chaotic and faceless. It looked like a big yellow pocket, and red as a Dan fire. This is the true body of Emperor Zhang's ancestral witch. In the second vision, a human head with a dragon's body and a reddish body, with 2 eyes flashing with the aura of the law of time. This is the true body of Candle Join's ancestral witch. Third vision, fourth vision. As the grand formation operated, one by one, the visions were revealed and surrounded Wu Tian's body, resembling a long rainbow with a grayish, fury-like aura. Wait until all the ancestral witches' true bodies appear. The gray light flashed violently. Boom! The incomparably thick Pangu Hall shook. Pangu Hall is named Hall. In fact, there is a heaven and earth within, vast and incomparable, which is filled with infinite blood fury gas. With this shock, a massive amount of blood fury chi swept through. Above Wu Tian's head, it transformed into a tangible and immense funnel that continuously filled these blood fiend chi, to the side of an infinite pool of blood. Even more so, this change has created a huge wave. Countless colors of blood turned into ribbons like it spread towards the top of Wu Tian's body. Ancestral witches looked at the scene in front of them with unblinking eyes. Even the noisiest Zhu Rong ancestral witch, at this moment, all opened their mouths and looked stagnant, as if they had lost their voices. After a long time, a massive amount of power was infused. The 12 illusory shadows arranged around Wu Tian's body suddenly all overlapped towards the center and instantly collided together. Boom! Change is happening again. The ancestral witches took a step back in unison, the look of shock on their faces even heavier, along with a strong and incomparable feeling of elation. According to reason, the 12 virtual shadows reunited. How to also be thicker and clearer than before, right? But after the collision, it was actually transformed into a faint invisible shadow. But the breath was real. Pangu's true body. The Zhu Rong ancestral which finally couldn't help but let out a shocked cry. When the voice fell, this shadow dissipated in an instant, as if in a flash. The next moment, the Emperor River ancestral sorcerer slapped over, directly sending the Zhu Rong ancestral sorcerer flying, and then the Emperor River glared towards him in incomparable annoyance, his eyes seeming to say, "You're the only one who knows. What's the point of screaming so loud? Look what you did." To scare Wu Tian, the ancestral witches who originally wanted to yell as well couldn't help but have their throats welling up, swallowing the exclamations of surprise that hadn't yet been issued directly and forcibly holding back the surprise in their hearts. The ancestral witches were warned. After telling them not to startle Wu Tian's cultivation, Emperor Jiang once again looked towards where Wu Tian was. The faint and incomparable shadow from just now had already disappeared, but in his heart, he was certain of it. It was indeed the scent of Pangu's true body. In a square moment, he even had to make an involuntary pilgrimage, an urge to bow down to God the Father. Pangea's true form. Wu Tian has actually refined the true body of Pangu. Empyrean's heart fluttered. The mind kept muttering. In fact, they should have been psychologically prepared for this. And hadn't they been full of anticipation when they had previously given the 12 drops of ancestral witch essence blood to Wu Tian for refining? But really when the day comes, Emperor Jiang still felt a huge and incomparable impact. This is the true body of Pangu. The 12 ancestral witches all came out to connect everyone's power with the 12 metropolitan divine fury's great formation in order to summon the true body of Pangu. And just that could only exist for a breath of time. But Wu Tian with his, then you can cultivate the breath of Pangu's true body. The Fang's shadow is indeed very faint. But Di Jiang knows that having or not having and being strong or weak are two concepts. The scene in the square showed that Wu Tian had already had. Next just need to refine and strengthen. One day it can be reached. In the moment the vapors disappeared. The blood fury in the Pangu Hall also instantly dispersed, quickly restoring calm. Wu Tian after absorbing so much fury. The surrounding body is still no ancestral witch's ferocious fury of the breath. The flesh emanated an internalized precious light, and every muscle was as strong and well proportioned as if it was a divine product of heaven and earth's creation. Xianmei and Hou Tu's eyes rippled with different colors. None but physical changes. Wu Tian's divine soul also had a heavenly change, and the original law imprints inscribed on top of Wu Tian's divine soul completely fused and transformed into a gray shadow. The the likeness of a vaguely human figure, with the gray shadow inscribed. Wu Tian's divine soul was also instantly radiant, and there was actually more indestructible true intent. Chapter 11, Strength Increased, Challenging Xianmei. Beyond that, the Hongmeng measuring ruler that suddenly flew out of the body, under the wash of the big formation in the body, has been quickly refined by Wu Tian. The brand of Wu Tian was imprinted in the magic treasure. Among them, the 49 innate prohibitions, but also took advantage of the opportunity of the party and refined 24 of them in one go. Originally, it was only 12 channels that had been refined, but after the appearance of the shadow of the true body of Pangu, a short period of time, momentum, and flew to refine the 12 innate prohibitions. Wu Tian had pity in his heart. Alas, if the aura of this Pangu's true body were a little stronger, wouldn't it be possible to completely refine the Hongmeng measuring ruler with one hand? But it can't be helped. The power of the laws contained in the 12 drops of Ancestral which essence blood was, after all, not much, and it was already extremely rare for it to be able to merge in Wu Tian's body and transform into the true body of Pangu. Another moment passed. Wu Tian organized his own power, then stopped cultivating, snapped open his eyes, only to see the eyes' raw essence light, like a lightning bolt piercing the break gas mist in the middle of the Pangu hall. Wu Tian also fell from mid-air, standing lightly on the ground. The ancestral witches were pleasantly surprised. Immediately, they surrounded towards Wu Tian's side. Emperor Jiang rushed forward and asked, Wu Tian, have you really cultivated the true body of Pangu? Even though the ancestral witches saw it with their own eyes, but after a glimpse, or need to get Wu Tian personally recognized, the heart of the big stone can fall. Wu Tian laughed lightly. Yes, and no. The expressions on the faces of the ancestral witches were first joyful and then instantly froze because of Wu Tian's words. Shu Rong Ancestral which even spoke with a bitter face. Ouch. Wu Tian old brother. You just hurry to say to understand it. Big brother party complained that I exclaimed to disturb your cultivation. Almost didn't slap me to death. If you have anything wrong, I'll be finished. Wu Tian burst out laughing. Ha ha. Then a little contemplation, explaining it to Emperor Jiang and the others. Naturally, he had not cultivated the real Pangu's true body. This kind of powerful existence could only be summoned by the 12 ancestral witches laying down a great formation and putting forth their efforts in unison. So how could Wu Tian refine it with just 12 drops of essence blood? If so, that Pangu's true body is also too worthless. But, I have indeed obtained the true meaning of Pangu's true body, inscribing it in my divine soul and transforming it into a divine ability. Although Wu Tian's physical strength is strong, but compared with the true body of Pangu is still far from the truth. But after more of this divine ability, it will be able to burn its own blood, a short period of time to the true body of Pangu present. It's just like the ancestral witch's real body. Ancestral witches reveal their ancestral witch true bodies when they are at their strongest, most in tune with the laws of heaven and earth. And Wu Tian was not born with the laws, the ancestral witch true bodies, in the beginning. Now there is indeed. It's the real Pangu's true body. Of course, the time for summoning the Pangu true body, as well as the power that could be erupted, were all related to Wu Tian's own strength, and the stronger the strength, the stronger the power that could be utilized. When the flesh is not strong enough, if it is forced to urge, but instead, it is easy to exhaust their own blood and energy. But anyway, Wu Tian was also considered to have a powerful bottom card. After listening to Wu Tian's explanation, the worries in the hearts of the ancestral witches were completely put down, leaving only a sense of surprise. Ha ha, I knew that you would be able to do it. Wu Tian, you really are the true inheritor of the Pangu father god. Ancestral witch Di Jiang burst out laughing aloud. Wu Tian looked towards the crowd with a smile, arching his hand and speaking to them. Thanks to everyone who sent me the ancestral witch essence blood and passed on the 12 metropolitan divine fury formation. How else could I have gotten to where I am today? Ancestral witch Di Jiang waved his hand without any concern. What's a drop of essence blood? The most important thing is still yourself. If not you yourself have this qualification, it is to give 10 or 100 drops of essence blood does not matter. Ah, right. How strong are you now? Emperor Jiang asked with some curiosity. A confident smile appeared on Wu Tian's face immediately. After all this cultivation, giving birth to the Yuan Shen, refining the Hongmeng measuring ruler, fusing the power of the 12 laws, and obtaining the divine ability of Pangu's true body, it only felt like his body was filled with power to the point of explosion. I can't wait to fight for tens of thousands of rounds right away and get it out of my system. After hearing Emperor Jiang ask this, Wu Tian's heart stirred. So much progress all at once this time. It can't be that it's still not a match for Xianmei, can it? As a proud man, how could Wu Tian tolerate Xianmei ancestor which pressing himself down again and again? Right now there's an opportunity. It's natural to turn over and try to be a master. Immediately, he spoke to Emperor Jiang. Ha ha. How strong is the strength? Brother will know at a glance. Then he looked toward the Xianmei ancestor witch again, revealing a provocative intent in his eyes, and said with a smile, Sister Genji, would you like to drill with my little brother again? The ancestral witch of Xianmei instantly raised an eyebrow. In the next moment, a faint smile actually appeared on the incomparably cold face, and spoke faintly to Wu Tian. Looks like you've really improved a lot this time. How dare you take the initiative to provoke me? The words fell. The body flashed violently. Bang! It directly slammed into Wu Tian's body, knocking him into mid-air, and immediately, an intense and incomparable icy coldness spread in the Pangu hall. The Xianmei ancestor which also transformed into countless overlapping figures, as if it were a trail of smoke surrounding Wu Tian's body. Countless strikes blended together. It turned into continuous thunder, shaking the void. Watching the scene, the ancestral witches, after staggering for a moment, all instantly burst into a loud and refreshing laugh. The Shu Rong ancestral witch even shouted strangely, Wow! Genji, she laughed. Old brother Wu Tian is in deep trouble. Taking the continuous bombardment, Wu Tian was a bit confused for a moment, but fortunately, the 12 Metropolitan God-Fiend Grand Formation within his body instantly operated spontaneously, mobilizing all of his strength to defend against the attack. Wait for the response. Wu Tian couldn't help but curse in his heart. No martial virtues. He was also very speechless in his heart. He had only opened his mouth to challenge, but he didn't expect her to charge straight up. You should have let me prepare for it. But Wu Tian also knew, ancestral wizards have no concept of martial virtue. Winning is real. Therefore, Wu Tian just grumbled a bit in his mind and stopped thinking about this. Instead, his thoughts kept surging and started searching for a way to break the situation. Be the same as before. Being beaten up by the Xianmei ancestor, which is just fine. At the very least not many people saw it. But now it is different. First of all, it is his own provocation, wanting to take advantage of the strength of the great rise in the Xianmei ancestral which will be under the body, and properly destroy her prestige. Secondly, all the ancestral witches are watching it. Wooten wants to revitalize even more. Fortunately, Xianmei ancestor which also did not lay down a deadly hand, although the shot was very heavy, but with the idea of measuring the strength of Wu Tian, after withstanding a wave of attacks, finally let Wu Tian have a chance to counterattack. Next moment, Wu Tian did not hesitate. Pangu's true body, instantly make use of the newly acquired divine ability. Chapter 12, Seen Through. With this soft drink, there was a sudden flash of gray light on Wu Tian's body. Breath change, the aura of Pangu's true body, which had been glimpsed before, once again appeared in the Pangu hall, stirring in all directions. The Xianmei ancestral witch, who originally could only see the remnants of a shadow, was directly oppressed by this aura, and his body reappeared in the void, rapidly retreating towards his back. The cool face was filled with surprise. There was even a hint of surprise hidden in the bottom of his eyes. At this time, Wu Tian's body did not change much, but it was as if it was shrouded in a thin layer of shadow, and every inch of his flesh emitted a faint treasure light. Boom! Wu Tian threw a punch towards the Xianmei ancestor witch, a simple and rough punch, but it seems like it carries a metaphysical and incomparable rhythm, directly shattering the layers of ice blades in front of the Xianmei ancestor witch, and countless Xianmei laws are broken open. The Xianmei ancestral sorcerer hurriedly brought his arms across his chest. Bang! Instantly suffered a heavy blow. The Xianmei ancestor which frantically mobilized its own power, but the laws of Xianmei were as if restrained under the aura of Pangu's true body, unable to exert its full power. There is no way around it. Xianmo could only use his physical body to carry it hard. However, by this immense and incomparable force, both of his arms were bombarded with raw pain, and the countless bone spurs that were instantly born shattered, and toward the back of a long way back. Xianmei, this will be this force dissolved, but also inevitably blood chi shock. Their own laws are a little disorganized. Genji looked up in surprise. After the strike, Wu Tian did not pursue. Instead, he stood in the void with his hands behind his back, his face full of confidence. Smiling, he looked toward himself. Sister Genji, now you know what I'm capable of, don't you? Wu Tian spoke gently. At this time, the gray light on his body had already disappeared, and the breath of Pangu's true body had all dissipated, as if the scene just now was an illusion. The ancestral witches were also filled with astonishment. But then again, it's kind of taken for granted. All of them had refined such a divine ability as Pangu's true body, and were able to suppress the Xianmei ancestral witch. So wasn't it normal for the situation in the scene before them to occur? At this time, Wu Tian laughed lightly again and spoke. Sister Xianmei, I know that you sparred with me before for my own good, so today, I'll just throw one punch, as a way to save face for Sister Xianmei. That's enough sparring for today. After all was said and done, slightly angled his head towards Xianmei. I only saw Xianmei froze for a moment, and then frowned slightly, looking up toward the top of Wu Tian's body, a puzzled look in his eyes. Next moment, the eyes snapped. Meh. Manhwa directly let out a cold laugh. At the same time Hou Tu's soft laughter rang out. Wu Tian immediately exclaimed in his heart, "It's over. Seen through." As expected, after Xianmei ancestor which lightly chortled, he directly spoke to Wu Tian with a smile on his face. "No need to give me face. Again. Haven't you always wanted to crush me down? It just so happens that today you've gained a lot of strength, so I'll give you this chance." Originally, Xianmei was also shocked by Wu Tian's divine power and might, but with a sweep of his gaze, he saw Wu Tian's slightly flushed face and slightly disorganized breath. Xianmei instantly understood. Pangu's true body is extremely exhausting. Although Wu Tian's strength had risen greatly, he could only catalyze it for a short period of time, and she even felt that the strike just now was already Wu Tian's limit. He was so amused and angry. So much for that. This guy even tried to puff up his face and put up such a flowery display to blackmail himself. Again! Xianmei let out a soft cry. The words fell. It then charged directly towards where Wu Tian was. Wu Tian's expression changed instantly. The cloudiness on his face could no longer be strained, and with a shout, he disappeared towards the distance. Wait, just listen to me for a second. As the Xianmei ancestral witch had guessed, the drain of the Pangu true body was too great, although it wasn't something that could only be used once, but continuing to forcefully activate it, Wu Tian felt that it would affect his own foundation. Just square away such a momentary invocation. Wu Tian then felt his blood chi burning madly, so just throw a punch. Wu Tian then hurriedly stopped the contest between him and Manhwa. There was really no need for him to forcefully catalyze it and injure his foundation and origin. Immediately wanted to curry favor, acting Genji wave. As a result, Xianmei didn't fall for it at all, and after discovering Wu Tian's little trick, he had a somewhat humiliated and angry look, and didn't listen to Wu Tian's explanation at all, even hit harder. At once, the entire Pangu hall was filled with the sound of Wu Tian's fleshly body hitting Manhwa's fists, as well as continuous cries of pain. The ancestral witches looked at each other. Di Jiang, Candle 9. Hou Tu and the others with sensitive minds naturally saw through Wu Tian's little trick at a glance. Just like Manhwa. Seeing the two men fighting, they all burst out laughing. A battle of this magnitude appeared to be a playful game between their own people in their eyes, so they all looked as if they were watching. Shu Rong even laughed. So it is. This Discordian true body of yours doesn't last. Wu Tian was speechless in his heart when he heard this. What do you mean it doesn't last? That's the worst thing a man can hear. Immediately, they wanted to fight to consume some more and let them see, but Wu Tian held back. It was just a drink to Xianmei. Xianmei, if you don't stop, I'll be impolite. Saying that, the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven appeared in his hand. At once exudes infinite Xian gold light. Gold light and the more a wisp of light purple. Looks divine incomparable. Obviously, it is an attack to the treasure. Yet there was not a hint of ferocity. This is the first merit attack spiritual treasure of the innate heaven. Its power is incomparably strong. If I were to push it with all my might, I wouldn't be able to blame me for injuring you, Wu Tian said in a hurry. Xianmo naturally grunted coldly. Even if you can see the extraordinary features of the Hongmeng measuring ruler, there is simply no intention to retreat or fear. It was good that at that moment, Emperor Jiang spoke. There, all stop. Although Xianmei was aloof, he still listened to the words of Emperor Jiang, his elder brother, and immediately withdrew his hand, and the battle between the two ended. Wait for both to fall. Xianmei once again restored the original clear cold. Just look at Wu Tian cold smile, while Wu Tian is a look of nose and face. The surrounding blood chi even turn. Well, all the external injuries will be dissolved away. The ancestral witches all looked at him with smiles. That's when the obnoxious Shu Rong laughed. Elder brother Wu Tian, originally, we were all troubled that you have a light nature, do not like to fight, and always stay in the Pangu hall to cultivate. A little bit unlike the witch race. I did not expect that you could still have such a bloodthirsty nature, and dare to challenge Xianmei. Admirable, he said, giving a thumbs up towards Wu Tian. This is what he learned from Wu Tian, and it just happened to be used on Wu Tian's body. Wu Tian blankly glanced at this lazy ancestor witch, still thinking that his strength had risen so much that he could take Xianmei down to the ground, but as a result, he was still beaten up by Xianmei for a while. Wu Tian felt a little embarrassed, but it was as if the ancestral witches didn't care at all. As an ancestral witch, it was natural to constantly challenge the strong, if one only dared to strike out at the weak. What kind of ancestral witch was that? Wu Tian challenged Manhwa this time. They in turn like it even more. Chapter 13, Improving the 12 Heavenly Goddesses' Great Formation. That's what we're all about. Just dare to fight. Emperor Jiang and the others all looked toward Wu Tian with relief, and even the Xianmei ancestral witch. There was a trace of appreciation in her cool gaze. One must know that before this could all be Xianmei's initiative. And this was the first time that Wu Tian had taken the initiative. Seeing the gazes of the ancestral witches, Wu Tian was also energized in his heart, and the embarrassment he felt just now disappeared as he once again cast a provocative gaze at the Xianmei ancestor witch. It caused the Xianmei ancestral witch to let out a cold snort. The crowd burst out laughing again, and the Pangu hall was filled with rapture. At this time, Emperor Jiang spoke in a loud voice. Ha ha, there's no rush. In the future, as long as your Pangu true body is fully accomplished, not to mention defeating your Xianmei sister, it's not impossible for me and your second brother. Emperor Jiang now held Wu Tian in extremely high regard. With the appearance of Pangu's true body, he had already regarded Wu Tian as the true inheritor of the great god Pangu, or the Pangu bloodline in a perfect and flawless situation. Even in his mind he was thinking, if we are not tainted with the fury, was it originally like this with Wu Tian? Strong and incomparable physical body, Yuanshan self-generated, coupled with the power of the laws controlled by the innate. Even if the formation of the 12 Datong gods' furies grand formation, there is no need to worry about the backlash of the furies. So much for that. Wouldn't the flood be the world of the witch race? It's a shame. Okay, now our witch clan has produced a Wu Tian. Emperor Jiang secretly sighed in his heart, and after watching the battle between Wu Tian and Xianhua, Emperor Jiang and Candle Join both muttered and had a good discussion. The idea was set in stone. Must let Wu Tian grow up steadily until he can mobilize the true body of Pangu without any hindrance again, so that he becomes the strongest card of the witch race. Immediately, Emperor Jiang spoke to Wu Tian. Wu Tian, Pangu's true body is extremely costly. Brothers and sisters set up the 12 Metropolis Gods' Fury formation in order to summon it for a few moments. Although you have the blessing of Pangu's father god and have obtained this divine power, but do not use it at will. Wu Tian nodded his head in a hurry. Thanks for your concern, brother. I know it. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have blown out just one punch before I just called it quits. He can be more robust than the ancestral witches. It was naturally impossible to use the Discordian true body indiscriminately, but what Wu Tian did not expect was that Emperor Jiang was even more concerned about this than he thought, and even looked at him with a solemn face, saying word for word, if it were not a matter of life and death, I hope you don't make, or even let others know you have this divine ability. Wu Tian's eyes blinked. Ha! What the elder brother means is, Emperor Jiang immediately hammered him on the shoulder without any good reason, and then said with a smile, didn't you say before that the 12 ancestral witches have 13, so hide in the dark and give the enemy a surprise. It's not like we're cuties. Naturally, we understand what you mean. Since this is the case, then let's do it thoroughly and hide even the true body of Pangu. A light suddenly lit up in Wu Tian's eyes. Straight away, he looked towards Emperor Jiang. Looking at the other ancestral witches, after a moment of bewilderment, they too were convinced by Di Zhang's words. With a look of great agreement, Wu Tian was naturally happy to do so. He had even thought of this long ago, but as a result, without waiting for him to open his own mouth, the Emperor River Ancestral Witch had actually brought it up directly. It was true that the ancestral witches acted in a simple and rough manner, but Wu Tian realized that there had been a great change under his influence, and it was completely unexpected for Di Zhang to have this thought. The natural heart was overjoyed. If the ancestral witches can continue to be like this, more brains and plotting, there will still be the future final battle between witches and demons, and the two will lose? When the time comes, if I say that I will retreat to the hell, wait for the right time and make a comeback, will the ancestral witches agree? Expectations arose in Wu Tian's heart. Instant ass-kissing. Brother really has great wisdom. Emperor Jiang was instantly filled with a joyful look. His chin couldn't help but raise slightly as he nodded towards Wu Tian. That's not true. You think I'm a big brother? Although Emperor Jiang has recognized Wu Tian's wisdom, he has always felt that he is not bad, only that his nature is affected by the balefulness and is a bit explosive. Sometimes the heat is on. Simply too lazy to think about it too much. I'm not brainless. I'm just too lazy to think a lot of the time. It's very reasonable, and very much in keeping with the nature of the Wiccan race. Wu Tian also laughed again. At this time, Emperor Jiang looked toward the other ancestral witches again, barking very seriously at the others. You heard what I said just now, didn't you? What happened today? You all hide it in your hearts, and in the future, you are not allowed to say anything nonsense outside about Wu Tian. Then look especially toward Zhu Rong. Xu Rong suddenly looked speechless. Why are you looking at me? I'm a pushy personality, but I'm not a cutie pie. It was then that Emperor Jiang gave a light hum, tentatively believing Zhu Rong ancestral witch's statement, and then spoke to Wu Tian. Wu Tian, take it easy. Right now, the Pangu true body can only be used for a breath of time, but as long as you continue to strengthen yourself, One day you will be able to activate it at will. Wu Tian immediately nodded his head fiercely. Don't worry, what my elder brother said makes perfect sense, and I'm sure my little brother will firmly abide by it. Again, he coaxed the Emperor River without a trace. After a little bit of contemplation, Wu Tian spoke to Emperor Jiang again. Elder brother, before you pass the 12 Metropolitan Divine Furies Grand Formation to me for bridging the conflict between the laws, I had some epiphanies in the midst of Fang's cultivation. Suddenly there's another idea. With this practice, Wu Tian already had a deep understanding of the 12 capital Heavenly Divine Furies Grand Formation, and the power and flaws of this formation fell into his mind. A thought came to me, and seeing that Di Jiang was rarely so up to the task, he was ready to strike while the iron was hot and proposed to Di Jiang and the others that they improve the 12 capital Heavenly Gods and Furies Grand Formation. Emperor Jiang was stunned at his words. Oh, this kid has another idea? When he thought of Wu Tian's idea earlier to give all the merits to Hou Tu, allowing her to give birth to the Yuan Shen, Di Jiang's heart was filled with anticipation. After exchanging a glance with Candle Join, he directly spoke, but there's no harm in saying it. Wu Tian briefly organized the thoughts in his mind, then looked towards the crowd and spoke with a smile. I already understand the 12 capital Heavenly Goddess's great formation, and the strongest part of its power lies in its ability to integrate the power of the 12 ancestral witches and summon the true body of Pangu. Its drawbacks are the intermingling and clashing of the laws after the great formation has been in operation, as well as the strong and incomparable baleful energy, which brings about the power of backlash against the elder brothers. So this formation cannot last. It happened to Wu Tian before, but he was lucky enough to attract the Hongmeng measuring ruler in the Pangu Hall, which fell into the Yuan Shen to suppress the backlash. It was more of a borrowing of the power of the great formation. It quickly refined the Hongmeng measuring ruler. Hear this, Emperor Jiang asked with some curiosity. Can't we use the Pangu Hall to suppress the great formation? Could it be that there is a stronger magic treasure than the Pangu Hall in the flood? Chapter 14, The Witch Race's Version of the Moral Kidnapping Formation. Wu Tian burst out laughing. There was naturally nothing wrong with the Pangu Temple, as a supreme treasure that was transformed from the heart of the great god Pangu, and in the future, it would become the Six Paths Reincarnation Hall of the Empress Pingxin. There was no doubt about the might of the Pangu Hall. But, Wu Tian was thinking of something else. Hence, Wu Tian smiled and spoke. Is it possible to add another existence to the 12 Metropolitan Divine Furies Grand Formation that carries the backlash, such as Buzhou Mountain? In the midst of the original momentum, Gong Gong touched the Buzhou Mountain in anger, causing the Buzhou Mountain to break in his own death, and even more so, causing the witch race to bear enormous karma. Wu Tian naturally did not want this to happen. He is also a witch, and an ancestral witch. If Buzhou Mountain falls, even if he avoids the witch and demon quantum leap and disappears from the hell, he will have to bear the biggest share of this karma. How can he take it? But a small trend can be changed. But a big trend cannot be changed. Wu Tian wasn't sure if the collapse of the Buzhou Mountain was part of the Heavenly Tao's great power. So naturally, he had to make preparations in advance to circumvent the boundless karma that might fall. If the fall of Buzhou Mountain is inevitable, Wu Tian must not let him fall in the hands of the witch race. What if this karma is borne by someone else? The 12 capital Heavenly Divine Fury Formation binds Buzhou Mountain, the same as the Earth Book formation of Jin Yuanzi, the ancestor of the Earth Immortals. And if you break this formation, you will shake Buzhou Mountain. And will anyone else dare to strike out against the ancestral witches at will? Wu Tian muttered secretly in his heart. Immediately, he told the ancestral witches what he thought. This, Emperor Jiang and the others were dumbfounded. That's not good, is it? The Buzhou Mountain is made from the spine of Father God Pangu. How can we use this as a shield? How can we stand up to Father God in this way? Emperor Jiang was a bit impressed after hearing this. Again, it didn't feel quite right. The ancestral witches were also torn by Wu Tian's idea. Each one of them had a strange look on their faces. On one hand they felt that this was indeed a good idea. On the other hand they felt that it would not be blasphemous to the Pangu Father God. Seeing the situation, Wu Tian sighed helplessly. But pull back. This Pangu Hall or Pangu's heart was transformed. It also did not see you say anything. At this time, Candle Join spoke. Wu Tian, Buzhou Mountain is the pillar of the flooded heavens and earth. It is really a great deal. If there is anything untoward, this world opened by Father God will certainly be shaken by us, and we can't afford not to be careful. In the minds of the ancestral witches, this heaven and earth was opened by Pangu's Father God. As Pangu's blood descendants, they have the responsibility to protect this heaven and earth. That's why Candle Join had these words. And the Buzhou Mountain stands here and cannot be moved. It's not too convenient for the 12 Metropolitan Gods Fatalities Grand Formation either. Wu Tian nodded slightly after hearing this. That's true. We can't just drag the uncharted mountains with us everywhere we go, can we? The ancestral witches couldn't drag it away. in the countless battles to come. It is also impossible to bring the opponent to the vicinity of Buzhou Mountain every time and wait for the ancestral witches to be ready before starting the fight. A thought crossed his mind. Wu Tian quickly had a compromise idea. Immediately, he smiled and spoke. What brother said is true, but it is not that I want my brothers to fix the 12 Metropolis Divine Fury formation at Buzhou Mountain, and I still use the Pangu Hall to suppress the formation on a daily basis, and wait until the moment of crisis to correlate Buzhou Mountain. Wu Tian raised his head, his eyes gleaming, looking towards the ancestral witches one by one. He said very calmly, if ever, the witch race is facing a crisis of annihilation, so even if this Buzhou Mountain falls, so what? Is a flood without the witch race still a flood that we need to maintain? Candle Joeen was suddenly silent, shocked by these words from Wu Tian. Yeah, if this side of heaven and earth can't even accommodate the witch race, then where are they going to go? At this time, Shu Rong Ancestral Witch suddenly spoke. How is that possible? We are the blood descendants of Pangu. This world opened up by Father God should be in our charge. How could we not be tolerated? The other ancestral witches froze. There was a lot of yelling. A look of deep concern followed. Seeing the proud appearance of the ancestral witches, Wu Tian couldn't help but laugh bitterly and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. I knew it. The ancestral witches were proud to the core. How could one accept such a statement from Wu Tian? It is good that the ancestral witches are not all unwilling to use their brains. Emperor Jiang, Candle Joeen and other ancestral witches with more thoughts, but not the same as Zhu Rong and others, but frowned and pondered in their hearts, obviously touched by Wu Tian's words. Emperor Jiang rather thinks it is impossible to have this day. But what if? Previously, Wu Tian had been right about every single thing. If this day really came, how would the ancestral witches be able to live with themselves at that time? Eventually, Emperor Jiang slowly raised his head. The eyes gleamed towards Wu Tian. Yes, just listen to you. Next we will figure out how to correlate the 12 Metropolis God's Fury formation with the Buzhou Mountain. Unusual and not use it as another bottom card of our witch clan. Wu Tian was instantly delighted. He didn't know what Emperor Jiang thought, but to be able to respond to his offer, he was already happy, and his purpose was also achieved. So he hastily nodded his head and spoke to Emperor Jiang arching his hand. Thank you for your trust, brother. Wu Tian hadn't thought of directly transforming the ancestral witches. There are two things in this world that are the hardest. One is taking money out of someone else's pocket and making it your own. The other is putting your own ideas into someone else's head. The latter is more difficult than the former. So he thought more about how to submerge and slowly influence the ancestral witches from some small things. And even if he couldn't, he had to make preparations in advance. This time, Emperor Jiang answered this matter. Wu Tian didn't have to worry that Di Jiang was just talking. The ancestral witches were still very reliable on this point. In this way, the witch race had their own moral kidnapping array. Jin Yuanzi because the Book of Earth was in his hand. No one dares to break the boundary of the Earth's book, and therefore can get away with it in the flood. And will the witches see a turnaround as well? Even if they couldn't. When the final battle between witch and demon took place in the future, the ancestral witches would be able to divert the karma of the breaking of the Buzhou Mountain. By that time, regardless of whether the one who strikes on the opposite side is a demon race, or a saint, it's all going to have to be eaten. After this was said and done, Emperor Jiang took the ancestral witches to bid farewell, smiling and speaking. You consolidate your own cultivation. Don't worry about this matter. Just wrap it around us. Turn around and I'll discuss with these older brothers of yours about how to alter the big formation. Then they left with the ancestral witches. Shenmei and Hou Tu two people but did not follow. Still standing in place. Wait until the crowd are gone. Hou Tu ancestor witch asked with some concern. Wu Tian, you seem to be pessimistic about the future of the witch race? Hou Tu is the only one of the 12 ancestral witches who has given birth to a Yuanshen, and her mind is also extremely sharp, and she has a little more understanding of the heavenly chances and chi numbers, already from Wu Tian's actions, perceived something, whether it is their own cultivation of the Yuanshen, or today's changes to the 12 heavenly goddesses' great formation. It seems that they are all making some kind of preparation for the future. Chapter 15, Confession Bureau with Hou Tu. The moment this statement came out of the Hou Tu, the ancestral witch of the Xian Di also looked surprised. Being stared at by the two innate goddesses in such a way, caused Wu Tian to feel a great deal of pressure, and his heart began to become entangled. Want to reveal a little? Mental deliberation. Wu Tian finally decided to open up with the two ancestral witches, Hou Tu and Xian He, and slightly revealed a little bit of the future of the great power of heaven and earth. Have a confessional with each other. Sure, most of all with the Hou Tu ancestor witch, who made her Wu Tian's chosen thigh. The more Hou Tu recognizes, the smoother Wu Tian's various schemes will be, and in this future witch demon quantum jump, the benefits will be greater, and the changes that can be made will also be more. Therefore, Wu Tian opened his mouth and spoke. Sister Backwoods, what do you think about the next development of our witch race? Hou Tu instantly frowned. Then somewhat angrily, she knocked on Wu Tian's arm and said with a smile, I asked you first. Why are you asking me back? Come on, don't give a good account, said looking towards Xianmei Ancestor Witch, holding Xianmei Ancestor Witch's arm. The smile on his face became even brighter, and then continued to laugh at the party's words. More gibberish. I'll let Sister Xianmei teach you a good lesson. Xianmei gave her a blank look at once. It seems to say, why don't you do it yourself? Obviously, you are worried about Wu Tian's lack of actual combat, but you prefer to let me go out every time. I will be the bad guy, and you yourself will be the good guy. The two made a scene. The picture is very eye-catching. Wu Tian watched with unblinking eyes, waiting until he was once again prodded by Hou Tu before he finally spoke again. Longhen's great havoc passed. After experiencing a great war, the heaven and earth are thick with baneful qi, and our witch race's cultivation uses baneful qi to quench the physical body. So next shall be the great rise of the witch race. The two of them, Xianmei and Hou Tu, also straightened up. A slight nod at the words, but Wu Tian turned his words around and continued to speak. But can the witches stay strong? After the rhetorical question, Wu Tian did not even wait for the two to respond. He himself shook his head very decisively and then spoke with a slight sigh. There is such a thing as a boom and a bust. How can there be an existence that has always prospered? The three clans of the dragon and Han were not like this in the beginning. In order to eliminate the heavenly beasts, they came into being, from weak to strong, and prospered immensely. Doesn't it end badly? Xianmei frowned at once. Not the same. We are of Pangu's bloodline. This flood world was opened by the Father God. It is only natural for us to prosper. Xianmei's thoughts pretty much represented all of the witch race, which was why Wu Tian hadn't taken the initiative to talk about this with Di Jiang and the others. If it weren't for the fact that Hou Tu took the initiative to ask, he won't even talk about this. But since he said it thoroughly, no matter whether he could convince Xianmei and Hou Tu or not. At the very least, he had to leave a deep impression on them. Immediately, Wu Tian smiled and asked rhetorically, what's different? Most of the 10,000 things in this flooded heavens and earth are the bodies of Pangu Father God. We are born of essence and blood, and all other living beings have their own origins, just like the ancestral dragon. For example, it is still the kidney essence of Pangu Father God. Doesn't it still end badly? After the opening of the flood, there will be quantitative robberies born every once in a while. At the very beginning is the opening of the heavens, and then the great robberies of the dragon and Han. Each quantitative robberies has the protagonist of heaven and earth born, and also has the protagonist of heaven and earth to retreat. How do you know that we witches are different? Ancestral Witch Xianmei still wanted to retort. However, he was pulled by Hou Tu's arm, and in the end, he could only snort coldly, holding a bellyful of discontent in his heart. Hou Tu, however, was full of caution, obviously hearing Wu Tian's words in his heart. He frowned and contemplated for a moment before letting out a soft sigh. Alas, it's hard for you to think so far ahead for the witch race. Then added curiously, in that case, why didn't you mention this matter to your older brothers? Wu Tian spoke somewhat helplessly. I wish, but now our witch clan doesn't have many clansmen yet, and has just begun to develop. I will say that the witch clan will definitely decline in the future. How can the elder brothers and sisters accept it? Then there was another nod toward Genji. Noi. I'm afraid I'm even more excited than Sister Xianmei, being used as an example by Wu Tian. It immediately gave Xianmei the feeling of exploding with anger. Immediately, her body rushed and was about to run towards Wu Tian. Fortunately, Hou Tu tugged on her, pulling Xianmei dead. Hou Tu also had a somewhat speechless look, and rightly so. The older brothers are about to do something big, and if you tell them that, they're going to be upset. Thus spoke the hindmost earth. However, his eyes were a little deep, obviously taking Wu Tian's words to heart, and a ripple was born in his heart. Next moment, Hou Tu said with another smile, this matter in front of the two of us to say also, even if you do not want to talk to the brothers and sisters, although there is a warning, but we siblings, as long as we are united, it may not be impossible to break the shackles, keeping the witches thriving. Wu Tian understood what Hou Tu meant. Instantly, he smiled and nodded. Hou Tu saw the situation and turned back to whisper a few words to Xianmei. Xianmei Ancestral Witch, although the face is entangled, but also quickly and directly nodded to respond. The three skimmed the matter. With that, Hou Tu directly changed the topic and began to care about Wu Tian's cultivation, smilingly saying, may we still need the ancestral witch essence blood? So asked. He even looked as if he wanted to provide Wu Tian with the Hou Tu essence blood again. So Wu Tian could only wave his hand in a hurry. No need. No need. It's good to refine a drop of your essence blood as a primer. How can you keep taking your essence blood for cultivation? That's not appropriate either. ancestral witches in the blood, containing the power of the laws they control. The more blood taken out, their own strength is also affected. If not, the ancestral witches had long ago used their own essence blood to frantically cultivate the great witches, but actually not. The ancestral witch essence blood is very precious to the whole witch tribe, and there are not many great witches who really get the ancestral witch essence blood. Instead, it was Wu Tian himself. Already the 12 copies of the power of the law were fused and became a primer inscribed above the divine soul. As long as it continuously absorbed the yuan qi in the heaven and earth and refined the power of the law, it could be enlarged. Ancestral witch essence blood or other heavenly treasures that are full of yuan qi and the power of the laws can definitely speed up cultivation, but they are not necessary. Wu Tian smiled after refusing. The words turned. But, if the two sisters can help find various heavenly treasures that are saturated with the power of the laws, or innate spiritual roots, little brother will be grateful. The wizards don't care about these things. Even the innate magic treasure, such as the previous Hongmeng measuring tape, the ancestral witches are just surprised a little bit after. Did not even ask more. That's not too much to ask. Hou Tu smiled at his words. Yes, I'll keep an eye out for you. And it's not just me and your sister Xianmei who'll be attentive. I'll go talk to them at the older brother's place as well. Chapter 16, Refining Ancestral Dragon Essence Blood? Strengthening the Kidneys. Wait until Xianmei and Hou Tu have left. Wu Tian let out a light breath and looked furtively in the direction outside the Pangu hall for a while before continuing to sit down on his knees again. After living in the Pangu temple for so long, now that his strength had finally grown, he originally wanted to go out and stroll around to see the wonders and divinities of the flood world. But in the end, he still stabilized his mind. There's no rush. Next is Hongjun's sermon. When the time comes, we will naturally be able to meet the many characters of the flood. With that, he meditated by the blood pool. Keep practicing. Before Wu Tian cultivated the Yuan Shen, he didn't dwell on his realm. The realm division of the witch race was extremely simple. Ancestor witch, great witch, and lesser witch. It was as simple and crude as that. As the 13th ancestor witch, Wu Tian is weaker than all the other ancestor witches, but his pure physical strength is at least in the Dala Jingxian realm. At this time, the fusion of the 12 powers of the laws, the 9 revolutions Yuan Gong was directly cultivated to 6 revolutions, and after the physical body was strong, the Yuan Shan was self-generated, and Wu Tian also began to ponder over it in his mind. According to the cultivation of the Genesis, I belong to the Tai Golden Immortal now? Even now that Hongjun had not started preaching and had not thoroughly sorted out the cultivation realm of the flood, Wu Tian knew very well. The great Luo Golden Immortal. The 5 chi are complete in the chest and the 3 flowers bloom on the top. The 5 chi consummation, which only had to be the innate 5 elemental chi in the 5 viscera, represented the practitioner's consummation of the 5 elemental laws inscribed on top of the divine soul. In the future, Hongjun created the Xianmen, passed down the immortal cultivation, most of the immortal practitioners in accordance with this road, to the 5 elements of the innate as the foundation, so the immortal and the 5 elements of the thief of the saying, that is, outside the 3 realms, not in the 5 elements. But there are some inconsistencies. Wu Tian had a full 12 types of law power, so for Wu Tian, there was simply no such thing as 5 chi consummation and 3 blossoms at the top, and after the fusion of his 12 law powers, it turned into a chaotic colored mark inscribed on top of his divine soul, which clearly did not have a state of consummation. Even Wu Tian felt that there was not even a single % of consummation, and because of that, although Wu Tian's physical body is the strength of the great Luo Golden Immortal, the cultivation of the Yuan Shen and the control of the laws are only at the Tai Golden Immortal realm. According to this, immortal Dao cultivation only requires refining and inscribing the innate 5 elemental laws, and with the laws perfected, one can be promoted to the Dala Golden Immortal. Whereas my Yuan Shen cultivation wants to be promoted, has to have 12 laws? So much for that. Wouldn't it be far more difficult than others? Of course, if he eventually reached perfection and the same cultivation level of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, the strength that Wu Tian could utilize would be far beyond that of his peers. Not to mention that he had physical strength to add to it. It's also pretty good. If not, what qualifications do I have to say that I want to make an impact to prove the Dao by force? It can't be that I can follow Hongjun on the path of the 3 corpses. Can it? The mind muttered for a moment. Wu Tian then no longer think about it. Anyway, the next is Hongjun's sermon. Then listen to what Hongjun old man said. The doubts in his heart can be lifted. Immediately, he will regulate his own mana smoothly. Swish! 3 flashes of blood, emitting a precious light of the ancestral dragon essence blood fell in front of the body. Thick and heavy blood. There are wood line law, water line law in which the flow, like a small real dragon soaring in the color of blood. Wait until Hongjun preaches. The flood then completely entered the great world of witch and demon. Countless great avatars emerged in an endless stream, just like the rain, and there were waves after waves of various strife. Wu Tian wanted to raise his strength as soon as possible. Refining the ancestral dragon essence blood was the best choice. With the 3 drops of ancestral dragon essence blood all within the body, the essence blood power within the 3 drops of essence blood instantly erupted, and suddenly the blood chi was surging, almost as if it was going to rush out of Wu Tian's physical body. The 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong instantly rotated. The power that carried Wu Tian's flesh immediately rushed towards this erupting blood chi, like a torrent constantly dividing and flushing it, and bringing it to all parts of his flesh, refining it into every ounce of flesh and blood. 3 drops of essence blood of the power of the law, also after the explosion of essence blood, respectively, fused together. The power of the laws of water and wood were like 2 sinister dragons, charging across within Wu Tian's body. It seemed to want to break through Wu Tian's physical body, return to the flooded heavens and earth alike. If someone were to look at Wu Tian right now, they would be able to notice that above his body, 2 bulges were constantly clashing, but they were suppressed by the thick and incomparable color of blood. With the operation of the 9 turns of Yuan Gong, these 2 forces of law were also continuously flushed, a thread and a wisp of them being refined by the 9 turns of Yuan Gong, and then the speed became faster and faster, constantly refined by Wu Tian. At this moment, above Wu Tian's divine soul, around the seal representing Pangu's true body, 2 fainter shadows suddenly arose, vaguely resembling the true bodies of the ancestral witches, with a similar aura to that of the ancestral witches of Gong Gong and Jumeng. Can the refining of whatever law power corresponds to inspiring the shadow of whatever ancestral witch's true body? Wu Tian muttered in his heart when he saw this. Gong Gong controls the laws of water. Jumeng is the ancestral witch of wood in the east, which corresponds to the laws of the innate water and wood in the blood of the ancestral dragon. But then, aren't the laws going to be unbalanced again? A trace of worry arose in Wu Tian. The conflict between the laws was the most difficult problem faced by the ancestral witches, and Wu Tian had luckily resolved it through the 12th capital heavenly divine fury formation, as well as the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler. But now there are only 2 laws. You can't even activate the big formation if you want to. Only when he was worried, Wu Tian was surprised to find that the 2 shadows representing Gong Gong and Jumeng suddenly flickered. Around these 2 silhouettes, there were actually the silhouettes of the other ancestral witches' true bodies in turn, and it was obviously the mutual transformation of the laws that caused such a situation to occur. The law rotates. The phase is born and the phase is extinguished. After the innate wood and water law forces in the ancestral dragon's essence blood had been completely refined, 12 shadows once again appeared around the Pangu seal, compared to the beginning of the Gong Gong, Jumeng shadow, to be much dimmer, but each other but the breath mingled, with a mysterious balance of meaning. The Pangu seal flashed. The 12 ancestral witch shadows disappeared, but the grayish mark became much larger and clearer, and already had a vague human shape. Wu Tian's heart stirred. A bit of clarity was also born. His inscriptions of the laws went further. Previously, when he had activated the divine ability of Pangu's true body and his breath had added to it, he had the feeling that he had to burn his own essence and blood after he threw 1 punch, but now he felt that he could throw at least 3 punches. Zulan, oh Zulan, that doesn't help you. Wu Tian was a bit dissatisfied. Then he probed the changes in his physical body, and only after feeling the changes in the kidneys among the 5 viscera, which vaguely exceeded the strength of the other 4 viscera, did he nod his head in satisfaction. That's more like it. The kidneys give birth to essence and reproduction. Previously, Wu Tian was a little worried that he would be as defective as the ancestral witches and would not be able to give birth to an heir at all. It was only then that he asked Xianmei and Hou Tu to help in the search for the ancestral dragon's essence blood. Now there's this change, and also finally nodded in relief. More than anything, I can't wait to verify it. Chapter 17, anyone with a destiny can come and listen to the sermon. But Wu Tian just thought about it. Just rush and shake your head. Forget it. It's better to raise your strength first. Although he had made a lot of progress, it was still far from enough compared to the 2 ancestral witch sisters. And he didn't want to touch this bad luck and be violently beaten by the 2 ancestral witch sisters. It's not the same as Wu Tian. The ancestral witches weren't that scrupulous at all, just frantically absorbing the fury chi between heaven and earth to refine his body, devouring the essence blood of ferocious beasts, while his flesh was being tempered. The control of his own laws was also strengthened by the way. According to Wu Tian's estimation, most of the ancestral witches were at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Di Jiang and Candle 9, the 2 most powerful ancestral witches, were afraid that they were on the verge of breaking through to the mixed Golden Immortal realm. Now Hongjun hasn't preached, and there's no concept of saints or saints to be. After the great Luo Golden Immortal comes the mixed Golden Immortal. The ancestral witch's own bloodline carries cultivation techniques, and they are born to control a law. So before the mixed great Luo golden immortal, there is no obstacle at all for the ancestral witches. This was also the reason why Wu Tian mentioned Hongjun's sermon earlier. The ancestral witches were not very interested for the sake of it. The witch race is really blessed. Just this innate control of the power of one law is probably enough to make the eyes of the rest of the flood wasteland go red. After refining the ancestral dragon's essence blood and inscribing the power of the laws therein on top of his divine soul, even Wu Tian couldn't help but envy it in his heart. Wu Tian also had to keep inscribing laws. According to the current situation, there was no telling how many more heavenly materials and treasures saturated with the power of laws would have to be consumed. But the ancestral witches were different. Just stay on track. After the flesh is strong, the control of the law is as simple as eating and drinking. Alas, it's kind of a give and take, Wu Tian thought secretly in his heart. While Wu Tian was practicing, Emperor Jiang and Candle Join too get together. The two ancestral witches are gloomy, frowning, a worried look. After a long time, Emperor Jiang finally spoke. Lao heir, what Wu Tian said, what do you think? Candle Join naturally understood that what Emperor Jiang had said was not about changing the 12th capital heavenly goddess's great formation, but what Wu Tian had said. Will there come a day when the flood will not be able to tolerate the witch race? This is not an alarmist statement. Although the ancestral witches are thick with fury and do not know the number of heaven, as innate deities, the two of them are the most powerful space ancestral witches and time ancestral witches. So naturally, they are not little cuties. Originally did not think much about it, but after Wu Tian said so, the two people's minds were instantly tugged. It is not for them to think deeply. The truth is that Wu Tian has already proved that on top of the judgment of the general situation, he sees extremely long-term, correctly, and is just better than the ancestral witches. When the three tribes were as good as new, Wu Tian then bluntly said that the three tribes are all defeated. Hongjun is the final victor. At that time, the ancestral witches, although they did not scoff, but also do not really believe. How is that possible? The three clans are so strong. It almost swept through the floodplain. At least one of them won, right? How did they all end badly? But wait until the end. Ancestral witches can only look on in amazement. The three clans were so miserable and, moreover, in order to leave a share of chi for the clan, the patriarchs of the three clans directly sacrificed themselves and swore an oath to guard the floodplains and the heavens and the earth. A soft sigh followed. Candle Join spoke faintly. I also don't want to believe that we, the witch clan, are Pangu's rightful clan, and we absorb the heaven and earth's fury and stabilize the flood. So how could that day ever come? But, although this fellow, Wu Tian, is slack, he is the most intelligent among our ancestral witches and the one who knows the number of heaven. Perhaps it has something to do with the fact that he was born the latest and is contaminated with the least amount of deadly energy. And he's never without a point. After saying that, Candlewick mused a little more, and then continued. But don't worry, this guy Wu Tian has always had ideas. Since he reminded us to remodel the 12th capital god's fiend formation, then let's just do it properly according to his ideas. There's nothing to lose anyway. But if it's really as he said, our witch clan will also have one more powerful card. The normally silent Candle Join actually had a somewhat chattering demeanor when it was just him and Emperor Jiang. Then he raised his head, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. The expression was also solemn. Among other things, after our cultivation is further advanced, you and I will join forces to activate the laws of space and time, and probe towards the end of time, and we will naturally be able to know the future changes. Empyrean frowned even more tightly. If they follow this way that Candle Join said, peering into the long river of time, the two of them will not necessarily be able to see anything, but there will definitely be a great backlash. But Emperor Jiang didn't object. After a few moments of silence, he instead solemnly and incomparably responded, yes. Candle Join also nodded slightly. Looking at Emperor Jiang's somewhat heavy appearance, Candle Join laughed again, and his tone changed instantly to something lighthearted. Big brother, we don't need to be so worried. No matter what, we are also the blood of the Pangu Father God. The existence of this world, there will always be a part of our destiny. In the flood, strength is the honor, as long as our own strength is strong. And why worry about these? Candlewick's eyes flickered. And, we still have Wu Tian. He is different from our ancestral witches, but he directly carries the power of the 12 laws by himself, and he has issued such a warning to us that perhaps he is the way out that Father God has arranged for our witch race? Emperor Jiang's eyes blinked. Suddenly he laughed aloud. Ha ha. Yes, Father God will surely shelter us. After this conversation between the two ancestral witches, the worries in their hearts quickly dispersed, and they simply skimmed over the matter and began to ponder over the 12 heavenly divine furies' grand formation. That's just the way it is with witches. It's coming fast. Goes fast too. Before the two of them could discuss a clue, Suddenly another vast voice resounded through heaven and earth. Hongjun's faint words, under the heavenly Tao's reinforcement, reached the ears of every cultivator in the flood. I am Hongjun, and now I have become a saint. 3,000 years from now, a sermon will be preached in the purple heavenly palace, and all those who have the destiny can come. After hearing that voice, Emperor Jiang and Candle Join both stood up violently, looking towards the 9 heavens above and beyond the floodplains, and a faint sense had already arisen in their hearts of what appeared to be the location of the purple heavenly palace. Emperor Jiang said with a grave expression on his face, Hongjun really wants to preach. It's been said by this kid Wu Tian again. The two men looked at each other, thinking of the previous conversation between the two. There was a look of gravity in their eyes, but neither of them mentioned it again. A few moments later, Candlewick spoke. Go, gather the ancestral witches and go find Wu Tian. But in reality, there was no need for the two of them to send a message at all, and the other ancestral witches all heard Hongjun's voice. Seeing Wu Tian's words verified once again, the ancestral witches were shocked beyond belief, immediately rushed back towards the Pangu Hall. Chapter 18 Preparations for Departure. Hongjun's voice spread across the floodplains, but it didn't reach the Pangu temple. This magic treasure that was transformed from Pangu's heart had the power to shield the heavens, and not even the aura of the heavenly Tao could penetrate into it. So, wait until Wu Tian woke up from his cultivation. Looking at the ancestral witches gathered around, their eyes lit up when they heard Di Jiang say something about Hongjun preaching. Already? Emperor Jiang and Candle Join exchanged glances, and then a slight nod. Nice. You got me again. There was an inexplicable meaning in the bottom of Emperor Jiang's eyes, and the eyes that he looked at Wu Tian became deeper and deeper, and he muttered secretly in his heart as well, even more determined, to pay more attention to the matter of the 12 capital divine furies grand formation. Wu Tian didn't care about Di Jiang's eyes, even to him, if he could cause a slight change in Di Jiang, it would be a good thing instead. After determining the matter, Wu Tian got up in a hurry. So what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and get going too. Wu Tian looked like he was in a hurry. He couldn't afford not to be in a hurry. If he set off slowly to find the location of the purple heavenly palace in the chaos, how could he get ahead of others? He didn't want the Hongmeng purple chi though, nor did he want to become a heavenly saint. But it doesn't mean he doesn't want to grab the seat that represents the saint's chance. He doesn't need it, he can take it and exchange it with others. Well, no more. It can also disrupt Hongjun's scheming. It's okay to look at the fun. It is said that a seat represents one Hongmeng purple chi. If the witch race seizes it, then Hongjun will really give the Hongmeng purple chi to the ancestral witches? Thinking about this, Wu Tian grew more and more expectant. But the ancestors are different. They were previously convinced by Wu Tian and did not have the intention of not going, but they could not understand Wu Tian's anxious state of mind. Instead they looked at Wu Tian with some confusion, and the Gong Gong ancestor which was even more curious to speak. There's still 3,000 years to go. Leaving now? The crowd all looked towards Wu Tian curiously. Di Jiang and Candle Nine did the same, with glimmers in their eyes, and Hou Tu also looked thoughtful. Wu Tian sighed in his heart. Rather, he understood what the ancestral witches were thinking, but he couldn't explain it clearly to the ancestral witches. Immediately his mind moved towards Di Jiang and Candle Nine. As long as he could convince the elder one and the second one, then the opinions of the other ancestral witches wouldn't be a problem. After a little contemplation, Wu Tian spoke. As I said before, Hongjun's sermon was not only his own will, but more importantly, the requirements of the heavenly Tao. In that case, there must be a great chance for this sermon. So many people go to. Well, it must be first come, first served. Emperor Jian listened to it. Frowning, his mind brooded. How the heavenly way he does not care. The so-called chance he has nothing to look forward to. The witch tribe and do not need any magic treasure and so on. The witches only worship the father god of Pangu. But this guy Wu Tian is a bit of a god. All of these things that were said were fulfilled one by one. So there was no way for Emperor Jiang not to consider them carefully. Just then, Candle Join smiled and spoke. Take it easy. Let's just go. Must not make arrangements with the sons and daughters. Ago for 3,000 years. Behind the purple heaven palace sermon still do not know how long it. Wu Tian froze for a moment. Then he nodded his head in a hurry and smiled. It was my little brother who was too eager. Candle Join seemed to be able to see Wu Tian's mind and once again smiled and spoke. Big brother controls the law of space. I control the law of time. The two of us join forces, to use it purely to catch the road. I'm afraid that the entire floodplains are not a few can match. Surely we can find the purple palace first. Wu Tian thought in his mind. Rather that's the point. The anxious look on his face dissipated. At this time, Emperor Jiang also smiled and spoke. So be it. Hurry up to gather the great wizards to command. And then they will quickly go outside the flood and chaos to seek that purple sky palace. he said, looking towards the crowd. The eyes signaled. The other ancestral witches saw the oldest and second oldest say so, and for a while they no longer refuted. All nodded slightly and hurriedly sent a message to the great witches under their respective command. Soon, the great wizards rushed towards the Pangu palace. Wu Tian was familiar with these great witches. After all, he had watched them come out of the world with his own eyes. And before that, Wu Tian had been refining the ancestral witch essence blood by the blood pool. The great wizards also know Wu Tian's identity. However, they were all told by Emperor Jiang and other ancestral witches to keep Wu Tian's identity as an ancestral witch a secret outside. Wait for the great wizards to arrive. Saluting in unison, he spoke aloud. Greetings to the ancestral witches. Di Jiang waved his hand for them to get up, and then spoke about the fact that he and the others were going to the Purple Heavenly Palace to listen to the Tao, and asked the great witches to take care of their clansmen. After listening, the leader of the Qi said, Ancestral witches, just don't worry. We are sworn to protect our people. The other great sorcerers also nodded their heads, with a look of hateful chest-beating assurance, with the implication that if they wanted to harm the sorcerer clan, they would first step over their corpses. Emperor Jiang is also very appreciative of the performance of the great witches. Ruthless in Qi Yu shoulder pat, loud laughter, and said, Yes, worthy of my witch clan sons and daughters. Wu Tian would have liked to say something, such as the existence of land-lost people. People and land are all lost, the existence of people lost land. People and land are all existed. Fought or hold back. With the nature of the witches they couldn't hear it either. And, as soon as Hongjun's sermon started, all the great avatars in the entire floodplains would basically go to the Purple Heavenly Palace to listen to the sermon, and there was no need to worry about the great wizards being in any danger. Eventually, Wu Tian laughed. After we leave, the Pangu Hall will remain here, so if you meet an unbeatable opponent, return to the Pangu Hall and wait. Wait for me to wait back. Let's get back together. This argument is accepted by the great wizards. Each and every one of them arched their hands at Wu Tian and answered out loud, Many thanks to Ancestral Witch Wu Tian. After this was said, the great wizards have dispersed. Wu Tian left Nine Phoenix and Hui alone again, summoning the two to himself. On weekdays, he has the best relationship with Xianmei and Hou Tu, and is even in charge of the Hou Tu tribe with Hou Tu, while Jiufeng and Hui are practicing the laws of Xianmei and Hou Tu respectively. So Wu Tian has something to tell the two of them. When you are moving around the foot of Buzhou Mountain, pay attention and see if there is a 7-colored gourd vine. Protect it if you find it. Tell me when I get back. Wu Tian suddenly remembered the matter of the innate gourd vine. This innate spiritual root appeared during the sermon. The gourd on it was not yet fully mature. It was divided by the crowd after meeting it, and even the vine became a man-making whip in the hands of Nuwa. He naturally wanted to collect early, but Wu Tian couldn't remember exactly how many times the innate gourd vine had appeared after the sermon, and it was also unknown whether it had come out now or not. So, it can only make two people pay attention ahead of time. It would be best if we could find it. If he couldn't find it, he was going to wait for the Purple Heaven Palace to listen to the sermon, and then he himself would go around the Buzhou Mountain and search for it. If you can't find it yet, then there is no way out. The flood is concerned about chance, concerned about the birth of luck. Wu Tian can only stare at the three Cheng and others. The worst will have to come to a share, right? Nine Phoenix and Hui both listened. All of them arched their hands very solemnly and answered aloud. By the order of Lord Ancestral Witch, we will definitely be looking for. Wu Tian smiled and nodded. Seeing that both of them took it very seriously and looked like they wouldn't stop until they achieved their goal, they explained it again with some amusement. This matter depends mainly on chance. Really can't find nor force. You don't need to blame yourselves. I have another way. Chapter 19, Traveling to Chaos. Nine Phoenix and Hui both nodded. The heart also snapped. They were really a bit worried about how they would explain to Ancestral Witch Wu Tian if they couldn't find it. But fortunately, Wu Tian said something like this again, which made both of them breathe a sigh of relief. The two men looked at each other. Wu Tian Ancestral Witch is really good at getting along. In the eyes of all the great wizards, Wu Tian was a very strange ancestor witch, always preferring to go in the Pangu Hall to cultivate, and every time they got along with each other, they were peaceful, not as violent as the other ancestral witches. Even the Hou Tu Ancestor Witch, one of the 12 ancestor witches with the lightest balefulness and the most peaceful character, had an ancestor witch's grumpy side. But Wu Tian is never angry with them. The two men had a sudden realization in their minds. It seems like this is the first time that Ancestral Witch Wu Tian has commanded himself and the others to do something, right? Immediately, his heart was in awe and he made up his mind. Must find the 7-colored gourd vine for Wu Tian Ancestor Witch. Wait until 9 Phoenixes and Hui leave. Hou Tu asked with some curiosity. Wu Tian, is this innate gourd vine you mentioned important? Wu Tian nodded. Immediately, he also smiled and spoke. This is one of the 10 great spiritual roots of the innate. The gourds above each have their own spiritual wonders. But the most important thing is that this gourd vine concerns a great chance. He was naturally talking about man-making opportunities. For such things, Wu Tian definitely had to get involved. And the innate gourd vine was the landing point for him to meddle in the opportunity. Hou Tu sniffed thoughtfully. For Wu Tian to say these, she has already seen strange, and did not think much about why Wu Tian would know so much. Ancestral witches each had their own talents. Or maybe what Wu Tian was good at was perceiving the great momentum of the heavenly Tao in various opportunities? With that, Hou Tu laughed. If they don't find it, I'll help you find it together when the hearing is over. At this time Xianmei also looked over. Although he didn't say anything, but the meaning inside his eyes was obvious. This matter also counted her. Wu Tian was touched in his heart, arching his hand at the two ancestral witches. Thank you, sisters. After this matter was finished, Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches also made some arrangements in the Pangu hall. And after everything was finished, they all walked towards Wu Tian. Emperor Jiang smiled and spoke. Go! Let's also go to the Purple Heaven Palace to listen to the sermon. At once, the laws of space were unleashed and the many ancestral witches were swept up and flew towards the outside of the Pangu hall. Next moment, as does spatial variation, Wu Tian openly realized, actually has been out of the Pangu hall outside, came to the void above. Toward the 9 days of the astral wind is the most violent place to fly. Emperor Jiang didn't make any false claims either. His spatial laws were used to rush. It was indeed extremely fast. The scenery in front of him changed rapidly as if space was folded, and in a few blinks he rushed above the 9 heavens. At this time, Candle Join also struck out. The power of the laws of the two stacked together. This separate space that allowed Emperor Joan to encircle it emitted a faint glow, and the fierce and incomparable 9 heavenly gangs, which rushed back and forth in the void, were directly blocked by this layer of light. At this time, Emperor Jiang lightly laughed and spoke. That Hongjun said that those who have the destiny can come to listen to the Tao. I see that there is strength to do. This 9 heavenly winds are extremely powerful. Non-Jinshin above difficult to spend. On the contrary, he does not speak properly, saying that there is a destiny to coax these selfless guys to fight with their lives. After Emperor Jiang said that, couldn't help but let out another soft chuckle. Wu Tian is strange, but saw a figure. By the 9 heavenly astral winds rushed, the figure or some erosion, powerless toward the flooded earth fell. Immediately, he couldn't help but shake his head as well. Empyrean spoke bluntly, but it is also the truth in the flood. What chance treasure with virtue, is not more than whose fist is bigger? Some people say that the flood is not about fighting and killing, but about humanizing, but only after you have the ability to fight and kill will others play humanizing with you. Okay, there's the 12 ancestral witches in them, with the daring ancestral witches fighting and killing in the front. Wu Tian could settle down in the back and humanize the world. Think about it. Wu Tian looked towards the ancestral witches. When Emperor Jiang saw Wu Tian's eyes, he was a bit strange, but he didn't think too much about it, and just spoke with a smile. Wu Tian, right now, your second brother and I are casting the power of the laws. It's the right time for you to feel it properly. Why don't you hurry? Wu Tian was different from the other ancestral witches. The other ancestral witches all had their own innate laws, and even if the laws of space and time were in front of them, they would not be able to perceive them because the laws clashed. But Wu Tian can. He had already cultivated the Yuan Shun. It was even carrying the power of 12 laws. In the face of Di Jiang and Candle 9 Yin's unapologetic gesture, Wu Tian hurriedly thanked them, then without further thought, sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by the ancestral witches. Slowly close your eyes. Next moment, the genjutsu flew out from the top of his head. The power of the Yuan Shun's perception spread out towards the surroundings, touching towards the power of the laws of Emperor Jiang and Candle Join. And soon there were endless epiphanies born in his heart. Laws of space, laws of time begin to brand. As before, the silhouettes of Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 Yin's ancestral which true bodies appeared in Wu Tian's divine soul, and after a flash, the other 10 laws began to grow as well. It was a turn of the gaze of the Queen's Earth. A beaming smile appeared on her face. Idle is as idle as it gets. Why don't we also make a move to help Wu Tian? The words fell. Do not wait for the other ancestral witches to respond. Hou Tu body directly above the light up thick incomparable earth-colored light. Hou Tu law is also toward the surrounding emanation. Add to the knot around the crowd. Then came Xianmei, and after Xianmei cast the laws of Xianmei without saying a word, an ancestral witch laughed aloud and said, "Ha ha, let's make a quick move too. Otherwise this guy still thinks that only the two sisters love and care for him, and we and other older brothers are petty." One moment, various forces of law appeared in unison, superimposed on top of the laws of space and time. The original arcane light was also instantly transformed into the color of chaos, and Emperor Jiang and Candle Join, who were carrying the crowd, did not have the good sense to look towards the crowd. Right now there was no 12 capital heavenly gods fury formation to guide them, and with so many forces of law superimposed on top of each other, the conflict instantly intensified, bringing immense pressure to Emperor Jiang and Candle 9. Just then, there was a flash of Xian gold light in Wu Tian's Yuanshan, and the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven flew out openly and landed on the top of Wu Tian's head, slowly rotating, and the aura of the merit supreme treasure suppressed it. The clash of many laws was obliterated at once. Sure, this is also because the ancestral witches did not go all out. They just wanted to let Wu Tian sense some of their own laws. With this change, within Wu Tian's divine soul, the 12 inscriptions of laws grew rapidly, and the 12 emblems of the ancestral witches' true bodies around his divine soul grew brighter and brighter. The ancestral witches also quickly broke through the chaotic tire membrane, out of the flooded world, submerged in the infinite chaos. Chapter 20, Hongjun, What Went Wrong? The paths do not exist in the chaos. There is no time, no space, no laws of the great avenues. This ball of light where the ancestral witches were, like a tiny world, crashing the countless chaotic air currents. Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 followed a little sense in their hearts and traveled through the vast chaos, and I don't know how long it took. Emperor Jiang's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Here it is. Wu Tian woke up with a start. Withdrawal from the practice. After an unknown amount of time of enlightenment, under the percolation of many laws, the inscription of laws above Wu Tian's divine soul was once again elevated. Slight estimation. The effect of just this period of enhancement was even stronger than the 3 drops of ancestral dragon essence blood he had refined. The law inscription had reached at least 20%. After all, it was the 12 ancestor witches who were all out in force, and it was only during this kind of rush that Wu Tian was able to have this kind of opportunity. How could it be possible if it was to be placed in the middle of the flood? It wasn't that the ancestral witches weren't willing to give up. Rather, the ancestral witches were simply impatient. Leveling their own laws, the Yuanshan disappeared into the spiritual platform, and the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler also fell within the Yuanshan, suppressing Wu Tian's heavenly chances in qi. Wu Tian slowly opened his eyes. This is the purple heavenly palace? He looked at the scene in front of him with some surprise. The boundless chaos, which was originally filled with countless chaotic air currents running amok, was now a huge blank space in front of his eyes. It's like a piece of heaven and earth. The purple heavenly palace was alone in the center, simple and incomparable, but exudes a faint treasure light. Infinite Taoist rhythms flow out from the purple heaven palace, dense with countless visions on it. Under the pressure of this aura, chaos gas are blocked. Wu Tian looked towards the surroundings and did not see a single silhouette, and the gate of the purple heavenly palace was also in a closed state, so it seemed that no one had arrived yet. At this time, Emperor Jiang spoke with some self-satisfaction. Well, Big Brother didn't lie to you, did he? Definitely will rush ahead of the others and not delay your scheming. Wu Tian smiled and nodded, was about to open his mouth to give Emperor Jiang to support the time. Suddenly a flash in front of my eyes. 3 figures from the side of the chaos flew out, actually without hesitation, towards the purple heavenly palace rushed to. Among the 3 figures, one was old-looking, one was middle-aged, and the other was a handsome, godly youth. Wu Tian's heart stirred. Isn't this Tai Cheng, Yuanshu and Tong Tian? He hadn't seen the 3 Qing before, but Emperor Jiang and the others had already come into contact with the 3 Qing when they were killing ferocious beasts and picking up the 3 clans in the middle of the flood. He exclaimed, his eyes glazing over. Sanqing, the 3 purities are also Pangu authentic, but unlike the ancestral witches, the ancestral witches were derived from the Pangu essence blood, and were still tainted with a thick and heavy baneful aura when they came out of the world. The 3 purities, on the other hand, were created by the 3 parts of Pangu's Yuanshan, by the book, mutual a bit of origin, but in fact in the previous contact, the 12 ancestral witches and the 3 Qing each looked down on the other. The 3 purities disliked the 12 ancestral witches for being too rude. He has a ferocious aura, and acts in a furious and belligerent manner. The 12 ancestral witches thought, we are the same as the Pangu clan. What are you pretending to do? How dare you look down on us? At this time, when he saw the 3 purities appear, Di Zhang's heart was bursting with good intentions. With a soft cry to Candle Join, the space laws and time laws around the ancestral witches instantly flourished, and their original speed steeply accelerated. It was actually trying to reach the purple heavenly palace ahead of the 3 Qing. Tai Cheng, Yuanshu, and Tong Tian also saw the figures of the ancestral witches, and curiosity arose in their hearts as well. This 12 ancestral witches are arrogant and haughty. Surprisingly, they would all come to listen to Hongjun's sermon? At the same time, the 3 of them flickered their eyes and noticed Wu Tian, who was surrounded in the middle of the ancestral witches, and curiosity immediately appeared in their eyes. Ha! Who is this man? Could it also be the witch race? separated by the thick laws of space and time. It was impossible to see Wu Tian's exact situation clearly, but one could also see at a glance the difference between Wu Tian and the ancestral witches. Despite the thoughts tumbling through his mind, the speed of the three Qing but not half a point of reduction. The three before the breath connected, as one, flying towards the direction of the gate of the Purple Heavenly Palace. Wait until you enter the range of the Purple Heaven Palace's suppression. The surrounding chaotic aura instantly cleared. Three Qing also quickly noticed the changes here. Originally in the chaos of all the road does not exist. All the people in the chaos, no matter what they do, are consuming themselves, simply cannot be supplemented from the outside world. But what made the trio wonder was this. This place is actually the same as the flooded heavens and earth. It was as if the power of the flood heavenly Tao had extended to this point, opening up a tiny world in the midst of the chaos. With the replenishment of the outside world's vital energy, the speed of the three clearings accelerated once again. Swish, faster approaching the Purple Heaven Palace. But Emperor Jiang and Candle Joine felt differently, and after entering the scope of the Purple Heavenly Palace's breath shroud, their originally very fast speeds actually dropped steeply. The ancestral witches were as deep as a quagmire. The closer we get to the Purple Heavenly Palace, the speed was actually getting slower and slower. What's going on? Wu Tian was flabbergasted, and then looked thoughtfully in the direction of the Purple Heavenly Palace. What the hell? The sermon hasn't even started yet, and Hongjun is going to play tricks? Astonishment arose in Wu Tian's heart. Then they watched the three Qing did not enter the Purple Heavenly Palace. Not only that, there are two figures from the chaos shot out, also more than the body of the ancestral witches. These two are a man and a woman. It was none other than Fushi and Nuwa siblings. They were also just like the three pristine ones, and after they fell into this area enveloped by the aura of the Purple Heavenly Palace, the oppression of chaos instantly dissipated, and their speed was a few points faster again. Seeing the successive silhouettes fail to enter, Emperor Jiang and Candle Nine frowned. The face has already borne the color of violent anger. Coldly looking at the direction of the Purple Heaven Palace, the eye is about to explode the appearance of. How do they not know? Are people like yourself being targeted? This old man Hongjun, Emperor Jiang couldn't help but be about to break into a rage. Although he didn't care about the chance that Wu Tian had mentioned, he had already boasted in front of his little brother, but as a result, he was targeted at the doorstep. So naturally, he was upset to the core. Wu Tian hastily opened his mouth to interrupt. Brother, don't be in a hurry. Let's talk about it first in the Purple Palace. The Purple Heavenly Palace here suppresses chaos, and is even more connected to the Heavenly Tao, whose power runs through this space. Strictly speaking, this is someone's Hongjun's territory. A steeplechase may not be palatable. Wu Tian naturally had to persuade the ancestral witches, but he wasn't completely unproductive. He knew at least a little. There's a problem with the seats in the purple sky. It's not all about chance. Rather, it is the arrangement of Hongjun. If not, why did Hongjun secretly step in to block the ancestral witches, not daring them to enter early? If we let the ancestral witches go in first, don't say 6 seats. I'll fill you up with 6 more. The so-called futon represents a chance for sainthood, and then it becomes nonsense. Actually, at this time in the depths of the Purple Heavenly Palace, Hongjun looked at the scene outside with a ghostly gaze and was also astonished in his heart. And he was also somewhat puzzled. How come it's different from what the heavenly chances show? And the 12 ancestral witches are all here? And so early? In his deduction of the heavenly chances after he became a saint, it clearly showed that only the 2 ancestral witches, Xianmei and Hou Tu, had come to listen to the Daoa. What went wrong? Hongjun was puzzled in his mind. Chapter 21. He still has to thank us. Hongjun had only become a saint not long ago. It is not yet the Taoist ancestor who will merge the Tao with his body in the future, and the control of the great power of the heavenly Tao is not yet so strong. And because of that, the moment the ancestral witches appeared in advance, their hearts were puzzled, and they even began to wonder if they had made a mistake in their deduction somewhere. No way. I have repeatedly deduced the heavenly chances. There is no way around it. Hongjun could only force his hand as well, mobilizing the power of the heavenly Tao to suppress the speed of the ancestral witches, slowing down the time it took them to reach the Purple Heavenly Palace and allowing the 3 Qing, Fushi, and Nuwa to enter earlier. And he knows it's not good. With the nature of the ancestral witches, it would be really hard to end it in case they made a scene. This next quantum leap of the witch race had great fortune, and he couldn't beat the ancestral witches to death. Could he? But sit back and do nothing? To watch the ancestral witches be the first to enter the Purple Heavenly Palace, grab all the seats, and disrupt all of their own machinations? Hongjun shook his head imperceptibly. 3 Qing is Pangu Jingzong, Pangu Yuanshan 3 transformed. In other words, is the flood world of the Son of Luck. Body has a great fortune. Anyway, Hongjun are going to be under the door. In this way, we can gather the powerful chi of the three Qing dynasty in ourselves and help ourselves to climb to a higher realm. Manhwa is the same way, although not with the three Qing like, but in the future there is another big chance. Also as the luck stretches, thick incomparable, Hongjun naturally will not give up. The mind weighs in a little. Hongjun did not hesitate to strike. Then they were somewhat wary toward the ancestral witches, but what made Hongjun's heart more and more surprised was that the ancestral witches actually suppressed their emotions after a moment of anger. What's the situation? When did the ancestral witches have such a good temper? Hongjun's mind became more and more puzzled. Emperor Jiang and the others didn't lash out on the spot. Naturally, Wu Tian persuaded. Nonetheless, it was still difficult for Emperor Jiang to hold back this anger, and instead of opening his mouth to scold Hongjun angrily, he spoke aloud. Brothers, strike! The aura on the ancestral witches instantly flourished. Immediately, there was a thick and incomparable power surging out, and the power of the laws was raging, which was completely incomparable to the previous time when it was released for Wu Tian to perceive. Previously the ancestral witches deliberately controlled it. The laws are in conflict with each other but are controlled as softly and meekly as possible. At this point it was ferocious. Boom! The light cluster where the ancestral witches were located suddenly lit up, collided with the might emanating from the purple heavenly palace. The surrounding force of law was instantly disorganized, and the ancestral witches instantly broke free from the quagmire in general. Flying at high speed, he headed towards the purple heavenly palace. Phew! Wu Tian also let out a soft sigh of relief. He said, well, so that the ancestral witches suppressed their anger, did not rage in the territory of Hongjun, or really fight. I do not know how Hongjun will be treated. Who knows if Hongjun will use the ancestral witches as a raft to make an example of them and deter others who come to listen to the sermon. As for the location in the Purple Heaven Palace, well, can get to as well. At least it can. The thought in my mind just started. I saw another silhouette from the ancestral witches swept past. Two people side by side is naturally Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud Old Ancestor. Alone, a face of arrogance is Koenping. Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun skipped over the two of them. He also turned his head towards the ancestral witches and nodded his head. With a kind and incomparable smile on his face, these two brothers had always been like this, with a gentle nature and goodwill towards others. Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun also muttered in their hearts. Ha! Obviously, after falling into this heaven and earth, there is a feeling of returning to the flooded heaven and earth, and one's own mana imperatives have become more fluent. Why are the ancestral witches looking so strange? How do they know that the ancestral witches are subject to the suppression of the purple heavenly palace, and they have the deliberate enhancement of Hongjun? Nature looks a little unusual. As these three figures disappeared, Wu Tian was also dumbstruck and cursed angrily in his heart. Nima, how dare you be so shameless? Obviously he brought the ancestral witches first. I did not expect that when the Purple Heaven Palace was on the threshold, Hongjun even played this kind of small action. Where's the promised Taoist style? In Wu Tian's mind, Hongjun, even if there are some calculations, intervene, but also should be no traces, cloudy and light. Instead of looking so naked, that's a rough job, isn't it? Actually, Hongjun was also speechless in his heart. He had originally calculated well. Who would have thought that the ancestral witches came in unison? But even more so, they were the first to come to the Purple Heavenly Palace? Instantly disorganize your arrangements. At this time if you do not make a move to block the witch race, the next want to turn the original arrangement. I am afraid that there will be more trouble. Naturally, it's too late to pay attention to manners. What happened to the ancestral witches? Are there any variables? Hongjun's eyes flickered, unable to help but look toward the ancestral witches. His gaze was clear and incomparable, and after turning around, it naturally landed on Wu Tian's body. But he didn't see anything either. Wu Tian had a proper identity in his own right, coupled with the fact that there is a merit and virtue supreme treasure Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven to suppress its own chi and hide Wu Tian's chi. Even Hongjun can't unknowingly detect anything. Wait until the ancestral witches enter the Purple Heavenly Palace. The three pristine ones and others are already sitting on top of the futon at the very front. Unlike what Wu Tian remembered, there were 7 futons in the Purple Heavenly Palace at this time, and the top 3 were naturally occupied by the 3 purities. After the 3 Qings came Fuxi and Yua. Brother and sister, 2 people naturally know. This row in the forefront of the futon may have a great chance, but Fuxi has great wisdom. The heart, just a little thought, will give up their own also account for the idea of a. Instead, he sat cross-legged behind Yua. If it is really a great opportunity, then, certainly there are countless people to fight for it. Outside can be the 12 ancestral witches it, followed by countless other great magical powers. The strength of our brother and sister. I am afraid that we can only keep one. I'd better guard you from behind. Fuxi quietly transmits to Yua. As a result, 2 people occupy only 1 seat. subsequently entered the Jin Yuanzi. Red Clouds, as well as Kuanpeng, is to occupy the 5th and 6th seat. For some reason, Jin Yuanzi also is Fushi, sitting behind the Red Clouds, and did not go to the 7th seat. Sister Hou Tu, you cultivated the Yuan Shun. You go sit down at. Wu Tian directly pushed Hou Tu over. The ancestral witches naturally had no problem with it, but Hou Tu froze for a moment, with a vaguely touched feeling in her eyes as she looked towards Wu Tian. The eyes seemed to say, "Don't you have a genjutsu too? Why don't you go sit down?" Hou Tu but clearly remembered Wu Tian before to rush in front to the purple heavenly palaces because the front seat represents a great opportunity. So much for that. Wouldn't you be giving up the chance to yourself? Wu Tian just smiled and pushed Hou Tu, pressing her on top of the 7th futon, then turned his head towards the ancestral witches. "Let's sit back here," he said, waving his hand gently towards the ground. At once a large row of jade futons fell to the ground. Emperor Jiang, however, was still a bit angry. The heart is also very dissatisfied. If it is not Hongjun messed up, in order to be the first to arrive at the situation, these 7 seats should be all their witch tribe. Where would it take up just one? But before he could open his mouth, Wu Tian advanced to secretly communicate with the ancestral witches, looking at the backs of Hongyun and Kuanpeng, and smilingly spoke. "Hold your horses, brothers. Later on, Red Cloud will give his seat to us. Nonetheless, he will have to open his mouth to thank our witch clan, and owe our witch clan a great karma. Do you believe it?" Chapter 22, Befriending. The attention of the ancestral witches was immediately drawn. Couldn't even be bothered to freak out. Don't you call it chance? To give you this great opportunity as a representation and to be grateful for it? The ancestral witches looked towards Red Cloud. The eyes were strangely unsettling, as if to say, "This Red Cloud is a little cutie, is it?" But Wu Tian knows. Red Clouds, Jin Yuanzi is recognized by the people of the floodplains good old man. Certainly not a little cute. Red Cloud for now. Just talk about Jin Yuanzi, the future ancestor of the earth immortals. Jin Yuan Daxian is among the innate 10 spiritual roots, the only 2 of the existence of the transformation, and the other is the young Mei Daxian who can compete with Hongjun. In addition, Jin Yuanzi holding the Book of the Earth, but also to engage in the Book of the Earth boundaries such as the moral abduction array. That he doesn't have great wisdom? How is that possible? What makes Wu Tian confirm this is that Jin Yuanzi did not sit separately from Hongyun to grab the last seat, as Fushi protects Nuwa, behind Hongyun, obviously realizing the importance of this futon. Anticipate the bitter strife that may come. Red Cloud gives way. Perhaps not just good old boys? Rather, there is something else going on in it. Something that has to be done? Wu Tian muttered in his mind. At this time, a dozen gazes landed on Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun in unison. The eyes of the ancestral witches were very direct, instantly causing the two to feel inexplicable pressure. Red Cloud's expression stiffened a bit, but still with a faint smile, he slowly turned his head, first glancing towards the ancestral witches, smiling lightly at them and nodding slightly, then hurriedly averted his gaze, meeting Jin Yuanzi's eyes. His eyes signaled, "Old brother Jin Yuanzi, what are the ancestral witches up to?" The eyes are straight. It's weirdly scary to look at them. They're not going to do anything, are they? Jin Yuanzi was also a bit confused. "I don't know, but here is the purple heavenly palace. The ancestral witches should not even Hongjun's face are not given directly again, right? Plus, we didn't mess with them either." Jin Yuanzi pondered in his mind for a long time. In the end, there was still some patience. Looking toward the ancestral witches, his eyes fell on the most amiable Wu Tian inside the ancestral witches, slightly fixed his mind, and then asked with a smile, "This Taoist friend looks familiar. I wonder what to call it." Wu Tian gestured towards Emperor Zheng and the others. He was also a bit speechless by such a straightforward gaze from Emperor Zheng and the others. How could he look at people with such eyes? Look at how scared people Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun are. Emperor Jiang, after seeing this, lightly hummed a bit, will blaze some terrible gaze put away, and then lowered his head and candle joining two people to stare at. Exchange up, all the while keeping his ears open, listening to Wu Tian communicating with Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun. And then he heard Wu Tian laugh. "Ha ha. It's normal that fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi hasn't seen me before. I seldom walk around the flood on a regular basis. I am Wu Tian of the Witch Clan. But, two friends of the name of the Taoist friends but I have long heard, such as Thunder heard, long wanted to meet with the two friends of the Taoist friends. The ancestral witches often say, the two are rare in the flood good old man." Listening to Wu Tian's words with kindness, Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud two people are also a heart of relief. The smile on the face is also more and more real. But this good old man 3 words how to hear so strange? Kind of like swearing. But looking at Wu Tian's sincere face, Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun could only pretend that they were overly concerned. and Jin Yuanzi even shook his head modestly. You're welcome, fellow Taoist. The ancestral witches are wrong. The two of my brothers also just don't like to fight and are determined to get away with it. So how can we be considered good old men? As they whispered, the three Qing, as well as Fushi and Nuwa, all curiously looked towards the side, and there was some sense of doubt in their hearts. For the 12 ancestors, they have naturally seen or heard of it. Everyone hibernates at the time of the Dragon Han catastrophe, but the ancestral witches are different, and they directly run to the battlefield of the three tribes to go up and grab the corpses and clean up the battlefield, and with a straight face. It had long since been a big hit with the flood crowd. The natural reputation is spreading, but this Wu Tian is like appearing out of thin air. But half of the traces have not appeared in the flood. Again, he saw the attitude of the ancestral witches towards Wu Tian. Naturally, he was amazed. After hearing Wu Tian declare his name, all the people's gazes flickered slightly. So his name is Wu Tian. There was a slight, imperceptible nod, mostly in the mind. Wu Tian should be the witch tribe, the most powerful under the ancestral witches. To come to the Purple Heavenly Palace to listen to the sermon is a rare opportunity. The ancestral witches will bring him around. Only Hongjun was still puzzled. At this time, he was not present, but the entire Purple Heavenly Palace was his territory, and the conversation between Wu Tian and Jin Yuanzi naturally fell on his ears, and after hearing Wu Tian's words, he murmured in his heart, Wu Tian. A slight frown creased his brow. As the first heavenly saint, Hongjun naturally disliked the name very much. Called what is not good, even called Wu Tian, vaguely have a feeling of tit for tat, coupled with the actions of the witch clan. The heart has been a little upset. He also does not think that Wu Tian is an ordinary great sorcerer. If it wasn't for the fear of angering the ancestral witches again, Hongjun really wanted to mobilize the power of the heavenly Tao to directly snoop around and properly check out Wu Tian's bottom line. And while the crowd's thoughts were flying, Wu Tian and Jin Yuanzi continued to exchange eagerly. He himself did not have any malicious intent towards the two, and was even quite interested in them. It's been said before, with the ancestral witches fighting and killing in the front, Wu Tian can engage in human affairs in the back, and Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun all belong to those who can be befriended. Wu Tian's words were naturally filled with goodwill. Seeing the situation, Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun also had the intention to make friends. Both sides hit it off. The words grew more fervent. After talking for a while longer, even Red Cloud couldn't help but join in the chat between the two, turning around and smilingly saying, Fellow Daoist Wu Tian, at the end of this sermon, I must make a trip to the 5 Village View. Old brother Jin Yuan's ginseng fruit is incredibly fresh and delicious, and it's definitely worth a taste. For the Red Cloud to take his ginseng fruit as a favor, Jin Yuanzi is not angry, just White Cloud a glance, and then also smiling words. If you come to, Jin Yuan will surely sweep the couch to welcome you. Wu Tian, 1936, PRC film director. And at this time, as Wu Tian and Jin Yuanzi continued to exchange ideas, they actually became more and more cordial and enthusiastic with each other. Wu Tian also laughed aloud. Ha ha, I'll take it seriously then. I've heard about the ginseng fruit for a long time and I'm curious about it too. Listening to the conversation between Wu Tian and Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun, Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches all blinked and blinked. Wasn't it about the seats? What's with the ginseng fruit? Just then, a slight sound rang out. The conversation between the three Wu Tian people was instantly interrupted. Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun's smiles stopped on their faces, and Wu Tian also directly frowned. But before he could react, Di Jiang and the other 12 ancestral witches, their 24 eyes brushed toward the middle of the three Qing and landed on the second of the three Qing, Yuan Shi Tian Zun's body. Each one of them was full of unkindness. Chapter 23, Little Dislike of Yuan Shi. Genji, what do you mean? Emperor Jiang could not be the least bit spoiled by the first Heavenly Father. Didn't even wait for Wu Tian to open his mouth, directly snapped at the first Heavenly Father. Di Jiang's voice caused Jin Yuanzi's heart to skip a beat and he couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. He had just been thinking that the rumors in the floodplains were too exaggerated. What's so difficult about the witches? It turned out to be a slap in the face, but he can't say anything. This cold snort of the first Heavenly Father is not only directed at Wu Tian, but also at him and Red Cloud. He himself didn't want to get into trouble with the three Qing. You can't just not let the other ancestral witches take the lead either, can you? The two brothers, Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun, glanced at each other, and then tacitly looked towards the three Qings, only to see that the faces of Tai Qing, First Heavenly Father, and Tong Tian were all extremely ugly, with First Heavenly Father being especially so. He didn't show any weakness, though, especially at this time. There were already many people entering the Purple Heavenly Palace one after another, and after seeing the scene in front of them they were shocked beyond measure, and then they all gazed with interest. Can he be silent in this situation? After freezing again, the first Heavenly Father directly spoke in a cold voice. What do I mean? I would like to ask you what you mean. You have come to listen to the sermon in the Purple Heaven Palace. What is the meaning of making a loud noise here? And is it not due? Of the three Ching, the first Heavenly Father valued courtesy the most. His character has manifested itself from now on, feeling that all people are here to listen to the sermon, and after entering this Purple Heavenly Palace, they should wait quietly. What's with all this noise? The words fell. The ancestral witches were not going to do it, and the most impatient ancestral witch Shu Rong directly stood up and spoke angrily. None of your business? Is this Purple Heaven Palace yours? Such rude and blunt words from Zhu Rong Ancestral which instantly caused the first Heavenly Father's face to turn blue and white, and he was about to get up and confront Zhu Rong Ancestral which right away. At this time, Tai Ching frowned slightly and spoke faintly. Erdi. A soft whimper called the Genesis to a halt. Then Tai Ching's eyes looked deep toward the ancestral witches, and finally landed on Yuan Shi Tianzun's body again as he continued. This is finally a saint's dojo. The words were not finished though. However, the meaning was obvious. That is, for the first Heavenly Father to not bother with the ancestral witches anymore. The first Heavenly Father's gaze flickered, and with a light grunt, he stopped looking at the ancestral witches. Although Tai Ching was able to block Yuan Shi Tianzun, but his attitude is obvious. Naturally, he stood on his own brother's side, and in his words, he told the first Heavenly Father to stop counting, with the subtext still being the problem of the ancestral witches. Seeing this, Wu Tian was instantly unhappy. This Purple Heaven Palace is not his land, and Hongjun has not personally said anything about restrictions, so why should he be the disciplinarian here? People are holding chicken feathers. Yuan Shi Tianzun hasn't chicken hair yet. However, he didn't intend to say that, but instead looked in the direction of the three clearances and laughed softly. Ha! It's really unreasonable for Taoist Yuan Shi to be angry. We make friends and exchange ideas before the sermon, and then sit down to discuss the sermon and grow up with each other. This is exactly one of the meanings of coming to the Purple Heavenly Palace to listen to the sermon. To be as immobile as you are, accusing others and starting disputes, is not beautiful in turn, is it? The first Heavenly Father was dumbfounded. According to what Wu Tian said, compared to him, he is really the one who is even more ungentlemanly, and has the suspicion of stirring up strife in the Purple Heaven Palace. Tai Ching's gaze snapped. The eyes looked toward Wu Tian slyly. What's the situation? When did the Wiccans have this kind of brain? This kind of eloquence? Tong Tian originally had the same look of enmity. After hearing Wu Tian's words, there was also a flash of divine light in his eyes and he muttered in his heart. Seems so. People make friends. Why did you have to go and make a face? With their own brothers? Even if it's not. People outsiders certainly will not spoil you And then he looked at Wu Tian with more and more curiosity. Seeing the change in the three Qing's complexion, the originally furious Emperor Jiang was instantly happy on his face, and gleefully slapped at Wu Tian's shoulder. Wu Tian turned back with a bitter smile. It was then that I saw an appreciative look on Emperor Jiang's face, as if to say, good point, exactly what I was trying to say. Shu Rong Ancestral which watched as the Origin Heavenly Father was rendered speechless, and somewhat proudly raised his eyebrows towards the Origin Heavenly Father's side before sitting down. We witches are the most reasonable of all. The ancestral witches perked up at Wu Tian's mouthpiece, a look of honor with it. Wu Tian nodded and eyed at them, calming the ancestral witches down, and waited until Zhu Rong all sat down again, before he looked towards the three clearances again. Origin Heavenly Father's face became more and more ugly. The eyes rolled slightly, as if mentally weighing how to retort. Wu Tian smiled slightly. At that moment, he spoke in a tone of good advice and assiduousness, and said faintly, alas, for the sake of the Pangu Father God, I'll give you one more word of advice. Don't rely on your status as a Pangu Orthodox clan member to act like a superior, overbearing person at every turn. The first Heavenly Father was so angry that he was about to spit out blood at the words. Nima, after the great dragon Han tribulation, the most arrogant person in the flood, besides you ancestral witches, is there anyone else? How dare you say such things now? Everyone else also looked odd, but this time, anyone who has a little bit of color won't be so stupid as to pop up and make a target for the witch race and the three purities. At this time, Wu Tian smiled and spoke again. That is, Jin Yuan Taoist friends, Red Cloud Taoist friends magnanimous. Otherwise on the basis of your attitude, we'll have to be finished with you. Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun were creeped out in their hearts. With a face full of helplessness, he looked towards Wu Tian. The eyes revealed a prayer. Wu Tian Taoist, don't play us. Alas, I thought that fellow Taoist Wu Tian was an anomaly amongst the witch race, but I didn't realize that I was the one who was mistaken. It really isn't any worse than the ancestral witches. Jin Yuanzi sighed a little in his heart. What the two brothers wanted was to be free from karma and get away with it. So how would they be willing to go up against the three Qings and get into trouble with the first Heavenly Father? The strength is no match for the three purities. Even in terms of numbers it doesn't compare. Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud some worried toward the three clear. Eyes revealed a trace of worry, obviously worried about the three clear thoughts on him. But this time, the three Qing's eyes don't have them inside. The eyes stared straight at Wu Tian, and the gaze was deep. If it wasn't for Tai Qing reaching out his hand and tugging the first Heavenly Father a little bit, I am afraid that the first Heavenly Father would have already jumped up. Under the trio's gaze, Wu Tian still looked very relaxed. Scared of what? Do they still dare to make a move in the Purple Heaven Palace? The ancestral witches didn't have that concern, but Tai Qing and the others certainly won't. Seeing that Di Jiang had the intention to get up and stand in front of him, Wu Tian lightly smiled at him and shook his head before directly ceasing to pay attention to the three Qing. Wu Tian's philosophy has always been to develop steadily, but after facing the first Heavenly Father he really couldn't help it, and after disliking him, he finally felt relieved in his heart. There is a sense of the thoughts coming through. Sure enough, the three of them communicate secretly. Eventually press the upset in your mind. Anymore. It is the beginning of Tianzuan provocation in the front. They have lost reason. At this moment to lose some face is also due reason. Tu Qing is quiet voice pacification. Don't be impulsive. Don't forget what we're here for. Over here, Wu Tian also continued to communicate with Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun, but instead of letting all of them hear, he switched to divine soul transmission. Wu Tian spoke with a light smile. Why should the two fellow Taoists be alarmed? Jin Yuanzi smiled bitterly. Red Cloud, on the other hand, was a bit embarrassed with his face. Immediately afterward, Wu Tian added his words with a smile. I know that the two fellow Taoists are bent on being at ease and don't want to get involved in too much karma, but do you know? That karma isn't something you can hide from just because you want to. Take this seat at Red Cloud. Chapter 24 Red Cloud gives up her seat. Wu Tian said. A slight pause. The gazes of Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun were immediately attracted over, and there was a sense of gravity in their eyes. Fellow Taoist Wu Tian, what do you mean? Something wrong with this seat? Red Cloud couldn't help but ask. Wu Tian did not respond directly, but first twisted his head towards the back. At this time, there were already quite a number of figures coming into the Purple Heavenly Palace. The front seats are occupied. Those in the back can only sit on the ground or, as the ancestral witches did, pull out their own futons and sit down. However, the great avatars who relied on their status and strength all looked towards the few people in front of them, their eyes flickering with light, obviously playing with something in their hearts. Wu Tian had never seen these people before. At this moment, he took a look and also recognized these people from their image and temperament, and immediately muttered in his heart, this is Di Jun and Tai Yi, right? Two handsome men, dressed in golden robes covered in white flame patterns, many flames surrounding a sun star seal. One of them had a slightly imposing air. Naturally, it was the future Emperor Jun. Another is more domineering appearance. The waist is hanging a simple, atmospheric small clock, above the inscription of the arcane incomparable lines. It is the Tai that accompanies the chaos bell. The two were born above the sun star and the Fusang tree bathing in the sun's true flame, and would later integrate the 10,000 races of the flood and establish the demon race, becoming the demon emperor and the eastern emperor of the demon race respectively. Put it this way, sort of the biggest enemy of the witch clan. Therefore, Wu Tian couldn't help but take a few more looks. Sensing Wu Tian's gaze, Di Jun and Tai Yi twisted their heads in unison and met Wu Tian's eyes, before a light smile appeared on Di Jun's face and he nodded slightly to Wu Tian. Tai Chi, on the other hand, frowned slightly. Wu Tian also nodded in response, then looked toward the other people. All the blood and death of the gas, dirty and incomparable nature is the Old Man Styx, is born from the underworld sea of blood. Old Man Styx was much more arrogant. Flesh eyes visible eyes dripping turn, cannot stop in the occupied bushels of a few people survey, eyes full of covetousness. This guy is self-belief blood sea is not dry. The river Styx is not dead, also act more unscrupulous. At the same time the head is also very clever. Is the flood famous king of the cottage. There are also the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West, who were born by adhering to the innate yin and yang, as well as a number of other great magi that Wu Tian did not recognize for the time being. The three purities they dare not mess with. Ancestral witches are outnumbered not to mention. All gazes fell on Nuwa, Red Cloud, and Koan Pang, and feeling the covetous gazes, Fushi instantly showed displeasure and slowly turned his head towards the crowd. The mind is more than ready to make a decision. No one can rob his sister of her chance, unless stepping over your own dead body. The determination on Fushi's face instantly caused many gazes to back off, focusing their gaze on Red Cloud and Koan Pang. Red Cloud is okay. At least there was Jin Yuanzi sitting behind him, and the kunai is alone. From the time he had come in until now, Pang had been silently bowing his head and sinking his face without saying a word. Nor did he get involved in what was going on between Wu Tian and the three purities, not even turning his head towards this side. So much for that. The kunai are under the most pressure. A vaguely shivering look. At this time, Wu Genius turned back to his head and continued to transmit sound to Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun's divine souls, speaking with a light smile. The huge purple palace. So many people come to hear the sermon. But the first row has only 7 futons. As long as it's not stupid, I'm sure we can all guess that there must be some reason for this futon, and that there is a great chance on it, right? Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun nodded. Indeed, even the covetous glances behind them had been anticipated by both men. Also based on this, it was clear that the two had seats when they arrived, but like Fushi and Nuwa, they only took one. What made Jin Yuanzi secretly laugh bitterly was, perhaps the reputation of the two brothers as good old men has been spread too widely in the floodplains, so that the deterrent effect is not enough, though they are guarded by themselves. But the gaze staring at Red Cloud's seat is not much less than Pang's. Jin Yuanzi even felt that if the people weren't afraid of Wu Tian sitting beside them, they might have come up to force and scheme at this moment. Alas, Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun both sighed lightly, already understanding the meaning of Wu Tian's words. Red Cloud sat on top of this futon with a karma on him that he could no longer shake off. The two men looked at each other. Red Cloud signaled with his eyes. Why don't we give this seat to fellow Taoist Wu Tian? We don't need to get involved in all this karma. Until now, the two also only know that the seat represents a great chance, but do not know how big and important this chance is, and even more do not know that the seat is related to the Hongmeng Purple Qi, which is the chance to become a saint. And because of that, Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud do not want to be stained with too much karma because of this unknown chance, and they still understand the reasoning of the piker's sin. Alas, I just want to get away with old brother Jin Yuan in the floodplains, have nothing to do but taste the ginseng fruit and sit and talk about the Tao. That's all. Red Cloud couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Think about it. It was actually a quiet voice transmission directly to Wu Tian. Fellow Taoist Wu Tian, why don't I let you have this seat? Your witch clan is so numerous and powerful, and the ancestral witches are so ferocious in the floodplains, that no one must dare to covet it, said the man who actually got up and gave up his seat. Wu Tian instantly reached out. A soft force was emitted to stop it. He was also surprised in his heart, which, although as he guessed, Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud, the two brothers, and is not willing to get into trouble for the unknown chance. That's why it's in the middle of the original momentum. Giving up his seat to Jain and Junti not only lost the Hongmeng Violet Qi that was the opportunity to become a saint, but also because of his giving up his seat, implicating Kuanping and causing him to have a nagging grudge. Obviously, the ones who forced Kuanping to do so were Jain and Junti. The one who humiliated Kuanping was the first heavenly father, but Kuanping's most hated in turn became the Red Cloud. Can't I beat you, Red Cloud? Alas, fellow Taoist Red Cloud, hold your horses. This seed is both chance and fortune, and what it consumes is your own qi and fortune. The greater the chance, the greater the qi and fortune consumed. Since you've already sat down, it would be bad to let it out again. God's gift is not to be taken, but to be blamed. As the first cloud between heaven and earth, the Red Cloud is said to have been stained with the heart essence blood of the great god Pangu, and its own fortune is needless to say. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to get this seat. But the first time he let out, then the last Hongmeng Violet Qi fell into his hands again, meaning that Hongyun had consumed the Qi capable of becoming a saint twice in the process. Such consumption, if he doesn't die, who will? Although Hongyun intended to give up her seat, Wu Tian did not want to accept it. Instead, he sincerely hoped that Hongyun would stabilize her mind and resolutely refuse to allow it. If you ask me, you should learn from my witch race. Who dares to force you? Fight with him is, now in the flood, can decapitate the two of you brothers and not pay a little painful price? Almost no, right? Wu Tian continued to speak again. After listening, Red Cloud silent, Jin Yuanzi also a look of pondering in the heart. The two were not combative nature, and now let them have such a decisive thought. Indeed, some difficulty. After a long time, the two of them cast grateful glances at Wu Tian. Thank you for your guidance, fellow Taoist. Emperor Jiang had been watching the exchange between the three, and although he hadn't heard the words of their divine soul transmissions, he had seen in his eyes the movements of the Red Cloud that was about to get up, as well as Wu Tian stopping it. It was already clear what was happening. There was a sudden shock in his eyes. This Red Cloud is really going to give up her seat to Wu Tian? And still looking so grateful to Wu Tian? But, why did Wu Tian refuse? Di Jiang, who was puzzled in his heart, directly and quietly pulled Wu Tian's arm and asked in a quiet voice transmission, Wu Tian, why don't you take it? Chapter 25, the show's about to begin. Emperor Jiang was completely convinced of Wu Tian at this moment. Red Cloud really needs to give up his seat. The grateful eyes, and even a small hint of guilt towards Wu Tian, were almost exactly the same as what Wu Tian had said earlier. Emperor Jiang naturally didn't know. The hint of guilt carried in the eyes of the Red Cloud is the feeling that by giving up his seat to Wu Tian, he is having the witch clan take over this karma. That's why there's such a look in his eyes. And because of this, Emperor Jiang became more and more incomprehensible. Everything developed according to what Wu Tian said. How is it that when it came down to it, Wu Tian instead refused again and did not accept Red Cloud's offer to give up his seat? Previously, Wu Tian had been very eager to urge the ancestral witches to set out and had encountered that kind of change of heart before the Violet Sky Palace. So Di Jiang felt that what Wu Tian was seeking was a seat in the Violet Sky Palace. Before roaring to, "Now push that seat out again. Wu Tian, what the hell are you doing?" Facing Emperor Jiang's puzzled look, Wu Tian laughed softly as he appeared to quietly transmit the message. "Brother, take it easy. A little more patience." As Wu Tian had just thought, he did hope that Hongjun could hold on, carry all the pressure, resolutely not letting sit, so that the great power of the flood wasteland naturally change. Maybe there can be one more Red Cloud Saint, as long as the heavenly greatness changes. It's just good for the Wookiees. Even if Red Cloud could not hold back the pressure in the end and still wanted to give up his seat, then Wu Tian could not take it at this time. This is representative of the Hongmeng purple chi. If Wu Tian was so direct next, when he waited until after the third sermon, would Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi harbor resentment? Wouldn't feel like an alarmist. Is that why he was scared into giving up his seat? So, even if Wu Tian wanted to take this seat down, he couldn't do it at this time, but rather wait until the two of them, Jia and Jianti, came and Red Cloud was under tremendous pressure to step forward, take the seat and carry the pressure, so that even if the back know what the seat represents, the two will not have any resentment in their hearts, even if it is resentment that will only be directed at Jian. Junti, Wu Tian was the one who stood up to help them. But, if I take this seat into my hands, will Hongjun really distribute the Hongmeng violet chi according to the seat, as he did among the original great powers? Doubts arose in Wu Tian's mind. Before in the Purple Sky Palace the ancestral witches encountered the Purple Sky Palace power to resist, has already let Wu Tian understand. Hongjun, this guy is not imagined in the appearance of the Taoist ancestor, seating order in the purple sky, nor is it an accident under the diffusion of heavenly chances. Rather, it was Hongjun's secret plot. If Wu Tian took Red Cloud's seat, he would once again destroy Hongjun's arrangement for the attribution of the Hongmeng purple chi. And would Hongjun be indifferent? Thought for a moment. Wu Tian eventually gave a spontaneous smile. The heart also muttered, "No harm done. Anyway, I don't intend to refine the Hongmeng purple chi and behead the three corpses to become a saint. So what can I do even if I don't get the Hongmeng purple chi? Instead, it validates something. It's just the biggest bang for your buck." At that moment, Wu Tian no longer dwelled on it. After Di Jiang heard Wu Tian's words, although the doubts in his heart were not lifted, he stopped asking questions and instead nodded his head at Wu Tian with great trust. Even more so, he quietly transmitted his voice to Wu Tian. "Yes, you're brothers, sisters, and I believe in you, so if you have any ideas just go for it, we'll back you up from behind. I'd like to see anyone else dare to target you." After saying that, again, he looked fiercely in the direction of the three clearances and glared at the figure of the first Heavenly Father. Stung by the gaze that had substance to it, the first Heavenly Father immediately frowned. Before he could say anything, Tai Chung, who was beside him, had already transmitted his voice to his ear. "The sermon is about to begin. Hold back a little more. Don't make a scene." The first Heavenly Father could only endure. Push down the anger in your heart. The three Qing at this time is still very united, but also very low-key. They have been incarnated from the time of the opening of the sky, but the time of the Dragon Han catastrophe almost did not appear. Go practiced in the Kunlun Mountains. Even when they later obtained the Hongmeng purple chi, they all waited until they became saints before they began to slowly move around the floodplains. So to say solid, triple clear is really solid. As time passed, a figure shot out from the chaos and fell into the Purple Heavenly Palace. But the Purple Heavenly Palace did not become crowded. The space inside was as if it was expanding automatically. Still very empty feeling. Everyone came in. The first glance was toward the front row of 7 people. Staring at them, the more people, the pressure also strengthened. Especially the kunai. It's almost like a feeling of a mannequin. Just then, Tai suddenly placed his hand on the chaos bell and quietly transmitted his voice to Dijun. "Brotherhood, aren't we going to do it yet? There are only 7 seats in the first row in the entire Purple Heavenly Palace. I've already looked at them. These 7 seats are full of Taoist charm. There must be a great chance." Wu Tian and the ancestral witches brought their own futons, but compared to the original 7 futons in the Purple Heaven Palace, the gap can be seen at a glance. Tai Chi was already a bit anxious. The more people there are, the worse it's going to get. Jun frowned slightly, eyes roving over the crowd in the first row for a moment. He eventually responded quietly. It's not as simple as you think. 3 Chang, ancestral witches naturally needless to say. Fushi, Nuai is not to be messed with. Even this red cloud is afraid that the ancestral witches will also protect him. Now Wu Tian, Red Cloud and the others didn't speak, but he had witnessed the close appearance between the 3 before. And even more so, he disliked the first Heavenly Father for this reason, and was not afraid to antagonize the 3 Chang at all. True against the 12 ancestral witches. Emperor Jun also had no idea in his heart, but Tai dropped his gaze on Kuanpeng's body and spoke directly. I didn't say they. This Kuanpeng is alone. Let us go after him and force him to give up his seat, and we brothers can just get a seat. The words had been unable to resist taking a step forward. Kuanpeng also sensed at this moment, instantly erecting his hair, turning back towards Jun, Tai and the 2 of them, his eyes full of vigilance. Emperor Jun, however, pulled him to a halt. Forget it, the sermon is about to begin, and Sage Hongjun may be watching from the shadows, so it's better not to start any strife at this time. If you miss the sermon because of this, wouldn't it be a small loss for a big loss? The 2 golden crows on the sun star. Tai is overbearing and incomparable, but Emperor Jun is more strategic. The leadership temperament is also stronger. Tai since very much listened to the words of his brother, Emperor Jun. Seeing Jun say so, Tai Chi hesitated for a moment, but eventually retreated. It was in the midst of a disgruntled mind. Suddenly 2 figures flew into the palace of the purple sky. It is the West's Jiajian, Junti 2 people. Only when they entered the purple heavenly palace, the 2 of them swept their eyes and dropped the situation in the purple heavenly palace into their eyes, and then after glancing at each other, they flew towards the very front, very directly at Red Cloud and Kuanpeng. Brother, not good. These 2 are going to make a move. Tai heart born a trace of anxiety, but also some regret. Just now he wanted to move by Emperor Jun persuaded to stop, and now directly cheap Ji-in. Ji-unti, Jun's eyes narrowed. Instead, there was a faint smile on his face. Ji-in, Junti 2 came later, but did not see Wu Tian and Red Clouds. Jin Yuanzi between the harmonious look. The hard dislike of Wu Tian between the beginning of the situation is also completely unaware of. Immediately, he summoned with Tai and laughed lightly. Take it easy. There's a good show. Chapter 26, Who the hell are you? Tai Chi listened. It also instantly understood what Jun meant. Eyes gleaming toward Jian. Junti 2 people look. The heart vaguely born of anticipation. At this moment, Wu Tian also sensed something. Snapping back, toward the 2 people of Jiajian and Junti, their faces showed a seemingly smiling expression. Paramount's pace jerked to a halt. Who is this man? Why are you looking at us with that expression? Thoughts tumbled through Paramount's mind. Flying quickly in thought, but soon many thoughts will be suppressed. A clenched teeth to come to the Red Cloud. Kuanpeng's back. The face of the expression is also sad and miserable. A miserable look. Alas, the 2 of my brothers came from the Western world. A long and chaotic journey. And I didn't expect to come to this purple cloud palace already so late that there wasn't even a seat. Woe is me. Junti can really pull his punches. 2. Surprisingly, a few crystal tears did actually fall. Looking at it, Wu Tian sked. As for Jian, is also on the side of sighing. He would have been miserable to the extreme look. Are not required to cry like Junti. Look all miserable. The others heard this. They all frowned towards Jian. Junti 2 people seem. Face is also some unimpressed meaning. A slight cold humming sound. If you don't have a seat, you don't have a seat? Could it be that just because you are miserable you have reason? You must take a seat in the purple heavenly palace? On what grounds? Guiding and Junti are the innate beings of the Western world. At the time of the Great Dragon Han Tribulation, a great battle of the Tao and the Devil erupted between Hongjun and Luo Shuju, which shattered the Western heaven and earth. The infamous immortal execution sword formation. Its array map is Luo Shu extracted Western earth veins refining. Think about it. Even the earth veins have been drawn out to refine the treasure. This Western aura is naturally thin. Vitality is also very rare. Naturally barren. But, what does this have to do with the people in the Purple Heaven Palace? It wasn't like these people owed the 2 brothers. As the Paraclete cries out, a disdainful gaze looked toward the 2. Juity is also indeed the Taoist heart is strong and tough-minded. To put it another way is that the cheek is too thick. Being looked at by so many different gazes, it still looks like the face does not change its color. Continuing to speak of Western sorrow and suffering, and how miserable the 2 brothers were, at the same time staring straight at the back of the Red Cloud. Kuanpeng, the gaze is like substance. Immediately let the Red Cloud. Kunpeng have a kind of sitting feeling. Junti wailed while staring straight at Red Cloud and Kunpeng's backs. The light in his eyes was like substance. It gave the two men a feeling of sitting on the edge of their seats. Red Cloud couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Woe is me. But thinking of Wu Tian's previous instructions, Hongjun could only grit his teeth and insist, simply ignoring the chattering Junti behind him. Just then, Junti actually suddenly mobilized mana, an invisible force instantly towards the red clouds. Kunpeng impact almost lifted the two off the futon above. Swish, both of them glowed with light. Instantly operating his own mana, he forced himself to settle in his seat, and then Red Cloud's face turned his head with a very ugly expression, looking towards Junti. And the kunai bowed his head and clenched his teeth. The face is already as deep as ink. At this time, Jin Yuanzi also reacted. Together with the Red Cloud frowned and looked toward Jun Ti, but saw that Jun Ti's face was full of pleading, as if the party was not at all the same as he did. I still hope that you, fellow Daoist, will fulfill your wish. Give this seat to my brothers and we will be grateful. And in the future, when the living beings of the Western world benefit from this sermon, they will also remember the kindness of your friend. Paramount spoke softly, looking at the Red Cloud's eyes firm and unshakable, a feeling of not stopping until the goal is achieved. Red Cloud couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Hiss, this Junti is so shameless? Just now, he also made a sudden attack on me, and now he is even like nothing, as if nothing has happened. The more people like that, the harder it is to deal with. A trace of worry arose in Red Cloud's heart. If you are determined not to let it, not to mention yourself and Jin Yuan old brother to fight with two people, even if it is to keep the seat underneath being on their mind, it's not a good thing, is it? A hint of sighing suddenly arose in the hearts of both Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi. Might as well square up and hold on. What about giving this seat to fellow Taoist Wu Tian? It also saves the situation. Thinking in their hearts, both of them couldn't help but look towards Wu Tian, but they were too embarrassed to open their mouths. Now that they said that they would let it go to Wu Tian, that would be asking Wu Tian to stand up for them. Wu Tian's heart stirred when he saw this. The time has come. At this time, although Junti did not understand why Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi were looking at Wu Tian and had some strange feelings in his heart, he was not worried. He doesn't remember much about Wu Tian. As it is, that's certainly not a powerful person. Junti is also picking up soft persimmons to pinch, such as the three Qing he certainly did not dare to mess with. Even Fushi, knew Hua, looking at Fushi that determined look, but also directly avoided. Not to mention Hou Tu. Then the target can only be placed on the Red Cloud. Kunpeng, Red Cloud, although there is a Jin Yuanzi in the side, but he has always known the character of the two. Simply do not care. Immediately, he laughed softly and opened his mouth. If you two fellow Taoists can fulfill, my brothers and I will definitely remember your kindness and owe you both karma. He said that he was going to squeeze towards Red Cloud. Wu Tian suddenly stretched out his hand and stopped him, while speaking faintly under his breath. Slow down. Want to grab the seat of fellow Taoist Red Cloud? Have you asked me? The two of them, guiding in Junti, turned their eyes. The eyes were extremely unkind towards Wu Tian. Who are you? How dare you talk too much and meddle in my business? When they saw that Wu Tian's eyes were raw, and although he was sitting with the ancestral witches, there was no trace of a ferocious aura around him. So naturally, they would not have thought that Wu Tian was from the witch race. Therefore, he was not polite to Wu Tian. Paramount was even thinking in his mind, should I step in to teach this guy who suddenly appeared out of nowhere a lesson? So as to also deter Red Cloud and the others, killing the chicken to make an example of them, so that they would obediently give up their seats? In the meantime, other early arrival of the great spiritual masters, who already know the identity of Wu Tian, suddenly face a gloating expression, sparing the nature of the two people toward Jain and Junti to look. Wu Tian did not care about the might of the two men. Understatement. Fellow Taoist Red Cloud has long since given me his seat. If you want to grab it, you naturally have to ask my opinion first. The words were not finished. It was directly interrupted by Junti. Junti snorted coldly and spoke directly. What's that you say? And what are you? The seven treasure wonderful tree in his hand had yet to be brushed out. He was directly impacted by the thick and incomparable baleful aura and couldn't help but take a step back towards the back, as Emperor Jiang and the others stood up in unison. Emperor Jiang didn't care that this was the purple heavenly palace, and without hesitation, he threw a punch at Junti's body. Candle Join also immediately struck out at Jiain. Other ancestral witches are also stupid. The purple heavenly palace instantly rose in the frenzied and incomparable wariness. There is a kind of let a person's blood spurting feeling. It was only after the two great ancestral witches had struck that Di Zhang's angry voice resounded in the violet sky palace. And what are you? Dare to bully my witch clan? Looking for death. Chapter 27, Junti confesses. There was a sudden shock in the purple heaven palace. Everyone was astonished beyond measure as they looked towards the ancestral witches. They didn't think that Di Jiang and Candle 19 would actually dare to make a move. Without hesitation. Overbearing to the core. Not the slightest concern that this is the purple heavenly palace. After this sudden strike, the two people, Jiayin and Junti, had their surrounding mana instantly shaken, and they couldn't help but take a few steps backward. Filled with shock, he looked towards the ancestral witches. Junti's mind was horrified. How dare you take a shot at me? Even he himself, before, he had used his secret strength to push Red Cloud and Koan Pang, and did not dare to strike out openly, but he did not expect the ancestral witches to be so direct. Anger mixed with hesitation on his face. The two people, Jiayin and Junti, did not dare to fight back. The ancestral witches dared to make trouble in the Purple Sky Palace and didn't even care about the next hearing. But the two of them were completely different. Emperor Jiang, this is a saint's dojo, and is it not a place for you witch race to be arrogant? Emperor Jiang took a violent step forward, approaching towards the two people of Guiding and Junti. The raging and incomparable fury instantly came to the face, making the two men's faces even more ugly. At that moment, Wu Tian got up, pulled Di Jiang, then smilingly opened his mouth to Jia Junti, although his face was with a light smile, but the words that came out made Jia Junti two people's hearts even more shocked. You two have a point. This Purple Heaven Palace is a place to listen to the Tao, not a place for us to fight. Also, today this karma will be recorded first. Wait until the end of this sermon. My witch clan will go to the Western world to find the two of you to end today's karma. How? The faces of the two people, Guiding and Junti, changed greatly. Wu Tian's words also attracted the attention of the others. Originally they saw that Wu Tian had almost no fury on his body, and even more so, he had been smiling and laughing. I didn't expect to open my mouth, or the overbearing nature of the ancestral witches. Immediately, someone muttered in their mind, this witch race is really overbearing. Di Jun and Tai Yi, who had been waiting to see a good show early on, both turned their gaze and looked at each other in all four eyes, both with a smile in their eyes. Emperor Jun's eyes seemed to say, how's it going? I told you I couldn't make a move, right? And then his eyes looked toward the deepest part of the Purple Heavenly Palace. Until now Hongjun did not appear. Di Jun was surprised in his heart. Could it be that sage Hongjun really doesn't care? The ancestral witches struck out at the Purple Cloud Palace. It can almost be seen as not giving him Hongjun face. So the situation, Hongjun can even sit still? Deep in the Purple Heavenly Palace, Hongjun took the strife here in his eyes. Eyes ghostly, brows furrowed tighter. Originally, he was very upset with the ancestral witches, almost breaking his previous plans and causing Hongjun to have to intervene. And now this? What's going on with this witch tribe? How every time out of the sky, Hongjun was very puzzled in his heart. According to what he had planned, it should have been Red Cloud who had given up his seat to Jiayin and Junti, and then Koan Pang had been thrown out of his seat as well. So much for that. So that he can bestow the Hongmeng purple chi to the two of them. It's not that Hongjun thinks more favorably of Jiayin and Junti, or that there's some kind of heaven-defined master-disciple bond with the two, but that there's a great karma between him and the Western world. The struggle between the Tao and the devil nearly shattered the West. So much so that the Western world is now barren of aura and sparse in vitality. If Hongjun wanted to end the karma, he would either personally sit in the Western world and make up for the lack of the Western world, or he would find someone to take on this karma. And Guiding and Junti are the candidates. He had already decided that he would merge with the Tao in his body after 3 sermons, so naturally he could not watch his calculations being broken. But Hongjun couldn't take a shot at the ancestral witch. The heart sighed even more. Alas, although saints are good, they are limited by the heavenly Tao. In the next quantum culpa, when the witch race was flourishing, Hongjun naturally could not break this heavenly momentum with his own hands. It's been a long time in the making. The mind is finally made up. After the two people over here, Guiding and Junti, were threatened by Wu Tian. Under the gazes of the many people in the Purple Heaven Palace, Junti's face changed for a while. Eventually the thoughts settled in his mind. It was actually arching its hand towards Wu Tian. Fellow Daoist, forgive me. My brothers and I came late and did not know that Daoist Red Cloud had already given up his seat to you, which is why we hastily came up to confer with Daoist Red Cloud. I hope that you, fellow Daoist, will bear with me. After Junti said that, in the direction of Wu Tian as well as the ancestral witches, he arched his hand and made a salute. Such a soft attitude that instantly confused the tough and incomparable ancestral witches. Emperor Jiang twisted his head toward Wu Tian. Wu Tian, what's wrong with these two? Did we blow your brains out? Obviously the ancestral witches struck out at them, but as a result, the two of them even made a 180-degree turn in attitude and directly ambled with the ancestral witches. Not only were the ancestral witches confused, among the crowd watching in the Purple Heavenly Palace, a dull, Yet clear and incomparable clamor also suddenly erupted. The crowd looked at Guiding and Junti in astonishment. Wu Genius made a threat and they wimped out? Under such a gaze, the two people, Jiayin and Junti, actually did not change their colors. It made even Wu Tian TSK, and he even muttered words in his heart. It's just like the legend. Then a faint glance toward Junti, a slight nod. His eyes then signaled the ancestral witches to sit down. Because of being in the Purple Heaven Palace, Wu Tian did not continue to pursue Jane. Junti temporarily put the matter down, but also showed a cloudy appearance. In reality, Wu Tian's mind, he was even more fearful of the two people, Guiding and Junti. According to the original development of the general trend, these two people later became the Heavenly Dao Saints, which Wu Tian is not worried. But if this Heavenly Dao Saints don't want to be cheeky and not bound by the rules, that's a bit of a headache. There are only 1,000 days to be a thief, but not 1,000 days to prevent a thief, or two sage-level thieves. In fact, it wasn't just Wu Tian who thought this way, such as Tai Cheng, Fu Shi, Di Jun and the others. The gazes they looked at the two people, Guiding and Junti, also changed instantly. They are unaware of the big picture though. I also don't know that the two people, Jie and Junti, will become saints in the future. But there was also scorn for the two men. Emperor and Jun even quietly transmitted his voice. These two can bend the rules. He will become a great man in the future. And the flood will have a place for him. Tai Chi has a domineering personality, but some are not accustomed to the quasi-so practice. Although the emperor is very confident, at this time also cannot help but refute the road. When the great Tao is contested, one should go forward. Is that all they've got? That Wu Tian just threatened, and Junti just bent down to make amends. And that's all that can be accomplished? Di Jun looked at his defiant brother, somewhat amused. He shook his head. You don't understand. Sometimes backing up is the only way to move forward, and showing weakness is the way to hunker down. If anyone else had said that, naturally nothing to worry about. But coming from the mouths of the witches, that they are the kind of people who can really do what they did to go out and block people in the Western world. No doubt about it. After the sermon, it's a good time to practice. If we continue to fight with the ancestral witches, even if our lives are not in danger, our cultivation will be delayed. And again, the Western world can plug people. Can you on your way to the Purple Heaven Palace? Wait until the next time you hear the word. Do they still want to be good? If you think about it this way, the way Junti handled the situation, although a bit humiliating, is considered the best and most secure way, conceding in front of the ancestral witches. No shame. Chapter 28. Red Cloud gives up his seat again, after the two of them, Guiding and Junti, suffered a loss. Not daring to continue to cause trouble, and even more so, not wanting to sit beside the ancestral witches, he simply walked towards the back of the three Qings, and sat behind Tai Ching and the first Heavenly Father respectively. Tai Ching's eyebrows twitched slightly. In the end nothing was said. After Guiding and Junti retreated, Jin Yuanzi, Hongjun, and even Koan Pang let out a light breath, their hearts instantly relaxing. Red Cloud got up in a hurry. Fellow Daoist Wu Tian, it's better for you to sit on this futon. That was the reason why Wu Tian had just stood up for him. Having already given up his seat to Wu Tian, it was not good for Hongjun to continue sitting down at the moment, and after what happened in the party, Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud more and more feel, this bushel of karma thick, really not they are willing to dip. So when Red Cloud opened his mouth, Jin Yuanzi also nodded slightly. Wu Tian's heart moved, but he opened his mouth to refuse. No harm done. After this battle, I'm afraid that no one will dare to come back to trouble you again. You just sit properly. He was also curious. If Red Cloud hadn't given up his seat and folded his own chi, would there have been the later events of Red Cloud's death and reincarnation as Shin Gnome? One more thing. Right now the kunai is still sitting still, did not lose his seat, and naturally did not resent Red Cloud for it. So would he still ambush Red Cloud in the future? But this time, Red Cloud's attitude was extremely resolute. No, Taoist friends use this excuse to stand up for me. If I'm still sitting on top of this seat, wouldn't this excuse be inconsistent with the name, and inevitably let others have a view of the witch race? Saying that, he actually completely disregarded Wu Tian's dissuasion. Straight up, sitting on the side of Jin Yuanzi, then the expression on his face also instantly became relaxed, as if he had unloaded 1,000 pounds of burden. Red Cloud is already like this. What else could Wu Tian say? But he wasn't going to sit on it himself. He wasn't interested in the Hongming purple chi, and he didn't want to take the path of decapitating the three corpses. Now Wu Tian carried the laws of the 12 ancestral witches. It is natural to go the way of Pangea, like Pangu, evidence by force. The force to prove the way is not the force of the law or the road, but their own strength to the extreme, with the absolute strength of the hall to prove the way. One more thing, Wu Tian feels that even if he sits up, with the situation that Hongjun interfered with his hand before, he may not be able to distribute Hongmeng purple qi according to the seat as he originally did. The Hongmeng purple qi is in the hands of Hongjun. How to post and what it relates to. It's still his call? Think about it. Wu Tian's heart stirred. Turning his head directly, he looked towards Emperor Jiang and spoke with a light smile. Brotherhood, why don't you take the seat? Emperor Jiang refused without thinking. Waving his hand directly, he smiled and spoke. Forget it. I don't have a yuanshan, so even if I have a heavenly chance, what can I do? If it wasn't for Wu Tian's insistence, they didn't even bother to come to the purple heavenly palace. Wu Tian nodded slightly and looked toward Xianming again. Sister Xianmei, it's better if you do it. Xianmei was about to refuse, but Emperor Jiang smiled and spoke. Ha ha. I knew that your kid is closer to Xianmei and Hou Tu sisters, and will definitely think of them when there is something good. The first seat occupied by the witches was given to Hou Tu. A second seat for Genji would be nice. Xianmei smiled at the white, cool face flashed a trace of redness, did not have the good sense to blankly glance at Di Jiang, and then said, don't I have no genjutsu either? But Wu Tian didn't care about that. Reaching out directly, he sent out an invisible force, and while Xianmei was speaking, he directly pulled Xianmei over and pressed his hands on Xianmei's shoulders, pressing him on top of the seat. What's the point of thinking so much? Sister Xianmei, just sit down in peace. Feel the heat above these shoulders. Xianmei hastily turned. Will Wu Tian's hands shock away? The two before the fight countless times. Skin contact also do not know how many. But this time to Xianmei feel completely different. It only felt like Wu Tian's hands were burning. It gets more and more alien. After bouncing Wu Tian away, Xianmei did not get up and refuse. Instead, he looked towards Hou Tu, and then he saw Hou Tu's smirking eyes. Xianming also hastily withdrew his gaze. Just sit down. Sister Hou Tu can sit, but I can't? This seat was obtained by Wu Tian, and she had accompanied Wu Tian to drill so many times before, worrying about Wu Tian's fighting skills, and it was time for Wu Tian to return the favor once. Thinking so, Xian Mo turned around and nodded gently at Wu Tian. The crowd in the Violet Sky Palace watched the way the ancestral witches humbled each other. The seat they begged for. How is it that it seems irrelevant to the witches? Junti sighed even more softly. The mind was a little speechless. Since you don't care about the seat, why make a big deal out of robbing me? Why bother? Ugh. Red Cloud, who had given up his seat, also froze. He stayed for a long time before turning back with a bitter smile and locking eyes with the Tuzhen Yuanzi. Red Cloud also sighed softly in his heart. Originally he was a bit reluctant, even thinking about it. Could it be that fellow Daoist Wu Tian is also here for this seat? The moment the thought vanished instantly, a strong sense of guilt was even born in his heart. After Xianmei sat down, the last three seats were Xianmei, Kuan Peng, and Hou Tu. Emperor Zheng's gaze that was as substantial as substance shot out. It landed on top of the Kuan Peng's back. Wu Tian, shall we? Emperor Jiang said, making a gesture of striking at the Kuan Peng's back, a faint fury emanating out, causing the Kuan Peng's figure to tremble violently. Wu Tian pondered slightly. Forget it. There's no need for that. At the same time he felt a little funny. In the original Great Momentum, Kuan Peng counted as an unlucky person. It was not easy to occupy a seat, but the result was taken by Jiayin and Junti. The bias was not as strong as these two. Incompetent and furious, he could only vent all his anger on Red Cloud. This time, Wu Tian made a move. I can't believe I let this guy get away with this. Because of the previous strife, naturally no one else dared to take action against Kuan Peng. Who knew if the ancestral witches would jump out again? At those words, Emperor Jiang nodded his head, eyes no longer gazing at the back of the Kuanping. At the same time will be their own aura convergence. The Kuanping also instantly feel the pressure to remove. Phew! The kunai was secretly relieved. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked towards Wu Tian, and suddenly felt inexplicable emotions in his heart. And after pondering for a long time, Kuan Peng, who had not uttered a word, suddenly opened his mouth. In a low voice, he spoke to Wu Tian. Today Kuan Peng owes a favor to fellow Taoist. This karma will be repaid in the future. Wu Tian looked towards Kuan Peng. A smile appeared on his face. Today Kuan Peng really owed big karma. Not just because of the seat under his butt. In the midst of the original great power, when he was driven out of his seat, the first Heavenly Father even uttered those very famous words. How can a person who is feathered and spawned and clad in scales and horns be worthy of sitting on the same level as me? Trampling the kunai's face into the mud. Now the situation has changed. Naturally there is no such thing. Kuanping also get rid of the fate of being humiliated. But Wu Tian didn't say much. Just a light smile and nod at the kunai. And then looked toward the front, silently waiting for Hongjun to arrive. The beginning of the sermon. Chapter 29, The Arrival of Hongjun. The beginning of the lecture. Wu Tian was quiet for the next few moments. For the sermon in the Purple Heaven Palace, he has changed a lot, and a lot has not changed. More he didn't force. Wu Tian pondered in his mind instead. Now this situation. Jiayin and Junti didn't get the seats. Instead Xianmei and Kuanping got the seats. And Kuanping didn't take the anger out on Hongyun. So what will happen to the next big situation? Will Hongjun really give the Hongmeng purple chi to Xianmei and Kuanping? Or will it be given to Jiayin and Junti as it was in the original Great Power? Wu Tian's heart was filled with anticipation. As time passes, the number of people coming to the Purple Heavenly Palace in the back is getting fewer and thinner. Soon the 3,000-year deadline arrived. Suddenly, Wu Tian's heart throbbed. Suddenly raised his head, looking toward the front. But there is a figure sitting in front. His face indifferent. Surrounded by an infinite Tao rhyme. A jade-colored disc hovered above his head. A force of laws emanated out like a halo, connecting to the nothingness behind him. Hongjun, Wu Tian exclaimed in his heart. The jade-colored disc was naturally the jade disc of creation. He actually did not notice at all when Hongjun arrived. And as if Hongjun has always been sitting there, only now he noticed the same. At this time Hongjun's deep eyes looked just in time to meet Wu Tian's gaze. Wu Tian was immediately like a lightning strike. Only feel the mind was violently shocked. In an instant their own mana spontaneous operation. Hongmeng measure of the sky ruler is also in the divine soul is also the explosion of Xian gold light. The mark above the divine soul also flickered slightly. Wu Tian's heavenly chances and chi were also instantly suppressed by the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven and stirred up by the Pangu's true intent in his divine soul. Hongjun's eyes moved slightly. A mental sigh escaped his lips, and he instantly withdrew his gaze. Why does this Wu Tian have such luck? To be able to get a merit supreme treasure to protect your body. Hongjun was somewhat speechless in his heart. There were numerous magical treasures in his hands. One could even say that they were numerous. But he didn't have a single magical treasure of the merit supreme grade either. It's all about the legacy of Pangea. Must be accompanied by pancake mass immune. It was as if he knew that Tai Ching had the heaven and earth Shinhuan Linglong pagoda. And he had never struck at the idea of this merit supreme treasure. It was also because of the suppression of this supreme treasure of merit. Under the short glimpse, Hongjun did not achieve his purpose, but could only give up. Originally he was thinking of taking advantage of Wu Tian's inattention to probe some mysteries. At this point, you can only extinguish your mind. It can't be too blatant. After becoming a heavenly saint, Hongjun suddenly realized that although he was able to borrow the power of the heavenly Tao, the constraints he was subjected to were rather greater. If it was before, he might directly strike, recklessly probing Wu Tian's secrets, or even directly suppressing them with a strong force, and now it must obey the rules of heaven. He was a heavenly Tao saint and was already part of the heavenly Tao's rules, so if he still had to mess around and break the rules, wouldn't he be out of his mind? The pressure on his body instantly dissipated. Wu Tian also instantly frowned, his eyes looking furtively towards Hongjun. He knew very well that this was certainly not an unintentional sage's pressure. Rather, Hongjun deliberately probed. But so what? At this time, Hongjun has removed his gaze. A look that nothing happened. Wu Tian could only mutter secretly, "Keep all your displeasure to yourself." At this time the others also realized that Hongjun had arrived. And there was a commotion in the Purple Heavenly Palace. And then there was the sound of people saluting. "Greetings to Sage Hongjun. Many thanks to the saints for preaching to us." Hongjun answered softly. For the ancestral witch's unimpressed attitude, it was as if they didn't see it at all. And after sweeping his gaze over the 7 seats, he faintly spoke. "Sit like this from now on." The crowd responded in a hurry. Then Hongjun looked toward the gate of the Purple Heavenly Palace again and spoke to the 2 children. "The time has come. Child, close the gate." 2 powder-carved jade children, 1 male and 1 female, 1 on the left and 1 on the right, then got up and answered. And after bowing to Hongjun, they pushed the door of the Purple Heavenly Palace. Wu Tian looked at it curiously. Before he was in a hurry to come in and occupy a seat, he forgot to contact these 2 children. That is, the legendary Hou Tu and Yao Qi. Don't look at the 2 small children as insignificant, but if he can become Hongjun's child, how bad can he be? In the future, Hou Tu even got the position of Heavenly Emperor, in charge of the Heavenly Court, and even the god-feuding catastrophe was caused by Hou Tu's complaint. The disciples of the 3 religions all underestimated Hou Tu, but they forgot. Hou Tu is also the Purple Sky Palace to listen to the Tao, in detail. With 2 clear they are still classmates. Who are they to look the other way? Thinking of this, Wu Tian couldn't help but want to spit. However, thinking of his own identity, he ended up laughing lightly in his heart. He is now an ancestral witch. The more chaos within the mystery. Wouldn't it be better for him? Soon, the door of the Purple Heavenly Palace closed, And the crowd also looked towards Hongjun with gleaming eyes and incomparable anticipation, the curiosity in their eyes seeming to overflow. Hongjun didn't deliberately whet everyone's appetite either. First, he made a brief opening statement, and again explained the reason for his sermon in the Purple Heavenly Palace. I am the Sage of Heavenly Tao. There is the responsibility to teach the flood beings and maintain the operation of the Heavenly Tao. Therefore, a lecture is held in the Purple Heaven Palace to preach Dale etc. After saying that, Hongjun's breath changed violently. The Tao rhythm around his body spread towards the entire Purple Heavenly Palace, and instantly there were infinite visions dense in the void. Wu Tian also hurriedly collected his mind. Next moment, the curling Taoist voice sounded. My way is the way of the free immortal. After becoming a heavenly Tao sage, if one wants to go further, in addition to one's own cultivation and enlightenment, the main thing is the competition and accumulation of qi and merit. Spreading indoctrination is the best means. So much for that. Hongjun naturally wants to take the opportunity of the sermon in the Purple Heavenly Palace to spread his immortal way, preferably throughout the entire flooded heavens and earth. The more people who practice the immortal way, the more enhancements he, the Lord of the immortal way, received. The more each person who practiced the immortal way and made a breakthrough above the immortal way was expanding the boundaries of the immortal way for Hongjun, enhanced the power of Sendo. To put it another way, it's like a latter-day company, where employees work hard to produce results and advance within the company. But ultimately it's all about growing the company and making the chairman richer and richer. Unless you can start your own business, this is opening up your own path, or perhaps open up their own Tao on this basis, equivalent to internal incubation subsidiaries, although you have to pay a portion of the shares, but you can always get most of the autonomy. In the future, Tai Ching will become a saint with the Jindan Dao, Yuan Shi will become a saint with the Runic Dao, and Tong Tian will become a saint with the Formation Dao. And this is how, according to what Hongjun said, the realms in the flood are divided into heavenly immortal, true immortal, Xian immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, Dala golden immortal, and on top of that is the mixed golden immortal and mixed Dala golden immortal. This is the realm of the immortal way, and later became the agreed upon realm division of the entire floodplain. A quasi-saint is a mixed golden immortal. The saints, on the other hand, are the mixed metamorphosis paradigm immortals, but there is a distinction that needs to be made. A saint must be a mestizo Dara Jingxian, but a mestizo Dara Jingxian is not necessarily a saint. Only by certifying the way of mixed yuan and placing the yuan shen on top of the heavenly Tao can one be certified as a saint. And from then on, with the heavenly Tao's blessing, one will not die or perish. Hear this. Everyone in the Violet Sky Palace nodded slightly. The concept of saints was also finally understood, and each and every one of them exuded light in their eyes, itching to open their mouths and ask immediately, how do you become a saint? Chapter 30. End of the first sermon. This sermon, Hongjun began in the realm of the heavenly immortals, with Hongjun's exposition of the immortal way. Slowly in the Purple Heavenly Palace, there is a ground-surging golden lotus, the phenomenon of smallpox, countless aura convergence. The law is like ribbons flying. The crowd was immersed. Even Wu Tian, who had already planned to cultivate according to the cultivation method of the witch race and take the path of proving the Tao by force, listened with great interest. The stone of its mountain can attack jade. The sound of the word enters the ear. Countless epiphanies were born in the heart. As Hongjun explains the immortal practice, Wu Tian also verifies his own practice in his mind. And the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong turns with a roar. The flesh gives birth to hunger and thirst. Even the Yuan Shin shone brightly. And the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven that was suppressed in the Yuan Shin slowly rotated, constantly radiating arcane gold light. A strong and incomparable devouring force was born. And the Yuan Qi and laws in the Purple Heavenly Palace came rolling in, being swallowed by Wu Tian's wail. A huge vortex formed above Wu Tian's head like a funnel, with countless heavenly flowers and golden lotuses pouring toward it. At this time, Wu Tian was not simply cultivating the Yuan Shin. Rather, it was directly under the infinite Tao rhythm enhancement, where the physical body, divine soul, and Yuan Shen were cultivated in unison. And the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong was indeed the most powerful Dharma door, with all 3 being flawless. The aura was refined by Wu Tian's physical body, thick and heavy power of the law, so that the imprint above the divine soul flickers again, flying to inscribe new feelings, deepen the understanding of the law. And then the divine soul and fleshly body were added to it. The genjutsu grew by leaps and bounds. Compared to the 3 Qing and the others, the commotion caused by Wu Tian's cultivation wasn't very big, but it caught Hongjun's attention. The sound of the sermon even stops for a moment. His eyes look toward Wu Tian in surprise. How is that possible? He's not a witch. Hongjun's heart gave birth to a great deal of disbelief. More and more feel. In front of the eyes of this witch called Wu Tian body strange place, as if covered with layers and layers of clouds and fog-like. It made it difficult for him, a heavenly Tao saint, to see through. The witch race practiced with heavy turbid fury. It is reasonable to say that it is most repulsive to the light spiritual qi. That is, the innate spiritual qi. Why is this Wu Tian cultivating so smoothly? Is this still a Wiccan? Mindfulness. Hongjun's voice of the Tao in his mouth was unceasing, and he looked toward Di Jiang, Candle Juin and the others. And the reaction of these ancestral witches was just what he expected. One by one, they are sitting on their hands, as if there's a thorn under your ass. Looking at the expressions of the ancestral witches, if it wasn't for the fact that the gates of the Purple Heavenly Palace were already closed, these guys were afraid that they were going to slip away directly. Hongjun nodded slightly. That's what a proper Wiccan would look like. Then looked toward Shenmei and Hou Tu. Hongjun's eyes also more than a trace of deep meaning. Hou Tu is just, although early-born Yuan Du, in Hongjun's unexpected. But in the end, it did not deviate much from the general trend of heaven. But Genji was different. In Wu Tian's tawdry operation, Shenmei this time got a seat in the Purple Heaven Palace. With the beginning of Hongjun's sermon, the bushes under the seat constantly emanate a thick Taoist rhythm. It is actually very quickly will be a heavy fury to suppress. Countless innate auras poured into the body. It was no longer instantly consumed by the fleshly body's powerful baleful qi like before, but slowly operated in the body according to the arcane route of the Gong method, constantly condensing divine soul power. The fledgling form of Yuanshan is about to be born. Alas. And I don't know if there is a change in the way of heaven or if it was supposed to be this way. Hongjun once again sighed softly in his heart, and then he slowly closed his eyes again and continued to explain his free immortal path. Soon, 10,000 years passed. After Hongjun finished speaking about the cultivation of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, Hongjun faintly said, "Those who are at the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, with their own laws perfected and their own ways understood, can be promoted to the quasi-saint realm." To this point, the sound of the word came to an abrupt end. The Dao and Yuan Shi laws that permeated the Purple Heavenly Palace also slowly dispersed. The crowd looked as if they were waking up from a dream. Lu woke up from his sense of the great Dao and looked up towards Hongjun in front of him, all with a somewhat bewildered look in his eyes. That's the end of it? Where's the Paraclete? How exactly do you break through the Paramount Saints? You go ahead and say it. Before they could speak, Hongjun's voice sounded again. The time of 10,000 years has come. This sermon is over, and the second sermon will be given 3,000 years later, when we will talk about how to achieve quasi-sainthood. After saying that, another sweeping glance toward the crowd, and then the figure slowly dispersed. Although the people with a monkey scratching the same heart, but at this time is not good to continue to ask, can only be a piece of anticipation? While the figure of Hongjun disappeared in addition to salute. Thanks to Hongjun for this sermon. At this time, the two little Taoist children got up, and the door of the Purple Heavenly Palace slowly opened. Phew! It's finally over. The Shu Rong Ancestral which couldn't help but get up, stretched out. The other people listening to the sermon all looked toward the ancestral witches with unfavorable expressions, and there was also a feeling of indignation in their hearts. We can't wait for Sage Hongjun to speak a little more. How dare you have such an attitude? If it is not afraid to provoke. It is estimated that some people want to come up to properly educate the ancestral witches. Wishbone's eyes flickered. There was some disdain on his face. See what? What's the problem? Can come here that is not the innate sacred? That does not have its own avenue. Why listen to this what the free immortal road? Lost their own fundamental. Ha! Wu Tian was calming his own mana. After hearing Zhu Rong's words, he fiercely looked towards Zhu Rong, and a surprised light was born in his eyes. Yo! Zhu Rong, this guy can even think of this? On weekdays Zhu Rong was the most impatient, also because of the character of the reason. Is all the ancestral witches among the most whacked by the Emperor River? At this time is still some mouth, but is not without reason. It seems I don't know enough about my older brothers. Among the original momentum, the ancestral witches may not have no brains at all, but the avatars were no match for heaven's number. And with the heavenly Tao and the saints all calculating together, even if they wanted to struggle and resist, what could they do? Emperor Jun, Fuxi and others, recognized as eloquent and wise as the sea, are not also contained? Just then, Wishbone suddenly yelled again. No good. That Western duo slipped away. Wu Tian's thoughts were instantly interrupted. Then he turned his head towards the place where Jiayin and Junti were practicing, and sure enough, it was empty of people. Look toward the gate of the Purple Heavenly Palace again. You can only see two golden lights shooting toward the chaos. It was gone in the blink of an eye. What a run! Other people who have not yet left. See this scene also cannot help but frown. Originally still some disliked Zhu Rong in the Purple Heavenly Palace in a big speech. At this moment but no longer dare to cast a reproachful look. Jiayin and Junti all avoided it. How dare they mess with it? Chapter 31 Great Harvest. Strength Enhancement. But honestly, Tian really did not think about what to do with him. After the sermon blocked two people, always a little don't go after school feeling. Why is this necessary? There is also great chi fortune in guiding in Junti. Ancestral witches now, even if they are out, it is impossible to kill them. It is better to write all this down and wait until the karma is big. Give them a hard time all at once, even if they don't die. And take the skin off these two as well. At this time, Emperor Jiang directly Chi voice is also towards the purple heavenly palace gate at a glance. Light humming words. Trying to run? Can they run? If we really want to teach them a lesson, let's just chase them directly to the Western world. How can they not return to the Western world from now on? Then raised an eyebrow towards Tian. Going after them now? Emperor Jiang's voice was loud. The entire purple heavenly palace who hadn't left heard it, and suddenly their faces changed drastically. And some of the timid ones directly lowered their heads and headed towards the main door of the purple heavenly palace. Fear of being missed by the ancestral witches again. This is so vindictive. So mixed up again. They really can't afford to mess with it. Tian immediately laughed bitterly. Forget it. First, give them a mark. Temporarily let them a horse. Wait until later together to settle the score. We also have to hurry back to see how the sons and daughters are. Been out so long. Tian said so. The ancestral witches were all of a sudden a bit anxious as well. Yeah. Gotta get back in there and check it out. This time, from the sermon 3,000 years ago, the sermon lasted another 10,000 years, and although there were a lot of exhortations on the way out, the ancestral witches were still attached in their hearts. At that moment, he didn't think about getting into trouble. Hurried feet, about to head out. Tian was also a bit anxious in his heart. He had also explained to Jiu Feng and Hui before he came, asking them to wander around Buzhou Mountain and check for traces of the innate gourd vine. I don't know if I found it either. At this time Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun hurriedly got up and came to Tian, smilingly said, Fellow Taoist Tian, I thank you for your help before. My brothers and I are grateful. Jin Yuan has nothing else. Only ginseng fruit can be taken. Why don't you go to my 5 zhuangguan and sit down to discuss and savor? This time the ancestral witches stood up for them. The two felt that they owed a huge amount of karma, but they didn't know how to pay it back, and the only thing they could take was naturally the ginseng fruit. Immediately, he opened his mouth to be invited. Tian was also interested in the ginseng fruit, which was one of the innate 10 spiritual roots, blossomed once in 3,000 years, or fruit once in 3,000 years, matured once in 3,000 years, and there were only 30 ginseng fruits in around, but there was no direct promise. Instead, he smiled and spoke. Next time for sure. Emperor Jiang and the others had long since returned, and Tian is the same, plus the interval between the two sermons is very short. Only 3,000 years, but also counting the time to go back and forth to the chaos. Tian then opened his mouth to politely decline. The ginseng fruit can't run away anyway, even if you wait until after the sermon. Jin Yuanzi also heard what they had said before and immediately smiled and spoke. Good thing too. You Taoist friends after all. Not the same as the two of me. The family is big. This karma my brother and sister in mind. We will see you next time the sermon. Wait until you all Taoist friends leisure time. We will be in the 5 zhuangguan sweep the couch to welcome. Saying so, he arched his hand at Tian. Another farewell to Emperor Jiang and the other ancestral witches. Although the ancestral witches were bad-tempered, they were not unaware of the good and bad, and they were still able to accept the goodwill of Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun, and they all smiled and nodded their heads. Wait until the two are gone. Emperor Jiang even laughed lightly as he spoke. These two are okay. There's nothing wrong with him except that he's a little soft-natured. Tian also smiled and nodded. As for the ancestral witches cannot see the weak nature of the two. In fact, the two have not been forced to the point. Really to that point. We know that these two are not so. Among the original momentum, Red Cloud direct soul self-explosion, to die with Kuanping and others, even the Hongmeng violet gas was blown to pieces. This is not considered to be a strong nature? And Jin Yuanzi's earth book boundary that hooks up with the flooded earth. Therefore, it can only be said that the two are still very naive, and have not yet seen and understood the most essential logic of the operation of the flood. Human feelings are on the one hand, but that is based on sufficient strength. Tian looked towards the others again. At this time, the three Qing, Fuxi and Nuo also got up, and when they saw Tian's eyes looking at them, Yuanshi lightly grunted and turned his face away, while Fuxi and Nuo all nodded their heads with a light smile, with a faint curiosity in his eyes. After nodding with Fuxi and Nuo, brothers and sisters, let's go too. Tian then followed behind the ancestral witches and headed towards the gate of the purple heavenly palace, and when he passed by the Haotian child, Tian even stopped and slightly scrutinized the Haotian at this moment. Hou Tian was a bit surprised to see this. However, he still saluted Wu Tian. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Wu Tian smiled and nodded. The bad taste in his heart popped up. Raising his hand, he rubbed Hou Tian's hair bun and messed it up in a few handfuls, smilingly speaking, "Do well, little one. I'm looking out for you." Hou Tian suddenly looked furious. He was about to rebuke Wu Tian for his rudeness, but the next moment his eyes flashed with blood, and 2 drops of ferocious beast essence blood fell in front of him. The essence blood of a ferocious beast of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm? Hou Tian raised his head in a hurry. However, we can only see Wu Tian's figure flying fast, turning into a mysterious light shooting toward the chaos. This Wiccan is so weird, Hou Tian muttered in his heart, shaking his head again as if to look towards the depths of the purple heavenly palace. He saw that Hongjun did not step in to stop it, and immediately a smile appeared in his eyes, and he hurriedly put away the 2 drops of essence blood, and took the time to gesture to the Yowie across the room. "Don't worry, 1 drop for each of us." In the midst of chaos, it was still Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 who held up the boundary and flew through the chaos towards the flooded heavens and earth. Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 both looked at them with glaring eyes. "It was just crowded. We forbear to ask you, how did you gain from this sermon? But what progress has been made?" The gazes of the ancestral witches first fell on Wu Tian, and then toward Xinmei and Hou Tu. Wu Tian laughed a little at the sight. "I'll start then. Hongjun's opening lecture on immortal way cultivation, although different from our own way, is of great significance for cultivation reference. The paths of cultivation are each mysterious, but in reality the essence is the same." Wu Tian also reconfirmed this through Hongjun's explanation of the immortal way, which was nothing more than refining the qi first, nabbing the yuan qi of the heaven and earth as his own power, then sense the law and inscribe it. Wait until the law is complete, intertwined into the Tao. All of them take the opportunity of heaven and earth to create themselves. Although Wu Tian's cultivation method was different from the immortal way, there was a lot of borrowing from it. Plus when he preached in the purple heavenly palace, the power of the heavenly Tao was added. So naturally, he gained a great deal. Originally, after refining the ancestral dragon's essence blood and receiving help from the ancestral witches in the chaos, Wu Tian's inscriptions of the laws reached 20%. After this hearing of the sermon, the progress of law inscription was directly doubled. Already at 40%, the strength of his physical body had also directly reached the middle stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, and his Yuanshan had also reached the cultivation level of the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. After hearing this, Emperor Jiang had a thoughtful look on his face, silently estimating Wu Tian's current strength in his heart. The Shu Rong ancestral witch, however, spoke impatiently. "Don't say those false. The realm can't fully represent the strength. Just tell me, how long can you hold out under the Pangu true body's augmentation now?" Chapter 32 Changes in the Xinmei. Wu Tian burst out laughing. "That's true. Battle in the flood, and not meet the ratio of their respective realms, or to look at the comprehensive strength, physical body, magical powers, magic power, spiritual treasures. It all has an effect on the actual battlefield. And the thing that the ancestral witches were most concerned about was naturally the true body of Pangu, which was why Zhu Rong said so." Now everyone looked curious. Wu Tian estimated in his mind, "It'll probably last a moment." After saying that, the eyes of the ancestral witches lit up. From throwing a punch with the Pangu true body to now holding on for a moment with the Pangu true body's enhancement, it was already an overwhelming improvement. They were naturally overjoyed. However, Wu Tian himself knows that this kind of himself is only a shadowy shroud of Pangu's true body, not a real transformation into Pangu's true body. Not even close. The mind muttered, "It is estimated that only when I achieve the mixed Great Luo Golden Immortal, will I be able to truly take on the existence of Pangu's true body with my physical body? There's no rush for now. Take your time to practice just." Now Wu Tian's position in the Witch Clan was that of the Witch Clan's wise counselor, the military advisor. There was still at least one more quantum of time to cultivate it. 2 more sermons follow. One time, he was able to inscribe 20% of the laws, and with 2 more wool gatherings, he would be able to reach at least 80%. In other words, after 3 sermons, Wu Tian would be able to reach at least the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Emperor Jiang also smiled and nodded. Nice. A look of great satisfaction. The previous difficult scenes in the Violet Heavenly Palace were all directly ignored by him, and directly disregarded. After saying Wu Tian, the crowd looked toward Xinmei and Hou Tu again. Hou Tu gently laughed a little, but also to display their own Yuan Shen. The power of the Yuan Shen has actually reached the middle stage of the Dala Golden Immortal cultivation. Hou Tu looked towards Wu Tian. With gratitude in his eyes, he spoke softly. "Wu Tian is right. That seed does have a chance. When preaching there is an unceasing source of heavenly power that can suppress one's own fury and allow the Yuan Shen to cultivate faster. Speaking of which, The crowd snapped towards Xian He. According to such a statement by Hou Tu, would Xianhua also cultivate the Yuan Shun under the seat's augmentation? Genji didn't disappoint the crowd either. Directly, he nodded slowly. Nice. I've also cultivated the Yuan Shun. Now even Wu Tian was pleasantly surprised. Really? If that was the case, the entire witch clan would have 3 existences that had cultivated Yuan Shun, and the impact on the witch clan would be even greater. In fact, it is not to say that the way of Yuan Shun is better than the path of the ancestral witches to refine the physical body, but with the Yuan Shun, can sense the heavenly opportunity, even if the physical body fell later, can also use the Yuan Shun to escape. There was something odd about Xianmo's face. With a thought in his mind, he also released his Yuan Shun from the spiritual platform and floated above his head before speaking faintly. But, my Yuan Shun doesn't seem to be in a good condition. Wu Tian hurriedly looked towards Xianmo's Yuan Shun. The 3-inch-sized Yuan Shun looked exactly like Xianmo, as if it was a tiny hand puppet. The difference between that and the Genesis is a touch more lightness. According to Wu Tian's senses, at this moment, this Yuan Shun is only in the golden immortal realm, emitting the aura of the laws of the Xian Di, while outside of the Yuan Shun, a thick and incomparable baleful aura is constantly rushing, slowly wasting away the power of the Genjutsu, so much so that the Genesis is a little bleak. Wu Tian instantly also understands the problem that Xianmei is facing at the moment. She is not the same as Hou Tu. Hou Tu has previously obtained a huge amount of merit and virtue, transformed into a golden wheel of merit and virtue surrounded outside the Yuan deity, blocked the erosion of one's own fury on the Yuan Shen. And Genji didn't. So after breaking away from the futon in the purple heavenly palace, Xianhua's own baleful aura was not suppressed and instantly took over, and it began to consume the Yuan Shen that should not have appeared in the first place. Emperor Jiang pondered a little. There was no good way to think left and right in his mind. He naturally didn't want to let Xianmei's work be ruined, and finally looked towards Wu Tian and opened his mouth to ask, "So what now?" Wu Tian's heart moved slightly. From within his physical body, a golden light instantly broke out. Swish! The Hongmeng measuring ruler fell away. In an instant, it landed on top of Xianmei's Yuanda, slowly rotating like the hands of a clock, constantly spilling out arcane yellow-colored light. With this change appearing, the heavy turbid fury that was originally dense outside the Yuanshan was instantly repelled outside the Yuanshan, and Xianmo's Yuanshan recovered some of its spirituality. No longer the wan look of a moment ago. Xianmoi, however, blushed. "This is your magic. You gave it to me. What do you use for yourself?" With that, he was about to raise his hand, grabbing towards the top of his head, wanting to return the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven to Wu Tian. Wu Tian reached out in a hurry. A hand grabbed the cold palm of Genji's hand. "Take it easy. I didn't say that I would directly give you the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven. Isn't this a temporary suppression for you? It's not easy to get this chance to cultivate the Yuanshan. We can't just watch it wear out, can we?" Xanadu's arm struggled a bit. In fact, her physical strength was far stronger than Wu Tian's, but at this moment, she did not break free, and a hint of redness flashed across her face. At this time, Wu Tian smiled and spoke again. "Don't worry, this problem is simple. When the time comes to find you a magic treasure that can suppress your own Yuanshan, it is best to be able to fit with your own laws. At that time, just return the Hongmeng measuring ruler to me. Ancestral witches have given him their blood." Wu Tian was not so bad that he could not afford to temporarily borrow the Hongmeng heavenly ruler, so he naturally did not hesitate to make a move. Genji eventually nodded slightly. "Yes, then quietly exert yourself." Throwing Wu Tian's hand away, he then moved his mind to let the Yuanshan fall into his body. The Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven also disappeared along with the Yuanshan, and only after doing so did Xianmo look towards Wu Tian with a somewhat inexplicable expression. That's when Hou Tu's eyes turned. His eyes continuously flicked back and forth over Wu Tian and Xianhe, then he said with a smile, "Sister Xianmei really didn't look at the wrong person. It's not in vain that she has been worrying about you before." Xianmei glared over fiercely. The ancestral witches also laughed out loud when they saw this. Wu Tian didn't pay attention to the eye contact between the two, and at the moment, he was already in deep thought, muttering continuously in his heart, "Which innate spiritual treasure is the most suitable? The witch race has very few magic treasures now." It wasn't that the ancestral witches were too poor, but originally they didn't care about the various magical treasures and didn't specialize in collecting them at all. But it's okay. As long as there was an innate magic treasure suitable for Xianmei, the ancestral witches could go and grab it. All he needed to do was to tell the clues of the magic treasure, and I'm sure that Di Jiang and the others wouldn't hesitate to make a move. Just then, Wu Tian's heart suddenly stirred. He recalled the name given to Xianmei in later times, who, because of his own laws, was worshipped as the god of water, the god of winter, and the god of the north among the later times. After thinking about it, Wu Tian's eyes lit up. Water. North. That must be the Northern Xianyuan water control flag. An innate extreme spiritual treasure that can manipulate all the water under the sky. The power of protection is incomparably strong. What could be better than it? Chapter 33, A Pillow for the Sleepyheads. As far as Wu Tian knew, Northern Xianyuan water control flag should be in the hands of Pang. Just do not know at this time. He in the end to get this treasure did not. And there's one more thing. Pang's own magic treasures were relatively small. So on the magic treasure is more fancy. Otherwise there will not be the famous scene in later times. Witch and demon final battle. See, the situation is not good. Directly rolled the river map. Luo book on the run. No harm done. Pang owes me a favor anyway. If you are willing to talk properly, then it would be best to use this Northern Xianyuan water control flag to end the karma. If not, then there's nothing to be done. Wu Tian was self-conscious about being a helpful relative. Xianmei had treated him so well, he naturally had to be on Xianmei's side. And when the time came, even if he had to take a shot at Pang, he would still have to find a way to get his hands on this magic treasure. But what Wu Tian never expected was, that's the only way to read a couple of sentences. The kunai just appeared straight away. While Wu Tian was pondering in his mind, Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 suddenly changed their faces, and the boundary that the crowd was in came to a violent stop. Emperor Jiang also let out a furious cry. Who's up ahead? How dare you stand in the way of my witch clan? Saying that, he was about to rush into the chaos, striking out at the figure in front of him. When Wu Tian was startled, he hurriedly looked towards the front, and hurriedly pulled at Emperor Jiang again. Kunsight? Wu Tian exclaimed. The black-robed, solitary figure in front. Who else could it be but Pang? Such a coincidence? Think what you want. Wu Tian muttered secretly in his heart. Previously in the Purple Heaven Palace, Wu Tian did not care at all about Pang's figure when he left, thinking that he quietly slipped away after the end of the sermon. I didn't expect to be waiting in the middle of the chaos. Wu Tian's heart stirred. Then he whispered to Emperor Jiang. Don't worry, brother. I'll take a look. Emperor Jiang frowned slightly. A bit of worry in his eyes. Wu Tian had sort of always grown up under their protection, and had barely faced any dangers. Just in case this kunai gets violent. Wu Tian saw this and pacified again. Don't worry. Pang still owes us karma. This time to come is certainly not looking for trouble. Another look toward Genji. The smile on his face grew stronger. Sister Xianmei is really good luck. Simply dozing off Sen's pillows. Luck can't be stopped. After saying that, he directly walked towards the outside of the boundary, leaving behind the ancestral witches who looked at each other in disbelief. Shenhua was even more puzzled, his eyes blinking a few times. Me? Good luck? What does this Kunlun have to do with me? What Wu Tian had thought before. He didn't even have time to tell the ancestral witches, but he didn't expect Pang to appear, so the ancestral witches were naturally puzzled, but the crowd didn't have time to think about it. Hastily, he looked towards Wu Tian. Emperor Jiang, Candle Join is even more vigilant, secretly muttered in his heart. As long as this Pang dares to reveal any bad thoughts, he will directly strike. Chaos is his burial place. By this time, Wu Tian had already stepped out of the boundary and stepped into the chaos in the air. His body immediately emitted a faint aura around him, and his physical body was as if he was bathed in precious light. The chaotic aura was instantly pushed away. Only then did Wu Tian smile and speak. Fellow Daoist Pang, but there's something for me? Pang's face was incredibly silent as he waited until Wu Tian appeared and then spoke softly. The before seat thing. I owe you karma. Fellow Daoist, I wonder how you want to end this. Wu Tian was a bit strange. Wasn't it said that this Pang was withdrawn, vindictive, and greedy for magic treasures? Why did he catch up with himself to repay his karma? Seeing Wu Tian's surprised look, Pang spoke faintly. I, Pang, do not wish to owe favors. It's better to be clear about what's going on. Wu Tian smiled at his words, but he didn't directly say the Northern Xianyuan water control flag either, but instead smiled lightly and spoke. Then how does the Taoist friend want to end it? Or is there anything that the Taoist friend can give us? Or can do for us? The witch clan. The kunai opened his mouth, suddenly a little speechless all of a sudden. To say strength, he is not as good as the 12 ancestral witches. To say that the magic treasure, Pang's magic treasure is also less pathetic, is also considered the famous poor man in the flood. Even the two people in the West who screamed all day cannot compare. But he did think so. In particular, the arrogant and domineering appearance of the ancestral witches before had made Pang's heart wary and more alert. It's better to end it sooner rather than later. Otherwise, the trouble in this is not smaller than offending the two people of Jian and Junti. After thinking left and right, come directly to the chaos and wait. But Wu Tian asked this question, but it made Pang a little unsure of what to say, and even a little embarrassed. Yeah, what do I have to pay back karma? the kunai sighed in his heart. Seeing this, Wu Tian also stopped beating around the bush and instead directly put forward his request, smiling lightly as he spoke. Also, then I won't be polite. The Northern Xian Yuan water control flag among the 5 square flags of the innate heaven. Is it in your hands? If fellow Taoist has one, I wish to use this treasure to end the karma between us. Kunpeng's eyes snapped. A trace of sharpness steeply emerged from his eyes, icy cold and incomparable towards Wu Tian, causing the ancestral witches to stand up with a clatter, glaring towards Kunpeng with an unkind face. But the kunai is as good as unseen. Self-concern's face shifted. A few moments later, finally gritting his teeth and nodding his head, a pained expression appeared on his face, and although he was very reluctant, he waved his hand to strike a black arcane light out. Swish! Black painted triangular small flag appeared between the two. Dense this thick incomparable taurime. The chaos of the gas instantly pushed away a long way. Here, Kunpeng gritted his teeth in general. The only magic treasure he could take out, other than this innate supreme spiritual treasure, was the Kunpeng Hall, so at this moment, it was simply like cutting into his heart. But what about that? One doesn't want to owe karma to the witch clan, and one can't lie or not give it when one comes to the door, right? But what made the kunai strange was this. After taking out the Northern Xian Yuan water control flag, although it is still in the heart of the unwillingness to give up, but there is a feeling of relief. Their own chi is also a hidden change. What's going on here? The kunai breathed a quiet sigh of relief afterward. The mind was puzzled, but in the end it was attributed to the ending of karma and the clearing of one's own mind. He naturally did not know that Wu Tian had already been thinking about this magic treasure and had made up his mind to get it for Xianmei. And if Kunpeng did not give it to him, the ancestral witches would have to take it by force. So much for that. It's also a way to eliminate a robbery. Wu Tian looked toward the Northern Xian Yuan water control flag that slowly flew toward him. A foot-sized 3-inch small flag. Above the black flag surface, covered with arcane incomparable runes. Catch the Northern Xian Yuan water control flag. Wu Tian nodded with satisfaction and spoke to Kunpeng. Thank you, fellow Taoist. All the previous karma, today it is written off. Seeing Kunpeng's unwilling gaze again, Wu Tian smiled once more and after a little contemplation, he spoke to Kunpeng. Seeing his fellow Taoist Kunpeng is so painfully honest, I might as well tell fellow Taoist that the seat you keep is much more precious than this Northern Xian Yuan water control flag. Of course, it also depends on what the one thinks. After saying that, stretching out his finger toward it, he nodded. The seat represents the violet chi of the Hongmeng, which is the chance to become a saint. Now that Kunpeng has kept his seat, it is reasonable to say that he will also be able to obtain a piece of the violet chi of the Hongmeng. But Wu Tian can't guarantee. Who knows if Hongjun will backtrack again? After listening to the Kunpeng, the light in his eyes suddenly flashed, and a thought vaguely emerged in his heart, and then a trace of ecstasy was born. The Northern Xian Yuan water control flag was an innate extreme spiritual treasure. What would be the chance that could be more precious than that? Kunpeng immediately wanted to open his mouth to inquire. Wu Tian, however, smiled and shook his head. Unspeakable, unspeakable, turning toward the ancestral witches, and after a moment of silence, Kunpeng also slightly arched his hand at Wu Tian's back and turned around to disappear into the chaos. Chapter 34, Returning to the Flood. Wait for the kunai to leave. Emperor Jiang and Candle Join joined forces again, and under the surge of the power of the law, the ancestral witches continued to travel through the chaos in the direction of the flooded heavens and earth. Wu Tian also handed the Northern Xian Yuan water control flag in his hand to Xinhua and spoke with a smile. Sister Genji, you're pretty lucky. He had only just thought of the most suitable Dharma treasure for Xianmei, but it turned out that Kunpeng had sent it over in the twinkling of an eye. Should it be such a coincidence? It caused Wu Tian to be surprised in his heart as well. The kunai was surprisingly willing to give it up. It's nothing like the Kunpeng he remembered, but it's normal. Who says that the stories and legends they knew in their past lives are always 100% correct? Take Hongjun for example, the purple sky palace before the outgoing interference. Let Wu Tian feel very surprised. Not at all what he thought of as weighty. On the contrary, some anxious. Look at the small triangular flag in front of you. Xianmei is still a little strange. Raised his head and looked at Wu Tian. His cool face showed a trace of bewilderment, and even had an extra flavor. Wu Tian rarely saw this scene. There was a moment of flabbergasted silence. Immediately afterward, he felt the sharp and incomparable eyes that wanted to zap him to death, and Wu Tian hurriedly explained. This innate extreme spiritual treasure is most compatible with you. If you can refine it and suppress it in your Yuanshan, you will be able to solve the problem of the baleful gas erosion. Hey, I had just thought of this magic treasure, but I didn't expect the Kunpeng to appear right in front of me and deliver it directly to my door. That's why I said that Sister Xianmei had good luck. Hearing Wu Tian say that, The ancestral witches also rejoiced. The commoner ancestor witch laughed earnestly. What's so strange about that? We are the rightful ancestors of Pangu, the bloodline of the Father God. And we are naturally very lucky as we have been clocked by the chi of the flooded heavens and earth. The other ancestral witches smiled and nodded their heads. When Wu Tian saw how confident the ancestral witches looked, he didn't say anything snide at this time. In fact, during this quantum of culpa, the ancestral witches had extremely strong chi. Before the witch demon war, it does go well with everything. Xianmei pondered a little and didn't say anything to refuse, but reached out and took the Northern Xianyuan water control flag into his hands, while at the same time, he was about to return the Hongmeng heavenly ruler to Wu Tian. Wu Tian hurriedly stopped it. What's the rush? Wait until you refine this treasure first. Without completely refining the Northern Xianyuan water control flag, how could it exert its strength in its entirety and protect the Yuanshan that had been born with great difficulty? So Wu Tian was in no hurry at all. At this time, Hou Tu also smiled and spoke. Just listen to him. I can kind of see that this guy is smart. You just do whatever he says. Wu Tian immediately looked towards Hou Tu, showing a flattered look, smilingly said, "Thank you, Sister Hou Tu, for the compliment." Hou Tu smiled without saying anything, but after this, Xianmei stopped insisting on returning the Hongmeng measuring ruler, and instead put away the Northern Xianyuan water control flag and hurriedly began refining. Early refining will also allow for early return of the treasure. At that moment Zhu Rong suddenly spoke. Wu Tian, are there any more magic treasures like the Northern Xianyuan water control flag? Do you think if we get a few more, we'll be able to cultivate Yuanshan as well? Wu Tian hadn't answered. Empyrean then blanked him and directly scolded him. Thinking about what? It has to be after you cultivate the Yuanshan that this innate spiritual treasure will be able to function. It is not the case that you can cultivate the Yuanshan just by holding the innate spiritual treasure. But, it would be great if I could get one for Hou Tu's sister as well. There's always a day when the merit is consumed. It's better to get an innate spiritual treasure to be on the safe side. After all was said and done, Emperor Jiang also looked at him with a glaring gaze. Wu Tian smiled and explained after organizing his language a little. The mana is not there. This Northern Xianyuan water control flag is one of the 5 square flags of the ancestral heaven, and the others are the Eastern treasure-colored green lotus flag, the Western vegetable-colored cloud boundary flag, the Southern flame light flag away from the earth, and the Central Woji apricot yellow flag. If I were to say it's appropriate, it would be this Central Ehe apricot and yellow flag, which is the most compatible with Sister Hou Tu. Zhu Rong's eyes lit up. So what are we waiting for? Do you know who has it? If we do, let's go get it back now. Wu Tian smiled bitterly at his words. In the original momentum, the other several pieces of the 5 heavenly banners should now be in the hands of Hongjun, the Purple Heaven Palace sermon after the respective bestowal. Only then did it fall into the hands of Tai Ching and the others. Among them, Tai Ching got the Southern Offerth Flame Light flag, Yuanshi Tianzun got the Central Ehe apricot and yellow flag, Junti got the Eastern treasure color green lotus flag, and the Queen Mother of the West got the Western plain cloud boundary flag. It should be in the hands of Sage Hongjun. Hear this. Zhu Rong, who originally had a cocky look on his face, also stopped violently in his expression and shouted with glaring eyes. Ha! The ancestral witches burst into laughter. Emperor Jiang then waved his hand. There's no rush. So what if it's a saint? When our brothers are a little stronger, we may not be afraid of them then. The ancestral witches did not have any reverence for Hongjun as well as the heavenly Tao, and they worshipped only Pangu, the Father God, at the top of the heavens and the earth. Even when I heard it was Hongjun, and it didn't just give up, but after meeting Hongjun, Hou Tu has already realized that Hongjun's strength is unfathomable, and doesn't want to invite strong enemies for the witch clan just because of herself. Immediately, he smiled and spoke. Better yet, when the Purple Heaven Palace delivers its second sermon, and after the Yuanshan is promoted to quasi-saint, it will be able to have no fear of its own baneful chi infestation. So why do we need this flag? Wu Tian nodded slightly at his words. He didn't just give up though, but another idea was born in his mind. It's not good to grab it in the hands of the Hungarians. If it reaches the hands of the first Heavenly Father, it's always not that hard to grab, right? Earlier in the Purple Heavenly Palace, the first Heavenly Father had already almost fought with the ancestral witches, so there was no mental pressure at all for Wu Tian to count on him. As for the backwoods, no need. Wu Tian also had another idea. This separate Northern Xianyuan water control flag was an innate extreme spiritual treasure, and if the 5 elements could be united, it would certainly have the power of an innate supreme treasure. To be able to get all of the innate 5 elemental flags in hand, and then have Xianmei, Zhu Rong, Hou Tu, Matsui, and Zhu Meng, whose attributes were compatible, form a grand formation. Wouldn't the witches have to be the top formation again? Even if the 12 Du Tianxin Fei grand formation is broken, It will still allow the remaining ancestral witches to form a grand formation, or directly within the formation. It does get a little harder though. There's no rush, a slow and steady approach is. Wu Tian muttered in his heart. Then he stopped thinking about this and also laughed in response to Hou Tu's words, putting the ancestral witches' minds to rest. Now is not the time. There's no need for them to go up against Hongjun again. He then sat down on his knees in the middle of the boundary and continued to comprehend Dezhang's space laws and Candle 9 Yin's time laws. It was a long time again. The world of the flood finally came into view. Ancestor witches also whoosh a moment from the chaos through, into the chaotic tire membrane, back to the flood world. Wu Tian also sat up with some excitement. After staying in the boring chaos for a long time, he felt more and more that the magnificent flood world in front of him was valuable and relatable. Wu Tian hurriedly looked towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Another expectation was born in the mind as well. Did Nine Phoenix and the others find the innate gourd vine? Chapter 35 Innate Gourd Vine. Wait for the line to fall. Before even entering the Pangu Hall, the Nine Phoenix had already hurriedly sought it out with a face full of joy. Greetings to all the ancestral witch lords. After Nine Phoenix saluted again, he hastily looked toward Wu Tian. When Wu Tian saw her appearance, the anticipation in his heart strengthened, and his eyes couldn't help but widen as he hurriedly asked, "Found it?" Nine Phoenix nodded heavily and spoke with a smile. As Lord Ancestral Witch said, "We found this innate gourd vine at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, and now Hou Yi and the others are guarding it there. So I saw the ancestral witches return and hurriedly came to report." Wu Tian was instantly overjoyed. Next, Jiufeng briefly described the process of discovering the innate gourd vine, and after the ancestral witches departed for the Purple Heavenly Palace, Jiufeng and Hou Yi hurriedly began their search. But how huge is Buzhou Mountain? The two searched for thousands of years without finding it. At this time, the other great wizards also found out the situation of the two of them and hurriedly opened their mouths to ask. Jiufeng thought that Wu Tian Ancestral Witch didn't say that he wanted to hide it, so he simply told the matter of searching for the innate gourd vine. The great wizards all said at once, "Wu Tian Ancestral Witch's matter is our matter. We naturally have to contribute together." Immediately, all the great wizards moved in unison and began to search in Innate at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. After saying this, Nine Phoenix spoke smilingly. Finally, Kwafu inadvertently found a valley. Was an innate formation cover. We join forces. It is difficult to break open the corner of the formation. Found that it is this innate gourd vine is located. Wu Tian's heart stirred. Quarto? I can't believe this guy found it? In the latter days of later generations, Kwafu went up against 10 small golden crows, eventually leaving behind the legend of Kwafu chasing the sun, and after his death he was transformed into a peach forest. Then came Hou Yi to shoot the sun, triggering the witch demon final battle. Wu Tian's heart thought of the future fate of Kwafu. This time the innate gourd vine can be found. Kwafu is also considered to be a great merit for themselves. Naturally, cannot watch Kwafu repeat the mistakes, but Nine Phoenix and the others also worked hard. Wu Tian immediately smiled and spoke. Well, Kwafu, this guy made a big achievement. You guys running around for so long is also a big achievement. Ancestor which I all remember in my heart. Wu Tian would like to bestow the reward immediately, but he had nothing in his hand right now that he could take except for the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler. One can only sigh in one's mind. Still too poor. Some slight embarrassment ensued. This credit is noted for the time being, and I will reward them one by one later. Nine Phoenix's heart was delighted at his words. Thank you, Lord Ancestor Witch. Nine Phoenix didn't feel much, and even Wu Tian was already happy when he could recognize the hard work of himself and the others and praise them a few times. At this time, Emperor Jiang spoke curiously. The innate gourd vine? The matter of the innate gourd vine was known to Xinmei and Hou Tu before, but Emperor Jiang and the others weren't very clear about it, and when they saw Wu Tian looking so happy, they were naturally curious in their hearts. Listening to Emperor Jiang ask a question, Wu Tian then briefly explained. The origin of the innate gourd vine was told, and when they heard that this innate gourd vine was one of the 10 great spiritual roots of the innate heaven, the ancestral witches were all interested at once. One by one, they all screamed, Deto, go with me. Wu Tian was self-evident. Then he let Nine Phoenix lead the way in front of him. The group of people each exerted their divine abilities and harnessed the power of their own laws as they headed towards the valley where the innate gourd vine was located. Before it even falls, the ancestral witches had then been looking and exploring towards the mountains below, and it was only after they had landed along with the Nine Phoenix that they realized that there really was a hidden valley at the foot of the mountains that they had looked at as plain and uninteresting. Wait until the crowd has fallen. Hou Yi, Kwafu, Ting Tian, and Shengliu also realized the arrival of the ancestral witches and hurriedly ran towards the front of the crowd, saluting the ancestral witches. Greetings, Lord Ancestor Witch. Wu Tian smiled and told them to get up. More in Hou Yi. Quaif's shoulders heavily patted. Smiling words. You've all worked hard. Then it looked toward the valley. However, when he saw the valley in front of him was flat and had no unusual appearance. At this time, Quarto hurriedly ran towards the front, kicked at the nothingness in front of him, turned his head and laughed at Wu Tian. Lord Ancestor Witch, look again. With this blow from Quarto, the scene in front of him changed instantly. Swish, a 7-colored light flashed by, and then it revealed the invisible, transparent innate array, in which there was another space, a lake where auras converge. On the side a shimmering, colorful gourd vine took root and climbed along the mountain wall, bearing 7 small gourds of different colors. See this, the ancestral witches all exclaimed. At this time Zhu Ron was about to charge forward, wanting to make a move to break this nameless innate formation, but Di Jiang fished it over. Can you stabilize the point? He said and gave him a hard stare. Then once again, the end towards the innate gourd vine was scrutinized. A few moments later, speaking to Wu Tian, this innate gourd vine doesn't seem to have reached its time of birth yet. The gourds on it only have the first 2 ripe yet. If we break the big formation now, I'm afraid it will affect the growth of the gourds behind it. Wu Tian also found this. In the original Great Momentum, even in the 3rd sermon, there were still the last 2 gourds that hadn't matured, let alone now, when he had found the innate gourd vine in advance. The mind molded over. Wu Tian asked towards Emperor Jiang, Brotherhood, do you think we can move this valley, as well as this party's grand formation directly to the Pangu Palace? Just putting it here like this always makes me feel like I don't have a clue in my heart. And here's the important thing. Innate gourd vine in addition to the above 7 gourd extremely valuable, but also represents many children, many blessings, the symbolism, and now the witch tribe's reproduction is exactly the problem. If it can be planted in a pool of blood, can we improve the reproduction of the Wiccan race? This was something that Wu Tian did not say outright, but secretly planned in his mind to try it out. Emperor Jiang nodded his head after hearing this. I'll try. The fury then instantly raged. The power of the laws of space eroded towards the valley, expanding in all directions along the invisible innate formation. A few moments later, Emperor Jiang slowly shook his head. I'm afraid not. It would be fine if it were anywhere else. This is the Buzhou Mountain, where space is the most solid, and perhaps this innate gourd vine needs to absorb the spirit energy of the Buzhou Mountain in order to mature. If we move, it might backfire. At this point the kami spoke aloud. In that case, let us put it here. This innate gourd vine doesn't have legs and can't run away. Send 2 more great wizards to guard here. I just don't believe it. Someone else dares to touch the witch clan's treasure. Wu Tian searched his mind for a moment and could only do so. Also Ho Yi and other great wizards all hastened to state their positions. We would like to stand guard here. Wu Tian then smiled and nodded. That works too. It would indeed be a bit of a waste to move the innate gourd vine now, or to directly break the great formation to pick it. Let's just leave it here for now. He was trying to intercept the chance, instead of trying to wreak havoc in the floodplain. But, it's best to leave a mark on top of the innate gourd vine, or to directly recognize and refine it, lest any mistakes be made in the future and lead to trouble. There are 12 ancestral witches. Having taken such a head start again, Wu Tian wasn't afraid of going up against Sanqing and the others, but it was naturally better to be on the safe side. Immediately, he smiled at Emperor Jiang. Brother, can you send me into it without destroying the big formation? Chapter 36 Innate gourd vine recognizes its master. Emperor Jiang laughed out loud. Not since. Immediately, he activated his spatial laws and swept towards Wu Tian, who immediately felt the subtle and incomparable power of spatial variation. All I felt was a flash of light in front of me. It had already appeared within the valley and in front of the innate gourd vine. While watching from afar, Wu Tian had not yet noticed the immensity of the innate gourd vine, and at this moment, after taking a closer look, his heart violently exclaimed. One could only see the innumerable vines of the innate gourd vine were as gnarled and powerful as dragons, climbing up the cliff and covering almost the entire side of the cliff, and each leaf was emerald green as if it was a piece of jade. Breeze blowing through, the leaves shook, and all of a sudden the precious light flashed and clattered, as if the jade pieces were softly chirping. 7 gourds hang from it. It radiates a different light, a spiritual rhythm. The first 2 gourds have matured, and the first one flickers with purple light, containing innate yang qi, which was originally obtained by Tai Ching. The yang energy in it was extracted by Tai Ching. The rest of the gourd was refined into the purple gold gourd, which became the treasure of Taishan Laojun, the good corpse of Tai Ching, for refining pills and holding medicines. The second gourd is black, containing innate yin qi, originally obtained for Tong Tian. The yin qi of which was also extracted, was given to Tai Ching to make up yin and yang, fused with their own Tao. Thereafter Tong Tian will be the empty shell of the blue gourd refined into a water and fire gourd, is also a strong magic treasure. Wu Tian looked towards the other 5 gourds again, only to see that these 5 gourds that had not matured yet, Each of them flickered with the light of the 5 elements of the innate heaven. Plus where this 5-element gourd goes, Jin Yuanzi was given the green-colored wooden gourd, and thereafter gave it to Shinon, who was reincarnated from the fragment of the red cloud's true spirit, to become the Shinon 5 grains gourd. Red clouds get red fire gourds. Refine it into the 9 scattered spirits gourd. The yellow earthbound gourd was obtained by Manhwa and refined to become a demon-inviting streamer that can summon 10,000 demons in the future. The white gold line gourd was obtained by Emperor Jun. In the battle between witches and demons, Jun used a white gourd to collect the essence of the dead witches and sacrificed it to become the famous flying dagger of immortal Chopper, which was passed on to Lu Ji. It was famous among the sealed gods. The last blue waterline gourd was obtained by Yuan Shi. Later this treasure to collect the sun, moon and star 3 light, refined into the very famous 3 light divine water. So, this innate gourd vine should actually be called the innate yin-yang 5 elements gourd? Wu Tian muttered in his heart, thinking about the destination of these gourds. Even if the later ones are not fully mature, they have all become famous magic treasures in the floodplains, so it can be seen that they are precious. But, it's all mine now. Wu Tian couldn't help but laugh. Even the gourd vines that played a huge role in the creation of man in the future and also gained a lot of merit in the creation of man were all owned by Wu Tian. By the way, 9 heavenly resting soil. Think of the creation of a man. Wu Tian hurriedly looked toward the roots of the gourd vine. It is said that the 9 heavenly resting soil used by Manhwa when she created man was obtained from where the innate gourd vine was located. Wait for Wu Tian to do some careful checking. Sure enough, from the innate gourd vine fundamentally found a ball of resting soil that shimmered with a 9-colored radiance. The incomparably thick and heavy power of the earthline was constantly being absorbed by the innate gourd vine. Wu Tian's heart stirred. At once the mana gushed out. Toward the 9 days above the resting soil fell, from the top to take out a small piece. But also really as the legend says, the resting soil grows rapidly. It quickly returns to its original size. However, Wu Tian also found that the growth of this 9 heavenly resting soil is not just out of thin air, but also has to absorb the spirit of heaven and earth and consume the surrounding spiritual qi. Worried about interfering with the ripening of the huckleberry vines, after taking a small piece, Wu Tian did not continue to collect it, but began to think about how to refine the innate gourd vine, or at least put his mark on it. After a little thought, Wu Tian's soul power toward the innate gourd vine above the probe. The innate gourd vine is also like a spirit, countless leaves clattering. The 7 gourds also light up. In an instant, it was the power of the innate yin and yang and the 5 elements that wore down Wu Tian's divine soul power. How dare you ostracize me? Wu Tian was somewhat speechless, immediately stopping his movements. He pondered in his heart, and after a moment, not caring if the innate gourd vine could understand his words, he softly spoke. The innate gourd vine, I can tell you that it's also your chance that you can meet me today. This heaven and earth has a number. How can it tolerate an existence like yours that has the innate yin and yang and the 5 elements? If we hadn't met today, you certainly won't escape being split up later. The innate gourd vine seemed to understand. Countless shaking leaves stagnate in an instant. The light above is also dimmed. The entire innate gourd vine is actually spreading a sad atmosphere. There are 10 innate spiritual roots in the flood, but none of them can become Taoist in a perfect body. For example, Yang Mei de Xian is also a hollow willow, and Jin Yuan Zi is not in the form of the ginseng tree's original body. Others are like fuchsias and laurels. The stronger and more perfect the body is, the more it is in turn trapped in the sun and Tian stars, unable to take shape and come out at all. The innate gourd vine has a spirit. When he heard Wu Tian say this, he immediately sensed in his heart, as if he had perceived his fate in the future. Seeing the situation, Wu Tian spoke with another light smile. I am a Pangu Jingzong, the fate of the Qi Bell. Today have the fate to meet. If you are willing to recognize me as the master, I will certainly do my best to protect you in the future. How? With that, Wu Tian simply urged his Pangu true body. The gray shadow appeared steeply, instantly overlapping with his physical body, and the aura of Pangu spread in all directions. Discordian breath appeared. Even the uncharted mountain is vaguely responsive. When the ancestral witches outside the Great Formation saw this, they were immediately astonished and looked towards Wu Tian. What's the situation? Just now, when Wu Tian muttered to the innate gourd vine, they were still wondering, could this gourd vine understand? Now directly make the true body of Pangu. Pangu's true form flickered. Wu Tian regained his original temperament. He was only trying to prove himself, not trying to beat the innate gourd vine into submission with his true body of Pangu and suppress it with brute force. Immediately, a scene that surprised Wu Tian appeared. Countless leaves shook as if they were nodding in agreement, and he himself felt a benevolent aura before seeing the foremost brittle and tender branch flying above the most important vines, like a green auger. Swish! It was about to stab towards Wu Tian's arm. Wu Tian did not react. The 9 turns Yuan Gong violently turned. Flesh power spontaneous rebound. Directly bounced the branch flying. At once, a fluctuation of aggression came from the innate gourd vine. Only then did Wu Tian understand what it meant, and hurriedly stretched out his own arm, suppressing the rebound force of his flesh, and smilingly spoke. Ha ha. Start over, start over. The innate gourd vines were finally rooted in. Wu Tian only felt the flow of blood qi, and when he looked towards the innate gourd vine again, he saw that the turquoise vines were already tinted with the color of blood, as if blood vessels were growing. In the meantime, an esoteric connection was born between him and the innate gourd vine, and Wu Tian also clearly and incomparably felt the innate gourd vine's closeness. No wonder blood dripping is so popular. So it's really useful. Wu Tian put away his arm. The heart couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 37, let's just not go, shall we? With the color of blood spreading throughout the vines, there was a flash of light. The next moment surprisingly disappeared, as if sinking into the interior of the innate gourd vine. The vines, branches and leaves that were originally covered in blood-colored patterns also once again returned to their original appearance. Wu Tian's face snapped white. Ooh, it's just recognizing a master. But it requires so much blood qi. You guy wouldn't intentionally take advantage of me, would you? Wu Tian muttered in a low voice. Then the spirit of the innate gourd vine. In the heart of the fluctuation, there is a feeling of heart to heart. The innate gourd vine dissatisfaction protest. He could only smile bitterly at the sight. Well, I'm just saying, right now the innate gourd vine only had simple spirituality. Like a child, it seemed that one had to wait until the 7 gourds on top of the vine were completely ripe before their spirituality could mature. Among the original momentum, the innate gourd vine didn't stand a chance. It was then directly divided by the 3 Cheng and others, and even the vines were pulled up and taken away by Nuwa. Now it's different, being found and recognized by Wu Tian in advance. With the witch clan protecting it, it would naturally be able to get rid of its original destiny, and Wu Tian would be able to meddle with more chances through the innate gourd vine as well as the gourd on it, with the innate gourd vine recognizing its owner. In an instant, a huge amount of information towards the heart, about the innate yin and yang. The 5 elements of the sense is also constantly in the heart of the birth. Surprisingly dizzy feeling. At the same time, Wu Tian also had a better understanding of the grand formation that enveloped this valley. According to the information transmitted from the innate gourd vine, this formation was called the innate yin-yang 5 elements grand formation, with the innate gourd vine as the core. The formation also grows stronger as the gourd vine grows. At this moment, the innate gourd vine recognized its master, and the grand formation was naturally under Wu Tian's control. A thought crossed his mind. Swish! The large formation instantly turned. The 7 colors of milli light flickered continuously on the invisible boundary, with the purple and black ones being the most obvious, while the arcane light representing the colors of the 5 elements was a bit dimmer. A few moments later, the large formation slowly opened an opening. The ancestral witches also came towards the valley when they saw this and came before the innate gourd vine, looking at the divine and incomparable treasure vine and tutaying in wonder. Wu Tian smiled and spoke. The gourd vine has recognized its owner. No one can take this away from anyone now. The ancestral witches were instantly happier. On the contrary, it was Zhu Rong ancestral witch, whose eyes were wide open and spoke with an incredulous expression. That's recognizing it? I don't think you just muttered a few words. This gourd vine really understands it. Ha! Countless branches and leaves swung at once, as if to show displeasure. Zhu Rong also a little embarrassed to laugh up. At this time Wu Tian also smiled and said, everything has a spirit. I sincerely communicated with it, and he naturally understood and was willing to recognize me as his master. Sure, that's not the whole reason. The main thing was still the aura of Pangu's true body displayed by Wu Tian, and the innate gourd vine was growing on Buzhou Mountain, which was also meant to absorb the spiritual energy of Buzhou Mountain, and Wu Tian in its eyes. It is just like the most authentic successor of Pangu, certainly willing to voluntarily recognize the owner. Seeing Emperor Jiang and the others curiously surveying the 7 small gourds, Wu Tian immediately smiled again and spoke. I'm going to divide these 7 gourds among my older brothers, but they're not quite ripe yet, so we'll have to wait a bit. Emperor Jiang hurriedly waved his hand. Without even thinking about it, he directly refused, and even smiled and said, that's not what I meant. It's just a matter of curiosity and lamentation that the creation of heaven and earth is so marvelous that there exists an innate spiritual root that combines the innate yin and yang and the 5 elements. You found and subdued this gourd vine yourself. How can we take advantage of you? Wu Tian's thoughts were different. After the gourd matures, it is natural to use it. It can't be hung up here all the time as a decoration, can it? Can he use 7 of them himself? Of course it is to be distributed to the ancestral witches, to enhance the strength of the ancestral witches. The ancestral witch is strong. Then Wu Tian will have more confidence, whether it's a magic treasure or whatever it is. It only makes sense if you play your part. After saying that, Wu Tian joked again. Only the stronger you guys are, the better you can protect me. The ancestral witches froze. Then a loud, hearty laugh erupted. Yes, since you have said so, then we won't make much excuses. Let's wait until this gourd has matured. Also, even if we don't have a gourd, we won't let you be bullied by others. Emperor Jiang spoke with a big smile. The ancestral witches all nodded their heads in succession as well. At this time, Hou Tu looked towards Wu Tian with a smile. Her eyes were about to smile into a curved crescent moon. And she also flirted. That's it. No one can bully you except Sister Xianmei. Xianmo was instantly furious. Lunged towards the background. Wu Tian was also a bit speechless. He originally felt that Sister Hou Tu was the most stable and gentle. How come there were more and more strange words now? It seems to be more lively. Sister Backwoods, what do you see here? Wu Tian looked at Xianmei and Hou Tu who were embracing each other. And after smiling bitterly, he raised the 9 heavenly resting loam in his hand and signaled to Hou Tu. Both of them also froze at once. Hou Tu felt it slightly. Her eyes snapped wide and she couldn't help but exclaim. Such a thick earthbound power. Wu Tian smiled and nodded. Directly divided half of the 9 heavenly breath loam and sent it towards the direction of Hou Tu. At the same time explaining to Hou Tu the subtle aspects of the 9 heavenly breath loam. Then, Wu Tian smiled again. You can inscribe the laws of earth movement in this object, as a way to enhance the power of the Yuan Shen, and you will certainly get twice the result with half the effort. Hou Tu is indeed attuned to this treasure. Plus, Wu Tian said that the 9 heavens resting soil could continuously derive and had the meaning of endless life, so she didn't deliberately excuse herself and directly put it away. Seeing this, Xianmei looked like he could catch a chance, and also sneered at Hou Tu and lightly laughed. It's better now. Isn't Wu Tian also very attached to you? As long as there is anything you can use, he will send it to you. Hou Tu put away the 9 heavenly resting soil. Then with a light laugh he spoke. That's natural. The two of us are co-owners of the Hou Tu tribe. Wu Tian was also too lazy to care about the two people who were fighting, and smiled bitterly as he looked towards Emperor Jiang and the others before speaking to him. Elder brother. Next I'm going to cultivate right here, to sense the yin and yang 5 elemental laws in the innate gourd vine. You guys go back to the tribe first. When it's about time, come back and ask me to leave with you. But when Wu Tian finished speaking, the ancestral witches, however, had some strange faces, looking at each other face to face. In the end, Emperor Jiang also scratched his head with some embarrassment and spoke with a bitter smile. Wu Tian, we won't go to the sermon later, right? We really don't have much interest in the immortal Tao that Hongjun is preaching. Shu Rong also spoke in a hurry. Yeah, we cultivate with our fury. And the abundance of the power of the heavenly Tao and the richness of the aura in the purple heavenly palace instead give us a feeling of being on pins and needles. Obviously as the eldest brother inside the ancestral witch, has always been to take the idea of the Emperor River, this time but face with a pleasing smile. Carefully, Wu Tian, how about we just don't go? You and Xianmei and Hou Tu go to listen to the Tao. Don't worry, if someone dares to find you trouble, we will directly block them at the entrance of the purple heavenly palace. Chapter 38, The Ancestral Witch's Intentions. Wu Tian smiled bitterly. Even Emperor Jiang, who had always taken the identity of his elder brother, had this attitude. What else could he say? Plus, earlier in the purple heavenly palace, with that kind of strong attitude of the ancestral witches displayed in front of the crowd, it was thought that no one would be ungrateful and dare to mess with the 3 Wu Tian. Also good. If you don't go, you don't go, Wu Tian said with a smile. The ancestral witches suddenly looked relieved, and Di Zheng regained his big brother's aura, nodding his head with a light smile. Don't worry, even if we don't go to the purple heavenly palace to listen to the sermon, it's not like we're just deserting it. As much as you can cultivate and progress, just continue to strengthen your control over your own laws and keep refining your physical body. Emperor Jiang was acting extremely confident. Candle Juin, who had always spoken very little, also laughed lightly at this time and said, and, while all the great adepts in the flood have gone to listen to the Tao, it's the right time for us to bring our sons and daughters to develop in peace. There's also the matter of the 12 Datura Divine Fiends formation that you mentioned before, which should be done as soon as possible. With Wu Tian's performance, the ancestral witches also paid more attention to the various things that Wu Tian had proposed, and binding the Buzhou mountain to the 12 Metropolis Divine Furies Grand Formation had become a top priority. Speaking of which, Wu Tian's heart did come up with another matter that could be done in conjunction with this matter, and that was the matter of the establishment of the witch clan. Speak up immediately. After Wu Tian finished speaking, the ancestral witches were all a bit confused, and Di Zheng even frowned and asked, establishing a clan? We are already a witch tribe. Do we still need to establish another witch tribe? Wu Tian then smiled and spoke. Not really. The witch race is what we ourselves say. Maybe some people agree with it, but it may not be recognized by the entire flooded heaven and earth. The so-called name is not correct, but it is justified. That's it. A thought crossed his mind. Wu Tian simply changed another statement, directly bringing out the great god Pangu, smiling and speaking. Plus, we have many sons and daughters, and the witch race is growing and developing. Should we not notify the Pangu father god, so that the remaining will of the Pangu father god will be pleased? This statement was made. It was just as Wu Tian had thought. The ancestral witches no longer had any half-doubts, and each of them nodded their heads in agreement, and Di Zheng even laughed. Not bad, not bad. We established the witch clan, so naturally we must notify Father God. In the midst of the original momentum, despite the development of the witch tribe, the floodplains are also known as the witch tribe, but in the Emperor Jun and other people set up the demon tribe. The ancestral witches only tit for tat, set up the witch tribe. Wu Tian naturally wanted to jump ahead. The establishment of the tribe will have a huge amount of merit, and the residual will of the great god Pangu may even be tugged and bestow blessings. One more thing. If you put some thought into the vows of the founding clans, you can still touch the avenue. For example, the way of heaven is above, to the way is above. For the sake of the great god Pangu, the great Tao might really appear. And if they could win the favor of the great Tao and send down the great Tao's merits, then the ancestral witches would make a lot of money. So much for that. Other schemes can be carried out logically, just like making Xianmei the god of winter and Zhu Rong the god of fire. Ancestral witches, such innate deities, were not the same as the deities that would later feed on incense and wishing power, and were truly born of heaven and earth. This was something Wu Tian didn't elaborate on. He was going to wait until after the second sermon to confer carefully with them and refine the plan. With that, Wu Tian smiled and spoke. Then it's a deal. Brothers can prepare in advance. And when I return from the Purple Heaven Palace with Sister Xianmei and Hou Tu after the second sermon, we'll notify Father God Pangu and establish the witch clan. Emperor Jiang and the others nodded in response. Then they said goodbye to Wu Tian. Even Xianmei and Hou Tu both had to return to their tribes. They also had to check the situation of the sons and daughters of the witch race. On the way out, Hou Tu smiled and spoke. When the two of us have taken care of things in the tribe, we'll come here to join you then. And when it's about time, we'll set off directly from here. Wait until the ancestral witches leave. Wu Tian closed the innate formation, started practicing within the big formation. His thoughts immersed above the innate gourd vine, constantly sensing the laws of yin and yang and the five elements within the innate gourd vine. The power of the laws on the innate gourd vine appeared to overlap with the ancestral witch laws that Wu Tian carried, but it was actually not the same. The laws in the flood are rules, characteristics, and not just some kind of being. Take for example the law of fire. It is the rule of burning and releasing, not a fire, or a particular kind of fire. And because of that, the power of the laws of the ancestral witches was actually more extreme, carrying a strong and incomparable personal characteristic, such as the fire of Zhu Rong was the most explosive and ferocious, while the laws in the innate gourd vine were the most pure. After a constant sense of realization, what made Wu Tian somewhat surprised was that he did draw many nutrients from it, making the law imprint above the divine soul more profound. The more important change is not this. Around the faint silhouette condensed by the 12 laws, another pattern even suddenly appeared. The innate gourd vine circling into a circle like a garland. 7 gourds also appear clearly. In the middle of the cultivation, Xianmei and Hou Tu ancestral witches have also dealt with the affairs of their tribes and come towards here in pairs to cultivate together with Wu Tian. I don't know how much longer. Wu Tian was awakened by Hou Tu, and after slowly opening his eyes, he saw Hou Tu lightly smiling and speaking. It's about time. We should get going too. For the first time, we're leaving 3,000 years ahead of schedule. This time familiar with the road. Naturally do not need so much time. But there are also many journeys in the chaos. Still have to spend time. Wu Tian nodded slowly, then leveled his own mana down. The growth of his physical body was almost negligible in this cultivation, but his Yuan Shen strength grew tremendously, finally balanced with the flesh. It also reached the middle stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Alas, it's still not even close. Wu Tian couldn't help but mutter. Hearing him say that, Hou Tu instantly laughed softly and spoke. You would have been the latest among our ancestor witches to come out of the world. By virtue of the ancestor witch essence blood before controlling the power of the law, a short period of time to have the present achievements has been very good. That doesn't satisfy you? Wu Tian was not unsatisfied. It just felt that with the sermon in the Purple Heaven Palace, the quantitative hijacking of witches and demons was getting closer and closer, and of course he wanted to cultivate faster. The others don't say. Tai Chung, among the 3 stages, might have been at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal by now, just waiting for Hongjun to preach, and then comprehend his own Tao and achieve quasi-sainthood. Wu Tian was naturally not willing to be left behind. You can't still be pressed so hard by the three Qing after knowing the great power of the heavenly Tao, can you? But he didn't argue back. It just smiled and then spoke to the two ancestral witches. Go! You can't miss the sermon. Xianmei and Hou Tu all nodded slightly. At the same time, Xianmei took out the Hongmeng heaven measuring ruler and handed it back to Wu Tian. And then the two of them teamed up with Hou Tu to roll up Wu Tian, flying toward the flood beyond, toward the purple heavenly palace in the chaos. Chapter 39 The Second Sermon. The first time I went to the purple heavenly palace, it was Di Jiang and Candle Ninin who made the effort, and Wu Tian was only a passenger, and it even became a good opportunity for him to cultivate. Same thing the second time. Xianmei and Hou Tu didn't even think about it and took on the matter of going to the purple heavenly palace. Wu Tian just needs to be a good little brother. There's nothing wrong with being a little brother. At least 10 older brothers and 2 older sisters love him, blocking anything in front of them, and forgetting about him when there's a favor to be done. However, Wu Tian didn't continue his cultivation this time. Instead, he smiled and communicated with Xianmei and Hou Tu, and after putting away the Hongmeng measuring ruler, Wu Tian asked with a smile, Sister Genji, you've completely refined the Northern Xian Yuan water control flag? Genji nodded slightly. Then he spoke faintly. It's not completely refined, but it's already able to resist the fury with this innate spiritual treasure. Saying that, a trace of distress also rose on her face. Although the Northern Xian Yuan water control flag was able to block the fury qi, but under the pressure of her powerful physical body, the cultivation of the Yuan Shen was very slow. The cultivation of the flesh is affected. In this situation, she naturally couldn't be like Emperor Jiang and the others, devouring baneful qi and tempering her flesh with impunity. The stronger the physical body is, the more it oppresses the Yuan Shen. Wu Tian hurriedly pacified him. Take it easy. You see that Sister Hou Tu is not even in a hurry. When your Yuan Shen strength becomes great, the strength of your fleshly body can definitely be thick and thin as well. Then he instructed Xianmei that he must take advantage of the 2 sermons that followed to raise the strength of the Yuan Shen as much as possible. Xianming instantly gave him a blank look. I know. How come it sounds like you're the one who looks like a sister? You've already said it once, and I still need you to worry like this? Despite what they say, Xianmo's heart, however, was extremely moved. It's just that her character is such that she's not good at expressing, or is shy to express. Just like before, she obviously cares about Wu Tian, but every time, she has to beat him half to death. Wu Tian instantly hemmed and hawed. Then he looked toward Hou Tu again, who spoke with a smile. The 9 heavenly resting soil that you gave me before, the earthwork laws in it have benefited me a lot. Speaking of which, I have to thank you as well. Wu Tian hurriedly waved his hand. According to Wu Tian's initial idea, it was to strengthen the bond with the ancestral witches, especially the ancestral witches of Hou Tu, so that he could hug his thighs and get away with it in the flood. But with the help of with them, Wu Tian's original utilitarian mind slowly dispersed, and now he is sincerely hoping that the ancestral witches will have a better ending, and can change their original miserable fate. The ancestral witches were grumpy though, yet it was good to show his tyrannical side to him, his little brother, and show all the bright, simple side of his personality to Wu Tian. Compare the heart to the mind. How could Wu Tian not be moved? Thinking again of the original fate of Xianmei and Hou Tu, Wu Tian couldn't help but say, 2 sisters, don't worry, I will definitely find a way to help you become Taoists, so that you can live a better life. Xianmei and Hou Tu were a bit surprised. They could feel the sincerity and honesty of Wu Tian's words, but they didn't understand why Wu Tian suddenly came up with this sentence. After freezing for a while, Hou Tu smiled and spoke. Aren't you always clamoring for us to cover you? When we become Taoists, we will definitely protect you well, and no one in the flood will be able to bully you. Wu Tian burst out laughing. With the experience of the last one, the 3 of them soon traveled through the vast chaos and followed the sense of the heart to where the purple heavenly palace was. The gate of the purple heavenly palace had been opened. The 3 entered in a huff. Perhaps it was because at the end of the first sermon, Wu Tian had gifted Haotian and Yao Qi with their ferocious beast essence blood. So when the 3 of them entered, the 2 little Taoist children who were originally in a serious mood instantly revealed smiles, slightly arching his hand at Wu Tian. Wu Tian also smiled in response. Then they headed toward the very front of the hall. It was then that Wu Genius realized that the 3 of them were still considered to be relatively late. At least the seats at the very front were basically full. Only the ancestral witches had a blank spot. The crowd looked at the trio curiously. The puzzlement on their faces was obvious, and they all muttered curiously in their minds. Why are there only 3 this time? Where are the other ancestral witches? Even waiting until Wu Tian sat down, Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud directly came over. And Red Cloud, with a curious face, directly opened his mouth and asked, where are they? Fellow Daoist Emperor Jiang? Wu Tian spoke with a light smile. the elder brothers have other things to do, so they won't be coming to this sermon. What else could he say? Is it possible that these poor students don't want to come to class at all? And wouldn't that be humiliating? Hearing Wu Tian's words, Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun also froze for a moment, with stunned expressions on their faces, as if to say, what is more important than hearing the word? This time, it was about how to cultivate in the quasi-saint realm, which was even more important than the last time, but both were also very knowledgeable. Seeing that Wu Tian did not want to continue, Red Cloud stopped asking and instead spoke with a smile. Also right. It's just as well for you Taoists to go back and tell them after you've heard it, rather than having to come all the way. That's when the kunai also turned back from the front row, squeezing a small smile on his face, which was simply harder to see than when he wasn't smiling. He nodded slightly at Wu Tian before turning back around. The withdrawn kunai is suddenly like this. Engaged Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud again surprised, eyes curious in the Kuanping body survey, the heart constantly speculate. This in the middle of what happened in the end. Kuanping's change was likewise seen in the eyes of Emperor Jun and Tai, but Emperor Jun did not show much, looking as usual, but Tai Chi frowned. Brotherhood. This Kuanping is too unkind, isn't he? We went to him to bring him to a great cause, and he was so cold, and now you're doing this to Wu Tian, literally not giving a damn about us. Tai quietly transmitted his voice to Di Jun. The tone of his voice was full of anger and dissatisfaction. Emperor Jun, however, spoke faintly. Check the fury. This is the Purple Heaven Palace. First put your mind on listening to the sermon. Wait until after the sermon. Then say this matter. That said, Emperor Jun, however, turned his gaze, looking towards Fushi and Nuwa. The thoughts in his mind moved slightly, muttering darkly, not much longer. The gate of the Purple Heavenly Palace closed. Hongjun's figure also appeared in front of the crowd without realizing it as it did last time, his gaze sweeping towards the crowd. Wait until you see the missing figures of the ancestral witches. The heart snapped. Not this time? Finally, back to the big picture. According to the heavenly chances measured by Hongjun, Di Jiang and the others should not come to listen to the sermon for the first time, although it was a bit late, but it also let him feel relieved. The mind thinks so, but Hongjun's face didn't change at all. It was still light and thin, and even his gaze didn't have much of a lingering effect, sweeping the Purple Heavenly Palace in a circle before speaking faintly. Second sermon begins. Chapter 40, The Harpies Are Not Enough. The words fell. Once again, there is a thick and incomparable Taoist rhythm spreading in the Purple Heaven Palace, with the heavenly flowers falling and the earth surging with golden lotus. The crowd also rushed to listen with their ears. The last time the sermon, Hongjun directly stuck in the key place, making them people itchy, cannot wait for 3,000 years to pass in an instant. People such as the three pristine ones, Fushi Nuwa, and Di Jun Tai awakened to their own cultivation at birth, and many of them attained the great Luo Golden Immortal before the sermon was preached. While the first sermon was informative and rewarding, what these people wanted to know most was, how do you quasi-saint? How do you realize and prove the way? How do you achieve moksha and attain sainthood? As Hongjun slowly recounted, the crowd looked different. Some came to a realization. Some were ecstatic. Wu Tian also sighed in his heart. Indeed, he actually had an idea. At this time, Hongjun preaching, once again confirmed his previous speculation. Wu Tian also vaguely understand why the ancestral witches will have the fate of the original momentum in the death of the road. Return to heaven and earth. Many ways to practice. Necessarily, one must first refine the qi, absorb the heaven and earth yuan qi and quench it into mana to strengthen oneself. After one's own realm is sufficient, one will then perceive the laws and inscribe the laws of the heaven and earth. So did the ancestral witches. The difference is that the ancestral witches started from a high point, innately controlling the power of a law. However, by the time one advances to the mixed golden immortal realm, the sorcerer race's cultivation is kind of the opposite and radically different compared to the immortal Tao. Like the path of immortality, it is the interweaving of many laws into the Tao. The witch race, on the other hand, is a one-way street, pursuing the path of becoming a Taoist by its own laws. It is not possible to say who is right and who is wrong, and even the path of the ancestral witch's laws to become Tao is stronger than the immortal Tao, but it is also more difficult. There is almost no chance of becoming a man, at least under the heavenly Tao. It is impossible for the ancestral witches to prove the perfection of the Tao, and no matter how much they cultivate, they can only reach the peak of the mixed golden immortal, and there is absolutely no chance of stepping out of that step. The more basic the law is, the more powerful it is, the harder it is to consummate as well. For example, Di Zhong's spatial laws, how would he have to cultivate in order to have all the spatial laws under his control? If that was true, and all the spatial laws in the heavenly Tao listened to him, how would the others be able to play? This is the reason for the heavenly reckoning. Particularly, As in the case of the immortal way, multiple laws are intertwined to form the way. If the ancestral witches are allowed to fully control a certain law, they themselves will be full of hidden dangers, naturally very hostile to the witch race. After all, anyone who wants to control their own destiny. Alas, this is the underlying logic of the ancestral witches being counted by the heavenly Tao, isn't it? If the ancestral witches are allowed to become the Tao, then who exactly is in charge of this flood world? As for the demon race in the future, and the witch race to fight for the control of the flooded heavens and earth, but it is the surface reason for the ancestral witches to die. These laws and authority can also return to the heavenly Tao. Wu Tian sighed in his heart. Start thinking again. How can I change it? Soon, after associating the many legends of the later generations, Wu Tian finally had an idea, and immediately stopped dwelling on it and continued to listen intently. As Hongjun explained, the listeners of the sermon in the purple heavenly palace were gradually polarized, and a part of those who could keep up with the trip listened with fluttering brows and dawning realization. The ones with poor strength looked sad. Hongjun said every word they heard in their ears, connected together but do not understand the meaning of anything. Esoteric and esoteric. Some want to force notes, wait until the future strength is enough, and then slowly understand, but found that simply cannot remember. The heart over a piece of direct disappearance. As a mirror flower and water and moon, Wu Tian could naturally understand. Although he practiced the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong, the divine ability to intertwine the 12 powers of the laws of the ancestral witches and transform into the true body of Pangu was a direct path to the heavens. Just keep inscribing the law. It will then be able to grow the true body of Pangu. He can still only shroud himself in the shadow of Pangu's true body and add to it with Pangu's true will. If one day he can directly take on the appearance of Pangu's true body, the hybrid will become. And he doesn't waste the opportunity to preach. On the one hand, he listened to the cultivation of the quasi-saint realm, and on the other hand, he was madly devouring the Yuan Qi in the purple heavenly palace, and inscribing the power of the laws that had been added by the heavenly Tao. Continuously, the power of the physical body and Yuan Shen grew rapidly, constantly advancing to a higher realm. Just then, Hongjun's eyes, which were originally fake sleep, slowly opened and looked towards the crowd below with a deep sense of depth in his eyes. In spite of all his talk, the crowd was also mesmerized. However, only a few of them have actually switched to the immortal path, especially those innate deities that Hongjun has his eye on, because they have their own paths, and even more so, they have no intention of committing themselves to the immortal path at all. Take for example the 3 clearings. The 3 of them are the 3 parts of Pangu's original spirit that were transformed into 3 parts. Previously in the Kunlun Mountains met 24 pints of the green lotus of creation. 24 pints of the green lotus of creation for the heavenly Tao is not allowed. The moment he saw the 3 people will be divided into 3 pieces of innate spiritual treasures. The Tai Whisk, the 3 treasures Jade Ruin, and the Qingping sword each represent the Tao of the 3 i.e., the Tao of the Dan, the Tao of the runes, and the Tao of the sword, already have their own Tao. How is it possible to plunge directly into the immortal way, letting Hongjun suck up his own qi and take advantage of him for nothing? Therefore, Tai Chung, who had the highest cultivation level, was clearly able to follow the cultivation method of the immortal way at this moment, and was directly promoted to quasi-saint. But it is only to sense the wonders of the immortal way. There was no intention of breaking through the realm at all. Then look at Wu Tian, Xian He and Hou Tu, who are even more undistracted in their cultivation, taking advantage of the special environment of the purple heavenly palace and the Tao rhythms sprinkled by the heavenly Tao to continuously strengthen themselves. So much for the wizards. The stench of the ancestral witches was something he hadn't even thought about, especially since Hou Tu would have her own chances in the future, and it would be completely impossible for her to cultivate the immortal path. Hongjun couldn't help but frown slightly. How's that gonna work? The nest is so much more than that. If a fish doesn't take the bait, won't it be a waste of effort and a big loss? At this point the sermon was almost over. Above the immortal way, the cultivation method of the quasi-saint realm is also about to be finished. Hongjun's heart was finally unsettled. Although the immortal way was bound to prosper immensely among the great momentum of the heavenly Tao, and one's own qi was powerful and extended, one still had to take the initiative to push at critical times. Eyes averted, looking towards the 2 men who were born from the innate yin and yang, the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West. These 2 men were also innate deities, practicing on the island of Panglai and the West Kunlun respectively. A thought crossed Hongjun's mind. At once, an invisible fluctuation was born, quietly toward the East King Gong and the Duke of Dongwang, who is in the process of comprehending the immortal practice, suddenly has a heartbeat. And as Hongjun explains the method of immortal practice, he also feels more and more the difficulty of the law to become a Tao. The 5 elements of the innate, yin and yang. This is the great Tao of heaven and earth. Although it is powerful, but how difficult it is to become the Tao. so why should I be so bitter and hesitate on the path of the law to become the Tao? The thought crossed my mind. The Duke of Dongwang raised his head toward Hongjun. The ready-made immortal path is right in front of me, and with sage Hongjun preaching, it's even more unhindered. Why do I need to struggle so hard? The thought came. The moment was no longer restrained. Boom! Movement was born in the Purple Heaven Palace. Countless yuan qi converged in the direction of Dongwang, and based on the innate yang qi, the surrounding mana was constantly transformed in accordance with the immortal way dharma. The Duke of the East King's aura spread out. All of a sudden, because of the induction of the innate yin and yang qi, it caused the Western Queen Mother's mana to run uncontrollably as well, and it was not controlled at all. Western Queen Mother could only curse. The harpies are inadequate. Then he hurriedly concentrated his mind and began to transform his entire Tao in accordance with the countless immortal Tao insights in his mind earlier. Chapter 41, The Grandmaster of Hongjun. A few moments later, the curling Tao sound from Hongjun's mouth stopped. His gaze was bland and incomparable as he looked towards the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West, and the others were also startled by the commotion, their eyes staring at the two men with varying degrees of intensity. Even Wu Tian was the same. He did not find anything unusual, even because of the memory of his previous life, but rather felt that this scene is a natural situation. The Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West were originally from the immortal way. And they couldn't have been more authentic. Another short while passed. At the end of their cultivation, the two had already transformed their Tao deeds into immortal aura, and their strength had been promoted to the late Dala Golden Immortal stage. According to the feeling of the Eastern King Gong, the next cultivation is not a big obstacle. As long as you find a time to slowly cultivate, you will soon be able to go further, and it is not difficult to directly break through the quasi-saint. A smile naturally filled his face. The Western Queen Mother, on the other hand, was forced to turn to the immortal path, and her face was not as good as the Eastern King's Duke's, which she was quite aware of. The path of immortality is easy though, but it's stepping on someone else's footprints, being confined in someone else's way. It's hard to achieve anything great in the future. I'm afraid. Just then, Hongjun suddenly spoke faintly. The two of you were born of the innate yin and yang qi, and are now people of my immortal Tao, and should be the top male and female immortals in the world. The words fell. The power of the heavenly Tao surged in the Violet Sky Palace. The male immortals and female immortals of the world is also a kind of heavenly karma. Naturally, is a heavy fortune, but also can get the power of the heavenly Tao to support. Soon, as the power of the heavenly Tao fell, the two men's chi surged, and even their own strength was foolish, and they saw that they were about to reach the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal Mold. But that's not all. Hongjun seems to have 1,000 pounds to buy horsebones, after giving the world's male and female immortal head of the heavenly Tao also karma, but also directly give the magic treasure. Both of them got several pieces of magic treasures. The most precious thing that the Duke of Dongwang got is the dragon head walking stick, which is said to be used by Hongjun before he certified the Tao, giving the Duke of Dongwang the symbol of being the head of the male immortals in the world. The Queen Mother of the West got more benefits. An innate supreme spiritual treasure, the Western Vegetable Cloud Boundary Flag, was given to the Queen Mother of the West for her defense, and an innate nonpareil peach tree was given to the Queen Mother of the West to suppress her chi. Originally, the Queen Mother of the West still had some grievances. That dissipated most of it. Respectfully, together with the Duke of Dongwang, they bowed to Hongjun, and both of them drank in unison. Many thanks to sage Hongjun. The Duke of Dongwang was even more full of smiles. Not only was he satisfied with his choice, but he suddenly realized, with the name of the head of the male immortals in the world in his body, and with this dragon head walking stick in his hand, wouldn't he become the spokesman for the immortal way in the floodplains? Countless thoughts sprang up in his mind. After a short pause, he spoke aloud again. Don't worry, sage Hongjun, we will cultivate well and teach the flood beings with the immortal way, and we will make sure that the immortal way's teachings will flourish and our chi will be prosperous. The others saw this scene. There was a moment of varying minds. Some of those who were not firm-minded could not wait for themselves to come forward first, so that the one who would get the heavenly Tao karma, the innate magic treasure, and the innate spiritual root would be themselves. Others frowned slightly, a pang in the heart. A few breaths later, just when some people were dumbfounded, Jun suddenly stood up, arched his hand at Hongjun, and asked aloud, "Dare I ask sage Hongjun, in the flooded heavens and earth, is it true that only the immortal way can be certified as a saint?" The crowd snapped at the words. There was a glint in his eyes. What Emperor Jun said was also the question that they were wondering in their hearts. And even if there was no Emperor Jun to stand up, it was feared that other people would also stand up. Hongjun's gaze was deep and profound. Then he spoke faintly. "None. All 3,000 avenues can become saints, are not confined to the immortal way. Also, I have a treasure named Creation Jade Disc. recorded after the opening of the heavens and the earth. The many avenues in the flooded heavens and earth. You have the destiny to feel on their own. After saying that, the jade disk of creation above Hongjun's head flew up at once, radiating infinite light, and at once there were visions, in which countless great avenues were born and destroyed and rotated. Then a violent shudder. These great Tao imprints flew toward the violet sky palace, dazzling people like a sky full of stars. The original seated crowd launched in an instant. An arcane light flew toward the 3,000 avenues above their heads, and the power of the spirit of the Yuan followed the senses, searching for and sensing the avenues that best suited them. Even Wu Tian was no exception. They couldn't even stare at the Queen Mother of the West to gawk, hastily collecting their minds and looking towards the top of their heads. The power of the divine soul probed and instantly curled around a glittering imprint, and then flew to perceive the wonders of it. The way of the flesh? No wonder I have a strong sense of this. But what surprised Wu Tian was, the Tao rules in this seal were actually incomplete, and he soon finished his enlightenment, and then flew back into the void. That's true. Although the jade disk of creation is a supreme treasure, how is it possible that all 3,000 avenues are completely recorded? Wouldn't that be too heaven-defying? It's nice to be able to inscribe crippled seals. Wu Tian didn't waste any time. Once again, according to the sense and the soul, poured the many marks to explore, and soon captured another avenue. But the world way, open up the world by itself, constantly improving and growing the world. This path is somewhat similar to Pangu's opening of the sky, but Pangu was strong enough to take a direct step, and the flood directly became the top world in the chaos, and the way of this world, but slowly promoted. Wu Tian didn't mind. Seize the time to inscribe this world way in his soul, whether he wants to cultivate it or not. It's after all an underpinning. When the sense of this path is completed, before Wu Tian could strike again, he suddenly heard Hongjun's voice faintly ring out. The time has come. The second sermon is over. And after 3,000 years there will be a final sermon in which I will tell you about the method of witnessing and sanctification. The words fell. The jade butterfly of creation floating in the void violently trembled. And then countless arcane lights and Tao seals disappeared in an instant. And then it flew back to Hongjun's side. The crowd was full of reluctance. At this time, the East Prince, suddenly blessed to the heart in general, actually came up with a thought. Suddenly opened his mouth, smilingly said, Sage Hongjun has narrated the immortal way for us. And today he is even more magnanimous in imparting the 3,000 great paths, and all the paths of the flood in the future will be out of the sages. Be the ancestor of the way. Before anyone else could react, the Duke of Dongwang directly bowed his head in obeisance. Many thanks, Tao Ancestor, for preaching and teaching the flooded beings in the purple heavenly palace with a compassionate heart. The crowd was dumbfounded. Lean, is that flattering? How did the Hongjun sage become the Hongjun Taoist ancestor? If it were true that all the great roads came out of Hongjun, it would be just to call it Daozu, but is it actually? Naturally not. Not to mention the fact that the great Tao recorded in the jade disk of creation was not complete. Many of the innate saints present had their own Tao themselves and did not get it from Hongjun at all. What kind of Taoist ancestor is that? But the Duke of Dongwang is so called. And in this purple heavenly palace, before he undertook the favor of Hongjun preaching, what else can others do? Can't always jump out and yell. Hongjun can't be the name of the Tao Father. A moment of silence followed. Other people's voices finally rang out in the purple heaven palace, and the crowd had no choice but to follow the words of the Duke of the East King and open their mouths. We thank you, great ancestor Hongjun. Naturally, Wu Tian's trio didn't make a sound, but he didn't come out to make trouble at this time either, and just looked towards the crowd with a smile or a laugh. The ancestral witches are inherited from the great god Pangu. What's the relationship with Hongjun? Naturally, I don't recognize Hongjun as the Taoist ancestor. Hongjun didn't care either. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on his face, and most of his mind was feeling the changes in himself. Along with the crowd's Tao ancestor fell. Immediately there is a surge of incomparable fortune landed, added to their own body. The jade disk of creation spun rapidly. The heavenly Tao authority also increased by leaps and bounds. Hongjun laughed lightly and spoke. No need to be polite. This is the way it should be. Saying that and nodding towards the Duke of Dongwang, it instantly made the Duke of Dongwang's heart as sweet as honey, and the smile on his face grew brighter and brighter. Hongjun then retired directly. This sermon is over. 3,000 years from now, the purple heavenly palace will open again, for you to explain the method of witnessing the Tao and becoming a saint. Chapter 42 Jin Yuanzi's Distress. Hongjun is the same as last time. After being a chapter-breaking dog once again and making a group of people listening to the sermon in the purple heavenly palace scratch their hearts and lungs, the figure disappeared without a trace. The gate of the purple heavenly palace also opened once again, also as last time, but the difference this time was that Hongjun had gained the name and fortune of the Tao ancestor, and his authority in the heavenly Tao had risen greatly, and his strength was about to rise greatly as well. The East King Gong and the West Queen Mother have respectively obtained the karma of the heavenly Tao, and have the right to lead the immortals in the world. Di Jun's eyes narrowed slightly, sizing up towards Lord Dongwang. By this time, there were already cultivators gathering towards Lord Dongwang, with many compliments between their words. Lord Mu received a personal gift from the Taoist ancestor. In the future, when one is in charge of the flood immortal way, it is truly a joyous occasion. East Wanggong, because accompanied by the 10 innate spiritual roots of the Tong Tian Jianmu, so the original name for the wood gong, which is why the Hongjun ancestors did not give him the spiritual roots, but only to the Queen Mother of the West, a plant of the innate Nanshui peach tree reason. Being complimented by so many people, the Duke of the East King was also a bit fluttery at once, but then he forced himself to suppress the pride in his heart, still looking very humble, arching his hand and smiling. You are all welcome, fellow Taoists. Since the Tao ancestor has bestowed upon me the position of karma, I can't do nothing about it. Next, after returning to Panglai, I'm going to follow the example of the Tao ancestor and explain the immortal path to all beings in Panglai. If you all have any spare time, you might as well come and join in the fun. There were nods. Naturally, we would also like to hear Lord Mu's insights on top of the immortal way. The Duke of Dongwang's heart grew more and more comfortable. With a thought in his mind, he hurriedly looked toward the Queen Mother of the West again. The two of them were the head of the male and female immortals in the world, so they couldn't sing a solo show by themselves, could they? But the Queen Mother of the West was long gone. The Duke of the East King hurriedly looked toward the direction of the gate of the Purple Heavenly Palace, but saw the back of the Queen Mother of the West just out of the gate outside. Toward the chaos shot away. Hey, fellow Taoist Golden Mother. The Duke of Dongwang hurriedly let out a cry of alarm. Suddenly realizing something, he hurriedly turned back to apologize to the people around him and hurriedly chased after them towards the outside of the Purple Heavenly Palace. See this? Di Jun couldn't help but smile contemptuously. That's when he withdrew his gaze and grunted softly. From the words and actions of the Duke of Dongwang, Di Jun had naturally seen that after gaining the name of the head of the male immortals in the world, the Duke of Dongwang's ambitions had also bubbled up. The head of the male immortals? Is nothing more than a guard dog. Di Jun lightly chortled in his heart. Then his gaze turned towards the direction of Fushi and Nuwa, pondering in his mind, and after a moment he put on a smile and walked towards Fushi and Nuwa. Wu Tian's gaze naturally turned away from Shi Wangmu's back toward Nuwa's direction. Just had a look. Just as he felt his arm being tapped, he turned around to see Xin Mei's cool, absolutely beautiful face appearing in front of him, staring at himself as he asked, "It's the Queen Mother of the West looking good, or does Nuwa look good?" Wu Tian froze. What's going on? It was unbelievable that such words could come out of Xian Mo's cold and icy mouth. Facing Wu Tian's gaze, a flicker of panic flashed across Xian Mo's face before he forced himself to speak calmly. Am I wrong? After the end of Hongjun's sermon, I saw you staring at Shi Wangmu all the time, until people out of the Purple Heavenly Palace before reluctantly retracting your gaze, and then half of them don't stop, directly staring at Nuwa again. Wu Tian immediately screamed in his heart. What a big misunderstanding. He stared at the Queen Mother of the West. That was because just now the Queen Mother of the West had been given the Western Vegetable Cloud Boundary flag, and hadn't he just thought of getting the innate 5-square flag before? Wu Tian naturally had to mull it over. Sure, the Queen Mother of the West is indeed beautiful. The innate holiness in the flood, each tends to be perfect, but each has its own characteristics, and the graceful and luxurious meaning on the Queen Mother of the West, as well as the faint lethargy between her eyebrows, really grows on Wu Tian's heart party. But that's not the point. As for Nuwa, this is not the Emperor Jun toward Fushi. Nuwa go well, according to the original trend, should also be Emperor Jun Tai. Fushi Nuwa 4 people to join forces, the creation of the demon race time. He naturally had to pay more attention to. A quiet message to explain. Xian Ming's expression instantly stretched, and he subconsciously asked, really? Then he looked toward Emperor Jun and the others. So what are we going to do? She hadn't thought about stopping it or anything like that. In the minds of Xian Mei and the others, what threat could a demon race that hadn't fully appeared yet be? Wu Tian glanced towards the 4 again. Let's hurry back. Get a grip on what you told your brothers earlier. You can't let anyone else get ahead of you. After saying that, Wu Tian simply got up. At this time, Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun also hurriedly came over, looking like they wanted to invite Wu Tian to go to the 5 Zhuangguan again. Sitting and discussing the Tao and tasting the ginseng fruit, Wu Tian naturally didn't have time. Simply, he preempted the words. Fellow Taoist Jin Yuan. Fellow Taoist Red Cloud. There's a big event in my witch clan next. If you two have time, why don't you go with me to the witch clan to play around? Just in time to be a witness as well? The 2 men sniffed. Then 4 eyes met and eyes signaled. Jin Yuanzi then smiled and spoke. Not since. Anyway, The two of them don't have much ambition. They just want to get away between the flooded heavens and the earth. And it's not a big deal to go back to the 5 Zhuangguan, so they are naturally willing to follow along. Wu Tian's heart moved slightly, and looked toward the Kuanping. This time the Kuanping did not run ahead of time, but instead sat in place with a contemplative look, as if still in the sense of the party from the Jade Disc of Creation in the avenue. Previously, because of the matter of the Northern Xian Yuan water control flag, it was considered to be a good karma with the Kuanping, plus Wu Tian found out that the Kuanping might not be what he thought it was. Simply open your mouth to be invited as well. Although it was a demon master among the original great power, Kuanping's position was not firm in the first place, in case it could be pulled together. This is under the influence of the other. Isn't that double the harvest? Therefore, Wu Tian also smiled and opened his mouth to inquire. By the time he had finished listening to Wu Tian's words, Kuanping did not directly respond to them, but instead, he searched for a moment and squeezed out a smile on his face. I won't be joining you, fellow Taoist, but on the day when the Taoist friend says so, I will go to congratulate you since the current, said he got up, and to the direction of Xianmei, Hou Tu, Jin Yuanzi, Hongjun slightly arch hand, signaling after a moment toward the purple sky palace outside. Wait for the kunai to leave. Red Cloud, however, let out a light breath. Phew, this Kuanping Taoist friend looks like he's not easy to get along with. He doesn't show any false colors to anyone. I always have a bit of a strange feeling every time I see him. The only one who has such an attitude towards the Taoist friends. Red Cloud's eyes flickered. Another gossipy look of curiosity asked, fellow Taoist Wu Tian, how did you do it? What happened with this Kuanping? Wu Tian didn't think so either. Laughing softly, he then said, it's not much. Previously, the elder brothers disliked the Western duo, and Kuanping was able to keep his seat, so he felt that he owed a favor and sent the Northern Xian Yuan water control flag to end the karma. One comes and goes between. There's been some friendship. After saying that, Wu Tian directly greeted the people around him and walked towards the outside of the purple heavenly palace. He was now a bit anxious to go back and discuss the matter of establishing a clan with Emperor Jiang and the others. Xianmei and Hou Tu each stood on the left and right. Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun followed behind. The two of them looked oddly in face to face, and there was constant communication between their eyes. Jin Yuanzi, old brother, Kuanping has sent the Northern Xian Yuan water control flag to end the karma. So what should we do? We can't just show nothing, right? Jin Yuanzi was also very distressed. Kuanping is still considered to be indirectly accepted the favor of the witch race. Then the two brothers are the most direct beneficiaries. Wu Tian is to give them out, but he didn't have any extra innate spiritual treasures either, so he couldn't give away the Earth Book. Could he? Chapter 43, Wu Tian's favor is not over. Wait until you get out of the purple heavenly palace. As soon as the breath around the two of them, Xianmei and Hou Tu, there was an incomparably dense force of laws that immediately emerged, and the two of them were very consciously prepared to break through the chaos and bring Wu Tian back. But Red Cloud smiled and grabbed the lead. Better let me do it. I'm in a hurry. Still owe people a favor. It was always too embarrassing to still let Xianmei and Hou Tu both contribute, right? Therefore, Red Cloud directly volunteered. Xianmei and Hou Tu stopped. Curious, he looked toward Red Cloud. Wu Tian didn't feel surprised. Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun were able to come early during the first Purple Heavenly Palace hearing. Naturally they were very fast. At this time, Jin Yuanzi also smiled and nodded his head. Nice. Not to hide from you, the Red Cloud old brother is the first Red Cloud born between heaven and earth at the time of the opening of the heavens and the earth. In the aspect of rushing, not to say that it is the top of the flood bar, the speed should also be ranked in the forefront. By this time, Red Cloud had already propped up a boundary emitting red light. The aura was so subtle that Wu Tian could not help but sigh in his heart after just a little sensing. No wonder, Red Cloud sure has good luck. Among the four elephants of the open heavens, earth, water, fire and wind, Red Cloud alone is directly occupying three paths, only missing a land. At this time, Jin Yuanzi also smiled and spoke. I've come to help you. As he spoke, he struck out a mana, which was precisely the power of the Earth Book, which exuded an incomparably thick aura of innate earthen, mixed with the aura of innate ethereal wood, after intermingling with Red Cloud's mana. In the four elephants with the opening of the sky and the water, fire and wind power mingling, after the transformation, the original five elements of the innate power, but directly into the four elephants of the power. Swish! There was a flash of light above the boundary. The original red boundary was instantly transformed into a gray chaotic color, as if a small heaven and earth had been cut out of the chaos, isolating all the surrounding chaotic aura. Wu Tian's eyes lit up when he saw this. No wonder you two brothers can get on well. It turns out that there is this complementary intention between each other. Wu Tian laughed afterward. Immediately stepping within the gray boundary, Xianmei and Hou Tu were happy to see this and followed Wu Tian into it. The five then broke through the chaos, toward the flooded heavens and earth. Right now following Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun, Wu Tian naturally is not good to close his eyes to practice, simply chatting with the two, Xianmei and Hou Tu, on the other hand, listened silently. It was just out of the Purple Heaven Palace, and the topic naturally fell on the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West, said Red Cloud curiously. It seems to me that the Queen Mother of the West is not very willing to turn to the immortal path. Otherwise she wouldn't have left in a hurry and simply ignored the Duke of the East. Several people were all gossipy at once. Even Xianmei and Hou Tu ate their melons with relish, and when the matter of the two men, the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West, had been said, Jin Yuanzi suddenly let out a sigh. Alas! In fact, Lord Dongwang's choice may not necessarily be wrong. The laws are too difficult to become the Tao, and with a ready-made immortal Tao in front of you, it's only natural to make such a choice. The immortal way is based on the laws of the five elements. When the five qi in the chest is complete, the laws are balanced and self-contained, then there will be the power to jump out of the five elements. So the immortals are called thieves of the five elements, or maybe transform the yin and yang again. Jin Yuanzi, who has the essence of the innate earth and the innate ethel wood, has the five elements of the law innately, and is naturally the most suitable for practicing the way of immortality. But, walking on someone else's path, you will be shackled by someone else in the end. Think about it or your heart is not willing. Jin Yuanzi shook his head and sighed. This was actually what most of the Zishao Gong listeners thought, which was why the crowd reacted so strongly after the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West both switched to the immortal path. Although in the end, Ancestor Hongjun released 3,000 great avenues for all to comprehend. How many people could find their own suitable avenues? And these great Tao seals themselves are crippled. Hearing Jin Yuanzi lament so, Wu Tian was immediately moved in his heart. But he knew that Jin Yuanzi was the ancestor of the future Earth Immortals, and also opened up the Earth Immortal path himself. It's still Sento though, but also another way, claiming ancestry. Thinking of this, Wu Tian did not hide anything and directly smiled and spoke. Why do you need to be bitter, fellow Daoist? The book of the earth in your hand is mysterious, which has its own avenue. If you can sense, not also have the opportunity to prove the way? The saintly Genesis hosts the heavenly Tao. You can rest your Yuan Shen on top of the Earth Book. Jin Yuanzi's eyes immediately lit up. But that's not all. Wu Tian thought of Jin Yuanzi opening up the Earth Immortal world with the Earth Book in the future, and simply shared the world way he had previously realized. Swish! A ball of arcane light flew out from Wu Tian's spiritual platform. This is the way of the world that I perceive from the jade disk of creation. Perhaps it will be helpful to you. You may as well have a good sense of it. Jin Yuanzi's face was suddenly shocked and delighted. This, Wu Tian, however, smiled and spoke. No harm done. It's not as if such things as Tao techniques and senses are given to you and I don't have them myself. If fellow Daoist has something to gain, just share it with me. It's just a bit of a shame. As a sorcerer, I'm not very strong in the sense of the great Tao, so maybe there's a mistake in the way of this world. So just pay attention to it yourself. Fellow Daoist. Jin Yuanzi's face changed several times. He that is greedy for the world way of enlightenment, but also some embarrassment. Before Wu Tian for their head of the favor is not yet finished it. This is again from Wu Tian here to get benefits. After a long period of contemplation, Jin Yuanzi solemnly arched his hand in salute. Just as well. Then Jin Yuan will have the honor to accept it. This sentiment Jin Yuan cannot repay for the time being. First remembered in the heart, Dao friend, if there is anything you need me to do, just ask. Wu Tian just smiled and nodded. Jin Yuanzi then stopped being polite and directly incorporated the sense of the way of the world into himself, and the radiance of his Yuan Shen instantly enveloped his body, and he began to carefully comprehend it. After another moment, even the book of the earth flew directly out of his body and slowly floated above Jin Yuanzi's head, constantly emitting an earth-colored light. Seeing the situation, a few others don't interfere. They all closed their voices, and Red Cloud also pushed his own power even harder, and the tiny ball of light crushed the chaos chi all the way, flashing in the chaos and heading towards the flooded heaven and earth. Wait until you break the chaotic tire membrane. It was only after entering the flooded heavens and earth that the earth book on top of Jin Yuanzi's head trembled violently, converging the infinite light and sinking into his body after. A few moments later, Jin Yuanzi slowly opened his eyes, a light of incomparable surprise flickering in his eyes. To the curious gazes of several people, Jin Yuanzi lightly smiled and spoke. I understand. I have found my way. Follow Wu Tian's tips. The difference between a saint and a hybrid Dala Golden Immortal is that the Yuan Shen is hosted in the heavenly Tao, so it can be with the heavenly Tao, immortal and indestructible. And the Book of Earth implicates the flooded earth. If the flood is not broken, neither is the Book of Earth. Wasn't this an alternative immortality, another path to witnessing the Tao? Even Jin Yuanzi could spread this path, and if others were willing to cultivate this path, they would be able to host their Yuanshan, and they would also be able to enhance their own strength, though the details are still unclear. But Jin Yuanzi has seen the clear path. Immediately, he deeply saluted towards Wu Tian. Many thanks for the enlightenment, fellow Taoist, Jin Yuanzi said while sighing in his heart. Originally owed a huge cause and effect, this time because of Wu Tian pointing to understand their own way. Cause and effect is even heavier. Hey, Wu Tian's favor isn't over yet. Chapter 44, taking a look at the Earth Book formation. As the saying goes, a great favor is not appreciated. In front of this kind of Tao-forming favor, a few simple words of thanks were really insignificant, and Jin Yuanzi also knew this, so he simply said so. Then he took it all to heart. It's already made up in his mind. Be sure to repay the favor. Seeing Jin Yuanzi's enlightenment of his own way under Wu Tian's nudging, Red Cloud couldn't help but look at Wu Tian expectantly even though he was a little embarrassed. Wu Tian was dumbfounded. Amount. What did Red Cloud say? You can't tell him that you'll die for a while and then be reincarnated as Shin known to become a Taoist, can you? Besides, the matter of giving up the seat in the Purple Heavenly Palace had been drastically altered by his own interference, and it was not yet known whether Red Cloud would still be as he had originally been. But Red Cloud himself had already occupied 3 of the 4 elephant powers, and with such a good base, he only needed to gather the last power to make up the 4 elephant powers. It is natural to fulfill one's own way. Therefore, after a little contemplation, Wu Tian smiled and spoke. Fellow Taoist might as well think towards the path of replenishing one's own laws. The world way that I gave to fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi just now, and fellow Taoist also sense it. It might just make a difference. Red Cloud nodded his head in a hurry. Pressing down the excitement in his heart, he headed towards the Witch Clan at the foot of the Buzhou Mountain under Wu Tian's guidance. Swish! 2 rushing fury auras emerged, instantly blocking Red Cloud's path. The figures of both Emperor Jiang and Candle Joanne appeared in midair and shouted angrily. What man? It was actually going to strike towards Red Cloud. Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi hastily dispersed their own power, and the power of the 4 elephants was immediately dispersed, and the aura of Wu Tian and the others was revealed. Only then did Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 stop. Ha! It's you guys. Wait until a few people have fallen. Emperor Jiang was still curiously glancing back and forth at Red Cloud before muttering words. Didn't see that coming. You're a guy with such a soft nature, but you're able to harness the power of the 4 elephants. Not bad. Not bad. The power of the 4 elephants rotates and intertwines. Surprisingly, the breath of Wu Tian and the others was blocked tightly, which is why Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 suddenly rushed out. At those words Red Cloud was speechless. At Di Zhang's words, he didn't know whether to laugh or what, but he also knew that the ancestral witches were of such a nature, so he didn't get angry. Wu Tian hurriedly spoke. Brother, fellow Taoists Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun, I invited them to meet me. Then he turned his head back to Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun. Previously, in the Violet Sky Palace, it was not suitable to speak so clearly. At this time, they had already arrived at the territory of the witch race, so Wu Tian directly and briefly talked about their intentions. Notify the great god of Pangu? Set up a witch tribe, incorporating the Buzhou Mountain into the 12 capital heavenly goddesses' great formation? Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun looked at each other. But soon, as the first person in the flood to come up with the moral kidnapping formation, Jin Yuanzi quickly realized what Wu Tian was thinking and looked towards him with a smile. The 2 men looked at each other in all directions, a smile that could only be described as a smile. Jin Yuanzi did not think that. On the contrary, he had a feeling of meeting a fellow traveler. He practiced the Earth Book Grand Formation because he was worried that others would hit the door. He and Red Cloud have a good reputation though, and not actively causing trouble, but after all, they are not strong enough, and their character is too gentle, so it is inevitable that they will be bullied at the door by others. But the Witch Clan is so strong. The ancestral witches are incredibly strong, so why do they also think this way? This is clearly some kind of preparation. Jin Yuanzi pondered in his mind for a while, and after not understanding, he simply didn't think about it anymore, but directly smiled and said, just in time, I have some experience in this path. Why don't I tell you about the setup of my own Earth Book Grand Formation, so that all of you can refer to it? Thinking of the kindness that Wu Tian and the Witch Clan had shown to him and Red Cloud, Jin Yuanzi directly made such a decision. Thinking in his heart, it's also a way to pay back some of the karma. Wu Tian was shocked and delighted at his words. To know, the Earth Book Big Formation is Jin Yuanzi's life preservation card. Is Jin Yuanzi very important secret he is willing to share out? Wu Tian thought left and right in his mind. In the end, there was no refusal, but a solemn word. Thank you, fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi. Jin Yuanzi was also very satisfied. finally can help Wu Tian a little favor. So also can let his heart comfortable a little. Otherwise always so owed Wu Tian's favor. Afraid of the Taoist heart are going to be affected. Emperor Jiang and the others were also very pleased. Look at the eyes of Jin Yuanzi. Red cloud. The more you look at the more pleasant feeling. But also directly went forward. Ruthlessly in the red cloud shoulder pat. Ha ha. From now on, you are friends of my witch clan. If anyone dares to bully you, just report the name of my witch clan. Red Cloud wasn't too comfortable with Emperor Zhang's enthusiasm, but also know that he and Jin Yuanzi old brother is truly won the recognition of the ancestral witches. The heart is also greatly uplifted. The smile on the face is also more and more freely. Immediately, the crowd headed to the Pangu temple. The other ancestral witches have also heard of the news to come. Do not wait for Jin Yuanzi. Red Cloud said anything, only to hear Di Jiang said loudly, this is our friends of the witch race. The ancestral witches are enthusiastic beyond measure. Wu Tian had wanted to entertain the two. Jin Yuanzi, however, smiled and waved his hand as he chuckled and spoke. Business is business. Immediately, he began to explain directly. The earth book appeared in front of Jin Yuanzi, emitting an earthy yellow light, with a vein and note on it, all displayed in front of the ancestral witches. This one vein is the direction of the flood land vein. A single point of light on it is the cave of the floodplain where the spiritual chi is rich. Jin Yuanzi slowly narrated. Nonetheless, when the lecture was over, although Jin Yuanzi didn't know the specifics of the 12th capital Heavenly Divine Fury's great formation, he relied on his own deduction to give advice. The ancestral witches gathered their attention. After all, there are 12 metropolitan gods Fury formation seal, so no one is distracted. Then before in the Purple Palace to listen to the sermon to be more serious. Wu Tian also carefully memorized these in his mind. The heart was also constantly giving birth to many epiphanies, and the power of the 12 laws in the divine soul was constantly surging and changing. Just then, the Hou Tu beside him quietly pushed him, then quietly transmitted his voice and spoke to Wu Tian. I was wondering before, for no reason at all, why are you being so nice to these two brothers? So it's because you've prepared for it. The Earth Book Grand Formation was indeed exquisite. After Hou Tu heard this, she also felt that she had gained a lot, and had gained a lot more insight into the 12 heavenly goddesses' great formation. That's why it's such a big deal. Wu Tian, however, was quick to call out, Sister Hou Tu, this time you are really misunderstanding me. I really didn't think so originally, and I didn't rush to the Earth Book Grand Formation at all. Wu Tian's initial idea was to disrupt the chance of the seat, and when he first entered the Purple Heavenly Palace, Hongjun directly interfered, fearing that the ancestral witches would get a few more seats. As it is, how could Wu Tian make things easy for Hongjun? Of course it's going to disrupt his arrangements. Moreover, Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud, these two people are also worthy of the name of the Flood Good Old Man. Get along is indeed comfortable, and do not have to worry about what problems in the future. But it was not good for Wu Tian to say this outright. Therefore Hou Tu did not believe. However, the eyes of Hou Tu were very happy and pleased with the appearance, seemingly extremely satisfied with this situation of Wu Tian's transportation and planning. Seeing the situation as such, Wu Tian simply didn't retort either, just muttering up in my mind, just as well, you guys can think what you like. Anyway, just hurry up and change the big formation and bind the Unchained Mountain. Chapter 45, The Luck of the Innate Gourd Vine. When Jin Yuanzi finished speaking, ancestral witches have gained a lot. A thoughtful look. Di Jiang is even more pleased to say, I know, the 12 heavenly goddesses' great formation is the top great formation inherited from their bloodline and obtained from the great god Pangu. And it is not so simple to change it. The ancestral witches hadn't been lazy during this time. There are still many questions. This time after drawing on the Earth Book formation, the original heart of the doubtful place, suddenly oil to solve. The ancestral witches all looked at Jin Yuanzi with burning eyes, causing both Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun to be a little taken aback. And Jin Yuanzi asked cautiously, Taoist friend of Emperor Jiang, but what's wrong? Emperor Jiang, however, laughed violently. Ha ha, from now on, don't call out any more Taoist friends. From now on, you'll be our brothers of the witch clan. Old brother Jin Yuanzi and old brother Hongjun. The two of them laughed at that, nor did they dwell on who was the first to take shape amongst themselves, but also smiled and responded with Emperor Jiang. Brother Emperor Jiang. Then he turned his head towards Wu Tian again. Elder brother Wu Tian. Wu Tian was also very happy, even more so, because of this scene. He sighed in his heart. Who says the ancestral witches don't have brains? Isn't this quite a good thing for brother Di Jiang? Look at this cry of brother put Jin Yuanzi. Red Cloud two people happy, are a little close to the mouth. The two were actually quite flattered. It is not that the status of the ancestral witches have more noble, although it is the Pangu Zhangzong, but Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud two people origin heel is not bad. in this regard do not care too much. Rather, it was because of the reputation of the ancestral witches. Ancestral witches have a foul and hard temper, which is well known throughout the floodplains, and before in the Purple Heavenly Palace, they didn't show much respect to Hongjun Daozu, and they were extremely protective and xenophobic. This brother is naturally hard to come by. Immediately, Dijon did not hide the matter from Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun, and directly wanted to start discussing the 12 heavenly goddesses' great formation, as well as the establishment of the witch clan. The ancestral witches are no longer visible. However, Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun had a plan in their hearts and hurriedly spoke to Wu Tian. Elder brother Wu Tian, the two of us won't get involved in this internal matter of the witch clan. It just so happens that because of your nudging earlier, I had a great deal of enlightenment in my heart and wanted to consolidate it properly. Why don't I practice a bit first? After Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun repeatedly insisted, Wu Tian then smiled and spoke. Also, there happens to be a place on Buzhou Mountain that is suitable for the two of you to cultivate. I'll take you there. What Wu Tian was talking about was naturally the valley where the innate gourd vine was located. There is another space in the Pangu temple though, but after all, the fury is thick. Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud are ultimately practicing with light spiritual energy, which is not compatible with this place, and their practice is naturally not as suitable as where the innate gourd vine is located. And the valley is full of spiritual qi and law power, plus the roots of the innate gourd vine, so it might even be able to inspire Jin Yuanzi in another way. The others heard Wu Tian say this. The ancestral witches instantly knew what Wu Tian was referring to, and immediately they all felt that it was very appropriate, so they smiled and nodded their heads. Wu Tian then led the two forward, waiting for the three to land in front of the valley. Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun had surprise in their complexion and looked curiously at the empty scenery in front of them. Nothing special. At this time, Interceptor stepped out from the shadows. Ting Tian meets Lord Ancestral Witch. Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun instantly brightened their eyes when they heard the words. All of them had never been clear about Wu Tian's specific identity, but at this moment, they were considered to have learned it from the mouth of criminal heaven. Ancestral witches? Wu Tian was indeed an ancestral witch as well. Otherwise, how can you call yourself a brother to Emperor Jiang and the others? The next moment the two men were puzzled again. Not the 12 ancestors? So what's going on with Wu Tian? Wu Tian didn't care about the abnormality of the two. Not caring that his identity was known to them, he just smiled and spoke to Xingtian. Interceptor has worked hard. I don't need you to watch over the next. You go back to the tribe first. Wu Tian smiled and patted Interceptor's shoulder, as a sign of encouragement. This is also what he learned from Emperor Jiang. He said that he wanted to reward these great wizards, but Wu Tian never had anything suitable on hand, so he could only encourage them mentally first. But Wu Tian had already thought about it. Based on the merits of Interceptors guarding the innate gourd vine for himself, he definitely won't be allowed to become the brainless in the future. Interceptor was puzzled, but half-asked. Everyone has said that Ancestral Witch Wu Tian is the smartest one among all the Ancestral Witch Lords and naturally has his reasons for what he does. Immediately, he answered with a smile. By the order of Lord Ancestral Witch, Interceptor will go back first. If Lord Ancestor Witch has any more orders, just call Interceptor is. Wait until you send off Interceptor. Wu Tian, amidst the astonished eyes of Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun, gently pointed at the void in front of him. Swish! There was a flash of 7-colored light. Originally shielded the valley of the large array finally appeared, but also quietly opened an opening, revealing in front of the three people. Old brother Jin Yuan, old brother Hongyun, please. Wu Tian made a gesture. The two immediately walked toward the array within. Only to enter the array will be shocked in the eyes of the color. Only to see the sudden emergence of the valley between the rich aura convergence into a lake. The space is full of spiritual energy. That's fine. So cavernous they are not without. However, the innate gourd vine directly caught the two men's gazes tightly, and they could not move away for a long time. Innate spiritual roots. Innate yin and yang. 5 elements. How is this possible? Jin Yuanzi couldn't help but exclaim. Because of his own sake, he knows the innate spiritual roots in the floodplain very well, but also never thought that there is an innate spiritual root that can converge the yin and yang and 5 elements existed. For example, Jin Yuanzi's ginseng fruit tree was of the earth elemental attribute, and the Bodhi tree, the body of Junti, was an innate spiritual root of the gold elemental attribute. And there's the fuchsia tree on the sun planet. It is the innate fire line. These only one innate law. It is already very rare and powerful. Not to mention the innate yin and yang 5 elements possessed in front of us. After seeing the innate gourd vine mingling with the breath on Wu Tian's body, responding to each other, Jin Yuanzi also instantly understood that the spirit root had already recognized its owner. Immediately, he couldn't help but speak. Elder brother Wu Tian, you're a lucky man. Envy was in the air. Wu Tian also laughed lightly at once. Ha ha, old brother Jin Yuanzi, Don't you also have the ginseng fruit tree? It's also a genus of the 10 great innate spiritual roots. The rarity of the innate gourd vine goes without saying. Among the original momentum, not yet fully mature gourd, has been powerful, have become a famous treasure in the flood, visible its strong place. Hearing Wu Tian say that, Jin Yuanzi's face showed a bitter smile, seemingly remembering his own heel, but the heels in the flood are all hidden, so Wu Tian could not interject. Just then, what made Wu Tian a little surprised was that Jin Yuanzi actually sighed softly and looked at the innate gourd vine with a little bit of pity in his eyes. Alas, this innate gourd vine is indeed powerful, but you must also be careful, old brother. How can something so perfect be allowed to exist under the heavenly Tao? I'm afraid that there will be a calamity in the future, if you can't get through, Jin Yuanzi said, shaking his head slowly. At this time, the innate gourd vine also seemed to sense Jin Yuanzi's mood. Countless leaves clattered and clattered, and there were even branches and vines climbing towards Wu Tian. Wu Tian was also in awe in his heart. Indeed, as Jin Yuanzi said, in the original momentum, the innate gourd vine indeed suffered a catastrophe. Before maturity was tragically split. But not anymore. Wu Tian's eyes snapped to solemnity. Thanks for reminding old brother Jin Yuan. I naturally know that such an innate spiritual root is naturally difficult for heaven and earth to tolerate, but since it has recognized me as its master, I will naturally protect it. Trying to hurt this gourd vine? Ask our witch clan first, Wu Tian said in a very domineering manner. The two eyes suddenly changed, surprised to look at Wu Tian. Before Wu Tian has been extremely gentle appearance, so that people are a little forget his identity of the witch race. A few moments later, Jin Yuanzi suddenly laughed. I take back what I said earlier. It is not that old brother is lucky to get this innate gourd vine, but this innate gourd vine is lucky to meet old brother Wu Tian. Chapter 46, The Great Way is Up. Being praised so much by Jin Yuanzi, Wu Tian was a bit embarrassed. After all, his reliance is still the 12 ancestral witches who dare to fight. Want to move my innate gourd vine? First ask my elder brothers and sisters. The innate gourd vine has a spirit. At this point, they also jumped up, countless branches fluttering. Wu Tian smiled again and spoke. Elder brother Jin Yuanzi, you know more about innate spiritual roots, so later on when you have time help me see if there can be any way to make this gourd vine grow faster and better. Jin Yuanzi nodded with a light smile, as it should be. Subsequently, Wu Tian passed on the technique of simply controlling the grand formation to the two of them, leaving them to cultivate here before returning towards the sorcerer clan. Wait until you return to the Pangu temple. Before he could sit down beside the ancestral witches, Emperor Jiang smiled and spoke. Wu Tian has you. I was wondering before, why did you suddenly stand up for Jin Yuanzi? Red Cloud old brother. It turns out to be for this gotta. Emperor Jiang also misunderstood. Wu Tian was instantly filled with bitter smiles. Brother, I'm really not about all this. But before the words were finished, they were interrupted by Emperor Jiang waving his hand and smilingly saying, never mind. I know that you are all for the good of our witch clan. And these two brothers' character is indeed okay, and we are sincerely making friends with them. At this point Zhu Rong interjected again. Loudly, he spoke with a big smile. Fong just forgot to tell them. In the future in the flood wasteland do not need to be so careful. Have our witch clan backing. They are still afraid of what? The ancestral witches all burst out laughing. It seems that Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud weak image, has been deep into the hearts of the ancestral witches. A moment will not be able to change. Wu Tian could only mutter in his mind. You guys are unaware of. Honest people have moments when they freak out, and it's scary when they do. At this time, Emperor Jiang slapped Zhu Rong, putting an end to the ancestral witch's clamor. Then his face also became solemn as he spoke to Wu Tian, with the Earth Book Grand Formation drawing on it, for the alterations to the 12th capital Heavenly Gods Fatalities Grand Formation. The problems therein have been basically solved. Wu Tian, when do you see us changing? Was it before it was made known to God the Father in the establishment of the witch clan, or? Emperor Jiang inquired as he did so. On the one hand, the thick and incomparable blood-colored arcane light on his fingertips flickered, transmitting the latest 12 capital divine furies grand formation to Wu Tian. Wu Tian probed a little. Clarify where the changes are. Immediately, he spoke softly. It's better to wait for the time to notify the Father God. When that time comes, we might be able to awaken the Father Gods while that remains in the Buzhou mountain. Just in time to help us perfect this formation. The ancestral witches all nodded in agreement. Next moment, Wu Tian hesitated a little and said another thing. Brothers and sisters, I have another matter to discuss with you. The crowd looked curious. But there's no harm in saying it. You guys just tell us what you have in mind. Can we not trust you? The ancestral witches spoke up. Seeing this, Wu Tian then smiled and spoke. We are the blood descendants of the Pangu Father God. The innate holiness of this heaven and earth, and the innate control of the laws, so we should assume some responsibility for this heaven and earth. Wait until Wu Tian finished. The ancestral witches looked at each other in dismay, and Emperor Jiang was even more curious and asked, "Become a god? Run the laws for the flooded heavens and earth?" Wu Tian nodded directly. "Right. The next quantum kalpa will be a period of prosperity for our witch race, because our witch race is practicing with baneful qi, constantly clearing out the baneful qi in the flooded heavens and earth, so that heaven and earth will be clear, but the fury will eventually thin out. At that time, will the flood world still need us? We naturally need to give ourselves more significance, so that the flood world will need us. One more thing. During the second Hongjun sermon, Wu Tian had already thought that the ancestral witches were being counted by the heavenly Tao because they controlled the power of the laws, desire to recapture the power of these laws, make the heavenly way itself more complete. But what if the ancestral witches took the initiative to become the god of a certain law, helping to operate the laws and make the flooded heaven and earth more and more complete? The end of the end. Apart from Xianmei, Hou Tu, and Wu Tian himself, the other 10 ancestral witches had not cultivated their yuanshan, and their own divine souls were firmly within their physical bodies, which directly merged into the heavens and the earth when their physical bodies fell. Wu Tian hoped that by doing so, being able to leave more imprints on the ancestral witches in the heavens and earth, so that even if the worst end comes, he will still have the chance to call them back. These reasons were not convenient for Wu Tian to say. You can only keep it to yourself. Therefore, regarding Wu Tian's words just now, the ancestral witches had different opinions. Xu Rong even yelled, "How can that be? We are the blood descendants of Father God, and this heaven and earth were all opened up by Father God, so how can we not be tolerated?" The words were not finished. Candle Joeen could be heard sulking and shouting angrily. "Shut up!" Candle Joeen had always seldom spoken, and although he always conferred with the two of them, Emperor Jiang was the one who made most of the comments. At this moment, after hearing Wu Tian's words, the heart is actually touched. It was not once or twice that Wu Tian had shown this sense of crisis, and Candle Joeen had naturally noticed this as well. Will the witches really have this day? Candle Joeen thought secretly in his heart. He wanted more and more to use the power of his own laws to probe the long river of time to see the future fate of the witch race. It's just that it's a critical time. He hadn't been able to break through to the mixed golden immortal yet, so he could only keep this matter in his mind, and also made up his mind. Notify God the Father first. Set up a witch tribe. After becoming a mixed golden immortal in the future, must join forces with Big Brother and make a good investigation to solve the worries and confusions in his heart. At this time, the ancestral witches also quieted down. They all looked towards Candle Joeen curiously, not understanding why he suddenly got angry. Zhu Rong was even a little aggravated, but also a little fearful. A few moments later, Candlewick returned to his senses. First, he glanced towards the ancestral witches, then he locked eyes with Di Jian, and the two exchanged glances. Empyrean then coughed lightly. It was only then that the solemn and incomparable words were spoken. "Yes, don't worry Wu Tian, we naturally trust you and do everything as you say." Then he yelled at the other ancestral witches. "Still not grasping at straws? Hurry up and get ready." The ancestral witches saw that the boss and the second had already spoken, so what else was there to say? Immediately, they all smiled and responded. Wishbone was still muttering under his breath. "And I didn't say I wouldn't listen. The idea is set." The ancestral witches were also extremely mobile. They know that Wu Tian, Xian He, and Hou Tu still have to go to the Purple Heaven Palace to listen to the Tao for the third time, and they can't be delayed in listening to the Tao, plus it's a big event for the witch clan, so they're naturally doing their very best. Wu Tian hadn't practiced during this time either. Returning to the Hou Tu tribe with Hou Tu, he dealt with the affairs of the Hou Tu tribe, while also having to constantly discuss the details with Emperor Jiang and Candle 9. Time flew by. The day has finally come. Wu Tian and the ancestral witches did not invite anyone else, only Jin Yuanzi, Hongjun, and Kuanpeng, who had said goodbye in the Zixia Palace, came early to the bottom of Buzhou Mountain to observe the ceremony. The ancestral witches stood in front of the Pangu Hall, facing the direction of Buzhou Mountain, with countless sons and daughters of the witch race behind them. The 12 ancestor witches suddenly had a fierce aura that rushed to the heavens, transforming into 12 giant pillars of fierce aura that penetrated the heavens and the earth and the flooded heavens and the earth. Boom! The 12 capital heavenly goddesses' great formation appeared. Wu Tian, on the other hand, was in the middle of the big formation, holding the innate merit and virtue supreme treasure Hongmeng measuring ruler in his hand, and his aura around him was rising higher and higher. 12 metropolis god fury formation, Hongmeng measuring ruler, Pangu Hall, as well as Buzhou Mountain. Each other is suddenly born echoing the meaning of the thick and heavy incomparable Pangu breath from the Buzhou Mountain woke up. The flooded heavens and earth suddenly shook. What are the witches up to again? Countless great divine masters were startled and hurriedly cast their gazes towards this place, each and every one of them shocked beyond measure in their hearts. Just then, Emperor Jiang's voice resounded between heaven and earth. The great Tao is above. The father god of Pangu is above. The flooded heavens and earth are witness to it, and the heavenly Tao is witness to it. Now there is a descendant of Pangu father god, who wants to inherit the legacy of father god. Chapter 47, Pangu bestows blessings. The great Tao. Hearing these words from Emperor Jiang, the shock in the hearts of the flooded masses was even greater. Muttering once more, "What the hell are the witches up to? The avenue is up there? Are you guys close to the main road?" For these words of Emperor Jiang, a trace of contempt arose in the hearts of many great spiritual masters. Look at them this time to notify heaven and earth. Even completely did not mention Hongjun Taoist ancestor. Even the heavenly way is only a witness. Many people frown slightly. I know that your witch clan only honors Pangu, the father god, but playing like this is also too much to put Hongjun Daozu and the heavenly Tao in the eyes, right? One time, countless cultivators flew out from the dojo. Standing in the void, he remotely looked toward the foot of Buzhou Mountain and the place where the 12 metropolitan gods' fury formation rose up. Even Hongjun Daozu appeared, sitting on top of the 9 heavens. His gaze was indifferent and incomparable as he looked towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Behind him was the dense and infinite power of the heavenly Tao. Emperor Zhong's voice continued. Today, in remembrance of the incompleteness of the heavenly Tao, we would like to operate the laws and perfect the floodland heaven and earth, and take it as our duty to guard Buzhou Mountain and govern the floodland heaven and earth. Therefore, today we establish the Witch Clan, with the floodlands as the foundation, Buzhou Mountain as the clanland, and the Pangu Temple and the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler to suppress the Qi. Witches, stand! Emperor Zhong's words fell. The entire flooded heavens and earth shook. Countless Yuan Qi surges and baneful Qi swept toward the 12 Dodong God's Bane formation. The pressure of the uncharted mountain grew stronger and stronger. It vaguely merged into a gray mist, condensed in the void. At the same time a vain river of Qi, slowly born in the void. Ancestral witches as well as the Qi of the ordinary which tribe as the wolf smoke upward, toward the Qi-Long River convergence. It grew by leaps and bounds in a matter of moments. Such a surge. The long river of Qi directly shook. There were some vague signs of instability, but in the next moment, the Pangu Hall flew up directly and fell directly towards the long river of Qi. Boom! The wind was calm. Nonetheless, even the Hongmeng measuring ruler in Wu Tian's hand was transformed into golden light and flew out, landing on top of the Pangu Hall and continuously shedding golden light in the color of Xian Huang. Because of the appearance of the Hongmeng measuring ruler, the baleful aura in the long river of Qi was steeply suppressed and counteracted by a lot. In the meantime, Wu Tian suddenly had a feeling of blessedness and hurriedly summoned to the ancestral witches, shouting eagerly, "Run the grand formation with all your might!" Hooking up the Buzhou Mountain, summoning the true body of Pangu. When Emperor Jiang and the others heard this, they actually did as they were told without even thinking about it, and at the same time, Wu Tian also activated his Pangu body avatar. Boom! The 12 capital heavenly goddesses' great formation trembled. The countless baneful Qi in the heavens and earth collapsed towards where the formation was, combining the power of the 12 laws, and transformed into a gray figure with the support of the grand formation, Pangu's true body. Cries of alarm rang out from all over the flood. Looking at the immense and incomparable gray figure and feeling the rich and incomparable Pangu aura, all of these people directly couldn't hold back the shock in their hearts and shouted out. Now they understand. Why is the witch race so arrogant that they don't even put Hongjun in their eyes? It turns out that the Noah race summons the true body of Pangu. In the instant that Pangu's true body appeared, even Hongjun Daozu, whose face was bland and incomparable, could not help but frown slightly. Next moment, the 12 capital heavenly goddesses' great formation continued to expand, the edges of the formation spreading in the direction of Buzhou Mountain, and the Pangu aura that had been induced on Buzhou Mountain was instantly induced. It was actually like a tornado vortex, pouring towards the gray figure. Ha! Emperor Jiang suddenly exclaimed. Summoning the true body of Pangu was originally not a particularly easy thing for them, and just for a moment, the ancestral witches all felt a great deal of pressure. But with the induction with the uncharted mountain, ancestral witches violently felt the pressure decrease all of a sudden, and their bodies suddenly relaxed. According to Emperor Zhong's estimation, originally they were able to summon the Pangu true body at full power for a moment. Now the direct time was more than doubled, and there wasn't even that much backlash. It must be the Unchained Mountain. Emperor Jiang instantly sighed in his heart. Then his gaze turned towards the direction of Wu Tian in the very center of the big formation, full of surprise as he tried to say something to Wu Tian. Wu Tian, your method really works, but there was no sign of anyone. Emperor Jiang was immediately shocked. Before he could cry out in alarm, Wu Tian's voice came from his ears. Brother, I'm here. Emperor Jian followed the voice. However, he found that Wu Tian did not know when he had fallen into the shadow of Pangu's true body. With his eyes tightly closed and a look of unconsciousness, Wu Tian did not lose consciousness. However, he was also unable to control his body at all, and the Pangu true body summoned by the 12th capital Heavenly Divine Fury Great Formation sensed his own Pangu true body and directly swept him up. It's like the ancestral witches summoned the true body of Pangu and directly attached it to Wu Tian's body. Coupled with the addition of Pangu's breath in the Buzhou mountain, this power was too strong. Wu Tian couldn't control it at all. At the moment he had a wonderful feeling. The breath of the true body of Pangu was constantly infiltrating towards the body, and the laws above the divine soul were inscribed at a rapid pace. The great will is with itself. Wu Tian clearly knew that this was none other than the residual will of the great god Pangu, summoned by the ancestral witches from the unworldly mountain. From heaven and earth, the huge silhouette raised its arm toward the long river of chi of the sorcerer race that had only been generated. He gently pointed a finger down, and immediately an incomparably mysterious rune flew out from his fingertip, carrying an incomparably thick Pangu aura and falling into the long river of chi, which, the runes are imprinted in the hearts of the wizards. In an instant all the sorcerer clans were enlightened in their hearts. This is a blessing from the great god Pangu. As the runes fell, the witch race's long river of chi trembled violently and soared again. Before the ancestral witches could shout their thanks, they saw a white light fly out from the depths of Mount Perimeter, and just like the chalcedony, it fell straight into the hall of Pangu and into the blood pool. The blood pool that nurtured the witch race instantly skyrocketed. A thought popped up in Wu Tian's mind. Discordian chalcedony? Buzhou mountain is the spine of Pangu, which hides the spinal cord of the great god Pangu, the very existence of the manufacture of the essence blood. And now, although it cannot continue to manufacture the essence blood of Pangu, but it falls into the blood pool, it is still able to give the witch tribe a deep heritage. This is the second reward of Pangu. Just when the crowd was still expecting whether there would be a third piece, the real body of Pangu, which was straddling between the heavens and the earth, suddenly collapsed and fell toward the 12 on God's furies within the great formation. It dissipated in an instant. Looking at the flooded crowd here from afar, he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh of relief in his heart. Finally, Wu Tian's figure also reappeared, standing in the middle of the 12th capital Heavenly Goddess's great formation. But at this moment, he only felt that his soul and flesh had a feeling of being burst, and the blood chi around his body surged crazily, and the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong operated rapidly, but he simply couldn't eliminate this feeling. In a square moment, the true body of Pangu, which had been summoned by the 12th capital Heavenly Goddess's formation and generated in response to the Buzhou mountain, did not directly dissipate, but rather surged into Wu Tian's body in an instant. This is the third gift of Pangea. Next moment, above the void, higher than the power of the heavenly Tao surging, Hongjun Taoist ancestors sitting on the end of the place. Suddenly there is a side of space directly generated. Curls of green gas appeared. In an instant, Hongjun felt the supreme pressure. The surging heavenly Tao laws also stopped instantly, as if they were frozen. The way is dying? How? Just because the witch race screams a few times, the great Tao will really appear? Not but Hongjun Daozu. All the great divine masters stood up directly, their eyes full of incredulity, and until the great Tao green she drifted down, they still had expressions of disbelief. Chapter 48 Great Tao Enhancement. Law Deities. On what grounds? By virtue of Pangu being the son of the Great Way, by virtue of the fact that the ancestral witches were of Pangu's bloodline, coupled with the fact that the witch race only honored Pangu, they used the 12 metropolitan divine fury formations to summon Pangu's will that remained in the flooded heavens and earth. It's natural for the avenue to give some face, so it comes up at this point. Descending avenue merit. After the success of touching the great Tao, Wu Tian was also incredibly excited and stood within the 12th capital Heavenly Goddess's formation, raising his head towards the slowly falling great Tao merits. The barrier of baleful chi above the 12th capital Heavenly God's Fury's grand formation was incredibly thick, but it did not have half the effect of hindering the great Tao's merits. It's as if they're not in the same dimension. Fluttering down, divided into a part in mid-air, toward the heads of the ancestral witches fell the Pangu temple and the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler, which were notified to heaven and earth by the ancestral witches and used to suppress the witch race's chi, were also all given a share. Wu Tian didn't have time to think too much, hastily placing all of his attention on the great Tao merit. As it fell, Wu Tian indistinctly felt as if his yuanshan melted and merged towards his physical body once again. The divine soul flickered as well. The indestructible spiritual light in it became brighter and brighter. Originally on top of Wu Tian's divine soul, the 12 ancestral witches bearing the power of the law, fused into the shadow of Pangu's true body, surrounded by the imprints of the innate yin and yang in 5 elements. At this moment, it had actually turned into a ball and re-emerged as a gray mark. just like a ball of chaotic gas. There was a bright light flickering in the center. Boom! What flashed was the Tian divine thunder, which seemed to be the thunder method that came with Pangu's true body, and after a resounding sound, Wu Tian's circumference was violently shaken. Perception is instantly altered. It only felt like the thoughts were divided into countless parts. With this thunderclap, the countless flesh and blood of Wu Tian's physical body seemed to have been split open like the space of a mustard seed, and a chaotic mass of imprints was directly mapped in it. In a matter of moments, every ounce of flesh and blood, every drop of blood, was deeply inscribed with this gray imprint, transforming into the likeness of Wu Tian's divine soul, as if a deity was sitting in it. The physical body emitted infinite divine light. Is it a blood drop or? Wu Tian unconsciously murmured. In an instant, Wu Tian understood the changes that had happened to him. Every ounce of his flesh and blood had a god. In the future, even if he suffered a serious injury, as long as he could leave behind a trace of flesh or a drop of his essence blood, he would be able to have a chance to recuperate. Great! Wu Tian was instantly overjoyed. For him, this kind of steady guy, it is simply tailor-made like avenue out. Really extraordinary. It was immediately decided in the mind. When the establishment of the tribe is over, immediately, I will first hide a few drops of essence blood and place them in the Pangu Hall, the Buzhou Mountain, and the Hongmeng measuring ruler. Next moment, countless thoughts were drawn out. The Yuanshan reappeared with an open mind, but has been in the strength of the flesh fit, have reached the peak of the great Luo golden immortal state. He even had the stirring of a breakthrough. At this time, the Hongmeng heavily measuring ruler also fell down from high in the sky and disappeared within the 12th capital heavily divine fury formation. Returning to Wu Tian's hands, Wu Tian's face was once again surprised. With such a long time of refining, the 49 innate prohibitions in the magic treasure had already been refined by Wu Tian for 36 times. But what made Wu Tian surprised and happy was, deep within the layers of innate prohibitions, where the great Tao merit was carried, there were actually countless runes flipping and growing sinuously, and new prohibitions were in the process of being birthed. Got the avenue merit. Even the Hongmeng measuring ruler is going to be promoted? Nowadays, the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven was a supreme treasure of innate merits and virtues, favoring the way of attacking and killing without touching karma. If you are promoted again, and to what level? It was not the same as the Pangu Hall, which was shared by the ancestral witches, but the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler was exclusive to Wu Tian. The changes in the innate prohibition continued, but Hongmeng measuring ruler, as a meritorious treasure, suppresses the function of qi, and under the support of the great Tao merit, it directly leaps. At the time of the sermon in the purple heavenly palace, Wu Tian was able to resist the prying eyes of ancestor Hongjun Dao, and this treasure took a lot of credit for that, and after this growth, it hid Wu Tian's heavenly chances even more secretly. Now even if the Hongjun forcefully peaked, it's not even always possible to probe. This time the ancestral witches notify heaven and earth. Set up the witch tribe, Wu Tian, in which the role played can be said to be the biggest, if not Wu Tian, the original momentum. The ancestral witches are in the Emperor Jun set up the demon tribe, tit for tat before the witch tribe. But until now, Wu Tian didn't even talk much or show his body. The benefits were even more than what the ancestral witches had gotten, but it was hidden in the 12 metropolitan divine fury formation, as if it had completely disappeared, except for those in the know. The attention of all the people in the floodplains fell on the 12 ancestral witches such as Di Jiang, and their eyes burned at them. With the return of the Hongmeng measuring ruler, the heavenly chances about Wu Tian were even more secretive. Simply feeling the changes in himself as well as the magic treasure, Wu Tian could not think too much and rushed to look towards the ancestral witches, who at this time also had mysterious and incomparable visions on their bodies, such as Emperor Jian and others. It's not that they don't have a divine soul, but they can't cultivate a Yuanshan. Their fleshly bodies are too powerful, condensing their divine souls to death in their flesh and blood, and they simply can't break free. The divine soul cannot leave the body. How can I cultivate my Yuanshan? But with the fall of the great Tao merit, the original unbreakable power of the flesh was directly broken. The power of the divine soul was withdrawn from the flesh and blood. Wisps of baleful qi were stripped out, curling upwards and dispersing towards the heavens and earth along with the power of the ancestral witches' own laws. Seeing this, some people couldn't help but exclaim, ancestral witches shouldn't all be cultivating Yuanshan, right? Wu Tian even looked forward to it so much. But the power of the great Tao didn't do anything to break the rules of the ancestral witch's existence. Instead, it responded to the ancestral witch's previous vows by extracting a strand of the ancestral witch's divine soul's power and melting toward the heavens and the earth with their own imprints of the laws. Ancestor Hongjun's face changed violently, but feel the power of the heavenly Tao surging. Countless laws, Yuan Qi, toward the 12 Du Tian God Fury formation on the surge. Next moment, with the marks of the ancestral witches at the center, 12 heavenly and earthly silhouettes appeared, the figures becoming more and more solid as they were filled with the power of the heavenly Tao. It was exactly what the ancestral witch's true body looked like. However, it was very different from the normal ancestral witch's aura, and when the ancestral witches revealed their true bodies, their fury was overwhelming and heavy. At this time it was the power of the law that was thick, with a sense of lightness. Just when the crowd was surprised, the leader of the Emperor River figure suddenly opened his eyes, a silver-white color in his eyes, without the slightest emotion, only reason. In different and unparalleled words, I am Emperor Jiang, the god of space, controlling the laws of space. When operating the laws and maintaining the flooded heaven and earth, the words fell. It was actually directly and slowly dissipating, toward the integration of the flooded heaven and earth. Hongjun Daozu, who was sitting on top of the heavenly Tao, suddenly had a movement in his heart and only felt that the power of the heavenly Tao had increased violently, becoming more and more perfect, but the forces completely out of control. Ancestor Hongjun's eyebrows squarely furrowed. The next moment Candle Join also spoke. I am Candle Join, the god of time. Control the law of time, when running the law and maintaining the flooded heavens and earth. Subsequently, the rest of the figures also spoke. Each of them clarified their own priesthood and merged into the heaven and earth. And all of a sudden the floodplains felt a lot more solid. In addition to Di Jiang and Candle Nine, others such as Zhu Meng, Zhu Rong, Matsui and Xian He, in addition to their own laws, they have become the gods of the four directions of the southeast, west, north and south, in which the ancestral witches of the earth reside. And because of the vigorousness of wood, the warmth of fire, the sternness of gold, and the biting cold of Xuanhe, these four ancestral witches, who occupied the gods of wood, fire, gold, and ice and snow, became at the same time the gods of the four seasons of spring, summer, fall, and winter. Others, such as Gong Gong, were gods of water. Qianliang and Shizi are the gods of thunder and lightning, respectively. Tian is the god of wind, and Hephaestus is the god of weather. With the return of the god of laws that the ancestral witches had engaged in, the power of the heavenly Tao was also instantly stronger by an unknown amount, and Hongjun Daozu felt it most obviously. But the great spiritual masters who were watching from afar had faces filled with gravity, and remembering the previous statement made by Ancestor Hongjun that saints operated the laws of the heavenly Tao, a thought sprang up. The ancestral witches are trying to rob the heavenly Tao of its authority? No wonder. Do not put Hongjun Daozu in the eyes. Chapter 49, You think you're an ancestral witch? Actually, they were really wrong. The ancestral witches had no such thoughts at all. In the minds of the ancestral witches, this flooded heavens and earth are opened by Pangu Father God, and it is our witch race. What do we have to rob? Plus the ancestral witches were impatient for trouble. Before, the ancestral witches were even worried. Then in the future, will we have to specifically bother and worry about the operation of the laws of the flood world in heaven and earth? Wouldn't that be troublesome and uninteresting? Naturally, this is not the case. The god of laws that the ancestral witches achieved at this time was completely different from the god of incense later on. No need to respond to the needs of all beings. No incense wishes are needed either. He was a part of heaven and earth, and it was sufficient for them to function according to their own rules, and there was no need for the ancestral witches to interfere with it with their personal emotions. For example, the four seasons reincarnation. If the ancestral witches to intervene, in turn, is to add to the cause and effect karma, give the rules back to heaven and earth themselves. In this way the ancestral witches were relieved and no longer had any worries and directly agreed to Wu Tian's suggestion. But Hongjun Daozu was different. He wanted to use his body to merge with the Tao. So naturally, the more heavenly Tao authority he controlled, the stronger the degree of merging with the Tao, so that he could cultivate towards a higher realm. With this scene, thick and incomparable qi generated out of thin air, toward the witch tribe's Qi Long River in pouring. Qi Long River instantly skyrocketed up, but there was no shock. Above, the silhouettes of the Pangu temple and the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven were floating, and the silhouettes of the 12 ancestral witches' true bodies also appeared around them, steadily suppressing the qi. Until then, the avenue's breath quietly dissipates. It was as if it had never appeared, but everyone knew that the previous scene was not illusory, and that kind of vast and majestic aura stayed in their hearts. Ancestor Hongjun Dao also breathed a soft sigh of relief, looking towards the place where the avenue disappeared. Envy flowed from his eyes, and his heart sighed even more. How thick the Great Way treats Pangu, even the Pangu bloodline. All are blessed by the Great Way. At this time the power of the heavenly Tao also came alive. Toward the Buzhou mountain neighborhood, 12 metropolitan gods fury formation above the surging. Though the ancestral witches were not too facetious, this foothold only gives the heavenly Tao an observer treatment. But the ancestral witches, this move after all makes the heaven and earth more complete. Coupled with the great Tao are given merit, The heavenly Tao is not a little reaction? That's not inverting the Big Dipper, not giving face to the avenue? So, in a moment again the vision was born. In the 9 heavens above the thick auspicious clouds, countless merits and virtues of the golden light dance, as the first saint. Although he could not prevent the heavenly Tao from descending merit, he could interfere. But after a slight movement of thoughts in his mind, Hongjun Tao ancestor shook his head imperceptibly. Out of sight, out of mind. Simply just disappear quietly. Return to the palace of the purple heaven. Boom! Huge golden pillars of merit and virtue descended from the sky, falling towards where the witch race was, with Wu Tian and the ancestral witches each taking a large portion, and the Pangu Hall and the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler also getting a lot. On other ordinary wizards, it also falls a bit of golden light. Nonetheless, even Jin Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and Koan Pang, who had been invited by Wu Tian to observe the ceremony, had been given a share. Red Cloud spoke with some sighs. Unfortunately, not avenue merit. Jin Yuanzi directly slapped him lightly and couldn't help but laugh and curse. It's good to have heavenly merits. Still wanting great Tao merit? You are thinking beautifully. Just this, we still have to thank old brother Wu Tian for inviting us and letting us get the light. Red Cloud hurriedly laughed. I'm just exclaiming. At the same time, Red Cloud couldn't help but look towards Koan Pang on the side. Since he knew that Koan Pang had given the Northern Xian Yuan water control flag to Wu Tian, his view of Koan Pang had changed tremendously. I didn't expect Kunlun to be so willing. Then I thought that I still owed a huge karma, and I did not know how to repay it yet, and now I have engaged in another heavenly merit. Red Cloud couldn't help but smile bitterly on his face. Another moment passed. The massive amount of heavenly Tao merit finally finished descending, and the visions between heaven and earth slowly dissipated. And the ancestral witches also directly put away the 12 heavenly divine furies' grand formation when they saw this. With the dissipation of the fury through the sky and the earth, the long river of chi of the witch race is also hidden. Calm was once again restored to heaven and earth, but the witch race was buzzing with activity, and over here Wu Tian was still collecting his share of the heavenly Tao merit, pondering in his mind what to do with it. Emperor Jiang had flickered and appeared at his side. Pop! Emperor Jiang was full of exhilaration and slapped Wu Tian's shoulder fiercely as he spoke with a loud laugh. Wu Tian, really? We really have been blessed by the Father God. Even the avenue has appeared. Ha ha! In the future, what you are saying, brother, I will definitely listen. At this time the other ancestral witches also arrived. All of them were excited and incomparably shouting around Wu Tian. Wu Tian only felt a deafening sensation like countless thunder roaring in his ears. Wait until the excitement of the ancestral witches had passed. Only then did Emperor Jiang speak. There is another joyous event. This time, the witch clan's chi is flourishing. And under this chi enhancement, I already have the opportunity to break through to the mixed golden immortal. I estimate that it won't take long for me to break through. Emperor Jiang was a bit surprised. I thought that by dividing part of his divine soul and the power of the law, I didn't expect it to have the slightest effect on him, but instead made his control of the laws of space even stronger. Candlewick smiled and nodded as well. Me too. Wu Tian was instantly surprised. This is certainly a great joy. The stronger the ancestral witches are, the stronger Wu Tian's bottom line is. Immediately, he looked toward the other ancestral witches, especially Zhu Rong ancestor witch who yelled the loudest, but saw Zhu Rong ancestor witch scratch his head a little embarrassed, then whispered, I'm not even close. Just a little bit. The crowd burst out laughing. Wu Tian did not notice. Emperor Jiang and Candle nining two eyes to each other, apparently made some kind of determination like. The crowd then returned toward the tribe. Today's establishment clan. It's natural to rejoice in a big way. The sons and daughters of the witch race have already raised bonfires, and countless ferocious beasts' blood meals have been prepared. Wu Tian ushered Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun. Koan Pang was still in his original temperament, smiling lightly and saying congratulations to Wu Tian before politely refusing the banquet and quietly leaving. Fushi and Nuwa Dojo. At this time, the two brothers, Di Jun and Tai Yi, were also there, and after some ambitious planning by Di Jun to impress Fushi and Nuwa, the four of them were ready to join hands to create the demon race and open up the demon path. Specific details are being negotiated. Just suddenly by the movement of the witch race to establish a clan alarmed, the four people flew out of the dojo in unison, in the midst of the high altitude to watch from afar. Looking at the establishment of the witch clan and receiving so many benefits, as well as that massive amount of merit, a marvelous feeling arose in Di Jun's heart. It's always like feeling preempted. Wait until the many visions are over. Four people all look like a heavy heart. Silently returned to the dojo. Just after sitting down, Di Jun on a solemn face, directly opened the mouth to say, No, we must also hurry. We must establish the demon race before the third sermon. The other three nodded in agreement. At that moment Tai Chi suddenly asked, Brotherhood, Do you think that if we were to announce the Great Tao as the Witch Clan did when we established our clan, do you think we could also be honored by the Great Tao and be granted Great Tao merits? The corner of Fushi's mouth twitched slightly at that moment, but he held back and said nothing, just twisted his head toward his sister Nuwa. Jun was speechless for a moment, and then he sighed softly and said without a word, "You think you're an ancestral witch? You can summon the true body of Pangu? P.S. The new book begs for support. Everyone at a bookshelf urging more comments, small gifts, 5 praise is a great encouragement to the small author, nothing to show for it. First of all, I'd like to wish you all a good morning, peace, joy and prosperity to all." Chapter 50, The merit in hand doesn't smell good anymore. Fushi and Jun have great wisdom. It is natural to see, at a glance, the reason why the avenue merit appears throughout the flood. In addition to the witch race, perhaps the 3 purities can also summon the residual will of the great god Pangu. They are, after all, the 3/3 of Pangu's Yuanshin transformed into one, and each is even more of a third of the seal of the opening of the heavens. But will they? Apparently not. This not only means that the seals of the opening of the heavens in their respective hands should be united, but also that the same great religion should be established. In the midst of the original momentum, none of the 3 Qing becoming saints chose to do so. Alright, don't be so delusional. Hurry to take in the remnants of the original dragon, phoenix, and unicorn races, and the other races as well, and incorporate them all into my demon race. Next is the 3rd sermon. The Tao ancestor will be explaining how to become a saint and the method of proving the way of the mixed world. So if we can achieve quasi-sainthood through the fortunes of the rising clan, we may be able to have more enlightenment. Jun commanded very seriously. Taichi also hurriedly stood up and responded in a hurry. Brother, don't worry. Our demon race is originally the chance of all the races in the flood. We shelter them and open up the demon way for them. They can't thank us enough. How could they be unwilling to join? So saying, Tai's fingers gently knocked on the chaos bell. At that moment the chaos bell's thick and heavy aura quietly emanated, causing Fushi and Nuwa to look aghast. And it was then that Tai smiled and spoke. If there are any uneducated, first ask my chaos bell if it agrees. Fushi couldn't help but frown. The matter of the demon race. After all, it was Jun and Tai who came to pull their brother and sister duo into the fold. The Real initiative was actually in the hands of the 2 Jun brothers, but he still couldn't help but open his mouth. Tito friends, we gather 10,000 races as demons. Shelter, teach, this is a meritorious thing, but also hope that the Taoist friends out of caution, really unwilling to forget it. If we forcefully suppress, it is inevitable that it will cause karmic consequences. Taichi did not agree with this, but before he could retort, Emperor Jun directly smiled and spoke. What fellow Taoist Fushi said is very true. Taichi, we are looking for like-minded people, not slaves to be suppressed by your force. What else could Taichi say? Immediately, he arched his hand at the 3. I know. It then headed towards the outside of the dojo. Jun did not leave, but sat opposite Fushi and Nuwa and began to discuss the Tao. The 3 of them were tasked with researching a method suitable for the cultivation of the demon race as their demon race's Xingclan technique. In the meantime, on the Kunlun mountain, the 3 Qings also silently descended into the clouds and returned to their dojo after the vision between heaven and earth had fallen. All 3 had thoughts in their minds, the same as Pangu Jingzong. The usual 3 Qing always feel that the ancestral witches act recklessly, too tyrannical, and even some do not know the number of days. No brain like. Today, however, it shook their hearts. The great god Pangu blessed it. And then there are the great avenues to droop. The heavenly Tao will end up raining down vast amounts of merit. Although the 3 clearings had a strong heart, they couldn't help but feel envious in the face of such a situation. And their hearts couldn't be calmed for a long time. The first heavenly father was thoughtful. Suddenly he opened his mouth and asked, Big brother, do you think there's a chance that we can get a share of the great Tao merit as well? Tai Ching froze at his words, but then he slowly shook his head and then spoke to the first heavenly father. Don't even think about it. The great Tao appeared because of Pangu. How do we summon Pangu? Saying that, he looked directly towards Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. The implication is that the 3 of us were originally 3 divinities, but for the sake of the great Tao's merits, are we directly merged into one? Tai Ching then faintly spoke again. Don't think about it. As the Tao of Heaven comes out, Hongjun Taoist ancestor is even certified as a saint, and the Tao of Heaven becomes more and more complete. In this flooded heaven and earth ultimately, it is still the Tao of Heaven that rules the world, so it is better for us to cultivate ourselves well, and wait for the 3rd time after the sermon to be certified as a saint. This is the way to go. The first heavenly father nodded slightly at his words. Tong Tian by his side also subconsciously answered. He also envied the great Tao merit, but at this time his mind was attracted by another thing, and he secretly muttered in his heart, Ha! Where is that Wu Tian? The matter of establishing a clan is so important, but this guy didn't even show up? Earlier in the Purple Heavenly Palace, Tian then already born curiosity. Wu Tian, this guy obviously in the witch clan status is not low, even the ancestral witches are vaguely listened to him, but it was also surrounded by an internalized breath. There was no mold of the ancestral witches with their thick breaks. Such a special existence, surprisingly, did not show up when the ancestral witches set up their clans. Naturally, they were astonished beyond measure in their hearts, but Tonto was also very sensible. Until the first Heavenly Father was extremely dissatisfied with Wu Tian as well as the ancestral witches because of what had happened before. He simply just thought about it in his mind and didn't say anything about it. The three of them then started practicing as well. They are much better off than the others. None of them need to slog through the same things as the others. They have the avenue themselves. It's natural to practice well. As soon as possible, he would raise his cultivation level and seize the opportunity to listen to the sermon in the Purple Heavenly Palace for the third time, on the island of Panglai. As he watched the visions in the heavens and earth disappear, the Duke of the East King flinched for a long time before he finally spoke to the many beings below who had come to listen to the sermon. Go on. While the flood was shaking because the ancestral witches had established their clans, the Duke of Dongwang was following the example of the great ancestor Hongjun, explaining the immortal way cultivation method to many living beings. He originally wanted to join the Queen Mother of the West, but the Queen Mother of the West was adamantly unwilling. East Guangdong also can only himself notify Panglai, East China Sea near the scattered cultivators. Interested in immortal practitioners can go to Panglai to listen to the Tao. At this time the flood cultivation method is lacking. Not everyone has a bloodline heritage. Countless beings have come since. It's speaking up. It was interrupted straight away. After opening the lecture again, the Duke of Dongwang endured the touch in his heart and recounted the immortal cultivation method summarized by himself. And countless miraculous scenes were also revealed on Panglai Island. But wait, to speak of the Xianxian realm. The Duke of the East King finally couldn't help himself and slowly stopped, speaking faintly to the many living beings below. Let's talk about it this time. After I finish listening to the sermon in the Purple Heavenly Palace, I will explain the cultivation method above the Golden Immortal for you and others. The people are not willing to give up, though, nor dare to say anything more, and hastily kowtowed to the Duke of Dongwang, thanking him for the grace of preaching and teaching. East Guangdong is also considered to be after Hongjun, the first in the flood earth preaching, coupled with Hongjun Taoist ancestor intention to support. Immediately there will be the power of the heavenly Tao surging, breeding Xian gold light. A large portion of heavenly merit descended. The Duke of Dongwang put these heavenly merits away, and in his heart he suddenly remembered the sudden appearance of the great Tao dying after the ancestral witches had notified heaven and earth, and the vast amount of merits that landed in the heavenly Tao behind them. One thought in this, the merit of the hand was suddenly unscented. An idea suddenly popped up in the mind of the Duke of Dongwang. Should I follow suit? Not that he wanted to start a clan. Rather, he wants to set up a party of power, and gather many people who cultivate the immortal way on Panglai Island. And when the thought moves, he is suddenly blessed with the same heart. And the Duke of the East King muttered softly, "The fairy court?" Chapter 51, it's so unconscionable. Wu Tian, who was celebrating in the witch clan. Since they do not know, the witch tribe preempted the establishment of the tribe to the flood of the huge impact of the crowd. The flood is more and more calm, more and more prosperous, but the change is hidden among them, like still waters run deep ripples. At this time, Wu Tian was considering another problem. Watching the witch tribe cheerfully slaughtering demonic beasts to feed on their blood, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought, thinking about the path of development of the witch clan in the future. The witch race feeds on demonic beasts for blood. Now the demon clan is not yet established, and no one cares about these. But when Emperor Jun establishes the demon clan, he will definitely stand up for them, or else the demon clan will not be stable in its establishment. The conflict between the witch and demon clans is hard to avoid. But what could Wu Tian do? Let the witches carry out animal husbandry and breed demonic beasts in captivity? Such a fine job. Not the witch tribe these big and thick guys can do. And then the flood is vast. Countless blood food. They are full of food before they are willing to do so. No way. Something has to be done. Ancestral witch, as well as after the great witch level, can purely devour the fury chi between heaven and earth to cultivate. Just like the Emperor River ancestral witch. Is it useful for him to eat demonic beasts now? Ordinary strength of the demonic beast is not enough for him to stuff teeth. It is better to devour the heavy turbid baleful chi between heaven and earth. But the weak witch tribe, there is no shortage of blood food at all. At the time of this establishment of the clan, the residual will of the great god Pangu took out the Pango Chalcedony from Buzhou Mountain and threw it into the Pango Hall, alleviating the depletion of the blood pool. And the number of the witch race was bound to be even greater next. That is to say, the conflict is even more intense in the future. According to what Wu Tian thought in his mind, the foundation of the witch clan is based on the ancestral witches. The standard of prosperity is strength, not quantity. It would be better to go directly to the route of elitism. Just as Wu Tian was pondering, beside him suddenly came the voice of Jin Yuanzi. Jin Yuanzi smilingly said, "Elder brother Wu Tian, this time again, I have to take your favor, to get some heavenly merits. Old brother, I am really ashamed." Wu Tian's thoughts were suddenly interrupted, but matters concerning the overall development of the witch race were not something that he could think of a way to do in a moment, or decide with a single word. Immediately, the thoughts were pushed down. Turning his head to look smilingly at Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun, he spoke with a light smile. "Where is this coming from, old brother? You guys came to the witch clan to observe the ceremony and spent so much time. I should be thankful to say the least." Jin Yuanzi laughed lightly and shook his head. That said, but Jin Yuanzi was muttering in his mind, why didn't Wu Tian invite others to such a big event? Isn't it because he thinks highly of them? But he doesn't dwell on it. Jin Yuanzi's words turned, and then he spoke with a light smile. "Earlier, when old brother Red Cloud and I were practicing around the innate gourd vine, didn't old brother say that he wanted me to make suggestions? There is no method to make the innate gourd vine mature faster, but I have another idea." Wu Tian's eyes blinked. "Oh," then he heard Jin Yuanzi laugh. "This innate gourd vine is endowed with the innate yin and yang and the 5 elements. Even among the innate spiritual roots it is ranked at the top. It's really rare. Has the old man ever thought about, make the innate yin and yang 5 elements unite?" Wu Tian's heart snapped. Immediately, the thought of a sinking toward the soul to explore and, at this time, the soul of the indestructible spiritual light bright and incomparable, originally inscribed in the soul of the gods above the innate gourd vine silhouette has long since been transformed into a chaotic mass of, "You mean, innate yin and yang in 5 elements, 7 gourds in 1, making a chaotic gourd?" Wu Tian felt a little weird. 7 gourds in 1. Why does it kind of look like Gourd King Kong? Am I going to be a grandfather? Jin Yuanzi, however, slowly shook his head. "Non. This 7 gourd each with its own wonderful. If it is so disappeared, inevitably a pity. If it will be able to once again give birth to a flower, and then bear a fruit, wouldn't that be the best of both worlds?" Wu Tian heard Jin Yuanzi say this. At once, his heart became more and more excited. According to Jin Yuanzi so said, just for nothing more than a chaos gourd, he is naturally willing. Will this work? Still a little hesitant. The number of gourds is 7. Isn't that a fixed number? At that moment, Red Cloud laughed aloud. Ha ha. If anyone else said this, naturally it wouldn't necessarily work, but have you forgotten the identity of my old brother Jin Yuan? If he says it's okay, then it's definitely okay. Jin Yuanzi turned back. Without good humor, he glared at Red Cloud. Talking too much. Yelling like that leaks all your old info. Then the smiling words. Try it. Jin Yuanzi does not have a full 10 commitment, but the tone of voice has a kind of unquestionable firmness. He consciously owed Wu Tian favor, and there is no Northern Xian Yuan water control flag, such a magic treasure to repay. Certainly do your best. There was a sudden realization in Jin Yuanzi's heart. No wonder. Kunping, this guy is so poor. Are willing to give away the innate spiritual treasure? Really, oh people, the feeling of karma is not good. But there's one thing to be said for it. The reason why Jin Yuanzi will have such a feeling, that is still his own good old character. Too thin-skinned, if you change the receiver. Junti, there is absolutely no such trouble. Wu Tian couldn't sit still now. He got up in a hurry and walked towards Emperor Jiang, Candle 9, and the others, ready to speak to them and then go directly to the innate gourd vine. Emperor Jiang smiled and spoke. Since there's no harm in it, your second brother and I are also preparing to close our doors for cultivation in order to break through to the mixed golden immortal realm, he said and patted Wu Tian. Ha ha. When we are stronger, whoever dares to bully you, we will just hit the door. At this point Zhu Rong suddenly interjected. Big brother, previously that western guiding, Junti, we have not yet to find him to settle the score. Before the matter is just let it go? Emperor Jiang froze for a moment. Then there was a big grin and the words. Naturally, I won't let it go like that. When I finish my seclusion, let's go to the western world to have some fun. Ha ha. Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun all secretly sucked in a mouthful of cold air and couldn't help but look at each other, muttering in their hearts. Ancestral witches hold such grudges? You know that in the palace of the purple sky, the real loss, shame is instead to receive the guide. Junti, the witch race simply did not eat any loss, but once they thought that the first thing the two targeted was Red Cloud, Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud also felt a sense of relief in their hearts, and the smiles on their faces were much brighter. Wickedness still needs to be worn out. Jin Yuanzi laughed in his heart. At this point, in the far western world, Jian and Junti, who were practicing intensively, suddenly felt a throbbing and could not help but wake up from their practice. though somehow the heart palpitates, but both of them subconsciously attributed it to the witch clan. When the ancestral witches set up their clans, the two of them looked at the strong appearance of the ancestral witches, and then they thought of the beams they had made with the witch clan. The heart naturally grew more and more worried. A few moments later, Junti said in a pretense of relief, "No panic, let's be careful on the line." Before the incident to say, that is also is which tribe bullied us two brothers. If not for them, our seat in the purple heavenly palace will not be lost. After all this, they can't still hold on to it, can they? That would be unconscionable. Chapter 52 Jin Yuanzi's Blood Money. That said, even the receiver couldn't help but sweat a bit. How come the seats are ours? It's not like we didn't get it? However, it was only for a moment. Then guiding threw away this thought, and then with a sad and somewhat helpless face, he advised, let's just avoid them. These ancestral witches don't even respect the heavenly Tao or the Tao ancestor, so how can we expect them to be reasonable? Now they set up the witch tribe, have the blessing of Pangu, the great Tao, is the momentum of the time. The West is already barren, and the two of us are weak, so it's not wise to mess with them at this time. Junti sniffed and grunted, and then couldn't help but sigh. Ugh, how thin is heaven and earth to the two of us brothers? Not to mention the blessing with the three Qing and the ancestral witches like that. Even the Western world where we came out of the world was shattered in the Great Tao Devil War. The Western duo is indeed poor. The two can take out the magic treasure, but also to receive the treasure block as well as the 7 jewels in the hands of the 7 jewels of the wonderful tree, which is still quasi out of the world after the refining of their own body. As for the other bits and pieces, it's just too much to take. Said here when Gianti suddenly heard a flash of light. Suddenly the idea came out, and hastened to receive the words of the guide. Ha, brother, do you think Tao Ancestor will compensate us? Before Tao Ancestor became a Taoist, he fought with Demon Ancestor Luothroat and shattered all the Western Earth veins, so we can't just ignore the karma of this, right? The receiver was also stunned at his words. The mind is also full of thoughts, but in the end still said, don't think about that yet, it's better to cultivate well. Next, the Tao Father will be explaining the method of proof and sainthood, and there are bound to be great opportunities, but if you and I are not strong enough, how can we seek them? Junti nodded his head in a hurry. The two of them immediately suppressed the many distracting thoughts in their hearts and entered into cultivation once more, and immediately their bodies were surrounded by Taoist rhythms. Wu Tian's side did not depart immediately. A little hiccup happened. Previously, because of Wu Tian's suggestion, the ancestral witches had given all the merit they had gained from slaying ferocious beasts and clearing the heaven and earth's baneful energy to Hou Tu, allowing her to give birth to her Yuan Shen ahead of schedule. They naturally form habits as well. Plus this time and got the great Tao merit. The heavenly Tao merit is naturally not in the heart. Immediately Zhu Rong Ancestral which will take out their share of merit, as usual, to give to Hou Tu. Hou Tu, however, smiled and refused. Thank you brother for your kind words, but when the party set up the clan, there is the great Tao merit support. Yuan Shen complete, without the need for heavenly merit protection, but also cannot be afraid of their own balefulness to wear down. Brother might as well keep it for himself. Zhu Rong Ancestral which said with full concern, it's not like I'm practicing Yuan Shen. It's useless to ask for this heavenly merit. Hou Tu's gaze turned towards Xianhua and she spoke with a smile. Why don't you give it to Genji? At this time, the other ancestral witches also looked towards Xianmei, and before Xianmei could open his mouth to refuse, Candle Juin smiled and said, here's the deal, leave half of your respective merits, and give the other half to Xianmei and Hou Tu sisters respectively. It's extremely rare for the two of you to be able to cultivate a Yuan Shen, and more heavenly merit protection is ultimately a good thing. A slight hesitation followed. I'll keep mine and big brothers to myself for now. There are other uses for the time being. He had already planned to join forces with Emperor Jiang and wait until he had achieved the mixed golden immortal to spy on the future fate of the witch race, with more heavenly Tao merit protection on his body just in case. What if it works? Ancestor witches did not think too much, so they laughed and divided their respective merits and virtues. 4 ancestor witches to Xianmei, the other 4 ancestor witches to Hou Tu. Xianmei and Hou Tu both thanked him in a hurry. At this time, Zhu Rong's eyes turned. Her wise little eyes glanced at Xianhua and Hou Tu for a moment before looking towards Wu Tian again, asking with a smile, who are you going to give it to, old buddy? Xianmei and Hou Tu looked at them in unison. The other ancestral witches also looked as if they were watching, staring at Wu Tian with a smile. Wu Tian glared fiercely towards Zhu Rong. Small sample. Still trying to screw me over? Immediately, without thinking, he directly took out all of his heavenly Tao merits and split them into 2, sending them towards Xianmei and Hou Tu in front of him. The ancestral witches froze in unison. Xianmei even opened his mouth to ask, it's all for the 2 of us. What are you going to do with yourself? They all know. Wu Tian also cultivated the Yuan Shun. It would naturally be better if you had a merit badge to protect you. However, Wu Tian released the aura of the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven and landed in front of everyone's eyes, smilingly speaking, "There's this merit supreme treasure. And worry? Heavenly merit is indeed good. Nonetheless, the pure power of the origin, refining it is not at all laborious, and it is a measure of the weight of the heavenly Tao's weaponry. But so what? Wu Tian's current situation, no matter if it was the heaven and earth spiritual qi or the heavy turbid fury qi, there was no obstacle in absorbing and refining it, and he was already ready to try refining the chaotic qi as he was foolishly moving in his heart. Plus he didn't want to become a saint, nor were they prepared to hug the thighs of the heavenly Tao. The ancestral witches are the ones he relies on. Therefore, Wu Tian didn't even think about using heavenly Tao merits to cultivate. Even if he didn't give it to Xianmei and Hou Tu, Wu Tian directly put it into the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven. Emperor Jiang smiled at this and nodded his head. There, that's it. Then after greeting Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun, he and Candle Join were the first two to leave. Flying directly towards the deepest part of the Pangu hall, Wu Tian also stopped delaying. It is also with the ancestral witches to say goodbye for the time being. With Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud 2 people, toward the innate gourd vine is located in the valley and go. The valley. Within the innate great formation. With the arrival of Wu Tian's 3 people, the innate gourd vine a burst of joyful intent, branches and vines toward Wu Tian's body in front of the climb, as if begging for a hug as a child. Wu Tian released a soothing breath, then looking toward Jin Yuanzi, he asked with a smile, "Jin Yuan Lao, what's next? How can I spawn new flower bones so that the gourd vine will grow a gourd with the innate yin and yang and the 5 elements?" Jin Yuanzi smiled and spoke, "There's no rush. Wait for me to cast some spells first." After saying that, his face was solemn, eyes gleaming towards the innate gourd vine. The aura around his body instantly flourished. The aura of innate ethereal wood and the essence of earthen was incredibly dense. The branches and leaves of the innate gourd vine shook, obviously extremely fond of this breath. Some greedily absorbed the breath that escaped. Nonetheless, even Jin Yuanzi's most precious earth book also appeared, and the magic treasure's body landed on top of Jin Yuanzi's head, scattering countless earth-colored radiance, dense visions over the book of earth. An illusory tall tree, rooted within the book of earth and standing in nothingness, slowly shaking its crown. Next moment, Jin Yuanzi moved his hand. Then there was an incomparably powerful force that shot out from the earth book, directly spilling down towards the innate gourd vine, which was instantly bathed in divine sunlight. Red Cloud's eyes snapped open. The mind exclaimed, "Ha! Old brother Jin Yuan is actually this desperate? It's practically blood money." Chapter 53, The Chaotic Gourd comes out. As Jin Yuanzi made his move, the power of the earth book and the power of the ginseng fruit tree were constantly being devoured by the innate gourd vine, and the vines and leaves became more and more robust and emerald green. Because this place is on the mountain of Buju, Jin Yuanzi is not very good at mobilizing the earth veins of the floodplains to this point, so he simply uses the earth book as a boundary directly to mobilize the earth vein spiritual power in the floodplains. After screwing around like that for quite a while, the roots of the innate gourd vine are thicker and bigger. Still there is no meaning of giving birth to new flowers and fruits. Only the gourd on it keeps flashing with precious light, and the speed of maturity increases greatly. Seeing Wu Tian's curious look, Jin Yuanzi then explained, "Innate gourd vine breeding 7 gourds has been very rare. If you want to breed out more than one, I'm afraid that it is difficult to support their own spiritual energy. Naturally, we must first enhance it and make some preparations." After saying that, Jin Yuanzi sensed it carefully. Then he spoke to Wu Tian, "Elder brother Wu Tian, now it's your turn to make a move. The innate gourd vine has already recognized you as its master. You directly use the power of your divine soul to guide the innate yin and yang 5 elements in the spirit root, and find a way to fuse it." Wu Tian hurriedly made his move, taking a step in the direction of the innate gourd vine. The aura around his body erupted violently. Boom! The breath fell toward the gourd vines. The power of the soul is also fast surging out, toward the innate gourd vine within the probe. In an instant, Wu Tian then sensed that within the main trunk of the innate gourd vine, 7 distinct powers were being extracted by the innate gourd vine from heaven and earth, and continuously channeled into the 7 gourds. Wu Tian's thoughts turned. The flow of power in the branches changed at once. These 7 distinct laws forces immediately split into one portion and followed Wu Tian's guidance towards the branch. Wu Tian muttered in his heart, "How can I fuse?" But before he could properly think of a way out, he found that in his divine soul, the undying progenitory light flickered, and the gray mark on top of his divine soul flew out violently. Swish! Falling directly on the branch. It was branded on top of the innate gourd vine. It was like a seed, and like a tiny vortex, constantly devouring the power of the innate yin and yang 5 elements that were transported, growing rapidly. Wu Tian gave a cry in his heart. So it is. However, Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun were both stunned, looking motionlessly at the branch of the innate gourd vine, where the 7 laws merged. Couldn't help but mumble. How is that possible? Is law fusion that simple? It's not really that simple. Rather, the brand of the innate gourd vine that was originally branded on top of Wu Tian's divine soul had long since been fused at the time of the establishment of the clan. Appear at this time. It's directly like a lead-in. As this scene appeared, the roots of the innate gourd vine crazily extracted the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi, many laws and spirits to devour with all their might. The lake that originally had aura transformed into liquid in the middle of the valley. The surface of the water dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye under this power. Jin Yuanzi was instantly shocked. He hurriedly operated the Great Formation in the Earth Book. The power surging from it instantly skyrocketed. Another moment passed. There was finally movement in the branches. A gray, tiny flower skeleton gestation appeared. Dense with divine light slowly grew. All 3 were staring with undivided attention. Blossoms have a voice. It was slight and incomparable, but it was like thunder in the ears of the 3 of them. And in an instant, the power of the heavenly Tao surged and hovered around the Buzhou mountain. No good. 7 gourds for the heavenly Tao fixed number. This newborn one is a move to break the fixed number. I'm afraid that the heavenly Tao is going to send down punishment. Jin Yuanzi's face changed drastically. Hurriedly, he shouted at Wu Tian. Wu Tian's mind. Do not think to directly offer the Hongmeng measuring tape, landing on top of the innate gourd vine, to suppress its breath. In the midst of the original momentum, 7 gourds ripened already for the heavenly Tao. That's why there is not yet ripe. The 3 Cheng and others encountered in the Buzhou mountain will be divided. The original innate gourd vine has not yet come out of the world, has been hidden within this innate array that can conceal the sky, coupled with the breath shielding of the Buzhou mountain. So it's more peaceful for now. But as the 8th gourd was about to appear, the heavenly Tao instantly reacted and wanted to send down heavenly punishment to stop the process. After the Hongmeng measuring ruler appeared, the aura of the innate gourd vine was immediately obscured, and the thick robbery clouds bred in the high sky kept wandering around, looking for the existence of destroying the fixed number. Jin Yuanzi spoke with some anxiety. Elder brother Wu Tian, this goes on for fear is not awe. At this time is only flower blossom, can still cover up 1 or 2, if you wait until the chaos gourd appeared. I'm afraid that the heavenly way to force Sosha. Wu Tian was also worried in his heart. Even if the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler could suppress the breath, he couldn't just stay here and keep urging this treasure. Could he? There's a sermon coming up next. Was thinking. Suddenly a strange change appeared on the innate gourd vine, and the originally emerald green branches suddenly flickered and turned into the color of chaos before growing wildly. Suddenly, he reached out towards Wu Tian, like a javelin. Swish, surrounded by gray light. It actually pierced through Wu Tian's incomparably strong physical body and pierced headfirst into the location of Wu Tian's dantian. Boom! There was Tian divine thunder resounding in the dantian. In an instant, a party of nothingness opened up, and the branches of the innate gourd vine probed into it, bringing in the 8th gray zucchini as well. Wu Tian's 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong was running wildly, and the power of his entire body was actually spontaneously surging toward the 8th gourd, and then circulating out from it. Breaths mingled with each other. Enlightenment also arose in Wu Tian's heart. Chaos gourd becomes. He didn't expect that the innate gourd vine would still have this resourcefulness to hide directly within his own body. This little wit. Wu Tian couldn't help but laugh and curse. With the flow of each other's breath, the heaven and earth in Wu Tian's dantian rose rapidly, and the innate gourd vine kept devouring the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth and transporting it towards this place. There are even laws vaguely presented, and the way of the world that Wu Tian sensed before are constantly surfacing in his mind. Wu Tian slowly sat down on his knees. It was actually a look of enlightenment and cultivation. Jin Yuanzi made a puzzled sound. At this time the branches of the innate gourd vine, the original 8th gourd birthplace, at a glance still exists, but the power of divine sense to probe, but only the shadow, the real chaos gourd. It had already grown into Wu Tian's body. With this scene, the raging heavenly Tao power near the Buzhou mountain actually slowly dissipated, as if it had lost its target. Red Cloud's eyes flickered as well. His eyes constantly shifted between the innate gourd vine and Wu Tian, and then he tilted his head towards the sky above, unable to help but murmur his words. Still, at this time in the depths of the heavenly Tao, in the palace of the purple heaven, Hongjun Tao ancestor sat in it. Behind him was a brilliant and colorful arcane light. The jade butterfly of creation on top of his head slowly rotated, and infinite Tao rhythms were implicated in his body. The moment the power of the heavenly Tao surged, Ancestor Hongjun then opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the Buzhou mountain. His brows slightly furrowed, and he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "What did the wizards do again?" Chapter 54 Fishing for Enforcement Bait. the uncharted mountain is located. It was forced by the witch clan to be their own clanland. What happened on this is naturally related to the witch race. Simply don't even have to think about it. Ancestor Hongjun Dao hurriedly probed. But soon the disturbance disappeared, and the heavenly Dao returned to calm. The gathered power slowly disappeared, and naturally, Hongjun Daozu did not detect anything. The celestial plane has been interfered with. Eventually, Ancestor Hongjun Dao gave up on continuing to probe. His eyes looked deeply in the direction of Buzhou Mountain, and his heart also sighed slightly. Alas, after all, it's not even close. At this time the heavenly way is incomplete. Hongjun Daozu again did not merge the Dao with his body, and his control over the power of the heavenly Dao was far inferior to that of the later generations, so naturally he was unable to eliminate the heavenly mechanism of the Hongmeng measuring ruler's concealment. Ancestor Hongjun Dao searched for a long time. The original idea of trying to merge the Tao with the body became more and more firm and eager. Wu Tian had been practicing for a long time. Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud, two people on the side of the guard, but also completely did not stop when the innate gourd vine breeding chaos gourd needs great Jin Yuanzi constantly from the book of the earth to transfer the power. It's a busy time, until after the chaos gourd is completely formed. The demand for heaven and earth spiritual energy is normalized, and Jin Yuanzi is finally much more relaxed. But Jin Yuanzi didn't stop there. He also used the earth book to continuously extract the earth vein spiritual qi, filling up the lake in the valley and even enlarging it several times, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, finally, it's done. Jin Yuanzi was somewhat empty of mana. This time, he not only transferred the earth vein aura, but also the ginseng fruit tree's origin are extracted quite a lot, otherwise it would not be so smooth. However, Jin Yuanzi was satisfied in his heart. Not only was it witnessing the appearance of the chaos gourd, but also because after this contribution, the karma owed to Wu Tian was reduced by a large portion, and there was a feeling of relief in his body. People are different. Some of them are great after they owe money. Some, however, because they owe people all over the body like ants crawling hard, cannot wait to immediately pay off. Debt-free, Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun were the latter since. At this time, Wu Tian also finally slowly opened his eyes and woke up from his cultivation, and after calming his own mana, he hurriedly got up, looking toward Jin Yuanzi. At a glance, Wu Tian could see Jin Yuanzi's tired, mana-empty state and hurriedly arched his hand at Jin Yuanzi, speaking aloud. Thank you, old brother Jin Yuan. This time can break the fixed number. The achievement of Chaos Gourd. Thanks to the old brother to help. Jin Yuanzi laughed lightly and waved his hand. Hey, old brother Wu Tian is overstating things. I've only contributed some brute force. The Chaos Gourd can come to fruition. It's really still up to you. This he said in all sincerity. In this process of the party, the most difficult is the innate yin and yang 5 elements of the law unity. The original Jin Yuanzi also thought, if Wu Tian cannot get it on their own, he and the Red Cloud also have to make a move. The results were never expected. What he thought would be the most difficult part of the process was actually accomplished in an instant, as Wu Tian fused it directly as if it was effortless. If this scene is seen by others, I'm afraid my eyeballs are going to fall off the floor. How could it be so easy? However, Jin Yuanzi did not ask more questions. Everyone has their own secrets, such as his own root origin. The people thought it was the ginseng fruit tree incarnation. In fact, there are other mysteries. Seeing that Wu Tian still wanted to thank him, Jin Yuanzi hastily opened his mouth to interrupt. Elder brother Wu Tian, now that the Chaos Gourd has become a reality, there is still a bit of time until the next sermon, and having been away from home for too long, I am going to return to the 5 villages to watch. Wu Tian could actually see it. Jin Yuanzi said that he wanted to go back to take a look, but in reality, it was because he had lost too much this time, so he had to go back to recuperate. Immediately, he arched his hand and said, as it should be. I remember the help of old brother Jin Yuan in my heart, and I won't say any more words. I will definitely return the favor in the future. Jin Yuanzi hurriedly waved his hand with a bitter smile. It was in order to repay his karma that he had made such a strong effort this time, and had put in so much blood. If Wu Tian were to return the favor, wouldn't he owe a big favor again? But the interaction between people is exactly like this. You come and go, and then the thicker and deeper the love. Before Jin Yuanzi left, looking towards the innate gourd vine, especially looking at the chaotic gourd shadow that existed on the branch, but half of the breath could not be felt. The eyes once again revealed a marvelous color. Think about it. Jin Yuanzi still couldn't hold back. Elder brother Wu Tian, isn't it not good to keep such a treasure as the innate gourd vine here all the time? I know it's not ripe yet and it's not good to move it, but if old brother is willing, Red Cloud and I can keep it for a little while longer. Let's do something about it. Transfer it to your witch clan. Red Cloud also responded in a hurry, unable to stop himself from nodding. He said. Yeah. If it is accidentally seen by others, there will be fewer disputes at that time. Although the innate gourd vine has recognized you as its master, if it is discovered by other cultivators, they don't care about this. Wu Tian burst out laughing. Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud, two people's good intentions he also understands. Two people because of their own character, not willing to more karma. So remind. But was Wu Tian afraid? He couldn't wait for someone to grab it. Originally, there was a great witch on guard here. Wu Tian all directly let them withdraw, but also let Interceptor bring the message, and in the future there is no need for other people to guard. Previously, when Xianmei got the northern Xianyuan water control flag, Wu Tian thought at that time that if he could gather all of the 5 directions of the innate sky flags, he would let the ancestral witches make a formation within a formation. But the other flags were in the hands of Grandmaster Hongjun, of which the western vegetable cloud boundary flag was bestowed upon the Queen Mother of the West, the remaining eastern precious color green lotus flag, the southern off-earth flame light flag, and the central Ihi apricot and yellow flag will be given to Junti, Tai Chung, and Yuanshe respectively during the third sermon. To get the flag from them, it's natural to think of something, even if it's a robbery. It has to be done for a reason and preemptively, right? In the midst of the original momentum, 3 Chang, Di Jun and others will encounter the innate gourd vine after the third sermon, after grabbing the treasures at the treasure dividing cliff. When they come down the mountain, Wu Tian left it here. It's all about preparing bait for fishing enforcement. Anyway, the innate gourd vine has already recognized the master, and they can't snatch it. But whoever dares to move any crooked thoughts, then let them taste the flavor of the 12 On God Fatality's great array. No compensation. Never stop. However, the mystery of this, Wu Tian was not in a good position to say to these 2 good old men in front of him, and could only smile and speak. Ha ha. Thank you both for your kindness. Seeing that they still looked a little worried, Wu Tian even took out the hegemony of the witch race and spoke aloud in an arrogant and incomparable manner. Don't worry, 2 old brothers. In this flooded heavens and earth, could there be anyone else who is not long-eyed, and dares to rob my witch clan? Wu Tian has said so. What else could the 2 say? Any more yakking? And they were worried that Wu Tian would not feel that he was looking down on their witch clan. One can only press the concerns in his mind, once again arching his hand with Wu Tian to say goodbye. P.S. 3 Shift request for support. The support of all readers in the new book period is extremely important. 5-star praise and small gifts to smash over. Chapter 55, I trust Sister Hou Tu the most. After sending off Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun, Wu Tian stood in the middle of the valley again, constantly surveying his innate gourd vine, feeling the innate gourd vine's closeness to him, and feeling comfortable in his heart. Sure enough, though it became a witch tribe, but it's still hard to erase the love of farming in your soul. About that, Wu Tian did mention it to the witch clan, but like the previous comment about breeding ferocious beasts, it didn't work out. A fighting race like the sorcerers, to have them farming and herding instead? Might as well kill them. What's the point of wasting your energy when you're free to roam around in the flooded heavens and the earth, where there's food for you everywhere? Actually, think about it. According to the viewpoint of the latter, productivity determines the relations of production, and the productivity of the witch race is their fist, and the fist is so hard, where there is still a need to be bitter and hard in the soil. Think about it. Wu Tian couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Alas. Then he looked towards the innate gourd vine again. With the 8th chaotic gourd appeared. The innate gourd vine also has a great change. In addition to the growth of more robust, in addition to the leaves turn dark green, the spirit of heaven and earth to take in more powerful. Beyond the original 7-colored light emanating from it, there was a hidden gray halo. It looks more subtle. After thinking about it, Wu Tian directly in his mind sent a fluctuation toward the innate gourd vine, originally in the branch of the chaos gourd shadow, disappeared in an instant, completely absent from heaven and earth. It's better to hide. Chaos gourd can be used as a card of existence. Even if Wu Tian wants to use this innate gourd fishing law enforcement, but still do not want to let other people see. Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun said otherwise. The character and integrity of these 2 brothers, Wu Tian can still trust. Do all that. Wu Genius finally left, returning directly in the direction of the Pangu Hall. When Wu Tian entered the Pangu Hall, he did not see Emperor Jiang. Candle 9. The Pangu Temple has its own heaven and earth. It also has layers and layers of space. These 2 must be hiding in the depths, sensing their own laws and going on a closed-door breakthrough to the mixed golden immortal. Wu Tian was not surprised to see this. Instead, he went straight to where the blood pool was, and only as soon as he got close did he realize that the blood pool had already changed a lot at this moment. It says pool of blood. It could actually be called a sea of blood. The ancestral witches, as well as the ordinary witch clan, were all conceived in the blood pool. so the consumption of the blood pool's origin was extremely great, and before the ancestral witches set up their clans, the water surface had already dropped a lot. But at that moment the blood pool skyrocketed. On the faces full of incomparable blood gas, originally some dull color, also turned into bright red, which has hidden more vitality breeding. Wu Tian understood at once. It's because of the Discordian chalcedony. At the time of the establishment of the tribe, God Pangu bestowed 3 blessings. In addition to writing a Wu rune in the Wu tribe's Qi river and incorporating Pangu's breath into Wu Tian's body, the other one was to bestow the Pangu chalcedony. It is supposed to be the existence of the birth of essence and blood, falling into the blood pool. There was an instant improvement to the blood pool, not only supplementing the power of the blood pool, but most importantly, the vitality contained in this seems to be able to continue. Wu Tian lamented for a while, then it directly disappeared into the blood pool, instantly came to a blood-red space, countless thick blood chi power, toward Wu Tian's body in the drill. The 9 turns of Yuan Gong's spontaneous operation, the blood and flesh around his body were stupid. However, Wu Tian was not here to cultivate, but to hide his own essence blood in the blood pool, and immediately pressed down the throbbing in his heart and fell towards the deepest part of the blood pool. Previously when Pangu Father God blessed the world, Wu Tian's Yuan Shen and his fleshly body were once again merged into one, instantly giving birth to a huge change. Every trace of flesh and blood, essence and blood were gods, and laws were branded into them. Wu Tian also newly gained a divine ability. The blood drops are reborn. At that time, Wu Tian made up his mind to hide a drop of his essence blood in a few safe places, which is also regarded as keeping a few more back roads for himself. The first choice was naturally the Pangu Temple. The Pangu Temple shields the heavens. Don't worry about being probed by others. And even in the midst of the original momentum, the witch race declined, and the Pangu Hall remained stable, being brought to hell by Hou Tu and becoming the 6 paths of reincarnation hall of the Ping Xian Yang. What could be more secure than that? Wu Tian naturally chose this place first. When Wu Tian fell into the bottom of the pool, he immediately found a hidden place in it, and his own mana surged out, creating a blood-colored boundary, hiding a drop of his essence blood in it. There was a flash of blood. Swish! At once the knot disappeared. Essence blood is also the same as dust and light, like a drop of water into the sea, no longer half of the special fluctuations, difficult to find. After doing that, Wu Tian released the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler again. Buzz! The Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler gently shook, and a thick and incomparable golden light of merit and virtue blossomed, holding up the boundary of the color of metaphysical yellow. It repelled all the surrounding blood and water out, revealing an empty space. Wu Tian sat cross-legged in the center, once again operating its own magic power. A drop of essence blood slowly condensed in the heart. A few moments later, essence blood flew out of his chest. It directly flew towards the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven, and under Wu Tian's control, it directly fell into the depths of the 49 layers of innate prohibitions, the depths of the ban. Because of the great Tao merit, Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven is slowly breeding a new prohibition. After the essence of blood fell, suddenly suspended on it, reflecting each other, the breaths were constantly mingling. After doing so, Wu Tian also slowly opened his eyes, a delighted smile on his face as he murmured in a low voice. Second drop of essence blood done. If the third drop of essence blood is, better follow the plan and go to Sister Hou Tu. Putting it at Sister Hou Tu's place is also very safe. Day after day. This is the thickest thigh. Of course you have to put a drop on the back of the earth. One thought in this. Wu Tian didn't delay either. Despite the short period of time to condense 2 drops of essence blood and some slight emptiness, Wu Tian still seized the time to put away the Hongmeng measuring ruler and put it into his physical body to warm it up, then straight out of the blood pool, flying out of the Pangu Hall, toward the Hou Tu tribe. At this point, Hou Tu was practicing in the divine temple in the center of the tribe, and when she saw Wu Tian coming, she slowly opened her eyes and spoke with a smile. You finally gave up and came back. Wu Tian was a little embarrassed. He partnered with the 2 Hou Tu, and together they were in charge of the Hou Tu tribe. However, Wu Tian almost seldom returned to the middle of the tribe, either going to the Purple Heavenly Palace to listen to the sermon, or go practicing in the Pangu Temple, but didn't wait for Wu Tian to argue. Hou Tu smiled again and spoke. Don't you value the Purple Heaven Palace sermon? It won't be long before we leave, so don't run around during this period of time. It's better for you to cultivate properly. Wu Tian nodded his head in a hurry. Then with a smile on his face, he said, Aha! Next, don't go anywhere. Just stay with sister in the Hou Tu tribe. Hou Tu chortled softly. Then he blankly glanced at Wu Tian. It's fine you don't hide in the Pangu Hall to cultivate. You will come to me? Say it. What is there for me to do? Wu Tian was a bit embarrassed. There was a feeling of being seen through, but he still spoke with a stiff upper lip. What is this talk of Sister Hou Tu? Can't I stay with you more if I have nothing to do? This Hou Tu tribe can also be my tribe. Hou Tu didn't say a word and just looked at him with a smile. It seems to say, acting? Then proceed with the play. Wu Tian's smile was directly awkward. Only good words. There is indeed an important matter. In the entire witch clan, I am the one who trusts Sister Hou Tu the most. That's why I want to ask Sister Hou Tu for help. Hou Tu's expression was a bit strange. Really? Wu Tian felt something bad and followed Hou Tu's gaze, only to find that at some point Xianhe walked out from one side with an expressionless look. Chapter 56. What do you think, old man? Wu Tian instantly wanted to cry. Sister Hou Tu, how do you pit people? You shouldn't be like that. But should be as broad and tolerant and thick and deep as the earth. And Genji, why don't you stay in your own tribe and come to the Hou Tu tribe all the time? Even more over the top. And hide your breath. At this moment Wu Tian's brain turned fast. Between the lightning and flint will make a choice. Offended the back of the earth she will tolerate their own. But offended the Xianmei, she can really kick ass. Okay, I admit, you and Sister Xianmei are the same, as I trust the most. After saying that, Wu Tian spoke to Xianhua with a smile as if nothing had happened. Sister Xianmei, you've come just in time. I originally asked Sister Hou Tu to take action and then went back to you for help. This saves me a lot of effort. Then without waiting for the two to say anything, hurriedly, he began to talk about his thoughts and his desire to hide a drop of essence blood. Well, now it became one drop for each person. After listening, the two men's attention was indeed diverted, and they both gazed at Wu Tian, and even the expressionless Xianhua had a look of surprise on his face. Really? You mean, with the divine power bestowed by Father God, you only need to leave a drop of your essence blood, and you can be reborn even if you die? The two men looked at each other, like you can't believe it. What is the biggest problem with the Wookiee? Is it not that the spirit and flesh are united, and that if one's self falls afterward and returns to heaven and earth, there is no chance of reincarnation and remodeling? The Xianmei and Hou Tu are okay. Already cultivated Yuan Shen, if encountered in an accident, but also Yuan Shen escape, Yuan Shen repair. But the other ancestral witches didn't have this treatment. Wu Tian also guessed what the two were thinking and also spoke with a bitter smile. And you know it. I'm in a different situation from my elder brothers. Even if I wanted to give this divine ability to them, it simply wouldn't work. Hou Tu nodded slightly. Then still, he couldn't help but sigh softly. Alas, I know. But this sense of loss came and went quickly. The current ancestral witches simply didn't believe that they would face a great calamity in the future. Just a sigh of relief that the ancestor witches have less of a fallback. The two of them then rejoiced for Wu Tian once again. And Hou Tu even smiled and spoke. Essence blood is hidden in me. Just relax. At the same time, Xianmei ancestor witch also stretched out his hand in silence, seeing Wu Tian's eyes look. Then he said in a cool and incomparable manner, something happened to me. Neither will let anything happen to your essence blood. What else could Wu Tian say? Once again, he arched his hand to thank the two helpful sisters, and then directly sat down on his knees in the middle of the Hou Tu divine hall, operating his own mana and beginning to condense his essence blood. Essence blood is different from ordinary blood. The essence blood of the ancestral witches carries the power of the law, and the essence blood that Wu Tian condensed this time, in addition to its own brand of law, it carries the mapping of the power of the divine soul. It is much more exhausting on itself. When he had condensed 2 drops of essence blood before, Wu Tian had already felt a bit empty, and now that he had managed to get 2 more drops at once, the blood chi around his body couldn't help but be much thinner. Even Wu Tian has reached the strength of the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal, vaguely have a breakthrough throbbing cultivation, have stagnated, but Wu Tian was in no hurry. He hadn't originally planned to make a quick breakthrough, but was prepared to wait until after the 3rd sermon to continue to settle down a bit before considering breaking through the realm. Since we do not go to merit to become a saint, nor do we chop 3 corpses to become a Taoist, it is natural that the foundation should be built more firmly, so that we can have the opportunity to prove the Tao with power. Plus, the chi of the witch race is flourishing. If anything happens, the ancestral witches will be able to carry it. Wu Tian was in even less of a hurry. After forcing out the 2 drops of essence blood, Wu Tian felt that he was much weaker, and his face was a little pale after his blood chi thinned out. Then hand them to each of the 2 men. After Xianmei received the essence blood, his face was solemn, and he directly pressed towards his chest, actually hiding the essence blood within his heart. As she said, in this position, unless something happened to herself, this drop of essence blood would never go wrong. To what extent would it have to be injured in order to break Xianmei's heart? It also embraces, with its own blood and chi. Seeing Xianmei so disposed, Hou Tu couldn't help but freeze for a moment as well. Since Xianmei hidden in the flesh, then according to the rules of risk dispersion, she is not good to hide within the flesh again. The thought in her mind, simply put directly into the Yuanshan. At the same time, he couldn't help but laugh at the words. Sister Genji, you're really spoiling him. Genji blushed all of a sudden, somewhat ashamed and angry. He got up and was about to pounce towards Hou Tu. Just then, a cacophony of voices suddenly came from outside the temple of the god of the backlands, among which the voice of Zhu Rong Ancestral, which was the most obvious, yelling aloud and speaking. This Di Jun is also too shameless. How dare you learn from us and want to establish a demon race, and have the face to invite us to observe the ceremony. Simply outrageous. The voices are getting louder. Then a bunch of ancestral witches barged right in. The ancestral witches naturally didn't understand knocking on doors, and besides, the Hou Tu Divine Hall didn't have a door at all, so they naturally didn't care about any of this. Next moment, the voices of the ancestral witches fell silent. Only the Zhu Rong Ancestral witch still laughed loudly and spoke. I knew you were all here. Di Jun and others want to set up the demon race. Although on the surface there is nothing to do with the witch tribe, but the ancestral witches have sensed that there is something bad in it. Now Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 are closed. Although Wu Tian was the youngest, he was already recognized as the smartest, coupled with the fact that he had made a habit of doing so before. It was natural for the crowd to seek out Wu Tian to confer. First, we went to the valley, then went back to the Pangu temple inn. After not finding them all, the people came directly towards the Hou Tu tribe in pairs, and sure enough, Wu Tian, Xian He, and Hou Tu were all there. Ha! The Zhu Rong ancestor witch muttered. His eyes darted around, looking back and forth at Wu Tian, Xian He, and Hou Tu's bodies, and his expression became more and more odd. Xian Mei and Hou Tu's cheeks blushed, a faint sense of shame and anger. On the other hand, Wu Tian's face was pale and his blood chi was weak, and he looked like he had been emptied of his body. Even if the ancestral witches are straight, see this, can't help but associate it in my mind either. In the temple of the god of the back earth, it was completely quiet. The ancestral witches all looked at each other. Xian Mei, the back earth is a kind of feeling that something is not right. At this time, Zhu Rong muttered to Wu Tian, little old me, you are also too weak, right? This is not too good. Said brother, I will go to get you some Zulan. He still didn't know that Hou Tu had gotten the ancestral dragon essence blood for Wu Tian long ago. The words were not finished. Huge ice spikes were instantly born in the hall, viciously stabbing towards Zhu Rong. Bang! Zhu Rong flew straight out. Frost instantly spread across Shen Mo's face as he spoke in a cold voice. All day long you just talk nonsense. Big brother has beaten him so many times, but he is still deadly. Then looking towards the other ancestral witches, everyone rushed to nod their heads, and Gong Gong even laughed loudly in agreement. Yeah, good fight. Xian Mei sister, this guy is the most mouthy. Then squeezed his eyes towards Wu Tian. Wu Tian was also speechless for a while. The key thing is that he is not good at explaining. He can't tell the ancestral witches that he is hiding his essence blood, right? If the ancestral witches had a big mouth, wouldn't everyone know about it? Seeing Xian Mo going mad again, the Jumong ancestral witch hurriedly opened his mouth to block it. First things first, then his eyes gazed at Wu Tian. Old brother, Di Jun wants to establish the demon race. What do you think? Chapter 57 Go. Of course. What do I think? Wu Tian muttered in his heart. I instantly felt like I was transformed into Yuan Feng. But, Wu Tian was still very happy about this. The fact that the ancestral witches could think of approaching him first to ask him instead of directly disliking him is already a very big progress. It seems that Wu Tian's previous subtle influence was very successful. Then the mind molded over. Demons. In the original momentum, Di Jun, Tai, Fuxi and Nuwa established the demon race, and then the ancestral witches competed against each other, and the 12 metropolitan divine fury formations rushed to the heavenly court. This time because of Wu Tian, the witch race set up their clan in advance. But the demon race coming out is a great trend that can't be stopped. Nature still appears. However, Di Jun and the others don't have the bottom line of the witch clan, and it's not like the witch clan to only honor the Pangu father god. So the establishment of the clan was invited to be witnessed by many great aptitudes. Even the witches received an invitation. Di Jun didn't want to provoke the ancestral witches, everyone else was invited. And if the witch race was left out alone, who knew how the ancestral witches would react? If you feel like looking down on the witch race, straight to the door. After Di Jun, Fu Shi and the others conferred, they felt more and more that the ancestral witches were capable of such things, so they simply pinched their noses and sent out invitations, which were even delivered by Fu Shi himself. Where's Fu Shi? Wu Tian asked curiously. The Jumong ancestral witch hurriedly spoke. Deliver the invitations and leave. This Fu Shi is quite polite, but old brother, Di Jun, they set up this what demon clan, clearly want to go against us. Our clan sons and daughters take demonic beasts as blood food. but the demon clan incorporates them into the clan and gives them backing. Actually, Tai was able to corral enough demon race in such a short period of time, and really had the help of the witch race, being bullied too hard by the witches, don't want to be killed and eaten. Then they would have to throw themselves into the arms of the demon race and seek refuge from Dijun and Tai and the rest of them. It's a good thing the demon clan hasn't been formed yet, coupled with the fact that the ancestral witches were really arrogant. Dijun and the others were not willing to break out into conflict at the critical moment, so they all tried their best to restrain. Wu Tian was still pondering. At this time, Shu Rong, ancestral witch, who had been knocked out by Xian Hua, ran back with a somewhat grimy face, muttering words as he came in towards the Hou Tu divine hall. What did I say? Just do it to me. Then he fiercely glared at the Gong Gong ancestor witch. I knew. You're the worst among our brothers. Do you like to see me laugh so much? The Gong Gong ancestral witch lightly chortled. Meh. You don't dare to mess with Sister Xian Mei, so you're looking for me to take it out on you? You think you'll be able to beat me? The expression on his face was very exasperating. At once let Zhu Rong more angry. Raised his fist is going to walk toward Gong Gong. Want to fight with Gong Gong properly? Let him have a little taste of his own medicine. Wu Tian's thoughts were immediately interrupted, and he looked at the raging two with a helpless face. It was true that the laws clashed, and this was another fight. The other ancestral witches, however, all laughed, a look of watching the fun, inside their conception. Anyway, the ancestral witches have thick skin and flesh, so what does it matter if they fight a few times, as long as they don't get killed? It's not a big deal. Xian Mo saw Wu Tian's expression. He turned his gaze and spoke in a cold voice. There, aren't we here to discuss business? If the two of you make a mess again, then go out and make a mess. And I will definitely tell Big Brother about this matter when I turn around, so that you can have a good fight in front of him. The raging Zhu Rong and Gong Gong instantly turned off their fire, each glaring at the other before not looking at each other. Wu Tian quietly reached out. Thumbs up to Genji. Awesome. It has to be Xian Mei usually cold and icy appearance. Even the other ancestral witches are a bit scared. With her words, immediately subside the fight. Xuan He gave him a blank look. Then without good humor, he said, you might as well get on with it. How exactly are we going to deal with the matter of Dijun and the others setting up the demon race? Wishbone interjected again. If I say that we directly stir up this matter of the establishment of the demon race, I think they just want to go against our witch race. Buddy, just give the word. The brothers are charging after you. Wu Tian instantly laughed bitterly. The ancestral witches were really combative. Zhu Rong's words also represented the thoughts of most of the ancestral witches, but before he could open his mouth to persuade them, he heard Gong Gong laugh. Just shut up. Asked you? Seeing that the two were about to fight again, the icy coldness on Xian Mei's face became more and more intense, and the Xian Mei fury filled the hall of the god of the backlands, causing the ancestral witches to shiver. The two also stopped in a hurry. Only then did Wu Tian speak with a light smile. If you ask me, since they invited us, let's go. We can't let others say that our witch clan has no manners, right? As for what will happen to the demons, what are the plans of Emperor Jun and the others? Wu Tian looked at the crowd with a smile. To the ancestral witches, he asked rhetorically, could the older brothers be afraid of them? The ancestral witches shook their heads at once. Wu Tian secretly smiled in his heart. As long as you can feel clearly the temperament of the ancestral witches, it is not difficult to pin down. That's not all. Let them have all sorts of calculations. We will not move as if we were the Buzhou mountain, and if they are really unfavorable to our witch race, then we will strike a thunderous blow at that time. The emergence of the demon race is a great trend in the heavenly Tao. At this time, even if you go up to mess up, what can you do? Can you stop the demon race from appearing? No way. Instead, they are tainted with karma for nothing. Instead, it is better to be invited to go to the ceremony. The gift is impossible to have a gift, but the merit of the ceremony and other possible benefits, or can take a little. One more thing, if he had the opportunity, Wu Tian would still want to take the opportunity to fool Dijun and see if he could have a little influence on the subsequent development of the demon race. Remember Wu Tian's initial thoughts? He simply did not want to take the witch tribe and the demon tribe hard. Instead, he wanted to, and the witch and demon two tribes are the strength of the full strength of the time. Directly with the witch tribe withdrew into the hell of the, leaving the demon race to go against the saints. He'd love to know. Wait for that day to show up. Would Ancestor Hongjun Dao and the Heavenly Dao Saints personally take action to kill and destroy the demon race, including Dijun? One thought in this. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Wu Tian's mouth. When the two of them, Xian Mei and Hou Tu, saw this, they glanced at each other, and both of them had a puzzled look in their eyes, as if to say, what was Wu Tian thinking, laughing so strangely? At this time, Wu Tian smiled and spoke again. but this time to go to observe the ceremony. We certainly can't all go. Big brother and second brother are now in closed-door cultivation. If they all go just short of the two of them, it's inevitable that it will lead to speculation. This way. Let's go 7 people. Me, Sister Shwani, Sister Hou Tu. This is already 3. There are still 4. Said looking towards the ancestral witches. Shu Rong hastily blinked at Wu Tian, seemingly shouting non-stop. Choose me, but how could Wu Tian pick him? The first one is ruled out. Wu Tian spoke directly. Brother Zhu Rong, don't go. Stay and watch over the family. Shu Rong jumped at once. Older brother, you are retaliation. I am not just talking about you. As far as this? Thanks for thinking of helping you. I'm going to get some ancestral dragon essence blood to replenish your body. Chapter 58. Do you want to touch the porcelain too? At this point the kami scoffed. You can pull it off. With that mouth of yours, it would be a wonder if you didn't get into a fight if you went. But of course I can't let you go. The two men were suddenly about to argue again. Xianming's face was also filled with speechlessness. Ancestral witches can occasionally listen to her, just out of the love and care of a brother for his sister. Xianmei is ultimately not as majestic as Di Zheng and Candle Join. Wu Tian hurriedly spoke. Brother Gong Gong is also keeping watch at home. There you go. Shu Rong immediately stopped being angry, smiling and looking toward Gong Gong, with an expression that you are not so good. Less messing around with these two. Next, Wu Tian quickly discussed with the other ancestral witches. Apart from the 3 of them who had given birth to Yuan Shen, there were also Jumong, Ma Tu, Qiangliang, and Xia Qi. A total of 7 people went forward to observe the ceremony. Then the ancestral witches dispersed, first going back to the tribe to command some, with the seat of the great witches to arrange things in the tribe. Wishful thinking about leaving, Wu Tian suddenly grabbed his arm, and in Shu Rong's astonished eyes, walked outside the Hou Tu divine hall and quietly asked, Brother Zhu Rong, where do you get the ancestral dragon essence blood you mentioned? Ancestral dragons have all returned to heaven and earth, their true spirits transformed into the spirit of the earth's veins, and their bodies transformed into the Yellow River. During the previous fall of the ancestral dragon, Hou Tu had forced 3 drops of ancestral dragon essence blood, which had already been refined into himself by Wu Tian. But who would have too much of such a good thing? Wishful thinking heatedly smiled. I naturally know what you're talking about. Although the ancestral dragon is dead, but the dragon tribe is still there. I don't believe that this old thing does not leave a little for the dragon tribe, he said and tapped on Wu Tian's arm. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. If the dragons don't hand it over, let's see if I don't boil their 4 seas and capture all the dragons as blood food. Wu Tian's face changed. Why don't we just forget about it? The karma on the dragons was deep, and it was hard to rely on the ancestral dragon's sacrifice to preserve a portion of their luck. So why bother to provoke them at this time? But he wasn't finished. Shu Rong then smiled and said, just stay out of it. Then with an expression of I understand you, he patted Wu Tian's shoulder once again and turned into crimson arcane light and left. Wu Tian didn't even know what to say. Forget it. Suffer the dragons a bit. Anyway, the scolding has Zhu Rong to bear, and Wu Tian feels that the dragon clan will not harden its heart and not give it if it really has the essence blood of the ancestral dragon. Just know the time. Wishful thinking wouldn't do much for them. Then he turned back and walked into the Backlands divine hall, waiting for the ancestral witches to arrange things and then set off together. Wait until the people are gathered. Xianmei and Hou Tu both struck out in unison, and instantly there was an incomparably thick and heavy force of laws that surrounded the Xianlight boundary, which rolled up all the people in the party and sent them straight up into the 9 heavens, toward the direction of the flooded stars. The place chosen by Dijun and the others was not the Sun Star or the dojo of Fuxi and Nuwa, and the Buzhou mountain was even less suitable, having been circled by the witch clan as their own clanland. So simply in the flooded stars. After Wu Tian and the others crossed the whistling 9 heavenly winds and flew into the incomparably empty and endless flooded starry sky, they headed directly toward the Sun Star, soon approaching the solar star. The closer he got, the stronger the oppressive feeling of the brilliant sun was, and the incomparably hot true fire of the sun made the cold and silent flood starry sky less boring. Wu Tian looked toward the Sun Star from afar. His eyes were dense with divine light, and across the distance, he could see the immense and incomparable Fusang divine tree. Wu Tian marveled in his heart. It's really something, as one of the innate 10 spiritual roots of the Fusang tree is very powerful, the bare sun true fire burning on it. Di Jun, Tai, the 2 golden crows were conceived in the Fusang divine tree. Look at it from so far away. All can feel its compelling aura. Obviously it is strong and incomparable, but such a strong Fusang tree has never taken shape. Wu Tian muttered in his heart. Is it because the instants are too strong? All of the innate beings, the more powerful the physical body but the more difficult to take shape, such as the North Sea Shin turtle later chopped off the limbs, The physical body is too strong and the Yuanshan cannot withstand. I'm sure the same is true of the fuchsia tree. Then another thought popped up in Wu Tian's heart. It would be nice to get a branch of the fusang tree and try to plant it then too. Thoughts together. It would be hard to contain it any longer. Immediately, he mulled it over in his mind, considering how he could get it from Emperor Jun. Now the Emperor Jun and the witch tribe is not officially opposed to each other. There are not so many disputes. Maybe there is still a chance. Just thinking about it. A cloud of arcane light suddenly appeared in front of them. A huge golden palace appeared in the flood starry sky, backed by the sun star, was held up by the river map Luoshu, emitting infinite light. In it, there are 10,000 tribal beings converging. Above the golden palace, a channel of arcane light is thick and rich, and the Tao rhyme is rich. But the many great divine masters who came to observe the ceremony, each occupying a side of the void, Emperor Jun, Tai, Fuxi, and Nuwa, all four of them, gathered together just above the golden palace, with Tai's chaos seed hanging above them, suppressing this area of space. The four men estimated the time, is feeling about the same time, suddenly looked toward the front in unison. Face are violently changed. Other early arrivals of the Great Spirit, originally in the void on their knees to sleep, also opened their eyes, toward the law of the arcane light shot to look at. Eyes are born curiosity, surprised color, only Jin Yuanzi, red cloud, to see clearly after the person. Face instantly reveal joyful smile, red cloud is quietly voice words, older brother Jin Yuan, I told you that your worries were unnecessary. Look, isn't old brother Wu Tian here? Jin Yuanzi nodded with a light smile. Being invited by Di Jun to come and watch the ceremony, he naturally couldn't help but worry that the ancestral witches would step in and cause trouble, and if that happened, he wouldn't even know how to handle himself. Do nothing? Or do you want to help Mr. Wu Tian? Phew. Jin Yuanzi breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Di Jun was also suddenly silent, his brows slightly furrowed, and he was even muttering in his mind. Still here? He sent out invitations before. It didn't even occur to me that the ancestral witches would come to observe the ceremony, but they just didn't want to fall in line and avoid stirring up strife at such an important moment as the establishment of the clan. I didn't expect the witch clan to actually come. Di Jun's eyes grew weirder and weirder. At that moment, Tai stood up violently, his face full of gravity, but before he could say anything, he was blocked by a gentle force, and Di Jun's voice rang in his ears. You sit still. Then Di Jun turned toward Fuxi to look. His face once again waves, half the color of surprise or not, light smile and said, Fellow Fuxi Taoist, the witch race has come to observe the ceremony. Can we go and welcome them? It will also save others from saying that we have no manners. Fuxi nodded slightly, said nothing, got right up and greeted them. After flying out, Fuxi's face had an incomparable smile on it, all in goodwill, and smiled at Wu Tian and the others from afar. Fellow Taoists come. I'm sorry to have missed you. With that, he flew in front of the ancestral witches. Shenmei and Hou Tu also dispersed the power of the laws around them, and Wu Tian and the others stood in the void. Hou Tu laughed softly and spoke. Since a few fellow Taoists have invited me, the witch clan is not ignorant of etiquette, and naturally we must come to observe the ceremony. Tao friends do not need to be polite, or hurry to go busy themselves. Do not miss the hour. Fuxi hurriedly arched his hand in thanks. The heart can't help but feel. There are still good people in the Wiccan race, like the Hou Tu ancestor witch in front of us. Determining that the ancestral witches had only come to observe the ceremony, Fuxi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart, and after once again politely saying a few words, he hurriedly returned. Another short while passed. Emperor Jun and the other four stood up in unison, with Taoist rhythms surrounding them and innate spiritual treasures flying around them. Di Jun suddenly spoke aloud. The great Tao is above. The heavenly Tao is in view. The flood and the heaven and earth are in view. And now there is Emperor Jun, Tai, Fuxi, and Nuwa, who feels the suffering of the 10,000 tribes in the flood. Wu Tian's eyes snapped wide open. What's the situation? Just you guys want to touch the avenue. Did Emperor Jun and the others not know the reason for the appearance of the great Tao? Di Jun naturally knew that. He even specifically reprimanded Tai Chi, telling him not to be delusional. But by the time the four of them deliberated, they still couldn't help but have their minds shaken. But after all, it's the avenue dying. What if? It's worth trying if there's even the slightest possibility. Chapter 59, The Demon Race is established. The heavenly court comes into being. The corner of Wu Tian's mouth moved. The remaining light looked toward the ancestral witches beside him, and even Hou Tu, who had the most amiable character, had a faintly disdainful feeling, as if to say, You guys? Wu Tian instantly smiled knowingly. Then his eyes turned toward the other great avatars, and he saw that the three purities and the others all shook violently. and there was actually a look of anticipation in their eyes. With that, Wu Tian realized, if Jun and the others could do it, when they had something to announce to heaven and earth in the future, wouldn't they be able to win the favor of the great Tao as well? That's why these people reacted the way they did. Meh. Wu Tian laughed in his heart. After the touch of the great Tao as above, Wu Genius realized another special place and was shocked in his heart. Surprisingly, there's no Taoist ancestor up there? It's not like the witches are leading the charge again, is it? The witch race didn't have one. And if the demon race had an extra Hongjun Daozu on its head, it would obviously be a little bit worse. And Emperor Jun is ambitious, highly arrogant by nature, obviously not willing to condescend to others, or else in the Purple Heaven Palace, he would not have opened his mouth to ask Hongjun Taoist ancestor whether only the immortal way can prove the road to the mixed world, can become a saint, if you're willing to stoop to the level of the immortal way, like the Duke of Dongwang. Perhaps Taijian's fate is different again. But, you're not witches after all. Wu Tian sighed in his heart, and then continued to look towards the figures of Jun and the others, who were at that moment at the head of the group, still making their oaths known. The power of the Great Way is nowhere to be seen, but the power of the heavenly Tao raged. Countless Yuan Qi and laws converge toward the flood starry sky, and the gorgeous light illuminates the entire flood starry sky. In the end, it's more preachy than the witches. Jun's small set of words. What for the welfare of the flood beings? For the 10,000 living beings to open up the road, said for a long time before Jun and the others spoke aloud. Hence, today I want to unite all the races and set up the demon race, in order to pacify the strife of all the races in the flood. Among all the races in the flood, those who have a spirit can be a demon. And I would like to open up the demon path and educate the demon race, to suppress the demon race's chi with the Hichu Luo Shu and Chaos Bell. I, Emperor Jun, am the demon emperor. Tai Chi immediately spoke excitedly. I, Tai Chi, am the Eastern Emperor of the demon race. They were followed by Fuxi and Nuwa, who also spoke aloud. I, Fuxi, am the Shi Huang of the demon race. I, Nuwa, am Emperor Nuwa of the demon race. The words fell. The four of them looked at each other, and then their respective breaths converged and impacted towards the thick place of the heavenly Tao, and they drank in unison. Demon race, stand. The many demon clans that had already converged earlier also looked up to the sky, their faces uplifted in surprise as they looked up to the sky. The power of the heavenly Tao became more and more raging. An arcane and incomparable rune was born in the void. Demon. There was a hint of loss in the eyes of Jun and the others. Until now, the avenue half of the appearance of the signs are not only the power of the heavenly Tao reaction, obviously touching the porcelain failure. Alas, although it has been prepared for a long time, but Jun still can't help but secretly sigh. After all, is much worse than the witch tribe. The witch tribe not only has the great Tao Qingqing, even the witch runes are Pangu God blessing. The others dimmed their eyes a bit. The glimmer of expectation in their hearts was very dryly cut off, and at once, some people looked towards Wu Tian and the other ancestral witches, with more and more envy in their eyes. Jun quickly perked up. Originally, there are jujube no jujube to play a shot. Really do not have the avenue of the favor, also forget it. This is not still recognized by the way of heaven? But Wu Tian was a bit surprised. Surprisingly, the heavens are as usual, not the slightest bit angry at the behavior of Jun and the others? No, the heavenly Tao was merciless. I should say that it was ancestor Hongjun Tao, who was after all the only heavenly Tao saint right now, who surprisingly didn't intervene either. Looks like Hongjun is used to it. Wu Tian gave a cry in his heart, as the demon race's origin runes appeared and spilled directly toward the void. All the demon race beings, even Emperor Jun, Tai Yi and others, had a violent flash above their souls. The runes are branded on. Since then, these beings of different races had a common name, the demon race. Then the chi of all the demon races curled up, and under the force of the heavenly Tao, they converged together, and immediately gathered into a long river of chi, throughout the flooded stars. Ho hum! It skyrocketed after it appeared. At the same time the river map Luo book, Chaos Bell is also timely fly out, fell into the illusory long river above, sprinkle the metaphysical light, suppress the chaos, turbulence in which, next moment, there was a rumbling sound. It resounded throughout the flood starry sky like a thunderclap, and where the power of the heavenly Tao converged, the arcane golden light became denser and denser. Just when the crowd thought it was over and the heavenly Tao was about to rain down merits, they violently felt the flooded void being shaken, and each of them looked toward where the change was in horror. It seems like a behemoth has awakened, crashing through layers of space, tearing the void apart as if to drill out of it. Astonishment in the eyes of the crowd. Wu Tian, however, had anticipated this in his mind, staring at the expanding spatial crack, murmuring in his heart, sure enough, Heaven is coming out. At the moment this dissension appeared, Emperor Jun was first surprised, and then the heart suddenly gave birth to a kind of throbbing. Seems to have a sense with the existence of this upcoming birth. What's the situation? Jun muttered in his heart, staring dead on at the place where the void had shattered. His brows furrowed. Such a critical time. Don't let anything go wrong. A few moments later, a corner of heaven crashed through the void. Countless pavilions and palaces, as well as vast and incomparable worlds, were displayed in front of the crowd, immediately causing a cry of surprise. Suddenly flew out a spiritual light, directly toward the Emperor Jun's spiritual platform shot. In a moment did not enter they. Immediately afterward, Jun's brows stretched. The astonishment on his face turned even more into a sudden realization, and he muttered in a low voice under his breath, "Heaven! The 33 heavens." After thoroughly figuring out the existence of the heavenly court, as well as the reason for its emergence, Emperor Jun could no longer contain his surprise in his heart and laughed up in the sky. Ha ha ha! The demon race is established, and the heavenly court is now in existence. What's wrong with not having an avenue of favor? When I, Jun, established the demon race, there was a heavenly court that came into existence and was under my control. Isn't this a great blessing? Emperor Jun's eyes burned like flames. The eyes burned. Through the messages coming from the heavenly court, he already knew that the heavenly court was born of the heavenly Tao, the center of the operation of the rules of the heavenly Tao. The excitement grew in his heart. Heaven's destiny. I, Jun, am truly destined for heaven. The figure then flashed. Instantly, he flew towards the heavenly court and disappeared into it. And in the next moment, as Jun continued to take control of the heavenly court, the 33 heavens appeared completely, slowly stabilized, standing above the 9 heavens, embedded in the flooded heavens and earth. Wait until the heavenly court is completely stabilized. Jun reappeared, returning to Tai, Fushi, and Nuwa, tilting his head toward the place where the power of the heavenly Tao had coalesced, and the smile on his face grew more and more confident and exuberant. Rumble. This time the heavenly merit finally descended. As the 4 emperors of the demon race, naturally, they got the biggest share of merit, and the others who came to observe the ceremony also gained something and put away the share that belonged to them. And then he continued to look at Emperor Jun. The discerning can see, although the 4 emperors together set up the demon race, but the demon race is really the words of the people or Emperor Jun. Demon Emperor Jun naturally gained the most. As the heavenly Tao's merit landed, under the powerful demon race's chi boost, Jun's aura soared. In a moment it was actually going to break through. Chapter 60, Don't Come Over Here. There was a flash of arcane light on Jun's body. The aura around his body immediately tightened up. Jun did not choose to break through on the spot. He is also a great plan. Naturally, we must have a good sense of enlightenment, rather than such a hasty breakthrough. Wait until the heavenly visions disappear. The long river of chi of the demon race disappeared, and the river map and Luo book flew back into Jun's body. Before he smiled and arched his hand at the crowd. Thank you, fellow Taoists. I am grateful to Emperor Jun for coming to watch the ceremony today. Some of the people nodded their heads in response. Some opened their mouths to respond with Emperor Jun, and for a while it was a happy time. With that, Emperor Jun made another invitation, to host a banquet to entertain the people, while sitting and celebrating, but not to the newly emerged heaven, but to invite the people to return to the previous golden palace. Heaven has only just come out. Emperor Jun hadn't even taken complete control yet. To invite many great divine beings to go at this time, wouldn't it be foolish for them to probe for the truth? Emperor Jun was naturally reluctant. Originally the heart of the intention, extremely curious about the heavenly court of the great divine master, once heard that it was to return to that palace built by the sun gold essence, immediately lost interest. Many then excused themselves. Tai Ching was the first to speak. Tao Ancestor's 3rd sermon is just around the corner, so we'd better go back and make some preparations first, and then come back to discuss the sermon with you in the future when we have the chance to do so. Arching his hand slightly, he turned to leave. Yuan Shi naturally followed behind, but it was Tong Tian whose eyes flickered, and while following up, he turned his head towards Wu Tian. The curious gleam in his eyes could not be concealed. After Wu Tian noticed it, gaze turned, and Tong Tian to look up. See Tong Tian eyes and no malicious look, immediately smiled lightly and nodded. Tonto froze, also nodded with a light smile. The 3 figures then disappeared. At the same time a mysterious light shot out from here and fell toward all parts of the flooded earth, and the people also laughed. At this time, the Germang Ancestral witch asked, "Buddy, let's go back too." Then without waiting for Wu Tian to respond, he spat out somewhat indignantly, muttering words. This demon race has a big mouth. Anyone with a spirit can be a demon. I see that he wants to wipe out all the races in the flood. Shu Rong was right before. This Di Jun really does not have good intentions. Wu Tian shook his head. There's no rush. Later on, go and talk to Emperor Jun for a couple of minutes to find out the truth. It just so happens that I still have things to find him. After saying that, he was afraid that the attitude of Jumong and other ancestral witches would cause a conflict and delay the next plan. Wu Tian hurriedly said again, it's a great wish to establish a clan. Naturally, it is how big it is. Otherwise, how can we let the heavenly Tao recognize it? Several elder brothers. Later on you cannot make trouble. I still want to ask Emperor Jun to talk about something. A few of the Jumong froze for a moment, somewhat puzzled as to what exactly Wu Tian wanted to do, but still didn't ask anything and just nodded heavily. In the meantime, on the other side of the flooded starry sky, the Duke of the East King was again full of smiles as he moved toward the side of the Queen Mother of the West. Today, I witnessed the establishment of the demon clan once again. The vast amount of qi, the vast amount of merit, and the presence of the heavenly court's 33 heavens made the Duke of the East King's eyes red with envy. The idea of a fairy court. It's getting harder and harder to contain. Therefore, even though Mother West had an impatient, even annoyed look on her face, the Duke of the East King still held his tongue and moved towards the front. No way. The two are the top male and female immortals in the world. If you want to set up the immortal court, you simply can't do it without Shi Wangmu. A Lonin will not be born and a Lone Yang will not grow. Before she got close, the Queen Mother of the West frowned slightly, and her breath turned around to leave, and the Duke of the East hastened to send a voice to say, fellow Daoist Golden Mother, wait. Seeing the establishment of the demon race today, don't you have any thoughts, fellow Daoist? If the two of us join forces to establish the immortal court, we will also have boundless fortune and massive merits at that time. Cultivation can also be furthered. Seeing that the Queen Mother of the West was still silent, the Duke of Dongwang could only take a step forward again and spoke bitterly. But we have this heavenly Tao karma bestowed by the Tao ancestor. Isn't it only natural to set up an immortal court? Such a good thing. What exactly are the doubts that you, fellow Daoist, still have? The Queen Mother of the West finally raised her eyes towards the Duke of the East, a hint of contempt deep within her eyes. Although she had gained many benefits by becoming the head of the female immortals in the world, she was furious at the thought that she had been implicated by this guy in front of her and had to turn to the immortal path. Seeing the Duke of Dongwang so pressed, Western Queen Mother couldn't help but sneer and say, set up a fairy court? Is it possible that you, Taoist friend, want to fight with the witches and demons, and repeat the past events of the time of the Dragon Han Cataclysm, when the three clans fought each other? The Eastern Lord froze for a moment. How? We are at ease with promoting the immortal way and spreading indoctrination for Tao ancestor. So how would we start a conflict with the witches and demons? Even if the immortal court sets up, they have to give face to Tao ancestor, right? The Western Queen Mother once again confirmed in her heart. This is a guy with a big ambition. More and more do not want to get involved with him. Standing on the opposite side of the witch and demon two tribes, giving face to the Taoist ancestors? Do you see that when these two tribes notified heaven and earth, did they ever give face to Hongjun Daozu and ask him to bear witness? Seeing that the Duke of Dongwang is still chattering on, constantly persuading himself, talking about the many benefits of setting up the immortal court, and even taking Hongjun Daozu to press himself, Queen Mother of the West became more and more annoyed in her heart. Right now, even if he refused, turning around, this guy would still chase him to Zikenlun and give himself no peace. Sweeping her eyes toward the surroundings, coincidentally, she met with Wu Tian, whose eyes were darting around, and a thought suddenly arose in the heart of the Queen Mother of the West, and suddenly her eyes brightened up. Western Queen Mother immediately spoke. I have no intention of going to the immortal court. Seeing the Duke of Dongwang open his mouth to say something else, the Queen Mother of the West directly interrupted, gently smiled and said, I still have something to discuss with fellow Taoist Wu Tian. Farewell. After saying that, he simply ignored the change in the Duke of Dongwang's expression and flew directly towards Wu Tian's direction. The Western Queen Mother secretly said in her heart, just don't be afraid of the witches. Come after me if you can. Seeing this, Wu Tian could not help but blink his eyes, and a trace of surprise was born in his heart. Ha! What's Mother West doing over here? He was the one whose eyes darted around, looking at the Queen Mother of the West and the Duke of the East, both of whom seemed to be arguing about something in a very unpleasant manner, and naturally became curious, unintentionally locking eyes with the Queen Mother of the West. Another polite smile. As a result, the Queen Mother of the West came straight to it. And, what was with this grudging, angry look from the Duke of Dongwang, as if he had robbed his wife? Wu Tian frowned at once, but before Wu Tian could say anything, the several ancestral witches around them had already seen this scene, and the four ancestral witches such as Zhimang and Matsuo violently exploded around their bodies, spreading out towards the Duke of Dongwang, their tyrannical aura rushing straight towards them. What are you looking at? How dare you stare at my brother Wu Tian? Dong Wanggong's eyes stared at the situation, then turned his head away. Seeing that Sentinel and the others were still going after them, Wu Tian hurriedly opened his mouth to stop it. Forget it, didn't I say? We won't fight this time out. Zhiming also obediently nodded his head, stopping at once and collecting his aura around him, then smilingly spoke. Okay, listen to you. Let him go for the time being. What is this Dong Wanggong? And dare to compete with my old brother Wu Tian? Instead, Wu Tian suddenly had his hairs raised and felt something bad, only to feel 4 sharp swords behind him against his back. Where did Wu Tian not understand at this point? Obviously the Queen Mother of the West is impatient with the entanglement of the Duke of the East, simply to the most grumpy ancestral witches here, wanting to let the Duke of the East know difficult to retreat. Queen Mother of the West's purpose was achieved instead. However, Wu Tian was going to be pitted by her, and immediately blinked his eyes in a hurry, his eyes signaling, "Don't you come over here." Queen Mother West froze for a moment. The next moment, it actually revealed a sultry look. Wu Tian was speechless. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Mother West has wronged me. We haven't said a word to each other. We've never met. Why are you looking at me like that? Aren't you trying to hurt me? Chapter 61. Do you want to kill the Duke of Dongwon? The scent behind him grew sharper and sharper. Wu Tian felt that if it wasn't for his thick skin, he would only be stabbed into a hedgehog by the gaze behind him. Jumong and the other ancestral witches, however, were full of smiles. Hey, who says we're a pain in the ass? Although the witch race is rough, it's not strange to give birth to a clear-eyed one who can attract the attention of the innate goddess. Right at this moment, the Hou Tu behind him was filled with a beaming smile and spoke to Wu Tian. Wu Tian, you were staring at people in the Violet Sky Palace before, and now that they're here, why don't you hurry up and welcome them? Wu Tian, however, shivered as he listened. Hiss, that's supposed to be rhetorical, right? And then couldn't help but slightly shake his head. This Hou Tu's sister said good virtue? Wu Tian himself didn't have much of an impression of what happened in the Violet Sky Palace before, but he didn't think that she still remembered it. At that time, the Queen Mother of the West was rewarded by Hongjun. It's not like there's anything wrong with him paying a little more attention or observing, is there? The other side. After Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun exchanged pleasantries and farewells with Emperor Jun and the others, they flew towards where Wu Tian was with excited faces. Just flew not very far. Jin Yuanzi directly stopped, but also a hand will be Red Cloud dragged. Make Red Cloud surprised beyond measure. Some strange asked. Jin Yuan Lao, what's wrong? Didn't you say you were going to greet old brother Wu Tian? The corner of Jin Yuanzi's mouth twitched. Naturally, I'm going, but you don't look at the current situation. What's the point of going at this time? Wait for a while, wait until Wu Tian's old brother's side is more peaceful before saying. Red Cloud's eyes rolled. It quickly understood what Jin Yuanzi meant. The two then stood in the flooded starry sky, smilingly looking toward Wu Tian's direction. A look of melon eaters. Even people like Emperor Jun originally wanted to come up to greet See the situation is also stopped. Curious towards the Wu Tian where looking. The heart is even more muttered up. The Queen Mother of the West has a friendship with the Witch Clan. Haven't heard about it. By this time the Queen Mother of the West had arrived. The body is full and flavorful. The innate Inchi incarnation is really outstanding. The end is unparalleled beauty. Arching his hand at Wu Tian and the others, he said, Golden Mother greets you all. Wu Tian secretly sighed in his heart. No wonder. I don't know how many emperors in later times have dreamed of traveling with the Queen Mother of the West, and it is really very beautiful and touching. However, his face flinched and frowned, and he spoke very nonchalantly to the Queen Mother of the West. Fellow Golden Mother Daoist, that's not very decent of you, is it? Dare to use me as a shield. The Duke of the East King is afraid that he already hates me now, adding to the karma of my witch clan. How are you going to explain that? Originally the graceful and noble Queen Mother of the West, her face changed instantly, adding a trace of panic. Her voice was even softer, and she bowed deeply to Wu Tian. Fellow Daoist, forgive me. I'm also being pestered, no way. Before seeing the Taoist friends before in the Purple Sky Palace selfless help Red Clouds, in the heat of the moment only dare to borrow the might of the witch tribe use. Mighty not necessarily, but the fury is definitely there. Decent people are afraid that there are not many people who are willing to clash with the witch clan. Which is why the Duke of Dongwang turned away. The Queen Mother of the West did not tell lies. Wu Tian, however, let out a light snort. The face still didn't look too good, playing soft and apologizing. Just to get by? Do you really think that I, the witch race, am a stupid big man with no brain, and that I am that easy to fool? Immediately, he spoke directly. Who am I to help you? At once, the Queen Mother of the West was confused by the question. Before helping Red Cloud did not ask why The Queen Mother of the West still thinks that the ancestral witches have a big personality, so they must not care too much about this, and they will pass after a few words of confusion. I didn't expect Wu Tian to not follow the routine. The Queen Mother of the West mused. Right at this moment, Wu Tian's expression suddenly changed, and a bright, cheerful smile emerged on his face as he laughed aloud and spoke. It's not impossible to help you. With the Duke of the East King, my witch clan doesn't carry fear. However, after getting so much karma for nothing, you have to make up for it, right? How about taking the Western vegetarian cloud boundary flag? Mother of the West froze again, and then he actually laughed in anger. Is this something the sorcerer tribe can say? I'm just trying to get rid of the Duke of Dongwang by using the power of your witch clan, and you're asking for my Western vegetable cloud banner? In an instant, the Queen Mother of the West no longer assumes a low profile. Directly to Wu Tian cold heave up. Behind Wu Tian's Shinmei, Hou Tu was also surprised a moment. The two looked at each other. Get half a day you are not thinking of the Queen Mother of the West. Is thinking of people's innate spiritual treasures it? The two were a little embarrassed. Looks like a mistake. Jumong and a few other ancestral witches on the other hand had a speechless look on their faces, looking at Wu Tian with some hateful eyes, itching to yell at Wu Tian. Buddy, you're not going to make it. We drove away the East Wanggong, not for you to come to rob the West Queen Mother's magic treasure. Why don't you understand things? When the person is in hand, isn't the magic treasure also in hand? At this time, the Queen Mother of the West spoke faintly. This treasure was given by the Taoist ancestor. I don't dare to give it to just anyone. I hope you'll forgive me. And the heart is also a little upset, and is not a complete solution to her problems. Just briefly forced back the East King Gong. This point of karma still want the Western vegetable cloud boundary flag? This is an extreme innate spiritual treasure, an existence that can suppress chi. In the face of the Queen Mother of the West's lack of color, Wu Tian did not get angry. Still smiling, he also knows that this reason is not enough to make the Queen Mother of the West hand over, turning his head at once, muttering to Xianmei and Hou Tu. Swish! The two ancestral witches instantly struck out. The power of the law rages, dividing a tiny heaven and earth in the void, shielding the sky from. At this time, Wu Genius continued to laugh. I know, this bit of karma is far from enough to make fellow Taoist hand over the Western Veiled Cloud Realm flag. But what if I can help you solve your troubles once and for all? The Western Queen Mother frowned. Somewhat surprised, he looked at Wu Tian, and a premonition had been born in his heart. Sure enough, Wu Tian smiled and spoke. How about this? You give me the Western vegetable cloud boundary flag, and I will help you get the Duke of the East King killed thereafter, and you will never have to worry again. How? The Western Queen Mother was shocked in her heart, looking at Wu Tian with an incredulous face. He then couldn't help but exclaim in shock. He is the head of the male immortals in the world appointed by the Taoist ancestor himself. Wu Tian, however, had a disinterested look on his face. So what? The Queen Mother of the West was suddenly silent. Yes. The witch race is such a lawless existence, only honoring their Pangu father god. Hongjun Daozu is not even in the eyes. After a few moments of contemplation, the Queen Mother of the West eventually smiled bitterly and shook her head. No, although I loathe the Duke of Dongwang, I have no intention of beheading him, and if I give you the Western vegetable cloud boundary flag, in an instant the Duke of Dongwang will be dead, and how can I get out of it? Chapter 62, How else can it be? Hear this. Wu Tian let out a light snort in his heart. You really don't want to kill Lord Dongwang? If you don't want to kill the Duke of Dongwang, how can I snub the Western vegetarian cloud boundary flag from your hands? Before Wu Tian made up his mind to get the innate 5 square flag, and then hand it over to the ancestral witches and then into an innate 5 square 5 elemental array, placed within the 12 Du Tianxin Sure array, to come to a formation within a formation. For this reason, he even left all the innate gourd vines in the valley, waiting for the future of the 3 Chang and others to strike. Use this as an excuse. Take the flag from them. In this plan, precisely missing was this Western plain-colored cloud realm flag in the hands of the Queen Mother of the West. But it's not like he can force it. Wu Tian sighed in his heart. There's no way. Who made me embarrassed to directly lay hands on the Queen Mother of the West, so I can only borrow the head of the Duke of the East King for a while. Immediately, he snubbed at the Queen Mother of the West. Wu Tian had a smile on his face, but it was a serious look. Very solemn words. That's not true. Fellow Taoist, you and Dong Wanggong are respectively born of the innate yin and yang qi, or else you wouldn't have been influenced by Dong Wanggong in the purple heavenly palace, and by the Hongjun gave the world male and female immortal head of the karma. The karma entanglement between each other is very deep. Dong Wanggong is not dead. How can you get away with it? Wu Tian's words lurched slightly. Nothing else. If Lord Dongwang wants to establish the immortal court, can you stop it? If you can't, can you do it alone? When the time comes, even if the witch clan, don't come after you. I'm afraid that the demon clan won't let you guys off the hook, right? The Western Queen Mother frowned. The eyes snapped shut. Then snapping his head up to meet Wu Tian's eyes, he exclaimed words under his breath. The fairy court? How did you know that the Duke of Dongwang wanted to set up an immortal court? Wu Tian, however, just laughed. He is naturally because he knows the general situation and guesses that the next time is when the Duke of Dongwang establishes the immortal court. But the Queen Mother of the West saw him smiling without saying a word. In his heart, he was thinking that the Duke of Dongwang, a loudmouth, hadn't yet accomplished anything, and was yelling about the immortal court all over the place, so much so that even Wu Tian knew about it. He was also more and more speechless. If things aren't kept secret, they can't be done. This Dongwang Gong is simply unuseful and disappointing. Not to mention, she hasn't even said yes yet. Is it possible that such a notification to the flood is an attempt to force and drag her into the game? Thinking about the Purple Heaven Palace, forcing her to change her practice to the immortal path, later on, she would have to drag herself to fall into the Great Tribulation. The Western Queen Mother was even more angry in her heart, actually really want to kill the East King Gong of the idea. Seeing the Western Queen Mother's color change, Wu Tian laughed lightly, then very sincerely. How about this? I give you an idea? Next, if the Duke of the East King still come to find you to discuss the matter of the immortal court, you will directly agree to it. The merit and fortune that should be taken normally, but wait until the immortal court is established. None of it, just in the West Kunlun good cultivation. So I'll keep you safe. Wait until the Duke of Dongwang is dead, then you can give me the Western Vegetable Cloud Realm flag, so that no one will implicate you in the Duke of Dongwang's death, right? At those words the Western Queen Mother frowned. The mind keeps brooding. But Wu Tian did not stop at all after he said that, and directly stretched out his hand towards the Queen Mother of the West, and again spoke to her. Right, after saying so much, you have to give some benefits first, right? Can you first give me a branch from the innate nonpareil peach tree? I am very curious about the innate nonpareil peach tree. Mother of the West asked frostily. What do you want with its branches? Wu Tian then smiled and spoke. I want to try to see if I can plant it, not seeking to get the innate peaches, but to be able to reproduce the latter-day peaches. To give my sons and daughters of the witch clan a taste is also quite good. The Queen Mother of the West thought about it. A slender white palm reached into the sleeve of his coat. It seemed to contain a vast space within it, and a moment later, it actually did take out a branch with pink flower bones on it. The breath of innate Nongshui is strong. What Wu Tian didn't expect was that the Queen Mother of the West had once again taken out 10 innate peaches with a light purple stripe core and handed them towards Wu Tian. Seeing the look of surprise on Wu Tian's face, the Queen Mother of the West also laughed and then spoke. Aren't you curious about the innate peaches? It just so happens that I still have some fruits in my hand, so I'll give you a taste of them, as a way of thanking you for your help just now. Wu Tian was not polite either. Directly take the innate peaches. Then he smiled at the Western Queen Mother. Okay, deposit received. Don't worry, Dongwang Gong is dead. After saying that, signaled the Hou Tu duo to lift the boundary. Then once again, he arched his hand at the Queen Mother of the West and spoke with a loud smile. Fellow Daiwas, just wait for the good news. Then he stepped in the void and took the lead in the direction of Xin Yuanzi and Hongjun. These two guys watched the fun like loafers. Wu Tian had seen them long ago. Wait until Wu Tian walked out far away. The Queen Mother of the West suddenly shook her head, her eyes snapping wide with a look of this reaction. Nope, I didn't want to kill Lord East. How was this? Wu Tian said. Like I can't have peace until the Duke of Dongwang dies. Think about what Wu Tian said about the deposit. The Western Queen Mother murmured in her heart. The witch clan won't really make a move. Will they? But I do not know how. Her mind at this time is very contradictory. On the one hand, feel that this is very bad, but also vaguely give birth to pleasure. Suddenly the face is very tangled look. Then wanted to shout Wu Tian down. In the end, he did not open his mouth and stood still. His face very complicated as he looked at the back of Wu Tian and the others. And the mind gets stranger and stranger. How did the witch clan come up with such a being? Fooling himself? Is this still the witch race? Moreover, looking at Wu Tian speaking, the other ancestral witches were silent, with a look that Wu Tian was the main one. What exactly is his status in the witch clan? The Western Queen Mother muttered in her mind. Said the ancestral witch it? But before the 12 ancestral witches set up the tribe, did not see Wu Tian appeared, and even the 12 tribes of the witch tribe. There is not a Wu Tian tribe. A long meditation. The Queen Mother of the West eventually twisted her head and left. This side, Xianhua also quietly transmitted his voice. After understanding that what Wu Tian is thinking about is not a person, but the Western Vegetal Cloud boundary flag in the hands of the Queen Mother of the West, Xianmei is a little less good. It felt like he had misunderstood Wu Tian. The tone of the voice transmission with Wu Tian was much warmer as he asked quietly, "When are we going to do it? Do we have to wait until after the Duke of Dongwang establishes the immortal court?" The meaning within the words was as long as Wu Tian gave an order, he would directly kill the Penglai immortal island in the East Sea and let the Duke of the East King taste the iron fist of the witch clan. Wu Tian turned back sharply at his words. First he froze, then smiled softly and winked. "Hands? What do you mean?" In the original general situation, the Duke of the East King died at the hands of the demon race, so Wu Tian only needed to wait quietly until something happened and head to West Kunlun to get the treasure. He was again worried about the ancestral witches striking, getting it wrong instead of interfering with the fate of the Duke of the East. The thoughts in his mind immediately and quietly transmitted sound. Very solemn advice. You guys stay out of this. The Duke of the East King will be cleaned up by someone else. He's dead. There's no need for us, the Witch Clan, to make that effort. Let's just sit back and wait to collect the treasure. The ancestral witches instantly froze. They did not doubt Wu Tian's words. Previously Wu Tian's judgment of the future situation has never been wrong. But think carefully. The ancestral witches all felt a little off. Hou Tu's rosy lips opened slightly, looking at Wu Tian with some incredulity, her eyes flickering with a shimmering light, as if to say, "Still? Well, isn't that empty-handed?" Not only that, Wu Tian also asked for a deposit from the hands of the Queen Mother of the West. The Queen Mother of the West also took the initiative to give 10 more innate peaches. Chapter 63, This is Too Honest. Seeing the ancestral witch's frothing looks, Wu Tian sighed in his heart. He muttered darkly. It couldn't be that the ancestral witches were too innocent and felt that it was not good for them to fool the Queen Mother of the West like this, could it? But the Queen Mother of the West messed with him first. Want to use himself as a shield, attracting the resentment of the East King Gong, adding a karma, and the party's posture, almost let himself be Xiannei. Hou Tu stared to death. Doesn't it make sense to screw her over for once? But what Wu Tian didn't expect was that the ancestral witches didn't think of this at all. And after marveling, Jumong directly spoke with a face of joy and admiration. "Wu Tian, you're awesome. Sure has a good brain." The other ancestral witches also nodded their heads. Wu Tian also did not have the heart to explain. His heart surged a touching and joyful. Anyway, the ancestral witches will always be on their side. Wouldn't even be for those false ones. Just come and blame yourself. Just then, Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun also came to Wu Tian smilingly. The curiosity in their eyes could not be hidden. Red Cloud was even more curious and asked, "Elder brother Wu Tian, what just happened? Did something happen?" Before Wu Tian could reply, he had brainstormed it himself. Queen Mother of the West, Duke of the East, Wu Tian. Before the Duke of Dongwang suffocated and went, a face of indignation expression, but let them see clearly. Naturally there are many associations in the heart. Gee, thinking so. The smile on his face grew more and more odd. Wu Tian could still not know what he was thinking and glared at him somewhat breathlessly before speaking with a light smile. "You guys are overthinking it." "Nothing. It's just that I asked fellow Taoist Queen Mother of the West for a branch of the innate nonpareil peach, and I'm going to take it back to the sorcerer clan so that my sons and daughters can plant it. Let's see if it can bear peaches." He didn't tell Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun about the matter of snubbing the Queen Mother of the West. The matter should still be kept secret, and with the character of these two, this kind of thing, it is better not to let them know. Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun were instantly astonished. "And it's really for you?" Eyes full of incredulity. Wu Tian, however, was a bit unimpressed. "Wasn't it just a tree branch? Why be so surprised?" Said even more directly, "Take it out. Pure innate nongshui qi radiates." At this time, the innate peach tree is not the one that suppressed the qi of the heavenly court in the latter days and divided into 9,000 peach trees, which can be regarded as the innate nongshui peach mother tree. The breath and aura were naturally thick and rich. It also shocked the two men more and more. Red Cloud's eyes were even switching back and forth between Wu Tian and the branches of the innate peach tree, his gaze constantly changing as if to say, "And you say it's nothing?" Now he was half convinced. Seeing that Wu Tian still looked puzzled, Red Cloud also let out a light sigh and explained to Wu Tian, "Older brother Wu Tian, do you think that it's nothing more than a branch from the innate peach tree? But this cut-off branch carries the spiritual energy of the innate peach tree, with the power of the laws of innate nunsuch." Seeing that Wu Tian was still unimpressed, Red Cloud mused for a moment and simply gave an example. "Put it this way. As far as I know, the ancestral witch essence blood contains the power of the ancestral witch's laws, but the witch clan would let the ancestral witch essence blood fall into the hands of outsiders? Don't even think about it." Jumong spoke directly. "Not since." Red Cloud spread his hands. Then he gestured towards Wu Tian with his eyes. "Isn't that all? The fact that she can give you shows that the relationship between you two is not ordinary." Red Cloud said and winked again. However, after listening to it, Wu Tian couldn't help but frown, and his mind also began to ponder. Then if according to so say, the Queen Mother of the West before a look of being fooled by their own appearance, may not really fall into the trap. Rather, it's meant to be a smooth ride. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wu Tian let out a low cry in his heart. Also really almost let the Queen Mother of the West to deceive. Also really think that they have the power to compel the people. It turns out to be the people bent to meet. I'm afraid that even the entangled, aggrieved look just now was deliberately put on by the Queen Mother of the West. What is a practitioner's greatest hatred? It's not just an obstructionist vendetta. After that moment in the purple heavenly palace, Shi Wangmu could only choose the immortal path, and had no more chance to get out of the shackles of the immortal path. Although she might be very suitable for the immortal path, but the Duke of Dongwang took away her chance of choice. So much for cause and effect. Can she not hate the Duke of the East? Wu Tian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sure enough, the prettier a woman is, the more deceitful she is. Other than Xian Mei and sister Hou Tu, the minds of the other innate goddesses are too complicated. The ancestral witches are violent though, but at least there's no hiding in the heart. And don't worry about being scammed. Phew, Wu Tian sighed softly. Forget it, no matter how the Queen Mother of the West thinks, is not acting. Anyway, they will never lose. Any deeper than your mind can withstand. I know the situation. Directly empty gloves for nothing? Wu Tian burst out laughing. Then he spoke to Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun. That's something I hadn't thought of. Alas, if you want to put it that way, then it's a bit of a problem. I was thinking of going to ask Dijun again for a spirit branch of the Fusang tree. Red Cloud didn't even think about it. Shaking his head directly, he spoke decisively. That's a little hard to do. I'm afraid. Dijun is not the Queen Mother of the West. How could he give it to you and let you gain insight into the laws of the Fusang tree? And perhaps even his own heavenly numbers and spiritual chances were leaked. At this time, Jin Yuanzi asked curiously. It's not like fuchsia trees can bear fruit. What do you want this for? Wu Tian burst out laughing. Isn't this being curious about innate spiritual roots? It's natural to want to see and collect them when you have the chance. Just like the Northern Xian Yuan water control flag. With this northern flag, one can't help and go with the flow of wanting to put together the other 4 flags. And the innate gourd vine arrives. Wu Tian wanted to gather the 10 innate spiritual roots. That was reasonable, right? As to whether or not it's possible. Whatever. Let's try it first. Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun both froze for a moment, not expecting it to be for this reason. And immediately they couldn't help but shake their heads. Treasures are more precious than precious. Old brother Wu Tian. Since you already have the gourd vine, the others are no longer very important to you. After saying that, seeing that Wu Tian didn't look like he was giving up, Jin Yuanzi sighed lightly, and then a slight hesitation in his heart, actually pulled out towards his sleeve. A few moments later, straight away, he took out a turquoise spirit branch. The innate penta-earth's breath is strong. It is taken from above the ginseng fruit tree, handed over in front of Wu Tian, smilingly said, fuchsia trees even, after all, you and Emperor Jun. Jin Yuanzi's words paused, although it did not say, but the people present can hear. The demon race this establishment. Between the two races must be a little don't seedling meaning. This situation. How can Emperor Jun give it to you? Jin Yuanzi skipped this point and spoke directly. You want an innate spiritual root. Instead, why don't you take this? Jin Yuanzi had nothing to be afraid of. When he had assisted Wu Tian in coming up with the chaos gourd before, he had even extracted quite a lot of the origin of the ginseng fruit tree, not to mention a branch. But Wu Tian was touched beyond words. This Xin Yuan old brother. He's got plenty of real give-a. It is really worthy of the name of the old good man of the flood. And at the same time, this is also considered to be the trust of Wu Tian. But, this is also too honest, right? Jin Yuanzi even joked about it. But say yes. This branch can't grow ginseng fruit, so don't come to me then. Wu Tian's face was embarrassed. However, he didn't say anything more, just nodded to Jin Yuanzi, put away the branches of the ginseng fruit tree, and spoke softly. Thanks a lot. Meanwhile the mind was already thinking, what should I do to return the favor? For the Western Queen Mother like this, Wu Tian pit up without psychological burden, but for Jin Yuanzi like this, he is rather embarrassed to let him suffer. Alas, why are you guys being so honest? It makes me embarrassed to do it. Although again got the ginseng fruit tree spirit branch, but Wu Tian wants to Fusang tree branches of the idea, and did not stop. It's not like he's asking for it for nothing from Emperor Jun. Plus, how do you know if you don't try? Therefore, after putting away the branch of the innate spirit root, Wu Tian smiled and spoke again. I still want to try. What if Jun gives it? Jin Yuanzi was not surprised. Isn't that the character of the witches? Always just headstrong and stubborn again. Cannot help but sigh lightly in his heart. Anyway, what he can do has been done. I hope Wu Tian old brother will not be too disappointed at that time. Well, At least it's gotten two kinds. Chapter 64, Giving Emperor Jun Ideas. Having said that, Wu Tian smiled again and spoke. Two old brothers, you wait for me here for a moment. We'll go to see Emperor Jun. Go and come. Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun looked at each other. With that, he nodded in response. They also want to see. Wu Tian can get the Fusang branch or not. If there is any problem in the middle, just can also turn around. However, Wu Tian didn't move straight away. Instead, he twisted his head and transmitted his voice to Hou Tu, and the two of them muttered. Wu Tian very much dictated a lot, and Hou Tu's eyes first flickered, and then her expression became more and more odd. His eyes were tightly fixed on Wu Tian. It seems to be asking, will it work? Eventually Hou Tu nodded. The next contact with Jun. Wu Tian did not have the idea of going out on his own, but rather after the earth is the main. Therefore, he also stopped slightly, letting Xianmei and Hou Tu walk in front of him, with four black, strong, rough ancestral witches beside him. Like iron towers, he collected his breath, like a small follower of the ancestral witches, and like a little brother being protected in the middle. It then headed towards Emperor Jun. The other side. The four Taijins gathered together early. After sending off the various great avatars, he looked at the direction of Wu Tian and the others from afar, and his heart had long been muttering for a while. What's going on with this witch tribe? Surprised it didn't go. Wait until the Queen Mother of the West goes forward. The four of them suddenly realized in general that they thought they were waiting for the Queen Mother of the West, but they didn't expect that by the time the Queen Mother of the West left, the ancestral witches still hadn't left. Now it's coming towards you. Tai Chi twisted his head at once, looking toward his older brother, Emperor Jun. He asked in a low voice, Brother, why is this witch race coming at us? Before I thought they would not come to the ceremony. I did not expect them to come. I thought they were just going through a formality, but I did not expect them to stay specifically. Jun was also puzzled in his mind, but the expression remained very stoic. No harm done, and let's see what they're up to. After saying that, a faint smile was born on his face, and he took the lead in welcoming the ancestral witches in the direction they came from, with Tai, Fushi, and Yuhua following behind. Still a long way off, Jun then smiled brightly and spoke with a light laugh. Greetings, fellow Taoists. I apologize for not being able to come and greet the several ancestral witches in person, as I had a lot of business to attend to before. For the ancestral witches to come and observe the ceremony, Emperor Jun is grateful, he said and bowed slightly. Hou Tu laughed softly. It was also a very gentle word. The demon emperor is polite. It was supposed to be that we came late, and besides, didn't Shi Huang come to greet us? Said the man, nodding gently at Fushi. This was followed by a nod to Tai Chi and Nuwa, who didn't fall. A lightness washed over the hearts of Emperor Jun's four men. See Hou Tu this attitude, obviously not to find trouble, immediately faced more enthusiastic, to greet a few people to go to the Golden Palace with an arrest. But Hou Tu laughed softly and refused. Not hidden from the demon emperor. We stayed also because we didn't greet you earlier, so we've come to meet with you all, and we'll be returning to the witch clan next. Then he looked toward Emperor Jun again. Hou Tu asked, seemingly curious. I see that the demon emperor has hidden star power on his body, but he is going to refine the peripheral star dipper and use the peripheral star dipper as a formation. If that is the case, it's a good thing. The demon race can have a place to flourish. The demon emperor can also gather the power of the stars and buckets of the circumference in one body. Jun's eyes flickered for a moment. His face then rippled, still with a light appearance, and he spoke with a light smile. How does the ancestral witch of the Backlands know? That's exactly what I'm planning. Desire to refine the perimeter star dipper formation. The sorcerer clan had the 12th capital heavenly divine fury formation, and Jin Yuanzi had the earth book formation, which Jun had considered in his mind even before he set up the demon clan. Hou Tu sighed softly in her heart. Amount. What Wu Tian said doesn't work. Originally, what Wu Tian had told Hou Tu was to instruct Jun to sacrifice the Zhou Tian Xing Dou formation, so that Jun would owe him a personal favor. And anyway, even if he hadn't said anything, Jun would have done it sooner or later. I didn't realize that Jun had already started. So you're not going to get a prostitute for nothing now? A slight movement in her heart. Hou Tu's heart again surfaced Fengkai Wu Tian's instructions, and immediately smiled softly and said, Originally, I didn't know. I just saw that the demon emperor had a feeling. I didn't realize that the demon emperor had an idea long ago. There was a slight pause in the background. Again, he smiled again and spoke. In that case, then I have another small suggestion. I wonder if the demon emperor would be willing to listen. Jun's face was curious. Oh, ancestral witch of the Backlands, but say no harm. The nature of the witches was straightforward, and he wasn't surprised that Hou Tu behaved in such a manner. But how could she have made a suggestion to herself? Now don't say hostile to each other. It's definitely not a good relationship, is it? Hou Tu organized herself a little in her mind, then spoke softly. I, the witch race, have the responsibility of eliminating the baneful qi between heaven and earth, and have great merit, compared to the witch race. If the demon emperor can use the circumstantial star dipper formation to refine the chaotic qi, increase the abundance of spiritual qi between heaven and earth, and make up for the depletion of the, will have a great merit in the flooded heavens and earth. With the sermon in the purple heaven palace, the cultivation methods between heaven and earth became richer and richer, and even more beings stepped into the path of cultivation. But with the exception of the sorcerer race, all the others cultivated with innate aura. Nature consumes much. At this time there is no obvious manifestation, but under the accumulation of days and months, the consumption will certainly be more and more, and the quantitative robbery is also bred in this. Wu Tian had always felt there were quantitative robberies in the flooded heavens and earth every once in a while. Could it be that it was because the cultivators had consumed too much of the heavens and earth that there were great robberies to clean them up? The body dies and returns to heaven and earth. Then heaven and earth are balanced again. Quantum of solace is also dissolved. So he borrowed Hou Tu's mouth and made such a suggestion to Dijun. If Dijun could use the perimeter star dipper formation to refine the chaotic qi and replenish the aura of the flooded heavens and earth, perhaps the quantitative calamity of witch and demon could all be dissolved by a lot. At least delay it a little bit. Sure, if Emperor Jun really did as he was told, he could naturally receive great benefits, many merits and tons of qi, but Hou Tu, as the character who raised this point, also had to share in the profits, right? It is also of great benefit to the backwoods. In the future, the later earth body reincarnation retained its own greater possibility. Wu Tian hugged the thigh is also more thick. These 2 points alone were enough for Wu Tian to remind Emperor Jun that he didn't need to bother anyway, and that it was still Emperor Jun himself who really contributed. Becoming natural is great, even if it doesn't work. Dijun also has to remember this favor. With this favor in front of him, if Hou Tu then brought up the matter of the Fusang tree, would Dijun still have the heart to refuse? The 4 emperors of the demon race all had astonished eyes. What the hell? No, you're serious. Ancestral witches giving ideas and advice to the demon emperor? At this time, Hou Tu faintly spoke again. As the blood descendants of Father God, can have someone to help take care of this heaven and earth, so that the flooded heavens and earth can flourish more and more. We are also happy to see it. The ancestral witches may not think so, but Wu Tian told her to say so, that Hou Tu had no choice but to do the same. But as she said it, she suddenly also felt that it made sense, and even her tone of voice was a lot more sincere. The 4 emperors of the demon race were suddenly dazed. That makes sense. Dijun even laughed bitterly in his heart. Really think of the flood as your own? So give me ideas? Seeing this flooded heavens and earth as a legacy left to them by the great god Pangu, with an attitude that they are completely their own masters. That's why they have this idea, right? Dijun thought so in his mind. Some irritation ensued. It's good that you are of Pangu's blood, but to put it more carefully, which of the other innate beings didn't have some relationship with great god Pangu? Even he, Dijun, was born in the eyes of Pangu. Besides, there's still the 3 Qings. The words are so. Dijun didn't show it. Instead, he began to ponder the feasibility of Hou Tu's suggestion, and the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter as the thought moved through his mind. It seems like, it's really reliable. The more he pondered in his heart, the brighter the light in Emperor Jun's eyes became, and even if Emperor Jun was calm and steady, he couldn't help but show the color of surprise. Chapter 65, I'll teach you a trick. According to Dijun's original idea, Jun wants to even the circumference of the stars and daughters of the Great Array, is inspired by the witch tribe, Jin Yuanzi. You can tie the important part of the flood heaven and earth, either the earth veins or the pillars that support the sky. Then I can also if the stars of the weak are tied to one body. What's up with him? The flooded stars shattered. It's also a huge deterrent. Did not think of this array for the flood world to do what contribution? As a way to seek merit. Chi luck, was Hou Tu so say, instantly open the mind. Nonetheless, I can also wield the power of the stars and the circumference of the sky to irrigate the countless living beings on the flooded earth, helping them to open up their spiritual wisdom, and even directly branding them with the demon race. Then the thought turned. The witch clan wouldn't think the same way, would they? That if the floodlands prosper, the sorcerer clan will never need to lack food again? And no wonder he was rambling. It is true that Hou Tu gave him an idea, or is it really such a useful suggestion? Dijun's heart really has no idea. Although it has been constantly brainstorming and giving reasons to Hou Tu, Dijun is still apprehensive in his heart. But anyway, Dijun knows that he owes a big favor. In the meantime, after being surprised, Tai, Fushi, and Nuwa also began to ponder the feasibility of Hou Tu's suggestion. and the expressions on their faces became more and more complicated. With their strength, know that this advice is valuable, but also like Jun. His heart became more and more astonished. How did the ancestral witch suddenly change her nature? How did the ancestral witch suddenly change her temper? For Hou Tu to say these words, Jumong and the other ancestral witches originally didn't feel anything, nor did they think there was anything special about it, but when they saw how delighted Jun looked, they naturally understood. All muttered in their minds at once, it's not about empty gloves. Getting a Fusang branch from Emperor Jun? Why are you really giving the demon race ideas? If there's such a good thing, let's the witch race do it themselves. Then he couldn't help but look towards Wu Tian. Although the heart does not understand, but Jumong and other people still quite understand, and did not yell up on the spot. If it were Zhu Rong, afraid that it is not directly quarrel, Wu Tian's eyes signaled, talk to you guys later. Jumong and the others were then relieved. At this time, Wu Tian also sensed a turn of the gaze but found Nuwa a pair of bright eyes, staring at himself. There is curiosity in the eyes, the intention of searching. Ha, why are you looking at me like that? Could it be that something was found to be wrong? Wu Tian immediately revealed a warm smile, revealing his white teeth, and smiled at Nuwa, nodding his head slightly in greeting. Nuwa also seemed to think it was wrong. Somewhat embarrassed, he nodded in response, then withdrew his gaze. For Nuwa, Wu Tian's outlook was somewhat mixed. In the future, Nuwa will act as the holy mother of the human race and create the human race, but then abandon the human race to all kinds of calamities. As the Nuwa emperor of the demon race and the holy mother of the human race, the chi that Nuwa occupies can be described as immensely powerful, and her merit is massive. So she directly became a saint with her merit, and she has a brother who protects her. Such a good hand, but she beat the crap out of her. In the end, the human race does not respect the demon race resentment. Fushi all died in the witch and demon great disaster. Can only nest in the Nuwa palace? Half of the momentum of the heavenly Tao have no control. Alas, I don't know what she thinks. Wu Tian sighed in his heart, but this time it is different. The 9 heavenly resting soil is in his own hands, and the innate gourd vine is also in his own hands. Even if he creates a human being, that cannot be separated from himself. In time the merit of making a man. He said he would share the profits himself. The human race you can't manage, don't want to manage, then I will manage. Absolutely will not let the human race be as miserable as the original. Just then, Jun arched his hand very solemnly. Thank you, Ancestral Witch Hou Tu, for your guidance. This favor is remembered by Emperor Jun, and I will certainly return the favor in the future. Hou Tu spoke with a soft smile. The demon emperor is polite. Speaking of which, there is another matter. I would like to ask the demon emperor for a spirit branch from the Fusang tree. I wonder if it is possible. Jun and Tai were stunned. Ha, the spirit branch of the Fusang tree? This Fusang tree was one of the innate 10 spiritual roots, carrying an incomparably rich sun true flame, and it was where the 2 brothers were born. Take a spiritual branch and give it to an outsider. They subconsciously tried to refuse. But, Jun heart bitter smile. He just said that there will be a return in the future. The result is that people mention a request directly back. This is not to hit their own face? Tai saw that Jun was in the midst of his contemplation. A quick word was said, brotherhood. But before the words were finished, they were directly interrupted by Emperor Jun, who once again had a bright and incomparable smile on his face and waved his hand. Compared to the ancestral witch's nodding favor, what's one Fusang branch? Tai, you quickly go back and get it. Tai Chi was about to say something else, but after coming into contact with Jun's eyes, he directly swallowed all of his words before arching his hand at Hou Tu and the others. Gentlemen, wait a moment. After saying that, he turned into golden light. It instantly shot towards the solar star. Not much longer. Tai returned again and again. His hand was already holding a golden Fusang tree branch, on which there was the sun's true fire burning invisibly, scorchingly hot. After falling and standing still, Jun reached out and picked it up. Then he handed both hands to Hou Tu, still smiling brightly, and spoke with a light laugh. Ancestral Witch of the Backlands, please accept this. Holu nodded, waving his hand. He struck out a mysterious light, collected the Fusang tree branch, rolled it into his body, and disappeared. The purpose has thus been achieved. Hou Tu also opened his mouth to say goodbye. Before leaving, Hou Tu smiled again and said, now the demon race is newly established. Many people feel that witch and demon are antagonistic, but I think this flood is wide enough. And now that the demon emperor has obtained the heavenly court, and the flood starry sky, it's enough for the 2 races to coexist peacefully. Jun smilingly said. What ancestral witch Hou Tu said, I expect as much. As Tai, who had personally gone to subdue the many demon clans and bring them under his rule, but had seen too many entanglements between sorcerers and demons, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart at the words. Meh, peaceful coexistence? Then first let your witch race stop using the demon race as a blood meal. Hou Tu and the other ancestral witches fluttered away. After returning to Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun, they didn't even need to take it out to show the two of them. They had already seen the Fusang tree's scorching hot and incomparable aura of the sun's true flame early on. It was instantly and incredibly exclamatory. How is that possible? And you got it. Red Cloud hurriedly grabbed Wu Tian's arm and asked very eagerly, Elder brother Wu Tian, tell me, how exactly did you do it? How did you make Di Jun willingly give you the Fusang spirit branch? Wu Tian burst out laughing. Di Jun may not be willing, but the words are there. Even if you bite your tongue, you have to hold up the scene and send out the Fusang branch. Seeing the two men's eagerness to learn, Wu Tian then smiled and spoke. What's so hard about it? I'll teach you a trick. If you want to make a request with someone before, you might as well do him a small favor or make him owe him a favor, so that if you ask again he'll be too embarrassed to refuse. Look at the two men as if they were thinking. With a look of really listening in, Wu Tian's heart stirred and he hastened to add a bit more. Of course, gotta have the other guy want face. If they don't care about face or anything, then this won't work. Take the Western one. For example, P.S. Gentlemen readers, please ask for 5-star reviews and small gifts. The young author pays his respects. Chapter 66, Nuwas Worries. Amount. Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun looked at each other. I don't think there's such a shameless person. Is there? A few people were talking as they landed towards the flooded earth, and Hou Tu also took out the branch of the Fusang tree from her bosom and handed it to Wu Tian. At this time, Germain couldn't hold back the doubts in his heart and finally opened his mouth to ask, Older brother, why are you really giving the demon race ideas? I see Di Jun is so surprised. I'm afraid this method is really useful, right? Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun became curious. Wait to hear it. Jin Yuanzi also spoke thoughtfully. If Di Jun follows this, there will really be a huge amount of merit and qi, so it's no wonder he's willing to give you the branch of the Fusang tree. Wu Tian could only explain. For the ancestral witches, he naturally couldn't say the 2 points that he had thought in his heart before, all of which were said to be that the great momentum of the heavenly Tao could not be changed. So Wu Tian had been holding the mentality of running away. Naturally, they don't care about that. Even for that matter, if Wu Tian really took the ancestral witches to run away to hell, the heavier the qi on Di Jun, the more tricky Hongjun Daozu and the saints will be instead. Wu Tian could only explain patiently in a way that the ancestral witches could understand. Brother, you want it. This flood world was created by Father God. If Di Jun can really make the flood more prosperous and perfect, it will be a good thing for us. The weather is rich in aura. There will be more demonic beasts. The witch clan won't have to worry about a lack of food. And with more demonic beasts, eating a little bit of demonic beasts won't be so heartbreaking. Wu Tian paused. Again, he continued to laugh and speak. And a little. If Di Jun's perimeter star dipper formation had focused on refining the chaotic qi, wouldn't it have been less powerful in terms of offense? There's got to be some focus, right? There's no such thing as perfect in this world. Hearing this, Germain and the other ancestral witches finally looked like they had come to a sudden realization and were convinced by Wu Tian, and said in succession, so it is. As for the witches themselves coming, the witch race cultivates with fury, and the 12 metropolitan divine fury great array gathers fury. It's not the right specialty. However, Jin Yuanzi muttered in his heart, it always seems like it's not that simple. The other side. Wait until the ancestral witches have left. Tai finally couldn't help himself and spoke with some worry on his face. Brother, why did you even give it? Do you truly believe that witches and demons can coexist peacefully? Previously, I went to gather the 10,000 clans, and if it wasn't for the oppression of the witch clan, it simply wouldn't have been so simple to suppress. Can't always become a demon, and all these grudges will be wiped out? The wizards are willing. Those demon clans are afraid that they are still reluctant? So knowledgeable people have long predicted that the witches and demons are destined to peace between them cannot be. The 4 kings of the demon race naturally have this psychological preparation. Di Jun let out a soft sigh. Whatever. This time, I have indeed taken the favor of the ancestral witch of the backlands, and if I say that I want to return the favor to people on one foot, I can't just disown them on the next, right? As to your point about this, a pensive look showed in Di Jun's eyes. At least for now, we still need to maintain peace with the witch race and try not to start a conflict with them. Because of the early establishment of the witch clan, Emperor Jun and the others had been a bit hasty in their preparations, and right now there weren't a lot of demon races that had been taken in, and their strength hadn't yet reached full strength. Further, the 4 of them still need to practice. Naturally, he couldn't let these strifes slow him down, and he had to hurry to improve his strength. Di Jun laughed again. Don't think about that yet. Now that the demon clan's chi luck is added, and there is merit in establishing the clan, We have to take advantage of this opportunity to hurry up and improve before. Also, it won't be long before the third sermon is next. Prove the way of mixedness, achieve sainthood. This opportunity must be seized. Saying this, all four of them showed anticipation in their eyes, itching for the time of the third sermon to come immediately, and immediately obtaining the dharma of witnessing the Tao and becoming a saint. Then Emperor Jun looked up, looking toward the newly emerged heavenly court. The elation on his face grew more and more intense, and he spoke with a loud laugh. Come on, let's go to heaven. Tai, take the many demon clans and head towards the 33rd heaven of heaven. Assign them places to live and cultivate in them first. Fushi and Nuwa, however, looked at each other for a moment, and finally Fushi smiled and politely declined. Demon Emperor, fellow Daoist, it's better for my brother and sister to return and cultivate a bit, so that we can digest what we have gained from the establishment of this clan and prepare for the sermon to come. The four were together in the standing demon clan though, but in fact, the two brothers, Di-jun and Tai, are mainly, and Di-jun is also more powerful, and this heavenly court has only just come out of the world and has not yet been completely refined. Fushi is naturally very knowledgeable. Wouldn't go forward at this time. Leave time for Emperor Jun to refine. Also lest he be suspicious in his mind, thinking that he wants to grab the dominant power with him. Di-jun was slightly stunned. Then he spoke with a big smile. Good thing too. Fushi and Nuwa slightly arched their hands and once again bid farewell to Di-jun and Tai-jun. Tough luck to you two fellow Taoists. After saying this, he fluttered into a mysterious light and headed toward the duo's dojo. Halfway, Fushi asked with sudden curiosity. Sister, what happened to you just now? I saw you always staring at that Wu Tian of the sorcerer clan with a godless look. Nuwa couldn't help but frown as well. The tone of his voice was also full of doubt, and he spoke slowly. I don't know. I always feel that there is some kind of aura on this Wu Tian that draws my divine soul to surge, as if there is some kind of chance on him. But he's a witch. What could I possibly have to do with him? Nuwa naturally did not know that her chance to become a saint in the future lay in the creation of a human being, and that the 9 heavenly resting soil and the innate gourd vine needed for the creation of a human being were all in Wu Tian's hands. The mind senses it. It's natural to feel that way. Hearing the words Fushi is also a little confused. Railing Fushi wisdom is too much, but also completely unable to figure out this point, and ultimately can only guess. Perhaps there is some magic treasure on this Wu Tian that is destined to be with you? There's no hurry. After the third sermon, let's find him and find out. Nuwa was instantly a little worried. Brother, don't you dare. The ancestral witches are all very protective, especially of this Wu Tian. Before Jiayin and Junti had even said 2 words, the ancestral witches were about to confront them. Fushi burst out laughing. Don't worry, you still don't know what kind of character your elder brother has? It's not like I'm saying I'm going to go after him. Just making friends with him won't do? I'd like to think that. This Wu Tian isn't difficult to contact, and since he can be friends with Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun, I'm sure his character won't be bad. It should be considered a good person as well. Things come together in groups. Well, let's not think about that first. Let's just take the time to digest what we've gotten. The next third lecture is extremely crucial. Fushi's face also became more and more solemn. If there is a great chance, my brother is sacrificing his life to keep. For you. The worry in Nuwa's eyes was difficult to dissolve. In his heart, he always felt that the previous special sensation for Wu Tian was of great relevance. If that's true, it may not be what the elder brother thinks. Would Wu Tian be that nice? Chapter 67 Quarto, Bringing Up the Head. Wu Tian didn't know that. One's own evaluation here in Fushi, surprisingly, was also directly raised by a lot because of Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud. If only I knew. Be sure to cry and laugh. At this time, he had already returned to the floodlands with the ancestral witches, as well as Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun, and came directly to the Hou Tu tribe. Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun didn't leave either. Before that, Jin Yuanzi had made himself a bit empty because he had spawned the Chaos Gourd, and had hurriedly returned to the 5 Zhuangguan. It is in normal condition at this point. Plus, it was almost time, so the two of them didn't go back again and simply followed Wu Tian, ready to wait for Xianmei and Hou Tu to finish dealing with the matters of the witch race and then set off together to the Purple Heavenly Palace. Upon arrival, Jumong and the others excused themselves from the tribe, but in reality, they couldn't wait to find Gong Gong and Shu Rong to show off, so they hurriedly said goodbye to Jin Yuanzi, Hongjun, and the others, just following along though. But Wu Tian's tawdry operation, so that they also have a kind of with the feeling of honor, as if the brain began to rise. It's natural to go and show off. Wu Tian shouted in a hurry. Don't go yet. I haven't shared the innate peaches yet, so how can I share them with those who see them? Ju Meng, however, smiled and waved his hand. Forget it. This thing won't do much for us, and besides, if you give it to us, won't you give it to the other brothers? You'd better keep it for yourself. Wu Tian was instantly surprised. Is this still Jumon? I can't believe I'm thinking about this. See Wu Tian's so surprised look. Zhimeng also cannot help but laugh, followed by Matt's several head held high and left. As it is, looking at the remaining few people, Wu Tian simply shared one with each person, and Red Cloud grabbed the peaches that were levitating in front of him and said with a smile, "Then I'm welcome." Then take a bite out of it. A rich spiritual qi emanated out, and the richness of its juice and flavor caused Red Cloud to be unable to stop marveling. Red Cloud said vaguely as he ate, "Elder brother Jin Yuan, I have to say that the aura of this innate peach may not be as good as the ginseng fruit, but the taste is far superior." "Right, didn't you pick the ginseng fruit? Don't take it out yet." Jin Yuanzi smiled bitterly and shook his head. "You guy, you've eaten I don't know how many ginseng fruits, and now you're saying the flavor doesn't work? If you have the ability, you can spit it all out for me," Jin Yuanzi said as he spoke. At the same time towards his wide sleeve, he pulled out, directly took out a ball of spiritual light package. 5 ginseng fruit appeared in front of the crowd, smiling at Wu Tian again. "Wu Tian old brother, this ginseng fruit is not like the innate peach. The number is scarce. Let's just have a taste of one person first, and when the next round of ripening, then we will invite the old brother to go to the 5 zhuangguan to taste it." He even glared towards Red Cloud after saying that. If it weren't for this glutton, would his stock be so low? Wu Tian knew the difference between the two. The ginseng fruit tree blossoms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit once every 3,000 years, ripens once every 3,000 years, and bears a maximum of 30 fruits in one cycle. This is not the case with the innate peach tree. How the innate none such peach was nowadays. Shi Wangmu hadn't shown it in front of everyone, so Wu Tian wasn't particularly clear about it. But in the midst of the original momentum, the innate non-parel peach became the innate spiritual root of the heavenly court for suppressing qi, and was divided into a peach garden with 600 plants. The first 200 plants ripen once every 3,000 years, the middle 200 plants ripen once every 6,000 years, and the last 200 plants ripen once every 9,000 years, with the utility of the fruits borne on them increasing in turn. But even now there is no differentiation. The fruits of the innate non-parel peach tree are also definitely much more abundant than the number of ginseng fruits, and the peach tree is already fruitful. Therefore, Wu Tian then smiled and spoke, "Ha ha, you're welcome, old brother Jin Yuan. Then I'll wait for the next round, and when I do, I'll be sure to make a trip down to the 5 zhuangguan, and sit down with my oldest brother to discuss the Tao." After saying that, several people also began to taste it. Wu Tian first began to taste the innate non-parel peach, only to feel that the entrance is melted, fresh and delicious, and immediately turned into a pure and incomparable innate spiritual qi, towards all parts of the body emanation. The pores of the body are to open. Among them, the meaning of the innate non-water, but also straight to the kidneys. The kidneys belong to water. Instantly have a sense of vitality. Wu Tian sensed for a moment, and taste the ginseng fruit. This famous ginseng fruit. Wu Tian is also curious. Looking at the exquisite fruit, Wu Tian eyes more and more surprised. The heart suddenly muttered, "There's a latter-day sense." After Jin Yuanzi accomplished the ancestor of the earth immortals, the fruits on the ginseng fruit tree were the fruits of the many earth immortals who cultivated by relying on the earth book. The fruits of their cultivation. Definitely not now. But if we really follow this, why did it feel like the thick-browed old Jin Yuan had a bit of a dark feeling all of a sudden? Wu Tian shook his head gently, shaking these chaotic thoughts away. He then concentrated and began to taste the ginseng fruit. And after one bite, Wu Tian rejected Red Cloud's claim in his mind. Obviously it's a no-brainer. How is it fresher than peaches? But then think about this guy squatting in the 5 zhuangguan. So many years also do not know how many ginseng fruits to eat. Suddenly also heart understanding. Something more delicious. Eating too much of it also makes it taste average. However, the ginseng fruit's aura was indeed even greater, with the innate earth and earth aura in it heading directly towards Wu Tian's spleen. Swish! Wu Tian looked within himself. Watching the earth-colored aura flickering in the spleen, it became more and more robust and incomparable, and the strength of the fleshly body continued to grow under the impetus of this change. The 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong flew, constantly transforming the power of these two innate spirit fruits into vigorous and incomparable physical body power. The ginseng fruit lives up to its name. It's really subtle and very subtle. Wu Tian sighed with a light smile. Jin Yuanzi, however, smiled and spoke. Elder brother Wu Tian is flattered. This innate spirit fruit is certainly very good, but for cultivators of our realm, it's better than nothing, and it's just a taste, as strong as they are. Although it could supplement one's own mana in addition to adding an aura of innate non-shui and an aura of E2 essence to oneself, it was really not very useful. Soon Wu Tian was completely refined. The mana of the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong is restored smoothly. After pondering in his heart for a while, Wu Tian simply sent out a message to the outside of the Hou Tu Divine Hall. And a few moments later there were a few silhouettes that came. But it was 9 Phoenix and the other 5 great wizards. Previously, they searched for the innate gourd vine with great effort, and after finding it, they guarded it dutifully. Wu Tian was thinking about the reward at that moment. But there has never been anything suitable in hand. Right now there are still 5 innate peaches left. Although this kind of innate spirit fruit is not very useful to them, but it is still a very good reward. Let people work. There's got to be some kind of favor, right? Waiting for the 5 great wizards to come, Wu Tian's eyes roamed over them before he smiled and spoke. Before you guys do things with heart, I also have nothing to give. So I will give each of you an innate peach. 1 peach is not enough to reward merit. I will reward in the future when my hands are spacious. 9 Phoenix and the others were immediately flattered. Where is this coming from? Lord Ancestor Witch? Isn't it proper to serve Lord Ancestral Witch? We are too happy to be happy. How can we take this? The words were not finished. Wu Tian then waved his hand and spoke. Take that. When did our witch clan get so squirmy? 9 Phoenix. Interpol. Hou, Shi Yu, Quaif and other 5 great wizards hastily took the salute, and then thanked again. One by one. All excited little face read. Wait until they leave. Wu Tian added another sentence. When you finish eating peaches, the peach kernel can try to plant, to see if it can grow a peach tree. If it can grow a peach tree, although it is the latter-day peaches, but the other sons and daughters can also taste some. Wu Tian gave a slight lurch, looking towards Quaif. It is said that Quaif was transformed into a peach forest after his death, so maybe he has a relationship with the peach tree, and immediately sent the peach kernel left behind in his hand, and said with a smile, Quester, I'll leave this to you. Seeing this, Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud and the others all gave the peach kernels in their hands to Quafu, who immediately spoke with excitement. Don't worry, Lord Ancestral Witch, if you can't grow peaches, Quartet will carry your head. Wu Tian was speechless. Subconsciously, he looked towards Interceptor. Good thing we didn't ask Interceptor to do this job. Chapter 68 Planting Spiritual Roots in the 5 Viscera. Wu Tian waved his hand in a hurry. Alright, it's just planting a peach kernel. Why do you make it so serious? And raise your head to see. As far as it goes? Hurry back. That's the one thing that's bad about Wiccans. Seems to have no fear of death, and is quick to raise his head and put life and death at risk. Cotter touched his head. Ha 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 ha. Wait until the great wizards have left. Hou Tu looked towards Wu Tian with some curiosity. Her eyes blinked, and she spoke with a light smile. Earlier, when you wanted the spirit branch of the innate nonpareil peach and made that statement, I thought you wanted to cultivate and plant with it. Originally, Wu Tian was thinking like this, but wasn't it the Queen Mother of the West who gave the peach of heaven? Hence, Wu Tian smiled and spoke. It works both ways. As we all know, plants can be reproduced by cuttings as well as by fruits. Giving the peach kernel to Quaif, the spirit branch Wu Tian is ready to do it himself. Jin Yuanzi instantly asked curiously, Elder brother Wu Tian, where are you going to plant it? These 3 kinds of innate spiritual roots have different laws and different requirements for the environment. So if Wu Tian really wants to plant all of them, he definitely needs to think about it. Wu Tian sniffed and hemmed and hawed, pointing toward himself. Jin Yuanzi froze for a moment, then murmured words with an expression of sudden realization. So it is. Before the achievement of the Chaos Gourd, the power of the innate gourd vine has opened up a heaven and earth in Wu Tian's Dantian, where the Chaos Gourd hides to avoid the shackles of heaven and earth. The innate gourd vine can stay. These other 3 spiritual roots can't stay? But, will this work? Jin Yuanzi was also puzzled. After all, the laws of each are different, and the newly opened heaven and earth are not yet perfect, in which the void is a piece of. Wu Tian, however, said with a smile, try it. The heaven and earth opened up by the innate gourd vine, in which the power of innate yin and yang in 5 elements naturally flowed, and there is naturally no shortage of the power needed for these 3 spiritual roots, so there may be other changes. It can promote the maturation of the Chaos Gourd. Nor yet. Jin Yuanzi nodded at his words, looking at Wu Tian with unblinking eyes. It seemed that he also wanted to see if it would give birth to a different kind of change. Just like what Wu Tian had said. Wu Tian did what he said he would do. Immediately took out 3 kinds of innate spiritual roots above the cut spiritual branches. Suddenly in the temple of the god of Hou Tu, 3 kinds of innate breath echoed. The mana in his hand turned. All of them were wrapped by Wu Tian's mana and sent towards the location of the dantian in his abdomen. Swish! The aura in front of his eyes disappeared. Falling towards the heaven and earth opened up in the dantian. The 3 kinds of spirit branches emitted different lights, instantly imprinting the obscure heaven and earth. But just then, The chaos gourd suddenly flashed with gray light. There was actually a powerful and incomparable repulsive force that went towards the three spirit branches, actually preventing them from falling. Hey, what is this? Is the chaos gourd so overbearing? Wu Tian was instantly speechless in his heart. Just as he was about to probe out his divine thoughts and teach this little guy a good lesson, he saw three corresponding law powers suddenly shoot out from above the chaos gourd and rolled the spirit branch in a single motion, guiding them beyond the dantian. The spirit branch of the innate Nanshui peach tree was brought to where the kidney was, and the light of the color of chaos flickered, also opening up a small space on top of it, and the spirit branch fell into it, transforming into a small peach tree, taking root and melting within the kidney. There was a surge of kidney power, even more so, because of this innate nonpareil peach spirit branch is rooted. There is a feeling of a constant flow. Next moment, the branches of the ginseng fruit tree are taken to the spleen, where the earth element belongs among the 5 organs, and the spirit branches of the fusang tree are taken to the heart, where the fire element belongs among the 5 organs. The branches of the innate spiritual root took root in the void. Rooted in the open void, originally Wu Tian thought that it would devour the power of his own flesh and blood, but did not expect to draw the corresponding power of the law from the void. All of a sudden, the 3 organs radiated a precious light. There is a steady stream of power being born in it, and with the power of these 3, there are some vague signs of instability. Just as Wu Tian was worried, just as he wanted to run the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong and refine its excess power, he saw the 3 newborn void spaces, following the gray channel, connecting together with the dantian. The excess power falls into it, devoured by the chaos gourd. On the tiny gray gourd, the light flashed for a while, and there was even a feeling of cheering and responding in Wu Tian's mind. Wu Tian burst into tears. Well, he was originally going to use the power of the 5 elements contained in the innate gourd vine to nourish these 3 kinds of spiritual roots and catalyze their growth. With the growth of the innate spiritual roots, constantly opening up this void of the heavens and earth, filling it with the power of the laws, making the heavens and earth turn void into reality. One day Wu Tian will achieve enlightenment. The innate spiritual roots can naturally be perfected as well. It didn't occur to him that the chaos gourd was so overbearing that it did the opposite, bringing each of them to their corresponding 5 viscera, allowing them to refine the power of the laws to perfect themselves. Of course, in the process, Wu Tian's physical body would be continuously strengthened, the innate spiritual roots growing to feed back the 5 viscera, and the 5 viscera nourishing the physical body. Wu Tian felt the changes in himself. The mind wandered. So to put it this way, I'm still missing the innate gold attribute as well as the innate wood attribute spirit roots, so that I can make the 5 viscera complete, Wu Tian muttered secretly. Among the 10 innate spiritual roots, the one with the innate gold attribute was naturally the Bodhi tree in the hands of Jun Ti, which he had refined into the existence of the 7 treasures wonderful tree, and the innate wood attribute of the spiritual root. It is also owned by Wu Tian's old acquaintance, the Duke of Dongwang, and the Tongtian Jianmu in his hands is the genus of the innate armor wood. Think about it. Wu Tian's expression changed. Before the ancestral witches said to look for Jian and Junti to settle the score, he had not put in his heart, now encountered this situation. It seems to be forced to go, not only to take a linden branch. There was also the oriental treasure-colored green lotus flag in the hands of Junti, which was also something that was on Wu Tian's mind. As for the Prince of the East, in the eyes of Wu Tian is even a dead man. In the original momentum, he will certainly die in the hands of the demon race, the innate yin and yang qi, and the first male and female immortals in the world. Even if the Duke of Dongwang did not set up the immortal court, Emperor Jun would definitely want to get him killed. The presence of the King of the East, obviously is to wait for the Emperor Jun death, the destruction of the demon race, the inheritance of the heavenly court too. Since then the heavenly court, the pivot of the operation of the heavenly Tao, fell into the control of Hongjun Taoist ancestor. After Emperor Jun understood this, it must be very upsetting. I'm not even dead yet. The next heavenly emperor and you're ready? Then we'll have to kill the Duke of Dong first. Thinking of this, Wu Tian couldn't help but sigh lightly. He originally didn't intend to go and join in the fun. He was only prepared to receive the benefits of the death of the Duke of Dongwang. So to speak, when Duke Dongwang dies, I'll have to go and meet the situation, or at least snatch back the Tongtian Jianmu in the hands of the demon race. Wu Tian opened his eyes, looking towards Xinmei and Hou Tu. It's okay. By the time the 12 ancestral witches are brought together, the 12 metropolitan gods' fury great formation goes up. Is it still not possible to snatch back a Tongtian Jianmu? That's how wizards use it. Chapter 69, I told you there was ancestral dragon essence blood. At this time, Jin Yuanzi saw Wu Tian open his eyes. Hurriedly, he opened his mouth and couldn't wait to ask, Elder brother Wu Tian, how's it going? How's it going? For the many changes and mysteries of the innate spiritual roots, because of his own roots, Jin Yuanzi paid extra attention. Wu Tian didn't hide anything. After all, one of them is still a person Zhen Yuanzi give it. At the same time also want to let Zhen Yuanzi counseling. Describe it carefully at once. It is a turn of mana. The changes in their own display in front of the Jin Yuanzi. In the back of the Wu Tian ton of vision. Dense metaphysical light. 3 shrunken version of the innate spiritual roots stand among them, constantly sucking the power of the law from the void. After solidifying at this point, the innate spiritual root's own characteristics were also revealed. The tiny ginseng fruit tree is immovable and solid as a mountain, below the peach tree derived from the innate nonpareil peach branch. It is like an ocean, and on the young fusong tree, the true fire of the sun is burning. Wu Tian thought indistinctly. There seemed to be divine powers slowly being birthed, and seeing this scene, Jin Yuanzi also froze instantly, looking incredulously at the vision revealed on Wu Tian's body. Still, Jin Yuanzi couldn't help but murmur his words. After a few moments of contemplation, he spoke with a light smile. Perhaps this is more suitable for old brother Wu Tian. You are a sorcerer. Your physical body is fundamental. Use these 5 elements of the spiritual roots to strengthen yourself. Refine the energy of the innate spiritual roots as your own aptitude. This is the way of cultivation for old brother Wu Tian. But, Jin Yuanzi's face showed hesitation. I'm afraid the other 2 innate spiritual roots with the 5 elemental attributes are not that easy to get, right? Jin Yuanzi also knew that the other 2 were in the hands of Junti and the Duke of Dongwang respectively, but each of these 2 had another strife with Wu Tian. One of the conflicts with Junti, or because he and the Red Cloud only happened. At that moment, Jin Yuanzi was a bit worried, but Xianmei and Hou Tu looked at each other, half worried, and the meaning in their eyes was very consistent. Scared of what? How dare they not? Plus the other side. After the 4 Jumong ancestral witches left, they immediately went to look for Zhu Rong and the others, only to learn that after arriving at the Zhu Rong tribe, Zhu Rong goes to the Dragon Clan in the East China Sea, going to ask for the ancestral dragon essence blood for Wu Tian. This guy. Things are still going strong. The ancestral witches spat and didn't bother to help. Nowadays the dragon race had long since declined, and one ancestral witch was enough in their eyes. Above the East China Sea, Zhu Rong revealed his true body as an ancestral witch. His body was 1,000,000 feet tall, looking down at the few shivering dragons on the surface of the sea, and his body was covered in a blazing Zhu Rong divine fire that almost made the entire surface of the sea boil. The blue sea turned into a sea of fire. I don't know how many living beings in the sea died and suffered from this unwarranted disaster. Zhu Rong's voice was like thunder. Rumble. Hand over the ancestral dragon essence blood. The first 4 dragons, who were the future 4 sea dragon kings, were still very young at the moment, and were forced by Zhu Rong's aura to tremble a little. Zhu Rong ancestor which Rong Bing? We really don't have any ancestral dragon essence blood. The Dragon King of the East Sea forced himself to hold back the emotions in his heart and hurriedly explained very helplessly. If we had the essence blood of the ancestral dragon lord, we would have refined it ourselves long ago, and would we still be as strong as we are now? The other dragons chimed in. Yeah. When the ancestral dragon lord swore an oath to heaven and earth and directly transformed his body into a part of heaven and earth, he didn't even have the chance to leave behind his essence blood for the dragon clan. But how could Zhu Rong listen? If he thought the dragons had it, then they must have it. In front of me, these several small dragons explained to explain, but just want to coax themselves. Immediately some angry words. I don't believe it. The blessed divine flame around his body became even hotter. Zhu Rong said with some impatience. I'm discussing with you guys in a good voice. Don't give me the cheek. If you don't take out the ancestral dragon essence blood, then don't blame me for being impolite. Set eyes grew more and more tyrannical. The witch race is burdened with the Pangu bloodline and can continuously purify their bloodline through their own cultivation. And the dragon race must be the same. No more honesty. Then I'll just grab some dragons and refine them myself. The Zhu Rong ancestral which threatened so. The 4 dragon kings of the sea looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with panic, and their hearts were wailing. Alas! How did we get in trouble with the witch clan? Obviously there is no ancestral dragon essence blood. This Zhu Rong ancestral which doesn't listen to us at all. Just as Zhu Rong snorted coldly and prepared to make his move, suddenly a ghostly sigh came from the depths of the seabed. A powerful aura rose, blocking the Zhu Rong divine flame that was continuously spreading on the surface of the sea. And then this voice faintly spoke. I apologize for wishing the ancestral witch to see you. These little guys don't know anything. The only remaining ancestral dragon essence blood of the dragon race is here with me. So give it all to the Zhu Rong ancestral witch. I still hope that ancestral witch Zhu Rong will be generous. Can spare the dragons for once. The voice rang out at the same time. A ball of blood-colored metaphysical light shot out from the depths of the ocean floor, eventually landing in front of Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong grabbed the ball of arcane light. Looking towards the depths of the seabed, he let out a cold snort. See no evil. The voice at the bottom of the sea explained helplessly. Forgive me, Ancestral Witch Shu Rong. I am shackled by the power of the heavenly Tao and severely injured. So I really can't come out to meet with the Ancestral Witch, or else be sure to confess in person. Shu Rong frowned slightly at his words. However, he quickly skipped this point and instead looked down at the arcane light in his palm. Looking at the 3 drops of Ancestral Dragon's essence blood wrapped in it, he couldn't help but reveal a smile, and spoke as if talking to himself again. I told you there was Ancestral Dragon essence blood. Sure enough, Zhu Rong's face showed delight. Just you. Still want to cheat me? Then the words changed. Ha, will there be more? Zhu Rong's eyes showed a color of suspicion. In his opinion, this dragon race is very dishonest. Fong asked them to say no. Some threats before taking out. After putting away the Ancestral Dragon essence blood, Shu Rong's gaze looked towards the breath that had erupted from the bottom of the sea, a divine light flickering in his eyes as if he wanted to see who the person who had uttered the voice was. Wishbone quickly frowned. The eyes were blocked by a black mist. The existence hiding in the black mist, obviously the dragon ancestors left behind at the time of the Dragon Han catastrophe, was also made somewhat helpless by Shu Rong, and hastened to speak. Shu Rong Ancestor Witch, I dare to swear to the great god Pangu, that the dragon clan really didn't hide anything, and now it's a drop of ancestral dragon essence blood that's gone. All swore with the great god Pangu. Then what else does Zhu Rong not believe in? It was only a slight nod. He didn't bother to say anything more to the dragon race. The purpose of his coming here had already been achieved, so he immediately put away his ancestral witch true body and disappeared above the East Sea. Then he hurried back towards the witch clan. Next, Wu Tian is going to the Purple Heaven Palace again. Zhu Rong is a little worried. If the delay is too long, we'll not be unable to catch up. Wait until after the Hou Tu tribe. Zhu Rong snapped a sigh of relief. He had sensed Wu Tian's aura, and while striding towards the Hou Tu Divine Hall, he spoke with a loud laugh. Ha ha, look what I got for you, old buddy. Chapter 70, you're about to turn Zhu Rong into a warped beak. Walk into the temple of Hou Tu. Before Wu Tian could react, Zhu Rong smiled and pulled out his ancestral dragon's essence blood in a manner that begged for compliments. Wu Tian and the others sniffed and looked. In a ball of metaphysical light, the rich and incomparable blood color, with a strong and incomparable power fluctuation, was precisely the ancestral dragon essence blood that Wu Tian was very familiar with. Wu Tian opened his mouth slightly. The mind was amazed at the thought. Is the action that strong? How long has it been since he said he was looking for the dragon clan to get the ancestral dragon's essence blood? Wu Tian just went to the demon race to observe the ceremony and wandered around for a while, and Shu Rong fetched it back. Wu Tian's gaze quietly turned. With Xianmei, Hou Tu, two people looked at each other, before they squatted the ancestral dragon. In the ancestral dragon's body into the yellow river, forcibly seized 3 drops of essence blood. That would have been excessive. I didn't realize that Zhu Rong had struck again, having once again snatched 3 drops of the ancestral dragon's essence blood from the dragon clan. The ancestral dragon's true spirit would be afraid to go on a rampage if it knew about it, wouldn't it? Just caught him with a grip. Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun were also shocked when he saw the expressions of the crowd, especially Wu Tian's astonished look. Shu Rong instantly had a feeling of satisfaction. His chin all slightly arched, and spoke aloud. Well, brother's a man of his word, isn't he? If I say I'll get you some ancestral dragon essence blood to replenish your body, I'll definitely get it for you. What else could Wu Tian be? Hastily arching his hand, he said, Thanks, brother. At this time, the other ancestral witches also heard the news and rushed directly to the middle of the later Earth Divine Hall, especially Ju Mong and the others, who were about to mutter to Zhu Rong about their previous insights, and couldn't help but exclaim when they came in. Zhu Rong, you really got it. Immediately afterward, an ancestral witch asked curiously, how did you get it? This ancestral dragon essence blood is bound to be very important to the dragon clan, and they will willingly give it to you? An analogy can be made. Ancestral dragon essence blood is to the dragon race as Pangu essence blood is to the ancestral witches, which can enhance the strength of the dragon race, not to mention that even their own endowments can be changed. Shu Rong sent out the ancestral dragon essence blood first. Let Wu Tian put it away in a hurry. Then the smug words. Naturally, it's not that simple. When I went there, a few small dragons came from the East Sea, and Hou Tu said that there was no ancestral dragon essence blood. That would fool me? Shu Rong looked around towards the ancestral witches and saw that they were all listening intently to his explanation, and then he became even more complacent. Then the words continued. I told them at the time, either you hand over the ancestral dragon's essence blood yourself, or I'll capture all of the dragons and personally refine the essence blood with the blessed divine flame. Being so scared of me, the dragons really just handed it over. Shu Rong also exclaimed, the dragons are really not honest. If I hadn't been certain that they had ancestral dragon essence blood, I would have almost been fooled by them. The ancestral witches let out a gasp of surprise. Some even complimented it outright. Zhu Rong, you can do it. Growing a brain now. Zhu Rong also nodded his head half modestly, then glanced toward Gong Gong again, smilingly said, that's natural. If the Gong Gong went forward, I'm afraid that the dragons would be fooled in 3 or 2 times, but they can fool the Gong Gong. But they can't fool me, Zhu Rong. It's natural. The 2 ancestral witches immediately quarreled again. In the middle of the noisy Hou Tu divine hall, Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun couldn't help but carefully glance at each other after marveling, although Zhu Rong said it lightly. But they heard from it the helplessness of the dragons, as well as the brutality and tyranny of the ancestral witches, and the 2 had no doubt, if the dragons don't hand it over, Zhu Rong can really do something like refining the ancestral dragon's essence blood with thousands or tens of thousands of dragons. Thinking about the 2 of them, instead, they mingled with the witch clan and were treated as guests in the witch clan. There was also a pang of gratitude in his heart. At this time, Shen Ming suddenly opened his mouth. Is that all? The dragons are so dishonest, and you didn't teach them a lesson? This is also not like your character. Clear and cold words rang out. At once let the great hall in the middle of a quiet. Even still arguing Zhu Rong, Gong Gong 2 people also stopped. Zhu Rong hastened to say, naturally it's more than that. At that moment, he told a good story about the things of the dragons hidden in the deep sea. Zhu Rong even added the words, I did explore. An aura of decay, looking like a karma-addled, not so long-lived look. Add to that the fact that he all swore to God the Father, and I was in a hurry to get back, fearing that my oldest brother had already set out for the sermon, so I didn't bother with him. Wu Tian was also puzzled in his heart when he heard this. The mind muttered, there are still survivors of the dragon race's high-end combatants? Looking towards the ancestral witches, they all looked clueless. Wu Tian again looked toward Jin Yuanzi, revealing the color of inquiry. Jin Yuanzi, after a little meditation, slowly said, that's normal. As the only one of the 3 clans to leave so many clansmen behind after the great calamity and still occupy a part of the 4 seas, there will surely be some old men supporting. But back then, there were many experts around the ancestral dragon. Whether it was the candle dragon, or the Tsung dragon hiding in the deep sea, that I can't say for sure. Wu Tian nodded slightly. Then he spoke again to Zhu Rong. Thanks a lot this time, brother. However, the situation of the dragon race is more complicated. They have too much karma on them, but they also left a share of chi because of the appearance of the ancestral dragon. Better not to mess with them. Wishbone smiled back and nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. The dragon clan. Except for that old guy who was about to rot and almost die. I don't think the other clans are any good, and there's nothing to mess with. And again, the witch race developed on the flooded earth. The dragons are low-key again. If it is not for the ancestral dragon blood, simply 8 pole cannot fight. The dragon family is also considered to have suffered an undeserved disaster. Zhu Rong, with a generous look, waved his hand and spoke with a smile. Then let the dragons go. At this point the kami let out a soft chortle. Once again, he choked with Zhu Rong and spoke with some disdain. So that's how strong the dragons are. No wonder you were able to retrieve the ancestral dragon essence blood. Seeing that Zhu Rong was going to be in a hurry again, at that moment, he smiled and said, if you're capable, go get a few more drops of Yuanfeng essence blood and a few more drops of beginning Qilin essence blood. At those words, Wu Tian's eyes also lit up. It also looked toward Zhu Rong. Is it really okay? Zhu Rong's expression froze. Being looked at by Wu Tian was also a bit embarrassing. Then he cursed at Gong Gong. Very angry words. You guys just can't see me well. If you have the ability to go, I'll only serve you if you can find where the beginning Qilin is. The kami hemmed and hawed. Isn't there still Yuanfeng here? If you can't find the beginning Kirin, you still can't find the immortal volcano. It just so happens that you're still the ancestral witch of fire. Zhu Rong glared at him fiercely. Do you really think I'm stupid? In case I really make the immortal volcano erupt and mess up the flood world, big brother and second brother shall not hammer me to death. Wu Tian was also this time to react. When he was worried that Zhu Rong was impulsive and wanted to open his mouth to dissuade him, he never expected Zhu Rong to be able to say these words, and was immediately shocked in his heart as well. Immediately, he gave Zhu Rong a thumbs up. Brother Zhu Rong, you have great wisdom and know to consider the gains and losses here. If big brother and second brother came out of seclusion, I'm afraid they would have to praise you. Zhu Rong instantly drifted a bit. It's okay for others to praise him, but this is Wu Tian, which race recognized as the smartest and most idea. How can Zhu Rong not be pleased? At this time, Hou Tu looked towards Wu Tian and glared at him fiercely. How about Zhu Rong? People still don't know. Definitely not considered to have great wisdom. At best it's a little more reliable this time around. Hou Tu's eyes seemed to say, you can take it easy. It's getting to the point where the wishbone is a warbler. If this goes on, What if Xu Rong takes it seriously? Chapter 71, in the end, it's the dragon clan that bears all the burden. Being said so by Hou Tu, Wu Tian also reacted. Xu Rong such a nature. Give a little sunshine will be bright, to really exaggerate very much. I'm afraid that the back will be very difficult to deal with. But the words have been spoken. Wu Tian can't afford to pull back, can he? There was also Xu Rong and Gong Gong, the two guys who had been bumping into each other. And as the youngest one, it was really hard for him to say anything, while Wu Tian was hesitating. The understanding Hou Tu had already understood, and immediately spoke with a smile. She has the best personality as the youngest sister, and customarily doesn't talk much, but when she does say something, the other older siblings are on board. Hou Tu spoke with a light smile. Brother Xu Rong, it's true that you've made a lot of progress in your actions lately, but your nature is too impatient. It would be better if you could change it. Wishbone nodded fiercely. Then Hou Tu looked towards Gong Gong again. The calm gaze looked at Gong Gong were a little embarrassed. So big, but could not help but shrink their necks. Neither waited for Hou Tu to say anything. Gong Gong directly begged for forgiveness. Sis, you don't have to say it. Brother, I know I'm wrong. I'll never tease Xu Rong again. And I didn't really want him to go to the immortal volcano. Isn't that what we're talking about? Gong Gong had a bitter smile on his face. Only then did Hou Tu smile and nod her head, speaking with satisfaction. It's good that brother knows. Let's just get along. Why do we have to fight all the time? Communion's assurances are less reliable. But it was rare for Hou Tu to make him make such a statement, and Wu Tian immediately marveled in his heart. Sister Hou Tu is awesome. If it were Emperor Jiang and Candle Join, the most they could do was to slap each of them a few times, and although they were able to suppress the situation, how could they possibly make the Gong Gong himself admit his mistake? Think about it. Wu Tian also sighed again in his heart. Alas, in this case, it seems that the essence blood of the beginning Qilin and Yuan Foam is not something that I'm afraid I'll have to think about for a while. The three clans of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Unicorn, all of whose patriarchs have notified heaven and earth and borne most of the karma for their races, but the results of the three clans have been different. The Phoenix clan fell apart and the clan was scattered. Wu Tian does know the two princes of the Phoenix clan, Kong Xian and Rock, but at this time also do not know where these two. And again, you can get the blood if you find them? Wu Tian didn't feel that way. As for the Kirin clan, hidden even more thoroughly, the beginning of the Unicorn Eternal Town Central Thick Earth, no longer present. Even the other unicorns are only auspicious symbols, by chance only appeared. In this case, the Dragon clan, which had a certain number of clansmen and could still occupy the four seas, naturally became the best choice. No way. Who made you obvious targets? Wu Tian sighed lightly in his heart. Xu Rong's intimidation of the Dragon clan was no secret, and its huge ancestral which true body manifested itself in the East China Sea between heaven and earth, instantly startling many people. The demon race also naturally knew about it. In the middle of the heavenly court, above the heavenly palace, Emperor Jun sat on top of the majestic and incomparable emperor's seat, and after listening to Tai Yi report this matter back, he immediately furrowed his brows and fell into a deep thought. You mean, Xu Rong took away the ancestral dragon essence blood? Tai Chi nodded. There was a glint in his eyes. Obviously already have some plans, and then after a light heave, faintly said, Brother, so it seems, that this dragon clan still has a lot of good things. Should I also make a trip and take some? The wizards can want it. Do I have to? If the dragon clan does not give, that is not to give face to the demon clan. Look down on their demon clan four emperors. Emperor Jun also nodded his head gently. Ancestral dragon essence blood. Now that Xu Rong has taken a trip, the dragon clan may not still have it. However, the dragon clan has been over the flood for so long in the first place, and has a deep heritage, and there are a lot of other treasures. Our demon race is newly established. Just what we need for these. Tai Chi got up immediately, carrying the chaos bell. He was about to set off, but it was stopped by Emperor Jun, who smiled faintly, and after commanding countless demon tribes, his aura became more and more sufficient. Di Jun spoke softly. Why do you need to go there yourself? Just send a demon god forward. The dragon race is in such a state nowadays. Would they still dare to disobey us? After a brief moment of contemplation, Tai Yi, his face was full of smiles and he said in a loud voice, so much the better. What his witch clan needs an ancestor witch to do. Our demon clan only needs a demon god to go. So doesn't that mean our demon clan's power is even greater? As for Tai Yi's desire to overpower the witch race, although Di Jun understood, he couldn't help but persuade. Tai Yi, you're still a bit more restrained. Our demon clan is newly established. Our strength is still unable to fight against the sorcerer clan. So don't cause karma early. Tai Chi nodded. And I don't know if I'm listening. After speaking with Emperor Jun again, he turned around and left the Ling Xiao Baodian. going to find the demon god and order the matter down. Above the East Sea, the dragon clan was cleaning up the mess, and although Zhu Rong came and didn't really put up a fight, his blazing, explosive Zhu Rong true flame had caused countless living beings to die and be injured. Look at the mess in front of you. Looking towards where the deep sea was again, the Four Seas Dragon King's heart rejoiced inside. Happily, after this battle they knew the depths of the Dragon Clan, and there were still experts left from the Dragon Han catastrophe. For them, with such an old ancestor who survived the Dragon Han catastrophe until now, the Dragon Clan also has a few more points of confidence and a reliance. But even so, in the face of the aggressive Zhu Rong ancestral witch, the dragon race had to back down. They say a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. But the situation of the dragon tribe now, but miserable, obviously once dominated the existence of the flood, and now it is everywhere cautious, who do not dare to offend. The dragons hidden in the deep sea, also after Zhu Rong ancestral witch left, their breath completely disappeared, still not appearing. Alas, we are burdened with the karma of the heavenly Tao. Our own strength has been restricted and we can't improve at all. Even the true dragon bloodline in our clan is getting less and less, and a swarm of enemies coveting. If this continues, the dragon race is afraid that it will decline more and more. What the hell are we going to do? Guang, the dragon king of the East Sea, sighed. In his mind, he thought that after he had cleaned up the mess and settled the injured clansmen of the dragon clan, he would make a foray into the deep sea to meet this hidden old ancestor of the dragon clan and seek his help. Before the dragons could clean up the situation, the dragon kings of the Four Seas looked up in unison, a look of horror in his eyes, only to see a long rainbow of flames flying and cutting through the sky. The blazing fire vaporized the sea surface, and the dragon king of the Four Seas exclaimed in his heart, "Why are you back again?" They thought it was Zhu Rong, but when they waited until they got a little closer, they were able to distinguish that it was not the aura of the Zhu Rong true fire, but a different kind of flame. Wait for the long rainbow to fall. A figure appeared. The faint flame around his body distorted the void. Standing in mid-air, arrogant and incomparable, looking towards the Four Seas Dragon King, softly speaking, "I am Bai Fong of the Demon Clan, came by order of the Eastern Emperor." Nonsense, not much to say. Now that my demon race is newly established, many demon generals are lacking in hand weapons and spiritual treasures. Still hope that the dragon race can lend a hand. Bai glanced over. The crimson eyes stared at Guang. The dragon clan offered the ancestral dragon essence blood to the sorcerer clan, and my demon clan doesn't want the ancestral dragon essence blood. There is only this simple request. The dragon clan won't give no face to this, right? Guang wailed in his heart at the words. Demons again? Ancestral dragon lord is above. When will this kind of day be the end? Though only Bai came, but the dragon race knew that behind them stood the demon race, the four emperors of the demon race, so how could they dare to offend? After some grunting, almost had the treasure trove emptied by Bai. Wu Tian also did not expect that he just wanted an ancestral dragon essence blood, but it led to the demon race also coming to the dragon race to scavenge. In the end it was the dragons who took it all. Chapter 72, Jumong is a real dog. Actually, the situation facing the dragons was inevitable, as the existence of the once dominant flood accumulated for countless years. The treasures are numerous, in the eyes of the flood crowd, as if a child holding gold over the downtown. It's a wonder it doesn't attract attention. Waiting for Biff to leave. Once again, he opened his mouth to the Dragon King of the Four Seas, asking the Dragon Clan to offer 49 true dragons and bring them back to the Demon Emperor Jun to pull the cart. The Dragon King of the Four Seas was suffocating. This is obviously to step on the identity of the dragon race's former hegemony, manifesting the majesty of the demon race today. But what else could they do? One can only pinch one's nose and respond. When Bai Fong left with satisfaction and complacency, the Dragon King of the Four Seas couldn't hold back any longer and headed directly towards the deepest part of the East Sea with a pang of bitterness in his heart. Old ancestors, show the dragons the way. Wizards. After Hou Tu taught Gong Gong, Zhu Rong, Wu Tian also finally feel much more at ease. The heart even began to think about it. These two guys were born to clash. No wonder they would cause great trouble in the future. And Gong Gong even crashed headlong into the Buzhou Mountain, causing the Witch Clan to incur endless karma and cause and effect. Now the Buzhou Mountain is included in the 12 heavenly goddesses' great formation, compared with the original, has changed, but ultimately still not insurance. What's the best way to avoid it? After spending so much time with the ancestral witches, Wu Tian also developed more feelings for them and naturally wanted to change the basis of the quantum rain to preserve the lives of the ancestral witches. The mind is thinking. With a sudden throbbing of his heart and mind, Wu Tian violently raised his head to look towards the direction of the Pangu Hall, his eyes filled with astonishment. The other ancestral witches did the same. Only Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud 2 people, is not an ancestral witch. on the Pangu temple and not Innate sense, so did not notice the difference, but see the situation as such. Both of them also reacted, and Red Cloud hurriedly opened his mouth to ask, "Elder brother Wu Tian, what's going on here?" Wu Tian turned back in a hurry. A smile had appeared on his face. "Ha ha, it's a good thing. Just now, there was a surge of breath in the Pangu hall, so I think it's because my two elder brothers have broken through to the mixed golden immortal and are about to end their seclusion." Immediately, he followed the ancestral witches and rose. "Go, let's get together and see." Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud incurious, but also some apprehension. Pangu Hall is the important place of the witch race, and now Di Jiang, Candle Joeen is even in the breakthrough of the critical time. They go to the appropriate? Wu Tian hadn't said anything yet. Zhu Rong walked over and wrapped a hand around Red Cloud's neck as he spoke with a loud laugh. "What's in this? It's not like you guys haven't been to the Pangu temple. Before didn't you already say that you're also brothers of my witch clan? Why do you have to be so outgoing?" Red Cloud instantly turned red in the face. For Zhu Rong's attitude, he felt happy in his heart. The two of them were the only ones who could make the witch clan treat them like this in the entire floodplain. But Zhu Rong acted in such an affectionate manner. But it was a little too much for him to bear. Seeing this, Wu Tian hurriedly smiled and relieved the situation. After freeing Red Cloud from Zhu Rong's clutches, everyone hurriedly headed towards the Pangu Hall. "Wait until you get to the Pantheon." Emperor Jiang and Candle 19 had already ended their cultivation, and their aura around them was still ferocious and incomparable, but with an internalized meaning that made them look unfathomable. There was a glint in his eyes, with a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. From the hidden space in the depths of the Pangu Hall, he slowly stepped out, and by the time Wu Tian and the others entered, there was a surge of spatial power, and he appeared in front of Emperor Jiang and Candle 19. Zhu Rong asked impatiently, "Big brother, second brother, you guys really broke through?" After the establishment of the witch clan, the strength of the other ancestral witches also increased rapidly with the great increase in the witch clan's chi, as well as the constant flow of law deities bringing in reinforcements, but not so fast after all. Emperor Jiang nodded with a light smile. "Nice. Your second brother and I have already broken through to the realm of the mixed golden immortal, and have become the Tao with our own laws, so when this Tao is complete, we will be able to certify the Tao of mixed immortality," said the man. Emperor Jiang's expression fluctuated slightly. "Only by thoroughly embarking on this road do you understand how difficult it is to become a Tao with the law, and what is difficult is not now, but how to make your own way complete later and prove the Tao of mixed yuan." But the ancestors had no choice. They innately control the power of the law. They can go only this road. There is no opportunity to change course. Even if there is, they will never choose. The ancestral witches didn't read Di Jiang's mind. They were still a little bit short of the mixed golden immortal and hadn't really reached that realm. So naturally they couldn't have the same kind of realization as Emperor Jiang and Candle 19. So just plain elated. "Great. In this way, my witch race is stronger." Each one was filled with excitement. There was even a feeling of stupidity, itching to hurry up and cultivate now, breaking through to the mixed golden immortal just like Di Jiang and Candle 19. Seeing this, Empyrean River secretly sighed softly. Then his eyes turned towards Wu Tian, his gaze constantly measuring and scrutinizing Wu Tian's body. And even more so, he muttered in his heart, "Perhaps, Wu Genius is the true hope of our witch clan, isn't it? And only when the power of the 12 laws comes together like him is he truly getting the inheritance of Father God." Subsequently, Emperor Jiang once again laughed softly. Singling out Wu Tian, he asked, "Older brother, I see that your physical body and Yuanshan have almost reached the peak of the Diluo Golden Immortal. What are your thoughts on how to break through to the mixed Golden Immortal?" Wu Tian then smiled and spoke. "There's no rush for now. Even though I have reached the peak realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, I always feel that I can still keep tapping into the power of my fleshly body. If we break through rashly, it may not be a good thing. In the future, if we regret and want to recompact the foundation, I'm afraid we won't even have this opportunity." At that moment, Shen Ming suddenly opened his mouth, telling the matter of Wu Tian planting the innate 5 elemental spiritual roots in his physical body and on top of his 5 viscera. He ended with another faint remark. "Wu Tian, he still lacks 2 types of spiritual roots. When these 2 types of spiritual roots are replenished, the strength of the physical body will naturally be able to grow again, and it won't be too late to make a breakthrough at that time." Emperor Zhang's eyes glared. "Still missing 2 spiritual roots? In whose hands?" Shen Mei also spoke directly. "The innate gold spiritual root is in the hands of Junti. The innate wood spiritual root is in the hands of the Duke of the East." That's when Zhimeng suddenly leapt over, muttered in Emperor Zhang's ear. Emperor Zhang's eyes rounded at the sound of it, and he drank in anger. "What is this Eastern King's Duke? Dare to steal a woman from my witch clan?" Immediately, he waved his big hand. He was about to take the ancestral witches out and head straight for Panglai Immortal Island. When Wu Tian saw this, he hurriedly stopped them and then looked towards Jumong with a speechless face. My Jumong brother. You're a real sentence. What exactly did you say in the ear of the big brother? How to involve what woman again? What exactly? Are you not clear? Wu Tian also found out. The ancestral witches themselves are not interested in finding a Dao couple, and are not interested in this middle way at all, but they are interested in the matter of his little brother. He hated to announce it on the spot. I'm not interested in any innate goddesses right now. I just want to cultivate with all my heart and soul to grow the witch race and change its destiny. Chapter 73, 2 more drops of ancestor witch essence blood. Wu Tian didn't say anything in the end. He didn't think the ancestral witches would believe it. Then again, he's not particularly confident in himself. Wu Tian could only hurriedly stop Emperor Jiang. Brother, take it easy. Right now it's going to be time for the third sermon. Maybe this Lord East has gone to the chaos early. If we go to Penglai and can't find it, won't we be pouncing on it? Then he glared hard at Jumong. Jumong heatedly laughed, and hurriedly attached to the ear of Emperor Jiang. Will be before Wu Tian empty glove white wolf thing said. Only then did Emperor Jiang's face lighten up a bit. So, then let's leave the Eastern Prince a dog's life first. Emperor Jiang directly chose to believe Wu Tian. Immediately put the target on the Western duo, but according to Wu Tian, the two guys, Jie Guai and Junti, may not still be there either, so they can only postpone the time. But Emperor Jiang had already made up his mind. When the third sermon is over, he will take his brothers directly to the west, not just to grab the innate root Bodhi tree, but to teach a lesson to Jie and Junti. Who made him offend Wu Tian before? The thought settled. Emperor Jiang and looked toward the candle 9. Two people's eyes look at each other, all deep and solemn color. Emperor Jiang then spoke to Wu Tian. Older brother, there's something I need to talk to you about alone. Wu Tian was suddenly surprised. What will happen to Emperor Jiang? Still have to talk to yourself alone, making it so secretive. Then he saw Di Jiang arching his hand and giving a confession to Jin Yuanzi and the two of them, and then asked the ancestral witches to entertain Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun. Jin Yuanzi hurriedly laughed. Out of the way. Ancestral witches, be my guest is. Di Jiang smiled and nodded. Then his breath moved around him. The aura of a mixed golden immortal flourished, and Wu Tian only felt the space around him change instantly. Standing firm again, already appearing in the Pangu hall. In the other side of space, Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 were both looking at themselves with solemn faces. Wu Tian asked in a hurry. Two elder brothers. What is so mysterious? However, after seeing Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 look at each other, they both slapped towards their chests, and instantly the blood light flourished. A drop of essence blood flew out from each. The power of laws on it was raging, stronger than those ancestral witches' essence blood Wu Tian obtained before. After all, it was the essence blood of the mixed golden immortal realm. It's a natural departure from before. Looking at the ancestral witch essence blood that was incomparably thick with blood-devouring aura, Wu Tian was instantly astonished and looked at the two of them, puzzled in his heart. Ha! Giving the ancestral witch essence blood again? No need. Two elder brothers. Now that my 12 law powers are fused into one, I just need to slowly cultivate. There's no need to have to use ancestral witch essence blood to cultivate. Emperor Jiang gave him a blank look. You're thinking pretty good. This essence blood is not for you to cultivate now. It is for another wonderful purpose. With that, the two struck out, continuously put imprints in them. A few moments later, the two finally stopped, and Emperor Jiang let out a soft sigh of relief before pushing his essence blood towards Wu Tian, his face growing more solemn. After a little contemplation, speaking softly to Wu Tian, this time, your second brother and I have achieved the mixed golden immortal, and the two of us are going to join forces to wade into the long river of time and probe the fate of the witch race at the time of the third purple heavenly palace sermon. Wu Tian's eyes snapped wide open. Before he could say anything, he heard Emperor Jiang continue to speak. This matter has long been settled between the two of us, just waiting to be promoted to the mixed golden immortal. Originally thought to be a little more secretive and not say anything to anyone, but after thinking about it, I still have to tell you. Emperor Jiang sighed softly. Wu Tian was different from the other ancestral witches. Even, the two will give birth to such a thought. It is because of Wu Tian's sake. If it were not for this most intelligent little old brother of their own family, who has been worried about the future of the witch race, they would not have made this decision. More importantly, 3 times things proved that Wu Tian's judgment of the general situation was very correct, simply accurate. Emperor Jiang and Candle Join were naturally on board. It was also getting more and more disturbing. Hear this. Wu Tian's heart instantly set off waves of shock and disbelief expression, constantly murmuring in his mind. How come? Did Emperor Jiang and Candle Join do this in the midst of the original great situation? Or did they know the fate of the witch race? But under the influence of the Great Tribulation, it was difficult for them to be autonomous? Wu Tian didn't know. but he was suddenly born with apprehension. Although Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 were already mixed golden immortals, how could it be so easy to probe the future trajectory? There shouldn't be any problem, right? The way of time is the great way, but it is the most subtle and perilous. One more thing. In the original great situation, Wu Tian, the 13th ancestor witch, did not exist. So was there any trace of Wu Tian in the future that Emperor Jiang and Candle Join were able to probe? At the same time, Wu Tian's heart became more and more moved. Emperor Jiang can be so critical. Important things, informed to himself, is already a great trust and recognition of him. Wu Tian's mind was in turmoil for a while. He even tried to say it outright. You guys just don't mess around. What do you want to know? I tell you, this is not on the line. Why take such a big risk? Is the future that easy to peek into? But to put it this way, how was he going to explain all of this? And how did he know about it? Moreover, would Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 really believe it? In the end, Wu Tian tried. Brotherhood. I still have some insight into the future development of the great power, so why should you guys take this risk? Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 saw this. Laughing softly, he glanced at each other. The expressions on their faces became relaxed, and there was even more of a hint of relief and joy. And Emperor Jiang even said with a smile, I knew you'd say that. But, it's not that the brothers don't believe you, but there are some things that must be seen with your own eyes. Wu Tian could only nod his head. He understood what Emperor Jiang meant. If not, Di Jiang and Candle 9 would not have approached him alone to inform him of such an important and secretive matter. Knowing that he is only the oldest and youngest within the ancestral witches, Emperor Jiang saw that he still had a heavy face. Another light chuckle spoke up. Don't worry, this matter I and your second brother to prepare for a long time. By then it is the time when Hongjun preaching. The power of the heavenly way gathered at the Purple Sky Palace. Just to us the least interference. And, we still have the Pangu temple to protect us. Wu Tian nodded with mixed emotions. Also, perhaps after Di Jiang and Candle Join personally explored and saw the future witch demon quantum jump, the ancestral witches would be more agreeable to Wu Tian when he made a suggestion in the future. At this time, Emperor Jiang spoke again. Take these 2 drops of ancestral witch essence blood. If your second brother and I get lost in the river of time, we can rely on these coordinates to return. And then jokes again. You can't refine it now, even if we want to refine. It will wait until after we return. Wu Tian hurriedly spoke. Naturally not. He was just as greedy and impatient as he was. He wouldn't refine the coordinates left behind by Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 at this time. Give the ancestral witch essence blood to yourself. To inform this matter again. This was already a great trust, even more than the trust placed in the other ancestral witches, and Wu Tian naturally would not fail to live up to it. But, listen to what Emperor Jiang is saying. When they come back, this essence blood will be completely theirs? Chapter 74 Ancestral Witches Squatting at the Treasure Separation Cliff. Put away the ancestral witch essence blood. Young hid it within his body. After doing so, Wu Tian pondered a little and suddenly stretched out his palms, his thoughts snapping in his mind. Swish! The Hongmeng measuring ruler appeared, with a thick and heavy incomparable merit and virtue golden light, appeared in Wu Tian's palm above. The breath of the innate merit and virtue to the treasure revealed, but also another esoteric meaning. Wu Tian pushed this treasure forward. Then he looked toward Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 and solemnly said, 2 elder brothers, you will take this treasure with you. This Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven is being promoted after getting the merit of the great Tao, vaguely surpassing the level of the innate supreme treasure. If you guys bring it on your body, it will definitely be able to protect 1 or 2. The 2 ancestral witches, however, refused outright. Emperor Jiang was even more energized. Which has to be a brother? To rob his younger brother's things? The Purple Heaven Palace is not a completely peaceful place. Those guys have always looked at our witch race in the wrong way. And I think that Hongjun also has no good intentions towards our witch race. You might as well keep it for your own defense. Hongjun has no ill will. This is not necessarily. But Hongjun has no good feelings for the witch tribe. That is for sure. Who made the witch race disrespect the way of heaven? You don't care about him as a Taoist ancestor either? Cannot make a move against the witch race? That is because the rules of the heavens to limit. Pangu Father God blessing. But Wu Tian wouldn't say change. The witch of the witch race is originally a heavenly body. So do we really let the ancestral witches prostrate themselves under the seat of the Taoist ancestor? Seeing that Wu Tian still wanted to persuade, Di Jiang immediately glared with a look of anger, then spoke aloud. What? Just don't trust us? You protect our essence blood well. That is the biggest help to us. Don't think much about the rest. There are us brothers in. Where it is your turn to worry. What else could Wu Tian say? Only the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler could be put away. Afterwards, Emperor Jiang waved his hand and was ready to end this conversation. But Candle Join opened his mouth at this time and spoke with a light smile. The next step is to go to the Purple Heavenly Palace. Is there anything else you want to tell us or need us to do before you leave? Candlewick wanted to see more. Wu Tian's previous various predictions and suggestions had amazed the ancestral witches, and now they were touched by Wu Tian and wanted to find out. It's natural to want to try again before that happens. Wu Tian also heard Candle Join's meaning, coupled with Emperor Jiang and Candle Join's honesty towards him. The original worries in his heart were dispersed, and he directly smiled and said, "One more thing. Wait until the end of the third sermon. Hongjun will surely bestow countless treasures and place a treasure dividing cliff on top of Buzhou Mountain. And then the people will set out from the Purple Heavenly Palace to grab them. Can brother make an early move? Especially this cliff of divided treasures. Make sure you grab it. If only before." Wu Tian certainly wouldn't say that. The Dragon Han catastrophe and so on can still be said to be a deduction of the general situation, or any other suggestion, also because of the clever little brain. But this Hongjun Daozu action, you can even guess. That would be a bit of a stretch. However, Emperor Jiang and Candle Nine were already going to peek into the future. And after such a frank exchange, there was no need for Wu Tian to cover up. So what if there's a secret? The ancestral witches wouldn't care anyway. Just be their good buddy. Both ancestral witches nodded their heads in response. Then Di Jiang asked curiously again, "The cliff of divided treasures? Is this thing important? How does that work?" Among the original great powers, the cliff of divided treasures was obtained by Yuan Shi, who is said to have combined the cliff of divided treasures with half of Buzhou Mountain and refined it into the seal of heaven. Wu Tian is an ancestral witch. Take not Zhou Mountain refining treasure is a little too filial piety. But with the split treasure cliff with other materials when he then cohesion point Pangu breath, first grab the name Pantheon seal again. It's all become an ancestor witch. It always feels almost flavorful when you don't carry a big slab. Wu Tian then spoke honestly. I want to use the treasure dividing cliff to refine treasures. When the time comes to refine a powerful and sturdy magic treasure, it is most suitable for the use of a strong flesh body like our witch race. Emperor Jiang answered directly at his words. No problem. When you set out, I'll have Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, and the others go to the top of Buzhou Mountain to guard, until the separation of Treasure Cliff appears, then summon the other brothers. Wu Tian froze for a moment. There's no need to be so early. At this time, the Buzhou Mountain was still intact, and the aura of the Pangu Father God was strong, and the further to the top of the Buzhou Mountain, the heavier the pressure became. Even the Wiccans are only active at the foot of the mountain on weekdays. If we let Zhu Rong and Gong Gong go on guard so early in the morning and bear such heavy pressure, wouldn't they be subjected to the test of Pangu's pressure every moment? It took Zhu Rong to get the ancestral dragon's essence blood. There's no need to screw him over like that. Therefore Wu Tian laughed. No need to be so early. Just estimate the end of the sermon and go up a little early. Even though Wu Tian said that, but Di Jiang had already made up his mind that he must let Zhu Rong and the others go up to keep watch, in case Hongjun made an early move. Missing the moment. Wouldn't that delay my brother's treasure making? As for the Father God's pressure, let it be a test for them. It might even allow for a rapid increase in strength and an early advancement to the mixed golden immortal. Emperor Jiang then smiled and spoke. Alright, just leave this matter to us. You don't have to worry about it. It's getting late. We'd better hurry up and get out. You also set off with Jin Yuanzi and the others to the Purple Heavenly Palace. Then he flew out with Wu Tian. One side of the space conversion. Di Jiang is still muttering and admonishing. Anyway, the general idea is that it is not important to be able to learn anything from Hongjun, but must not be aggrieved in the Purple Heavenly Palace. Can't beat it first remember. When he comes back, he will have so many brothers to avenge him. Listening to Wu Tian was amusing and touching. By the time they came out from the depths of the Pangu Hall, it hadn't actually been long at all, but the ancestral witches, as well as Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun, had already returned to the Hou Tu Divine Hall. Wu Tian also returned in a hurry. After arriving at the Hou Tu Divine Hall, everyone looked curiously toward the three. Zhu Rong was even more surprised at the words. How come so fast? Wu Tian spoke with a light smile. Big brother is just bugging me for a few words. How much more time can I use? Zhu Rong elder brother. Gong Gong elder brother. Big brother has something to find you. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong froze, then ran towards the outside in a hurry. Wu Tian looked towards the outside, a little embarrassed in his eyes, staring at their disappearing backs, muttering secretly in his heart. It's going to be hard on you guys this time. Then he nodded to Xianmei and Hou Tu, and then looked toward Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun, smiling and speaking. Let's get going too. Jin Yuanzi nodded with a light smile. Also good. Although there's still some time left, but after all, it's the third sermon, so it's better for us to set off earlier, in case we're delayed along the way. That's not good. A few people then got up. arching his hand in farewell with the remaining ancestral witches. Red clouds very consciously take up the heavy responsibility of rushing. Mana surges will Wu Tian they rolled up, then turned into a red arcane light, toward the 9 heavens above the flying. Looking at the approaching chaos, Wu Tian also developed a sense of anticipation for the third sermon and spoke silently in his heart. Hongmeng Purple Chi? The Way of the Three Corpses? I'd like to see what is all about. Chapter 75. The third sermon begins. Smooth sailing. After all, it wasn't the first time, and the crowd was more familiar with the path to the Purple Heavenly Palace, arriving at a faster speed than the previous times. After entering the Purple Heavenly Palace, Wu Tian nodded to the 2 little children, Hou Tian and Yao Qi, and then walked towards his seat. They kind of came early, but not the earliest. 3 Cheng had already sat on the futon, closing his eyes and pretending to sleep, looking like an old god, only opening his eyes when Wu Tian and the others came in. Each looked different, but as far as Wu Tian seemed to be concerned, the aura was getting deeper and deeper, and it was obvious that they had all broken through the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal and reached the Quasi-Sate realm. Wu Tian couldn't help but mutter in his heart, not so much. He plans to after the third sermon. With the chance of the innate gourd, he surrounded them and then snatched the 2 innate 5 elements flags from Tai Ching and Yuanshi. Now the trio is much stronger. Naturally there is some apprehension. Forget it. No need to dwell on it. Then how strong? We have 13th. Big brother. Second brother has already broken through. The other elder brothers may also break through one after another. 12 our heavenly god break array together. Still cannot trap the 3 Cheng? The more Wu Tian thought about it, the more relaxed he became. Advantage on me. This is a solid win. After another moment, Kuan Peng came in through the door, and after nodding to Wu Tian, he settled into his seat, his eyes staring intently at the void in front of him. Shining. Earlier, Wu Tian had reminded, let Kuan Peng to the seat of the position. The more and more expectations, already in the free thinking after the third sermon. That may come the chance. Wu Tian sighed in his heart when he saw this. In the original general trend, Kuan Peng was robbed of his position by Jiayin and Junti, and lost the Hongmeng Purple Chi, which is the most crucial for becoming a saint. This time because the witch race stepped in, Kuan Peng was able to preserve his position and not be snatched away by Jiayin and Junti. But could he really get the Hongmeng Purple Chi? If you can get the Hongmeng Purple Chi, can a kunai become a saint? If Kuan Peng really becomes a saint, that was definitely a great change to the great power of the heavenly Tao, and it meant a great deal to Wu Tian. It means that the phrase the momentum cannot be changed is not 100% valid. Then Wu Tian can turn around. More places to operate. One time, anticipation arose in Wu Tian's heart. More and more hope. Kuan Peng can get Hongmeng Purple Chi. There was also Xianmei, who had also taken up a position. If Kuan Peng could get it, then wouldn't Xianmei be able to get it as well? Don't care if it's useful or not. Take it first. Think about it. Wu Tian's eyes lit up, but then it dimmed, and the heart sighed softly. Alas, I'm afraid that Hongjun won't follow the rules. Just then, the 4 emperors of the demon race entered the Purple Heaven Palace together. Fuxi and Nuwa did not change much, except for Nuwa, who looked at Wu Tian with a somewhat strange look, curling up and sitting in her original position. Di Jun and Tai Yi were spirited. The corners of his mouth all hung with a faint smile as Di Jun, the newly promoted demon emperor, grew more majestic and noble, and the confidence in his eyes deepened. Look toward the seat in front of you. The eyes flicked up slightly. So what if you don't have a seat? Now that my demon clan's chi luck is added, it may not be inferior to you people. Di Jun even thought in his mind. The next third sermon, if there is any chance thing, the demon race now has 4 emperors present. That is, the 3 Qing can grab a grab. Next successive figures entered, but fewer than the first 2 times to listen to the sermon. After 2 sermons, the flood cultivation more and more prosperous, but the strife also became more numerous. I wonder how many have fallen. When the time finally came, the Hongjun Taoist ancestor once again silently appeared in front of the main hall, and everyone looked forward in unison with a sense of surprise in their eyes. Greetings, Tao ancestor. Some of those who know what they're doing have already started chanting. Ancestor Hongjun only nodded slightly. His eyes moved towards the crowd above the great hall, and all of a sudden everyone felt that Ancestor Hongjun was looking at them. Many hearts were agitated. Overflow. In fact, at this moment, Hongjun's mood was not very calm. After the second sermon, the witch and demon tribes were established one after another. The wizards are even. These ancestral witches are obstinate in nature and have always acted in such a way that it is understandable that they do not respect the heavenly Tao or him, the Tao Father. But I didn't expect it. Even the demon race is like that. Hongjun Daozu's eyes, imperceptible towards the Emperor Jun, looked at the Emperor Jun complacent look, and then think of them to open up for the flood tribes of spirit people Demon Road. Ancestor Hongjun Dao couldn't help but move his gaze. But the most troublesome and worrying thing for Hongjun Daozu is not this, but the location in the purple heavenly palace, and the more the third sermon is approaching, the more obvious this problem becomes. Did you really want to give the Hongmeng Violet Chi to Xianmei and Kuanpeng? To give them both? What about reception in Junti? It wasn't that Hongjun Dao ancestor liked these two people, but he owed the West a great deal of karma for shattering the Western heaven and earth before he became a Taoist. If we don't take this opportunity to end it, how can I merge with the Wei and advance to a higher realm without any worries? But if we don't give it to Xianmei and Kuanpeng, how can we explain the 7 seats at the top in front of everyone? Xianmei can excuse that the witch race has its own chances and is not in line with the heavenly Dao. But what about Kuanpeng? Alas, Ancestor Hongjun Dao looked at Wu Tian. This guy can get me in big trouble. The gaze seemed to be. Wu Tian instantly developed a sense in his heart. The Hongmeng measuring ruler in the divine soul instantly releases the golden light of merit and virtue, suppressing all of its own chi, and the heavenly chances are disturbed. And then Wu Tian looked up, looking toward Hongjun Dao ancestor, showing an innocent and incomparable smile to him. That flavor of the witch race instantly rushed up. Hongjun Daozu was speechless, thinking of the program prepared earlier. His heart also settled again, and without further thought, he slowly opened his mouth. Child, close the gate. Hou Tian and Yao Qi got up in a hurry. Straining, he pushed the gate of the purple heavenly palace. Wu Tian instantly spat in his heart. Obviously can close the door with a wave of the hand, and even the idea of a movement of the purple heavenly palace will be born in response. Why do you have to 2 small children to push so hard? Is that more pushy? Or maybe, if these 2 little guys get involved, there will be merit to be gained? Wu Tian speculated in his mind. Soon, when Hao Tian and Yao Qi closed the gate of the purple heavenly palace behind them, only then did Hongjun Daozu withdraw his gaze. In the midst of unbridled anticipation from the crowd, pale and unmistakable opened his mouth. Third sermon begins. In an instant, the aura on Hongjun Daozu's body changed. Behind the power of the law intertwined, the Dao appeared. Countless visions dense. The entire purple heavenly palace also gave birth to changes, and the power of the heavenly Dao became denser and denser. Then he heard the words of the great ancestor Hongjun. There are 3 paths to witnessing. P.S. Happy New Year, and 3 wishes from the young author. Good health, good intentions, and a prosperous new year. Chapter 76, The Method of Decapitating 3 Corpses. The power of the heavenly Dao was thick. Ancestor Hongjun's curling Taoist voice sounded. There was a falling of the heavenly flower and a gushing of the earth, along with the infinite visions born in the violet sky palace. Countless laws and avenues diffracted. Hongjun Daozu also finally said everyone's most concerned, the most urgent that question. How do you prove it? How do you achieve hybridization? The topmost of all is to prove the way by force. According to the words of Ancestor Hongjun, the great god Pangu is to use force to prove the way. But this to use force to prove the way is not the great way of force, but to break through with great strength. After hearing this statement, Wu Tian could not help but nod his head slightly and said in his heart, also right, as long as I have enough strength, no matter what hardships, dangers, and avenues of shackles lie ahead of me, I will only forcefully blast them away with one punch. Or in layman's terms, to testify with power is to work miracles with power. It's just a shame that Discord's heart is too high. What he wanted was to take a direct step, open up the flooded heavens and earth, and prove the great Tao, the true great Tao. As a result, after the opening of the flooded heavens and earth, under the pressure of the power of chaos, the heavens and earth merged. In order to forcibly hold up the newly opened heavens and earth and resist the power of chaos, the great god Pangu eventually exhausted himself and transformed himself into all things in heaven and earth. For this uppermost method of proving the way by force, Wu Tian was incomparably curious in his heart. But what makes Wu Tian secretly spit out is that Hongjun Daozu also simply explains a few sentences, and does not tell the specific cultivation method. Others, on the other hand, had different faces. Many people look embarrassed. How could they walk the path that even the great god Pangu had not been able to walk? Even though it was different from the great god Pangu, they were not trying to prove the great Tao, but rather to prove their own way of mixed yuan. All these years of cultivation had also told them that this path was incomparably difficult. At once there was an eagerness in the minds of some. At this time, Ancestor Hongjun Dao continued to speak, followed by the way of the 3 corpses. This method was pioneered by me, cutting away good, evil, and obsessive thoughts, posting innate spiritual treasures in order to form 3 corpses, and then the 3 corpses are united to certify the way of mixed yuan. In fact, the way of chopping off 3 corpses is also an alternative to prove the way by force. Through chopping off 3 corpses, cultivating 3 corpses, another way to achieve the requirement of proving the way. 1. I don't top. What about 3 more? The accumulation of quantities causes qualitative changes. As for why it must be an innate spiritual treasure, it is because in every innate spiritual treasure, there is an innate indestructible spiritual light, so that it can host good and evil, obsessive thoughts, and achieve three corpses. And here's the important thing. After stripping away the obsession of good and evil, one's own Taoist mind is calm and quiet, getting closer and closer to the heavenly Tao that does not think and does not want to think. And naturally, one's perception of the great Tao is on a higher level. It is also beneficial to one's own practice. Immediately after that, the great ancestor Hongjun added, the lowest of the low is meritocracy. What is meritocracy? That is, to obtain enough heavenly Tao merit, and under the favor of the heavenly Tao, directly infuse it with the heavenly Tao laws and forcefully push it up to the realm of the mixed great Luo golden immortal. After all was said and done, the purple sky palace and the crowd are exposed to the color of contemplation, but also a lot of people look at each other. Their hearts are pondering. The great god of Pangu cannot go through the power to prove the way. They naturally do not hope. As for the merit testimony, it is more dependent on chance and luck. Naturally consider the way to chop three corpses. After all, in front of the Hongjun Taoist ancestor, but a living example. Relying on the method of chopping three corpses to achieve the mixed Yuan Dala golden immortal, certified Sing position. Immediately, someone spoke up. Dare I ask the ancestor, how do you chop off three corpses? Ancestor Hongjun nodded slightly at his words. Immediately, it will be how to cut off the good, evil, and obsessive thoughts, how to rest on the innate spiritual treasures, and how the three corpses are united, in which the various laws are told in detail. The stronger the innate spiritual treasure used to host the three corpses, the stronger the strength will be, and the more difficult it is to unite the three corpses. But naturally the strength will be stronger after the achievement of the mixed great Luo golden immortal. Waiting to hear ancestor Hongjun Dao say so, Wu Tian was expressionless, but his heart was astonished. Ha! Isn't it said that the innate spiritual treasures hosting the three corpses have to be compatible with each other, preferably a complete set of innate magic treasures? Otherwise the three corpses can't be united at all. Why didn't Hongjun say anything about this? He couldn't help but be a little suspicious. However, he was not prepared to follow the path of the three corpses, and the witch race did not have this possibility, so Wu Tian did not open his mouth to ask, but muttered silently in his heart. Also listen to the method of decapitating the three corpses. Continuously draw on the subtle meaning of, actually, whatever. The ultimate goal is all about being strong. With his own overwhelming strength, he breaks the shackles of witnessing, the barrier in the realm, only. The great god Pangu was strong enough that he does not need to behead three corpses at all, and Hongjun Daozu was much worse. Then, through the skill of chopping three corpses, to make up for their own gaps, if I can obtain the Chaos Bell, Taiji Diagram, and Pangu Banner, or the three books of heaven, earth, and man, which are such sets and powerful innate magic treasures, I can still consider the method of severing the three corpses, but it's almost impossible. Wu Tian suddenly had a movement in his heart. Hey, how about if I obtained the innate 5-square flag and directly chopped out 5 doppelgangers with it, and then the doppelgangers united? Or with the innate yin and yang 5 elements gourd, or as in the stories I read in my previous life, chopping off the past, future, and present bodies? Thoughts churned in Wu Tian's mind, constantly thinking about the possibilities. But in the end, still being overturned one by Wu Tian himself, he didn't choose any of the paths related to the method of chopping the three corpses, but instead, he became more and more determined to prove the Tao with the Tao. I already carried the laws of the 12 ancestral witches, fused into one, and devoured the innate yin and yang and 5 elemental laws of the innate gourd vine. It's so hard to mix as one. Brainstorming, to chop them off and separate them again and then figure out how to fuse them? And Wu Tian always felt, chopping off one's own thoughts is not the right way. Although it allows the body to be closer to the heavenly Tao and facilitates the realization of the great Tao, but there will always be hidden dangers. There is no presence of one's own emotions. Is it still him after all? Or maybe it's an empty, great Tao law-bearer? What's the difference between that and a powerful rock? As for meritorious sanctification, Wu Tian had even less idea. Think about it. Wu Tian suddenly raised his eyes toward Hongjun Taoist ancestor directly in front of the purple heavenly palace. The light in his eyes flickered, deep and profound, and his heart was even more firm and incomparable words. My future path will be to gather all the greatness in myself, all the power mixed as one, all under my own control. And why the need for decapitation? Feeling Wu Tian's gaze, there was a slight difference in the heart of the Hongjun Taoist ancestor, and he subconsciously looked towards Wu Tian. But just at that moment, someone suddenly opened his mouth and asked, the Taoist ancestors are here. Previously, the Tao ancestor said that the heavenly Tao saints must be mixed Yuan Daoluo Jingshuns, but mixed Yuan Daoluo Jingshuns are not necessarily saints. The method of decapitating 3 corpses can prove the way. Then how do you become a heavenly sage? Ancestor Hongjun Dao's attention was immediately attracted, and his gaze turned towards the person who asked the question. But it was the head of the male immortals in the world that he had personally enthroned, the Duke of the East King. In addition to Dong Gong, who else is going to say, the Taoist priests are above us? He boasted that he was enthroned by the Hongjun Daoist ancestor, the closest to the Hongjun Daoist ancestor, and in his haste, he directly opened his mouth to ask. Chapter 77, Hongming Purple Chi. Ancestor Hongjun's gaze was bland, looking toward the Eastern King's Duke. At this time, the first position in the front row of the Tai Ching was originally in the heart of the continuous deduction of the method of decapitation of the 3 corpses. Deduction to the end, cannot help but slightly wrinkled eyebrows. I was about to ask a question about the doubts in my mind, but he was directly interrupted by the Eastern King's Duke. A hint of displeasure was born in his heart, but he was also quickly attracted by this question from the Eastern King. The saintly genesis rests on the heavenly Tao, immortality, than the regular mixed Yuan Dala golden immortal, more heavenly Tao authority. In the flood is far beyond the mixed Yuan Dala golden immortal. Who do not want to achieve? Everyone. Just some are still pondering the method of decapitating 3 corpses. Some dare not open their mouths to ask questions. At this time, see the Duke of Dongwang opened his mouth, but also one by one towards the Hongjun Taoist ancestor to look at. A look of anticipation was revealed in his eyes. Ancestor Hongjun Dao faintly said, to become a heavenly Tao saint, one needs to have the opportunity to become a saint. The Hongmeng Purple Chi. There was a light in the eyes of the crowd. Hongmeng Purple Breath? Just then, Hongjun Dao's hands appeared a Hongmeng Violet Gas, like a deep purple ribbon, in the void constantly rolling, floating, a glance at the esoteric and incomparable, between the real and nothingness. Wu Tian's heart also perked up at the words. Finally, we're talking about the Hongmeng Purple Chi. 7 Hongmeng Purple Chi. I want to see how you want to divide it. Is it according to the original seat order, or according to the original candidates among the great powers? Wu Tian thought in his heart, also looked at it with burning eyes. At this time, Ancestor Hongjun Dao spoke again. There are 9 positions of saints in the heavenly Tao, and the last saint is not out of the flood heaven and earth for an infinite amount of time. So, I still have 7 channels of Hongmeng Violet Chi in my hand. That said, there was a clamor in the Purple Heaven Palace, and the crowd couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, unanimously looking toward the 7 seats at the very front. I knew it. The top 7 seats aren't that easy, someone said with great frustration. There were others with fierce glints in their eyes, already considering how to seize the Hongmeng Purple Chi from the 7 people in the front row. And after some selection, most of their gazes fell on the Kuan Peng's back. The 3 Qings are not good to deal with. Nuwa, on the other hand, has become the demon tribe's Nuwa emperor, with Fushi in the demon tribe behind her, and is not something that can be easily messed with. Not to mention Xianmei and Hou Tu. No one was willing to take the risk if they could not provoke the witch clan. The fallen kunai. It was an instant target. For a time countless gazes fell, so that the Kuanping like a thorn in the back, feel the great pressure, are a little fidgety, but ecstasy grew in his heart. Sure enough, Wu Tian didn't lie to me. Originally, in Kuan Peng's heart, there was still some reluctance for giving the innate Northern Xian Yuan water control flag, but at this moment, there was half of that. Instead, there was gratitude towards Wu Tian. Wu Tian's previous outing. Where's the point of letting him keep his seat? It is for him to preserve the Hongmeng Purple Chi, for him to preserve this chance to become a saint. Kuan Peng couldn't help but want to turn around, wanting to look towards Wu Tian and cast a look of gratitude, but fearing the countless gazes staring at him, he ended up sitting still. Turn and start thinking. After getting the Hongmeng Purple Chi, how do you hide from the covetousness of so many people? On the other hand, Red Cloud, who had lost his seat, had a chagrined look on his face and couldn't help but sigh, and Wu Tian quietly transmitted his voice when he saw this. Ha ha, elder brother Red Cloud, regretting it? Red Cloud denied it in a hurry. Where are these words from old brother Wu Tian? There is a saying that I am fortunate to have gained and I am destined to lose, since I have already given up to Xianmei Ancestral Witch. I, Red Cloud, will naturally not say anything more. I am only chagrined at my own nature. What if you were more resolute? Red Cloud thought in his mind, but quickly shook his head again. The witch clan can keep the seat, but it's not as if they and old brother Jin Yuan. So think. Red Cloud in turn had a feeling that his thoughts were flowing freely, and the original chagrin on his face disappeared without a trace, only to be determined again and again in his heart. The way is only contested. This should never be the case in the future. Red Cloud was relieved, but the 2 people, Jain and Junti, who had failed to grab the seat before, were whimpering in their hearts and constantly crying out in sorrow. Alas! I knew there was bound to be great fortune in this seat. If it weren't for the witch race, how could my brothers and I have lost the Hongmeng purple chi and lost the opportunity to become saints? Originally, the two were scornful of the witch race, but after the emergence of the Hongmeng purple chi, such a precious opportunity, so that the more the two think about the more difficult in the heart. Junti is even more angry from the heart, the evil to the side, even a turn of the gaze, toward the direction of Wu Tian angrily. Wu Tian naturally sensed it immediately. He had originally observed the expressions of the people in the Purple Heaven Palace with great interest, watching their various changes of expression, while anticipating in his mind exactly how Ancestor Hongjun Dao would solve the problem of the seat change. Suddenly feel the gaze full of malice. At once twisted his head, followed this gaze, then looked back, and when he saw that it was Junti, instead of being angry, there was a sense of absurdity. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Do these two brothers really consider Red Cloud and Kuan Peng's seats as their own? Is that so outrageous? Then he smiled coldly at Junti. Dare to blow jabs with me? I'll be sure to. Back. I'll make sure my older brothers give you a good lesson, and if I don't beat your eyes out, my older brother won't be worthy of being a space ancestor witch. Wu Tian snorted coldly in his heart, and Zhuanti, after seeing Wu Tian's cold smile, also felt a chill in his heart, and immediately gave birth to a bad feeling, and hastily withdrew his gaze, head slightly bowed, not knowing what to think. After finishing his party's words, the great ancestor Hongjun paused for a moment to take in the crowd's reactions, and then purposely glanced towards Xinmei and Hou Tu. These two ancestral witches had always behaved in an indifferent manner, and did not seem to have the slightest urgency for the Hongmeng purple chi. Ancestor Hongjun's gaze was deep. The idea in his heart was also once again firm, and then he continued to open his mouth, speaking faintly. The Hongmeng purple chi has 7. Under my door, there shall be 6 saints. The crowd's eyes snapped open. What does that mean? Don't the 7 channels of Hongmeng purple chi correspond exactly to the 7 seats in front? Wasn't it divided according to the seats? The crowd's eyes flickered, looked to Xinmei and Hou Tu. The heart gave birth to a trace of dawning color. Yes. How could the ancestral witches worship under the disciple of Hongjun Taoist ancestor? In their eyes, there is only the great god Pangu. How can they worship Hongjun as their teacher? So that means, ancestral witches may not necessarily obtain the Hongmeng purple chi, but those who do not occupy a seat may obtain it? Thoughts together. Those listeners in the back row who were self-conscious that there was no hope for them to listen to the sermon, their eyes instantly flickered with light and lit up directly. Duke Dongwan was trembling with excitement. Remove the witches. There are 2 more Hongmeng purple chi. Isn't this just for me? The Duke of Dongwan was slightly pleased in his heart. Who dares to say that he was wrong to turn to the immortal way? He is the head of the male immortals in the world, who was appointed by the Taoist Emperor Hongjun to spread the teachings of the immortal way for the Taoist ancestor. Doesn't it count as Hongjun's disciple? Mustn't he have a share of the Hongmeng purple breath? Even the Western Queen Mother's face revealed a look of astonishment as her gaze swept over the immensely excited Duke of the East, muttering words in her heart. No way? Did I wrongly blame this guy? I still really have a chance to get the Hongmeng purple chi? Chapter 78. Ancestral witches have their own chance. But soon, the Queen Mother of the West then realized she was wrong. Understood a little bit too. Unsolicited offers are the least valuable. Ancestor Hongjun Dao simply ignored the eager gaze of the Duke of Dongwang, and instead, his gaze lowered towards the 3 Qing, and he eventually spoke to them. The 3 pristine ones have a master and disciple relationship with me. Are you willing to join the Xian sect and be my personal disciples? Is there any hesitation in that? But any hesitation of half a point is a disrespect to the holy position of the heavenly Tao, and a disrespect to the witnessing of the Tao of mixed yuan. The 3 Qing instantly wore a happy face. Without hesitation, they worshipped towards the Hongjun Daoist ancestor, and the 3 of them straightened their mouths in unison. Disciples pay their respects to their teacher. Ancestor Hongjun Dao finally had a smile on his face. Looking at the 3 Qing couldn't stop nodding, and waited until the 3 Qing had finished saluting, and completely made the name of master and disciple, and each other's chi was intertwined with each other, and only then did he open his mouth with a smile. You needn't be polite, said waving his hand directly. 3 channels of Hongmeng purple chi flew out at once. Swish! The purple light shone, floating towards each of the 3 Qing. In an instant it fell towards the spiritual platform of the 3 Qing, and then it instantly disappeared into the body and directly melted towards the Yuan Shen. Boom! The 3 men looked uplifted. At once, I felt that in the violet gas tumbling. There are infinite great Taoist mysteries from the Hongmeng violet gas is dense, but also with the deeper sensation between the heavenly Tao. It's not over. After ancestor Hongjun Dao gave the Hongmeng purple chi, in a pair of envious eyes in the purple sky palace, each gave many spiritual treasures to the 3 of them. The most important thing that Tai Ching obtained was naturally the Taiji diagram, Yuanshi was the Pangu banner. And these two magic treasures were made from the axe back and axe blade of the heaven opening axe respectively, and were of the grade of the innate supreme treasure, together with Taichi's chaos bell, for the three greatest treasures of the opening of the heavens. In theory, the chaos bell should be obtained for Tong Tian. In this way, it happens that the three Qing, who were transformed into three parts of Pangu's original spirit, one of them controls a fragment of the heaven opening axe, but also somehow, the chaos bell surprisingly went to Tai's hands. Sure, if it is not so, perhaps this opening of the three great treasures all fall in the hands of Hongjun Daozu. He may not be given Isn't it good to use the three greatest treasures to decapitate corpses? Looking at Tai Chang and Yuanshi both got many innate treasures, as well as each one of the heavenly treasures. Tong Tian suddenly had a look of anticipation in his eyes. At this time Hongjun Taoist ancestor palms gently turned over, holding up a side of the muddy color of the array. The four sides stand for ferocious abnormal immortal sword. The array suspended above a gray array map. The entire grand formation was like a world of sword chi. Looks awesome very much. At this time, Ancestor Hongjun Dao spoke. This is the immortal execution sword formation. Was refined by the devil ancestor Luo Throat at the time, and after it was destroyed for me, this treasure fell into my hands. Not to mention Tong Tian. The other hearers of the sermon were amazed at the words, giving Tai Ching and Yuanshi each a heavenly treasure, and then giving Tong Tian a sword array? But then I heard the great ancestor Hongjun continue to speak. Tong Tian, today the teacher will give this treasure to you. The immortal execution sword formation together. Not the four saints cannot be broken. The original countless astonished gazes. It changed instantly, turning into a look of astonishment. Not the four saints are unbreakable? If this is the case, does it mean that after Tong Tian completely refines this formation, he can be called the number one in terms of battle power under the Hongjun Daoist ancestor? Tong Tian was also overjoyed at the words. Originally did not get the opening of the treasure of the lost. Instantly washed away by the words not the four saints cannot be broken. Moreover, Tong Tian is originally suitable for the Tao of the sword and the Tao of formation. And the treasure that fell into Tong Tian's hands after the three pristine ones encountered the 24 pints of the green lotus of creation on the Kunlun mountain and divided was precisely the Qingping sword. He also had another magic weapon. Smallpox Wonder Drop Flag. It is the formation to the treasure. This immortal execution sword formation happened to combine his two great Tao paths together, and it was simply perfect for Tong Tian. So how could he not be happy? Thank you, teacher. Tong Tian hurriedly took away the immortal execution sword formation, and then he loudly thanked Dao ancestor Hongjun. The great ancestor Hongjun also smiled lightly and nodded his head slightly as he spoke again. No need to be polite. After the three clearings worshipped under Hongjun Daozu and became a personal disciple, they not only got the Hongmeng purple chi, but also got such a powerful spiritual treasure, which instantly made everyone envious. All looked straight at Hongjun, fantasizing about the great opportunity that will fall on their own bodies. Even the proud and incomparable demon Emperor Jun, who is bent on gathering the 10,000 tribes of the flood and creating the demon Tao, is muttering in his heart at this moment, should I also worship the Xian sect? Only Wu Tian, knowing the development of the great power in the latter days, he sighed softly in his heart when he saw Tong Tian get the immortal execution sword formation. Alas, the bane of the great god-sealing catastrophe is laid. The immortal execution sword formation is refined by the devil ancestor Luo Throat, in which the four immortal swords are controlled to form the formation, which is Luo Throat extracting the western earth veins and become. That is to say, whoever takes this immortal execution sword formation will make a big karma with the western world for nothing. Plus this immortal execution sword formation is ferocious and incomparable. If it is used to suppress the chi, it will definitely make the chi stained with viciousness. In the future, in the midst of the great god-sealing catastrophe, Junti rolled away 3,000 disciples of the Interceptor sect and transformed them into the Western world, in order to repay this karma. But who would have thought it at this time? Who would think twice about it? Although Wu Tian knew this, he did not have this motivation to remind Tong Tian. To be honest, the immortal execution sword formation that is not broken by the four saints, even if he knew that there was a danger, Tong Tian would not be able to give up. Combined that with Hongjun's words earlier, Wu Tian also vaguely speculated in his heart. It appears that the opportunity to take advantage of the opportunity to completely end the Western karma. Hongjun still cannot give up. Doomed to play tricks and not follow this seat. Whether Xianmei and Hou Tu can get the Hongmeng purple gas is not very important. But Hongjun Daozu's blatant rogue practice makes Wu Tian's heart very unhappy. Can't play? Then don't put up 7 seats. While Wu Tian was muttering in his mind about what he would do to fight back a bit, Ancestor Hongjun Dao looked towards Nuwa again and spoke with a light smile. Nuwa, you should have great opportunities in the future. And you can also become a saint. Are you willing to worship under me and be my personal disciple as well? Nuwa nodded her head in a hurry. Disciple willing. Nuwa pays homage to her teacher. Behind him, Fushi was also ecstatic. He had given up his own chance to protect Nuwa, and he was finally able to get something out of it. Wait until Nuwa pays his respects. The same as the three Qing. Also got the Hongmeng violet gas, and many innate magic treasure. Innate aura flashes. Directly shook the eyes of the Purple Heaven Palace to listen to the sermon. Among these innate magic treasures, the most powerful ones were the creation Shin-Kun tripod, the innate red embroidery ball, and the mountain river and Jigong diagram. And other innate magic treasures were just to name a few. After Nuwa passed, it is the Xianmei who occupied the original red cloud seat. Xianmei, as an ancestor witch, has a bland face that is incomparable, and even thought in her mind that if Hongjun Daozu opens his mouth, she will reject it in one bite. We are of the blood of God the Father. If you have your own bloodline inheritance, how can you worship another person as your teacher? And why do we need to worship another person as a teacher? Even in this moment, Xianmei's heart gave birth to some dissatisfaction and disdain for the three Qing, obviously the three parts of the Father God's Yuan deity, the same as their witch race, the same as Pangu Zhengzong. How can they worship under Hongjun for the sake of the Hongmeng purple qi? Humph, it is a disgrace to God the Father. Xianmei thought so in his mind, but she simply did not wait for the opportunity to reject Hongjun Daozu, and it is well known that the best way not to be rejected is to preemptively reject others. Hongjun Daozu did the same thing. Looking at Xianmei, his eyes turned and glanced toward Hou Tu, and after some meditation in his heart, he faintly said, "The two of you are not related to my Xianmen." The implication is that there is no relationship with the Hongmeng violet gas. After saying that, Hongjun Taoist ancestor's eyes look at the back of the earth with deep meaning. Continued to say, "Ancestral witches have their own chances." Ancestor Hongjun Dao deliberately said this, since he didn't want to give the Hongmeng purple qi to Xianmei and Hou Tu. He couldn't single out Hou Tu alone and say that he had a great chance and would surely become a Taoist in the future. Could he? Hongjun Taoist ancestor is mindful of reversing the errors in the great trend of the heavenly Tao, wanting to find ways and excuses to let the great trend of the heavenly Tao deviate back to the original situation in their favor. But there was one thing he overlooked. As a heavenly Tao sage, especially at the most important moment of preaching in the purple heavenly palace, one's words and actions generated a sense with the heavenly Tao. When these words came out, the heavenly Tao responded at once. Hou Tu is fine. In the future, she would open up the hell and incarnate in reincarnation, becoming the controller of the earth's path, with little relationship between her and the heavenly path. But Genji was different. Under the surge of the power of the heavenly Tao, its heavenly chances and destiny instantly undergo a violent upheaval. Chapter 79, the famous scene reappears. Xianmo was also surprised in his heart, for the square Hongjun Daozu said, she originally did not feel anything. Not just Hongmeng purple gas? If you don't have it, you don't have it? But what she didn't expect was this. After ancestor Hongjun Dao said this, the futon under his seat suddenly gave birth to a strange movement, and countless forces of the heavenly Tao madly poured in. The many law powers contained in the heavenly Tao that were related to Xinhua flew towards the Xinhua Yuanshan and branded it. Outside the purple heavenly palace, in the middle of the flooded heavens and earth, the original Xianmei god ghost phantom that had been accomplished at the time of the founding of the clan suddenly appeared in the middle of the heavens and earth. Huge and incomparable, the surrounding body was dense with infinite divine light. The power within the Dharma phase is constantly surging, and also constantly generating sensations with Xianmei himself, as the god of the north, the god of ice and snow, and the winter god, ancestral which Xuanmei's qi was already very high, and it suddenly became even stronger at this moment. The deity Dharma phase became more and more solid. In contrast, the power of Xianmei ancestor witch's genesis skyrocketed. Within a short period of time, Xianhua's Yuanshan power was actually promoted to the realm of the mixed golden immortal in one fell swoop, and under the power of the heavenly Tao, the original obstacles of the realm and the shackles of the physical body were as if they didn't exist. Wait until the aura of the mixed golden immortal is solidified. At this time, even if Xianmei ancestral which did not have an innate magic treasure to protect her, she did not have to worry about the erosion of her fleshly body's baneful qi. And even in the process, the innate prohibitions in the northern Xianyuan water controlling flag were refined as much as they could be, thoroughly merged with the Xianmei Yuanshan. Boom! The breath of Xanadu shook. A vision densified behind him, which seems like a dark, deep world. Ancestor Hongjun Dao also froze for a moment, instantly understood the cause and effect of this, and instantly regret arose in his heart. He just didn't want to give the Hongmeng violet qi to Xianmei, and didn't expect to casually pull the reason. Surprisingly, the chances of achieving a genesis. Alas, the way of cause and effect is so subtle. Ancestor Hongjun Dao sighed secretly in his heart, and his eyes flickered slightly at this moment. looking towards the Xianmei ancestor witch whose breath was constantly changing. A cry of alarm rang out from the Purple Heaven Palace. In this moment, the Yuanshan of Xianmo was directly revealed. The crowd was shocked beyond belief, and everyone was appalled in their hearts. How is that possible? Isn't the witch race unable to cultivate Yuanshan? How is it that Ancestral witch Xianmei is able to cultivate Yuanshan, and his Yuanshan cultivation has directly reached the mixed golden immortal realm? Even now, at the time of the third sermon, those in the Purple Heaven Palace who had failed to achieve the mixed golden immortal and whose own realm was stuck at the Dala golden immortal still made up the majority. How do you keep them from being surprised? Make them not envious? Wu Tian laughed at the sight. Not bad, not bad. Although Hongjun plays tricks and doesn't distribute the Hongmeng purple chi according to the seats, it's enough to get this chance. The seats weren't wasted. A few moments later, the aura on Xianmei's body tightened. It was still a cool and incomparable expression, but there was a hint of joy hidden in the bottom of her eyes, and she couldn't help but turn around and glance towards Wu Tian. A look of gratitude was transmitted to Wu Tian. Yes, Xianmei didn't thank Hongjun. Instead, she felt that it was all because of Wu Tian that she was able to achieve what she was doing now. If it wasn't for Wu Tian, would she be able to cultivate the Yuanshan? Could she have gotten her current seat? Wu Tian responded with a light smile. The interaction between the two people looked more and more unpleasant in the eyes of Hongjun Dao Ancestor, but he also gave up probing into Wu Tian's bottom line, who was protected by the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven. It is difficult to see through the sky at idle. Immediately, his gaze turned towards Hou Tu. There was no movement on Hou Tu's body, which also made Hongjun's brows stretch a lot. It's actually quite normal. Hou Tu's chance is not in the heavenly Dao, and naturally nothing will change at this time. The same, although Hou Tu was surprised in her heart, but on their own did not manage to follow the same Xianmei. Yuanshan realm in one fell swoop to break through the mixed golden immortal, and did not have the slightest sense of loss. After this sudden change, Ancestor Hongjun Dao once again looked towards the sixth seat, the direction where Pang was, with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Seeing Hongjun Daozu with such an expression, the Pang's heart stuttered, and a thought came to him. Could something have changed? There was some immediate panic. It was also too late to wait for Hongjun Dao Ancestor to open his mouth, and he directly bowed down towards his body, shouting under his breath, Pang would like to worship the Genmon. Ancestor Hongjun sighed softly at his words. Alas, Pang, you and I are not masters and disciples. Pang also raised his head with an incredulous face, looking at Hongjun Daozu with eyes full of disbelief, and his heart was even crying out, no master and disciple? It's just as well for the ancestor witches. Every other person who got a seat has worshipped the Xianmen and gotten the Hongmeng purple breath. How come I can't do the same? Does the seat not make sense? In that case, and why are you setting up 7 seats? The others in the Violet Sky Palace also let out a gasp of astonishment. They had similar thoughts as Pang, and had originally thought that the seat was related to the Hongmeng purple chi. As a result, the 2 ancestral witches didn't get. That's even so. Pang actually did not get it either, being judged by Hongjun Daozu himself as having no master and disciple relationship. But soon, other people's gazes flickered, their expressions eager. Pang could not worship under Hongjun Daozu and get the Hongmeng purple chi. Wasn't it just one more chance for them? For a while the minds were divided. Reception and Junti looked at each other. Immediately and without hesitation, he bowed down to the great ancestor Hongjun and shouted under his breath. Guiding and Junti implore the Dao ancestor for mercy. Admit the 2 of us into the Xianmen. Others chanted at the sight, especially the Duke of the East. The joy on his face became thicker and thicker, and in his heart he was thinking, aren't the 2 still left just for us? Even Di Jun and Tai Yi. At this moment, he was also hesitant in his mind. This is the Hongmeng purple chi. Want to beg for it too. Pang saw this and became even more anxious, hastily pleading up to Hongjun Daozu, but he was not a person who could speak well, so he could only shout again and again, please have mercy on the Taoist ancestor. Ancestor Hongjun Dao was filled with a look of difficulty. It seems that the heart is torn beyond. Clearly has said that there is no master and disciple relationship with Pang, but seeing Pang as so earnest appearance, there is some intolerance. Just then, Yuanshan suddenly turned his head and coldly spoke to Pang. Pang, since the teacher has already explicitly said that he has no master and disciple relationship with you, why do you need to be bitterly entangled? Or an other feathered spawn, scaled and armored generation, what face is there to be with me and other fellow disciples? There was a violent silence in the Purple Heaven Palace. Wu Tian was also shocked in his heart. I thought the seat-grabbing thing was interfered by me, and this famous scene would never be seen again. I didn't expect it to land here. The people of the Purple Heaven Palace were also surprised. Di Jun and Tai Yi, who were originally still struggling with whether or not to plead and worship under Hongjun Dao Ancestor, instantly changed their faces drastically. Humph. His eyes looked coldly at Yuan Shi. After this was said, Di Jun and Tai Yi, even if they were shameless, they could not kneel down and beg Hongjun Dao Ancestor to accept their disciples, not to mention that they were already incredibly proud. And the kunai's expression snapped. Then the color of blood surged on the face, the shame and indignation incomparably toward the beginning of the look. Hate to get up to fight with the beginning of the life. Chapter 80, the first time witches and demons join forces. It's a shame. The kunai didn't have that kind of bloodlust. Even in this respect, he is not as good as looking at the weaker and more underestimated by all. Red Cloud. Among the original momentum. When Red Cloud was ambushed and robbed of the Hongmeng purple chi, he was able to ruthlessly explode his Yuan Shun, and his true spirit was torn apart all at the same time. The kunai simply can't do it. Eyes in the body of the three Qin looked back and forth. Kuanpeng ultimately did not dare to sudden outburst, face a burst of change, more and more ugly. The gazes of the people of the Violet Sky Palace, as well as the vague mutterings, made Kuanpeng feel more and more humiliated and disgraced. Wu Tian sighed in his heart when he saw this. Alas, those who help themselves are helped by others, and those who are self-strong are always strong. At this point in time, are you still looking forward and backward? Still not daring to offend the origin? Do you still have fantasies about the Hongmeng purple chi? Worried about offending Hongjun? The witch race is not afraid of the three Qing. Even Wu Tian is also mindful of the Northern Xian Yuan water control flag as a cause and effect, and is willing to stand up for Kuanpeng, so that Kuanpeng can have a step down. But you've got to make the first noise yourself. Being looked at by Wu Tian's burning gaze, Kuanpeng seemed to be aware of it as well. Even Xianhua and Hou Tu all looked sideways towards Kuanpeng, their gazes deep and profound. Kuanpeng read these gazes, or perhaps felt the expectations and support of Wu Tian and the others. Gaze snapped. After a few moments of agonizing, he spoke through clenched teeth. How about a feathered spawn? So what if it's cloaked in scales and horns? Yuan Shi, you boast that Pangu is authentic, but after the great god Pangu opened up the flooded heavens and earth, his body transformed into all things. Who among the 10,000 spirits of the flood wasteland is not bearing the legacy of great god Pangu, and does not have the Pangu aura above his true spirit? Wu Tian's eyes lit up, almost couldn't help but scream. Bravo! The kunai was still a little understated in that statement, but after all, he dared to open his mouth to angrily denounce the first foundation, which was already a great progress and a great change. And there's nothing wrong with what he said. In the middle of the flooded heavens and earth, all of us are of different races, origins, and followers. But wait out the flood. When they traveled through the chaos, there was only one common name for all the people of the flood. The Discordians. Genji's face was astonished. He didn't expect Kuanpeng even had this courage to dare to call his bluff to his face. Immediately his face turned cold and his expression became more and more displeased. One more thing. Hongjun Daozu up to now did not open his mouth, and did not stop the strife between the two, but also let the beginning of the feeling that their behavior got Hongjun Daozu default. Use this to discourage the kunai. Therefore, Yuan Shi became more and more somewhat reckless, looking at Kuanpeng with more disdain in his eyes, and with a turn of his thoughts, he was ready to sneer some more. With you? How dare you mention the name of Pangu? How dare you choke on my Pangu clan? Just as Yuan Shi was about to open his mouth, he was suddenly interrupted by Ancestral witch Xianhua, whose clear and incomparably cold voice resounded in the Violet Sky Palace. The beginning. The heel of Pangu Jingzong is our responsibility to maintain the flood. Father God's legacy is deep, but it is not for you to get the Hongmeng purple breath based on this status, nor is it a reason for you to act like a bully and treat others like weeds. Origin's expression froze for a moment. In an instant it was gloomy. He instantly heard the meaning of Xianmei's words. Moreover, he did not expect that at this time, Xianmei would stand up for Kuanpeng. Xianmei opened his mouth at this point. In addition to the reason because of the Northern Xian Yuan water control flag, but also some do not like the three Qing's behavior, do not like them for the sake of Hongmeng violet gas, directly worship Hongjun as a teacher, a good pancake mass immune. What's the point of being his disciple? And the beginning of the first is very embarrassed. If the other people will be just, the beginning of the first at most is the heart of the anger. Not as embarrassing as now, but it was the Ancestral witch who said this. It's the Ancestral witch he's always looked down on, and also said very reasonable. Naturally let the beginning of the face more and more obscure. Hidden shame and anger colors appear. What's the saying? Lies don't hurt. The truth is the quick sword. Prefer Xianmei said. He cannot even refute. Which tribe in the flood world in the act, may not have three Chang low profile, has always been arrogant and incomparable, but people only recognize Pangu Father God. Even the Hongmeng purple chi was in front of them. The Ancestral witches did not change themselves in half, and were very indifferent. Instead, It's like they're three clearings. After hearing the Hongmeng purple chi in the position of the heavenly Tao sage, the head was bowed and there was no half hesitation. Koan Pang was also stunned at his words. Great joy ensued in his heart. Sure enough, the wizards did speak up for him. Originally, he was still a little heartbroken about the Northern Xian Yuan water control flag that he had given away, but now it was half of it, and a fluke was born in his heart. If it wasn't for this innate spiritual treasure, Genji would speak up to relieve him? Naturally not. Watching the change in Yuan Shi's face, Koan Pang's original embarrassment and shame disappeared for the most part, and his heart felt much more comfortable. Koan Pang spoke with indignation in his heart. Aren't you just relying on the fact that you have more people and are stronger than me? You three Qings have more people. I can't afford to mess with you. If you have the ability, you can compare with the Witch Clan. Then he looked at Xian He with incomparable gratitude. The others in the Purple Heaven Palace were also violently shocked. One by one, all incredible look. Eyes are wide. They also didn't expect Xian He to open his mouth. What's more, he also didn't expect that the ancestor witches, who usually look like a sinewy, reckless and incomparable ancestor witches, could actually say these words, directly letting the Yuan Shi plummet. But Genji really had the nerve to say that. Never mind how much the Witch Clan attracts scorn on a regular basis and is disliked by all the people of the Flood. But the Witch Clan's defense of the Flood and the heavens and the earth is more than just a slogan at the time of the founding of the clan. People are really eliminating the fury. Purify the flooded heavens and earth. More than that, it guards the pillar of heaven and earth, Buzhou Mountain. At this time, Emperor Jun's eyes flickered, and after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly opened his mouth to speak aloud as well. What Ancestral which Xianmei said is very true. Are those who wear scales and horns and are feathered and oviposited not flood spirits, are inherently inferior, and are to be detested by the heavenly Tao? Isn't it said that heaven is selfless? Di Jun craned his head towards the violet sky palace, his gaze roving over the faces of the many hearers of the sermon, searching for a look of approval. Most of my demon race is the generation with scales and horns, feathered and oviparous, and the number of people here to listen to the sermon is also quite a few. But I founded the demon race with a few friends of the Tao to open the way for all the souls in the flooded heavens and earth. Is it also inferior? Di Jun's words immediately resonated. Originally, when Yuan Shi humiliated Koan Pang, many of the Zishao Palace hearers who empathized with him but also didn't dare to mess with Yuan Shi immediately made a clamor, have expressed their own dissatisfaction. At the same time there was a slight change in the way they looked at Di Jun, and many great avatars were already muttering in their hearts, want to join the demon clan? Di Jun took all of this in, and then nodded slightly, turned his head again and looked at the beginning of the beginning. The witch tribe is not afraid of the beginning of the beginning, not afraid of the three Qing, and he is the same for the demon tribe. Wu Tian looked at Di Jun in surprise. Is this the demon emperor? At this juncture, he can still come out and say something like this, still thinking of charging the hearts of the listeners of the Purple Heavenly Palace, so he really has a meticulous mind and extraordinary tactics. By chance, the witch race and the demon race are actually joining forces for the first time to fight against Yuan Shi. Chapter 81. The heavenly Tao is selfless, but the Tao ancestor is selfish. See the situation. Wu Tian got excited for a moment. Witch and demon versus three Qing? Witch demon soldiers besieging the Kunlun Mountains. One by one, possible situations emerged in Wu Tian's mind, getting more and more excited. A twinkle in the eye. The eyes burned at Emperor Jun. When Di Jun felt Wu Tian's gaze, he turned back somewhat strangely and met Wu Tian's eyes, and all of a sudden, the two of them made a gesture with their eyes, without even having to explicitly say it. Wu Tian's incredibly excited eyes were instantly interpreted by Di Jun. Join forces to him up? If sorcerers and demons can join forces, that really is the unimagined path. Wu Tian, who knows the original heavenly greatness, has a kind of inexplicable excitement just by thinking of this possibility. At the same time, Wu Tian was still a bit curious. Di Jun came forward at this time, certainly can get the hearts of the other listeners in the Purple Heaven Palace, but he is not afraid of evil Hongjun? No longer want to get the Hongmeng purple chi? In fact, Emperor Jun knew it very well. Originally, all people thought that the 7 seats in front of the Purple Heaven Palace were exactly where the Hongmeng purple chi belonged, but it turns out not to be. The witch race was deprived of the opportunity. The Kuanping was also deprived of the opportunity. Obviously these are not allowed to Hongjun Taoist ancestor to rejoice. Then he demon Emperor Jun cannot be the same as the Kunpeng. Which race? Di Jun laughed bitterly in his heart. If I turn to the immortal way, it is still possible to worship the Xian sect and obtain the Hongmeng purple chi. But after I established the demon clan and wanted to open up the demon way for all the spirits of the flood, it is absolutely impossible. Why was fellow Taoist Nuwa able to join the Xian sect? Could it be that there is really some extraordinary chance? Jun pondered in his mind. For Wu Tian eager eyes, Jun did not give a response. He stood out. In addition to pulling together the hearts of the people in the palace of the purple sky, there is also what Yuan Shi said to make him extremely displeased. It's almost as if it's aimed at the demon race. If he doesn't come forward, where is the dignity of the hundreds of millions of demon race? Where is the dignity of the demon emperor? But going up against the three Qing, who was almost certain to become a heavenly saint, was not his main purpose. Sure, if Yuan Shi is still unforgiving, what does my demon race have to fear? Jun thought so in his mind. At this time Yuan Shi was Kuanpeng. Xuanha. Jun words squeezed one after another. Face more and more ugly. Originally worshipped the Xianmen. Get the Hongmeng violet gas. Let him be complacent. This matter is simply a head-on blow. They're not afraid of him at all. Jun, you also desire to be my enemy. Origin's face was gloomy, squeezing the words through his teeth. Jun's face suddenly changed, and his body's aura sharpened violently, his eyes flickering as he looked toward Yuan Shi. Just as Wu Tian was rejoicing in his heart, when Meiji watched the conflict intensify, originally Hongjun Dao ancestor, who had been sitting back and watching the development of the situation, suddenly opened his mouth at this time. Well, this matter is closed. A majestic aura swept towards the purple sky palace, dissolving the aura that had suddenly coalesced on Jun, Yuan Shi, and the others in a matter of moments. The atmosphere of saber rattling dissipates. Wu Tian sighed in his heart when he saw this. Alas, pity, but in a flash the heart is happy again. The purple sky palace is naturally impossible to fight, but as long as there is this seed, there is this seedling on the line. I just don't believe it. Genji can completely drop this one, being forced to suppress the conflict by ancestor Hongjun Dao. Despite the fact that the several people involved were upset, no one was at this point in time not giving ancestor Hongjun Dao face. A few moments later, ancestor Hongjun Dao looked at Kuanpeng and spoke faintly. Kun Lun, you are indeed not related to my Xian sect. Kuanpeng nodded in silence and did not beg as bitterly as before, even acting a bit cold. All of them were so humiliated by Yuan Shi. If he's still stalking, then half of its own face would be left. After Kuanpeng nodded his head without saying anything, his eyes also became deeper and deeper, and the thoughts in his heart were by no means as calm as they appeared on the surface. Still waters run deep and rough. After being completely rejected by Hongjun Daozu, the purple heavenly palace was violently quiet, and all the people's faces were different and their thoughts were diverse. There's the words from before the Genesis. Even if one extremely wanted the Hongmeng purple chi, it was not good to beg and kowtow to the Hongjun Taoist ancestor at this moment, praying to be worshipped under the Hongjun Taoist ancestor. Some people, however, had faces that were overwhelmed with surprise. The Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West both had their eyes burning towards Grandmaster Hongjun Dao, and their hearts were also constantly muttering, is it really going to be given to us? Within the Xianmen, there are also two Hongmeng purple chi, and the two of them happen to be the head of the male and female immortals in the world, and the two of them also turn to the immortal way, contributing much to the immortal indoctrination of ancestor Hongjun Dao. Anymore, it's kind of one of our own, isn't it? Many people thought so as well, enviously and incomparably looking towards the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West, a hot gaze that made the Duke of the East King more and more red-faced. But there are still people who don't give up. At this time, after Guiding and Junti looked at each other, they once again worshipped in the direction of Hongjun Daozu, crying with tears streaming down their faces. I hope the Dao Father will have mercy. The two of my brothers were born in the Western world, where the West is characterized by intense fury and broken veins, and is even more sparsely populated and barren. It's not easy to get a great chance to come to this purple heaven palace to listen to the sermon. I still hope that the Taoist ancestor will have pity on the two of us and the living beings of the Western world, and accept us into the door wall. After Paramount cries out, suddenly his face changed, and he spoke solemnly and incomparably. If the two of us can prove the Tao and become saints, we will teach the living beings of the Western world well and bridge the lack of the Western world. Originally, Wu Tian scoffed a bit. At least a great avatar at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. How could he still be really crying? With a snotty look? This acting is way too top-notch. However, after waiting to hear these words from Junti, his eyes slightly shrunk, and his evaluation of Junti instantly increased by a few points. Well, this guy's got a good look at it. Whether or not he can get the Hongmeng purple chi, all on the Hongjun Taoist ancestor and the Western world of the great karma. At this time so say, almost with Hongjun Taoist ancestor guarantee. Just give me the Hongmeng purple chi, karma in the Western world. We two brothers resisted. Ancestor Hongjun Dao was silent for a moment. The others in the purple sky palace were also surprised. No way? A little crying helps? The joy on the faces of the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West also disappeared in an instant. And the Duke of the East was filled with a look of panic as he kept thinking in his mind, "No way? Tao Ancestor. I'm the one who spread the immortal Tao indoctrination. For you in the East see I'm the one who's on my own." And the Queen Mother of the West laughed bitterly. "Alas, I knew it." After a few moments of silence, Ancestor Hongjun nodded his head slightly, and in the midst of the huge surprise of Jian and Junti, he spoke faintly, "Just as well. The two of you have commendable hearts. However, the path you cultivate is not compatible with my Xian sect, so I will accept you as a registered disciple." The two people, guiding in Junti, were ecstatic. "Thank you, teacher." Ancestor Hongjun Dao's palm flicked up. The two Hongmeng purple chi fluttered toward the reception. The collateral fall. There was silence in the Purple Heaven Palace. The Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West had ugly faces, such as Di Jun and other wisdom over people, can see the meaning behind the scene in front of them, understand that Hongjun Daozu is for the cause and effect of the Western world. Suddenly the eyes have become deep and incomparable. Koan Pang was even more in his mind. Alas, heaven is selfless, but the Taoist ancestors are not selfless. Chapter 82, The Last Hongmeng Purple Chi. Even so, they saw the intention of Hongjun Daozu, the operation of ending their own karma with the Hongmeng Purple Chi. So what? And stand up for an angry rebuke? In addition to Koan Pang, who obviously had a seat but was not able to obtain the Hongmeng Purple Chi, there was also the Duke of the East King who was also having a hard time in his heart, and it was almost difficult to accept. "O Taoist ancestor, I was the first to turn to the immortal way." More than that, he was thinking of setting up an immortal court to promote the teachings of the immortal way and enhance the immortal way's chi. But he didn't expect that he wouldn't even count as a Shinmen Zhongren. What is he then? A clown? The Duke of Dongwon's eyes were incredibly complicated. But from the beginning to the end, Hongjun Daozu did not look at him more than a glance, as if they simply do not remember that there is this head of the world's male immortals like. The two people, guiding in Junti, joyfully put away the Hongmeng Purple Chi, in which Junti's eyes turned and once again cried out to the Hongjun Taoist ancestor. What a barren West! Spiritual treasures are scarce. If you want to become a saint and go through the method of chopping 3 corpses, you naturally need innate spiritual treasures, and the Western duo is indeed lacking in this regard. Otherwise, Junti would not have refined the Bodhi tree into the 7 treasures wonderful tree, which is a waste. Crying comes into play again. Hongjun Taoist ancestor waved his hand to give the treasure, which is the most notable is the 12 pints of merit and virtue golden lotus. For receiving the income, the first day of the 5 flags of the Oriental Green Lotus treasure color flag, quasi-TI income. The rest is pretty average. Named disciples, after all, are different from personal disciples. Most people were staring at the 12 pieces of merit and virtue golden lotus with envy in their eyes. However, Wu Tian, as well as Xinmei and Hou Tu, all had their gazes fall on Junti in unison. That's when Paramount felt something. His eyes turned towards Wu Tian. There was a smirk in his eyes, as well as a faint hint of contempt, as if to say, "You witches force your way in. So what if it makes the 2 of my brothers lose their seats? In the end, won't this Hongmeng Purple Chi still be in our hands?" "What's it called?" "It's called the Divine Order." The expression on the face of the Commodore grows more and more dejected. Wu Tian, however, just smiled faintly and let out a light snort, not at all angry at this display of Quinties. Angry about what? Anyway, he's going to make amends with the 5 square flags of the first heaven. The Shenmen disciples of ancestor Hongjun Dao had been finalized, and each of the 6 Hongmeng Violet Chi had been distributed, and all of a sudden there was only one last Hongmeng Violet Chi left. After bestowing the treasure for Jian and Junti, Hongjun Dao ancestor paused for a moment, his palm gently turned over, holding the last Hongmeng Violet Chi in the air, and faintly said toward the crowd, "The last Hongmeng Purple Chi, and there is no fixed number. Win for those who have the destiny to get it." After saying that, the palm of his hand shook gently. Swish! Purple light is incredibly dense. Instantly shot, Hongmeng purple gas also towards the purple heavenly palace hall above the flying. Has been said, this purple heavenly palace in the inner space, the place where the people are, is also a side of the esoteric heaven and earth. The Hongmeng purple chi hangs high in the sky, like a purple stardust. It rendered the purple heavenly palace into a purple light, attracting everyone's attention. Boom! 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 A sound of mana bursting out came out, and countless arcane lights shot towards midair, and after freezing for a moment, the crowd struck out without hesitation. Says it's for the faint of heart. But we are not children anymore. So how can we not understand what determines whether there is a destiny or not in the flood? Rely on the fists. Rely on your own strength. Even the 3 Qing and the others also made a move in unison. Although they had already obtained the Hongmeng purple chi, who would not want to obtain one more? In case you can get it, it's okay to pass it on to a disciple later. Countless arcane lights flourished, and a powerful mana and thick law collided in the void of the purple heavenly palace, constantly impacting. Under this onslaught, the gusts of Hongmeng purple chi fluttered about. The great ancestor of Hongjun Dao also looked at the crowd scrambling in a bland and incomparable manner, without the slightest thought of interfering. But right at this moment, the great ancestor of Hongjun Dao's face changed violently. Boom! The breath around his body instantly flourished. Let us struggling to fight the purple heavenly palace crowd are surprised beyond measure. The action has stopped for a moment. One is surprised beyond measure to look at the Hongjun Taoist ancestor. What's going on with Daozu? But the next moment, the crowd also noticed something. Only feel the dense heavenly power in the purple heaven palace. At this time even more and more chaotic. Originally in the infinite visions behind Hongjun Daozu, but also a burst of shaking, fuzzy. Ancestor Hongjun's gaze was deep and profound, looking towards the concentration of the heavenly Dao's power, the deepest depths. An unbelievable glint emerged in his eyes. Wu Tian was being curious, suddenly felt that in the body, there are 2 drops of incomparably hot ancestral witch essence blood, constantly leaping, to the inexplicable nothingness, emanating arcane imprints. The 2 older brothers did it? Wu Tian's heart snapped. Di Jiang and Candle Joanne wanted to have a look at the future of the witch race after they had achieved the mixed golden immortal, and they even picked the time of the sermon of the Hongjun Taoist Grandmaster. Apparently it was unleashed at this moment. The heavenly plane was suddenly confused. Seeing that Hongjun Daozu showed signs of wanting to make a move, Wu Tian's mind turned and hurriedly spoke to Xinmei and Hou Tu. Let's strike too. Grab the Hongmeng purple breath. Although the sorcerer clan was not looking forward to the Hongmeng purple chi, after hearing Wu Tian's words, Xinmei and Hou Tu did not hesitate to step in. Everyone else woke up too. No matter what happened to the heavenly Dao, it has little to do with them. The most important thing for them at the moment is to snatch the last Hongmeng purple chi. Once again, they all struck out in droves. Wu Tian was even more afraid of not moving too much, and directly took out the Hongmeng measuring ruler, and ruthlessly slashed in the direction of the Hongmeng purple chi. Swish! The matchless power tore through the void. The small world within the purple heavenly palace are going to be Hongmeng measuring ruler. The strike cut through, struck before the Hongmeng violet chi. Hongmeng violet chi suddenly flew in a certain direction. Hongjun Daozu turned back, a slight frown. As soon as the divine soul moved, the space within the purple heavenly palace was once again reinforced, and the original spatial cracks were instantly bridged. But just this delay, the glimmer of sensation that was born in his heart, the cause of the chaos in the heavenly Dao, had been all disturbed. The other side, the 2 of them, Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi, teamed up to run the power of the 4 elephants, wanting to incorporate the Hongmeng purple chi and bring it back with the power of the 4 elephants, but under the impact of countless arcane lights, it's really a bit tough. Ha! Red Cloud exclaimed. Under the strike of the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler, that last Hongmeng violet chi was sent flying, and after piercing through countless spaces, it actually inexplicably fell towards Red Cloud. Without thinking, Hongyun hurriedly put it away, waiting until he had thoroughly incorporated the Hongmeng violet chi into his body, and there was no longer any risk of losing it. Only then did Red Cloud laugh aloud. Ha ha! Many thanks to old brother Wu Tian. The movements of the others stopped violently, looking at Red Cloud with some speechlessness, and then towards the direction where Wu Tian was. All of them could not help but spit in their hearts. Wu Tian was also surprised in his heart. I didn't expect a casual hit. Surprisingly, it still fulfilled Red Cloud's chance, but in an instant, his attention was on the ancestral witch essence blood in his body, and under the suppression of the metaphysical golden light of the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven, this marvelous leap was covered. And don't worry about being seen. Wu Tian then muttered in his mind. I don't know how they are now. Seeing the future of the witch race, seeing the development of the witch demon quantum of solace. Chapter 83 Red Cloud lets in the Hongmeng purple chi again. At this time, the heavenly Dao became more and more chaotic, but Hongjun Daozu has lost the opportunity. The party fluctuations fleeting. The great ancestor Hongjun could only press down the astonishment in his heart, and turn towards the red clouds that had obtained the Hongmeng purple chi. At this moment, Red Cloud was overwhelmed with excitement, but after the initial excitement, a few moments of hesitation arose on Red Cloud's face, and his expression began to change and his mind began to rise and fall greatly. Originally, after Sancheng and Nuwa got the Hongmeng purple chi, Red Cloud was chagrined beyond measure and constantly regretted in his heart. Why didn't it just stick? If you can be determined not to let it, will you be able to get the Hongmeng purple chi yourself? However, after seeing Kuan Peng's situation, and seeing him being taunted by Yuan Shi in such a manner, Hongyun suddenly had a trace of gratitude in his heart. Got it as well as anyone else. Hongmeng purple gas may not be issued according to the seat. Anyway, The Hongmeng violet gas is in the hands of Hongjun Taoist ancestor. It is natural to follow his heart. The Tao of Heaven is selfless, but the Tao of Heaven saints may not be selfless. For your own chi, for a breakthrough towards a higher realm. Of course, Hongjun Dao ancestor has to choose the candidate that is most favorable to him. And is there anything about himself that can be seen by Hongjun Dao ancestor? Red Cloud mulled it over in his mind, and then couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Everyone says that old brother Jin Yuan and I are the numbered good old men in the flood, and I'm afraid that this good old man appellation is also more than a bit of flirtation, right? Red Cloud thought so in his heart, more and more. I feel that if it is not for Wu Tian's hand, himself, it is impossible to get this last Hongmeng purple chi. A few moments later, Red Cloud looked a little coy, twisting her head towards Wu Tian, saying with some reluctance, yet unusually firmness, Elder brother Wu Tian, why don't we return this Hongmeng purple chi to you? He said that he was about to hand over the Hongmeng purple chi. Wu Tian, who was in the midst of contemplation, was interrupted by this action of Red Cloud, and hastily broke off his mind's contemplation, looking towards Red Cloud with some amusement. Old Red Cloud, this is the Hongmeng purple chi, the chance to become a saint. You're willing to give it to me just like that? Hearing Wu Tian say that, originally Red Cloud face still with tangled, this time all dissipated. Actually some righteousness said, that's not true. If it wasn't for the fact that old brother Fong just swung a blow with the Hongmeng heavily measuring ruler, how could this Hongmeng purple chi run to my side? Now it's kind of like returning things to their rightful owners. Wu Tian was more and more astonished at his words, wide-eyed towards Red Cloud. His face also grew more and more approving colors. To be able to make this decision under the temptation of the Hongmeng purple chi, it was evident that Red Cloud's heart was in the right place. Unfortunately, such a character is rather unsuitable for the flood. In the original Great Momentum, Red Cloud first gave up his seat and consumed the blessing of obtaining the Hongmeng purple chi once, and then once again obtained the last unowned Hongmeng purple chi and consumed the blessing once more. The Red Cloud is said to be the first cloud in the flood, born at the time of the opening of the heavens and the earth, but also stained with a trace of the heart blood of the great god Pangu, so it became a red cloud. The blessing is deep, but what kind of blessing can withstand the consumption of 2 Hongmeng purple chi chances? So in the midst of the original general trend, after Red Cloud got the Hongmeng purple chi, on his way out of Jin Yuanzi's 5 Zhuangguan and back to the Fire Cloud Cave, he was ambushed by Kuanpeng, Styx and others, and his body died. A thought popped up in Wu Tian's mind. According to the current situation, the seats in the top row were changed by Hongjun, which can't represent the attribution of the Hongmeng purple chi at all. Does that mean Red Cloud's chi is still there? If that's the case, wouldn't that mean that Red Cloud's destiny has been changed, not needing to die and have his true spirit shattered, as in the original great situation? Wu Tian thought of this. His eyes lit up, but he didn't dare to be 100% sure, so he didn't completely reject Red Cloud's Hongmeng purple chi after a little contemplation at that moment. Instead, he smiled and spoke. Here's the deal. You take this Hongmeng violet chi first. It's considered to be obtained by several of us joining forces, and it's a common thing for us, whether it's old brother Jin Yuan, or my 2 sisters. We can all comprehend it. Who can thoroughly sen it? This Hongmeng purple chi is counted as someone's. Since he became friends with the Red Cloud, it is natural to find a way to change his miserable fate. So arranged. Even if the significance of the front row seats represent no change, a few more people take on the Hongmeng purple chi. It could also save Hongyun a bit of fortune and chi, so that he would not end up only reincarnating as a fragment of his true spirit, as he had done in the original Great Power. That's why the arrangement was made. After saying so, Wu Tian added smilingly, old brother Red Cloud, what do you think? Red clouds where there should not be the reason. Immediately nodded quickly, the smile in his eyes even more. But it is Jin Yuanzi somewhat embarrassed to say this. I didn't do anything in the party. How can one be qualified to participate in the Hongmeng purple chi? Wu Tian's gaze turned to look at Jin Yuanzi. Looking at his embarrassed and somewhat expectant expression, he said with some amusement, Jin Yuan Lao, you say this is not true. You and the Red Cloud 2 people won. He has the Hongmeng purple chi cannot with you to participate in the enlightenment? Can he exclude you alone? Even in the midst of the original Great Power, after the Red Cloud got the Hongmeng purple gas, the very beginning has been hiding in the 5 Zhuangguan enlightenment. There will be no one will feel. The Red Cloud has always been their own hide. Did not give the Hongmeng purple gas to Jin Yuanzi enlightenment, right? These 2 were not born from the same source though, but more intimate than the average brother born of the same origin. That's really good to wear a pair of pants kind of. As for Wu Tian and Xian Mei and Hou Tu, even though they did not need the Hongmeng purple chi, the 3 of them had cultivated the Yuan Shun. So what if they could realize something from the Hongmeng purple chi? Jin Yuanzi sniffed and no longer pushed back. Gratefully, he looked at Wu Tian. Not hard. It was more of a very emotional statement. Everyone says that Red Cloud's blessings are deep, but I don't think he's considered a person of great blessings until today. There aren't even a few decent innate magic treasures. On the contrary, it's old brother Wu Tian, just befriending you for this short time. Both of us have already gained great benefits. Red Cloud nodded in agreement. Even Xianmei and Hou Tu looked deeply impressed, feeling that Jin Yuanzi had hit the nail on the head. A few people in the Purple Heaven Palace, so no one else's humility up, so that the many listening to the sermon are shocked beyond measure. Even the Hongjun Dao ancestor are surprised in the eyes. This is the Hongmeng Purple Qi, the opportunity to become a saint, essential to becoming a heavenly sage. You guys even humbled yourselves here. How can the people who are thirsty beyond measure in their hearts, and even begged bitterly to Hongjun Daozu, how can they live with themselves? One time, I don't know how many eyes became unkind. Chapter 84, a familiar figure. Hongjun Taoist ancestor's eyes are also a slight movement, sparingly look at the red cloud. In addition to being surprised that the red cloud will actually make this move, he's also keenly aware. Red Cloud's chi fortune at this moment, a huge change, vaguely chaotic up, towards the unknown, inexplicable. But, Hongjun Daozu didn't really care. Isn't it normal to get the Hongmeng Purple Qi and have some changes on top of the Qi? Then his eyes flickered, eyes ghostly toward Wu Tian looks. Wu Tian wasn't worried that ancestor Hongjun Dao would step in and do something, at least in this Purple Heaven Palace. In front of so many hearers of the Dao, ancestor Hongjun Dao would definitely not step in. Becoming a heavenly saint can be supported by the power of heaven, but it is also subject to the shackles of the rules of heaven. Not that I want to, just do something. Still, he was eager as hell in his mind. The serious sermon has been finished. The Hongmeng violet gas has also been distributed. Wu Tian is half do not want to stay in the Purple Heavenly Palace. He cannot wait to return to the Pangu Palace now. Go see how Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 really are. The 2 drops of ancestral witch essence blood hidden in the depths of the heart became hotter and hotter, constantly leaping, as if a guiding light, constantly flickering. The 2 elder brothers won't be lost, will they? Worry rose in Wu Tian's heart. Just then, in the Pangu Temple, deep in the layers of space, the heavenly Tao was shielded by the thick and incomparable Pangu aura emanating from the Pangu Hall, and a momentary fluctuation was sensed by the Hongjun Daoist ancestor in the Purple Heavenly Palace, but it was also interfered with by the scramble for the last Hongmeng Purple Qi, and Wu Tian's sudden strike. The flood of time and space that ran through the chaos and was hidden in the Great Tao had been pulled out. Under the intersection of the laws of space and time, the balance is tenuously maintained, turned into a long river of nothingness, shattering the impact of heaven and earth here. The mana of both Emperor Jiang and Candle Join intertwined and condensed into a ball of arcane light. It was incomparably difficult to wade through the space-time torrents, and the incomparably strong physical body was shocked with a wound that was hideous and bloody, but it was as if the 2 could not feel the pain above their bodies, eyes gleaming towards the nothingness. Further on, be sure to see. The 2 ancestral witches cried out in their hearts. I don't know how long the trek has been, perhaps a moment, or perhaps countless years. A blurry image appeared in their eyes. The 12th capital Heavenly Divine Fury's grand formation appeared above the flooded earth and collided fiercely with the giant pillars condensed from the starlight in the sky. The flooded heavens and earth shook. The picture shatters in an instant. The 2 of them were shocked beyond measure amidst their eyes locked. The power of the diffuse stardust. Could it be a demon race? Jun? Next moment, another image appeared ahead. It is actually Gong Gong with a face of grief and indignation crashed into the Buzhou mountain. Tongtian thorough the pillars of heaven and earth actually collapsed at this moment. The boundless karma toward the witch tribe fell. No way. How? The 2 ancestral witches who had already had their souls shaken. At this moment their hearts were full of disbelief. Buzhou mountain is a pillar of the heavens made of the spine of the Father God. Moreover, when the witch clan was founded, it had already sworn to guard the flooded earth and the Buzhou mountain. Being a witch, and how did you hit the uncharted mountain? Damaging the legacy of God the Father and breaking your own vows to found a clan? Just when the 2 people are shocked and horrified, suddenly a huge and incomparable figure rises from the broken 12th metropolis Godfiend formation, with a thick and incomparable Pangu breath, reaching out toward the Buzhou mountain to help. At the same time, actually twisted his head toward Dijiang, Candle 9 seems. Boom! All the images shattered. The 2 of them fell straight out of the space-time torrent as if they were struck by lightning. Unable to hold back a mouthful of blood gushing out, neither of them had time to recover from the wounds crisscrossing their bodies and suppress the injuries in their bodies. The 2 of them looked at each other in shock and horror. That's Pangu's true form. Or is it Wu Tian? That last look. It brought a great shock to Emperor Jiang and Candle 9, as if that Pangu's true body had self-awareness, knowing of their arrival at this moment. But that's exactly why This eye contact across space and time, cause and effect, directly caused a disturbance in the long river of space and time, not only causing the two of them to suffer an immense and incomparable backlash, and let the two fall into nothingness, lost in the turbulence of time and space. Boom! Originally two people in the deep space within the Pangu Hall. There is the Pangu Hall under the breath suppression. Although the physical body is involved in the long river of space and time, but it is in between the real and the imaginary. At this moment time and space tremble. Despite the shelter of the Pangu temple, this side of heaven and earth is also completely broken, turned into nothingness. Emperor Jiang, Candle 9 also fell directly into the void. I do not know by the time and space turbulence rushed to where. No good. The two men couldn't be bothered to think any further, forcibly urging all of his own power. At once the laws of space and time intersected, directly transforming into a glittering light boundary outside of the two men's bodies. Wait until it stabilizes a little. The two men only came and probed the place they were in. Their eyes swept suddenly appalled. Where is this? Emperor Jiang exclaimed, only to see that the two are in a piece of absolute nothingness. Silence, even in the chaos. There are countless tumbling chaos chi, but here there is nothing. The only thing that was there was a little bit of glistening light, lights up around the body. Ha! Chaos demon god! Emperor Jiang exclaimed once again. However, he saw a huge and incomparable corpse in front of him, emitting a faint chaos demon god aura, resisting the erosion of nothingness, with 4 feet and 8 hands, and a body as if forged in purple and gold, a huge gash in the chest. It is the axe blade chopping marks, almost chopping the body in half, and now it still exudes a lingering and incomparable aura. The aura is amazing. The unwillingness and resentment of the chaos demon god before his death was clearly visible on his face. This can't be the chaos demon god that Father God struck out to kill, right? How did it come here? Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 looked at each other. Soon the two found out again. In addition to this chaos demon god body, there are many clusters of glittering light, distantly seen. There are magic treasures. There are spiritual roots, but too far away to probe clearly. Yet they all share a common trait. These vitality faded, but it was as if they were completely frozen, like amber made by the power of space and time, displayed in this strange place. Where the hell are we? Emperor Jiang asked in astonishment. At this time, the two also noticed that, although there are too powerful and incomparable power of the law to protect, but their own vitality constantly fading, even the innate spiritual light was dimming. After tossing and turning for a while, Emperor Jiang is also a little discouraged up. They are in this void. Do anything is useless. The void will not give them any feedback, but rather make their own spiritual energy flow more serious. What now? Waiting for Emperor Jiang to ask again. Candle Join, who had been pondering for a long time, only then did he speak with a bitter smile on his face. Big brother, it's possible that we've been taken into the gap between space and time by the chaos and turmoil of the party. Candlewick, who controlled the laws of time, knew that time was not continuous, and they fell into this discontinuity, not existing with the past, present, or future. Emperor Jiang exclaimed. Ha! What then? If we can't return to the 12 capital gods, fury formation is incomplete. Not waiting for a glimpse of the future to appear, the witch clan is afraid that the vitality will be greatly injured. Both ancestral witches felt some remorse. This is a big game. P.S. To report back, it was a full 23 hours of traffic. Just got off the highway this afternoon. Chapter 85, Emperor Zhong's logical self-contradiction. Face to face, Di Zhang and Candle 9 could both see the bitter smiles in each other's eyes. The reason why they made this decision was completely driven by Wu Tian. Their own little old brother was right on the money when he said so, and always showed his concern for the future of the witch race, intentionally or unintentionally. As big brother and second brother, we can't let our little brother's wisdom reign supreme, can we? We are not as smart as you, not as far and smart as you are about the big picture of heaven, but we can work miracles and peer into the future directly through our own laws of time and space. Unexpected. Again, it makes sense. The two did play a bad game. It's okay. Didn't we purposely leave behind a backhand? Leaving behind the ancestral witch essence blood on Wu Tian's body? There are many arrangements in it to prevent this scene from occurring. After a bitter laugh, Emperor Jiang suddenly spoke, immediately to promote their own, probe the sense of the netherworld, the essence of their own blood as a mark, guiding themselves to break free from this nothingness. But Candle Join suddenly spoke. Big brother, are we doing it wrong this time? Those who play with time will be played with by time. We are so peeping into the future. Will the original Wu Tian come forward at the time of the destruction of the witch race? And as a result, we are interfered with? The fate of the witches. Candle Join coughed up blood as he did so, asked while worried beyond belief. Emperor Jiang was also a bit uncertain. The expression on his face changed for a while, but in the end, He raised his head violently and said decisively, "No way! What heavenly greatness! The fate of the witch race? As a descendant of Father God, the witch race doesn't believe in this, so what if it's the demon god of destiny? In front of Father God, it's just a matter of blowing it apart with a single punch." Saying that, he pointed towards the chaos demon god's corpse in the distance with a disdainful look on his face. Candle Join smiled bitterly. Words to the wise, but we are not God the Father after all. In the last moment, after the two gazes of the future and the present met, all the images of the future were shattered and turned into chaos and the unknown. It was impossible for Candlewick not to be anxious, but together with Emperor Jiang, he had glimpsed the images of the great battle between witch and demon in heaven and earth, and had seen countless sons and daughters of the witch clan fall, as well as the ancestral witches die and return to the earth. At the moment, they are also unwilling to add more discouragement, and as if Emperor Jiang was trying to constantly consolidate his mind after suffering a huge shock, he didn't care about the injuries on his body at all, but instead, his eyes burned and kept saying, "The future of witchcraft. It must be a step by step. If someone wants to overthrow the witch race, big deal. At worst we'll return to Father God's embrace. And what? Plus, we still have Wu Tian, the ancestral sorcerer who carries the power of 12 laws, the true inheritor of Father God. As long as we have him in, our sorcerer clan will definitely be fine." The more Jiang said, the eyes also became brighter and brighter. Even Candle Join was also infected general. The original shocked color disappeared, turned uplifted. Eyes turned actually began to contemplate up. A few moments later, Candle Join muttered his words. "If we go by the last information we read, Wu Tian is our sorcerer clan's last card, our last reliance." Candle Join once again expressed concern. "And I don't know if this snooping of ours will have any effect on him, and if it does, what will it take to make up for it?" Candle Join was still relieved. The more control of the law of time, the more you know the power of the way of time, which is the genus of the great Tao. He just controls some of the power. He can be in the ancestral witches in the battle second, if it's because of a forced peek into the future. If the time path backfired and the future situation changed, affecting Wu Tian and then the witch race, it would be too late to regret. After a little bit of contemplation, Emperor Jiang, the eyes were brighter and brighter, and the look was more confident, and he even laughed aloud. "Don't worry, it won't. Have you forgotten? Before we made this move, we told my brother that if it affected him, he would agree to us making such a move?" Candlewick froze for a moment. "What do you mean?" Emperor Jiang, however, perked up. "If, according to the scene we saw, Wu Tian was able to look at us across the river of space and time after making use of his true body of Pangu, he will definitely be able to witness the great Tao in the future. He is the one who carries the power of the 12 laws, the true inheritor of Father God, and should logically also be certified to the great Tao. It's called one proof for all time. If we would have interfered with Wu Tian in any way, would he, who has already achieved the great Tao in the future, let us do so? He would have stopped us long ago through the mouth of the past. Spare the Candle Join, control the law of time. The brain is not worse than the Emperor Jiang. Are going to be Emperor Jiang these words around the dizzy. "Big brother, you really trust Wu Tian? So sure he'll make it to the great Tao?" Candle Join spoke somewhat breathlessly. "Is the great Tao so easy to prove? Strong as Pangu Father God, born as the son of the great way, kill 3,000 chaos demon god, open up the existence of the flood heaven and earth. All chess is not one step, and Wu Tian will definitely make it? In the flood world, the witnesses to the Tao of the great Luo Golden Immortal are able to have their own way mixed as one, and their true spirit is immortal, even in the midst of chaos. This kind of place without the existence of all kinds of avenues, but also can become a world of its own, a cycle of its own, and even wear out the chaos of the gas to feed itself, without fear of depleting themselves. But to truly achieve the one proof for all time, to transcend the limits of time and space, and to collect the countless karma and time into itself, it is still a higher realm. So tough. Is it that easy? But in this moment, Emperor John's logic reached self-consistency. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was just like what he thought. Or else how could Wu Tian be so intelligent and know so many of the heavenly Tao's great powers? Everything Wu Tian said, all of them were confirmed one by one. If it wasn't for the future Wu Tian, informing him through some kind of arcane and incomparable means, how could he be so clear and accurate? Right, that's it. Once again, Emperor Jiang was certain in his heart. Seeing how optimistic Emperor Jiang was, Candle Join also stopped refuting, only secretly letting out a soft cry in his heart. Let's hope so. If that's the case, the fate of the witch race naturally doesn't need to be worried. And then there was no more hesitation. Speaking directly to Emperor Jiang, "Big brother, if we delay any longer, the injuries on our bodies are afraid that they will all be difficult to recover. It is not too late. or hurry to sense the coordinates in the essence blood. Emperor Jiang also nodded slightly. The two ancestral witches immediately joined forces, their mana, chi and blood surging around them, operating in an arcane and incomparable melody that was close to the Tao, close to the rules. Bifocals fake sleep, face to face, sit down on your knees, constantly sensing the coordinates left in advance by the two people in those 2 drops of essence blood before. Chapter 86, The Tangled Nature of Hongjun Tao Ancestor. In the Palace of the Purple Heaven, just when Wu Tian was anxious in his heart, suddenly, the 2 drops of essence blood in the body leaped more violently, and the powerful blood chi contained therein kept surging, and there was actually a sense of rolling heat. Wu Tian's mind moved, hurriedly used the Hongmeng measuring ruler to suppress this movement. This is the Purple Heavenly Palace. Cannot let the Hongjun Taoist ancestor found out what. Just as he was worried, Ancestor Hongjun finally withdrew his gaze and spoke faintly. So much for the method of witnessing to sainthood, and so much for the distribution of the 7 channels of Hongmeng Purple Chi, the Purple Palace Sermon. This is the end. The 3 Cheng and the others had heard the method of becoming a Taoist, and had been given the opportunity to become a Taoist, and had even been given many of the innate spiritual treasures for decapitating corpses, so they were naturally overjoyed, and shouted in succession, "Thank you, teacher." The others were upset though. However, along with the Xianmen, they also thanked Hongjun Daozu and all spoke aloud as well. "Thank you, Daozu." Wait for the crowd to say thank you. The power of the heavenly Tao that had been shrouding the Purple Heavenly Palace suddenly gave birth to changes, and countless arcane yellow colors quickly condensed, in which the golden light of merit and virtue shone brightly. A few moments later, accompanied by bursts of celestial sound, the immensely thick meritocracy falls. As the initiator of the sermon in the Purple Heavenly Palace, Hongjun Daozu naturally got the biggest share, and the crowd of listeners in the Purple Heavenly Palace, as the participants, also all have a share. Hongjun Daozu gently put away the heavenly Tao merit, as if this huge merit is just a floating cloud. Actually, yes, the greatest harvest of the great ancestor Hongjun was not these heavenly Tao merits that he had now obtained, but the immense, incomparable, and everlasting chi fortune. This sermon, Hongjun stabilized the name of Tao Ancestor. The sons of fortune of the flood world, such as the 3 pristine ones, were included in the Xianmen, and the karma of the Western world was ended with the Hongmeng Purple Chi. For him, that's the biggest and best takeaway. Think about that. Ancestor Hongjun also couldn't help but smile slightly, waiting for the crowd to put away the heavenly Tao merit. Do not even need to Hongjun Taoist ancestor command. Hou Tian, Yaoqi 2 children strained to push open the door of the Purple Heavenly Palace, revealing the vast chaos outside. Hongjun Daozu did not, as originally, directly disappeared away, but sat in place, as if to see off the crowd. The crowd, however, did not move a muscle. A few moments later, Hongjun Tao Ancestor asked with some surprise, "The sermon is over. Why do you wander away?" A number of people looked at each other and seemed to be weighing how to speak in their minds. Now the sermon in the Purple Heaven Palace is over. 7 Hongmeng Purple Chi issued. The 3 Chang and others even got a lot of innate magic treasure. Those of them who have listened to the lectures up to this point. And yet nothing was gained. How can I be willing? Sanching they are full of. We can't go back empty-handed. According to the words of Hongjun Tao Ancestor, if they want to be certified as a great Luo Golden Immortal of the mixed element, they don't have to think about certifying the Tao by force. This method is too difficult. Even Hongjun Tao Ancestor can't do it, and merit the path. And too much emphasis on chance. They naturally had to choose the method of decapitating the 3 corpses that was well documented and had successful precedents. But this method requires an innate spiritual treasure. If you want to chop off the 3 corpses, you need at least 3 innate spiritual treasures. And not everyone present is rich. The 2 people, Guiding and Junti, cried all day long about the barrenness of the West, but these 2 guys at least had the guiding treasure block and the 7 treasure wonderful tree, already considered rich. Immediately, someone took the lead, following the example of Guiding and Junti, and cried out to Ancestor Hongjun Tao. At once, there was a great deal of wailing in the Purple Heaven Palace. Wu Tian blinked his eyes at this scene in front of him, feeling the leaping of the ancestor which essence blood within his body while anticipation rose in his heart. It's finally time to share the treasure. I hope that my elder brothers are ready and won't let me down. But, as long as I can bring back the split treasure cliff, I will be satisfied. Wu Tian was muttering secretly. Sure enough, the great ancestor Hongjun opened his mouth. After listening to the cries of the crowd, Ancestor Hongjun frowned slightly and finally let out a soft sigh. Just as well. After today, I will use my body to merge with the Tao. In the future, there will be no major events in the flooded heavens and earth. And the many treasures that I have collected from my previous travels through the flooded wasteland, which are useless to keep, will be bestowed upon you. These many treasures, I will place it on the cliff of treasure dividing above the summit of Buzhou Mountain. All of you can go and get it. And the many innate spiritual treasures will be won by those who have the destiny to get them, Hongjun Daozu said, stretching out his hand toward his sleeve. He was about to throw the already prepared cliff of separating treasures, as well as many spiritual treasures toward the top of the Buzhou Mountain. The bottom of Hongjun Dao Ancestor's eyes flashed violently. Just in the instant his divine thoughts probed out, he had already discovered a few angsty, titanic hulks crouching listlessly on the top of the uncharted mountain. Who else but an ancestor witch? Hongjun Daozu's gaze condensed, directly toward Xinmei, Hou Tu, and Wu Tian seemed to be. The bottom of the eyes hid the color of surprise and doubt. Even the movement of his hands stalled. How is that possible? Why are they here? Look at the stance. It's obviously a squat. The extremely light change of mood and the success in disguising it caused the other unknown listeners of the Purple Heavenly Palace to hastily thank Hongjun Dao Ancestor after hearing his words. Thank you, Daozu. Then a swarm of people rushed toward the gate, said to be known to those who have it. Who knew if it would be the same as this hearing? First come, first served? They naturally had to rush back towards the flood world. Feel the gaze change. Wu Tian secretly laughed in his heart, pretending as if nothing had happened, and hurriedly got up to greet Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun, as well as Xinmei and Hou Tu. Move, grab the baby. The four of them immediately got up, and even Koan Peng subconsciously looked towards Wu Tian. The two of them, Xinmei and Hou Tu, turned around and were about to leave. Wu Tian couldn't help but spit. What a waste! Hurriedly with the two voices, let them under the seat of the bushel put away. This is on behalf of the chances of becoming a saint of the heavenly Tao bushel, although the name of the churning does not match the truth. Sitting on it may not get the Hongming purple chi, but that's no ordinary stuff. The two froze, turning around with a single bolt of mana. They put away their respective futons. Xinmei even turned his gaze and looked toward the futons under the seats of several other people. The kunais were not on her mind. They directly stared at the bushels under the seats of Sancheng and Nuwa, who were about to get up at that moment, and by this gaze, how could they not know? 2 words. Put it away yourself. Then he bowed again to Hongjun Daozu and nodded to Wu Tian and the others, and flew toward the outside of the gate of the Purple Heavenly Palace. Wu Tian could only sigh. Xinmei was still too simple and did things with too many traces, which didn't let others see it all of a sudden. At that moment there was no more delay. Go! A group of people flew out in the form of arcane light, leaving Hongjun Dao Ancestor tangled in place. This divided treasure cliff. Put, or not. Chapter 87, sure enough. It's here. Hongjun Daozu's heart was torn. The crowd naturally doesn't know. One by one, after exiting the gate of the Purple Heavenly Palace, each of them displayed their own means, transforming into metaphysical light of different colors, carrying different breaths and Tao rhythms, breaking through the chaos and heading towards the flooded heavens and earth. Unity of purpose and clarity. Nothing among them, although the 3 Chang and others are the latter, but the speed of breaking open the chaos recluse away, obviously much faster than others. After Wu Tian exited the Purple Heavenly Palace, already they were gone. Red Cloud immediately spoke anxiously. Hurry, Wu Tian old brother, this time or I'll rush. I run fast, will definitely not let them preempt them. Wu Tian just nodded his head, didn't say anything. Immediately, he was carried by the red cloud and flew towards the vast chaos. But after Wu Tian had not entered the chaos and was completely far away from the Purple Heavenly Palace, he directly opened his mouth. Old brother Red Cloud, put me down. Red Cloud snapped. The power of the 4 elephants that had originally enveloped the crowd dispersed, and a ball of red light was eroded by the power of chaos, revealing the assembled few. What's wrong? Don't we have to rob the treasure? If we're late, it'll all be over for them, Red Cloud said with some anxiety. Wu Tian, however, shook his head slightly. What's his hurry? As long as the splitting treasure cliff appeared on the top of the Buzhou mountain, the ancestral wizards who had been squatting for a long time would rush up, and as long as they dared to make a move, the other ancestral wizards would also come in droves. He's on top of things right now. Hurrying to find a hidden place, he checked the situation of the 2 drops of ancestor witch essence blood in his body, which were different and made Wu Tian feel bad. Something shouldn't have happened to the elder brothers and the others, should it? Naturally not in the Purple Cloud Palace, where the heavenly Tao was thick and there was the Hongjun Daoist ancestor watching intently. Wu Tian had been suppressing himself with all his might, so how could he dare to explore with confidence? The Pantheon is naturally very good, but it was too late. Simply in this vast chaos, chaos isolates the paths, and it just so happens that there is no need to worry about the power of the heavenly Tao, or the probing of the Hongjun Daoist ancestor. So, Wu Tian spoke with a light smile. 2 old brothers, you go ahead. I have another thing to do. I'll come when I've taken care of it. Don't they say that those who are destined for it will get it? It's mine. No one else can take it away. Red Cloud's face became even more anxious. Heart said, "You witches are still too truthful. This flood, the destiny of the person to get it, that is a pretext. You really believe it, ah? Even I know. Is the strength of the person to get it, ah? No matter what is also first come first served." He tried to persuade a few more, but Jin Yuanzi could see Wu Tian's determination and understood that Wu Tian must have something extremely important but hidden. Otherwise he wouldn't have let the spiritual treasures on the treasure dividing cliff go without, and still hid it from the two of them. Immediately, he pulled a Red Cloud. Smiling again, he spoke to Wu Tian. "Yes, old brother Wu Tian, then you must seize the time. This opportunity is rare. If you can, do not delay." Wu Tian smiled and nodded. At this time, Red Cloud also came back to his senses, and no longer persuade Wu Tian more, but still feel some pity. Such a good opportunity. In the end, what can be delayed? He was still muttering until he and Jin Yuanzi moved again. Also, the big deal is that we'll make a few more attempts. If we can get a few more spiritual treasures, we'll share a few of them with old brother Wu Tian at that time. Wu Tian swung out a foot violently. Let the Hongmeng purple gas fall into the hands of the Red Clouds, but also generous and incomparable willingness to share this chance to become a saint with the Red Clouds and others. The Red Clouds are now grateful beyond. Talk about an exaggeration. He was willing to let him split a few clouds on the spot and give them to Wu Tian to use to catch up. Jin Yuanzi smiled without saying a word, and even more so, as he watched Red Cloud with a look of complete submission. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Then the heart sighed. Also, it's a chance to become a Hongmeng purple breath, a chance to become a saint. Who is not confused when it comes to, isn't he himself grateful beyond measure? Immediately, he smiled and opened his mouth. Okay, just stop muttering. If you dawdle a little longer, it's not surprising that the spiritual treasures are going to be snatched up. Red Cloud took a moment to listen. Strive even harder to activate his own mana. The speed of the two increased again, in front of Wu Tian, although Jin Yuanzi didn't ask, but his heart was inevitably curious, and at this moment when he rushed back to the floodplain, he finally couldn't help but ponder in his heart. What the hell? To be able to make old brother Wu Tian take it so seriously? After Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun left, Xianmei and Hou Tu, led by Wu Tian, ran towards the unknown chaos for a long time more, until they felt that even if there was a huge fluctuation here, it wouldn't attract the attention of the flood world. Then the three of them stopped. Xianmei and Hou Tu were also curious. Never spoke until this moment. Wu Tian. What the hell? Wu Tian also inked a turn of mana around his body. Immediately 2 drops of bright red incomparable ancestral witch essence blood emerged from above his body. Thick fury, blazing blood, as well as the immensely dense laws of space and time. There were also countless mysterious patterns on it. At this moment, the power of the essence blood was like a red flame burning, and under this power, the mark in the essence blood became more and more distinct and flickered continuously. As if catalyzed by the power of the essence blood, it continuously leaped according to arcane rhythms, emanating inexplicable information towards the void. A scene in front of me. It made Xianmei and Hou Tu gasp in shock. Big brother and second brother's essence blood? How did they give you essence blood again? And the scent on this? The two of them, Xianmei and Hou Tu, knew at a glance that this essence blood would not be simply for Wu Tian to refine, or else it would not have so many imprints in it. With the consumption of the power of essence and blood, these seals are constantly being urged. Obviously there is some special role. The two are even more frowning, began to ponder the wonders of. Wu Tian didn't delay either. Straightforward words. Elder brother and the others gave me their own essence blood because they went to do an extremely dangerous, but extremely important thing. Fear of getting lost in time. Let this essence blood be the coordinates. Hou Tu's gaze was fixed. When he heard the long river of time, he thought of something and exclaimed again, looking towards Wu Tian with wide eyes, still wanting to ask something, but was interrupted by Wu Tian. There's no time to explain. Hurry up and think of a way. If we wait for the power of the essence and blood to run out, then the elder brothers will really be in danger. Xianmei and Hou Tu were suddenly speechless. His brow instantly furrowed, and he hurriedly worked it out in his mind, pondering what could be done. The other side. As the three Qing and the others took the lead in rushing back to the floodlands and arrived on top of the Buzhou mountain, they were also astonished to see the several ancestral witches who were bored to death. What are they doing here? And Hongjun Daozu finally made a decision. Said it in front of so many people. It can't change again, can it? Finally, a ball of precious light in his hand was raised, and immediately broke through the chaos, shooting toward the direction of the flooded heavens and earth, the Buzhou mountain. Among the squatting ancestral witches, Zhu Rong was the first to feel the breath, snapping his head up to look at it remotely, and immediately said with a wide-eyed smile, "Ha ha, sure enough, it's here. P.S. I got back too late yesterday. I'm sorry. Here's the promised third chapter. Good night, everyone. Chapter 88, Jin Yuanzi. Why are you blocking me? Like a shooting star falling. After the separation cliff passed through the chaos, it crossed the layers of space, carrying an incomparably thick and heavy aura of its own, and above it was the lightness and brilliance of the precious light. Coming towards the Buzhou mountain, Zhu Rong laughed loudly afterward, directly leaped up and turned into a fiery red light rushing toward the treasure dividing cliff. Couldn't even wait for it to fall. At this time, because of the hesitation and delay of ancestor Hongjun Dao, the number of people who had already returned to the floodplains was quite large, and apart from the three Chang and the Western duo, and the four emperors of the demon race, there were also many other hearers of the sermon. Seeing Zhu Rong like this, how can he tolerate it? So much for the others. But the beginning of the beginning is not afraid of him, also do not want to endure, but also because of the previous things accumulated a bunch of anger. This is the heart of the witch tribe is not wrath. Immediately said angrily, bold, the matter of Dao ancestors dividing their treasures. You and others dare to intervene. The words were not finished. The Gong Gong ancestral witch then laughed harshly. Without saying a word, he directly threw out a punch in the direction of Yuan Shi, and a huge fist shadow appeared from midair, raging with tyrannical and incomparable power of the laws. Boom! The crowd stared in horror. What the hell? Why don't you just squeak out a few words and fight with Yuan Shi before making your move? The thought was fleeting. Say hands off. Isn't that the temperament of the witches? Even the Genesis was startled. The words that had originally accumulated in his stomach were instantly stifled by this punch, and the expression on his face was more stifled than angry. Reckless goods. Unbelievable. Genji jumped to his feet while doing so. At the same time, with a turn of mana around his body, a powerful aura burst forth, and the three treasures Jade Ruin flew out from the top of his head with a glistening white light. Swish! The precious light is great. It became instantly huge, carrying a thick Taoist rhythm. It blasted toward the fist shadow struck by Gong Gong. Bang! Arcane light splashed. There was a tremor in space. Fist shadows shattered by triple jewels. At this time at the top of Buzhou mountain, where the Pangu pressure was the heaviest, the aftermath of the two men sparring only spread not much farther, and was quickly dissipated. What made the Genesis even more furious was this. After Gong Gong threw a punch, it was as if he had just thrown a very casual punch, not caring about the final result. Straight away, he stopped looking at Yuan Shi. Instead, he twisted his head with a leaping expression and looked in Zhu Rong's direction with a glint in his eyes. Yuan Shi's face went black. Simply too reckless. On the contrary, it was Tai Ching and Tong Tian who were on the sidelines. Their breath around them shook. Originally they had already mobilized their own mana and were ready to intervene. Seeing that Gong Gong had no intention of continuing, the mind was slightly relieved. They are not afraid of the ancestral witches, but throughout the flooded heavens and earth, if there is a choice, who is willing to fight with the ancestral witches? Not afraid of death or pain, with an aura of bravery and courage in the face of death. Why would a decent person have nothing to do with fighting the witches? Then the eyes flickered. In a hurry, he looked towards the treasure dividing cliff. At this time Zhu Rong has been close to the separation of the treasure cliff, but returned to the flood heavens and earth of the purple heavenly palace hearers also more and more. See, the situation of all the people are anxious. A few moments of agonizing followed. Finally, there was no holding back, and they all struck out. It's not easy to cry in the purple heaven palace and beg for the chance. Can you let you witch clan so wrapped up? It's a waste of time. Swish, swish, a mysterious light flew out, standing out alone against the ancestral witches. They were still a little scrupulous, but with so many people striking out, and because of the split treasure cliff, the crowd no longer held back. Zhu Rong let out an angry cry, instantly revealed a huge incomparable ancestral witch true body. The law of the heavens and the earth generally stand in the flooded heavens and earth. This side of the earth and sky instantly thick up. One hand maneuvered the blessed divine flame, sending counterattacks towards the many arcane lights and magic treasures, while the other hand fiercely grabbed towards the treasure-splitting cliff. Boom! The uncharted mountain shook around it. The meta is instantly chaotic. Zhu Rong was caught off guard and was set on fire by so many people. Although he blocked many of them, there were still quite a few that landed on the ancestral witch's true body. It made Wishbone wobble. But he didn't care about that. Instead, his face was filled with astonishment, blinking his eyes and looking incredulously towards the treasure dividing cliff. Ha! The anxious crowd also froze, watching the cliff of separation as if it were a shadow. It passed through the hands of Zhu Rong ancestral witch and continued to fall toward the top of Buzhou mountain. There was a glint in his eye. A smile finally grew on his face as well. Ha ha! What the Dao ancestor has given. Only those who have the destiny can get it. Depends on chance. And is it not something you reckless goods can understand? Someone couldn't help but laugh. It was indeed Hongjun Daozu who struck. On the outskirts of the treasure-dividing cliff, there's a layer of invisible Taoism. The power of the heavenly Tao is thick, as if the separation of the treasure cliff is isolated in another layer of space. Although it is watching it fall towards the Buzhou mountain, Xu Rong cannot touch it. Although Xu Rong is strong, but then Hongjun Daozu, more than one level of difference, plus the power of the heavenly Tao added, naturally can do this. It has been decided to divide the treasure cliff. If the ancestral witches intercepted him halfway, where would he, the great ancestor of Hongjun Dao, put his face? At this time, after Xu Rong lost, the huge and incomparable ancestral witch's true body violently twisted and turned his head back, then once again grasped towards the separation of treasure cliff. Boom! Large swaths of space shattered, but it still didn't catch the points but cliff. Now the crowd was completely relieved, and the smiles on their faces grew more and more intense, but just when they were happy. But suddenly, he heard Gong Gong shouting angrily, "Bold! How dare you strike against my witch clan?" It wasn't true that he was very much at odds with Xu Rong, but after seeing so many people attacking Xu Rong, Gong Gong's face instantly became tyrannical. The words fell. The fury on Gong Gong's body erupted. Boom! Toward the mid-air leap, is also revealed a huge incomparable ancestral witch true body. Raised his hand will be towards the void in the silhouette of the bombardment to go. There was a moment of speechlessness and anger in the crowd. Just now, when you made a move on Yuansher without saying anything, I didn't see you say anything. Now that you are interfering with the opportunity given by Hongjun Taoist ancestor, you don't even let us fight back? It is simply outrageous. But the kami doesn't care about that. Xu Rong he can bully, others if he bullies a little, then he is sure to rush up to fight for his life, which is to look at so many people to beat Xu Rong's reasoning. The other side of the mat, just like Gong Gong, he also revealed his true body as an ancestral witch after shouting loudly, and together with Gong Gong, he wanted to charge towards the bunch of figures in the square. Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun were helpless, for the witch tribe's bravery and recklessness also have a more intuitive understanding. This is not one or two people. You guys are so reckless out? Don't you think about the consequences? Communion they naturally do not consider. But Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun, conscious of having endured Wu Tian's great kindness, were torn up in their hearts, especially with their two good old-fashioned personalities. It would be fine if they weren't. Now that they were here, they couldn't just watch the ancestral witches continue to strike and make enemies of the entire Floodwasteland's great powers. Could they? That's a bit of an exaggeration. It's actually not that far off. In addition to the ancestral witches, almost all of the great avatars in the flood were listening to the sermon at the Purple Heavenly Palace, and at this time, they were all looking forward to the opportunity of the Cliff of Splitting Treasure. The ancestral witches struck out at this moment. What is it if it is not an enemy of the entire flood? Jin Yuanzi sighed softly in his heart, and did not delay. Immediately the body of mana surging. There will be earth yellow light toward the Gong Gong's ancestral witch true body surging, like a scroll wrapped around the Gong Gong's arm, will be its attack temporarily. And Red Cloud's heart was in the right place. It also made a move to block the matrices. Gong Gong was openly angry. After he turned his head and saw that it was Jin Yuanzi who had struck, a puzzled look was born in his large eyes, and he said in a jarred voice, "Jin Yuanzi? We're friends. Why are you blocking me?" Chapter 89, Who dares to approach the treasure-splitting cliff? The kami was puzzled in his mind, more than a little angry. According to his thoughts, our witch clan has treated you as a friend and a brother, and now that someone has struck out against my witch clan, it's fine if you don't help. How can it still be blocked? Jin Yuanzi hurriedly spoke. Ancestral witch is in no hurry. And listen to me for a moment. This split treasure cliff as Hongjun Taoist ancestor gave the chance. Above the spiritual treasure has the fate of the person who gets it. All people can go up to try. If you block, afraid of committing the anger of the crowd. Gong Gong was stunned at his words, and then laughed aloud. Ha ha. Then to put it this way, these treasures are precisely the ones that have a destiny with our witch clan. It doesn't go anywhere but to the Buzhou mountain to fall. The Buzhou mountain is guarded by our witch clan. Who should the treasure go to if it doesn't go to our witch clan? Jin Yuanzi was speechless. Neither knew how to take it. The other people's movements had originally stalled for a moment, heard the words and once again stirred up. Jin Yuanzi quickly and bitterly smiled and said, "It's not Dao Ancestor's intention that everyone can go up and give it a try. Get it by chance." Said and worried it wasn't enough. Another hasty and quiet message was sent to Gong Gong. If old brother Wu Tian was present, he certainly wouldn't have let the ancestral witch be like this and angered all the Taoists listening to the Tao in the Purple Heavenly Palace. Gong Gong listened but looked odd. It was followed by a voice response as well. "Don't you know? Is that the old man who sent us to keep watch?" Jin Yuanzi was instantly shocked. It was at the behest of Wu Tian. But with his understanding of Wu Tian, How could he make such a reckless decision to make an enemy of almost the entire great spiritual masters in the flood for the sake of the spiritual treasures on the treasure dividing cliff? Naturally, Wu Tian would not be so. His philosophy is to cultivate steadily and do his best to make the witch race change its established destiny and get rid of the endgame of the witch demon quantitative hijacking. He's actually talking about grabbing the treasure. Be sure to take down the cliffs of separation. After all, this treasure dividing cliff was able to carry so many spiritual treasures, so it must be precious as well. Instead, it was the cliff of divided treasures and all the spiritual treasures on it. But after the appearance of the cliff of divided treasures, perhaps the situation has changed, or there is a problem with the understanding of the ancestral witches, immediately leading to today's situation. Seeing that Jin Yuanzi's persuasion was fruitless, the others were once again foolish. At this time Zhu Rong had already chased after the split treasure cliff about to fall, worrying that the power above the split treasure cliff would dissipate after it fell. At that moment, the crowd could no longer hold back. Long ago, the angry Yuan sure opened his mouth. Altogether, how could the opportunity bestowed by teacher be destroyed by their sorcerer clan? He said and took the lead. Boom! The three treasures' jade ruins flew out once again. With an incomparably white precious light, he fiercely smashed towards Gong Gong's huge ancestral witch's true body, and his strike carried a strong anger. Fong Gong Gong's strike makes Yuan sure very angry. After Yuan sure once again shot, beside the Tai Ching also sighed lightly. Also followed. Now the relationship between the three Qing is still very good. The three Changwon is not an empty word. It's natural not to stand idly by. But he didn't aim at Gong Gong, but toward Zhu Rong. The tiny duster in his hand gently shook, and all of a sudden billions of white silk threads extended from the top, transforming into a long white rainbow that rolled towards Zhu Rong. At once, he blocked Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong also had to give up his constant pursuit and attempts on the treasure-splitting cliff, and turned to maneuver the Zhu Rong divine fire against it. And Tong Tian after a big laugh. First, he smiled at Jin Yuanzi. Fellow Daoist Jin Yuanzi, I advise you to stay out of it. Then sacrificed the Qingping sword to stab towards matriculation. With a vertical and horizontal unrivaled sword light, Tong Tian smiled and said, Matron Ancestor Witch, today, let's see whether your laws of gold are sharp or this Qingping sword of mine is sharper. In an instant, the three purities versus the three ancestral witches. Red Cloud looked towards Jin Yuanzi with some bewilderment and asked in a hurry, Jin Yuan Lao, what do we do? Bitterness grew on Jin Yuanzi's face. He also had a hard time deciding whether to directly stand on the side of the ancestral witches and become the enemy of everyone, or should he just stand by and watch? In the meantime, the four emperors of the demon race stood together. After seeing the three Qing fighting with the three great ancestral witches, the light in Tai Yi's eyes flickered as he asked in a low voice, Brother, should we make a move as well? According to Tai Chi's thoughts, the witch clan will definitely be the great enemy of the demon clan in the future. And what is the strongest underpinning of the witch race? Isn't it the 12 heavenly goddesses formation? Take advantage of this. First kill a few ancestral witches. No, even just need to get one dead, so that the 12 Duotian God-fierce great formation is not full. If so, are the wizards still a threat? The idea was right. And Dijun also saw at a glance what was in Tai Yi's mind. But he shook his head imperceptibly and sighed softly in his heart. Ancestral witches are so easy to kill? And Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun are still here. Right now they are still all tangled up and have a hard time deciding how to handle themselves. But as long as someone dares to kill an ancestral witch, Jin Yuanzi can't help but fight for his life. The karma they owe is non-trivial, but the chance to become a saint. The Hongmeng purple breath. Witch and demon. Now the contradiction is not obvious. Before the ancestral witches also went to observe the ceremony, but also have a more cordial exchange. There is no reason to take action against the ancestral witches. Was thinking. The great commotion has already startled the other ancestral witches, and a giant pillar of skyscraping baleful energy rises up on the flooded earth. The figures of the ancestral witches appeared, directly revealing the true body of the ancestral witch of 1,000,000 feet. He ran towards here with great strides. Knock, knock, knock. A dense sound of footsteps rang out, and the flooded earth shook, as if the heart of the earth was leaping. So, Dijun's thoughts turned. A faint smile appeared on his face as he spoke. What are we doing out here? It's natural to take the spiritual treasures first. The words had not yet fallen. The entire person transformed into a golden light and took the lead in rushing towards the direction of the treasure dividing cliff. When Tai, Fushi and Nuwa saw this, they naturally did the same. Emperor Jun was not alone in thinking so. Jiayin and Jianti both did not discuss like they did. After the great battle together, they just looked at each other, and then they both rushed towards the treasure-splitting cliff. Others saw the same thing. All of them wanted to seize the spiritual treasures above while the three clearings were pestering the ancestral witches. Commodore ran the fastest, but when he was close to the separation cliff, and had just swung the 7 treasure wonderful tree, and the golden light brushed towards the top of the separation cliff. Xu Rong actually resisted Tai Ching's attack, and struck out to break the golden light, and spoke angrily under his breath. Hold him back. Junti lost his hand at once. One couldn't help but curse Tai Ching in his heart. Tai Ching's strength. If he went all out, could he still let Xu Rong have a chance to be distracted? It's still not that he doesn't want to see himself get the treasure. Would like to try again, but it was too late. Along with Xu Rong's the shout, towards here running to the ancestral witches have all shot. Zhimang is to the side of the brother's voice. Who dares to approach the separation of the treasure cliff? Presumptuous attempts to seize the treasure will set fire to who? Boom! A thick fury struck. With such a delay, the ancestral witches had already arrived. The situation is a complete stalemate. Chapter 90, Oh my spiritual treasure. It's not the same as Tai Ching or Tong Tian. When Yuan Shi attacked, he didn't hold back, frantically mobilizing the 3 treasures Jade Ruin and smashing it towards the huge Gong Gong's true body. The one-upmanship. Gong Gong is still not as good as Yuan Shi. After a sparring session, the ancestral witch's true body had already taken several attacks, and by the time he saw the crowd being set on fire by the remaining 4 ancestral witches, who were actually blocking the front of the treasure dividing cliff, Yuan Shi was enraged. Waste. So many people. Can't even solve 4 ancestral witches? The thought crossed my mind. His eyes turned toward Emperor Jun. Di Jun also took a glance to see clearly the contempt in the eyes of the beginning, but lightly heave, not at all subject to the beginning of the excitement. Nonetheless, Di Jun was still suppressing Tai Yi. It didn't let him catalyze the chaos bell at all. Engaging Tai Yi's heart was astonished beyond measure, and he hurriedly transmitted his voice to ask, Brother, why don't we go all out? Wasn't it said that we should be the first to grab the innate spiritual treasures? Without going all out and beating these ancestral witches down, how can we obtain the opportunity? Emperor Jun, however, responded faintly, What's the rush? The longer the stalemate lasts, the more resentful the many Taoists in the flood will be towards the sorcerer clan. Won't that be more favorable to our demon clan? And, the corner of Di Jun's mouth curled up slightly. It's not our family's business. Why do we need to be the ones to stand out? And if we are too conspicuous now, the ancestral witches are the ones who hold grudges. You also do not want the ancestral witches after the incident. With the 12 do Tian God Fury Great Formation. Siege our heavenly court, right? There is always someone more anxious than us. You just watch it. With Taijin's observation, others can be more anxious than yourself. Just for example, Yuan Shi and the West Duo, and even the Duke of the East, the old man of the river Styx and the sea of underworld blood, etc. If that's the case, why not let them take on the fire of the Witch Clan and take on the Witch Clan's wrath? Tai Chi was instantly enlightened. After the 4 emperors of the demon clan communicated with each other, their attacks became more and more watery, quite a bit out of place. Yuan Shi was even angrier in his heart when he saw this, originally also just holding the 3 treasures of the Jade Ruin against the enemy. At this moment a little contemplation, a clench of teeth is actually directly out of the newly acquired Pangu banner. The dark, as if it could devour all light, Pangu banner appeared, and the ferocious, all-breaking aura then instantly enveloped the entire scene. The crowd craned their heads in horror. This, Genji is going to get real? Seeing this, Tai Ching hastened to stop it. Second brother, not available at. The Tai duster in his hand also jerked violently and flew back directly from Zhu Rong's side, and the long white rainbow rolled, as if making a turn in mid-air, toward Yuan Shi's arm. Tai Ching's heart was incomparably anxious. Erdy, what's your hurry? Nowadays, the momentum of the witch race is strong, the luck of the witch race is strong, and the legacy of Pangu is still very thick, so can you still kill the ancestral witches? Don't you see the teachers putting up with it? If you can't decapitate, if we do this, will we not attract the wrath of the witch race for nothing? Now I don't know why Di Jiang and the others have not arrived. Wait until they come. Do we really have to carry the 12 heavenly goddesses formation? But he was too late. Yuan Shi's thoughts moved. The mana around his body then surged towards the Pangu banner, instantly causing the top of the Pangu banner to flicker with bright light and tremble slightly. Swish! A chaos-colored light appeared. As if ignoring time and space, it flew directly in the direction of Gong Gong, like a shallow gray crescent moon. The Kami's heart palpitated, sense of danger, but instead of being afraid, he smiled wider and wider, shouting in anger and excitement, and the huge ancestral witch's true body actually met him head-on. Huge fist blast straight away. Now Jin Yuanzi could no longer be entangled. Such a magic treasure as Pangu Wan had been taken out. If he still did not make a move, how could he stand up to old brother Wu Tian? Heartbeat. The Earth Book appears directly. This time is not a shadow, is actually directly in the form of the body. Suddenly appeared before the Gong Gong. The earth yellow light made a big fuss. instantly unfolded. Boom! The earth book boundaries are like ripples. The huge blast shocked everyone, and they all coincidentally stopped their hands and looked at the place where the arcane light shone brightly. This, Genji come for real? Next moment, the light above the ground book flickered rapidly. The many earth veins that were hooked up were unleashed, finally eliminating the merits of the Pangu, but also making the flooded earth shake violently, as if it had jumped as a whole. So shocking. It directly made Yuanshi's face startle. He vaguely felt that there was some karma falling toward him, and he catalyzed the Pangu, shaking the earth book and affecting the earth veins of the floodplains. So naturally there was karma added to his body. Couldn't help but curse angrily in his mind. This Zenyuanzi. What good old man? A good old man would use a flooded earth vein to neutralize my attack? It's simply outrageous. The huge impact made Gong Gong's body shook. Could not help but thump toward the back to retreat a few steps, such as a foot on the foot of the Buzhou mountain, and only then stabilized. Such also made the uncharted mountain move slightly. The flooded heavens and earth shook even more. Gong Gong hastily turned back, heart palpitating, and patted his chest. Before Wu Tian but said several times, must protect the Buzhou mountain. Ah, pissed off. Next moment, Gong Gong glared angrily towards Yuanshi. Again, he was going to charge towards Yuanshi once again. He was completely unintimidated by Pangu, but Yuanshi had a palpitation of what he had sensed just now. Especially Tai Ching once again transmitted his voice to dissuade him. When Jin Yuanzi saw this, he didn't even bother to calm down the shock of his own mana, and hurriedly blocked in front of his body, speaking fast to dissuade Gong Gong, persuading him bitterly. Gong Gong ancestor witch, don't be impulsive. Gong Gong's footsteps stopped, and his face slowed down a little. Looking at Jin Yuanzi's face with some kindness, he still knew what was good and bad. Jin Yuanzi had just stepped in to help him. Gong Gong naturally looked in the eyes. Jin Yuanzi, don't block me. They dared to rob my sorcerer clan's treasures, so I'll fight them today. What fear of life and death does my sorcerer clan have? Gong Gong and his words, although the beginning of some heart palpitations, but heard these words, immediately on guard. The hands of the Pangu banner also once again clenched. Even Tai Ching, it also directly sacrificed the taijutsu. Even the accompanying innate merit and virtue supreme treasure, the heaven and earth Xianuan Linglong pagoda, appeared above his head. Jin Yuanzi was still persuading. Gong Gong ancestor witch, after all, it is a chance given by the Dao ancestor. Everyone is eyeing it, and there are so many people. We can't stop it. Why bother fighting them hard? Seeing that Gong Gong remained unimpressed, Jin Yuanzi just had to do it differently. No more. Let's make a note of those who struck out, and wait until the ancestral witches gather. Bring the 12 capital heavenly divine fury formations, and find them one by one. Won't that be fine? The ancestral witches' hearts stirred at the words. One by one. Their eyes lit up. Just then, as if affected by the aftermath of the battle, the treasure light above the separating treasure cliff, which had originally landed steadily on the top of Buzhou mountain, suddenly stirred. Swish! Countless precious lights were flying. It actually exploded in all directions. The surrounding crowd did not hesitate, no longer cared about confronting the ancestral witches, each displaying their own means toward the treasure light rolled. The ancestral witches were in a big hurry to see this. Ah, my spiritual treasure. Chapter 91, Return of Emperor Jiang and Candle 9. In fact, this is also the handiwork of Hongjun Daozu. Although he was sitting in the Purple Heaven Palace, however, he has been concerned about the battle here, and his eyebrows are tightly wrinkled, saying that the opportunity of the good fortune, how can the ancestral witches be destroyed in this way, to be really wrapped up? Where will he lose face then? So, then, taking advantage of this gap in the battle, he directly urged the power of the wrapped treasure dividing cliff, so that the many precious lights scattered in an instant, as in, the sky is the limit. The magic treasures on the treasure dividing cliff followed the original chants and flew vaguely in the direction of the many hearers of the sermon. And at once, countless people struck out in unison. Gong Gong no longer cared about muttering with Jin Yuanzi, and flew towards mid-air, sending out attacks from his hands, wanting to block the many people who were seizing the treasure. So did the other ancestral witches, but the scope is just too big. The less powerful ones were blocked, but there were also many that rolled up their auras and ran away, causing the ancestral witches to be overwhelmed. A few moments later, then many precious lights were swept away. Ancestor witches only intercepted a small amount of precious light. As for Jin Yuanzi, red clouds are harvested very little, making Jin Yuanzi heart a burst of bitter laughter. The ancestral witches didn't see it. Hasn't he guessed it yet? Naturally understand that the treasure light on the cliff of the separation of treasures strange, and Hongjun Dao ancestor cannot be unrelated. The heart also more and more sighed. This time out, I'm afraid that it's already evil Dao ancestor. but Jin Yuanzi had no regrets. At this time, Yuanshi also rolled up the large mass of precious light that flew in front of him, and with just a slight exploration of his divine mind, the corners of his mouth finally curled up slightly. More than a hint of a smile. The great power of heaven enchants or so. How can you, these reckless goods, block them by brute force? Yuanshi thought in his mind. However, there was still some unfulfilled desire, and his eyes turned towards the treasure dividing cliff. When his gaze landed on the treasure dividing cliff, there was a sudden flutter in his heart. This treasure dividing cliff can carry many innate spiritual treasures. It must be an extraordinary treasure as well. This object is destined to be with me. Immediately, his body flashed, rushing toward the cliff of parting treasures. Gong Gong, Shu Rong and other ancestral witches immediately abandoned the others and quickly blocked in front of Yuanshi and fought with Yuanshi. Tai Cheng and Tong Tian naturally helped, and suddenly the 3 Cheng and the 7 ancestral witches were in a big battle. Seeing the situation, Jin Yuanzi hurriedly transmitted his voice. Commonwealth ancestors, now that the treasures are lost, didn't we agree to wait until old brother Wu Tian and the others returned before making plans? Gong Gong struck out while he was at it, while replying to Jin Yuanzi. No, these treasures have already been lost, and if the treasure dividing cliff is lost as well, then we really won't have the face to see our old brother. But Wu Tian had deliberately emphasized it. It is imperative that you get your hands on the split treasure cliff. Even if we put our lives on the line, we must preserve the split treasure cliff. Speaking, the ancestral witches' attacks became more and more ferocious. Even more than before, there was an additional aura of fighting to the death, and at once the 3 Qing were held in check. Seeing the situation as such, how could the crowd that hadn't left yet not know that this treasure dividing cliff was also a precious and incomparable spiritual treasure? Immediately, thoughts arose in their hearts. Swish, swish, different colors of arcane light flew out. Actually want to take advantage of this time. The ancestral witches and the 3 Qing cannot spare hands. Will be divided treasure cliff roll away. Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun rushed out. Boom! The earth book boundary appears. Directly block all attacks. The 2 also instantly appeared in front of the treasure dividing cliff, cautiously looking at the many coveted people. Old Man Styx is also one of the coveted. After being blocked by Jin Yuanzi and failing to get his hands on it, coupled with the fact that the party didn't get any precious innate spiritual treasures at all, how could he not be angry? The moment he broke into a fit of rage. Jin Yuanzi, just be your good old self. This matter here I advise you to stay out of it. Or don't blame me for not being polite. Junti also exhorted. Fellow Daoist Jin Yuanzi, the witch race is heavy with fury and does not know the number of heaven. You are the genus of tranquility and blessed destiny, so why bother to get involved with them? Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun were silent. However, the separation cliff was firmly protected. According to the character of Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud, they are naturally unwilling to offend so many people. And the name of the good old man is not false. But, the ancestral witches have said so. Where can they sit still? Having gained so many benefits from the witch clan, and even the Hongmeng purple chi was in the hands of Red Cloud. If they didn't protect the final cliff of divided treasures, where would they have the face to see Wu Tian? In an instant, the earth book itself emerged. Countless visions were dense on it. The crisscrossing lines, dense and curved, are the manifestation of the spiritual veins of the flooded earth. The crowd saw that Jin Yuanzi was so determined. The heart is also helpless. For the split treasure cliff, is it really necessary to shake the flooded earth veins? Seeing that the crowd's attack slowed down, Jin Yuanzi's heart breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately laughed bitterly in his heart. Ah, old brother Wu Tian, why aren't you back yet? I have offended too many people for you. This time, it's true that karma is thick and favors are hard to get rid of. In the midst of chaos, after Xianmei and Hou Tu mused, finally thinking of a way, he spoke to Wu Tian. You catalyze Pangu's true body. Take Father God's breath and add it on top of these 2 drops of essence blood and try it? For the ancestral witches, seek God the Father in all things. After listening to this, Wu Tian again looked towards the essence blood that had already consumed a lot and was starting to dim a little, and after a little meditation in his heart, he decisively said, yes. Immediately, his body spread out. Boom! Boundless chaos was stirred. Wu Tian's physical body madly rose, with a faint gray light around his body, and the breath of Pangu's true body lingered around his body, just like a chaos demon god. After repelling the surrounding chaos, it actually gave birth to boundless devouring power again, crazily sucking up the surrounding chaotic chi. After the massive amount of chaotic chi fell into the body, it was refined under the power of Pangu's true body, and the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong operated at a rapid pace. In the midst of the flooded heavens and earth, he consumed a lot by activating his divine ability. But after the endless influx of chaotic gas, it was able to achieve a brief balance, and it seemed to feel no pressure. Wu Tian was surprised in his heart. Did the real Pangu true body should be practicing in the midst of chaos? Pangu was conceived in chaos. However, he didn't have time to think too much, and immediately mobilized the Pangu breath above his body, pouring it towards the 2 drops of essence blood in front of him that were like a microdust or a mustard seed. Boom! Essence blood suddenly lit up. Then the original do not know how much more brilliant. The mark on it is also more thick, but also directly fly out of the essence of blood outside. As a gray boundary around the essence of blood outside, the arcane rhythm in it was even stronger. And even Wu Tian and the others could feel it, passing toward the inexplicable. I don't know how much time has passed. Suddenly in Wu Tian's body, the laws of space and time that had been fused together flourished and actually came out independently and surrounded Wu Tian. Wu Tian's heart stirred. Suddenly a strange sensation arose. The ancestral witch essence blood in front of his eyes, himself, as well as the Pangu hall in the middle of the flood, being pulled by the mysterious power, as well as the 2 familiar scents in the middle of the void, were all reflected in Wu Tian's heart at this moment. Go! Take me back to the flood! Wu Tian shouted angrily. Immediately the body becomes smaller, holding the 2 drops of ancestral witch essence blood in front of the body. But the body of the true body of Pangu breath does not reduce. Xianmei and Hou Tu also rushed out. By the time the 3 of them arrived at the edge of the floodplain, that original sensation became even clearer, and the Pangu hall vibrated even stronger. There's no time to react yet. Swish! The 3 had disappeared in unison. Through the connection with the Pangu hall, the special sense in Wu Tian's body, he directly disappeared into the Pangu hall to the layer of space where Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 disappeared before. Wait for Wu Tian to stand still. Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 also appeared violently, a messy and bruised body, but full of surprise after the robbery. After seeing Wu Tian, his 4 eyes were practically as bright as they were glowing. Ha ha! Older brother, you've really come to our rescue. I knew you'd be able to do it. Emperor Jian laughed aloud. Next moment, several ancestral witches all changed their faces drastically. After they returned to the flood, they had already felt the great commotion of the ancestral witches' battle. Emperor Jiang also disregarded his current state. Straight away, he shouted angrily, "We'll talk about these later. Go! Bring the Pangu hall and go to retrieve the scene first. Dare to bully our witch race. Looking for death." Chapter 92 Pangu Temple rises, suppressing the 3 Qings. In the previous battle, the Pangu hall has been steadily suppressing the witch race, and the ancestral witches all thought that Emperor Jiang and Candle Join were practicing in the Pangu hall, and it was natural that they could not be disturbed at the critical time. At this moment, Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 returned. The Pantheon can also move. Wu Tian looked at the state of Emperor Jiang and Candle Join. Although the 2 men's spirits were high and unparalleled, but the wounds on top of their bodies sprawled. As an ancestral witch, if it was an ordinary injury, I was only afraid that it would be healed as soon as it returned to the Pangu hall. But these wounds remain. Above the hideous wounds, there was a faint aura of the long river of time, constantly eroding the flesh and wearing down with the 2 men's own strength, plus the thinning of the 2 men's blood. Wu Tian then spoke with worry. There's no rush. Why don't we go over and take a look first? And the 2 elder brothers hurry to organize their injuries first? The other elder brothers' lives are safe, so there's no rush at this moment. If the brother's injury is delayed, it's not good when it affects the roots. Emperor Jiang, however, laughed a little, as if the injuries on his body didn't exist, and spoke with a big wave of his hand. Don't worry, I have it in my heart. Wu Tian naturally stopped saying anything. The majestic Pangu hall shook violently and flew up from the territory of the witch race, like a huge and incomparable mountain peak, breaking through the air in a heavy, yet swift and incomparable manner. Boom! Crushing all Yuan Qi along the way. Emperor Jiang also brought Wu Tian and other ancestral witches. A flash of the body stood on the Pangu hall. Remote toward the Buzhou mountain is located to sea. The ancestral witches instantly sensed it. Each one of them was elated, and their attacks became more and more fierce. And Xu Rong even laughed aloud. Ha ha! Brothers, Big Brother is out. They didn't know that Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 were there to spy on the river of time, only thinking that they were trying to stabilize themselves after breaking through to the mixed golden immortal, plus the returning Wu Tian and the others. This means that the ancestral witches are gathered together, and the 12 Metropolitan Divine Fury formation can be set up. And if the formation comes together, they need to be afraid of the 3 Qing? Naturally excited beyond belief, the wariness intensified. Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun sniffed. He quickly turned his head towards the direction where the Pangu hall was flying from, and after seeing Wu Tian standing before the Pangu hall, both of them were also surprised in their eyes. Jin Yuanzi was on the verge of tears. Elder brother Wu Tian, you're finally here. If you don't come, I won't be able to control the situation. The previous thing is also really difficult for Jin Yuanzi. Red Cloud, the two as the flood good old man, always is not conflict with other people. This time, however, they were wrapped up in the ancestral witches, almost staged a play with all the Purple Heaven Palace hearers for the enemy, the heart's apprehension since it is difficult to tell, but before he could rejoice for a moment, from afar, he heard Emperor Jiang angrily shouting, "Surround them, don't let any of them go." Jin Yuanzi was speechless. "A mount. I thought I'd come to a sensible one, but it turns out that Emperor Jiang still has the same attitude even when he's here. Wu Tian, old buddy, can't you talk some sense into it?" At such a critical time, Wu Tian definitely couldn't open his mouth, otherwise wouldn't that be destroying his own wind and raising the other party's ambition? "Any ideas? Let's knock it down first. Therefore, say nothing, but instead, together, along with the Emperor River and other ancestral witches, madly urging their own mana, harnessing the Pangu temple. The thick Pangu temple was faster, seeing that the ancestral witches are going to gather. Originally, many of the great aptitudes who were still watching the spectacle, or coveted the treasure dividing cliff, or were dissatisfied with the witch race, many of them quietly retreated. The first to run was Old Man Styx. He has always been arrogant in the flood, born in the underworld Blood Sea, is the most filthy place in the flood world, known as the Sea of Blood does not dry up, the river Styx does not die, but see the ancestral witches gathered, also a bit of a head scratcher. If they were entangled by the ancestral witches, even if they didn't die, being blocked by these guys all the way to the underworld Blood Sea would be a troublesome thing. Simply turn into bloodlight and leave. As soon as Old Man Styx left, there was a lot of arcane light away from. Reception and Junti also muttered, "Why don't we go back too? This split treasure cliff seems to be hopeless. Stay any longer. If we wait for the three Qing to settle their karma with the witch clan, I'm afraid we'll be looking for trouble." Have to say, Quasi's senses are still spot on. Even originally, Wu Tian's plan, the first to look for is the two of them in the west. Who knew that the matter of the treasure dividing cliff had evolved into such a way that he was actually battling against the three Qing in advance? The western duo had a definite idea. It also turned into a golden light and disappeared towards the western world. After these three left, more and more no one dared to stay at the scene, and even if the ancestral witches didn't come after them next, they would inevitably be affected by the battle. There was a flurry of activity, leaving only the four emperors of the demon race, Kuan Pang, Di Jun and the others were fearless. It's not like we came out against the ancestral witches just now. What's there to worry about? Just stay here and watch the fun. I would like to see the same Pangu authentic clan, whether the three Qings transformed by the Yuanshan is more powerful, or the Pangu blood descendants are more powerful. And Kuan Pang was grateful to Wu Tian. Although he was not able to stand out like Jin Yuanzi, he did not want to leave just like that. Seeing the Pangu palace getting closer and closer, the three Qing's brows furrowed as they each sent out a full force strike, forcing the ancestral witches back. Before their figures flashed and they directly gathered together, Tai Ching's Heaven and Earth Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda was floating around overhead, emitting an infinite amount of Xian Huang Qi, protecting the three of them tightly. The Taijutsu had landed at his feet. It transformed into a golden bridge with golden light, both ends rooted in the void, held up by the two Qi of Yin and Yang. Yuan Shi also tightened his grip on Pan Guhan, even Tong Tian. All the newly acquired immortal execution sword formation was sacrificed, and the 4 7-colored giant swords were also protected around the three Qing. In his hand, he was still holding the Qingping sword. Boom! The Pangu palace broke through the air, smashed down hard. At the moment of its fall, the heavy and incomparable breath above, but also with the will of Pangu on the Buzhou mountain born in response, so that the momentum of this suppression is even more fierce. Under the suppression of the Pangu Hall, the first to bear the brunt was the Heaven and Earth Xianhuan Linglong Pagoda, which was the first meritorious and protective treasure of the flooded heaven and earth, and it also sank rapidly under the suppression of the Pangu Hall. The arcane light above the pagoda flickered. Xian Huang's qi surges out madly, constantly wearing down the heavy pressure brought about by the Pangu Palace. Although it looked like it was straining, it was eventually stabilized. Such a scene. Looking at it, Di Jun's eyes lit up. With envy, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Worthy of being the first meritorious treasure between heaven and earth. With this treasure in the way, it is almost invincible." The words had just fallen. Just a big change in color. Even Tai Ching, also born in the heart of the horror, but saw Wu Tian laughed wildly. A flash of light in his hand, directly holding the Hongmeng measuring tape, ruthlessly chopped. The same merit is supreme. Which is better, protection first or attack first? Wu Tian also became more and more curious. Chapter 93, Supreme Treasure Collision. Stealing the Origin. Swish! The arcane light above the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven was great. A shadow suddenly flew out, fly out in a hurry, viciously chopping towards the pagoda. The same merit and virtue supreme treasure of the flooded heavens and earth was different from the metaphysical yellow color on top of the heaven and earth metaphysical yellow Linglong pagoda. The Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven erupted with a faint purple color in the metaphysical yellow color, and it had a flavor that surpassed that of the supreme treasure of merit and virtue. Tai Ching was not aware of the changes, but the moment Wu Tian struck, his heart suddenly jumped with a bad feeling, and he didn't have the same kind of curiosity that Wu Tian had in his heart, wanting to weigh the advantages and disadvantages of the two magic treasures. Immediately thought nothing of it. The Taiji golden bridge under his feet extended violently. Swish! Instantly breaking through the layers of space. One end of it carried the incomparably thick and constantly flowing yin and yang qi, and was about to crash towards the Hongmeng measuring ruler. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian also struck out in unison. The precious light of the three treasures' jade ruins was radiant, and the immortal execution sword qi was rampant, all trying to block the attack of the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler. But it's all too late. The strike of the Hongmeng measuring ruler seemed to carry the rules of time and space as if it were an axe shadow that opened up the sky, almost ignoring space and time distance. As if the moment it was swung out, it had already landed in front of the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong pagoda, colliding with the thick Xianhuang qi, and the original illusory shadow of the ruler was actually suddenly solidified at the moment of the collision. The other end was held in Wu Tian's hand. Swish! Rapidly sliced through the thick barrier of Xianhuang qi and ruthlessly chopped on top of the tip of the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong pagoda. Clang! Like a chaos bell ringing, the surrounding space shattered inch by inch, revealing countless spatial cracks. Many heavenly rules revealed and Yuan Qi shook. Tai Ching's heart jolted. He had been connected to the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong pagoda by heart and soul, and at this moment the pagoda was hit as hard as if it had fallen on itself, eyes full of incredulity. Next moment. The moment these two pieces of merit supreme treasures came into substantial contact, there was a furious and incomparable power surging out, as if they were naturally repelling each other, superimposing the original force of the collision, and conducting towards the two sides respectively. Wu Tian's eyes glared. No good. The muscles around his body were gnarled, emitting a gray precious light, and he was holding the Hongmeng measuring ruler tightly, but he still couldn't resist the rebound force and was almost toppled over. Just then, Xianmei and Hou Tu struck out in unison. Two slender, white palms instantly supported Wu Tian's back, and their strength exploded instantly to stabilize him. The Hongmeng measuring ruler also recovered, reshaped into the original long ruler, appeared in Wu Tian's hand. On the other side Tai Ching was different. The heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong pagoda had originally endured the suppressive force of the Pangu Hall, and now that Wu Tian had taken the cold shoulder to deliver a blow, it was instantly destabilized. Tai Ching also blanched. The heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong pagoda sank sharply, carrying the sheltering three purities crashing through a large area of emptiness and flying toward the rear. Swish! Light flashed on the three clearances. The three of them couldn't bother to counterattack, and helped to stabilize in unison, waiting until they had flown a long way before they were able to stand firm in midair. Wait until you're standing still. Tai Ching are too late to stabilize their own shock. A thought in his mind. Under the feet of the Taiji golden bridge transformed, re-emerged as a gray and white scroll, blocked in front of the three Qing, replacing the protection of the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong pagoda. Even the newly acquired protective magic treasure, the southern off-earth flame light flag, was offered up and suspended above his head. Seeing the situation, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian like this. After waiting for the protection to be complete, Tai Ching hurriedly recalled the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong pagoda, ending on top of the palm of his hand. He probed towards the top of the pagoda with a deplorable face, and when he saw a deep mark on top of the tip of the pagoda, his face became even more unsightly. How is that possible? Yuan Shi exclaimed at the sight. Tai Ching, however, no longer looked at it carefully, and directly put away the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong pagoda. His brows furrowed and his eyes deep in the direction of Wu Tian. Eventually the words faded. Nothing is impossible. Although it is a merit and virtue supreme treasure with unparalleled defense, but under the great Tao, where can there be an eternally immortal existence? Not to mention that the Hongmeng heaven measuring ruler in his hand is also a merit supreme treasure. Both attack and defend. One body, two faces. Although Tai Ching said so, but Yuan Shi was still unwilling to accept it, and also looked fiercely in the direction of Wu Tian and the ancestral witches, speaking in a cold voice under his breath. If it weren't for the fact that the Pangu temple attacked first, consuming much of the power of the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong pagoda, and that guy was caught off guard and struck out, the party may not have won or lost this time. Even so, I think that ruler must be damaged too. There was some truth in the words of the first. It also made Tai Ching feel better in his heart. But no matter how, two supreme treasures in this round of collision, It is the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven that has the upper hand. Tai Ching's heart is still a little depressed. See this, Emperor Jun and the others also exclaimed. This is the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, the first merit and virtue treasure of the flood, but it didn't even block it? The eyes looked deep into the witch clan. They originally thought, the 12 heavenly gods and death arrays are the strongest cards of the witch race, and now it seems that it is far more than that, and this Hongmeng measuring ruler alone is strong and incomparable. The other side, Wu Tian was also checking the state of the Hongmeng measuring ruler, and was also like Tai Ching, with a deplorable expression on his face. Ouch! Shouldn't be so wavy. Wu Tian let out a low cry in his heart, only to see in the Hongmeng measuring ruler of the ruler above the ruler body, also appeared a small gap, although it is subtle, but let the original polished magic treasure itself become no longer complete. Immediately, he blamed himself in his mind, but as he probed deeper, the light in Wu Tian's eyes changed once again and suddenly lit up. Ha! Wu Tian's divine thoughts hurriedly disappeared. A moment later, a strange smile on his face, but found that deep within the layers of restrictions of the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven, where the 50th innate prohibition is brewing, there is actually a ball of Xin Huang Qi, wrapped in some of the power of the origin, carrying an aura very different from that of a magic treasure. Without even thinking about it, Wu Tian recognized at a glance that it was just like the heaven and earth Xinhuang Linglong Pagoda. When did this guy steal it? Wu Tian couldn't help but mutter in his heart. The spirituality in the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven felt Wu Tian's heart, and the spirit treasure body trembled, seemingly with some embarrassment, and as if it was somewhat pleased, stimulated by this breath, originally brewed for a long time of innate forbidden, even as if to complete what? Its changes more and more esoteric, vaguely already have runes were born. Soon, Wu Tian also realized in his heart. So it is. Hongmeng measuring tape is in the flooded heavens and earth, the first merit attack treasure. If you want to promote to a higher level, although there is the great Tao merit support, but it is still very difficult, as the saying goes, just can't last. The attack cannot be held. Naturally, one needs to guard the relevant laws to reconcile them, so as to be able to attack and defend, and smoothly advance to a higher level, throughout the flooded heavens and earth. Apart from the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, which other magic treasure could just complement the Hongmeng heaven measuring ruler? Chapter 94, the 12 capitals surrounding the 3 pristine ones. Wu Tian was instantly delighted. Ha ha, in that case, this is the right time to strike. The Hongmeng measuring ruler trembled once again. However, as Wu Tian looked at the Xianhuang Qi, with so little origin power, his heart began to worry again. Is this enough? Couldn't help but look towards the 3 clearances. When he saw Tai Ching put away the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, he had a feeling of disappointment. Soon, a message came from the Hongmeng measuring ruler. Also let Wu Tian's worries dissolve. Hongmeng measuring tape promotion need this source, but more to maintain itself. Just use this source as a catalyst. So this much is enough. But anyway, more is always better, Wu Tian secretly said in his heart. Right at this moment, the other ancestral witches also flew towards the Pangu hall, and the Zhurong ancestral witch even directly pounced in front of Wu Tian, howling with a face of shame. Wu Tian, we're sorry. The treasures above the treasure dividing cliff have all been snatched away by them. Wu Tian was instantly interrupted. With a flip of his palm he put away the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler, and then looked at Zhu Rong with some amusement, and before he could open his mouth to pacify him, he heard the ancestral witches speak in a chorus, next to the Emperor Jun and others, as well as the 3 Qing, the face also with Zhu Rong and others become more and more strange. In the mouths of the ancestral witches, they had actually become robbers of the treasures of the witch clan, abominable to the extreme, taking advantage of the fact that the ancestral witches had not gathered, and swarming up to snatch away the treasures on the treasure dividing cliff. They say that the witch race's brain circuits are different, and today I've seen it with my own eyes. Di Jun laughed bitterly in his heart. The matter of the cliff of divided treasures, not only have they explained it, but even Jin Yuanzi, who is on the side of the witch clan, has also explained it, but the ancestral witches remain stubborn, still feeling robbed of their treasures. And among the 3 purities, Yuan Shi heard the words of the ancestral witches. His face became more and more ugly, and finally he could not help himself and directly opened his mouth to rebuke angrily. Upside down. Outrageous. This cliff of divided treasures was given by the teacher in the Violet Heavenly Palace, and we all acquired it by chance. Now that Xinmei and Hou Tu have returned, ask yourselves if this is so. How did it become yours? The witch race. Wishbone glared and snapped his head back. Landed in my witch clan's territory. How come it's not ours? Or this logic, this argument, all of a sudden, the beginning of the gas almost back over the breath. He boasted of being able to speak well. But in front of the ancestral witches does not work at all. People don't even listen. All the ancestral witches had one thought. That's us. Simply have a kind of showman meet soldier. Have the reason to say no powerlessness. After the Genesis gasps, when he was about to open his mouth to retort, he was suddenly blocked by Tai Chang, who looked towards the ancestral witches with calm and incomparable eyes, and faintly said, "Fellow Taoists, the strife between us just now is nothing more than for the treasure dividing cliff. Now this treasure dividing cliff will be ceded to you, and the cause and effect between us will be ended." How? Yuan Shi was instantly unwilling. Even Tong Tian frowned. "Big brother, why should we back down?" In Yuan Shi's mind, they are the real Pangu authentic. Is the Pangda Yuanshan 3 points transformed? Plus now worship into Hongjun Taoist ancestors' door. Got the Hongmeng violet chi. Almost the same as the board. In the future will certainly become the heavenly Tao saints. Such is the case. Why are you backing down from the witches? Tai Ching sighed softly in his heart, then directly transmitted his voice to the two of them, speaking faintly. Although we have obtained the Hongmeng purple chi, but we are not yet heavenly Tao saints. So if the ancestral witches keep pestering us, where will we find the time, the state of mind to cultivate? And again, even if you become a saint, so what? Have you ever seen the witches treating ancestor Hongjun Dao with extra respect? Facing the Dao ancestor is like this. Then even if they become saints, the attitude of the ancestral witches will not change much. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian were suddenly speechless, but the heart is still indignant. Just then, the leader of the group, Emperor Jiang, suddenly laughed out loud and walked out towards the front in large strides. His body at this time was so thick with fury that it covered up all of his injuries. The aura of the mixed golden immortal was revealed. Emperor Jiang spoke in a loud voice. "Cede the cliff of divided treasures to us? Originally, it is the property of my witch clan, and where is there any gene?" he said, reaching out to the cliff of divided treasure. Jin Yuanzi, who was guarding in front of the cliff of divided treasures, also hastily withdrew the boundary of the earth book, and at once the cliff of divided treasures flew up and fell into the hands of Emperor Jiang. Even Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun were swept up by Dezhang's spatial laws, and the space instantly shifted to Wu Tian's side. Will be divided treasure cliff in the hands of weighing a little? Emperor Jiang naturally did not see this broken stone has what special. Do not understand why Wu Tian named to this. Simply throw it directly to Wu Tian. Then again, he laughed and spoke. There's no need to talk about the treasure dividing cliff. Let's just calculate your karma for snatching the spiritual treasures and taking advantage of my absence to bully our brothers. Suddenly turning back after saying that. Brothers, lay out. After the ancestral witches heard this, their eyes instantly glowed as if they were glowing, and each of them howled in anger, their bodies flashing as they headed towards all parts of the heavens and earth. Boom! The flooded heavens and earth were thick with fury. 12 giant pillars of utterly baleful chi through the heavens rose up, and the Pangu temple flew to the center of the great formation, giving birth to an arcane connection with the ancestral witches. Then the big formation surrounded towards the three Qing. Tai Ching immediately frowned, and was about to take Yuan Shi and Tong Tian to vanish when he heard Candle Join's voice ring out again. Tai Cheng, don't you guys think of running? If you can run away, can Kunlun Mountain run away? The three Qing's face changed again. All faces are covered with a bitter smile. With such a delay, he was directly surrounded by the 12th capital Heavenly Divine Fury formation, and in the next moment, he had already fallen into a world of fury. The sudden change shook the flood. Let the side watching the Emperor Jun and others frowned, but Tai Yi's light flashed. Quietly to the Emperor Jun summoned words. Brotherhood. Although the sorcerer clan is annoying, they do have a lot of momentum. If only one day our demon clan could have this momentum, that would be great. Di Jun nodded slightly. At this time Fushi also asked quietly. We've also got a spiritual treasure. Will the sorcerer clan be indiscriminate and come back to trouble us after looking for the three Qing? Right? Di Jun's gaze snapped. Not only is Fushi worried, but even the other Zishao Palace hearers who have already disappeared are also worried, each complaining in their hearts. The witch clan is also too overbearing, especially with the Western duo and the old ancestor of the River Styx, which had rushed to the front in the previous battle. Their hearts were even more worried. At this time, Wu Tian was with Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun, in the shelter of the Great Formation. Seeing this, Jin Yuanzi couldn't help but give birth to a look of worry and hurriedly spoke to Wu Tian. Elder brother Wu Tian, hurry up and persuade the Dejiang ancestral witches. I know that you may not be afraid of the three Qing, but if this happens, everyone in the flood will certainly be at risk, and many great aptitudes will be hostile to the witch race. Left and right split treasure cliffs got it too. And why should it? Jin Yuanzi's persuasion, no matter good or bad, was from the heart, with his own thoughts and judgment, for Wu Tian's good. Wu Tian's heart stirred at the words. Chapter 95, Trick or Treat without a spiritual treasure. He could understand Jin Yuanzi's concern. can also feel. Jinyuanzi, this good old man can do now this step. The heart drummed up how much courage. Immediately, he began with a word of thanks. Thank you, old brother Jinyuan. When this is over, you and I will talk about it. Jinyuanzi waved his hand, still eagerly. This is all nothing. You can give us the Hongmeng purple chi to share. Even if we do something else, we are also willing to. It's not that I'm afraid of getting into trouble, but it's really not good for the witch clan if this goes on. You'd better hurry up and persuade the ancestral witches. Wu Tian nodded helplessly. After he figured out what happened, he also cried a little. Originally, according to his intention, was to brush up on his chances with the others and grab a copy of the spiritual treasure, and then finally, roll away the split treasure cliffs. Never in a million years. Ancestral witches directly thought of wrapping up the circle, packing all the spiritual treasures to the witch clan and bringing them to Wu Tian. There is Hongjun Daozu. Naturally, it's impossible. That's why there were many spiritual treasures flying out of the thing. Wu Tian knew as soon as he heard it that it must have been Hongjun Daozu who made the move. That's okay. But I did not expect that because of this, born so big strife, directly with the three Qing dry up. Rao Wu Tian was on the side of the witch race. Also feel a little embarrassed. Always feel that the ancestral witch is out of the reason is not sufficient. A little strong feeling. Wu Tian wasn't afraid of the three Qing. Otherwise, they would not have set up the chance of the innate gourd vine early, in order to pit them. Think about it. Wu Tian transmitted his voice to Emperor Jiang and Candle 9, narrating the matter of the Purple Heavenly Palace. He once again spoke. Brotherhood. If this is the only reason, our witch clan is afraid that we will be criticized by people. And the more they think that our witch clan is unreasonable, how about a different reason? Reasons he's all set to give. If the great momentum of the heavenly Tao remains unchanged, these people will certainly be attracted by the breath of the innate gourd vine. And then take this excuse is, after peering into the long river of time, Emperor Jiang and Candle Join valued Wu Tian's opinion more and more. But after listening to Wu Tian's words, the two of them fell silent for a little while. Emperor Jiang actually smiled and spoke. Older brother, I know you have worries on your mind. But you also said that this quantum leap belongs to the era of our witch race, and regardless of whether or not it will flourish and decline in the future, right now is the time for our witch race's luck to grow and its momentum to become even greater. In that case, what else do we need to be concerned about? If we don't take advantage of this moment to be arrogant, do we have to wait until a crisis arises? Besides, don't they always think we're unreasonable? Then show them again. Wu Tian was dumbfounded. Can it still be interpreted that way? At this time, Candle Join also smiled and nodded his head, obviously agreeing with Emperor Zhang's idea to also take advantage of the growth in qi to seek some more benefits. Therefore he also smiled and spoke. Didn't you say that you wanted to put together the innate 5-square flag? Regardless of whether the reason is sufficient or not now. If you don't take advantage of this opportunity, I'm afraid it will be difficult in the future. Candle Join spoke with his mouth. His eyes turned toward the southern off-earth flame light flag and the central E-hex apricot yellow flag above the heads of Tai Ching and Yuan Shi. Wu Tian was a bit convinced. The heart is even darker. Okay. I'm afraid the innate gourd vine won't be used. Seeing Wu Tian was silent, Candle Join once again smiled and spoke. As for your worries, that the witch race will become a target of the flood? Don't worry, we're not that stupid. After saying that, the two ancestral witches looked at each other with a pleased smile on their faces as their eyes exchanged glances. Then Emperor Jiang took one step out, instantly appearing in front of the three Qing. It instantly caused the arcane light where the three Qing were to tremble, showing a few hints of caution and vigilance. Only then did Emperor Jiang smile and speak. Has Tai Chung thought about how to end this karma? Tai Chung frowned. Yuan Shi, however, once again spoke angrily. The chance of the treasure dividing cliff was given by the teacher. What does it have to do with you? But Emperor Jiang simply ignored him, still looking straight at Tai Chung, their gazes gleaming as they stared at each other. Emperor Jiang once again smiled and spoke. The spiritual treasures on the treasure-sharing cliff. Others are also even. My witch clan is not stingy. Some spiritual treasures will be our gift to them. But you, the three purities, who have the thickest qi and the most to gain, can't let it go like that. The voice resounded through the flooded heavens and earth. Almost all of the great avatars heard and first scoffed at what Emperor Jiang said. Is this yours? Just give it to us? But in a flash the heart rejoiced. What does Emperor Jiang mean by this? Only looking for trouble with the three Qing? The crowd was instantly relieved. Originally, when the ancestral witches raised the 12th capital heavenly divine fury formation and surrounded the three Qing, each one of them was self-conscious in their hearts. They are no match for the three Qing. The ancestral witches even surrounded the three Qing. And if they were to settle accounts, afterwards, would they not be in big trouble? Emperor Jun also quietly let out a light breath. Even more so, he muttered in his mind. Who says Wiccans don't have brains? These words of Emperor Jiang almost instantly dissolved the sense of crisis of the others, and the spearhead was directed only at the three Qing. Interesting. Western world. Jiayin. Junti is also relaxed. The two looked at each other, and then once again looked at the movements near the Buzhou mountain from a distance. But Emperor Jiang's words weren't over yet. In a slightly lower voice, he continued, plus you bullied Gong Gong, Zhu Rong and them, these many karmic consequences. Seeing as we are in the same Pangu Zhang zone, I want 2 innate spiritual treasures. It's not too much, right? The three clear faces were undying. Frowns tightened, and after Di Jiang finished speaking, his eyes casually swept, then directly pointed at the southern Offerth flamelight flag and the central Ahi apricot and yellow flag, and lightly smiled and said, just these 2 flags. I see that this flag was also obtained from the treasure dividing cliff, so you can just return these 2 spiritual treasures to us. Tai Qing's gaze snapped. He naturally knows that Emperor Jiang is not a random finger, and is afraid that he has long been looking at these 2 flags. Yuan Sure, however, said angrily, who said it was obtained from the cliff of divided treasures? This is the Purple Sky Palace. Hongjun Taoist ancestor accepts us as disciples, personally given. So you also dare to rob? Emperor Jiang, however, had a disinterested look on his face. What wouldn't I dare? Although I didn't go to the 3rd sermon, I also heard that after Hongjun's sermon, he will merge the Tao with his body, and he will not go out unless there is a great event in the flooded heaven and earth, the Ancestral which fought with the 3 Qing. Is that a big deal? It's worth running out of Hongjun Daozu? If that was the case, then he, Hongjun Daozu, was too low in his pushes, wasn't he? Candle Join spoke out again. The same Pangu Zhangzong. We also know that we can't hurt your lives, but if today's karma is not ended, the 12th capital Heavenly Divine Fury's grand formation is to be set up for 10,000 or 100,000 years, and our witch clan will never give up. The crowd clamored at the words. What is this? Trick or treat? Tai Qing's face was suddenly bitter. This is exactly the threat he fears the most. Being pestered by the witch race. Where is the time? Where is that state of mind to refine the Hongmeng purple qi? In the middle of the big formation, Wu Tian's expression quirked up. What the hell did they both see? Why do they feel like they've become wise all of a sudden? To be able to say these words? Chapter 96, Suffocating, really suffocating. It was possible that Emperor Jiang and Candle Ninian had gone through the baptism of the long river of time. It was also possible that the two had been revolted. Their own baneful aura had weakened, and their minds had cleared up. Or maybe, the ancestral witches were not stupid in the first place. But no matter what, the ancestral witches sort of grabbed the key spot and held the 3 Qing in place, within the surroundings of the 12th capital Heavenly Divine Fury's grand formation. Within the endless surroundings of the furious Qi, the 3 Qing instantly froze, and all 3 of them were filled with a speechless look. Origen's face was suffocating red. Isn't that a rascal? Emperor Zheng's voice rang out, still bright and cheerful. It resounded within the big formation, laughing and speaking. How's that for being a scoundrel? Isn't this talking to you guys? We, the witch race, are the most reasonable? If you are not willing, let's fight first. Fight until you are willing to talk. The words had not yet fallen. The first Heavenly Father then struck out angrily, waving the Pangu banner in his hand, and a chaos-colored attack was sent out to break up the thick and heavy baneful qi along the way. Boom! The 12th capital Heavenly Goddess's great formation turned. The fury was endless in general. The void that had only just been cut through was instantly patched up by thick baneful qi, and the ancestral witches howled in excitement as an attack was sent out from all directions. The voices of the ancestral witches rang out. Ha ha! Yes! Then let's fight first! Wu Tian shook his head somewhat helplessly as he listened to the excitement. Why did it sound like they couldn't wait for Yuanshi to make a move? Actually, yes, ancestral witches love to fight. Even the more intense the battle, the more beneficial to them. In turn, they can take advantage of the stimulation of the battle, and constantly enhance the control of their own laws. It's natural to be excited to see the big battle come together. After Yuanshi made his move, the great formation turned up and the ancestral witches met them. Tai Qing, Tong Tian, 2 people also had to go out, surrounded by all colors of spiritual treasures of the metaphysical light, constantly with the impact of the big formation, and then the battle shook the flooded heavens and earth. At that moment, the heaven and earth Yuanshi swept, law disorder, a lot of fury filled, a dark and misty shape, as if the Qiankuan upside down, yin and yang chaotic. The 4 emperors of the demon race and the Kuan Peng who were originally watching the battle had to retreat to the periphery, lest they be affected by the great battle. The ancestral witches squared their threats. It made them feel a bit confused as well, and Tai Chi even had a blank look in his eyes as he muttered a question under his breath. Still, this one time, Tai Chi actually didn't know what to say. After watching the battle for a few more moments, Tai turned his head towards Jun, unable to hold back the curiosity in his heart, and asked quietly, "Brotherhood, do you think Sanqing will fall in line?" Jun mused, eventually said with an odd expression as well, "Maybe." He was also a bit clueless in his heart. Such a lofty existence as the three clearings could endure such threats from the ancestral witches? But Jun also saw it. Ancestral witches emboldened, as well as the anger and helplessness of the three clearings. Alas, let alone the three Qing. Who in the entire floodplain can stand being pestered by these guys like this? Jun thought so. On the other side, the Western Queen Mother, who was watching the battle from afar, had her eyes change violently when she heard the Jiang ancestral sorcerer naming the southern off-earth flame light banner and the central hex apricot and yellow banner. So many innate spiritual treasures, in favor of these two pieces of innate 5 square flags. Could it be that they are trying to put together the innate 5 square flags? The Western Queen Mother's heart snapped. Couldn't help but murmur, if that's the case, wouldn't they still have to make a move against the Eastern Prince? As agreed, as long as the Duke of the East King died, the Queen Mother of the West would have to give away the Western Vegetable Cloud boundary flag in her hand. One thought in this, the Western Queen Mother's eyes flickered up. Previously, in the Purple Sky Palace, when Ancestor Hongjun Dao distributed the Hongmeng Violet Qi, the last two Hongmeng Violet Qi belonging to the Xianmen, she also had hope in her heart. Even thinking about it, would it be wrong to blame the Lord of the East? If she really got the Hongmeng Purple Qi, to say the least, she should really be grateful to the Duke of Dongwang. Never in a million years. Hongjun Daozu didn't even look at it more than once. Surprisingly, the Hongmeng Purple Qi directly, to the Western Two People, received the Western Two People as a registered disciple. That is to say, that they, the existence that took the lead in converting to the immortal Tao and spreading the immortal Tao Taoism, and even won the title of the head of the male and female immortals in the world, are even inferior to a registered disciple. You're up for a crawl. Turns out people don't even look at it. Mother West was indignant in her heart. Think about the Purple Sky Palace. Many friends of the Taoist surprised eyes. The Queen Mother of the West then wanted to find a seam to drill in. Except for the Queen Mother of the West, the same hold the innate 5 square flag of the Western Two. At this time also gave birth to a bad feeling. Junti will be in the hands of the Eastern Green Lotus treasure color flag hold more tightly. Some apprehension asked. Sifu, will the Witch Clan come looking for trouble? If they covet this Oriental treasure color Green Lotus flag, how should we handle ourselves? Reception was also worried in her heart, but still, he hastened to appease. No way. Didn't Emperor Jiang say so just now? At the time of this treasure dividing cliff, they will only look for trouble from the three Qing, and the others will not be blamed. Paramount's face was bitter, hopelessly light laughter. The karma between them and the sorcerer clan was more than just the matter of the treasure dividing cliff. Junti thought silently in his mind. The scene in the Purple Heaven Palace immediately came to mind. And Wu Tian's seemingly smiling gaze appeared to make Junti's heart shake, as if it were inscribed above his mind and soul. The Great War continues. The more the ancestral witches fought, the more excited they became, and a burst of wailing resounded through the large formation, while the look on the three clearances' faces grew more and more grave. If it's a one-shot, their realm may be stronger, but with the strength of the three Qing now, simply cannot break the 12 Metropolitan God Fatalities Grand Formation. Pangu Hall suppressed witch, the Grand Formation more and more solid. Just this, still no connection to the uncharted mountains. Wu Tian also did not make a move at all. Although the three clearances didn't know that the ancestral witches still had cards, they also knew that with their current strength, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to do any good at all, and they couldn't do anything to help the witch race. Swish, Tai Ching urged the Taiji diagram with all his might. The scrolls of Yin and Yang blocked the attacks of the ancestral witches, and then his body violently retreated backward, and his mouth also lightly drank. Second brother. Third brother. Stop. Tonto returned obediently. With a flash of his body, he stood by Tai Ching's side, and his raging, sharp sword light was converged as he silently waited for Tai Ching to speak. But Genji was reluctant. Still striking out, Tai Ching sighed softly helplessly. Second brother. Stop it. Without turning his head back, Yuanshi directly transmitted his words to the two men. Stop? Are we to be threatened by them? On what grounds? On what grounds? Tai Ching shook his head slightly. By virtue of the fact that people which tribe is not reasonable. By virtue of the fact that people do not need time to refine the Hongmeng violet gas. But also by virtue of the thick qi on people. Looking at the still furious Yuanshi, Tai Ching could only advise again. We got the Hongmeng purple qi. Is not a saint. Always have to time to refine. In order to prove the way to become a saint. Right? Could it be that we're just going to spend all our time here with them? The witch race. The witch race is heavy with fury and doesn't know the number of heaven. Acting so recklessly again. In the future, When the measurement of the tribulation comes, there will surely be another great calamity. A mere innate spiritual treasure. Why bother with him? 3 Ching is also Pangu Jingzone. Heavy luck. Not only their own travels in the flood, get a lot of innate spiritual treasures. This is in the Purple Heaven Palace and the Hongjun Taoist ancestor rewarded. And just now, on the treasure dividing cliff, the 3 got the absolute most. 2 and 8 5 square flags are indeed precious, but to them, they are indeed nothing. Genji was unwilling to give in. The main thing is to save face. Tong Tian pondered a little and also opened his mouth to persuade. Second brother. I think big brother has a point. Why don't we just forget about it? This karma is written down. After we become saints, it's not too late to repay. Yuan Shi's body was in a state of flux. The face of the man was not pleased with the words. It's not like I robbed your spiritual treasures. Of course you're saying it lightly, but also, he finally put away the panshil, retreating towards where Tai Ching and Tong Tian were. Couldn't help but sigh again. Suffocating. We are the hall of Pangu Jingzone, Dao ancestors' personal disciples, the future saints of the heavenly Dao, but we were taken by this group of rammers in this way, is really suffocating. Chapter 97, The 3 Ching's Submission. Spiritual treasure in hand. Tong Tian's face sank at his words. He was very unhappy with Yuan Shi's words just now, but seeing Yuan Shi's state at the moment, he finally endured. Forget it. Not with you. Emperor Jiang demanded compensation, and Tai Ching and Yuan Shi each asked for one of the 5 square flags of the first heaven, and he could also see that the ancestral witches were aiming for the 5 square flags of the first heaven. But anyway, single himself out to be left out. It's always a bit of a weird feeling. At this moment, being mentioned again by Yuan Shi, Tong Tian was also surprised in his heart and muttered secretly, "What's going on with the witch clan?" The 3 cleanses closed their hands. Emperor Jiang also waved his hand in a big way, letting the ancestral witches stop. The 12 Metropolitan Divine Fury formation also stopped functioning with a bang, and the ancestral witches once again returned to the Pangu Hall and appeared in front of the 3 Ching. Emperor Jiang laughed aloud. Tai Ching, have you thought this through? Tai Ching nodded slightly and was about to say something when Yuan Shi spoke again. You're such scoundrels. Aren't you afraid of tarnishing the reputation of the great god Pangu? Ancestral witches honor Pangu as a father god, but the 3 purities do not. Though they do, but not as a father god. Emperor Jiang glanced over, somewhat dismissively. I'm talking to your big brother. What's in it for you? Then looked toward the other ancestral witches beside him, seeming to say, look at our witch tribe. When I, the big brother, spoke, could they ever interrupt? Yuan Shi was half angry again. Tai Ching's face grew more and more helpless. The tiny duster in his hand gently swung, blocking Yuan Shi and quietly transmitting his words. Since we've made our decision, let's not engage in verbal arguments and make others look at us funny for nothing. Witches don't make sense, and you're going to have to break it off with him. Isn't that a joke? Then his gaze blandly looked toward Emperor Jiang and softly spoke, just as fellow Taoist said earlier, after these 2 pieces of magic treasures are sent out, the karma between us is written off, and in the future, the 2 are not fan. A side note. Waving his hand, he sent out the southern off-earth flame light flag by his side, turning into a red light and flying in the direction of Emperor Jiang. Again, I saw the unwillingness of Yuan Shi's appearance. With a light sigh in his heart, he directly urged the Tai whisk in his hand, and a long white rainbow rose up, sending out the central hex apricot yellow flag in Yuan Shi's hand. He could understand Yuan Shi's reluctance. After all, it is an innate extreme spiritual treasure. Even if they have many treasures in their hands, these 2 and 8 5 square flags can be ranked. How can I part with it so easily? But the situation is stronger than the people. It is the right thing to end the karma as soon as possible and go back to Kunlun to cultivate and realize the great Tao and refine the Hongming purple chi. See 2 flags flying. The ancestral witches were instantly overjoyed. Each one of them had a beaming look, and Wu Tian's mouth also curled up as he sighed in his heart. It's really working. Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun, who stood beside Wu Tian, both of them were stupefied with a look of disbelief for a long time, murmuring in low voices. Still, Jin Yuanzi was incredibly worried before. Fear that the ancestral witches are too impulsive, offending the 3 Ching not to mention. When the time comes to make the entire flood is hostile, that would not be good. That's why it's been persuasive. But what he did not expect was that the brutal and unreasonable witch race had the upper hand. But instead it was the 3 pristine ones who backed down and surrendered their innate spiritual treasures. It's not just the 2 of them. Other watching the battle of the flood of the great god, are also shocked beyond measure mood. One by one our expression deep look. The witch race is so overbearing. Do even the 3 Chings have to back down? This is the Tao ancestor himself. Got the Hongming purple chi. Future heavenly saint. Such a scene. It made them more and more fearful of the witch race. The strength of the ancestral witches put aside. As long as the heart to think of the same means to deal with their own and how to deal with it. After thinking about it for a long time, many people couldn't help but shake their heads. Also, in this situation, what can the three purities do if they don't return it? Continue to fight hard again? Emperor Jiang grabbed it with one hand. The 2 and 8 5 square flags fell into the hands at once. Looking at the two small triangular flags in the hands, emitting a thick innate spiritual light, Emperor Jiang also nodded slightly. Then there was a flash of light in his hand. The innate 5 square flag then disappeared. He did not give it to Wu Tian in front of the crowd, but first put it away himself. Only then did he speak with a loud laugh. Ha ha ha. Wouldn't it have been better if it had been? It's not like our witch race is unreasonable. Brothers, let them go. The words fell. The 12 Metropolitan Divine Furies Grand Formation was in operation. Originally obscure heaven and earth. Suddenly more than an opening, revealing the original breath of the flood. As a beam of light shines in, Tai Qing's gaze looked deep, and in the end, he didn't say anything, only slightly arching his hand in the direction of the ancestral witches. Then he spoke to Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. Let's go. Yuan Shi glared fiercely, and Tong Tian frowned tightly. The three Qing instantly turned into a mysterious light and flew out directly from the 12 Metropolitan Divine Fatalities formation, and was actually going to fly directly towards the direction of the Kunlun Mountains. It's like you don't want to stop for a second. Wait until you get out of the big formation. The three Qing have not yet disappeared far, actually all heart palpitating a bit, suddenly stopped in mid-air, turned around violently. Yuan Shi quietly transmitted his voice. Big brother, look at that place. Isn't there a hidden innate spiritual treasure flooding up? I always feel as if my mind is being tugged. Yuan Shi's divine thoughts pointed to a certain place in the Buzhou mountain. Tai Cheng and Tong Tian's eyes got weird and they also transmitted their voices to say, I feel it too. Yuan Shi was immediately moved in his heart. Could it be our chance? Available. Yuan Shi glanced sideways, once again toward the 12 Metropolitan God Fiend array where it seems the ancestral witches are still standing in the distance. If they now go over with the character of the ancestral witches, wouldn't that be another complication? The three clearings were in a difficult position for a while the ancestral witches were surprised to see this and spoke. Ha, why don't you go again? Is it because he wants to think that he's not satisfied and wants to fight us again? Rather, Wu Tian guessed it. Looking at the three Qing's difficult appearance, he was surprised in his heart. Something has gone so wrong. Could it be that the chance of the innate gourd vine is going to continue? Surprisingly, it hasn't been disturbed yet? Tendo is really persistent. Must we borrow the hands of the three Qing and others to split this gourd vine, which combines the innate yin and yang and the 5 elemental laws? With that, he hemmed and hawed again. So what if the heart is in the right place? This innate gourd vine has long recognized me as its master, so it's just as well not to look at it. But the three Qings are afraid that the more they look at it, the harder it will be in their hearts. Right? Throw the spirit treasure first. Another lost opportunity. Isn't that rubbing salt in the wound? Chapter 98, Envy and Jealousy. The moment. Under the influence of the heavenly way. In addition to the three Qing, even the Emperor Jun and other 4 emperors of the demon race also had palpitations in their hearts, and coincidentally looked toward the Buzhou mountain, where the innate gourd vine was located. It seems that it's our chance. Di Jun let out a cry in his heart. Within his senses, there seemed to be a clear and incomparable innate spiritual light that vaguely appeared, causing the mind to vibrate. There was a sense of whimsy, but also like Sanqing, Di Jun and the others stood still and fell into hesitation. The ancestral witches are so strong. This is not Zhou Mountain and they are regarded as forbidden. If they are rashly rushed over, was seen by the ancestral wizards, there is no reason not to intervene. And how it is possible to successfully win the chance? No way. The witches are so unreasonable. Definitely won't let them get away with it. Even split the treasure cliff such as Hongjun Taoist ancestor gave the opportunity. The ancestral witches can be unreasonable to stir up 3 points. At the moment this opportunity on the mountain of Buzhou, it is even more difficult to make good. Di Jun was born with an idea. Shall we wait? Wait until the ancestral witches leave. Then we'll come back to find out what's going on. This will also avoid a head-on conflict with the witch clan. But this idea just popped up and was extinguished by himself. Di Jun's gaze turned towards Sancheng, whose appearance seemed to be attracted by this chance as well. Would have liked to come back later myself. But what if the 3 pristine ones beat you to it? One time. Di Jun's mind was torn up. On the other hand, the 3 Qing also began to discuss the beginning of the expression of some excitement. They just lost the innate 5 square flag, followed by the heart of the birth of the sense, perceived that there are treasures on the mountain of Buzhou. It is true that heaven and earth are important, divine destiny. However, the witch race on the side was really a big trouble. it was only at the hands of the ancestral witches that they suffered a loss. And as soon as they thought about the possible attitude of the ancestral witches, the three clearings had a headache. Within the 12th capital Heavenly Divine Fury's grand formation, Emperor Jiang threw the 2 innate 5 square flags to Wu Tian and spoke smilingly. Well, am I right? Treasure in hand. Wu Tian caught the 2 innate 5 square flags with his hands and feet, then spoke with a light smile. Brother, what are you giving me for? He wanted to put together the 5 square flags of the innate heaven, not for his own sake, but he wanted to let the 5 ancestral witches hold the flags and form the formation again within the 12th Heavenly Divine Fury's formation. In this way, there is a formation within a formation. Even if the 12 Du Tian Shinshur formation has a lack of, do not have to worry about what the bottom is not. Each of the innate 5 square flag is innate extreme spiritual treasure. 5 square flag together is comparable to the innate supreme treasure. Emperor Jiang smiled and spoke. Hold it for you first. It was your idea in the first place, and you'll do whatever you say about how to divide it up and how to use it. Though still trusting, it's a completely different feeling than before. Previously, Emperor Jiang and the others also listened to Wu Tian's advice, but it was more because of Wu Tian's little brother status, plus Wu Tian's precedent of several successes. There was always a kind. Then I'll listen to you once. Let's see if this one will work too. That's how it feels. At this moment is not mixed with half of the other trust. Let Wu Tian heart more and more curious. These two guys in the end experienced what? What did they see? He was tempted to ask, but Emperor Jian didn't mean to say anything. That's when Zhu Rong stammered again. Ha! What the hell are these guys doing? They really don't want to leave? Zhu Rong muttered under his breath. It was about to head towards the outside of the big formation. Just at this time, the three Qing, Emperor Jun and other people's eyes focus on the place. Suddenly there is the power of the heavenly Tao turbulence. The next moment there is actually a rushing metaphysical light rises. Boom! The precious light shines brightly. The aura instantly exploded. The 4 emperors, the 3 Qings and Emperor Jun, who were originally still hesitant, felt the aura leaking from the innate gourd vine in this instant, and their eyes immediately lit up. Innate spiritual roots. In the midst of the flooded heavens and earth, the innate spiritual roots are more precious and rarer than the innate spiritual treasures. To this point, what else do a few people have to struggle with? Immediately do not think. Instantly turned into a mysterious light. Directly toward the aura surging place shot away. Jin Yuanzi also exclaimed. No good. Old brother Wu Tian. It's your innate gourd vine. Hurry up and stop them. Don't let them spoil the gourd vine. The ancestral witches were stunned. Emperor Jiang and Candle Join were too late to launch the 12 capital heavenly goddesses' great formation, and the two of them forcefully urged their own power of law, instantly disappearing in silhouette. Swish, respectively appearing in front of the 3 Qing and Emperor Jun's 4 emperors, blocking them in unison. Emperor Zhang's face was crimson as he shouted angrily under his breath. Stop! Don't rob my witch clan's treasures. Wu Tian also struck out at this moment. The Hongmeng measuring ruler swung out once again, and an incomparably sharp blade of light fell, directly transforming into a barrier that separated the valley from the crowd. Tai Ching and the others stopped in their tracks instantly. The face also instantly sank. Swish! The ancestral witches' figures flickered. Wu Tian and the others also came after them, standing beside Emperor Jiang, with the valley where the innate gourd vine was located under their feet, and the 3 Qing and the 4 emperors of the demon race on their left and right. The 3 pristine ones frowned. Yuan Shi even stared at Di Jiang in death and said angrily, Emperor Jiang, your witch clan is too overbearing, isn't it? Treasures are for the fated, and if the fates here are sensed by us, then they are for us. Do you want to rob the witch clan too? Emperor Jiang immediately let out a light snort. So what if you rob? And you can. Seeing that both sides were about to cross swords again, and even on the other side, Emperor Jun and the others' faces became ugly. Wu Tian had no choice but to step forward and block Emperor Zhang's more arrogant words. Fellow Taoists, don't be in a hurry. The treasures in this valley are indeed the treasures of our witch clan. That's when Tai Chi spoke. With a conspiratorial tone, he spoke faintly. Of your witch tribe. I know that your witch clan sees Buzhou Mountain as its own territory, but Buzhou Mountain is a pillar of the flood heaven and earth, and belongs to all beings in the flood in common. The chances on Buzhou Mountain are not all yours for the witch race. Words. Sensing the defiance in Tai Chi's words, Wu Tian looked deeply towards him before suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha ha. This time you guys are still mistaken. In the valley here is an innate spiritual root, which was refined by me a long time ago. It's just that I don't know why the aura rioted and the innate formation shattered, attracting all of you Taoists. After saying that, in front of the questioning eyes of the 3 Qing, Di Jun, and the others, Wu Tian's mind moved with a thought and directly caused the innate gourd vine to rise up from the valley. Now the 5 square flags of the innate are in hand. Wu Tian no longer needed to use the innate gourd vine to set up the three Qing, and had it not been for the sudden change of events just now, he would not have even been prepared to let the innate gourd vine come out. But what he didn't expect was, maybe it's the big picture. Three Chang and the others still gave birth to the sensation, but even more so, at this critical time, the aura dried up, and the innate formation that concealed the gourd vine shattered, and the breath leaked out. Since things happen, then Wu Tian simply take the initiative, saving the war to start again. The innate gourd vine is really destroyed, so it is also considered to be a solution to the gourd vine. Immediately, the thick and incomparable vines were like chaos demon vines, flashing with 7 colored precious light, extending straight towards the midair. 7 gourds of different colors, with different precious light and breath, like a string of bells, swaying with the movement of the gourd vine. All eyes were drawn to it at once, but the next moment, the crowd then understood that what Wu Tian said was not false, only to see the innate gourd vine with a sense of intimacy, well-behaved and incomparable toward Wu Tian body winding, in Wu Tian's body constantly climbing. The two breaths interact and blend. Who could not see that the innate gourd vine had already been refined by Wu Tian? Di Jun's expression changed violently, and his face brightened up, covered in a brilliant smile, as well as a heavy look of envy. Fellow Daoist Wu Tian, you really have thick chi like such spiritual roots. Innate yin and yang 5 elements have, is really enviable. Emperor Jun did. More envy. Regret. 3 Qing but not so, especially the first. 7 each has a divine treasure gourd in the eyes. The more you look at the more esoteric incomparable, but also the more difficult to make his heart. Humph. Yuan Shi grunted heavily, viciously waved his sleeve, turned around and left, and in a moment it turned into a clear light to vanish into the void, disappearing without looking back. Chapter 99 Yuan's Abnormalities. Seeing Yuan Shi in such a state, the corners of Wu Tian's mouth curled up slightly, and in his heart, he snickered, and somehow, seeing Yuan Shi's suffocating appearance made him feel good in his heart. What do you think you're stopping for? Wouldn't it be better to just go? Now it's good. Clearly feeling the existence of the chance and seeing the 7 precious gourds shining in front of him, it turned out to be the innate spiritual roots that Wu Tian had refined early. Now you're getting all worked up. Ha! Tai Ching and Tong Tian both hurriedly looked toward Yuan Shi's back, but after a glance, Tai Ching looked toward the yin and yang gourd on top of the innate gourd vine. The pure, rich innate yin and yang qi above these two gourds caused Tai Ching's heart to throb with longing. In the midst of the original momentum, after dividing the treasure cliff to seize the treasure, the people found the existence of the innate gourd vine, before the 7 gourds above it fully matured. They will divide it. The precursor gourd vine was broken, and Tai Ching got the first yang attribute of the purple gourd. Tong Tian got the second yin attribute of the black gourd, but both will be the innate yin and yang qi extraction. Fell in the hands of the Tai Ching, gained its innate yin and yang way of enlightenment. The 2 gourds became empty shells. The purple gourd was refined into the purple gold gourd that holds pills, and it even has the magical ability to receive and take people, while the black gourd was refined into the water and fire griffin by Tong Tian, and became the water and fire gourd. Now the situation has changed. The innate gourd vine fell into the hands of Wu Tian early, although Tai Ching is extremely eager in the heart, hoping to get the innate yin and yang gas, but can only look at the ocean sigh. Alas, an imperceptible sigh. Tai Ching ultimately didn't open his mouth, and even the idea of exchanging the treasure floating in his mind was quickly extinguished by himself. Forget it, the odds are so. There was no way the ancestral witches would agree. At that moment, he gestured toward Tong Tian and took the lead in chasing after Yuan Shi in the direction that Yuan Shi had left, while Tong Tian's eyes grew more and more curious, his gaze burning as he looked at Wu Tian. Hongmeng measuring ruler, the preternatural gourd vine. The ancestral witches are still disfavored. What's going on with this guy? But he didn't say anything, nodding slightly to the crowd, then also left with Tai Ching. A few moments later, the 2 men caught up with Yuan Shi, waiting for the 2 brothers to come in front of them. Yuan Shi's face was still suffocating and incomparable, and he finally said indignantly, "How is that possible? The witch race acts recklessly and is so unaware of heavenly fortune that they were able to obtain this precious innate spiritual root." He almost stifled a cry of heavenly injustice, but then thought of the virtue of these guys, but even the heavenly Tao, Hongjun Taoist ancestors are not in the eyes, which will hold back the words. Tai Ching faintly said, "What's impossible? The witch race is also a Pangu authentic clan, the bloodline of the great god of Pangu, and they are now combing the fury between heaven and earth, which is exactly the time for great merit and great fortune." Origin frowned. Available. Tai Chung, however, waved his hand slightly, obviously not wanting to talk about the topic of the witch race at all. Yuan Shi's heart was suffocating. How could he not? It's just a deep mind. It doesn't show as much. At this time, Tong Tian suddenly spoke. Big brother, second brother, have you guys noticed one thing? After the appearance of the innate gourd vine just now, Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 forced their way through it, and their breath seemed a bit off. It's not supposed to be a serious injury, is it? Tong Tian observed more carefully and noticed the change in Qi Jiang and Candle 9's aura, and finally asked at this moment. This statement was made. A light snapped in Yuanshi's eyes. Even more so, he stopped directly in the void, with a stance that he was about to turn around and return, and coldly drank under his breath. Yeah, so it was a bluff. Let's go find them again. Tai Chung, however, sighed softly. Forget it. Reaching out to block Yuanshi, he waited until Yuanshi looked extremely puzzled before Tai Ching explained. Even if they are seriously injured and unable to strike, what can they do? The witch clan is many and powerful, and there are so many ancestral witches. Can we take advantage? Said sighing softly. If you don't become a saint, you'll always be an ant. Go back. Hurry back to cultivate and refine the Hongmeng purple chi is the right thing to do. Yuanshi had a resigned look on his face, but eventually it should be. He actually knows that even if Emperor Jiang and Candle Join don't put up a fight, the three of them may not be able to get away with it. Immediately continued to return to the Kunlun Mountains. Even more so, he was determined in his mind. When I am sanctified. After the three clearings are gone, Emperor Jun and the others stood still, smilingly exchanging a few more pleasantries with Wu Tian, and finally, Emperor Jun tentatively asked, fellow Daoist Wu Tian, this innate gourd vine on the treasure gourd numerous, Dao you may not be able to use up. I see hunting heart, can take the treasure and Dao you exchange one? Emperor Jun and the others were looking at 7. There is actually another chaos gourd, hidden in Wu Tian's Dantian, to avoid the influence of the power of the heavenly Dao. By the way, after Wu Tian had the chaos gourd, the remaining 7 gourds were indeed not that necessary. He couldn't have 8 gourds hanging on his body, could he? That would be the 8 gourd witches? So Wu Tian is also considering what to do with these 7 gourds after they are fully matured. But the exchange of treasure mentioned by Emperor Jun. Instead, he thought nothing of it and simply refused. Sorry, I have my own arrangements for this gourd. I hope you will forgive me. There are still so many ancestor witches around, as well as Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun. Even if it is given to them, it is absolutely impossible to give it to Emperor Jun. It was given to Emperor Jun, letting him refine the immortal beheading gourd and use it against the witch race. Isn't that arming his opponents and making things more difficult for himself? Therefore Wu Tian directly refused. Di Jun also prepared for this. The heart has long guessed that Wu Tian will not agree, but see Wu Tian so dry and direct, the face is still a little sardonic. Tai Chi was instantly offended at the sight. Isn't it just a gourd? Before you asked my elder brother for Fusang spirit branches, we didn't refuse. It's, Di Jun chided at once, but intentionally let Tai finish his words, specifically for the crowd to listen to the same. Wait until Tai's words are finished. Di Jun shut up only appeared. The ancestral witches looked unhappy at the words. At this time, Hou Tu directly stepped forward. That's not true. Fellow Daoist, why is the demon emperor willing to give us Fusang spirit branches? The cause and effect of this will not be forgotten, right? That's because Hou Tu opened his mouth. Give Ti Jun an idea. Of course, the suggestion about the perimeter star dipper formation was a bit of an empty-handed suspicion. But who let Hou Tu speak first? Ti Jun is the one who recognizes himself as admitting his love. It also says that this karma will pay off. What? That's how it pays off? Di Jun immediately also felt embarrassed beyond measure. Originally wanted to fool the ancestral witches, but did not expect to make himself a bit humiliated, as if he could not afford to play. Fellow Daoist is mistaken. Ti Jun never thought so, he said and arched his hand at the ancestral witches again. Di Jun squeezed out a smile and spoke. Since fellow Daoist Wu Tian is unwilling, this matter is dismissed. Then let's pretend that Di Jun never mentioned it. Then he turned his head and greeted Fushi and Nuwa, wanting to take them to leave this place quickly. Anyway, he couldn't take advantage of anything, and made such an awkward situation. What is there to stay? Haven't even opened my mouth. Emperor Jun then had a blank expression, but saw Nuwa fascinated, staring blankly at the innate gourd vine, as well as its roots of a soft arcane light. NWA. Shall we go? Di Jun asked tentatively. Chapter 100, later. Not like the others. After Nuwa saw the innate gourd vine, the throbbing in her heart became stronger and stronger, and even the Hongmeng violet chi that had fallen into her Yuanshan kept tumbling up. Earlier in the purple heavenly palace, Nuwa then developed a strange feeling, always felt that he had a chance on Wu Tian, and at this moment, after seeing the 9 heavenly resting soil at the root of the innate gourd vine, this feeling became stronger and clearer. In this moment, she even exclaimed in her mind, that's it. The strong sensation in her heart, as well as the growing activity of the Hongmeng violet qi, caused Nuwa to not even return to her senses after Dijun had asked the question. Seeing the situation, Fushi hastily pushed Nuwa. When Nuwa came to her senses, she hurriedly apologized to Dijun with her eyes, at which point Fushi also quietly transmitted his voiceover. Sister, what's wrong with you? Dijun and Tai also looked on curiously. Nuwa naturally had nothing to hide from her own brother. As for Dijun and Tai, given the rudeness of the party, Nuwa simply told them all together after some thought. This gourd vine has a great chance for me. Fushi laughed bitterly. Sister, didn't you hear me? The witch clan did not hesitate to reject the demon emperor's request for a treasure exchange. So what if it's a chance? Can we get it from the hands of the witch race? We can't rob it, can we? Fushi estimated in his mind. According to the strength of both sides now, they couldn't do anything about the witch race either. But Nuwa said, not Hulu. Look at the precious light at the root of that gourd vine. My heart palpitates at the sight of it. Even the Hongmeng violet qi is extraordinarily active. Fushi's eyes instantly widened. Hongmeng purple breath? Does it have something to do with my sister's sainthood? Immediately, he followed Nuwa's pointing towards the innate gourd vine and gazed at the nine heavens resting loam. Dijun and Tai also had a light in their eyes. But, witches aren't so easy to convince. Just then, Nuwa finally made up her mind after a few moments of agonizing. Unlike Dijun, she really felt that this opportunity could not be missed. So, even if Dijun was rejected before, Nuwa was still prepared to try something. Her gaze was withdrawn from above the nine heavenly resting soil. She actually raised her head towards Wu Tian and waved her hand in front of her before she could speak. Wow! A precious light lit up. It is actually Nuwa in the purple heavenly palace, as well as the split treasure cliff above the many spiritual treasures, and even the mountains and rivers and earth and grain map are among them. Nuwa's gaze blazed. Fellow Daoist Wu Tian, Nuwa is generous enough to ask again, and I don't want your friend's treasure gourd. If you can give me that treasure, the spiritual treasures here will be yours to choose from, said pointing to the nine heavenly resting soil. Fushi also opened his mouth at this time, arching his hand deeply at Wu Tian and speaking sincerely and incomparably. I still hope that you, fellow Daoist, will fulfill your wish. If you are willing to, my brother and sister owe you a big favor, and will definitely return the favor in the follow-up. Dijun and Tai froze. Wu Tian and the many ancestral witches also froze. Wu Tian didn't even need to look at it to know that what Nuwa was talking about was the nine heavenly resting soil, and he also understood why Nuwa had such a sense. The nine heavenly resting soil is the material for the creation of man. It is indeed about Nuwa becoming a saint. Nuwa did not know about the creation of man at this moment, but under the sense of the heavenly Tao, she was throbbing for the nine heavenly resting soil, realizing the importance of this object to her. Then he looked toward Nuwa's body. Wu Tian could feel Nuwa's determination, and this time, in addition to the heavenly cauldron of creation and the red embroidery ball of the ancestors not being taken out, he actually took out even the mountain river and jig and goddess of mercy map. It was a bit of a move. Immediately, he muttered in his mind. Anyway, the nine heavenly resting soil can be regenerated. Even if half of it is given to Nuwa, it doesn't matter, and we can still get the mountain river and jikji diagram, an innate spiritual treasure, plus the innate gourd vine in hand. There's no need to worry about missing out on the chance to create a human being. How about? Thoughts surged in Wu Tian's mind. He took the nine heavenly resting soil as not much use, mainly used to obtain the opportunity to create people, the entire flood world. Only Nuwa practiced the way of creation, so even if Wu Tian knew it, you can't rob this opportunity either. What can be done is just to intervene in it, just to share some of the benefits. Seeing Wu Tian's face slow down, Fushi and Nuwa immediately had a spiritual light flashing in their eyes. A slight joy was born. Nuwa even arched her hand and said again, I still hope that you, fellow Daoist, will fulfill your wish. Dijun and Tai looked at each other. They were also a bit confused by the scene in front of them. They looked at the nine heavenly resting soil and muttered in their hearts, this kind of spiritual object is worth Nuwa taking out the mountain, river, and Jigoku diagram? Just then, Wu Tian was then ready to open his mouth and respond. Behind him, Xianmei suddenly coughed lightly, and immediately there was an icy cold intent spreading toward Wu Tian, making Wu Tian's heart violently flinch. Wu Tian looked towards the ancestral witches around him. It was only that the ancestral witches looked odd. Jin Yuanzi had a smile at the corner of his mouth, and Red Cloud, who had the most active personality, was even squeezing his eyebrows. Dijun wants to change the treasure, you don't want to. Now when Nuwa asks, you have to answer. They also didn't know the cause and effect of it, so they naturally thought wildly, and even Zhu Rong muttered softly, hey, ancestral dragon essence blood is really powerful. Wu Tian immediately had the feeling that he was going to vomit blood. The ancestral dragon essence blood, he hadn't even had the chance to refine it yet. How could it be so powerful? But being so disturbed, the thoughts in Wu Tian's mind changed again. It is indeed not appropriate to agree to exchange treasure with Manhwa at this time. Not only will it cause the ancestral witches to think wildly, but it will also cause Dijun to lose face and cause karma for no reason at all. Also, let's hold off for now. Let Manhwa hang out for a while. Anyway, this 9 heavenly breath loam is in my hands, so I'm not afraid that she won't come looking for me in the future. Maybe there will be more benefits then? Wu Tian secretly said in his heart, and with another untraceable glance at the mountain river and Jigaku diagram, he finally made up his mind in his heart. Eventually, Wu Tian slowly but firmly shook his head. The joy in Manhwa and Fushi's eyes instantly dissipated, and they suddenly became eager. Their bodies could not help but take a step forward. Approaching towards Wu Tian, anxious Lost asked, "Fellow Daoist Wu Tian, why is that? If you don't see eye to eye with these treasures, you can mention it, and as long as Manhwa can do it, she'll definitely oblige." Instead, Wu Tian just shrugged it off. I'm not interested in exchanging treasures right now. This thing is still of great use to me. Later. Chapter 101, see if I don't blow up Mount Sumeru. Next, no matter how much Manhwa pleaded, Wu Tian just said this one sentence, and after saying it back and forth several times, Manhwa finally gave up. Glance, imperceptibly looked toward Xuanhe. A pang of displeasure grew in his heart. If it wasn't for her interference, I'm afraid Wu Tian would have already agreed. What's going on with this Xianmei? I'm just changing a treasure. What's in her way? Manhwa was worried that Wu Tian wouldn't be happy about it. Special to bring out the mountains and rivers, and really impressed Wu Tian. The result of the failure of the effort. The heart of the upset can be imagined, but Xianmei wasn't scared at all. Staring straight at Manhwa, Stinky's expression seemed to say, "You hit me? Do it if you can." It was naturally impossible for Manhwa to get angry at this time, no matter how much the ancestral witches were won. If she were to start a conflict with Xianmei, then Wu Tian would be even less likely to agree. It's even harder later. After weighing the matter in her mind for a long time, she also realized that the matter was not something that could be done at a moment's notice, and immediately arched her hand at Wu Tian. "Also, please give it more thought. I'll come back to seek you out later." Saying that, he looked toward Dijun, Tai Yi, and Fu Shi with a wink, and the other 3 also bowed their hands and finally left. Wait for the 4 emperors of the demon race to leave. Wishbone then staggered. "Older brother, you're not taking a firm stance here. Dijun wanted to exchange treasures with you and you directly refused. How come you couldn't hold it once Manhwa said it? You're not really under the influence, are you?" At once, the ancestral witches laughed out loud, but Wu Tian couldn't laugh. He only felt 4 incomparably sharp gazes stabbing at his back, and hurriedly turned around to look towards Xianmei and Hou Tu who were beside him. Xianmo's face remained clear and cold. "Can't tell what's on my mind," but Hou Tu had her arms clasped in front of her body, smiling and looking interested, her eyes staring at Wu Tian. It caused Wu Tian's heart to jump. Immediately, he laughed in a hurry. "Don't listen to Brother Zhu Ron's nonsense. How could I possibly agree? Such a big matter. No matter what, I have to discuss it with my elder brothers, and the 2 sisters. Hou Tu smiled and spoke. "Really?" Wu Tian nodded fiercely. "Really?" The ancestral witches laughed once again. At this point the kami rose up and spoke aloud. "Older brother, you can't do this. You are carrying the power of 12 laws. Are you still afraid of the 2 of them?" Wu Tian sniffed and gave him a blank look. "You don't know. This is the thigh I'm going to hug later. How can I make them angry? It's too late to make them happy," was muttering in his mind. But see Emperor River suddenly reach out, ruthlessly in the Gong Gong body slap. Bang after the sound. Caught off guard, Gong Gong was jerked away. The crowd was amazed. A few moments later, Gong Gong ran back with a gray head and a sad face and spoke. "Big brother, why are you hitting me? Did I do something wrong again? Or did I say something wrong?" Emperor Jiang raised an eyebrow. A displeased face looked at the kami. "Just want to hit you." "No?" Gong Gong had a bellyful of words, which were immediately held back, suffocating his face, and his body's fury was going to be disordered. Zhu Rong immediately quacked up a laugh. Bang! But it was Candle Join who struck. One punch toppled Zhu Rong as well. This time, the ancestral witches were silenced, looking at their elder and second brothers with astonishment. Only Wu Tian's eyes moved, and he thought of something in his heart. They shouldn't be. See the witch demon final battle, right? Just as Wu Tian thought in his mind. The reason why Di Zheng struck out at Gong Gong was naturally because he thought of the picture he had seen in the long river of time. And this guy even dared to knock down the Buzhou mountain headlong. It came in a hurry before. Another direct confrontation with the 3 Qings. Emperor Jiang could not think of these. The party Gong Gong stranded this uproar. suddenly let his mind floated up the broken images he saw. Naturally, he was furious. Candle Joeen was the same. If it wasn't for the fact that their current physical condition didn't allow it, the two of them really wanted to hang Gong Gong and Zhu Rong and beat them up. Only when Zhu Rong also flew back with an aggrieved face did Emperor Jiang speak sternly. I know that the two of you have conflicting laws. There are many conflicts between each other, so it's okay to make a mess. If you still dare to do it, let's see if I spare you. The ancestral witches looked at each other. Still really thought it was these two guys made too much noise. Was big brother. Second brother no. So they teach them a lesson. Suddenly the atmosphere is loose. Gong Gong and Zhu Rong were naturally unconvinced. Isn't it normal for ancestral witches to fight in battle amongst themselves? What's the point? Xian Mei had been drilling Wu Tian all day, and he hadn't seen big brother or second brother intervene. Was about to make a retort, but suddenly Di Zhang's face color red. Around the body of the Fury instantly chaotic. The laws of space is also disorganized. Look. Big brother, the ancestral witches exclaimed. Wu Tian's heart was in awe. His body flashed to the side of Emperor Jiang. His palm immediately affixed to Emperor Zhang's back. His own mellow as one power surging. Output the power of space law. Help Emperor Jiang suppress the turmoil within his body. Then with a worried face, he looked towards Candle Joeen. But he saw that Candle Joeen also had a bad face, but was in a much better state than Di Zhang, who was after all a time ancestor witch. Candle Joeen waved his hand at Wu Tian. Signal that you're okay. A few moments later, Emperor Jiang finally stabilized himself for the time being, and then looked towards Wu Tian. The meaning in his eyes was complicated and incomparable, making Wu Tian a little uncomfortable. Brother, how are you now? Wu Tian asked in a hurry, but Emperor Jiang waved his hand, and even more so, his body moved, shaking Wu Tian's palm off, and then laughed aloud as he spoke. No harm done. Another fight is no problem. After saying that, he nodded at Candle Joeen and actually spoke again. Go, take the Pangu Hall to Mount Sumeru. It's also time to go to those two guys in the west and settle the karma from before. Wu Tian froze. Ha, elder brother. You are all like this. Why don't you go back to warm up first? Anyway, the Sumeru mountain is there, and it can't run away. But Emperor Jiang was very determined. Nothing, anyway, it's all out. So take advantage of this momentum to take down the Western duo in one fell swoop. If we don't teach these two guys a good lesson and get back what you want, we won't have the heart even if we are healing, he said and laughed again. Plus, with just the two of them, even if you're second brother and I don't make a move, can't you guys still solve it? Wu Tian couldn't help but nod his head. That's true, Jiayin. Junti too although got the Hongmeng purple gas, but at the moment the strength than the three clear a lot worse. The ancestral witches attacked the door, and even cannot use the 12 Du Tianxian Xietafeng. But, what's the rush? He was thinking about it. With another look of hatred, Di Jiang looked at Gong Gong and Zhu Rong and shouted angrily at the two ancestral witches. You two go first this time, the rest of you back up. If you can't even handle these two guys in the west and you need me to do it. Gong Gong and Zhu Rong did not know the reason. However, he could feel that the two of them, Emperor Jiang and Candle Joeen, really wanted to beat themselves up, finding all sorts of excuses to beat themselves up, and after listening to these words, he nodded his head in a hurry. Don't worry big brother, let's see if I don't blow up Mount Sumeru. The words were not yet spoken. The two had then rushed towards the west. Chapter 102, Ancestral Witches are the most reasonable. Gong Gong and Zhu Rong directly revealed their true bodies of ancestral witches and rumbled towards the western world, their huge figures shaking heaven and earth along the way. The two men were running at the same time, while grumbling at each other. It's all your fault. Accusing each other in unison and then quarreling without showing any weakness. The two ancestral witches were both very stifled in their hearts, getting punched in the face for no reason. The flesh and blood is a small matter. The harumphing of the other brothers, however, was too much for them to bear. Can't figure out why. Gong Gong and Zhu Rong simply didn't want to either. A mind to find the two people who received the guide. Junti to Vensum, a good release the boredom of the heart. The two made a huge amount of noise. Emperor June 4 people who have already disappeared a long way, have violently stopped their footsteps, turned toward the direction of the Buzhou mountain seems to have a surprised color in their eyes. Tai Chi screamed out even more. Come again? Is this madness on the part of the witch clan? Hit Sanqing first. Now it's going to mess with the west. The 6 saints of the Xianmen set by Hongjun Daozu, the witch race has invoked 5 at once. Is there no fear that after they become saints, they will turn their heads and come back to retaliate? This is simply, completely disregarding the saints. Di Jun's expression was inexplicable, his gaze falling slightly sideways on Nuwa's body. In effect, the witch clan was invoking all 6 future saints of the Xian sect. Wasn't Nuwa also rejected by the witches? Chance? Is the innate gourd vine really related to Nuwa becoming a saint? What kind of chance is this? Don't look at Di Jun's mouth. But after Nuwa had been accepted as a disciple by ancestor Hongjun Dao and obtained the Hongmeng violet breath, Di Jun already had an idea in his mind. The four stood together as a demon race. But now the demon race is to Emperor Jun brothers too dominant. The court of heaven is also in Emperor Jun's control. But what if we wait for Nuwa to become a saint? And keep it that way? One thought in this. Di Jun immediately in the heart of the urgency. For the strength of the more and more eager, the heart is more suddenly thought. If I can refine the circumstellar dipper grand formation, to gather the power of the circumstellar dipper in one, the strength will increase greatly. And I may not be able to be like the sorcerer clan, where I don't need to be afraid of saints at all. The four were in no hurry to go back. Simply stand in place, watching from afar the figures of Gong Gong and Zhu Rong rushing toward the western world, generating anticipation for the next battle. On the Kunlun Mountains, after the return of the three Qing, the buttocks had not yet warmed up, not even calmed the previous mood. Suddenly sensed the movement of the ancestral witches, and suddenly the divine light flashed in his eyes. Witches! It's so reckless. The first heavenly father was indignant. Tai Cheng and Tong Tian both looked away in silence, their brows furrowed, their minds constantly in thought. Suddenly Yuan Sure added, "Ha, didn't third brother see before that Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 were injured? How come they are still striking out like this?" Tong Tian laughed bitterly, somewhat helplessly. Ergo, isn't that what the witch race is like? Even if they have injuries, does it prevent them from striking out and picking fights? To really be concerned about this, before would not be 12 Metropolitan God Fury Great Formation, surrounded the three Qing. The three clearings were once again silent. In this case, it seems that the previous retreat was really the right thing to do. Otherwise, it is really not a good thing to be pestered by such a group of guys. Nothing more was said afterward. Eyes far to the west. Yuan Sure's eyes flickered. And I don't know why. At this moment there is actually some hidden pleasure born in the heart. The three purities alone were targeted by the witch clan. It's hard not to lose face. But if even the Western duo were embarrassed by the witch clan, and it would be best if the witch clan were a bit more arrogant and the other great avatars were also against them, then wouldn't that not show his humiliation? Go on. The more arrogant and crazy the better. When the quantum rain comes in the future, I'd like to see how you sorcerer clan will end these karmic consequences. Everyone else was watching. Jiayin, Junti, two people are really panicked. And so confirmed Gong Gong, Zhu Rong is rushing to the west. Behind is a heavy and incomparable Pangu Hall followed. The two men stood up with open arms. No good. It's coming for us. Junti looked astonished. With an unbelievable expression on his face, he unconsciously muttered, "How come it's coming at us? Didn't Emperor Jiang say before that he would only look for trouble from the three Qing? How come you're not keeping your word again?" Reception's expression was bitter. Shaking his head slightly, he thought even more in his mind. You believe in the words of the witch clan. Don't they think one thing leads to another? Besides, the karma between us and the witch clan is not the only one that is divided into treasure cliffs. Immediately, he sighed softly. Alas, senior brother, don't think about it. It's better to hurry up and meet the enemy, right? Think about how you can get rid of these ancestral witches. Our Western world is already broken and can't afford to be tossed around. Junti nodded his head in a hurry. The two of them immediately turned into golden light, shooting out from Mount Sumeru, meeting towards the edge of the Western world, wanting to keep Gong Gong and Zhu Rong on the periphery. But the two ancestral witches were having a fit. Seeing that Jiayin and Junti appeared and directly charged towards where the two of them were, Junti was instantly furious. And the seven treasure wonderful tree in his hand was about to be swung. Receptionist hastened to persuade. Check the anger. Senior brother, restrain your anger. The two ancestral witches they may not be afraid of. To take the lead, Junti can get the Hongmeng purple gas, in addition to bear the karma of the Western world. The strength is not to be underestimated. Even if they are the pawns of Hongjun Daozu, but without strength in the body, it can't take on such vast karma. But what about defeating them? There's a bunch of them back there. What makes the receiver's heart scornful is that the ancestral witches bring the Pangu temple, and the thought together can raise the 12 Du Tianshan Fei Grand Formation. None of the three pristine ones can break this formation. Can they get away with it? Jian's persuasion. Junti instantly understand, can only hold back the emotions in his heart, constantly dodging and retreating. Watching the two huge ancestral witches' true body, rushing toward Mount Sumeru, will be broken Western earth trampled. A crack in the earth was born. A ferocious fury surged out. Look at the two people heartache incomparable. The two people spent a lot of time bridging the Western earth veins, which only a few times by the Gong Gong, Zhu Rong's ancestral which true body to destroy many. Paramount was, after all, quick-witted. The heart also understands that it is not possible to fight hard with the ancestral witches, and can only be taken wisely. Seeing Gong Gong attacking towards himself, He forced himself to resist this urge to counterattack, and shouted angrily under his breath. Wait! Gong Gong Ancestral Witch! Isn't your witch race the most reasonable? Just now, Ancestral Witch Jiang already said that he would not care about the matter of the treasure dividing cliff. Why have you come to make things difficult for the two of us again? Gong Gong's attack falls flat on its face. The blast struck the western earth, immediately blowing out a bottomless abyss into the earth, and then stopped somewhat dumbfounded. This, ancestor witches, although some brutal, but think of themselves as the most reasonable. At this moment, Junti will be this point as the premise of word squeeze. Gong Gong all of a sudden do not know how to retort. Go ahead and do it. Ha! Wouldn't that overthrow the Wiccan persona? Just then, Emperor Jiang, Candle 9 and Wu Tian, riding the Pangu palace, crashed through space and came directly to the western world. Boom! The pantheon shook a little. A thick and incomparable aura erupted, almost crushing the space of the western heaven and earth, and steadily stopped in mid-air. See the kami get squeezed to a stop. Junti's heart was violently relieved, and he hurriedly arched his hand at the ancestral witches and spoke with a sincere face. Greetings, ancestral witches. There has never been any conflict between the two of my brothers and the witch race. And didn't Ancestral Witch Jiang say that he would not take any blame for what happened at the treasure dividing cliff before? Ancestral witches are most reasonable. Even when they strike out at us, there has to be a reason too, right? Emperor Jiang, however, did not even look at Zhuandi. He just looked towards Gong Gong and Zhu Rong with a speechless face, itching to beat these two guys fat again, cursing in a low voice. Stupid. Being reasonable or not, we're still talking to ourselves? Chapter 103, no? We'll take it ourselves. Was about to speak. Emperor Jiang was ready to heckle. Let Gong Gong, Zhu Rong don't talk nonsense with Junti. Wu Tian suddenly stood out smilingly, laughing lightly and said, who said we came here for the matter of the treasure dividing cliff? My elder brother is as good as his word, and when he says he won't take it into account, he won't take it into account. Junti was stunned. Ha! And where have my brothers and I offended? Wu Tian, however, had already looked at Jiang, and with his other hand pointed at Junti in a tone of accusation. Big brother, this Zhuandi glared at me in the Violet Sky Palace, his eyes threatening me. Emperor Zhang's eyes lit up. Isn't that the reason? He immediately laughed out loud and looked at Wu Tian with more and more satisfaction. Indeed, they were all the most intelligent ancestral witches of the witch race, instantly sharing the same mind. Ha ha, dare to threaten my brother. Gong Gong, Zhu Rong, what are you two idiots waiting for? Why don't you give me a go? Gong Gong and Zhu Rong's eyes lit up, immediately shouted angrily. Once again, each rushed toward Jian. Junti, two people. The more ferocious the attack, the breath is also more tyrannical. Blame it on this asshole. Junti, causing me to be scolded by Big Brother again. Gong Gong shouted angrily. Junti hurriedly waved the 7 treasure wonderful tree in his hand, constantly resisting Gong Gong's bombardment, screaming in his heart. That's okay? Didn't I just look at you? Just summon the 12 ancestral witches to come and attack my western world. Junti felt very innocent. Previously, in the Purple Heaven Palace, after he had obtained the Hongmeng Purple Chi, he was momentarily pleased to look towards Wu Tian and give some face. But there's no substantial damage at all. Can't even look at you? Are you witches so vindictive and overbearing? Jian, Junti heart more and more aggrieved, and even in the heart called up Hongjun Taoist ancestor. Tao ancestor, ah, the witch race is this overbearing, bullying the Xianmen sect. Don't you care? It's a shame. The power of the heavenly Tao did not change half a bit. Hongjun Tao ancestor also, as he himself said, with the body of the Tao, there is no intention to show up. Junti feel aggrieved, but Wu Tian did not think so. At that time he was in his mind. Wait until the end of the sermon. We'll have to find the older brothers and sisters, to teach this guy a good lesson. Don't you just want to get a Hongmeng purple breath? Surprisingly, it branched out. How dare you stare at me? Eyeballs out for you. Only exchanged a few rounds. The battle between Jian and Junti, and Gong Gong and Zhu Rong, shook the western world. The earth was constantly broken, and even Mount Sumeru shook. Look at the battle before you. Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud 2 are in the eyes of the color ripples. Wu Tian noticed the two people's changes, after a light smile, and said, two old brothers, does it make your heart feel a lot better? Beating up Jian and Junti is actually considered to be revenge for Red Cloud. If it wasn't for these two guys, Red Cloud wouldn't have lost his seat in the Purple Heaven Palace, even if there are many changes. But this karma remains. Seeing Wu Tian asking questions, Red Cloud's eyes were glowing, and he was busy nodding his head in response, so he almost opened his mouth to scream in favor. And Jin Yuanzi subconsciously nodded his head as well. It doesn't end well though, but can see these two guys' miserable appearance. Also heart great relief. Simply the neat ginseng fruit are comfortable. But Emperor Jiang couldn't look away. That's too slow. According to this fight, how much longer will it be entangled? He is prepared to fight quickly, but also have to go back to recuperate. Instantly, he signaled. At once, a figure rushed out, and apart from Dijiang and Candle 9, all the other ancestral witches actually made a move. And even Xian Moi and Hou Tu rushed over. Boom, boom, an attack fell. The two people, guiding in Junti, were instantly overwhelmed. A few moments later, although the ancestral witches did not raise the 12th capital Heavenly Divine Fury formation, they surrounded Jiayin and Junti. The two could only sacrifice their own magic treasures, frantically urging their own magic power, constantly resisting the attacks of the ancestral witches. There is no longer any power to fight back. Just then, Dijiang's eyes snapped to life. Looking towards the magic treasures above the two men's heads, under the immense pressure from the ancestral witches, Jiayin and Junti had offered up many of their newly acquired magic treasures to share the attacks from all sides, including the Eastern Green Lotus treasure color flag. Wu Tian was also gleaming. This treasure for Hongjun Taoist ancestor reward, only to the hands of Junti not long, just a simple refining, but after all, it was an innate extreme spiritual treasure. It still erupted with no small amount of power, at the moment suspended in the top of Junti's head, stretching into the wind into the size of 10 feet, infinite relics of light from which blossomed out, like a golden barrier fell, protecting the two in unison. In the meantime, at the feet of the receiver, the 12 pints of golden lotus of merit and virtue bloomed. And at once, in the void where the two stood, an illusory golden lotus was born, constantly wearing down the attacks of the ancestral witches, where the two people, guiding in Junti, were filled with golden light, like a golden world. Seeing that this world was going to be broken by the brute force of the ancestral witches, Junti hurriedly shouted, "Wait, ancestral witches, even if I have offended much, my offense is not to death, right? What exactly do you ancestor witches want? Just say it straight." Emperor Jiang smiled at his words. Simple. Previously, the three Qing wanted to settle their karma and compensated for two of the innate 5 square flags. You two can just compensate for one. Junti's heart was suddenly in his throat. Their Western innate spiritual treasures are already scarce. Even if they have, it is difficult to get on the stage. It is not easy to beg for this treasure from the hands of the Taoist ancestors, but it is targeted by the witch race. But what else can they do? The situation is not as good as the people. Even the three Qings have succumbed. Jiayin was worried that Junti was unwilling to, and hastened to send a message to say, Shidoshi, better to agree to them. Hurry to send them away. In such a fight, our previous hard work is all lost, said looking towards the western heaven and earth. Receiving the face is filled with the color of deplorable. It is not easy to repair the earth. At this moment under this great battle, once again crumbling up, Junti let out a long sigh. Ugh, his heart was reluctant and unwilling to give up, but facing so many ancestral witches, what else could he do? The existence that even the three Qings had retreated from was not something he could take on hard? At this point the receiver added, when the ancestral witches leave, 12 pieces of golden lotus of merit to senior brother. Junti responded with a quick shake of his head. No need for that. Then his eyes looked towards Emperor Jiang, about to agree. But he didn't expect that Emperor Jiang's conditions hadn't finished at all, and continued to speak. And then take the spirit branch on the 7 treasure myriad tree of yours and intercept a section. We, the witch clan, will retreat here and not be blamed. Reception and Junti's eyes glared. Without even thinking about it, he drank. No. Then Junti saw the ancestral witch's face, more and more unkind intention, and then hastened to say, Emperor River Ancestor Witch, the 7 treasure wonderful tree is my original spiritual treasure. It really can't be broken easily. Ancestral Witch should change the terms, whenever you can. But Emperor Jiang didn't listen at all. With a wave of his hand, he greeted the ancestral witches and continued to strike, while at the same time speaking angrily. No? Then we'll fetch it ourselves. Chapter 104, Are you convinced now? As Juniper said, the 7 treasure wonderful tree did not have an ordinary significance to him. Not only was it the root of Zhuanti, but it was also refined by Zhuanti to become his own original spiritual treasure. The treasure of proof in the future. How can you afford to lose a branch? But the ancestral witches didn't care about that. After hearing Dijiang's words, it once again whistled and bombarded toward the golden light world where the two were. And the two were also supporting themselves with some difficulty. Wu Tian naturally didn't make a move. A look of old age. Looking at the intense and incomparable battle scene, his heart was even more secretly muttering and smug. There's nothing wrong with being a little old boy. You don't even have to fight yourself. Yes, according to what Wu Tian saw, although Jiayin and Junti are not weak, but under the siege of so many ancestral wizards, has been more and more revealing decadence. It is estimated that it will not be long before they will be defeated. Just then, Junti suddenly shouted angrily. All of a sudden, the golden light around his body was so bright that he actually flew out of his body with a Zheng 6 golden body, with 4 sides and 8 arms, and his body was as golden as if it was made of gold essence, the 4 heads on separate joys and sorrows, sacred, and spooky. Dang! The golden arm blasted out and connected with the ancestral witch's fist, actually emitting a metallic rumbling sound, receiving also at this moment, the same put out their own golden body phantom. This divine ability is 2 people only recently perceived out, not yet completely perfect, but this time cannot care. With the golden body dharma sharing, the pressure facing the 2 men snapped loose, and Junti even shouted in a hurry, Emperor River Ancestor Witch, let's talk about. Other than the spirit branches of the 7 treasure wonderful tree, other than that you just ask, Junti will never refuse. That's what he had in mind. In order to receive the guide, the quasi such stingy, the preciousness of the innate spiritual treasure, even the Eastern treasure colored green lotus flag are willing to pay. It is evident that it is helpless against the witches. If they could make the ancestral witches retreat, they wouldn't mind paying other prices, except for the branches of the 7 treasure wonderful tree. Emperor Jiang, however, simply ignored it. It's as if you didn't hear it at all. The ancestral witches were not interested in the innate spiritual treasures and many spiritual objects at all, and if it wasn't for Wu Tian's opening, they wouldn't even have grabbed the innate 5 square flag. But since little old me spoke up, then say whatever it takes to get it. Swish! Just then, Xianmei body suddenly also flew out of a black flag. The wind will rise, instantly turned into a huge curtain, toward the Hou Tu's golden body phantom above the cover too. There was a sudden reversal of the dryness of the world. The connection between Junti and the golden body dharma phase was actually cut off for an instant. And in that instant, Xianmei struck again. Boom! Rough, ferocious white bone spikes stabbed out, appearing out of thin air from the void, carrying the thick and incomparable laws of the Xuanhe, seemingly freezing the entire space. The 6-foot golden body snapped to a halt. Bang! Bone spikes directly bombarded on the head with anger. Directly toward the eyes fell. In a moment they flew divided. Layers of white like snowflakes to split. Derived. Stabbing hard. Ka-ching! The golden head shattered inch by inch. Until then, Junti felt the violent vibration of the divine soul, and at once all the surrounding mana was affected, and could not help but cry out in sorrow. Spare a thought. Emperor Jiang still frowned. Jain and Junti can't hold on any longer, but he still thinks it's too slow. Wu Tian was watching with great interest. Suddenly noticing the change in the power of the spatial laws around him, he hastily turned his head towards Emperor Jiang and couldn't help but shout, Brother, you. He was going to say you still have wounds on you. What's the hurry? They've reached the lair of Jiajin and Junti. Can they still run away? But it's not finished. Emperor Jiang then laughed aloud. No harm done. Next moment, the Pangu temple flew up with a bang. Under the urging of the laws of space, the large, heavy hall actually flickered with shadows in the void, and flew above Jain and Junti in an instant, then sink hard. Boom! With a fiendishly thick and heavy power, it suppressed towards the 2. The guiding treasure block that was on top of the 2 men's heads was immediately knocked down and flew towards Guiding's hands, and the oriental treasure-colored green lotus flag with its strong protective power also instantly sank. The precious light on it dimmed for a moment. Countless shekels of golden light are annihilated. The Pangu Hall had previously suppressed the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda for a while, and the Xianhuang Qi was obscure. Not to mention these 2 treasures. Although the innate 5-fold flag is strong, it's still worse than the Merit Supreme. Just as the treasure flag was about to fall toward Zhuanti's hand, the Pangu Hall suddenly gave birth to a devouring force that directly incorporated it and disappeared directly. Zhuanti's face changed drastically. Instantly lose the induction with the oriental treasure color green lotus flag. The branding in it is still there, but it is directly isolated by the Pangu Hall, and half of the induction is not there, not to mention summoning the flag to return. To this point, the oriental treasure-colored green lotus flag arrives. The Witch Clan has already obtained the central E-Hex apricot and yellow flag, the southern Off-Earth flame light flag, the northern Xian Yuan water control flag, and the eastern treasure-colored green lotus flag. Distance from getting together the 5 square flags of the innate, just missing the western vegetal cloud boundary flag in the hands of the Queen Mother of the West. However, the suppressive momentum of the Pangu Hall had not stopped, and continued to fall towards the 2 people of Jiajia and Junti, and the golden light space held up by the 2 people shattered in a burst, like golden glazed annihilation. Swish! Under this great pressure, Junti had to activate the 7 treasures wonderful tree in his hands, and immediately a golden tree shadow rose from behind him. The true form of the Bodhi tree is revealed. The canopy of the tree shook like a golden Brahma world. Receiving the treasure block also flew out again at this moment, emitting an infinite amount of sheer golden light. constantly wearing down the suppressive power of the Pangu Hall. A few moments later, the pantheon finally stopped, but before Junti could breathe a little sigh of relief, he saw Wu Tian, who was standing on top of the Pangu Hall, with a bad smile on his face. Suddenly appeared the Hongmeng measuring ruler in his hand, and instantly swung it out. Swish! The arcane light lit up. There is almost no time interval. The shadow of the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven landed on top of the seven treasures myriad tree's main body, and then instantly transformed into the existence of the magic treasure itself, directly crashing into the seven treasures myriad tree. Ka-ching! A sound of a spirit root breaking. Junti only felt a pain in his heart and his mind shook violently. He looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Just see above the seven treasure wonderful tree, a thick branch was chopped off. Next moment, a white, plain hand appeared, flying quickly grabbed the falling branches, then directly turned into a shadow and disappeared. Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven also disappeared. Wu Tian smiled and stood in place, like the previous outburst was just an illusion. At this time, Emperor Jiang also stopped, standing on top of the Pangu Hall with his hands behind his back. He condescendingly looked at Jiajian and Junti and faintly asked, "Well, I said, what you don't give, I, the witch clan, will take it myself." Taking a moment, he asked again, "Convinced now?" Chapter 105 Gong Gong's head hits Mount Sumeru. Guiding and Junti had a stifled look on their faces. It's a murder and a heart attack. Simply murderous. The person had also punched. The spiritual treasure had also snatched. And now he had to ride his face to mock. Even the two who didn't care much about face skin, namely Jie Gui and Junti, were red in the face in an instant. Especially the Paraclete. The seven treasure wonderful tree was connected to his mind and soul, and it was even his own life spirit treasure refined by his own body. So when he was chopped by the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler, his mind and soul were immediately shaken, and then by Emperor Jiang so asked. After a burst of changes in his face, poof sound, a mouthful of golden blood from the mouth of Junti spit out, causing Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun, the two good old men, to look intolerant. They couldn't help but sigh, and Jin Yuanzi even quietly tugged on Wu Tian's sleeve. "Elder brother Wu Tian, or forget it, it's not enough to kill someone." Wu Tian was speechless, somewhat helplessly looking towards Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun, really wanting to give these two guys a good brainwash. These two guys, it's also too soft-hearted. Originally, in the great momentum, when the two of you, Jain and Junti, counted on you, they did not have mercy on you. Red Cloud's body died in the road. Is it really that simple? Which is bound to have to take the cue. The Jianti from which to push the waves. The Red Cloud to let the seat of the karma is too big. So big that the Western two cannot afford. Do not want to pay back. What then? It's natural to commiserate with Red Cloud. Let him die, and naturally it will all be over. However, Wu Tian just gently sighed and did not open his mouth to say anything. Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud is certainly a kind-hearted, too soft character, but if not for their such a character, Wu Tian still do not see, and they cannot play with them together. Immediately, he laughed softly and spoke. "Don't worry, brother won't do anything to them." Jiain, Junti related to the Western world's destiny, but also bear the karma of this side of heaven and earth. Emperor Jiang is not stupid. There is no intention to kill. Plus, this is also blamed on Guiding and Junti. You honestly agreed not just good. Have to let the ancestral witches personally, and even Di Jiang has forced to promote itself. Think about it. Wu Tian looked toward Di Jiang worriedly. Emperor Jiang seems to have gotten smarter this time, but the tyranny and impatience of the ancestral witches has not improved at all. Obviously the other ancestral witches can handle it. Had to show off and strike out on my own. Alas. Wu Tian sighed lightly in his heart. Just then, seeing that Jia and Junti did not open their mouths, with a look of acquiescence to this result, they nodded their heads slightly. Then a sweep of the eyes, fell in the Gong Gong body, actually is again angry, violently raised his foot, ruthlessly in the Gong Gong's ancestral which real body kicked over. There was a curse on his lips. Stupid, I knew it. You're told to play striker, and I end up having to take the shot. A huge silhouette appeared in midair, carrying an incomparably thick force of spatial laws and wrapped in boundless fury. It transformed into a big black foot and ruthlessly landed on Gong Gong's back. The kami was caught off guard. The incomparably tall ancestral witch's true body was instantly impacted and was about to fall towards the side, when Gong Gong's big feet took a few quick steps on the earth. Stomp! Stomp! The western earth trembles. The two people, Guiding and Junti, were astonished beyond measure, staring blankly at the scene in front of them, constantly muttering in their hearts. What's this again? Is the Emperor River ancestral witch so brutal? Surrounding the three Qing, fighting the West, and now even the ancestral witch's own people are fighting. But the next moment, the two of them exclaimed in a huff. No! only to see Gong Gong's body staggered back toward the back. Heavy steps trampled the western earth out of a deep bottomless crack. The huge ancestral which real body was actually toward the Sumeru mountain crashed. In this moment, both even felt it. Is this intentional on the part of the ancestral witches? However, it was already too late for Jiayin and Junti to react, and they could only frantically activate Mount Sumeru's mountain protection formation when Gong Gong crooked his head on Mount Sumeru. In an instant, Mount Sumeru countless golden light lit up, transformed into a mysterious and incomparable golden talisman, connecting into a formation to protect Mount Sumeru. On top of the mountain, at the center of the grand formation, a cluster of bamboo that shimmered with clear light appeared, constantly emitting inexplicable Dao rhythms that were added to the grand formation. Bang! The kami's massive head slammed into it. A sea of golden runes flashed for a while, suspended in mid-air bamboo. The clear light above a burst of bright and bright. There was a sudden shaking of the ground. The entire Sumeru mountain are shaking up, actually hard toward the side of the crooked many. Countless mountains and rocks exploded. Some turned into ash. Some were the impact of the force of the blast flying, rushed out of the big formation. There's Mount Sumeru in the way. Only then did the kami stabilize and straighten up, standing still and shaking his head fiercely for a long time before he looked as if he had come to his senses. Then full of anger, Gong Gong roared towards Emperor Jiang. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Why do you keep taking it personally? What did I do wrong? Gong Gong's heart was suffocating. The heart muttered even more secretly. Has Big Brother's brain been damaged by his closed-door training? Why do you look at yourself like your nose is not your nose and your eyes are not your eyes? Gong Gong doesn't understand. But Wu Tian's eyes lit up. The heart grew more and more certain. It looks like, elder brother, they are seeing the future end of the witch race. Otherwise why would they do this to Gong Gong? Then he looked toward the kami again. Hiss. This big head is still really hard. It all knocked the Sumeru mountain askew, but it only broke a little skin. No wonder that in the original great power, it could break the Buzhou mountain. At this time, Emperor Jian lightly hummed, ignoring Gong Gong's anger at all. He looked at the injury on Gong Gong's head and instead asked indifferently, "Does your head hurt?" The kami gave him a blank look, reached out and rubbed his hand over the brain door a few times. By now there was already a thick baleful aura that was constantly repairing the injuries on his head. Speechless words in his mind. Crap, can it not hurt? If you have the ability to try it yourself, don't you know by bumping it? Just know to bully me, if you are not the big brother. I am not finished with you. Now you know you're wrong? He thought that Emperor Jiang was going to pacify himself, and was alone and arrogant, sulking in his heart, when he saw that Emperor Jiang was still in a cold-faced manner and snorted coldly. It hurts. Give me a good memory of this feeling. In the future if you are not reliable, see how I clean you up. With that, he waved at the crowd, preparing to leave with the ancestral witches. Gong Gong stood in place with a dumbfounded look on his face, his mouth frozen open, his mind constantly pondering the meaning of Zhang's words. The aggravated features were squeezed together. Brother, I beg you, what heinous crime have I committed? Tell me straight. Chapter 106, and heavenly merit? Zhu Rong quacked and laughed at the sight. The result was another slap in the face from Candle Join. This time, he hurriedly covered his mouth, his eyes blinking and blinking, his gaze glancing around at the other ancestral witches before finally landing on Wu Tian, muttering secretly in his heart. Isn't Wu Tian laughing too? How is he okay? But he also knew. Brother has always been valued little old brother Wu Tian. Not to mention Wu Tian's smile, even if it is to do something else. Emperor Jiang didn't care. I'm afraid. At this time, Wu Tian laughed at Emperor Jiang. Big brother, don't be annoyed. After this time, brother Gong Gong will certainly be impressed, and will certainly act with scruples in the future. Besides, there are still elder brothers watching. It will be fine. When the other ancestral witches heard this, they thought that Wu Tian was simply opening up and pleading for Gong Gong, even as Gong Gong looked full of gratitude. Emperor Jiang and Candle Nine, however, understood. Wu Tian means more than that. Emperor Jiang also said in his heart, and rightly so. I've known what might happen in the future, so naturally I'll pay attention and won't let this actually happen. Thoughts together. Looked at the Gong Gong's eyes are also much softer. Actually gently kicked the Gong Gong again, lightly humming words. Let's forget it this time. Be honest from now on. Kicked in the ass. Though, but Gong Gong sensed the change in Emperor John's attitude, and the aggression in his heart instantly dissipated, and he immediately looked like he was smiling. Can't stop nodding my head in response. Jain and Junti were a bit confused, for the ancestral witch's fists and feet between the way of communication is really difficult to understand. Face a burst of color. This is the witch race. Simply stop thinking about it too. With a turn of his eyes, he once again landed on Mount Sumeru, and then turned toward the western heaven and earth that had been made a mess. The two men's faces grew more and more pained. Looking at the scene in front of him, even Junti regretted it in his heart. Alas! What kind of sins am I doing? Promise them not to be done. Now the spiritual treasure was taken. The 7 treasures wonderful tree was chopped. Also made the western heaven and earth chaotic like this. After this battle, the already barren western heaven and earth, it snowballed. The two brothers looked at each other, and immediately wanted to fly toward Mount Sumeru, and hurriedly clean up the mess on Mount Sumeru. Just then, Wu Tian suddenly smiled and opened his mouth. Wait! The two people, Guiding and Junti, were violently startled and instantly stopped their bodies, and Junti even said with a bitter face, "Fellow Daoist Wu Tian, you snatched the spiritual treasure, and you chopped off a branch of the 7 treasure wonderful tree. My western heaven and earth have been spoiled like this, and you still won't let us go?" Words. The ancestral witches frowned, coldly looking toward Junti. Gong Gong's eyes lit up, and he was about to show a bit of performance and open his mouth to rebuke, but when he saw Wu Tian violently raise his hand, he hurriedly swallowed his angry words again. Wu Tian smiled and spoke. The two Taoists have misunderstood. Don't worry, our witch clan is the most reasonable. Spirit treasure to hand, this karma naturally end. Besides, if fellow Taoist Junti had agreed quickly, wouldn't everything have been fine? Said looking towards the western heaven and earth. This look, it seemed that the mess and chaos in front of them was all caused by the negative resistance of the two people, Jian and Junti. Paramount's heart was even more bitter. Combined, it's still all my fault, isn't it? At this time, Wu Tian smiled and spoke again. Count your luck today. We, the witch clan, aspire to guard the flooded heavens and earth, and although we are not all the way, this west is also part of the flooded heavens, he said and shouted toward Jin Yuanzi. Old brother Jin Yuan, could you also make a move to help the west bridge the broken earth veins? Jin Yuanzi was surprised. Ha! Just now, also on the guide, the perspective to fight want to kill, how suddenly want to help themselves again. This Wu Tian old brother in the end, what do you think? Guiding and Junti also froze. An unbelievable face looked at Wu Tian. Jin Yuanzi's earth book might, they naturally ended it a long time ago. If Jin Yuanzi can make a move, the western earth vein can naturally be greatly improved. Wu Tian nonetheless allowed Jin Yuanzi to strike, eyes slightly signaling. Xianmei, Hou Tu also began to absorb the western heaven and earth in the pervasive fury. Suddenly thick as a black mist of fury toward the two flew, was 2 people into the body. Seeing the situation as such, Jin Yuanzi also suppressed the doubts in his heart and waved his hand to release the earth book. Speaking with a light smile, I was able to get out though, but the west is too broken, caused by the struggle between the Tao ancestor and the demon ancestor in the beginning. So it may not be possible to build a complete success, said with a flick of the wrist. The earth book flew toward the western earth. As it fell, it spread out quickly, the earth-colored boundary spreading infinitely towards the earth above. Wow! The light of the earth book lit up. The earth is also squirming fast. The original huge abyss cracks, actually under the power of the book of the earth. Flying closed. Seeing that Wu Tian was not speaking in vain, the two people, Guiding and Junti, directly froze. Looking at Wu Tian with a dumbfounded face, his heart grew more and more puzzled. What the hell is going on here? A slap, and a sweet date? The two men looked at each other, watching the huge tremors caused by the ancestral witches being dissipated. The fury that permeated heaven and earth was also gradually cleared away, and under the effect of the earth book, the earth was even much more complete than before. One could only arch his hand with an odd face as well. Many thanks to the ancestral witches. Many thanks to fellow Taoist Jin Yuan. After saying that, the feeling of absurdity grew in Junti's mind. Obviously, we were bullied. Why do we have to thank them now? Jin Yuanzi felt the same way. But soon, he then understood Wu Tian's intention. When he finished the operation, the moment he put away the book of the earth, he immediately felt a slight throbbing in his heart, and hastily raised his head to look toward the 9 heavens above. Rumble! Clouds swept in and thunder rumbled. Countless yuan qi converged. The power of the heavenly Tao was thick above the 9 heavens. Thick and heavy incomparable merits and virtues of golden light, in which constantly dense, inexplicable breath toward Jin Yuanzi. Xuanha, Hou Tu body fell. Wait until you see the heavenly merit fall. Jian and Junti no longer bungbu to live. On what grounds? When they disrupted my western heaven and earth, the heavenly Tao turned a blind eye and didn't react half-heartedly. But now they're actually descending merit? Heaven is unjust. Junti's face was filled with sadness and anger. Jin Yuanzi also finally understood Wu Tian's intention and joyfully took the share of merit that belonged to him before arching his hand at Wu Tian. Ha ha! Many thanks to old brother Wu Tian. Follow Wu Tian around. 9 meals a day. Ha ha! I'm sure I'll get the benefit of the doubt again. Chapter 107, Obtaining the 6 Roots of Serenity Bamboo again. Emperor Jiang also nodded slightly when he saw this. He was also originally curious as to how Wu Tian was suddenly so kind as to let Jin Yuanzi, Xuanhe, and Hou Tu make a move. Out of trust in Wu Tian, neither Emperor Jiang nor Candle Nine spoke. Until this moment, Di Jiang did not understand Wu Tian's intention, not simply to get the heavenly Dao merit. When the power of the heavenly Dao reacted, Di Jiang was keenly aware of the change in the qi of the witch race. Above the long river of qi, a touch of gray drifts up. Karma? Emperor Jiang was surprised in his heart. This is exactly the karma of the ancestral witches to disrupt the western heaven and earth. But when this karma descended, he was actually unaware of it. Until this moment dissipates, it was only then that the induction was born. Emperor Jiang and Candle Join looked at each other face to face, their eyes both bright with inexplicable joy. Ha ha! Indeed! The heavenly Tao's sudden descent of merit and virtue also caused the many great spiritual masters who were paying attention to the Western world to freeze, and each of them had a dumbfounded look on their faces. That's okay? Countless people muttered in their minds, robbing and beating again. And then, on the way out, he even made so many heavenly merits? It's as if the sorcerer race is still justified in taking action. This flooded heaven and earth. Can't anyone cure the witches? On the Kunlun Mountains, all 3 Qing were silent for a while. And after a long time Yuan Shi finally stifled a sentence. Outrageous! Outrageous! Tai Chung, however, was only silent for a long time before speaking faintly. The momentum of the sorcerer race is fierce before the quantum revelation. We'd better avoid it. There's no need to fight for this moment. Not only Tai Ching thought so, most of the other great gods' powers are also so. Where the underworld blood sea is located, the old man of the river Styx is actually a little terrified at this moment, fearful of being next in line. Luckily, the sorcerer race did not continue, and after Jin Yuanzi and Xianxian Hou Tu had put away the heavenly Dao merit, they returned to the Pangu hall in unison at Di Jiang's command. Harnessing the Pangu temple is about to return to, although Guiding and Junti were suffocating in their hearts. After seeing the movements of the ancestral witches, their hearts suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Whatever. Good riddance to these guys. Phew. When Junti was thinking in his mind, his eyes suddenly widened and snapped toward Mount Sumeru, his eyes popping out. No good. Where's my 6 roots of purity bamboo? At this moment, although Mount Sumeru has been stabilized, it has been hit by Gong Gong crookedly, and the mountain protection array on it has also dimmed a lot. But most importantly, originally suspended in the void above the mountain top of the 6 roots of purity bamboo, actually disappeared without a trace. Junti hurriedly looked toward the ancestral witch. Next moment, seeing that on the Pangu hall, the Xinmei ancestral witch, who had already landed beside Wu Tian, suddenly raised her veiled hand and threw a clear light towards Wu Tian. Here you go. Wu Tian was flabbergasted, hurriedly reached out to collect this clear light, fell on the hand into a divine and incomparable bamboo. Inexplicable Taoist rhythm slowly scattered. This is 6 roots of purity bamboo, Wu Tian exclaimed in his heart. For the 6 roots of purity bamboo, he was naturally known for a long time, and even when this treasure appeared on Mount Sumeru just now, a little thought bubbled up in his heart. This treasure was also originally one of the innate 10 spiritual roots, which is the innate 7 emotions bitter bamboo that can comb through the flood spirit's lustful distractions. The result falls into the hands of the junta. By this wasteful guy refined into an innate spiritual treasure, directly into the 6 roots of tranquility bamboo. The most important magical power is to be able to close the 5 senses, 6 senses, so that people to the outside world 5 senses, fell into complete nothingness. Wan. Surprisingly, Xianmo noticed his expression and took advantage of the time he was combing the western heaven and earth's fury to fetch it. Sister Genji. Wu Tian raised his head toward Xin Ming. His face was full of joy and gratitude, but he saw that Xianmo still had a clear and cold expression and said without any concern, "Don't you like innate spiritual roots? I saw this bamboo appearing on Mount Sumeru, also emanating the aura of an innate spiritual root, and took it in passing." The way Genghis Khan was behaving, it was as if what he was holding was not the 6 roots of purity bamboo, but a most ordinary stone on Mount Sumeru that was not worth mentioning. Wu Tian, however, was moved in his heart. Just then, an exclamation of surprise rang out from the paramount. "Slow down. Give me back the 6 roots of purity bamboo." Speaking of the body shape, if it is not to receive the guide a hand to drag it, actually want to rush in the direction of the Pangu hall. Emperor Jian turned back violently. What bamboo? Then his eyes swept and saw the 6 roots of purity bamboo in Wu Tian's hand. But his face didn't fluctuate in any way, and he still coldly spoke to Junti. "Isn't it just a broken bamboo? We have combed the western heaven and earth for you, and cleared this world of baneful qi, and taken another bamboo as payment. It's not too much, is it?" Junti's face was overwhelmed with grief. Compensation? Hasn't heaven sent down merits? Isn't this enough to make us two brothers bleed? Wu Tian also reacted. First of all, he turned over his hand and put away the 6 roots of purity bamboo. Shenmei, since he had this intention, of course he had to put it away properly, and it was impossible to return it. But don't dangle it in front of your eyes either. Let's get Junta stimulated again. After putting away the 6 roots of purity bamboo, Wu Tian then smilingly looked toward Junti and softly said, Paramount Pathfinder, the heavenly Tao sends down merits and virtues. That is the matter of the heavenly Tao. As masters of the Western world, of course you should show some. Or do you think this is unreasonable and want to have another argument with us witches? Junti was speechless. Arguing with the witches? With the party out of the way. He is stupid, will not do so, but the thought of 6 root clear bamboo, the heart is really difficult to part with. One time, Paramount's expression was tinged with aggravation, torn beyond measure. When he was about to open his mouth and fight for a little more, he suddenly heard a light sigh from Jain, who stepped out to block himself, and then Jain arched his hand and said, Ancestral witches say it's reasonable. That's naturally reasonable. The 6 roots of purity bamboo will be gifted to the ancestral witches. After this the karma between us is written off. I also hope that the ancestral witches have regard for this treasure, can let my brothers and sisters clear. After saying that, once again, he arched his hand at the ancestral witches. Seeing Zhuanti's unwilling appearance, Jain hastened to send a message, fearing that Zhuanti would open his mouth again and create a problem. Shidoshi, the 6 roots of purity bamboo has already fallen into the hands of the ancestral witches, so with just the 2 of us brothers, how can we make them take it out? Might as well get rid of it early, or else. These guys continue to stay in the Western world and there's no telling what's in store for them. Junti understood reception's concern. A pained nod. No more voices. Hearing Jain say this, and seeing Junti's look of acquiescence, Emperor Jiang then nodded his head in satisfaction and muttered softly, You are a reasonable. Don't worry. Our witch clan has always been true to its word. Then he waved his hand gently at the ancestral witch. Go! The Pangu palace rumbled, erupting with a grayish light. It instantly flew up, taking the ancestral witches and crashing them towards the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 108, The Duke of Dongwang escaped from death. The pantheon rumbled. Ancestral witches strut and woo along the way, not even a half-hearted attempt to cover it up. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the many flood goddesses were in a flurry of panic, vaguely with some anticipation, constantly speculating in their hearts. Who's next? West Kunlun Dojo. The Western Queen Mother's heart throbbed slightly as she looked at the figures of the ancestral witches crossing the sky. The West ends. Is it Lord East's turn? Jiayin. Junti because just glared at Wu Tian, directly killed by the ancestral witches to the doorstep, and the East Wanggong before but also a little bit against. Not only the Queen Mother of the West thinks so. Ancestral witches in 2 consecutive victories. First surrounded the 3 Qing, and then to fight Jiayin and Junti. The strength of the witch tribe is obvious. Already a little on the nose. One was excited beyond belief. The Shu Rong ancestral which even directly drank. How about, let's go directly to Panglai, and take care of the Duke of Dongwang in the process, and snatch back the Tongtian construction wood for old brother Wu Tian. Before, when the demon race was founded, Wu Tian took Jumong and other ancestral witches to go, then set up the empty glove white wolf scheme, and the Queen Mother of the West agreed to wait for the future immortal court established. The demon race attacked. This way Wu Tian didn't even have to do anything. Directly being able to obtain the Tongtian Jianmu as well as the Western Vegetable Cloud Realm flag could be described as an empty glove. Not having to dip into too much karma at all. After returning, after Jumong's publicity, the ancestral witches also scared and admired Wu Tian's little brain more and more. But not anymore. The consecutive great victories had caused the ancestral witches to be excited and impatient. And with Zhu Rong saying this, the other ancestral witches actually all nodded their heads as well. Yeah, what are we waiting for? The scheme is good though. Where can it compare to pressing with great power? Might makes right. Fist is the truth. As far as the strength of the East Wanggong is concerned, it is not even necessary to use all the ancestral witches to make a few random ancestral witches to make a move, and he can get him killed at once. The ancestral witches looked toward Wu Tian with burning gazes, all with only one meaning in their eyes. Asterisk 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 him. Even Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 did the same. The Pangu Palace paused slightly in the air, a solicitous look in its eyes. Why don't we go there? Wu Tian was speechless. He hurriedly spoke to Emperor Jiang and Candle 9. There is no hurry at this time, brother, or hurry back to rest and recuperate. If you delay, the injury will not be good. Emperor Jiang opened his mouth slightly. Immediately, he wanted to say that this injury is nothing. Besides, He also felt that with the strength of the Duke of Dongwang, there was absolutely no need for him to take action. But Wu Tian was very insistent. Brother, better wait. We first surrounded and forced the three Qing, and then attacked the Western world. If we still don't relent towards Panglai, the witch clan will be too inviting to be hated, and it will also be tainted with too much karma. The ancestral witches besieged the three pristine ones. Other people are certainly shocked, but there is no feeling of empathy. The three Chang is Pangu Jingzong, and become a disciple of the Xianmen, to get the Hongmeng purple gas, many innate spiritual treasures. That said, I don't know how many eyeballs were raised. Even the mind is indignant. When the ancestral witches besieged the three purities, don't look at everyone who didn't say anything. It's possible that many of them are still secretly happy in their hearts. As for Guiding and Junti, after all, the two men are the Western world, and they are not all the way with most of the great magi. The two men's style of action is also very inviting to hate, but not so with Lord East. Going to move him now will inevitably cause panic among other great aptitudes. Although the witch clan is strong, there is no need to become a target. The most important point, the Duke of the East King was a great gift he had left for the demon race, so if he made a move to solve it now, wouldn't he be solving a big problem for Dijun and Tai Yi? Help them with their karma? Without making a move to kill the Duke of Dongwang, how could Dijun completely offend the Hongjun Taoist ancestor and antagonize the Xian sect? Seeing that Wu Tian was so insistent, Emperor Jiang and Candle Join both looked at each other before directly nodding their heads. Yes, all at your service. The Pangu temple then flew up again, returning towards the Wu tribe. Seeing the ancestral witches lay down, the other great aptitudes were gently relieved. Although there was no more hilarity to watch, but they didn't have to worry about the ancestral witches appearing at their dojo. That's a good thing. One by one, they were relieved. He began to concentrate and prepare to cultivate properly, digesting what he had gained from the third sermon and improving his strength as quickly as possible. In the meantime, on top of the island of Panglai, East Wanggong felt an inexplicable sense of crisis while the ancestral witches were discussing, and his heart throbbed and beat for a while, as if there was some kind of extinction coming. Being appalled, this heartfelt feeling suddenly dispersed again, causing the Duke of Dongwang to be confused and his heart to become more and more puzzled. What the hell is going on here? He was also afraid of the witch race, even had a jittery mind. But it was completely unexpected that the ancestral witches would hit on themselves, and the Duke of the East King thought that he hadn't offended the ancestral witches either. So how could he have thought that the ancestral witches would almost come to his door? In silence, the great East King's apocalypse is at hand, and the heart is in the right place. Another inexplicable escape. Wait until the pantheon falls. After the return of the ancestral witches, Dong Wanggong heart of the kind of hidden palpitations before completely dissipated, sitting in place for a long time. He did not want to understand why. Forget it. Don't think about it for now. The Duke of the East King's thoughts turned to the witch tribe's strong incomparable envy, hate before the siege of the three Qing, hanging Jian, Junti is their own. He would have been holding his breath. Originally thought that I had become the world's male immortals of the first, for Hongjun Taoist ancestors spread the immortal teachings, how the Hongmeng Violetchi should also have their own one, right? As a result, Hongjun Daozu accepted Jian and Junti as his named disciples, and neither of them was willing to give the Hongmeng Violet gas to himself. It was a big setback for the Duke of the East. After seeing the embarrassment of the three pristine ones and the guiding Junti, a marvelous feeling of euphoria arose in the heart of the Duke of the East King. So what if you have obtained the Hongmeng purple chi? Or you still have to bow down before the witch race? Ha! Dark pleasure for a while. The Duke of Dongwang's thoughts stretched out, once again thinking on his plan of wanting to establish an immortal court, and muttering secretly in his heart, the witches are outnumbered. That's why it's so strong. If I can set up the immortal court, not only will I be able to get the immortal court's fortune to add to it, but I will also be able to bring together capable people. So my power may not be much worse at that time. At that time, we will also let Tao ancestors see to whom the Hongmeng purple chi should actually be given. One thought in this, the Duke of Dongwang's heart grew more and more anxious. At that moment also do not care to continue to practice. Get up and ready to go toward the West Kunlun. Want to once again convince the Queen Mother of the West. The Duke of Dongwang even made up his mind. If that doesn't convince, then there is no need for me to force it. Big deal. I'm the only one to set up the immortal court. Although there are some shortcomings, but the many fortunes I own alone, it may not be much worse. Thinking so, the Duke of Dongwang then half delayed, even directly get up, the body shape of a show, turned into a green light toward the void to hide, straight toward the West Kunlun, the direction of the Queen Mother of the West Dojo and go. Chapter 109, You're the big brother from now on. At this point, the witch tribe, Pangu Hall fell with a bang, making the earth tremble. At this time there are already many sons and daughters of the witch tribe under the leadership of the great witches to meet. Each one is excited beyond. The Ancestral which made a big splash this time. It was a moment of great popularity. All the clansmen were honored with it. Although Emperor Jiang still had injuries on his body, his face didn't show any hint of dishevelment, but instead, with a smile on his face, he drank to the many clansmen, returning from a great victory. Today the clan celebrates. The witches cheered in unison. Witch, witch, the voices gathered together, like thunder vibrating, with a thick and incomparable fury, rushing toward the 9 heavens above. Emperor Jiang nodded in satisfaction. He also spoke to Gong Gong and Zhu Rong. You take your sons and daughters to celebrate first. I have something to say to Wu Tian. After saying that, he gave a wink to Wu Angel, and with a movement of his body, he was going to drill towards the Pangu hall, and Candle Join naturally followed. Wu Tian's heart stirred. He immediately understood that Emperor Jiang and Candle Ninin were trying to tell him something, and some anticipation arose in his heart. What the hell did they see? The Witch Demon Final War. There was one thing Wu Tian was certain of. Emperor Jiang and Candle Join must have seen the picture of the future Gong Gong angrily touching the Buzhou mountain, or else they would not have suddenly treated Gong Gong that way. Brother, wait a moment. Wu Tian did not follow directly. Instead, he gestured with Emperor Jiang and Candle Ninin and turned towards Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun, smilingly speaking, 2 old brothers, wait a little while, and I will come back to keep you company after my brother has ordered me something. Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun hurriedly laughed up. Elder brother Wu Tian, you go busy yourself. There are still so many ancestral witches accompanying us. The 2 of us have rarely seen this kind of lively scene. It is just right to intervene. The 2 have stayed put until now. In addition to standing on the side of the witch race in the previous incident of the Cliff of Divided Treasures and making a move. There is another point because the Hongmeng Purple Qi, as previously agreed. The Hongmeng Purple Breath is shared by several people. But now the Hongmeng Purple Qi is in the hands of the Red Cloud, and has not yet properly discussed with Wu Tian how to distribute and use it. The 2 are also embarrassed to leave directly. Wu Tian didn't mention it. It's not good for them to be too pushy. One can only wonder in one's mind. This is the Hongmeng Purple Qi. How come old brother Wu Tian doesn't even mention it? Like he's forgotten about it. And really doesn't put the Hongmeng Purple Qi in his eyes? Enter the Hall of Discord. Along with Di Jiang and Candle Ninin, Wu Tian flew towards the deep space of the Pangu hall. Wait until the 3 are standing still. Emperor Jiang and Candle Ninin looked at Wu Tian with burning gazes, and the essence in their eyes made Wu Tian a little uncomfortable. So they hurriedly asked, Brotherhood, what exactly did you guys see before? Emperor Jiang and Candle Join glanced at each other and did not hide anything. After sighing softly, they narrated what had happened before. After you left earlier, the 2 of us took advantage of Hongjun's descent and the Heavenly Dao's attention being on the Purple Heavenly Palace to combine the laws of space and time, and also borrowed the Father God's aura from within the Pangu Hall to pull out the long river of time, and then teamed up to go downstream. As Emperor Jiang narrated, Wu Tian also revealed an astonished expression, and his heart was also a bit unbelievable. The 2 of them had really seen the future? Waiting for Emperor Jiang to speak of the Pangu true body, Wu Tian frowned more tightly. Could it really be me? This appalled Wu Tian in his heart. To know in the original momentum, there is no Wu Tian's existence. That is to say, there is not this Pangu true body to support the Buzhou mountain, but it's just that they saw it. Could it be that it was because he had completely merged into the flood, and the great momentum of the Heavenly Tao had been diffused as a result? But if that's the case, doesn't it mean that the Buzhou mountain didn't collapse and the great power of the Heavenly Tao was altered? It's well known. The great forces of heaven cannot be changed. Wu Tian's way of dealing with many things also follows this premise, not wanting to suffer a backlash for forcibly changing the great momentum of the Heavenly Tao. Instead, they quietly changed the minor potential, subliminally changing the ancestral witches. Even for the end of the quantitative hijacking of witches and demons, he is holding a more pessimistic mentality, a mind to think of taking the ancestral witches to run away to hell, rather than face to face and hard, directly dry over the demon race, the saints. Wu Tian began to get tangled up. The collapse of the Buzhou mountain, whether it is the time of the Heavenly Tao's great power, or the small power, and what he himself can do if he changes the future, suddenly heard the words of Candle Join again. Candle Join spoke with a light smile. The way of time, mysterious and unpredictable, is that I control the laws of time and have achieved the mixed golden immortal, but it is only a little bit of skin. The more I progress, the more I feel the vastness of the way of time. Candle Join lamented afterward, as if he was worried about Wu Tian's anxiety. He actually started to pacify him. The picture that the 2 of us saw may not be the future, and it will definitely bring changes after we peak, so you don't have to worry too much. We're thinking left and right. The reason I'm telling you this is because I don't want you to worry too much. We've all foreseen the calamity of the witch race. So how can we not avoid it? Wu Tian nodded fiercely. Aha! I know. After there was such a thing. Not to mention the other ancestral witches. Di Jiang and Candle 19 would definitely have a sea change. At least they could listen to Wu Tian's advice. Even if the great forces of heaven are irrevocable. Why don't we just run away to hell? The flood this mess is directly thrown to the saints of the heavenly Tao. Di Jun Tai. Wu Tian would like to see, if there is no witch tribe as an opponent, the saints and how to deal with the demon tribe, after they decide the winner. Let's go straight back to. Subsequently, the two of them talked about their lost process again, and when they heard that they had seen the Chaos Demon God's corpse, Wu Tian's eyes lit up. Chaos Demon God? Did you bring it back? Emperor Jiang shook his head somewhat breathlessly. And bring it back? In that piece of nothingness, the two of us were like frozen, our own strength constantly consumed. If we hadn't placed our essence blood on you in advance, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to come back. Where is the heart? Seeing that Wu Tian still had a look of reluctance, Candle Join again stated the speculations of the two of them. According to their feelings and observations, the piece of nothingness that the two are trapped in may not be static, but flowing towards somewhere. The end point is the legendary returning ruins, the home of all things in the world. In the future, the immeasurable amount of hijacking comes, after the annihilation of the flood world, is also to fall into the return of the ruins, the complete end of such a dangerous place. We haven't even accomplished a hybrid now, so let's not think about it for the time being. Candle Join hurriedly urged. Wu Tian could only look regretful. Seeing this, Emperor Jiang smiled again and spoke. Well, what's there to be sorry about? Isn't it just a chaos demon god? Even the most powerful chaos demon god is just a defeated opponent of Father God. As long as you cultivate well, sooner or later you will be able to inherit Father God's Tao lineage. Our 2 drops of ancestral witch essence blood can't be used anymore, so we'll just give them to you to refine directly. Wu Tian hemmed and hawed, somewhat squirming. It's not good, is it? Emperor Jiang, however, spoke cheerfully. What's in this? This time the two of us also sort of understand. Your perception of the great momentum of the heavenly Tao is indeed stronger than ours, and your brain is indeed good. If the witch race can be led by you, it may be able to get rid of the calamity. Speaking here, Emperor Jiang even waved his hand and said in a decisive manner, you're the big brother from now on. We all listen to you in the witch clan. Wu Tian was instantly confused. Ha! Chapter 110. Good idea. Let me be the big brother? This is not necessary. Wu Tian only froze for a moment, and immediately refused firmly and incomparably, constantly waving his hands and saying, no no no. Wouldn't it be a mess to let me be big brother? What's so great about being a big brother? Worrying all day about the witches and the ancestral witches. Thinking about a large group of ancestral witches who were bursting with energy and stupidity, and who were still not afraid of the sky and the earth. Wu Tian felt a pang of numbness in his scalp. Emperor Jiang can suppress the Gong Gong and the others. Doesn't mean Wu Tian can. Now that the ancestral witches were all treating Wu Tian well, it was based on the fact that Wu Tian was their little old brother, so they naturally loved him. But if it's really Wu Tian who's going to lead, that's not necessarily true. Moreover, Wu Tian was very self-aware. He could hide in the back and come up with ideas, but if he was really allowed to lead and manage so many witches, he might not be able to play around. A lot of people have misconceptions about Zumu. Thinking that the ancestral witches are brutal and tyrannical must be that their brains are not enough. But this is not really the case. To be able to develop the witch race from scratch, each ancestral witch is definitely very wise. Take the matter at hand. How was it not great wisdom for Emperor Jiang and Candle Join to peer into the future without hesitation and at great risk after sensing Wu Tian's worries? The end of the ancestral witches. More because of their own character, as well as after the quantum revenge came. The overwhelming influence of the revenge chi confused the mind and did all sorts of impulsive things. So manipulating the witch clan and leading the ancestral witches is definitely a very tiring and strenuous thing. Emperor Jiang and Candle Join can do a good job. Wu Tian may not be able to do well. Instead, it is the optimal choice to continue to be the little old brother of the ancestral witches, to continue to be protected by the ancestral witches, to hide in the back of the house and cultivate properly if nothing else, and to use all kinds of resources openly on their own. Ideas if you have something. You don't even have to do the fighting yourself. The ancestral witches themselves stood up for themselves, helping themselves to seek justice, helping themselves to grab all sorts of spiritual treasures and resources. Isn't that great? Seeing Wu Tian looking so determined, Emperor Jiang and Candle 19 were also silent for a moment, and after a moment Emperor Jiang suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha, to be honest, I just rushed. Really want you to be the boss. I'm still a bit uncomfortable. Just as well. We'll listen to you. Tell us more about any ideas you have in the future, any thoughts you have, and we'll be sure to give them serious consideration. Emperor Jian was the boss at birth. Suddenly let him give Wu Tian as a little brother. Now the excitement is naturally not much of a problem, but when later we'll definitely feel awkward. Wu Tian actually had this consideration. What he didn't expect was for Emperor Jiang to be so outspoken, and he sighed again in his heart. It's better to be in the witch clan. What's there to say? At least you don't have to worry about moving your heart with the ancestral witches. If you switch to Sanqing, different doctrines, each have their own ideas, later in the great god's sealing, but also counting up their own people, directly to the brotherhood of the religion of all the extinction. As for the demon race, Di Jun and Tai Yi are definitely in the same group, while Fuxi and Yua are in the same group and are also divided into two factions. After this was said and done, the three looked at each other and smiled. Wu Tian also felt much more relaxed, and his heart was even more very pleased, after this matter. In the future, if he wanted the ancestral witches to do anything again, it would definitely be simpler than before. Next, Emperor Jiang also asked directly, Wu Tian, in your opinion, how are we going to develop the witch race next? Any suggestions? Wu Tian happened to want to talk to them about this as well, and after a bit of contemplation and organizing his thoughts, he spoke softly. There are three Qing. The West thing, our witch tribe's momentum has flourished. The next idol dare not provoke us, but the more this time, the more the witch clan should not float. Instead, we should sink our hearts and cultivate properly. The two elder brothers should hurry up and heal their wounds, recuperate their injuries, and continue to improve their strength. Other ancestral witches must also hurry to raise. The bottom card of the witch race is the 12th capital Heavenly Divine Fury's Grand Formation, and the Grand Formation is composed of ancestral witches, so naturally the stronger the ancestral witches are, the stronger the Grand Formation will be. If all the ancestral witches are promoted to the mixed golden immortals, the power of the 12 metropolitan god fatalities Grand Formation will definitely be elevated by one level. Emperor Jiang nodded his head in a hurry. Strength is hard. There was no need for Wu Tian to emphasize this point. All of the ancestral witches were extremely agreeable, and it was even a belief engraved in their bones. Don't worry, I'll talk to them later. During our closed-door healing period, all the ancestral witches have to give me honest cultivation, and when we come out of the closed door, if there is still anyone who has not reached the mixed golden immortal, humph. Emperor Jian didn't say it outright, but the expression said it all. Seeing that even Candle Join also nodded, Wu Tian could not help but sigh in his heart for Gong Gong, Zhu Rong and them. If they really did not achieve the cultivation of Emperor Jiang, definitely going to be a mixed double. Was sighing. Wu Tian suddenly felt a chill in his heart and hurriedly raised his head towards Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 with inquiring eyes. Not me, right? Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 only laughed lightly. What do you say? Wu Tian immediately faced a bitter, have a kind of lifting a stone to stone their own feet feeling, watching Emperor Jiang beat up Gong Gong when he was happy to laugh, but to really turn to their own. That's not funny. Ancestral witches don't strike lightly. They even felt that the harder they punched and the more they were injured, the stronger their flesh would be after healing, and their control over the laws would be stronger. Just then, Emperor Jiang suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha, teasing you. Your path is different from ours. How you go about it is entirely up to you. All we can do is provide all the support we can. Wu Tian was instantly relieved, secretly exhaled a breath. He is not worried about his inability to promote, but he does not want to hastily break through and make the foundation unstable. At this moment, he was at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. However, he had never made a breakthrough, and it was precisely to borrow the laws and Tao rhythms of the innate spiritual roots to strengthen his own 5 viscera, which would in turn make the foundation of his physical body thicker and heavier. Even more to do. In this way, he could have the opportunity to try out the path that the great god Pangu had once taken, using force to prove the Tao, using his own overwhelming strength to break down all realm barriers. After this was said, Wu Tian didn't continue to say anything else. 2 distant machinations didn't mean much to the ancestral witches. Reminding them when the time came was just that, only an idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Right, elder brother. You control the laws of space. Could there be a way to connect the 12 ancestral witches' divine halls to the Pangu Hall? Or even to each of us? Teleporting each other with spatial laws? The flood is just too big. The entire flood world is not a mere party of heaven and earth, but a flood world with the flood earth as the core and layers of space and heaven and earth surrounding it, which together make up the flood world. It is like soap bubbles that overlap each other. Just before, for example, it took them quite a while to go to and return from the Western world. But if you can locate each other, the same as the return spool, that's a different story. Not to mention when I went to the Western world before, but when I came back, Didn't I save a lot of time by directly borrowing the Pangu Hall's connection with the other ancestral which divine temples and teleporting in a matter of moments? Time is worthless in the flood. But a lot of times, getting a head start gives you a head start. If this could be done, it could even be pushed one step forward, with positioning planted everywhere in the flooded heavens and earth, so that as long as the need arose, the Pangu Hall could be directly summoned to suppress it. In an instant, a speed that no saint can keep up with. And the matter of burying the coordinates. With Jin Yuanzi still afraid of trouble, wouldn't it be great to do so? When Emperor Jiang heard this, he understood Wu Tian's meaning with just a slight movement in his heart, and his eyes immediately lit up. Good idea. Chapter 111, Supernumerary Brothers of the Witch Clan. If you put it before, Emperor Jiang might not have such a great sense of control over the way of space, and it would be difficult for him to do what Wu Tian had said, after peeking into the river of time, borrowing the essence blood he left behind to return. Although Emperor Jiang was revolted and seriously injured by the river of time, he had more control over the way of space. The same is true for Candlewick. As long as the two were healed, their strength would definitely be able to skyrocket and become even stronger. So after just a little bit of deduction, Dijon's eyes shone even brighter. Then he twisted his head and spoke to Wu Tian. Shouldn't be a problem. There is a connection between the Pangu temple and our divine temples, as well as our ancestral witches, and spatial teleportation between each other is not difficult. As for what you said about being able to teleport to all parts of the flooded heavens and earth at will, this is something to ponder over. Original. Wu Tian also just had a sudden thought, but after coming up with the idea, the more he thought about it, the more excited he became because he suddenly realized something. Are there any mountain gods in the floodplains at this moment? Do you have any land? Is there a river god or water god? The answer is not yet. At this point in time, it was a time when innate deities were prevalent. And the ones who were truly on the stage of the flood wasteland were innate deities like ancestral witches and Emperor Jun, a being such as the god of the mountain. It will have to wait until after the birth of the human race. All things are born one after another under the wishes and incense of all beings. Further back in time heaven ruled the world. On the other hand, it is a priesthood ordained by the heavenly emperor. Wu Tian muttered in his heart. Although it was only after the first witch and demon war that Hongjun Daozu made it clear that witches and demons were in charge of heaven and earth. But we can prepare for it first. Jun controls the heavenly court, refines the stars and buckets of the heavens, and enthrones many star gods. The witch race can also nudge their spirituality ahead of time, bringing mountain gods, land, and the like under their command. Compared to the strongest of the witch and demon clans, the strength of the mountain gods and the land is indeed very weak, but if it can be spread across the flooded earth, it can be connected to form a network, not to mention well informed, but also can be used as coordinates, summoning the ancestral witches at any time. The witch race's chi has risen greatly, not to mention, there's also another boost. But, this is also not without the help of Jin Yuanzi. His Book of the Earth would have recorded the earth veins of the entire flooded earth. If the Book of the Earth can be used as a mountain god, the land host, where the divine records are located, then this plan will be even more perfect. Jin Yuanzi can also benefit again. The name of the ancestor of the earth immortal is more and more worthy of its name. And in the future, if you can't cultivate the fruit of the earth immortal, you can still change your job as a land and mountain god. The only downside, completely tied to the chariot of the witch race. Thinking of this, Wu Tian hurriedly informed the idea in his heart again. And Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 were also excited after hearing it as well. Emperor Jiang even had a divine light flickering in his eyes. Not bad, not bad. In this way, our witch clan will be able to control the entire flooded earth and truly guard this heaven and earth created by Father God. Only, fellow Daoist Jin Yuanzi would agree? Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun have always been free and loose by nature. And now that they are close to the witch clan, it is because the karma with the witch clan is too heavy and they have no choice. To really answer the call, can be a sign of the flood world, completely with the witch tribe bound together. Then with the witch tribe one glory, one loss, all loss. With the small hearts of Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun, could the sorcerer clan suffer from acting in such a manner? Wu Tian thought about it for a moment. No harm done. Waiting for me to first discuss with Jin Yuanzi old brother the pros and cons of the situation with them clearly. If they are willing to the best, we can get allies of the witch race. Help, if Jin Yuanzi old brother has scruples. We do not have to force, do not have to be frustrated. As the bearer of the divine books of the mountain gods and the land, the earth book is naturally the most suitable existence. But if Jin Yuanzi is unwilling, Wu Tian thinks that he can go to Nuwa to exchange for the mountain river and Jigong diagram, and replace it with the mountain river and Jigong diagram, which is not a bad idea. After saying that, the three of them immediately exited the Pangu Hall. At the moment the sorcerers outside were gathering around bonfires, scorching huge demonic beasts, cheering and celebrating, dancing strange, ancient ritual dances, and praying to the Pangu father god. Here's a mention. People may not have thought of a point. The entire witch tribe, the most skilled in this way, is actually the Emperor River, in addition to being the god of space, but also the god of song and dance. As the elder brother of the ancestral witches, it's natural to lead a Wiccan sacrifice. The major events of the state are in the Rong and the sacrifice. The great events of the witches are likewise sacrifices and battles, and when you think of it this way, doesn't it make sense that Emperor Jiang is the god of song and dance? Upon seeing the trio come out, Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun hurriedly surrounded over, looking at Wu Tian with eyes that were bubbling with light, itching to immediately open their mouths to talk about the matter of the Hongmeng purple chi. Red Cloud couldn't wait. For the Hongmeng purple chi, Wu Tian didn't put much on his mind, and he didn't prepare to become a heavenly saint. At most, he wanted to study it. But Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun were different. It was so hard to get the Hongmeng purple chi. They had long wanted to have a good sense of it and try to see if they could refine it, but before they could discuss the specific arrangements for the Hongmeng purple chi with Wu Tian, they were really embarrassed to start straight away. One can only hold back the fluttering of the heart, anxiously waiting for Wu Tian to come out. Elder brother Wu Tian, are you guys done? Red Cloud asked hurriedly. Wu Tian smiled and nodded. Well, brother explained something about the witch clan. The words then turned. Wu Tian spoke with a light smile. Two old brothers, I happen to have something to discuss with you. Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun's faces were delighted. Are we finally going to say Hongmeng Ziki? But it did not occur to me that what Wu Tian is going to say has absolutely nothing to do with the Hongmeng purple chi. Wu Tian narrated. Well, just in the Pangu hall and the thought of the mountain god, land thing, carefully said to Jin Yuanzi. Red Cloud to listen to, the pros and cons of which is not hidden at all. Bluntly, Jin Yuanzi's complexion kept changing. First, I was surprised, and then surprise. Then he frowned again with a solemn look. Wu Tian spoke with a light smile. The advantages and disadvantages of this I also told the two old brothers. Jin Yuanzi, old brother, you do not need to consider too much. Even if you are unwilling to, will not affect the friendship between us. In fact, Wu Tian understood it very well. For Jin Yuanzi, holding the book of the earth, guarding the five Zhuangguan, well, do their own ancestors of the earth immortal on the line, who will be nothing to provoke him. Among the original momentum, in addition to the matter of the Red Cloud's death, Jin Yuanzi has always been free, thick with chi, and never involved in the great catastrophe. Even if the three purities become saints, be courteous to them as well. Since this is the case, to participate in the Witch Race's Mountain God program, although it can get a lot of extra chi and merit, but it has to be stirred into the quantitative calamity. So why bother? Sure, standing in the perspective of the Witch Clan, Wu Tian certainly hopes that Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud agree. Can be one more helper, one more power. To the Witch Clan are all good things. After Wu Tian said that, his eyes burned as he looked at Jin Yuanzi. Jin Yuanzi's face tangled for a moment, and finally smiled bitterly, uttering words that were unexpected by Wu Tian, only to see Jin Yuanzi speak with a bitter smile. Elder brother Wu Tian, you're misunderstanding me. You're giving me another great gift. How could I disagree? What I'm really worried about is how I'm going to be able to repay old brother's favor. How could Jin Yuanzi not be clear? If he answered after that, then he would become the controller of all the land and mountain gods, and the entire flooded earth would truly be under the control of his earth book. How great is this fortune and merit? As for the downside of what my old man said, Jin Yuanzi's face looked odd. Somewhat grudgingly, she looked at Wu Tian. Now I say that I have nothing to do with the Witch Clan and won't stand up to the Witch Clan. Is there anyone else in the entire flooded heavens and earth who will believe me? Wu Tian froze for a moment, then laughed aloud. Jin Yuanzi said is also true. From the split treasure cliff chance after, the two of them are considered to have been on the chariot of the witch tribe. Long ago, they were supernumerary brothers of the Wiccan clan. Chapter 112, all listen to Wu Tian. Any comments? After seeing Jin Yuanzi agree, Emperor Jiang, also overjoyed, directly laughed aloud, laughing while patting Jin Yuanzi's shoulders, so that Jin Yuanzi also enjoy a little bit of ancestral witch's treatment. Bang bang bang, slapped Jin Yuanzi's body a burst of shaking, almost have to summon the book of the earth to protect the body. He is not like the ancestral witch's thick skin and flesh. Ha ha, I knew it, we're on the same side. In the entire flood, we are only willing to be close to you two brothers. Emperor Jian laughed aloud. Jin Yuanzi was embarrassed and uncomfortable again, but had to squeeze out a smile with a twisted expression. That's true, but on the other hand, the entire flood is not only Jin Yuanzi. Red Cloud is willing to get close to the witch tribe. When Wu Tian was discussing with Jin Yuanzi, the other ancestral witches also came over one after another. This kind of thing should be done by the ancestral witches in unison. So Wu Tian did not hide. At the moment things are set. Gong Gong then couldn't wait to open his mouth and asked Wu Tian with wide-eyed curiosity. Older brother, you want to be the god of the Buzhou mountain? Before Wu Tian could say anything, Emperor Jiang reacted very violently, his eyes glaring towards Gong Gong and drinking. What unchained mountain god? Emperor Jiang is a glimpse of the future. Even though he himself was very confident and felt that he would definitely be able to change the end of the witch race, it was still impossible to allow Wu Tian to be the god of the Buzhou mountain without complete certainty. After saying that, again, he glared at the kami. Slaps are subconsciously raised. Being the god of Buzhou mountain and then getting hit by your kid? This kind of danger, Di Jiang, even if he himself to bear, cannot let Wu Tian to face. Wu Tian is the future of the witch race, the entire witch clan's treasure. Once again, the kami was at a loss. What did I say again? Why is Big Brother suddenly furious again? Seeing this, Wu Tian hurriedly pulled Di Jiang's hand and blocked in front of Gong Gong's body. He naturally understood Di Jiang's concern and was greatly moved in his heart. Big Brother, take it easy. This mountain god of Buzhou mountain. We don't do anyone wrong. Buzhou mountain will not have a mountain god. This is the spine of the father god. And why should we add to the snake? Superfluous? Then another wink toward the kami. This time, just don't move forward. Wu Tian then spoke to Di Jiang. Big Brother, this matter is not in a hurry. You and second brother or first good healing. Wait until completely free of obstacles, and then start to proceed. It is just to take advantage of the time of healing, but also carefully think about it. I have other things to say to Jin Yuanzi and old brother Hongjun. Now is certainly not a good time to carry out the mountain god program. In addition to the injuries of Emperor Jiang and Candle Join, there are also Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud. They may not have a heart at the moment. If it wasn't for his concern for Wu Tian, he was afraid that he would have gone back to the 5 Zhuangguan to participate in the Hongmeng Purple Qi, and was already trying to refine it. Wu Tian could see it too. Words. Di Jiang's anger dissipated a lot, and after glancing at Gong Gong one more time, he let out another whoop and summoned the remaining ancestral witches over. Wait until all the ancestral witches have gathered. Emperor Jiang lightly coughed, and Candle Join. Two people look at each other. The two eyes conferred a bit. This is a solemn color of the words. Next, your second brother and I are going to be in seclusion. All of you give me an honest, properly improve your strength. If you wait for me to come out of seclusion after, who has not yet reached the mixed golden immortal realm, then your second brother and I will have to personally help you hammer your flesh. The ancestral witches nodded their heads in succession. Because of the threat of Emperor Jiang, one does not dare to take it lightly. If one really fails to break through to the mixed golden immortal, being mixed and doubled by Emperor Jiang and Candle Join, the pain in the flesh is a small matter. Definitely going to be ridiculed for the rest of my life. After this was said, Emperor Jiang faintly spoke again. In the future, when the two of us are not around, all the matters of our witch clan will be decided by Wu Tian. Said gaze flickered, looking towards the ancestral witches. He ended up purposely landing on the bodies of the two ancestral witches, Gong Gong and Zhu Rong, instantly causing Gong Gong and Zhu Rong's hearts to thump. Are you treating us like pricks? Gong Gong learned smartly this time, and immediately, without thinking, shouted aloud. Don't worry, big brother. Older brother is the smartest of our witch clan. We'll definitely listen to him. Emperor Jiang was about to nod his head, but then I heard the words of the co-worker. If I disobey, you just beat me. Even if you press my head to hit the Sumeru mountain again, I don't have half a word of complaint. It's okay not to say that. A mention of hit the mountain, and touched the nerves of Emperor Jiang. Suddenly fists are pinched more tightly. Wu Tian was speechless at the sight. LOL. If you don't know how to talk, you don't say a word. You can kiss the horse's ass. Immediately, he opened his mouth in a hurry. Wu Tian smiled and spoke. All brothers misunderstood. Our witch clan's matters still rely on everyone. It is occasionally my little brother will give you some suggestions and ideas. How can you listen to me all the time? Wu Tian's position for himself was to come up with ideas behind the scenes, the real laborious landing and execution, that still had to come from the ancestral witches themselves. Take the Yamagami program. After Wu Tian comes up with an idea, he doesn't have to care much about it later, but Emperor Jiang has to think a lot about how to plan and execute. Emperor Jiang nodded. Line. Let's go to the retreat first. You all know what I mean anyway. Just behave yourselves. After saying this, he arched his hand at Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun, the smile on his face stretching up as he smiled and spoke. Two brothers, then we will go first. After the retreat is over, I will come to find you too, and we will discuss it. Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun hurriedly nodded their heads. Afterwards, Emperor Jiang and Candle Join flew towards the Pangu hall, and when their figures disappeared, the ancestral witches all let out a light breath. Obviously the pressure given to them by Emperor Jiang just now was not small. Wu Tian smiled darkly at the sight. The kami spat back. Big brother really loves you. Make it seem like we will bully you if they are not here. Older brother, are we not treating you well? Wu Tian nodded his head in a hurry. Yes, naturally good. The ancestral witches also saw that Wu Tian had something to discuss with Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun alone, and after spitting on them, they consciously left and continued to celebrate with their sons and daughters. Only Xianmei and Hou Tu remain. The 5 Purple Heaven Palace that listened to the Tao and shared the Hongmeng Purple Qi were finally able to start discussing the matter of the Hongmeng Purple Qi, and Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun had a flash of light in their eyes as they gently let out a breath. Next moment, purple light flashed in Red Cloud's hand, the rich and incomparable purple light appeared, and the Hongmeng Purple Qi was like a purple stream of air constantly tumbling, instantly emitting a mysterious and incomparable Taoist rhythm. The surrounding heaven and earth were affected. Countless heavenly Tao laws and Yuan Qi converged towards this place, and the area of influence of the Hongmeng Purple Qi continued to extend. Red Cloud rushed out again. With a turn of mana, a transparent boundary was born in its outer world, shielding the aura of the Hongmeng Purple Qi. Elder brother Wu Tian, the Hongmeng Purple Qi is here. Do you have any statutes or ideas? But say no harm, we all listen to you, Red Cloud said in a hurry. He then looked towards Jin Yuanzi, who also smiled and nodded, and also opened his mouth. We all listen to you. Chapter 113, Steady. Don't wave. Red Clouds can get the Hongmeng Purple Qi, is originally dependent on Wu Tian, and Jin Yuanzi is even more light, so both have this to say. But Wu Tian sounded a bit strange. What was all this? The ancestral witches said they wanted to listen to him, and Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun also wanted to listen to him. All this confidence in me? Wu Tian nodded and spoke with a light smile. The 2 oldest brothers also know. Our witch clan has no intention of becoming a heavenly Tao saint, and this Hongmeng Purple Qi is just chicken ribs to us. Hence, you guys just sense it first. Red Cloud froze at his words. Ha! I know your attitude towards the Hongmeng Purple Qi, but this is the chance to become a saint. The Hongmeng Purple Qi. Old brother Wu Tian, aren't you curious? Seeing Red Cloud with such an expression, Wu Tian laughed again. Also, then I'll see what this Hongmeng Purple Qi is first. After saying that, curious, he received the Hongmeng Purple Qi, resting on top of his palm before he unlocked the mana confinement set up by Red Cloud. His divine mind probed, and he had a marvelous experience. At the moment of unlocking the confinement, once again there is a rich purple aura that emanates in all directions, and the power of the laws between heaven and earth surges madly. Wu Tian's Yuanshan was also affected. It was actually an instant shock, and instantly became clear and incomparable, and there was actually a constant sense of the laws of the heavenly way born in the heart. The Hongmeng Purple Qi seems to be transformed into a key, and it seems to be a bridge connecting the laws of the heavenly Tao, so that Wu Tian can realize the many laws in the heavenly Tao to his heart's content. But just then, the Hongmeng Purple Qi, which was constantly surging, suddenly gave birth to changes, and actually turned into countless purple filaments to drill towards Wu Tian's Yuan Shen. The power of the heavenly Tao followed. Swish! Purple light was dense in Wu Tian's Yuan Shen. However, in the next moment, Wu Tian's brows furrowed violently, and he even suddenly operated the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong, and even the mark of the Pangu true body on top of his divine soul also lit up. Buzz! Wu Tian's body emitted a gray precious light. The Hongmeng Purple Qi was immediately shaken away. Seeing this scene, Jin Yuanzi, Hongyun, as well as Xianmei and Hou Tu all had astonished expressions, and Xianmei even asked in a hurry, "What's wrong?" Wu Tian slowly shook his head. No harm done. In addition to being an opportunity to become a saint, this Hongmeng Purple Qi is also a kind of heavenly Tao authority, or it can be used as a key to the treasure house of heavenly Tao laws. Those who possess the Hongmeng Purple Qi are able to feel the laws of the heavenly Tao to their heart's content, and at the same time, your own feelings will be taken for the heavenly Tao. Just now, Wu Tian was horrified to discover that while he was drawing on the heavenly Tao's sense of enlightenment, the heavenly Tao was actually stealing his own original laws as well. This is actually quite normal. If you become a saint of the heavenly Tao, the Yuan Shen hosts the heavenly Tao. Its own way will naturally be integrated into the heavenly Tao. So after the 6 saints return to the throne, the heavenly Tao becomes more and more complete. But the witches are different. These laws controlled by the ancestral witches, but they are inherited from the blood of Pangu, and are not under the control of the heavenly Tao. Maybe that's why the heavenly Tao calculates, and the Hongjun Taoist ancestor calculates, that the ancestral witches must be allowed to die and return to the flooded heavens and earth. Ancestral witch immortality. How do these laws return to heaven? Hearing Wu Tian's explanation, Xianmei and Hou Tu immediately frowned and asked softly, "So according to this, the Hongmeng Purple Qi is of no use to us?" Wu Tian shook his head slightly. "It's not useless, It was just a matter of finding a way to restrict the Hongmeng violet chi from being eroded by the heavenly Tao, but that would be too troublesome, and it was really rather ribald. Hou Tu goes without saying. In the future, the existence of the body of the earth, control of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and other ancestral witches, such as Xianmei. If you want to become a saint, when the time comes, relying on the back of the earth, directly become a saint of the earth path on the line. And why do you need to resort to the Hongmeng purple chi? In that case, it seems like the Hongmeng purple chi isn't very useful, and it feels like a bit of a waste. That's not really the case. If it were not for the cause and effect of the Hongmeng purple chi, would Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun have completely fallen to the witch clan and directly boarded the witch clan ship of thieves? And, even if he could really successfully refine the Hongmeng purple chi, he would not choose to refine and become a heavenly Tao saint. I'm going to use my power to prove the truth. No matter what, there is still the leg of Sister Hou Tu to hold. Do I care about this Hongmeng purple chi of yours? Do I need to be shackled by the heavenly Tao? Subsequently, Wu Tian threw back the Hongmeng purple chi. Only when Hongjun put away the Hongmeng violet chi with a solemn face did Wu Tian smile and speak. So, this Hongmeng purple chi is still for the 2 old brothers to hold. You guys try to refine it first. You're not like the witches. Just feel good about the Hongmeng violet chi is all. If you can really refine it and become a heavenly Tao saint, it would be a great opportunity. That said, but Wu Tian knows that the 2 men are afraid that there is no way to completely refine the Hongmeng purple chi. This Hongmeng purple chi has other arrangements in the great power of the heavenly Tao. Among the original momentum, Red Cloud blew up his Yuan Shen and exploded this Hongmeng purple chi into 3 big and 5 small pieces, which later became the source of the karmic positions of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors of the human race. One thought in this. Wu Tian hurriedly spoke again. What do you 2 old brothers plan to do? Why don't you guys stop going and just cultivate in our witch clan? I don't know how many people are thinking about this Hongmeng purple chi. In case someone calculates or ambushes them, that would be bad. Wu Tian was a bit worried. Although the plot of the Purple Heaven Palace giving up its seat has long been changed, and Kuanpeng is no longer resentful of Red Cloud, who knows whether the great power of the heavenly Tao will remain the same. In case Red Cloud goes the old way, that would be a big no-no. But Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun both slowly shook their heads, then looked toward the surrounding of the witch race with some difficulty, and Jin Yuanzi spoke with a bitter smile. Elder brother Wu Tian, the witch race's fury is still too heavy. It's much inconvenient with our cultivation. We'd better go back to the 5 Zhuangguan. Seeing Wu Tian still frowning, Jin Yuanzi spoke again in a hurry. Old brother, don't worry. I know you are worried about our safety, but the 2 of us are not easy to bully. The big deal is to hold up the Earth Book boundary. Red Cloud also spoke out in conformity. Yeah, don't worry. No one in the entire Flood Wasteland has been able to break old brother Jin Yuan's Earth Book boundary. Not that no one can break it. Rather, everyone is too scrupulous to take on such karma. This was something Wu Tian naturally knew. In fact, in the original general situation, when the 2 stayed within the 5 Zhuangguan, no one really dared to break in, but it was preferable for Red Cloud to act alone, trying to sneak back to Fire Cloud Cave. Then tragedy struck. Wu Tian had the intention to persuade again, but the witch race was indeed not suitable for the 2 to cultivate for a long period of time, and then looking at the 2's confident appearance, he could only stare at the Red Cloud and urge, Old Red Cloud, you're the one I'm most uneasy about. Old brother Jin Yuan has the Earth Book boundary, but you have nothing. Promise me that no matter what, you will never act alone. Steady, don't wave. Red Cloud was surprised in his heart. For Wu Tian's such a solemn attitude, his heart seemed to have sensed something, giving birth to some touches, and he immediately smiled and said, Don't worry, I was already inseparable from old brother Jin Yuan, and now that the Hongmeng purple breath is in my possession, I'll definitely pay more attention, despite Red Cloud's repeated assurances. However, Wu Tian feels that it is still not safe. Red Cloud, this guy character jumping, in case again drift, wave up, many plans will not be in vain? Just dinging it like that, nor is it in keeping with his steady nature. After a little bit of contemplation, Wu Tian also spoke again. No, I'm still relieved. You guys wait, I'll be right back. Chapter 114, Giving the Innate Gourd again. The words fell. Wu Tian disappeared with a whoosh, leaving only a backstory for Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun. He headed in the direction of Mount Buzhou. Both of them had a strange feeling, especially when Wu Tian said this with a strange smile on his face. What is old brother Wu Tian doing? Red Cloud froze. Jin Yuanzi also opened his mouth slightly and didn't speak, but he actually had a guess in his heart. You're not going to get the innate gourd, are you? Just as Jin Yuanzi thought, Wu Tian went straight to the Buzhou mountain, where the innate gourd vine was located, precisely preparing to take down the 2 gourds and give them to Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun. Previously, when the innate gourd vine was exposed, and then the ancestral witches went directly to the west to fight. Wu Tian didn't even have time to patch up the innate gourd vine's formation. It's just exposed. The innate spiritual light emanated, and the aura of the innate gourd vine could be felt from a long distance away. But even so, and no one dared to take a shot at the gourd vines. The three Chang and the Western duo couldn't carry the witch clan. So how many heads did the others have that dared to move the innate gourd vine and provoke the witch clan? You want to die? So when Wu Tian arrived at the valley where the innate gourd vine was located, everything was as it was, and the gourd vine was directly exposed to the flooded heavens and earth, constantly sucking in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Growth are much faster. After falling down, Wu Tian's mana moved and his divine thoughts extended towards the entire valley, repairing the original innate formation, then walked over to the innate gourd vine and sized it up towards it. His eyes skimmed over the 7 gourds of different colors and murmured in a low voice, which gourd to take? At the moment above the innate gourd vine, in addition to the chaos gourd hidden within Wu Tian's body, there are still 2 gourds that have not matured. They are the gold and the fire rose, respectively, but it looks like it's getting close. If we were to follow the original general trend, Jin Yuanzi had gotten the green gourd with the innate wood attribute, while Hongjun had gotten the red gourd with the innate fire attribute. One of them, the green gourd, was sacrificed by Jin Yuanzi and became the greenwood gourd, which was then given to Shinon, who was reincarnated in the fragment of the true spirit of the Red Cloud, and became the gourd of the 5 grains of the Shinon clan. Red Cloud's red gourd, on the other hand, was refined by him into 99 dispersed prana divine sands, directly sacrificing it into the 99 dispersed prana gourd. The 99 scattered prana gourd is powerful. After offering it, there will be a fire cloud made of scattered prana and divine fury spreading over the sky, which can hurt the soul if it is stained with a little bit. But Wu Tian couldn't help but frown. It wasn't because the fire gourd hadn't matured yet, but it was because he felt that if Red Cloud continued to get the fire gourd, it would be extremely inappropriate instead. If a good innate gourd is sacrificed and refined into this kind of mischievous magic treasure, won't it hurt one's own chi and fortune? This is completely at odds with Red Cloud. Obviously, the Flood is known as a good old man, but with such an outlaw magic treasure, naturally, it will be a hindrance to itself. Wu Tian pondered in his mind. Not only were the characteristics of this magic treasure inconsistent with Red Cloud, the innate fire laws in it were not very helpful to Red Cloud's own Tao. He is the first Red Cloud in heaven and earth. The body has earth, water, fire and wind, 3 of the 4 elephant laws, only missing the earth. If for the future proof of the road to consider, it is best to make up for it is. Think about it. Wu Tian's eyes flickered and landed his gaze on the yellow gourd that carried the thick earthwork laws, already settling on the idea, and even more so in his heart. Although the innate earth laws are not the same as the earth among the 4 elephant laws, they still carry the meaning of bearing, and will definitely make Red Cloud's chi a little more composed. Isn't it also true that Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi are in harmony because Jin Yuanzi's Z2 attribute complements each other? He's the one. Wu Tian did not hesitate any longer. A thought was then transmitted towards the innate gourd vine, and instantly the immense and incomparable branches and vines trembled, and a 7-colored arcane light continuously flowed on them. In the spirituality of the innate gourd vine, some unwillingness to give up was born. Wu Tian couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, I'll find them a good home. The words fell, only to see the thick spiritual light light up all the way from the root, and eventually instill into the green and yellow gourds. The 2 gourds that had already matured were suddenly ripe as a melon. Swish! In unison, they fell from the vines. But before it landed, it flew in the direction where Wu Tian was, and Wu Tian raised his hand to hold it in his palm. Then his divine mind surged and directly probed it. Mana surged towards the 2 gourds. In an instant, within Wu Tian's body, the chaos gourd hidden within it directly vibrated slightly, as if there was an inexplicable induction between it and these 2 innate gourds. Swish! The 2 innate gourds flashed. It actually appeared directly within Wu Tian's body and came to the chaos gourd, slowly encircling around the chaos gourd that had yet to mature. Breaths mingled between the 3 gourds. Shen light is also echoed. After this scene, the smile on Wu Tian's face also grew even wider, and he couldn't help but chuckle as he spoke. Ha ha, it's just as I thought. Wu Tian is worried about the Red Cloud to repeat the mistake, so he came here to take down the innate gourd gift, but is not simply send them 2 magic treasure. What's the point of having some strength? He did so because of the discovery of a meditative induction between these 7 innate gourds and the chaos gourd. If Red Cloud is in danger, just borrow the gourd call. Then they could use the connection between the gourds to directly teleport towards where Wu Tian was, or Wu Tian would arrive moments later and help out. Earlier, Wu Tian suggested to Emperor Jiang, not necessarily because of the innate gourd inspiration, only this applies to a very small range. After all, the gourd is only so many, and if Emperor Jiang can handle it, and yet it can be spread over a large area. At that time, it will really become a party in trouble. 8 parties to support. The call of duty. Zuu will reach. After putting the 2 gourds away, Wu Tian looked towards the other gourds again and thought about picking the other 3 gourds that had already matured as well, leaving behind only the fire gourd and the gold gourd that had not matured yet. Nodding at the innate gourd vine, then it turned around and flew toward the outside of the valley, and when it was out of the valley, the innate great formation that had already been repaired instantly lit up, once again shielding the innate gourd vine's spiritual opportunity. After returning, Wu Tian landed in front of Jin Yuanzi. Red Cloud did not say anything, directly released 2 innate gourd. Suddenly the mysterious light is dense. The light echo, innate spirit constantly emanate. Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun's eyelids jumped, eyes involuntarily attracted toward the innate gourd. A few moments later, Jin Yuanzi spoke with a bitter smile on his face with a sense of difficulty. Elder brother Wu Tian, you really went to fetch the gourd, but we already owe you so many favors. If we still reach out, wouldn't we be too insatiable? Where would we have a face? Red Cloud also shook his head in a hurry. Previously, the 3 Chang wanted to grab it, but was disliked by the ancestral witches. Di Jun wanted to take the treasure in exchange, but was also directly rejected by Wu Tian. They thought but could not, but Wu Tian, without saying a word, directly took and placed it in front of himself. But this innate gourd is really hot. Taking another look at Wu Tian, Jin Yuanzi's eyes grew more and more complicated, his heart overwhelmed with emotion. Alas, it's hard to return a favor. Wu Tian, however, was as if he had not realized it, still smiling brightly and incomparably, pushing the 2 gourds towards Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun. I can't use so many gourds myself. I can't carry them all over my back, can I? What's the point of that? Seeing that the 2 still look hesitant, Wu Tian also feigned anger and frowned towards the 2 men, speaking aloud once again. Isn't it just a gourd? How can it be as serious as you guys make it out to be? Besides, if it wasn't for old brother Jin Yuan's hand earlier, how would I have gotten the chaos gourd? Stay with us witches. Why are you still so abrasive? He said and pushed the gourd hard. Only then did Jin Yuanzi put the gourd away. But he didn't say anything, only slightly arching his hand to Wu Tian as a sign of gratitude. But in his heart he had already made up his mind. What do you care about the cataclysm later? If you want to hurt my old brother Wu Tian, first break the earth book. Chapter 115. Hou Tu, I wanted to wait for the 2 to collect. Only then did a smile return to Wu Tian's face before he spoke to Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun again. The other characteristics of this innate gourd have already been understood by the 2 old brothers before, so I won't say more. I'll tell you what I'm considering. Next, Wu Tian narrated the story, informing why he had chosen the gourds of these 2 law powers, as well as the connection between the innate gourd and the chaos gourd. After listening, Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun became more and more moved. Red Cloud was even more ashamed. Originally at the beginning Wu Tian was standing up for him, and now he was even more worried about him, thinking so much for him, and he got nothing in return. If I wasn't a woman, I would have hated to give myself up on the spot. Elder brother Wu Tian, nothing to say. In the future there is something you just command. If I, Red Cloud, have half a word of no, let me in this life without a great Tao. Under the excitement, Red Cloud actually opened his mouth like this. Wu Tian was all shocked by Red Cloud's words and hurriedly tried to stop it, but it was too late. While laughing helplessly, old Red Cloud, and why are you doing this? This is not the latter days. Gambling and swearing can be a meal. This is a flood. All words spoken will have a sense of the underworld, when the time really will be spiritual. Red Cloud, however, had a straight face. There was a sense of relief. No harm done. These are also the words of my true heart. Saying them out loud instead of the thoughts being clear and the Tao heart being more solid. After saying that, Red Cloud once again arched his hand with Wu Tian. In that case, then old brother Jin Yuan and I will take our leave. Old brother Wu Tian, you can rest assured, with old brother Jin Yuan's earth book in place, we will definitely be fine. Wu Tian also nodded slightly. Well, if something happens, just knock the seal in the innate gourd, and I will naturally sense and quickly support then. Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun saluted Xian He and Hou Tu again, then transformed into a mysterious light and drifted away towards the outside of the witch clan. Wait until the 2 are completely gone. Only then did Wu Tian turn around to look towards Xianmei and Hou Tu, and only just turned around. What are you looking at me like that for? Fang Xianmei and Hou Tu had been silent. At this moment, the expressions of the 2 men were different, but they were both staring at Wu Tian, constantly sizing up Wu Tian. Xianmei frowned. Hou Tu seemed to be smiling and not laughing. Looking at Wu Tian was extremely uncomfortable. Seeing Wu Tian react like this, it was only then that Xianmei opened his mouth and asked with a frown, Wu Tian, why are you so nice to Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun? Again, You're helping out with all kinds of opportunities and magic treasures. To really talk about it, the two had gotten more benefits from Wu Tian than any other ancestral witch, and Wu Tian's attitude was really warm. Before Wu Tian could say anything, but Hou Tu laughed softly and went forward, a ring around the body of Xianmei. Xianmei gently struggled after no avail. Also let it be. Then Hou Tu smilingly said, "Don't you see? After this act of Wu Tian, Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun hated to sell out to him, and now that Wu Tian is going to attack the Purple Heavenly Palace, it's no wonder that these two will follow. Not bad for the backwoods. The existence that was the least tainted with baneful qi and would later control the 6 paths of reincarnation could see Wu Tian's intentions at a glance." Wu Tian could only heave a smile. Xianmei, however, remained amazed. "But, Wu Tian wants to pull the strings. Can't the two of them see that?" Hou Tu did not open her mouth this time, but slightly nuzzled her mouth, signaling Wu Tian to explain himself. Wu Tian then smiled and spoke. "Naturally, I can see, but they can also see that I genuinely want to make friends with them, with a passionate intention. Besides, it's not like I'm harming them, giving them Hongmeng violet qi, treasures, and opportunities. What's wrong with that? Can they refuse it?" For a character like Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun, he wasn't afraid of being counted on by others. He was afraid of others being kind to him and owing him huge favors. Wu Tian also saw this, so just keep sending favors. Originally, Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud himself felt unable to bear, bent on repaying Wu Tian, but did not expect Wu Tian also continued to send the innate gourd. So much for getting in deeper and deeper. Of course, such a strategy can only be used against Jin Yuanzi. Red clouds, if replaced by the West's Jian, Junti, may also be a great enmity. Genji nodded his head as if in a state of realization. "So it is. Wu Tian, how did this brain of yours grow? No wonder you can make them believe in you like this." However, Wu Tian sighed slightly. In the flood, are other people dumber than Wu Tian? For example, Di Jun, who founded the demon race, can control the demon race? And Nuo won't even be able to snatch away the power after she becomes a saint in the future. Can't see the character of Xin Yuanzi? Not also. Rather, they can't do it as generously as Wu Tian. But just for the Hongmeng purple qi alone, they can't afford to give up. After Wu Tian explained a little, another smile and words. "Let's leave it at that for now. Befriending our witch clan will naturally give the witch clan a boost. But our witch clan will certainly not let them suffer either. These many benefits go without saying. Since Wu Tian wants to pull the two together, he will certainly not stand by and watch Red Cloud die, and he will certainly find a way to change Red Cloud's fate in the future. Just this, Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun would have made a lot of money." After saying that, Wu Tian once again smilingly looked towards Xianmei and Hou Tu, and finally his gaze landed on Xianmei. With a flash of clear light in his hand, he directly pulled out the gourd that was emanating the innate water movement laws and handed it over towards Xianmei. "Sister Genji, this gourd is for you." Genji hadn't said anything yet. Hou Tu, however, laughed daintily, her eyes narrowing into a line as she spoke with a smile. "What? This trick, you still want to use on Sister Xianmei?" Xianmei was instantly enraged. He vigorously shook off Hou Tu, who was on top of him, and then glared at Hou Tu. Wu Tian also hurriedly called out, "Where did I? It's not just that there happened to be a gourd suitable for Sister Xianmei, so I took it out. Which is as outrageous as you say?" Wu Tian said, his voice lowered. "To say that the Xuanhe is appropriate is a bit of a forced explanation. According to reason, the gourd of the innate waterline law, shouldn't it be given to Gong Gong? But the 5 big and 3 big communists, what's better than Genji? Plus, previously, Xianmei had even fetched him the 6 roots of purity bamboo in passing, so he had to show his gratitude, right? And Gong Gong may not like to use the gourd. What magic treasure is not as good as his own body? After Wu Tian found a few reasons, he also became more and more calm, not caring at all about Hou Tu's flirting, and then pushed the innate water gourd again. Xianming's eyes flickered slightly, then nodded his head and put away the innate gourd in front of him with his face as usual, but he could not hide the delight in the depths of his eyes. Holu laughed softly. Rather, he did not say anything more, but just extended his crystal-clear white palm towards Wu Tian and winked his eyes as he asked, "What about mine?" Chapter 116, Can't we refine? Wu Tian froze. Bad. Originally, the innate earthbound gourd could have been given to Hou Tu, but Wu Tian, mindful of Red Cloud's calamity and wanting to help him change and dissolve it, gave it directly to Red Cloud. Now there's no more Hou Tu? This, Wu Tian's heart became difficult. In fact, it is not just because of the Red Cloud, but in Wu Tian's subconscious mind, Hou Tu is going to incarnate in hell and control the wheel of reincarnation in the future. As it is, what use is an innate spiritual treasure to her? But Wu Tian has overlooked one point. Hou Tu also has emotional needs. See, Xianmei has. Alone she does not. The heart can be happy. Seeing Wu Tian's hesitant look, although Hou Tu's face is still with a smile, but the eyes have obviously changed. See the situation, so Wu Tian directly do not think will be the center of apricot and yellow flag took out. It was more of a rush to explain. Sister backwoods, the innate earth gourd I gave the red cloud, the reason for which just now you also heard. If you are interested in other attributes of the gourd, you just mention. Little brother, I do not say anything, immediately brought. Among other things, I've also prepared this magic treasure for Sister Hou Tu, the central Woji apricot yellow flag, which fits right in with Sister Hou Tu. Originally, Wu Tian's idea was, Xianmei refines the northern Shenyuan water control flag, Zhurong refines the southern off-earth flame light flag, Jumong refines the eastern treasure-colored green lotus flag, and when he gets the western vegetal cloud boundary flag later, he will then give Matt to the refining. The four of them happen to be the gods of the four directions, combine the meaning of the 5 directions of the first heaven. As for the last central apricot yellow flag, although Hou Tu is the most suitable, but Hou Tu later to body reincarnation, to Wu Tian's planned grand formation, there might be an impact. Based on this consideration, Wu Tian was even prepared to even preside over the central apricot and yellow flag by himself. But here's what he didn't expect. The backwoods will also be angry at the lack of gifts. Then what's there to consider? As soon as Wu Tian's thoughts changed, he directly changed his mind and took out the central apricot and yellow flag and sent it to Hou Tu. Now that Hou Tu's Yuan Shen has come to fruition early, and has so much merit and virtue to protect her body, even if she is reincarnated in the future, she will certainly still be able to maintain her identity as an ancestral witch with her Yuan Shen. There is no need to worry, Wu Tian thought secretly in his heart while looking straight at Hou Tu, carefully observing all the changes in Hou Tu's expression. Fruity. After seeing this treasure, Hou Tu's eyebrows stretched, and the smile on his face remained, but it was much more harmonious than the party. That's more like it, Hou Tu said smilingly. Subsequently, he stretched out his delicate hand, smilingly took the central hex apricot and yellow flag into his hands, pinched the precious flag to survey it, and kept playing with it, and she said it without a care in the world. I don't have to want your spiritual treasure. Wu Tian nodded his head in a hurry. Got it, I get it all. Not to mention that it was just an innate 5-square flag. Even if it was an even more precious innate spiritual treasure, it would not necessarily be placed in the eyes of the ancestral witches. But Genghis Khan has the backwoods must be there as well. The other ancestral witch brothers may not care, but Xianmei and Hou Tu are female after all, and he still has to learn to level the playing field. Seeing that his thighs were finally happy later, Wu Tianxu wiped his sweat before being laughed at by Xianmei again. Wu Tian tried to educate her on the spot. What do you know? In the future, we two have to hold the thigh together. For the thigh, the minimum emotional value, we have to provide in place, right? But he didn't dare say it. At this time Hou Tu asked again, then do you yourself intend to refine the southern off-earth flame light flag or the eastern treasure-colored green lotus flag? Wu Tian shook his head slightly, and then put his thoughts into words. Xianmei and Hou Tu exclaimed in unison. Ha! Then you have gone through so much effort to get the innate 5-square flags. Wouldn't none of them be given to us? Wu Tian burst out laughing. He went to a lot of trouble? He was just making a request. Wasn't it still the ancestral witches who actually made the move? Even if the innate 5-square flags are divided out, Wu Tian is still very sure that if the big battle comes together, he will definitely be protected in the middle of the big formation formed by the 5 innate 5-square flags. Protected at its best. So, the innate 5-square flag was not Wu Tian's dependence. The ancestral witches were Wu Tian's dependence. And if the ancestral witches were stronger, Wu Tian would be able to continue to get away with it in the flooded heavens and earth. However, Wu Tian didn't say any of this. Instead, he smiled and spoke. No harm done. I have other gains this time. You guys forgot. I also got the spirit branch of the innate Bodhi tree, and a complete 6 roots of purity bamboo. Xianmei and Hou Tu looked at each other, actually suddenly a little embarrassed. There is a kind of robbing Wu Tian's spiritual treasure, but they also know that Wu Tian will not take it back since he gave it out. Xianmei suddenly transmitted his voice quietly. I finally understand what Shen Yuanzi and Red Cloud really feel. Hou Tu also nodded slightly. Two people look at Wu Tian's eyes. Also once again born changes. There are more inexplicable meaning. This was something Wu Tian hadn't noticed. He had already begun to send a message to Zhu Rong and Zhu Meng, summoning these 2 ancestral witches to arrive. And when the 2 ancestral witches arrived, Wu Tian didn't say anything, and directly took out the southern off-earth flame light flag and the eastern green lotus treasure color flag. 2 elder brothers. You each refine this innate 5-square flag. And when you get the western vegetative cloud boundary flag in the future, the matronly elder brother will refine the flag again. and you will be able to set up the innate 5-square-5 elemental grand formation. But to Wu Tian's surprise, Zhu Rong and Jumong were a bit reluctant and had a resistant expression on their faces. Ha! Older brother. Why don't you find someone else? I'm not interested in innate spiritual treasures. Big brother asked us to break through to the mixed golden immortal before he closes the door. Refining this treasure will definitely delay our cultivation. It's not the same as Genji or Hou Tu. Both of them had already given birth to their Yuanshen and could directly refine the innate 5-square flag with their Yuanshen. And Zhu Rong and Jumong don't have any genjutsu. If one wanted to refine an innate spiritual treasure, one would have to do it in the same way that the sorcerer clans sacrificed their treasures, using their own essence blood to erode the prohibitions within the innate spiritual treasure, which could be referred to as the method of blood refining. If it's normal, it's fine, but this critical moment, and have to consume their own essence and blood, consume time, but also want to find ways to resist their own baneful chi on the innate spiritual treasure of the wear and tear. It will definitely delay the practice. Words. Wu Tian was directly dumbfounded. His original concern was that he was afraid that the distribution would be uneven and the other ancestral witches who didn't get it would be unhappy in their hearts, but it turned out to be completely the opposite. What you get instead is very grudging. I know you guys are not interested in innate spiritual treasures, but this is an innate superb spiritual treasure. Innate 5-square flag. Xianmei and Hou Tu were also a bit embarrassed. The two of them were willing to the treasures gifted by Wu Tian, and they were also a bit jealous, but it turned out that Zhurong and Zhurmang were like this, which was not tearing down the stage. Wu Tian was about to persuade. Suddenly, they felt a coldness around them, and the place where a few people were was covered by the Xuanhe laws, and a layer of frost condensed in mid-air. Then Xianmei coldly spoke. Let you sacrifice in practice. Where's all the bull ? Zhu Rong weakly said. Available. Only after saying a single word, he felt a tingling on his skin, and a cold and piercing sensation hit him, while being interrupted by Xianmei's words. I know your little minds, but think for yourselves. Not breaking through to the mixed golden immortal and not listening to Wu Tian. Which of these two consequences is more serious? Zhu Rong and Jumong were shocked in their hearts. Refine. Can't we just refine? Chapter 117, Heart Tired. Preparing for cultivation. Subsequently, Zhu Rong and Jumong rushed out. Each of them took away the southern Offerth Flamelight flag and the eastern green lotus treasure color flag, and without even looking at them, they were directly included in their bodies. Wu Tian felt a little heartbroken. The 5 square flags of the innate heaven. I can't even afford to refine it myself. Bring it to you. Even with a reluctant look. If it weren't for the ancestral witches being appropriate. Wooten are trying to backtrack. At this time Zhu Rong smiled sarcastically. Older brother. It's not that brothers don't listen to you. I also know what you are thinking. Isn't it to set up a big formation with the innate 5 square flag? But this innate 5 square flag is a protective magic treasure. And the formation is also protection oriented. It doesn't fit with our nature. Wu Tian froze at his words. That's true. Just simply thinking about it. Having Zhu Rong, who was so impatient and irritable, holding the southern off-ground flame light banner in place and carrying it hard, was simply more difficult than killing him. Even the 12 Metropolitan Divine Fury formation. It's all offensive too. This. Wu Tian froze for a moment. Previously, when they were notifying heaven and earth and establishing the witch race, the ancestral witches each generated the phases of their innate deities and returned to heaven and earth. As for the ancestral witches who are the gods of the 5 directions, if they can refine the innate 5 directions flag and add to it with their deity phases, they will certainly be able to mobilize the power of the flooded heavens and earth. The big formation was running. You can also get the power of the 5 directions of the flooded heaven and earth, in addition to forming another formation within the 12 heavenly goddesses of mercy grand formation. There is also this reason why Wu Genius wanted to distribute the 5 square flags of the innate heaven to the ancestral witches to be sacrificed. Just as Wu Tian was pondering, Jumong suddenly spoke. Older brother, why don't we do this? Let's refine it first. Anyway, you have also refined our essence blood and mastered the power of our laws, and the innate 5 square flag that we have sacrificed with the blood refining method. You can surely drive it as well. Not as good as in person though I guess, but it's not much worse. After Zhu Rong and the others had sacrificed and refined it with their own essence blood, the prohibitions in the 5 square flag of the innate heaven could be at least 80% open to Wu Tian. When the time comes, we'll need to set up our formations. Then we'll set up a formation. If on a whim, when we want to rush up to kill the enemy, we will throw this innate 5 square flag to you, and you will figure out how to form a formation on your own. How about that? Jumong continued. And after Zhu Rong, who was on the side, heard this, he looked towards Jumong with a surprised face, his eyes wide open. You're quite the little wit. In addition to the previously said delayed cultivation, they are most worried about the Great War together. The brothers are up front to charge and kill, but they have to be in the back of the formation, become a logistics force. How could this be tolerated by the ancestral witches? And according to what Jumong said, Shu Rong immediately have no worries. The heart has even made up his mind. When the time comes, will be the south away from the ground flame light flag thrown to Wu Tian. Their own rushed to the forefront of the battle. Immediately, he nodded in agreement. Yeah. When we finish sacrificing and practicing, we will first bring it to you to familiarize yourself with it. When we use it then, we will be able to get started quickly. Wu Tian was speechless for a while. What kind of brains are these two guys? I can't believe I came up with this. He didn't even have to use his brain. He could figure out with his toes that Zhu Rong, Juron, and even Matsuo in the back, all had such an idea in mind. The mind couldn't help but spit it out. What is this? Ancestral witch substitute? Or sharing the innate 5 square flag? You guys help me refine the innate 5 square flag and then give it to me to use for myself? And after Zhu Rong and Jumong said that, it was actually a hee smile, tacitly acknowledging that Wu Tian had agreed to fly away directly with the innate 5 square flag, transforming into a mysterious light and shooting away. Wu Tian stood still, can't help but get lost in thought. Originally, after Emperor Jiang and Candle Joeen talked to him with an open heart, Wu Tian had more and more confidence in the future of the witch race. All have glimpsed the future ending. It can't be changed? But at this moment he suddenly realized, what is really difficult to change is the character of the ancestral witches. And even they themselves may not be able to change. Take this time, Ming thought of a good method. The 12 Metropolitan Heavenly Gods Fury Grand Formation in the set of innate 5 square 5 elements Grand Formation. The innate 5 square flag Wu Tian himself did not stay. Take to the ancestral witches refining. But the ancestral witches are not like this passive defense. Just as well. Let's try it first. If it really doesn't work I'll do it myself. Set up the formation myself. Or just refine the 5 flags into one. Wu Tian muttered in his heart. Quickly waved the slight frustration away. Seeing Wu Tian looking like this, Xianmei and Hou Tu both glanced at each other again, both thinking that Wu Tian was a little upset. Hou Tu hurriedly laughed. Well, haven't the elder brothers always been this out of tune? That's why you're needed more and more to come up with ideas for our witch clan. There's no rush. When Big Brother comes out of the gate, find Big Brother to complain. Let Big Brother fix them properly. Wu Tian raised his head in a hurry. A smile appeared on his face once again and he shook his head slightly. You've got it all wrong. What am I not happy about? According to my elder brothers, after they refined the innate 5 square flag, they brought it directly to me to use. I can't wait to be happy. Amount. Xianmei and Hou Tu looked at each other in dismay. For a while, his heart was a little uncertain, and he didn't know if what Wu Tian said was true, or a counter-argument. At this time, Wu Tian smiled and spoke. Go, Sister Hou Tu. Let's hurry back to the Hou Tu tribe. So many things have been taken care of, and I finally have time to start cultivating. Sending away Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun. Arranging the innate 5 square flag again. Wu Tian also can't wait to refine the innate Bodhi tree spirit branch that he got this time, and refine it into the 5 viscera to strengthen his own foundation. Also look into the 6 roots clear bamboo, the predecessor of this innate spiritual treasure. But the innate 7 sentiments bitter bamboo was refined into a magic treasure by Zhuanti, but Wu Tian felt that it was still better to be in the state of innate spiritual roots, and he had to think of a way to go back to the origin. Wait until the human race shows up. The flood is bound to be thick with red dust and blazing with desire. And the importance of the innate spiritual roots such as the innate 7 emotions and bitter bamboo, which can comb through the 7 emotions and distractions, will surely be reflected. Hou Tu nodded slightly. Yes, she and Wu Tian were the same ancestral witch of the Hou Tu tribe, and they shared control of the Hou Tu tribe. And even though Wu Tian had always not cared about anything, this would be the time to go back together. Xianxian was slightly stunned, then spoke faintly. Then you must cultivate well. Next I will go to check your cultivation progress. Big Brother doesn't care about you, but you can't slack off. Genji had a feeling. Wu Tian's strength had grown stronger. Further down the road, maybe she can not even beat it. Since this is the case, of course, we must hurry to drill and train while it is now. What else could Wu Tian say? I can only express my ardent expectations. Come on, how can I progress without the urging of Sister Xianmei? After returning to the Hou Tu tribe, Wu Tian cannot wait to start practicing. Anyway, the tribe's affairs are thrown to Hou Tu. This is the advantage of being a little brother. Only then did he sit down on his knees. When he took out the spirit branch of the innate Bodhi tree, Wu Tian was struck with a feeling of being missed. Ha! Is someone cursing me? In the meantime, West Kunlun is located. The East Wanggong took a lot of effort to finally knock on the door of the Queen Mother of the West, and was able to enter the Queen Mother of the West's dojo, but only a couple of words. The two then broke out into a heated argument. P.S. For chapters begging for gifts and favorable reviews. I'm not hiding anything. I'll write and send as much as I can. Chapter 118 Western Queen Mother agrees. The ancestral witches lay down. The Queen Mother of the West is a little lost. It wasn't simply because he hated the Duke of Dongwang and wanted the ancestral witches to teach the Duke of Dongwang a good lesson. There was also the agreement that Wu Tian had spoken of earlier. Where's the promised death of Lord Dongwang? I paid the deposit. Where are the people? What's wrong with going back? The Queen Mother of the West was puzzled. According to the momentum of the witch tribe now, Paka Dong Wangong simply do not too simple. Go to the Western world. Did not use the 12 heavenly god of death array? If you go to Panglai Immortal Island, the ancestral witches do not have to all come. This guy Wu Tian. It's not supposed to fool me, is it? After taking my peach branch and innate peach, you're denying it? The more the Queen Mother of the West thought about it, the more she thought it was possible. There's no way to explain it otherwise. Originally sitting on top of the jade bed, couldn't help but get up and pace back and forth in the middle of the hall. His brows locked, just mulling it over. The Luwu divine beast suddenly transmitted a message. Queen Mother, the King of the East is at it again. The Queen Mother of the West instantly crossed her eyebrows and coldly stood up. Her aura around her body violently lingered, and immediately sent a message for Lu Wu to send him away. But how could Lord East leave? A mind to find the Queen Mother of the West to set up the immortal court. Even if the Queen Mother of the West does not want to, then you have to reject it face to face. There is no way around it. The Queen Mother of the West could only let it in. Only once they met. The Duke of Dongwang spoke with great dissatisfaction. Golden Mother, the two of us are the head of the male and female immortals in the world. Resting together, what are you always avoiding me so much for? The Queen Mother of the West laughed. I have had the bad luck of 8 lifetimes to be the head of the male and female immortals in the world with you, and this karma position, although it is blessed with chi, is extremely chicken ribs in the eyes of the Queen Mother of the West. If it's really that good, why didn't the great ancestor Hongjun give the Hongmeng purple chi? Seeing the Western Queen Mother's attitude like this, the Duke of the East, who had already suffered countless defeats from her, didn't care and hurriedly talked about his plan to set up the immortal court again. If you and I join forces, after the establishment of the immortal court, we will certainly be able to obtain great fortune. And when we gather countless capable people and spread the teachings of the immortal way, the Taoist ancestor will certainly be pleased. There may even be some rewards. It is the triad with witches and demons. Is not known. The Queen Mother of the West was even more disdainful now. And a 3-legged race? The immortal court has not yet been set up. The pattern has already fallen a long way behind the witch and demon tribes. And the witch tribe only worships Pangu, the father god. With the blessing of the great Tao, Demon Emperor Jun is to open up the demon road for all the spirits in the world. And all those who have the spirit can be demons, vowing to walk out of their own path outside the immortal road. And the fairy court? It has been circled by Sendo. There is no hope for saints in this life. And the mixed yuan is an extravagant hope, said to be able to get Hongjun Taoist ancestor shelter. But Hongjun Taoist ancestor's personal disciple is the 3 Qing, is Nuwa. The two of them may not even be as good as the 2 little children who opened the door of the purple heavenly palace. Why do you think you're trying so hard? Seeing that the Duke of Dongwang was still gushing, constantly depicting his outlook on the immortal court after its establishment, the Queen Mother of the West finally couldn't help herself. Stop, Lord Mu, I have already told you, before that you want to set up the immortal court. Do you want to repeat what happened to the dragon, phoenix, and Shilin tribes? As far as we're concerned, what qualifications are there to compete with a witch demon? Duke Dongwang was speechless. Available. We're spreading the teachings of the immortal Tao, and the Taoist ancestor, his old man, will definitely support us. The Western Queen Mother was tempted to say, you can forget it. Hongjun Taoist ancestor has now merged with the Tao in the body. Non-big events are not out. Before the 3 Qing, this pro-disciple was surrounded by the ancestral witches. The Taoist ancestor did not show up. He will care about you? Actually, the best thing for the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West to do, instead, is to harmonize with the light, not to get involved in karma, and to hide away and cultivate properly. Wait until after the witch demon catastrophe. The demon race was defeated and Emperor Jun died. No one in heaven to preside. The throne of the Emperor of Heaven would naturally fall on the Duke of the East. After all, he is the personification of the innate yin and yang qi, and is the most suitable to preside over the heavenly court. Hongjun can also use this to control the heavenly court. As long as the Duke of the East King can survive until that time, there is nothing at all for Hou Tian. But the Duke of Dongwang followed like a demon. Seeing the Queen Mother of the West such an attitude, the heart is even more angry. The thoughts turn, but also remembered what happened before. At the viewing ceremony for the founding of the demon clan, the image of the Queen Mother of the West and that Wu Tian of the Sorcerer clan. Muttering appeared in the mind of the Duke of Dongwang. The Duke of Dongwang suddenly became angrier and angrier. What did that Wu Tian from the Witch Clan say to you? You don't want to defect to the Witch Clan, do you? Let me tell you, you just die of this heart. We are in a karma position given by the Dao Ancestor, and the Sorcerer Clan doesn't respect the Dao Ancestor at all. We're just not on the same page. Queen Mother of the West had an itchy tooth. He was about to get angry, but when the Duke of Dongwang said so, he remembered the idea that Wu Tian had given him, and then a thought crossed his mind. The god said with a stern look, "Yes, I will set up the immortal court with you, but let me make it clear that I am only the head of all male and female immortals, and that all matters after the establishment of the immortal court have nothing to do with me, and that I will only cultivate in my Zikanlun, and will not care about anything else." The Duke of Dongwang froze at his words. A look of surprise followed on his face. That would work, even more to the liking of the Duke of Dongwang. If the two were to be in charge of the same immortal court, with their current relationship, it would be inevitable that they would have to fight and quarrel. According to this statement of the Queen Mother of the West, wouldn't it be better if he happens to have the power all to himself? Immediately, a smile crossed his face. Yes, then this matter is settled, and I will never be short of the chief fortune of that Taoist friend, he said with a slight arch of his hand, turning toward the dojo beyond. The Queen Mother of the West didn't even send it off for a bit, just watched the figure of the Duke of the East disappeared, and after a long time was still standing in the same place with a pensive look on her face. After a long time, a tall female immortal, dressed in a metaphysical neon dress, slowly walked behind the Queen Mother of the West and gently called out. Only then did the Queen Mother of the West come back to her senses. "Oh Gen 2, the Western Queen Mother cried out softly. This Xian Nu is the future 9 heavenly Xian Nu, whose root is the Xian bird of the Phoenix clan. And after the decline of the Phoenix clan, she was asked by Yuan Feng to be sheltered by Queen Mother of the West, born of the Phoenix clan. Naturally, it is extremely sensitive to such things as hegemony and division of power, and it is not much good for the ambitious Duke of Dongwang, even if we set up the immortal court. So what? How much more powerful can they be than the 3 tribes? They'll return to dust and ashes. Yuan Feng is still guarding the immortal fire mountain, dissolving the karma of the Phoenix clan. So see, the Queen Mother of the West should be down." The mind was very confused. "Queen Mother, since you don't like this matter, why don't you firmly reject it and have to agree to it?" According to what the Queen Mother said, although she doesn't care about the matter of the immortal court, the karma is afraid that it will be difficult to completely cut off. The Western Queen Mother sighed softly in her heart. "And why wouldn't I know? Don't worry, I have my own considerations." While saying that, Wu Tian's smiling appearance once again appeared in his mind, but Wu Tian had said that he would protect himself. At the thought, she murmured in her mind, "Wu Tian, Wu Tian, I can respond as you say, don't you ever let me down." She was also very curious about Wu Tian, obviously not among the 12 ancestral witches, but can make use of the ancestral witches. Each ancestral witch is like a baby to protect Wu Tian. An idea was born. Turn around and go to the Witch Clan. A glimpse of what's going on. Chapter 119, Lord Dongwang's invitation. But there is no hurry in this matter. At the very least, we have to wait until after the immortal court is established. Or maybe, when the immortal court is established, Wu Tian will come to observe the ceremony? Think about it. The Western Queen Mother's eyes lit up, immediately also no longer anxious, began to patiently wait for the day of the notification of heaven and earth, the establishment of the immortal court. The backwoods tribe. Wu Tian knew nothing about this. Some inexplicable sensations also quickly dispersed. Wu Tian also began to organize the proceeds of this time, ready to start refining the innate spiritual roots. After the 3rd sermon, Wu Tian, with the help of the ancestral witches, will be the innate 5-square flag among the 3 sides of the hand, although now sent to Zhu Rong, Juman in their hands. But look at this situation. Sooner or later to return to the hands of Wu Tian. There's also the 6 roots of purity bamboo, as well as the cliff of divided treasures, which was taken from Yuan Shi. There's no rush. Refine the spirit branch of the innate Bodhi tree first. The others will be slowly sacrificed later, Wu Tian secretly said in his heart. Then he looked down to the spiritual branch of the innate Bodhi tree in his hand. The innate Bodhi tree is the western gold line belongs to. At this moment fell in the hands of Wu Tian. Golden light. It was vaguely tinged with sharpness. Before that, Wu Tian had already refined the spirit branch of the Fusang tree into his heart, the innate nonpareil peach into his kidneys, and the spirit branch of the ginseng fruit tree given by Jin Yuanzi into his spleen. According to the 5 elements belonging to this Bodhi spirit branch when refined into the lungs, with the thought settled, Wu Tian's surrounding mana moved, and the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong then turned with a roar, and a gray precious light emanated from above his body, as if he was a chaotic demon god. Swish! There was a flash of golden light. The Bodhi spirit branch was swept up by a force. It flew directly towards where Wu Tian's lungs were, and in an instant, there was chaos-colored power that gathered towards the place where it fell. It is as if the branches were made of gold essence. Under the impact of Wu Tian's mana, there was actually a feeling of loftiness and immobility. But the next moment, changes are born in the 5 organs. The Fusong tree that was originally planted in the heart. Its blazing flames transformed into heart flames and burned towards where the Bodhi spirit branch was. The genus of miniature ginseng fruit in the spleen also brings thick earthbound power, as well as the innate Nanshui peach tree, which comes flooded with water, though less of the wood element in the liver. But since the innate spiritual roots, each has its own attributes, wood line is not at all lacking. Otherwise why become wood? And because of that, within Wu Tian's 5 viscera, the 5 elements of the innate were actually spontaneously born into a cycle, and the breath of each innate spiritual root fell into the liver and was transformed by it into the wood line. Keep joining in the cycle, and I don't know how long it took. Originally strong and incomparable innate Bodhi spirit branch, there is a softening like. Above the golden light is also more and more bright. It is slowly wriggling, giving birth to golden roots. Slowly but firmly, it took root toward the lungs. Boom! The space where the 5 viscera were located was opened, connecting with the space originally opened by the chaos gourd, and a void heaven and earth was generated in Wu Tian's body. Before that it could only be called space, but now there is a change. Can already be called a small world? Chaotic gourd in the center. The other 4 kinds of innate spiritual roots in the 4 directions. After a small spiritual roots, dense out of the shadow of the sky, will hold up the void. Rumble. The Hou Tu tribe gave birth to change. Between the heavens and the earth's fury, aura, actually a lump of swept toward the temple of the latter earth, forming a gray vortex. It kept falling towards Wu Tian. This mixed yuan qi, after falling into Wu Tian's body, was instantly absorbed by several types of spiritual roots, transformed into corresponding spiritual qi, and exhaled towards the newborn heaven and earth. Another long time passed. Wu Tian's physical body was also dumbfounded. There was actually a feeling that he was forcibly trying to break through to the mixed golden immortal, which immediately made Wu Tian's heart startled. You can't break through now. Haven't gotten Kenwood yet. For strength, Wu Tian is actually not that eager. Throughout the witch demon catastrophe, the ancestral witches will stand in front of him, shielding him from the wind and rain. For Wu Tian, the most important thing now is to seize the opportunity to continuously strengthen their own foundation and lay the foundation for future breakthroughs. Thinking so, Wu Tian body in the middle of the 9 turns of Yuan Gong again move, actually from the first layer of the operation route, layer by layer, constantly refining the power of the influx of. It's almost like the equivalent of re-refining. After a few weeks, the aura around Wu Tian's body changed once again. The original urge to break through disappeared, and his fleshly body flickered with chaotic precious light. And in turn, he had a sense of hunger and thirst, the devouring power emanating from it. It's getting stronger too. After dealing with the matters of the tribe, Hou Tu also returned to the Hou Tu Divine Hall to cultivate, sitting not far away from Wu Tian, who had been awakened by the movement of Wu Tian's cultivation at the moment. Ha! Wu Tian is going to break through. Hou Tu's face showed surprise. Ha! Why don't you break through again? His face was filled with amazement. However, Hou Tu only muttered in her heart, sitting on the side to protect Wu Tian, and even used the power of her own laws to continuously mobilize the yuan qi between heaven and earth to help Wu Tian cultivate. During this time, the flooded heavens and earth were inexplicably calm. Ancestral witches were asked to cultivate well, and other great aptitudes couldn't wait to digest the proceeds after the 3rd sermon. Even the various fights are less frequent. Occasionally, news of Tai suppressing a certain race would come through, or it would be something about the Duke of Dongwang collecting scattered immortals and preparing to set up an immortal court. Wait until Lord East is ready. On the one hand, notify the Queen Mother of the West. On the other hand, also send invitations to all parts of the floodplains, where all the great magical beings have sent messages. Demon race. After receiving the invitation from the Prince of the East, Emperor Jun woke up from the cultivation. Will Tai call to the Lingshao treasure hall above, but also informed Fushi, Nuwa, the 4 emperors of the demon race to discuss the immortal court matter. What do you think? Di Jun said faintly. Tai, however, let out a light chortle, and spoke with much disdain for the Duke of Dongwang between his words, chuckling lightly. Elder brother has been in seclusion. May not know yet. It is said that the Queen Mother of the West was not willing to get involved in this matter at all. Not wanting to be an enemy of the witches and demons, it was only after the Duke of the East King pestered him that he agreed to do so. Even so, it's just a name. 2. He, the Duke of the East King alone, still wants to set up an immortal court and compete with us? I don't think we need to pay attention to him. Jun frowned slightly. His eyes turned toward Tai, feeling that Tai's nature had become more and more overbearing and arrogant, and in his heart he wondered if this period of time of suppressing the 10,000 races had made him more and more complacent. Was about to say something about him, but suddenly, he heard Nuwa speak. Demon Emperor, Eastern Emperor. In any case, previously, when the Demon Clan was established, the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West came to observe the ceremony. Now that they have sent invitations, it would be better for us to respond. Otherwise, it's hard not to make people laugh. Nuwa laughed softly, but another thought popped into her mind. Will the witches be there to observe the ceremony? Last time it was Wu Tian who came. Will Wu Tian still go this time? After the last separation, Nuwa's heart had always been nostalgic, and as she refined the Hongmeng purple chi, she felt more and more that the 9 heavenly resting soil, and even the innate gourd vine, had a great chance with her. Naturally, I hope to take advantage of this opportunity. Talk to Wu Tian again. Nuwa's voice gave a slight pause before she continued to speak with a smile. Since the 2 fellow Taoists have no intention of doing so, then I'll walk with my brother. Chapter 120, Put the word out. Words. A light flickered in Jun's eyes. Don't look at what Nuwa said as if it were nothing, but Jun understood what Nuwa was really thinking with just a thought. The observance is false. It's true that you want to see Wu Tian, isn't it? Slightly pondering in his heart, Emperor Jun suddenly had a faint smile appearing on his face and spoke softly. East Guangdong and West Wangmu are the male and female immortals of the world after the Taoist ancestor personally enthroned them. We must go forward to observe the ceremony even if we give face to the Taoist ancestor. But, I am indeed at a critical time in my practice. So here's the deal, Jun said and looked at Tai. Tai Chi, you go forward with Emperor Shi and Emperor Nuwa. Although Tai is surprised in his heart, but the words of Emperor Jun is half a bit of no doubt, and immediately responded. Only then did Emperor Jun smile and nod. Right now it's early. Emperor Shi and Emperor Nuwa, why don't you cultivate in the heavenly court for a while before you go? In the heavenly court, there are palaces prepared for you, but the 2 of you seldom come here. Fushi and Nuwa looked at each other, then all nodded in response. Jun has already said so. Even if there are other ideas in their hearts, they will not raise them at this time. Immediately, he said goodbye to Emperor Jun, towards a palace in the heavenly court. Only after Fushi and Nuwa had left did Jun speak to Tai. Tai Chi, you know why you're being asked to go with them, don't you? Tai Chi froze slightly. Before he could open his mouth to respond, Emperor Jun said to himself, among the 4 emperors of our demon clan, the only one who has obtained the Hongmeng purple chi is Taoist Nuwa. It is reasonable to say that it is something to rejoice in for our demon clan to produce a saint. It's just a shame. Not our brothers. The 4 joined forces to establish the demon race, and originally it was Jun and Tai who held the power of the demon race, and the 2 were much stronger. But if Nuwa becomes a heavenly saint, that's not good enough. Who will be in charge of the demon clan in the future? Moreover, if Nuwa becomes a heavenly saint because of Wu Tian, the karmic entanglement between them will be in case of any unexpected situation. There was no way for Jun not to be worried. Hearing Jun say this, Tai immediately frowned, and after a bit of contemplation said, what the elder brother means is finding a way to stir up the deal between Nuwa and Wu Tian to prevent her from obtaining the chance that she has been longing for? Emperor Jun, however, shook his head slightly. Not so. After all, it is the Nuwa emperor of our demon clan, and becoming a heavenly Tao sage is also beneficial to the overall chi of the demon clan. Moreover, if we were to make trouble out of it, wouldn't we be evil to Emperor Shi and Emperor Nuwa? Tai Chi was instantly a bit confused. Since I'm not interfering, what's he supposed to do? Is it hard to just watch? Emperor Jun, however, continued to speak. Nice. You just stay a little more mind on it. During the period of anything happens, after returning to inform with me one by one. I have my own plan. Tai Chi was a little puzzled though, but it didn't say anything. A slight nod of the head answered. Then with a movement in his heart, he suddenly raised his head again and asked Jun, elder brother, do you want to probe the East Wangong's reality by the way? The Duke of the East King has established the immortal court at this time, and surely has the intention of competing with us, or I'll step in and suppress it. Let him also know that don't think that with a Tao ancestor behind him as a backer, we won't dare to touch him. Emperor Jun, however, hastened to stop it. Don't. Never. The matter of the immortal court. Our demon race must not go out first, to get involved in karma for nothing, but also evil Tao ancestor. A smile appeared on Jun's face. It's better to wait for the witch clan to make their move. Previously, when Wu Tian came to the demon race to observe the ceremony, there was close contact between him and the Queen Mother of the West, and then there was a gap between him and the Duke of the East. He didn't know the whole picture though, and yet, They all looked at it. With the character of the witch clan, how can they tolerate the Duke of Dongwon's arrogance? When the time comes, they will definitely take action. So let's just watch from the wall. At the moment, Jun's thoughts were, let the witches the immortal court. He naturally did not know that Wu Tian's thoughts were the same. And the same was waiting for the demon race to strike first. That said, Jun asked with sudden curiosity, what are the recent movements of the witch clan? He had been in closed-door cultivation, trying to sacrifice the circumstantial Star Dipper grand formation, and the development and growth of the demon race was all being busied by Tai. Tai walks the flood more. That's why it's asked. Tai's expression also instantly gave birth to a look of surprise and said with a puzzled expression, not much movement. I don't know what's going on, but the witch clan has been surprisingly quiet during this time, and none of the many ancestral witches have even walked on the flooded earth. Even the great wizards rarely appear. At the words Emperor Jun was also surprised. At once, he kept speculating in his mind. With the character of the witch race, how could they be quiet? Could it be that they had some kind of scheme? Or maybe they're all on retreat? Jun pondered for a long time in his mind. Eventually shaking his head slowly, he sighed softly. Also good. Ancestral witches do not come out, but also save the conflict with us between the demon tribe. Tai. Next you must remember. Never let the dispute between the two tribes to escalate. There has always been friction between witches and demons. This is innately known. The sorcerer clan needs to hunt the demon clan for blood food for their life and cultivation, naturally opposing each other. But the two clans' higher-ups have always tried their best to control the level of friction. The witch race was because of Wu Tian's reminder. The demon race is because Jun's weekly Star Dipper array has not been completely refined. Conscious of the gap between the ancestral witches and still, certainly not at this point in the conflict. Tai frowned slightly at his words. His heart was obviously a little upset, but he still nodded silently and spoke softly. I know. In the meantime, the witch clan naturally received invitations as well. After getting the invitation, the ancestral witches sent it directly to the Hou Tu tribe, ready to ask Wu Tian, are we going or not? Didn't Emperor Jiang say so? Listen to Wu Tian and everything. They naturally did as they were told. At this moment, Wu Tian was cultivating, and Hou Tu was worried about disturbing Wu Tian's cultivation, and was looking torn when Wu Tian suddenly opened his eyes. Ha! Wu Tian, you're awake? Hou Tu exclaimed. At the next moment, the breath on Wu Tian's body moved, and suddenly all the precious light was converged, and the whole person was transformed into a harmless appearance of human and animal again. The heaven and earth yuan qi that had originally surged to the surface also slowly dissipated after Wu Tian suddenly ended his cultivation, and the Hou Tu tribe slowly returned to peace. Wu Tian spoke with a light smile. I'm just refining the spirit branch of the innate Bodhi tree. It's not like I'm in seclusion. I naturally sensed the movement of your words. Hou Tu asked in a hurry. So are we going? Wu Tian slightly skimmed his lips. No go. Going to the ceremony? Gave him the face of the Duke of Dongwon. Wu Tian did not hesitate to refuse. When the witch clan was first established, no one was invited, so there was no need to worry about what others had to gossip about. Further, even if there is gossip, so what? And the wizards care about that? Wu Tian vetoed it without a care in the world, not caring at all about the little bit of heavenly Dao merit gained from observing the ceremony, and not bothering to bother with it. But, can't do nothing. Sister Hou Tu, we can put out the word. That ancestor Hongjun Dao set up the head of male and female immortals in the world just for the purpose of controlling the heavenly court in the future. Hou Tu frowned slightly. I understand what you're saying, but will anyone believe it? Will Emperor Jun fall for such a blunt provocation? Chapter 121, where's Wu Tian? Wu Tian hemmed and hawed. It's not like he's telling a lie. Could it be that Grandmaster Hongjun Dao didn't have this in mind when he first enthroned the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West? Plus, as long as this rumor spreads in the floodplains, even if Emperor Jun's deep mind can endure it, can Tai beside him endure it? And the Duke of the East can stand it? The smarter a person is, the more he or she will think. And once the seed of suspicion is planted, we just need to wait for it to blossom and bear fruit. Wu Tian concluded with this. Hou Tu now also understands that this is a young plot. The eyes flashed and looked at Wu Tian with a smile, seemingly saying, you boys are pretty badass. Wu Tian was embarrassed by this gaze of hers and quickly called out, Sister Backwoods, I'm doing it all for our witch clan. If the Duke of the East King goes up against the demon race, no matter what the outcome will be, won't it be of great benefit to our witch race? Hou Tu spoke with a light smile. I know. I didn't say anything either. No matter how deep Wu Tian's calculations were, it was one of his own. Hou Tu was naturally happy to see it happen and rejoiced in her heart. Just heart more and more sigh up. If the other ancestral witches, certainly is with the Pangu Palace on the charge toward Penglai Immortal Island. Switch to Wu Tian. just letting a little wind out of the sails. She had already foreseen that in the future, the demon race and the immortal court would definitely collide together and fight amongst themselves. Alas, if only the other elder brothers could be like Wu Tian. No, if only they could have 1/10 of Wu Tian's temper and brain. Hou Tu sighed softly in her heart. Immediately, he smiled and spoke. Okay, I'll personally keep an eye on this matter, just as you said. Wu Tian nodded slightly. Then he spoke to Hou Tu. Sister Hou Tu, I'm going to make a trip to the chaos and cultivate in the chaos. Hou Tu was instantly astonished. Ha! Wu Tian hurriedly explained. After refining 4 congenital spiritual roots in succession. No, it should be 5. And the congenital gourd vine is also refined by him. And the chaos gourd is in the body at this moment. A sudden thought occurred to him. If the innate spiritual roots are used to refine the chaotic chi, can it be possible to produce innate spiritual chi in a continuous stream? In this way, it can replenish the consumption of the flooded heaven and earth? If it really works, Wu Tian himself can get a lot of benefits. Needless to say, the witch race can be an additional source of luck. But again, it was not just that. When the hellmouth opened up in the future, Wu Tian could directly refine the chaotic chi and pour it into the hellmouth. Wait until the flood comes together. Heaven and earth broken. Hell may not be incapable of turning the other cheek, reversing yin and yang, and turning the nether world into the yang world. Hou Tu hurriedly spoke. I'm with you, but Wu Tian smiled and refused. He is not deep in the chaos, just at the edge of the flooded heavens and earth. Now many great powers are in the flooded heavens and earth. Cultivation, a mind to break through the quasi-saintly realm, or to go to Pangu Immortal Island to observe the ceremony. What danger can there be? He still has the Hongmeng measuring ruler. With this meritorious treasure to protect the body, even if it is in danger, it can run even if it can't fight. But anyway, Hou Tu, however, was adamant, blankly glancing at Wu Tian. He lightly hummed his words. Where has your original cautious nature gone? Before, you were hiding in the Pangu hall, and you were unwilling to go out. What? Now you think you can do it? A slight lull. The backwoods also consider another point. If Wu Tian goes to cultivate in the chaos, it is inevitable that someone will have to preside over the affairs of the witch clan, and the remaining ancestral witches are all short-tempered. Plus what Wu Tian just said. After a bit of contemplation, Hou Tu spoke with a light smile. Here's the deal. I'll send a message to Sister Xianmei and have her join you, so that we can also take care of each other. You are now the treasure of our witch clan. If something happens, how can I explain to my brothers and sisters? Saying that, he didn't care what Wu Tian thought. Directly send a message to Xianmei. Wu Tian was speechless for a while. He really felt that there was no danger in this trip, so he was relieved and prepared to set off. But he didn't expect Hou Tu to be so worried. He must be allowed to bring a bodyguard. Wu Tian's heart was a little bit happy, the elation of being valued and cared for by Hou Tu, and also a little bit slightly embarrassed. A few moments later, Xanadu sniffed. After Hou Tu briefly explained the matter, Shenhua's cool expression did not change in any way, only nodding slightly before walking over to Wu Tian. Go! Wu Tian nodded gently, and once again, he admonished the hindmost. Sister Hou Tu, be sure to let your brothers and sisters practice well, and don't cause any trouble. If anything happens, summon me quickly. Saying that, he simply sent out the purple innate gourd as a liaison to be able to knock on the chaos gourd at critical times. After this, Xianhua's mana moved around his body. Rolled up Wu Tian will be toward the 9 heavens above disappeared, toward the chaos beyond the flood world. The other side, on the Kunlun Mountains. After receiving the invitation sent by the Duke of Dongwang, the 3 Qing woke up from their cultivation and gathered together in the dojo of the sage of Taiching to discuss. Big brother, are we going? Tong Tian asked with a frown. He did not want to go too much. At this moment, the key moment of refining the Hongmeng purple qi, countless insights and the heavenly Tao surged into his heart, only to feel that his own realm soared up. Why interrupt at this time? Tai Ching didn't speak, but Yuan sure opened his mouth faintly and spoke softly. I see, we still go a better. Aran also cannot delay much time. East Guangdong, West Wangmu is the teacher enthroned in the world of male and female fairy head, is in the face of the teacher, but also to go to observe the ceremony. Big brother, what do you think? Tai Ching pondered slightly. After a few moments, a nod was given in response. Go on then. The 3 Qing care about Hongjun Taoist ancestor. Ready to go to Pangu Immortal Island to observe the ceremony. The Western too also because of this reason. Should be the invitation of the East Guangdong. This is true of all the other great avatars. Even Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun came out of the 5 Zhuangguan and traveled in pairs to observe the ceremony. They both have such character. Not going to offend anyone out of hand. By the time the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West were about to notify heaven and earth and set up the immortal court on this day, Many great spiritual masters had come early and were already in place. Nua's gaze kept roving. His face was expressionless, but his heart was anxious and amazed, and he secretly murmured words. What about the witches? Everyone else also noticed the absence of the witch race, and each one of them had a strange and incomparable expression, and their hearts were even more secretly sighing. The witch race is still really meh. They came to watch the ceremony, but not just to the East King Gong, West Queen Mother face, but to the face of Hongjun Taoist ancestor. I did not expect the witch race is not even half covered. Gee. Many people's faces turned strange. At this time, Nua's body moved towards Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun's side, and when she arrived at Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun's side, Nua gently arched her hand. Greetings to the two fellow Taoists. Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun hurriedly returned their greetings. While being surprised in her heart, Nua then asked with a light smile, fellow Taoist Jin Yuan, do you know why Taoist Wu Tian of the Witch Clan didn't come? Chapter 122. The honored ancestor of the Tao is above. Jin Yuanzi was dumbfounded, looking towards Nua. At this time, Fushi was naturally following Nua, while Tai was also following wherever he went after receiving Di Jun's instructions. Jin Yuanzi was also looking for Wu Tian. He was also thinking that he could take advantage of this opportunity to meet up with old brother Wu Tian again, and also talk to him about the progress of sensing the Hongmeng purple qi. And I don't know how. The two of them had gained a lot of insights from the Hongmeng purple qi, and their cultivation had progressed greatly, but no one was able to completely refine the Hongmeng purple qi, as if there was an extra layer of barrier. Is there something missing? Both thought so. As Nua asked this, other great magi also cast their gazes in the direction of Jin Yuanzi in unison, and they were also curious in their hearts. Being watched by so many people, Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun's hearts tightened. What are you looking at me for when it comes to the witch race? It's not like we're witches. However, in the eyes of many great spiritual masters, Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud have already worn a pair of pants with the witch race, and the Hongmeng purple qi is given to you. So if you don't ask you, who do you ask? Next moment, in Nua's eager eyes, Jin Yuanzi finally came back to his senses and hurriedly spoke. I don't know. Then he explained. My brothers and I came from the 5 Zhuangguan. We really don't know the movements of old brother Wu Tian. Perhaps he is in closed-door cultivation? Nua's eyes dimmed a bit at that. Oh, so that's how it is. I'm grateful to the two fellow Taoists. Nua was disappointed beyond measure. Didn't she take the initiative to come to observe the ceremony in order to meet Wu Tian and then discuss the treasure exchange with him? As it turned out, Wu Tian didn't show up. Not a single one from the entire witch clan. Alas. Nua sighed softly in her heart. On the side of the Tai, but the eyes flicker. The heart of a slight sense of joy. Wu Tian did not come. On behalf of the Nua still cannot get the thing of chance. Its certification to become a saint also continued to delay. After conferring with Emperor Jun, neither of them had the idea of blocking Nua's testimony, but they both hoped that Nua would be slower and later. At least wait until their cultivation improves. Strength is enough when it is. So, the two also have enough backbone not to worry about the power of the demon race being taken away by Nua and Fushi. Seeing Nua in this state, Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud muttered darkly. Old brother Wu Tian didn't come. Why is fellow Taoist Nua so lost? Is it really for the chance she spoke of before? How come it doesn't look like it? Mindfulness. Jin Yuanzi smiled and spoke. Fellow Taoist Nua, as far as I know, old brother Wu Tian has always preferred to stay in the witch tribe and doesn't go anywhere. If you have an urgent matter to find him, you might as well go straight ahead to the Hou Tu tribe. Nua's eyes lit up. Thank you, fellow Taoist Jin Yuan. While speaking, Nua had already made up her mind in her mind to wait until after the ceremony and then head straight for the Hou Tu tribe. What's the saying? The mountains don't come. I'll be right over. Fellow Taoist Wu Tian won't come to the ceremony, so I can always go directly to the witch clan to look for him, right? After thinking so, Nua's frown stretched. Besides Nua, there was someone else present who was thinking about Wu Tian. And this person was naturally one of the protagonists of the notification of heaven and earth and the establishment of the immortal court, the Queen Mother of the West. Standing next to the Duke of the East, Shi Wangmu's eyes also turned back and forth, and when Nua and Jin Yuanzi's exchange, Shi Wangmu completely died. The heart cursed even more. What the hell is wrong with this kid? Are you really coaxing me? Just for the spirit branch of the innate none such peach? But on second thought, again, I don't think it's possible. The witches aren't of such a nature either. Frowning slightly, the Queen Mother of the West held back the feeling of displeasure in her heart and quietly sent a message to the Duke of the East beside her. Ma Gong, did you send an invitation to the witches? The Duke of Dongwang's face changed slightly. How come I wasn't invited? Forget about them. Now that all the other Dao friends have come, there's no shortage of one of them. The witch race. The Duke of Dongwang was also upset in his heart. Everyone else came, Just the witch tribe did not move at all. Simply do not give any face. He was naturally furious. Seeing that the Queen Mother of the West still looked skeptical, the Duke of the East slightly sank in color and spoke again. Golden Mother, there is no need to think much. We'd better hurry up and start. Don't delay the auspicious time. The Queen Mother of the West nodded slightly. Immediately, the idea was set in his mind. When the immortal court is established, I'll also make a trip to the Hou Tu tribe and ask that fellow Wu Tian face to face if what he said before still counts or not. The many thoughts were then pushed down. With an austere expression on his face, he solemnly and incomparably stood side by side with the Duke of Dongwang, standing in the void and looking towards the 9 heavens above. The two men's mana moved. Its own breath changed instantly, and the Taoist rhythm of the innate yin and yang qi slowly dispersed and mingled together, and in a moment it made the aura of heaven and earth sweep. Next moment, the Duke of Dongwang spoke solemnly. The heavenly Tao is above. Hongjun Taoist ancestor is above. The flooded heavens and earth are appreciated. After these words were spoken, the power of the laws of heaven and earth surged, immediately causing changes in the power of the heavenly Tao. Countless auspicious clouds swept toward Pangu Immortal Island, and the thick Taoist rhythms continued to nurture. The eyes of many great avatars twitched. They were not surprised by the change in the power of the heavenly Tao in front of them, but rather they were amazed by these words that the Duke of the East King had made known to heaven and earth. Nice guy. At this point in time, you still don't forget to kiss Hongjun Daozu's ass? When the people of the witch race set up the family, the notification is the great Tao, is the great god of Pangu, even if the demon race is also the heavenly Tao. The flooded heavens and earth. The Duke of Dongwang actually called Hongjun Daozu directly. In comparison, the pattern was naturally much smaller, not at all at the same level, and the crowd became curious in their hearts. You are so solicitous. Will Hongjun Daozu pay attention to you? And the East Wanggong face unchanged, still talking about their own oath. What to remember the benevolence of Hongjun Taoist ancestor preaching the flood. Grateful to Hongjun Taoist ancestor gave the world male and female immortal karma. Today, I, the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West, would like to succeed the will of the great Grandmaster Hongjun Dao, and set up an immortal court on Pangu Immortal Island, to pass down the immortal island, to educate the living creatures of the flooded heavens and earth, and those who have a destiny for the immortal way can all enter my immortal court. Vows to this point, the power of the heavenly Tao has been assembled completely, countless of the metaphysical yellow color in the clouds set, all kinds of phenomena slowly born. The chi of the two men appeared above their heads. Their respective karma of the head of the male and female immortals of the world surrounded each other, responding to each other, and were about to converge to become the chi of the immortal court. Just then, suddenly a voice rang out. It resounded through the flooded heavens and earth, even with the body of the Taoist ancestor Hongjun. At this moment opened his mouth, indifferent and incomparable voice fell from the 9 heavens above, slowly said, "Good." With that bang, in the void there was actually a long river of chi of the immortal way, splitting off a branch to fall toward above the chi of the soon-to-be-born immortal court. The Duke of Dongwang was instantly delighted. Hastily bowing in the direction from which the voice came, he arched his hand in salute and drank aloud. Thank you, Daozu. Chapter 123, Going with Us, Going with Us. The Duke of Dongwang was overflowing with emotion. At the very beginning, to get Hongjun Taoist ancestor enthroned the world's male immortals of the head of the karma. The East Wanggong feel that the Taoist ancestor's own people wait for the distribution of the Hongmeng purple chi. Hongjun Daozu didn't even look at him. The heart is surprised, lost at the same time. Feel the purple sky palace to listen to the sermon of the many Taoist friends. Look at their own eyes have changed. Dong Wanggong also more and more difficult. Until today, at the time of the establishment of the immortal court, Hongjun Dao ancestor stepped in, and the immortal court's chi was even directly connected to the immortal way, so that such a scene was almost explicit in the eyes of the people in the floodplains. Hongjun Daozu remembered him as the Duke of Dongwang, still remains the backer of his Lord East. Hongjun Daozu, however, said that after the sermon in the purple heavenly palace, he should merge the Tao with his body, and he would not come out unless there was a major event in the flood. But he made his voice heard because of the establishment of the immortal court, so much so that the Queen Mother of the West was surprised. The mind muttered even more. The Tao ancestor has really appeared? The three Qing looked at each other, and in their hearts, besides being surprised, there was also a hint of gratitude. Good thing we're here. They had originally come for the face of the Hongjun Taoist ancestor, but they had not expected the Hongjun Taoist ancestor to actually show up. Most of the others were in the same mood, but actually, the reason why Hongjun Taoist ancestor voiced out, not just because of this reason, who let the Duke of Dongwang know so well, directly to a Hongjun Taoist ancestor in the above it, the witch and demon races before that, the time of the notification of heaven and earth, are not put in front of Hongjun Daozu. Hongjun Daozu, although nothing, but the heart is still a little idea. The way of heaven is merciless. The same may not be true for saints. Hongjun Daozu also hopes that through this matter, can give a little tip to the later, so that they have more respect for themselves as the Daozu. One word falls. Immortal Wei Qi sinks in. The Qi belonging to the immortal court was slowly generated, soaring and surging, and it was added to the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West, each of them offering their own magic treasures to be thrown towards the long river of Qi. Suppressing the Qi, Lord East released the dragon head cane. This treasure is the original Purple Sky Palace, Hongjun Taoist ancestor. It is said to be Hongjun Taoist ancestor before becoming a saint used innate spiritual treasure. The Queen Mother of the West is to sacrifice the Kunlun mirror, according to the reason that the Western vegetal cloud world flag can also be used to suppress the use of Qi. But this is not with Wu Tian had an agreement? The Queen Mother of the West thought about it, still having used this spiritual treasure. Subsequently, the heavenly Tao descended a huge amount of merit and virtue. The Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West naturally received the largest share of it, and the many great magi who came to observe the ceremony also had a share for everyone. Even the many Panglai dispersed immortals gathered by the Duke of Dongwang, now the main members of the immortal court, got a share. The crowd was beaming. When the heavenly Tao merit had fallen, the Duke of the East King put the heavenly Tao merit away, endured the feeling of stupidity in his Yuan Shun, and hurriedly saluted and thanked the crowd before inviting them to fall down to Panglai for a celebration. Sanqing was the first to refuse. After a few polite words, he simply vanished. If it wasn't for the face of Hongjun Daozu, they wouldn't even want to come. And now that the mission has been completed, Hongjun Daozu's aura has completely disappeared. Where did they have the heart to accompany the Duke of Dongwang to be polite? Subsequently is the Western duo. Junti is also smiling, arching farewell. This time the income of the heavenly Tao merit is not much. The two are also extremely satisfied. A mosquito is still meat. After these few left, the others also took their leave, and Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun were about to leave when they suddenly saw Nuwa and Fushi flying to their side. Ha! Fellow Daoist Nuwa, what are you? Jin Yuanzi was puzzled in his mind. Nuwa, however, smiled and spoke. Fellow Daoists, are you going to the Sorcerer clan? If so, why don't we go together? Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun looked at each other. This, by Nuwa's words, even if they hadn't originally had the idea, then they had to go. They were also born with curiosity. Isn't it the 9 heavenly breath loams? What kind of chance is at stake that would make fellow Taoist Nuwa so thirsty? Nuwa may not know, but Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud and the witch tribe go very close. But no, Wu Tian also did not put the 9 days of polyplome to see multiple. Even at the beginning, directly divided out half to the back of the earth. And then think about Wu Tian's attitude, contrasting Nuwa's eagerness in front of him. Jin Yuanzi sighed in his heart that old brother Wu Tian had held Taoist Nuwa so steady. Immediately the eyes rolled back. Jin Yuanzi spoke with a light smile. Ha ha, I was just about to go look for old brother Wu Tian. Since the two of you are interested, let's travel together. Red Cloud nodded fiercely as well. He also wanted to know whether Wu Tian would exchange the treasure with Nuwa or not, so that Nuwa could get the opportunity of the 9 heavenly resting soil. But the thought turns. Another thought actually surfaced in his mind. Better say no again. Well, tough denial. Only after this thought popped up, Red Cloud gave birth to a trace of shame, after which he hurriedly condemned himself in his heart. Red Cloud, Red Cloud, how did you get bad? Nuwa, who was next to him, saw that Red Cloud had an odd expression on his face, but could not see what was going on in his mind, and did not think anything of it, smiling lightly and nodding her head with Jin Yuanzi. Then he looked towards the chasing Taichi and asked with a smile, is the Eastern Emperor going to join me? Together, we will go forward to visit fellow Daoist Wu Tian. Taichi was torn. I Hall Demon Tribe East Emperor, go with you to visit Wu Tian. So prosperous. Especially, this Wu Tian is not even among the 12 ancestral witches. But, Emperor Jun again told him to follow Nuwa. Insight into what is happening around Nuwa at any given time to see if Nuwa will get the chance that her heart desires or not. After a long time of agonizing, Tai Yi was helpless in his heart, but laughed. We came out together. Since we should be going back together, I'm with Emperor Nuwa and Emperor Shi. Nuwa wasn't impressed either. A slight nod. Immediately, a few people turned into a ball of arcane light and vanished towards the direction of the Hou Tu tribe, above the flooded earth. After Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun's figures disappeared, many great spiritual masters' eyes flickered for a moment as they looked at the place where they had disappeared and frowned slightly. The last masterless Hongmeng Violet Chi is on the 2 of them. Naturally, there are many people who want to hit this Hongmeng Violet Chi idea, but so many people together. How dare they show their heads? One could only let out a light sigh in his heart and give up the idea of tailing Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud, and their group. Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud, 2 people are afraid also did not expect. Unknowingly, the demon tribe 3 Emperor actually became their bodyguard, to keep them from much coveting. Chapter 124, Seeking Wu Tian but failing to find him. These important people left. But there are still a lot of people left. Dong Gong had attracted the recognition of Hongjun Dao ancestor. And naturally, there were many people who wanted to move closer towards the immortal court, and pull relationships with Dong Gong. With all these people blowing up, the Eastern King's mood grew more and more beautiful. Just then, the Queen Mother of the West spoke faintly. Ma Gong, the agreement between you and I is over. It's time for me to go back to my Zikanlun. The immortal court will be ruled by Lord Mu in the future. The Duke of Dongwon's expression stagnated. In my heart, I felt resentment towards the Queen Mother of the West. In this scene, you just stayed a little longer. So what? At least you have saved the face of the immortal court. Take the merit and chi and leave. Where am I? Moreover, the Duke of Dongwon has a little expectation in his heart. Now that the immortal court has been recognized by Grandmaster Hongjun, wouldn't it be better if Zhuangmu could change her mind and the two of them could become a couple and take charge of the immortal court together? The two of them were originally created by the innate yin and yang qi, so if they could dual cultivate together, the speed of their cultivation could definitely increase greatly. Plus now the meritocracy is here, the qi is in full swing, maybe even direct decapitation is possible. How can you let the Queen Mother of the West go? But the Queen Mother of the West was resolute, not giving the Duke of the East any chance at all, and left straight away after saying that. Lord Dongwon opened his mouth. More and more, he felt that there was no face left. What makes him even more angry is, obviously the Queen Mother of the West said to return to the West Kunlun Dojo, but look at the direction of its figure leaving, obviously chasing after Jin Yuanzi. Red clouds, but also toward the sorcerer tribe is located. Earlier, when Nuwa and Jin Yuanzi were talking, Shi Wangmu noticed it, and instantly, her heart was slightly moved. Nuwa can go to. How can I not go? She was now considered to have listened to Wu Tian's advice and set up the immortal court with the Duke of Dongwon, gaining merit and qi. But there are some surprises. Hongjun Daozu unexpectedly appeared. It also allows the qi of the immortal court to be connected to the immortal way. Such a change of events made the Queen Mother of the West's heart anxious and naturally wanted to find Wu Tian to ask him about it. And even if Wu Tian said that she would give up her previous agreement, she would be able to settle down a lot in her heart. And because of that, wait until Nuwa and the others have left. The Queen Mother of the West couldn't wait to catch up. Piss me off. Humph. The witch clan is nothing more than a bunch of reckless people, worthy of such care from you and others? To the extent that even the Golden Mother is running there. What in the world is so fishy about it? The Duke of Dongwang was angry in his heart. Instantly will be in the heart of the emotions suppressed. East Wanggong once again revealed a warm smile, towards the stay of the many friends of the Taoist look, laughingly said, ha ha, Golden Mother has some things to leave for a while, we don't care about her, and follow me to take a seat together. Sit and talk about the Tao and drink cheerfully. Wizards, the backwoods tribe. In the middle of the Hou Tu divine hall, the Hou Tu Ancestral witch was sitting cross-legged, her body surrounded by the fury qi lingering around her, constantly using the fury qi to sharpen her fleshly body. Meanwhile a flag floats overhead. It was the central Wuji apricot yellow flag, emitting golden light, with countless golden lotuses arising and disappearing in the falling qi, shielding Hou Tu's Yuan Shen. The Yuan Shen is under the shelter of this treasure, isolated from the thick and heavy fury in the temple of the god of Hou Tu, constantly emitting the light of the innate lightness of the spirit, ingesting the innate spiritual qi in the void, sensing the power of the law, and slowly growing the strength of the Yuan Shen. Suddenly, Hou Tu opened her eyes, and the central Wuji apricot yellow flag above her head quietly rolled, shielding the Yuan Shen and falling within her body. Even the thick baleful aura around his body was swallowed up in no time. And then Hou Tu got up. Just then came Jin Yuanzi's excited voice. Elder brother Wu Tian. Hou Tu had already sensed the aura outside. And in addition to Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud, there were actually the 3 emperors of the demon race. The heart was astonished. How did they get here? Also with Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun. With this thought in his heart, his movements were half hesitant and he directly walked out of the Hou Tu divine hall, saluting the few people who came. Hou Tu meets you all fellow Taoists. Jin Yuanzi and the others hurriedly returned their greetings. Red Cloud then asked curiously, Ancestral witch Hou Tu, where is old brother Wu Tian? We went to Panglai Immortal Island to observe the ceremony, and we happened to run into fellow Taoist Nuwa and the others, saying that they had something to find old brother Wu Tian. Simply came together. Hou Tu's heart stirred at the words. Through these words of Red Cloud, she also understood the reason why several people came together. And even more so, she knew why Nuwa came to visit and named Wu Tian. The eyes went straight to Nuwa. The corners of Hou Tu's mouth curled up slightly with a warm, bland smile as she spoke with a light laugh. That's quite a coincidence. Wu Tian is in seclusion. At this moment is a critical time. I'm afraid I can't come out to meet you all. How about a few fellow Taoists will wait in my Hou Tu tribe first. Let's sit down and discuss the Tao. Maybe Wu Tian will be able to come out of the gate soon. Hou Tu definitely can't tell the truth. Saying outright that Wu Tian had gone to chaos with Xianhua, wouldn't that give away Wu Tian's whereabouts? If the demon race had any bad intentions, wouldn't Wu Tian be in danger? So that's what was said. At those words, Nuwa immediately frowned. The heart grows more and more disappointed. Is that so unfortunate? It was so hard to come to the witch race, but Wu Tian was actually in closed-door cultivation? But she also did not stay to wait for the idea. Not that she is not anxious, but because in the flood. But where closed cultivation up? The time is difficult to estimate. Who knows how many hundreds or thousands of years it will take? It's possible to mess up 10,000 years. One more thing. Even if she is willing to wait here, she is not the only one who came this time. There are also Fushi and Tai. Tai Chi was absolutely unwilling. Nuwa could only squeeze out a smile, pretending to be unconcerned as she spoke with a light laugh. In that case, then we'll take our leave first, and come back to visit when fellow Taoist Wu Tian's seclusion is over. Hou Tu raised an eyebrow. Oh, won't you sit down, fellow Taoist? When Nuwa shook her head, Hou Tu looked toward Xin Yuanzi and Hongjun again. These two saw that Wu Tian was not there, and there was no more hilarity to watch, so they also shook their heads and took their leave. Hou Tu also stopped retaining, standing still, watching a few people come and go swiftly, riding the wave and returning home. Thinking about Nuwa's lost look, Hou Tu puffed and laughed. Ha! Was laughing at that. Hou Tu suddenly changed her face and raised her head to look towards the void once again, muttering words under her breath. Again? A figure was then seen appearing. Who else could it be if not the Queen Mother of the West? But the Immortal Court was only established. The Queen Mother of the West is not busy with the Immortal Court. Running here to do what? No matter what, she should take advantage of the time when the chi is added and the merits are in the body, and practice well. Was thinking. The Queen Mother of the West, with her flavorful and graceful temperament, slowly walked down into the void and came in front of Hou Tu, smilingly saluting her. Meet the ancestral witch of Hou Tu. I hope the ancestral witches will not be offended by this unexpected visit. Hou Tu raised her hand and returned the salute. Greetings, fellow Western Queen Mother. Then with a light laugh, he spoke in a somewhat strange tone. Fellow Taoist is also here to seek Wu Tian? It's just unfortunate. Wu Tian is in closed-door cultivation, so I'm afraid I won't be able to meet you yet. Chapter 125 About to break through to the mixed golden immortal. Hou Tu knew where Western Queen Mother was coming from. She was there before. But Wu Tian is not here now, and Hou Tu naturally won't say anything, lest it spoil Wu Tian's scheming. Naturally, the Queen Mother of the West also returned disappointed. The mournful, lost look caused Hou Tu to frown and mutter in her heart. Knowing is something. Those who don't know would think that my little brother has done something to you. What's the point of making such a gesture when you're an innate deity? Oof. Spare the character of Hou Tu. Both couldn't help but blank her after the Western Queen Mother turned around. And when the Western Queen Mother left, Hou Tu stood in place for a long time. Eventually a light breath was let out. There's no one there now, is there? While saying that, while the heart of the emotion is incomparable, their little brother is really interesting. The entire flood world. The people regard the witch tribe as a flood beast in general. Fear of avoidance. No one will initiate fellowship. The bias of the witch tribe out of a Wu Tian attracted so many people to run toward the witch tribe. Make her Hou Tu tribe are lively. After sighing for a while, Hou Tu was worried in her mind again. I don't know how Wu Tian is. How? Lest Tong Tian Jinmu in the chaos. Will it affect his cultivation? Not only did the ancestral witches want to kill directly to Panglai Immortal Island, but even Hou Tu was a bit unable to resist the urge to do so after the visit of the Queen Mother of the West. Even now, Hongjun Daozu stepped forward to endorse the Immortal Court. They simply do not bring fear. Just do it obviously. What's the point of all this trouble? Inexplicably make karma with this Western Queen Mother. Originally, among the ancestral witches, the most stable ancestral witch, Hou Tu, could not help but mutter, but Wu Tian had already made up his mind, so she could only spit in the dark. Another soft sigh. Only then did Hou Tu return to the Hou Tu Divine Hall. Continue to start practicing. In the midst of chaos, not far away from the flooded heaven and earth, exactly where the power of the heavenly Tao couldn't cover, Wu Tian and Xianhua both sat cross-legged together. The breath around the two men surged out, repelling the surrounding chaotic aura, isolating a huge void in the chaos, where nothing exists but nothingness. Wu Tian faked sleep with both eyes. Divine thoughts all sink into the body. The Xianmei on the side did not, but instead gazed at Wu Tian, staring at the gray precious light above Wu Tian's body. actually feeling in harmony with this chaos. Wait until Wu Tian's thoughts moved. The countless pores above the body erupted with a strong devouring power, attracting the chaos chi that was originally repelled far away, causing the chaos to burst into a storm. Watch the movement in front of you. The brighter the Xuanxian's eyes became, the heart also grew more and more surprised. Before that, whether in the witch clan, or outside the witch clan, Wu Tian seldom fully demonstrates his power. The people only know that he has reached the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal, but not at all. It was actually such a peak de Luo Jin Xian. Xian Mei secretly speculated that earlier in the Violet Sky Palace, because Hongjun Daozu wanted to skip her seat, casually said, "Ancestral witches have their own chances. Invoke the power of the heavenly Tao to change." In disguise, the chance of Xian Mei was realized, so that Xian Mei was able to take the lead in the achievement of the Yuanshan Mixed Golden Immortal, and then the strength of the physical body also rose, and returned to the Witch Clan soon after the achievement of the Mixed Golden Immortal. But look at Wu Tian's aura. Xian Mo couldn't help but say in his heart, "This kid, one who never reveals himself. I didn't expect the strength to be so strong. The strength of this fleshly body. I'm afraid it's already more than a Mixed Golden Immortal, right? Amount. Not even a breakthrough yet." If he waited for Wu Tian to break through, would he still be able to teach him a lesson like before? Xian Mo could not help but mutter in his heart. Next moment, as the chaotic air current was swallowed by Wu Tian's body, the thick and incomparable aura of Pangu's true body slowly emerged. The pressure was so powerful that Xian Mo unconsciously retreated to the distance. The storm and the chaos was also stronger. After the massive amount of chaos chi didn't enter within Wu Tian's body, part of it was quickly refined by the 9 turns of Yuan Gong, and the other part was guided by Wu Tian, falling towards the newly opened world within his body. Rumble. The chaos fell. At once, this primordial heaven and earth, piece by piece, collapsed. The space is weak, the laws are sparse, and it is difficult to resist the erosion of the chaotic gas. The 4 innate spiritual roots of the virtual shadow is also somewhat obscure, although it barely constitutes the 5 elements of the flow of the situation. But after all, less Tong Tian Jianmu, and steep exposure to chaos, these 4 miniature innate spiritual roots are not the body. It is difficult to adapt to a short period of time. Cannot talk about refining the chaotic chi, only the chaos gourd. Under the pouring of the chaotic gas, the gray light became more and more dense, almost like it was greatly nourished, and even took the initiative to start devouring the chaotic gas, slowly becoming larger. The flooded heavens and earth, Buzhou Mountain, where the innate gourd vine is located. There was even a sudden huge commotion. The aura rioted up in an instant, and the innate formation that concealed the valley was once again broken. Boom! In the middle of the Hou Tu divine hall, the Hou Tu who was practicing opened her eyes violently, didn't even get up. Her body's magic power appeared, and she directly disappeared towards this place. Wait until Hou Tu arrives, but was surprised beyond belief to find out. The innate gourd vine is actually breaking through the air, toward the void, disappearing into the flooded heavens and earth. Subconsciously Hou Tu was about to strike. In Wu Tian's absence, she couldn't even guard the innate gourd vine. Could she? She even wanted to raise her voice to the sky and summon the other ancestral witches to come with her. "Dare to come to my witch clan." The words were not finished. The innate gourd in his sleeve throbbed. Wu Tian took it himself? Next moment, the disappearing innate gourd vine reappeared, already in Wu Tian's physical body, and landed in this newly opened small world. It became huge in an instant, covering the sky and almost filling up the entire heaven and earth. All the branches and vines emitted a 7-colored light, and the aura of the innate yin and yang and the 5 elements was dense. Above the root system was a thick, earthy yellow glow, the gourd vine bringing along with it the 9 heavenly breath loam. The chaos gourd absorbs the chaos chi, actually reversed toward the root vines above the transmission. The original 7-colored halo, slowly haloed on a layer of gray light. Under this force, the root system of the gourd vine grows rapidly, rooted toward the void, the huge pale vines quickly winding, growing, countless branches and leaves toward the chaos of the gas to meet. The same began to try to devour, and slowly there will be innate yin and yang 5 elements of the aura gushed out. The 9 heavenly resting soil is nourished by the aura. It is also growing by leaps and bounds. The prototype of the earth, in the midst of the originally empty heaven and earth, continued to extend in all directions. After this change, heaven and earth were instantly stabilized and more real. Subsequently, a scene that surprised Wu Tian appeared. On top of the innate gourd vine, there was actually an incomparably bright green vine sticking out, completely different from the other branches, with the innate wood attribute pure and unique on it. Wu Tian's divine soul moved. The spirituality of the innate gourd vine was immediately felt. To what passes for building wood? There I am. This gourd vine is the innate yin and yang 5 elements have. At this moment is actually refining the chaos of the gas, separate innate wood line, to Wu Tian's liver to instill and go. In an instant, the balance of power between the 5 organs, the mysteries of the physical body were opened once again, and a sea of essence gushed out from the 5 viscera, causing Wu Tian's physical body to improve rapidly, and his blood qi to become more and more fiery. The 9 turns of Yuan Gong was even faster. Every ounce of flesh and blood, every drop of blood was radiant as if it were a jewel, in which the deity sat at the end, a mapping of none other than Wu Tian himself, glittering and sacred. Out of the blue, a thought arose in Wu Tian's mind. It seems to work. Don't have to wait for the building wood to arrive, but also can balance the 5 viscera. Pragmatic self, directly break through the mixed golden immortal. Chapter 126, Crazy Refining Chaotic Qi. But, Wu Tian's divine thoughts moved. Within the small world within his body, he manifested an illusory palm with his mana and tapped it on top of the innate gourd vine. What do you know? The innate gourd vine is indeed innate yin and yang 5 elements have, but is not specialized in innate wood line, and after all, it is the genus of the vine, and Tongtian Jianmu is still different, temporarily can help Wu Tian break through, but doesn't that consume one's own essence? The power of the innate gourd vine, that was all Wu Tian's, and if he snatched the Tongtian Jianmu, it would be an additional gain. The difference between this, what else is there to think about? And, for the Tongtian Jianmu, Wu Tian actually had a deeper plan. Unlike the other 4 innate spiritual roots, due to various factors, these 4 innate spiritual roots were only given a section of branches to take their innate Taoism. But the Tontine Kenwood is different. Wu Tian is a must-get. Complete get. Wait until during the witch and demon cataclysm. If the collapse of Buzhou Mountain is a great trend of the heavenly Tao that is difficult to change, can I just take Buzhou Mountain away? Then hold up the sky with the Tongtian Jianmu. So much for that. Not only can we get the Buzhou Mountain, but we can also eliminate the cause and effect and karma of the witch race, and if it is well planned, the witch race will bear very little karma in the collapse of the Buzhou Mountain, and maybe Wu Tian can get extra merit and chi luck. Think about it. Wu Tian's heart grew more and more determined. I'll take the Tongtian construction wood. What I said, Hongjun come are not good. It was only then that the distraction was pushed down. Start concentrating on the breakthrough. With a movement of his divine thoughts, the Pangu seal on it flashed up, and the aura belonging to the true body of Pangu became more and more intense, and Wu Tian, who was sitting on his knees, suddenly stood up. Boom! Suddenly, he took a step towards his body. In an instant, this side of the chaos in which it was located shook, and Wu Tian's body soared, and under the added strength of Pangu's aura, he soon revealed the law of the heavens and the earth. An immense and incomparable body appeared, pressing chaos down, more and more violent breath toward the 4 sides of the circle. Countless storms in the chaos born. The devouring power around his body then increased greatly, and with a fierce suck, he devoured all the chaotic qi towards within his body. The flesh also looks like it's inflated. It's skyrocketing more and more. According to the situation of the witch race, at the time of the great Luo golden immortal realm, after revealing the true body of the ancestral witch and manifesting the law of heaven and earth, it can be as high as 1,000,000 feet. Exactly how high? That depends on individual strengths. But 9,999,000 feet is a huge threshold. After crossing it is a qualitative change. If not for any special chance, it is almost impossible to break through the limitations in this realm, and even close to it is very difficult. Wu Tian had never fully revealed himself. At this moment, after steeply revealing all the strength, actually in a moment will reach 8,000,000 feet high. That is, in the 12 ancestral witches is also the best. Only worse than a couple breakthroughs. Looking at Xian Mei's heart, he was shocked beyond measure, and his heart was even muttering continuously. This kid, could it be that the beating he got from me before was all a fake on his part? Or, has his strength surged during this period of time? Was thinking. The astonishment in his eyes was even greater. However, it was seen that after Wu Tian had devoured the chaotic qi, the speed of his fleshly body's upsurge did not show any signs of weakening, and was actually continuously heading towards the limit of 990,000 feet. Xian Mo was horrified in his heart. She didn't even manage to fully reach the limit when she was in the Dala Golden Immortal realm, but waited until she broke through to the mixed Golden Immortal, and only then did she cross this limit. One more thing, the ancestral witches all practiced the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong, and were also able to refine the chaos qi to cultivate, but they all coincidentally chose the fury qi between heaven and earth, instead of all coming to cultivate in the chaos. Why is that? Efficiency. The heavy turbid fury in the floodplains is also transformed from the gas of chaos, but it has been divided into clear and turbid. Refining was naturally more efficient, but the chaotic qi was different. Although it could be refined, it was much more strenuous. How could it be as simple and convenient as quenching the body directly with the fury qi? But the Wu Tian in front of him was different. The massive amount of chaotic qi didn't enter the body, as if it was refined with no effort at all. It was simply the same as when they refined the heavy turbid fury qi. Sure enough, it must be that Wu Tian has obtained the true inheritance of Father God. No wonder his elder brothers treasure him so much. Xian Ming thought in his mind. It's actually a bit sour. Obviously, we are also the descendants of God Pangu. Why do you make it sound like you are God Pangu's own son and we are completely inferior? Actually, Xanadu is thinking poorly. Wu Tian's fleshly body's refining speed of the chaotic qi was naturally increased with the support of the Panga true body. But it wasn't that outrageous. The key is the several innate spiritual roots in his body, especially the innate gourd vine, which was currently surging within Wu Tian's body, almost transforming into a chaotic demonic vine, holding up all of Wu Tian's small heaven and earth as it continued to rise in size. Several other kinds of innate spiritual roots, also under the influence of the innate gourd vine. The first can only devour the innate yin and yang 5 elements of aura transformed by the gourd vine, and then slowly try to devour the chaos qi. So augmented, he was able to show such a sight. Wu Tian's body was still rising in size, and Xian Hua was still marveling in his heart, when he suddenly turned back towards where the flood world was. The Xianmei ancestor which exclaimed in shock, "No good! This place is not far from the flooded world." At this moment, Wu Tian was like a chaos demon god, disturbing this chaos, so he might not be able to be sensed by the flood heavenly Tao. Heaven is selfless and may not interfere. But Hongjun Daozu was not necessarily, by Wu Tian's influence, as well as before the purple heavenly palace to listen to the Tao experienced a variety of things. Xianmei on the Hongjun Taoist ancestor is also very uncomfortable. Completely do not trust this Taoist ancestor. Naturally the mind worries. Just as he was about to greet Wu Tian, he saw that after Wu Tian had devoured the chaos qi here to a very thin level, he actually turned his head and ran towards where the deeper chaos was. Bang! Bang! Clearly the chaos of nothingness. It was actually a huge and unparalleled commotion. While running away, he kept devouring the chaotic qi along the way. Xianmei's heart was slightly relieved. Then he hurriedly operated his own power and chased towards Wu Tian's back, disappearing into the depths of the chaos together. A few moments later, there are countless chaotic qi sweeping in, flying to fill the void here. Once again restored to the original misty state. Another moment passed. Swish! A purple light revealed itself. The purple heavenly palace appeared steeply, shooting out from the depths of the flood heavenly Tao, and instantly landed in the midst of this chaos, instantly suppressing the chaos. Ha! Ancestor Hongjun's voice rang out. He was exactly as Xianmei had feared. The huge chaotic storm Wu Tian had created had impacted the chaotic tire membrane of the flooded heavens and earth, and the heavenly Tao had sensed it, and Ancestor Hongjun Tao had also been startled. It is natural to probe towards this place. Start probing. P.S. A reader asked how to add more. In fact, the small author of the normal 3 times a day, the water can only flow long, firm and not long. What is the use? But let's talk about it. 1. Praise plus more. Now 8. 9. Every rise 0. 1 burst more 5 chapters. 2. Bounty plus more. A big God chapter. The cumulative amount also counts. I ask for your support. Lords and ladies. 180 degrees bow. Chapter 127. It's done. I'm done. Ancestor Hongjun investigated for a long time. But sadly, the chaotic aura had long since covered everything up. Plus Xian Hua had deliberately cleaned up a bit when he left, and had long since dissipated all the remaining aura. Hongjun Daozu could only check the loneliness. Who the hell is that? Disturbing chaos around the flooded heavens and earth. Sitting in the violet sky palace. Ancestor Hongjun Dao couldn't help but frown slightly, and with a flash of light in his eyes, the figure of a person suddenly surfaced. Could it be a raised eyebrow? Yang Mei de Xian is a hollow willow into the road, when also in Hongjun Taoist ancestor competition for qi, after the failure to disappear into the chaos. And because of that, Hongjun Daozu was the first to think of him. After pondering for a long time, Hongjun Dao ancestor looked towards the depths of the chaos and did not probe towards the depths. He was now at the critical moment of merging with the Tao, so it was naturally impossible for him to delay his cultivation and go away from the flooded heaven and earth. Just be wary in your mind. Another moment passed. The purple heavenly palace disappeared silently, returning once again to the flooded heavens and earth, sinking into the depths of the heavenly Tao. The other side. As Wu Tian ran around, he kept devouring the chaotic qi, and after it was refined by the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong as well as the innate spiritual roots in his body, he kept pouring it towards his physical body. The strength of his fleshly body grew stronger and stronger, and his body, which resembled that of a chaos demon god, was still surging as well. 9 million feet. 9,900,000 feet. The further back, close to the limit, Wu Tian's body surge speed slowly reduced down, but for the surrounding chaos qi devouring, but more violent. The heart of the Xianmei who followed him was tightened. Can Wu Tian break through the limit? Immediately stood far away, eyes dead on Wu Tian's body. Hate to personally go up, help Wu Tian break through like. Another long time passed, as Wu Tian's Dharma heavenly abode came closer and closer to its limit, and the rate of growth came to a complete stop. Wu Tian's eyes were tightly closed as he stood quietly in the midst of the chaos, outside of his body, as if there is an invisible chain, tightly wrapped around the flesh above, hindering Wu Tian's continued breakthrough. Nonetheless, at this moment, Wu Tian's heart also gave birth to a sense of confusion, and his mind was torn by thousands of thoughts and surges. Breakthrough to the mixed golden immortal, to realize one's own path. Then what exactly is the avenue I'm going to break through with as my future path? Not like the others. When others are breaking through, it is difficult for them to realize their own way, but Wu Tian is not sure how to choose. There are so many paths he can take. The path of the 12 ancestral witches' laws. He could walk all of them, as well as his own path of opening up worlds, or simply the path of the physical body. Even the innate yin and yang, the 5 elements. As long as he wants to, it can also work towards that. However, Wu Tian felt that no matter which one he chose, it would not be perfect and would be biased, and for a while he was torn beyond measure. Just then, a thunderclap rang out in the divine soul. Rumble. It was the divine ability of the previously obtained Tian divine thunder, which Wu Tian had barely used, and he didn't even have a chance to strike. There are the ancestral witches. Where is the need for Wu Tian to come forward to fight? But at this moment, the purple Tian divine thunder resounded, shattering all of Wu Tian's thoughts in an instant, and a clarity in his divine mind, waiting for Wu Tian to return to his senses again. Yet there was only one thought. If it were Pangu Father God, what kind of testimony would he give? This can't really be compared at all. Pangu was conceived in the midst of chaos, born from the 36 green lotuses of creation, and was able to kill at least one chaos demon god at birth. He needs to think about this kind of problem? Where's Tendo? And what about the ground and the humane later on? As we all know, the heavenly Tao is the intermingling of many avenues and the interweaving of countless forces of law. Think about it. Wu Tian became more and more touched. Why should I walk alone? Choose one at this moment, and then later, after proving the way, slowly cultivate other avenues toward such a level as the way of heaven? Couldn't I have started out that way? With all the greatness added to itself, with all the power, all the possibilities fused into one, is it not possible to break through to the mixed golden immortal? Wu Tian shouted angrily in his heart. Immediately also no longer think about these, even violently opened his eyes, the divine light flashes, as if piercing through the chaos in general. Rumble. Countless metaphysical divine thunder was born. It snaked and flowed above Wu Tian's body, constantly resounding, as if bombarding the invisible confinement on Wu Tian's body. The imprint of Pangu's true body in the divine soul became brighter and brighter, and the power of the 12 ancestral witches' laws that were originally fused into one flew out and melted towards Wu Tian's physical body. Not but above the flesh. Even in the heaven and earth opened within his body, the dutiful heavenly divine thunder was like a long river pouring down, causing the innate gourd vine as well as the 4 innate spirit roots to tremble. The heavens and the earth are being continually opened up. There is a constant stream of power born out of the void, feeding back towards the physical body. The power of the innate yin and yang 5 elemental laws, surging out of the 5 viscera. Under this change, the 12 ancestral witches of the power of the law for the veins, innate yin and yang 5 elements of the power to fill the physical body that is the foundation, and with the world opened up in the body of each other, with the Pangu true body avatar as the core. 9 turns of Yuan Gong flow ceaselessly, the circumference of the sky, unify all kinds of power, into one body. Boom! Wu Tian's body shook violently, the stagnant flesh for a long time, a burst of trembling up, actually once again began to grow up. 9,998,000 feet. 9,999,000 feet. 1,000 million feet. The moment he broke through the limit, Wu Tian's devouring power of chaotic qi surged, and all the chaotic qi further away was pulled and thrown into his physical body. The surge of flesh is even faster. Swish! The Tian divine thunder disappeared. Instead, it was replaced with a treasure light of the color of chaos. Wu Tian's own breath, more and more toward the transformation of the breath of Pangu. All the power was united as one, rounded as one. Under the weight of this power, the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong, which had been dormant in the 7th revolution for a long time, also finally made a breakthrough, sweeping through an incomparably thick and heavy mana like a vast river, breaking through the last layer of obstruction. Finally a breakthrough. Achievement of 8 turns. Until this moment, Wu Tian's realm finally broke through, completely achieving the mixed golden immortal, with all the power of the laws around him merging together. The branding above the divine soul changes, The original gray shadow completely transformed into Wu Tian's appearance, sitting in it, and when you look closely, the innate spiritual roots within the shadow swayed, and the laws of the world mingled together. The divine soul flickered with an indestructible aura, more chunky, and at this time, Wu Tian's Dharma heavenly elephant earth has skyrocketed to 30 million feet, and the raging aura forced Qianhua all to retreat toward farther away. Another moment passed. Wu Tian finally stabilized his realm, his fleshly body, the heaven and earth within his body, and the power of all the laws were all stabilized, and his Dharma heaven and earth skyrocketed to 40 million feet. The surrounding chaos was swallowed up, not far away from the chaos gas, flying towards here spread, but simply cannot keep up with the speed of Wu Tian. Until then, Wu Genius reopened his eyes. At that time, the essence of light burst out, as if to pierce the chaos in general, hot and incomparable. Looking at the Xianmei are a burst of heart and soul shaking. Wu Tian also laughed aloud. Ha ha, it's done. I'm done. Chapter 128, No more fighting. I'm afraid I'll hurt you. See this scene. The Xianxian was also happy in his heart. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a smile appeared on his face, which had always been incredibly cool, but it passed in an instant. Xianmo muttered darkly in his heart. Cut. It's just one mixed golden immortal. As for being so excited? Those who don't know would think that you have directly certified to the way of the mixed world and have become a mixed world great Luo golden immortal. Think of herself. Nowadays, Xianhua was a double breakthrough in his Yuan Shen and physical body, both of which had reached the mixed golden immortal realm. At first, in the Purple Heaven Palace, in front of so many people directly achieved the mixed golden immortal, Xianmei remained calm and unperturbed. Wait until after returning to the sorcerer clan. Quietly will also enhance the strength of the physical body. I haven't seen her so excited. Was thinking, suddenly seeing Wu Tian's eyes gleaming at him. Xianhua's heart snapped and then he heard Wu Tian smilingly speak. Sister Genji, why don't we drill, and you help my little brother skill his body? After achieving the mixed golden immortal, Wu Tian only felt energized, and his entire body had the feeling that he couldn't wait to explode a little, like his sorcerer bloodline had been stimulated, and he actually wanted to find Xianhua for a fight. But it's normal, after the strength surge. How could she not try to suppress Xianmei and give her a taste of what it was like to be hung up on herself before? Failed the last challenge. But Wu Tian was now bursting with confidence. Although I only broke through one realm, but the increase in strength can be more than that. Can I still beat Sister Xianmei? Xianxian was slightly stunned. With that, a smile appeared on his face. Slightly holding his head high, he spoke with a light smile towards Wu Tian. It looks like you're thinking you can do it again? Yeah, come on then. The words had not yet fallen. Wu Tian then laughed loudly and charged directly towards the chaos where Xianhua was, a huge and incomparable Dharma heaven and earth, bringing up a horrifying aura as if worlds were colliding. Sister Xianmei, I'm coming. Xianming's eyes narrowed. The aura around his body also changed violently. Swish! The ferocious and incomparable icy cold intent erupted from the body, directly freezing the chaotic qi, and the body was instantly surrounded by the laws of the metaphysical underworld. Next moment, Xianmei also revealed his true body as an ancestral witch. Bang! The two men ruthlessly collided together, like the collision of two chaos demon gods, instantly setting off a huge storm. The two then moved fast. Instantly they fought against each other with fists and feet for an unknown number of times, directly transformed into two clusters of arcane light, constantly fusing, and crashing away. Under such an onslaught, the surrounding chaos was bombarded by such power, directly transforming into basic elements such as earth, water, fire, and wind, which rapidly diffused with the breath and laws leaked out by the two men as the core. One small world after another was constantly being born and dying, week by week. It is as if a god had created the world. Although Xianhua still had the upper hand, the more he fought, the more alarmed he became. He's only just broken through the mixed golden immortal, but I've already broken through for a long time, and I'm still a dual mixed golden immortal of physical body and Yuanshan, and I'm actually able to fight me back and forth? Not at all the previous state of hanging. What shocked Xianmei even more was that Wu Tian really looked like he was gradually familiarizing himself with his own power in the middle of the battle, making it more and more difficult for her to suppress it. No, it can't go on like this. Xianmo's mind raced with thoughts. If other ancestral witches, Xianmei simply does not bring fear, even if the fight continues and is suppressed by the other party. So what? Big deal is a fat beating. Returning it later is. But Wu Tian is different. At the thought of being defeated by Wu Tian, Xianhua's heart actually gave birth to an extremely strange feeling, and immediately made a plan in his mind, then frantically mobilized himself. Swish! Above Xianmo's ancestral witch's true body, the countless icy coldness intensified, and a hideous but strangely beautiful white bone spur was born. Boom! Xianmei threw a strike with all his might. The two entangled clusters of light immediately separated, and Wu Tian's body was revealed, ruthlessly crashing toward the depths of chaos. Genji himself wasn't doing well either. A number of bone spurs were shattered, but Xianmei was expressionless, quickly putting away his ancestral witch true body and reshaping into his original form. Standing in the midst of the chaos with his hands behind his back, bashful and incomparable looking toward Wu Tian. A few moments later, Wu Tian finally wore down the impact. His body flashed towards the original place, and when he saw Xianhua in such a state, he was astonished and said, "Ha, Sister Xianmei, what are you doing? Let's get on with it. I haven't even used my true body of Pangu yet." Xianmei, however, spoke faintly. "Forget it. You've only just broken through to the mixed golden immortal. If we continue to fight, I'm afraid that it'll be difficult to stop after fighting with true fire and hurt your foundation." Wu Tian froze for a moment. Then his gaze shot up towards Xianhua, and he muttered continuously in his heart, "What's the situation? Didn't you beat me begging for mercy that time before? But now you're worried about breaking me. Is the word breaking in the sorcerer's dictionary?" Then the eyes moved. See Xianmei back shoulder. The power of law above the rapid flow. Eliminate the impact of the previous two big battle. Wu Tian instantly understood. So it is. Isn't it just that you're afraid of losing face in front of me? Your little brother? And you still have to look so feisty. Ha! But he doesn't break it down. Just hammed and hawed. It instantly caused the Xianmei ancestor witch to throw a blank stare, making Wu Tian feel more and more amused and laugh even more. Genji had a sense of shameful anger at being dismantled. After fiercely glaring at Wu Tian, he spoke again with some helplessness. "Well, now that you've also made a breakthrough, can we return to the sorcerer clan? The chaos doesn't remember the years, and I don't know how the sorcerer clan is doing now." Wu Tian, however, waved his hand slightly. "There's no rush, no hurry, and wait for me to devour a little more chaos chi. It is not easy to come to chaos trip, always want to save a little more." Chaotic gas not only can help Wu Tian cultivation, even his several spiritual roots, in the process of his breakthrough, is also affected. Appear changes. Above the original arcane light, it was all covered in a chaotic color, kind of like a shift in the direction of chaotic spiritual roots. Other than that, now if the ginseng fruit tree of that spiritual branch to Jin Yuanzi to see, he probably wouldn't even dare to recognize it. If these spiritual roots wanted to continue to diffuse, they had to have chaos chi as a foundation. Wu Tian couldn't come back to chaos later, could he? Now Nuwa and the three Qing have not yet become saints. No need to worry about the witches at all. Instead, it's the back. If he took the time to make a trip to chaos, in case something went wrong in the middle, Wu Tian would be screaming in agony. Obviously it can be avoided in advance. It is natural to plan for this moment. With this in mind, Wu Tian also confiscated the Dharma heaven and earth, and instead continued to use this chaos demon god's general body toward the side of the chaos chi where it was thick and went. Countless pores around his body spread out, continuing to frantically devour. He stuffed a massive amount of chaotic chi into the heavens and earth opened up by his physical body, holding up the heavens and earth with a burst of upsurge. Seeing the situation as such, Xuanmei's eyes widened at once. The heart is a little speechless. She knows that Wu Tian likes to wool gathering. The three Qing, the Western duo, as well as the Queen Mother of the West and others have been taken advantage of by Wu Tian. But, how do you even get to chaos? Chapter 129, The wind is picking up. Genji was helpless. But Wu Tian had to be like this. What else could she do? I'll just have to let him be. Immediately, he also followed behind Wu Tian and found a place not far away and began to sit down on his knees, slowly running his own mana to calm down the shock brought about by the collision just now. Wu Tian devoured the chaotic chi as he did so, while silently organizing the harvest of this trip, at the same time pondering in his mind the next thing, secretly plotting in his mind. The innate gourd vine has survived this battle. The innate fire and gold gourds above it were thoroughly mature, leaving only the final chaos gourd, which was still in gestation. As it is, Wu Tian simply removed the two gourds directly, allowing the innate gourd vine, which had already been continuously transforming towards the chaotic spirit root, to nurture with all its might. Wait until the chaos gourd matures. Will it directly become a chaotic spiritual treasure? Wu Tian looked forward to it in his heart. The other four kinds of spiritual roots are also thoroughly rooted. In Wu Tian's small world, the 9 heavenly resting soil derivation of a side of the continent above. More and more vigorous development. He thought about it. Directly put down the 6 roots of purity bamboo as well. The heart of the idea of a movement. There is immediately a vine above the innate gourd vine, toward the 6 roots of the pure bamboo above the winding and go. There was a surge of power, charged towards the 6 roots of purity bamboo. This treasure was originally the innate 7 feelings of bitterness bamboo, was refining into an innate spiritual treasure, want to return it to its roots. Naturally, the first of many of these treasures forbidden to wear down, Wu Tian operated while doing so, while spitting it out in his mind. Junti is really ruthless. Such an innate spiritual root was refined into an innate spiritual treasure by him. This is also even if this guy doesn't even spare himself. The innate Bodhi tree is the paramount body, directly refined by him to become the seven treasures wonderful tree, the future Zhuanti's own proof of the treasure. This belongs to not only to other innate spiritual roots ruthless, but also ruthless to themselves. The West is really barren. Junti this is also poor and scared. After placing the 6 roots of purity bamboo, Wu Tian once again took out the split treasure cliff and stared at the split treasure cliff with its sparkling treasure light in silence, his mind pondering. As Wu Tian thought, it was natural for the separation of treasure cliffs to refine the seal of heaven, but the most important material of the seal of the Fandian, but half of the Buzhou mountain. As a descendant of the Pangu blood, you can't take the initiative to hit the idea of the spine of the Father God, right? This is too filial. Meditate for a long time. Wu Tian suddenly had a movement in his heart. Hey! What was the refining material for the Kongdong seal? The copper of Shoyang Mountain. Now that the 3 Qings haven't split up, and Tai Ching hasn't headed for Shoyang Mountain, so can I not empty Shoyang Mountain of its divine copper ahead of time? When the time comes, use this to fuse the split treasure cliff, refining a great seal. If only that were possible. Is it that the Kongdong seal can't appear? Even Tai Ching was unable to suppress the human race's qi with the Kongdong seal, interfering with the human race's qi and development? Think about it. Wu Tian's eyes grew brighter. Already made up his mind. When he returned to the floodplain, he would make this matter his top priority. The flood. A long time has passed since Wu Tian disappeared into the chaos to cultivate, and the demon race has continued to grow, flourishing more and more in the flooded heavens and earth. The Eastern Kingpin also continues to recruit. The fairy court is also growing rapidly. Only the witches. It was surprisingly quiet. Actually, 12 ancestral witches as if into a deep sleep. One by one are nestled in their respective ancestral witch temple in the cultivation. For a long time did not show up. Under the threat of Emperor Jiang, the ancestral witches were rarely attentive. Each and every one of them fought bravely and tried their best to break through to the mixed golden immortal. So how would they dare to continue to wave outside? It's in that context. The rumor that the East King Gong and the West Queen Mother were chosen by Hongjun Daozu to take over the heavenly court of the demon race in the future has been spreading more and more widely in the flooded heavens and earth. The heavenly court of the demon race. Above the heavenly palace, Emperor Jun sat on top of the emperor's seat, eyes closed, fake sleep. The momentum brilliant, had slowly suspended the river map Luo book, which seems to be associated with countless starlight veins, and then returned to one, fell into the emperor's spiritual platform. A mysterious and incomparable Taoist rhythm lingered. The whole person became more and more honorable and holy under the starlight. Suddenly, Emperor Jun opened his eyes. The starlight around his body dimmed, and the river map and Luo book flew into his body. Then he looked towards the great hall above, but it was Tai Chi who slowly came forward. Seeing Tai's gloomy face, Di Jun's heart also gave birth to curiosity. This brother of his own is the most overbearing. In the end, what is it that makes him have such an expression? Tai Chi, what happened? Di Jun asked indifferently. Tai hesitated a little, then spoke. It's not much. Didn't elder brother always warn me before, telling me to suppress the fights between witches and demons, and as a result, Qin Yuan and Ghost Che couldn't hold back and fought with the great witches of the witch clan. Di Jun's brows furrowed. Tai Chi hurriedly explained again. Not that I blame them. It's just that the great sorcerers of the witch race don't know where they got the news that our demon race is bound to lose, and that in the future the heavenly court will be ruled by the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West, and they're all going rampant. A brilliant light flashed in Di Jun's eyes. Details. Tai Chi nodded. Slowly, he spoke what he knew. But it was Jiu Feng who spoke these words when he was fighting with Qin Yuan and the others. That's probably what it means. Why are you demons fooling around? Sooner or later, the heavenly court is going to be controlled by the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West, and this is all set by Hongjun Daozu. By then, the entire demon race will be torn apart, and all of you guys will be the dogs of defeat. The Qin Yuan demon god was naturally furious. Great battle together. Both sides and call friends. Each greeted the demon gods, great wizards to help. Until the back of the earth ancestor witch, Tai Chi have appeared. That's what put a stop to the strife. After listening, Di Jun was instantly in deep thought. The expression on his face also became more and more grave, and only after a long time did he slowly say, "From the mouths of witches? I'm afraid they don't want us to deal with the immortal court." Right, so they can reap the benefits? Di Jun subconsciously thought so. He originally told Tai to ignore the immortal court for the time being, with the idea of letting the witch race strike. At this critical time, rumors like this suddenly popped up in the witch clan. These sorcerer clans are really simple-minded. Thinking that I would fall for this? If you want to scheme against my demon race, you'd better make a decent scheme too. Directly so blunt. Think everyone is like them? But Tai Chi slowly shook his head, feeling that things were not that simple. Brotherhood. We all know the nature of the ancestral witches. If they really wanted to deal with the immortal court, why would they set a trap and lend us a hand? The three Qings all dared to make a move. Still care about a Duke of the East? Even if it is Hongjun Daozu's stand. So what? Three Qing is still Hongjun Daozu's personal disciple. Why don't we just go straight to Panlai? In Tai Chi's opinion, the more clumsy this calculation is, the more it proves that there is something else going on, and that it is true. The Duke of the East King set up the immortal court, which he had already looked at with disfavor. Therefore, he was more torn in his mind. How did the Wookiees know? Chapter 130 Reactions Vary. Emperor Jun hesitated. He originally subconsciously felt that such rumors popping up at this time must be to provoke himself to go against the immortal court. Coming from the witch clan, that was naturally the witch clan's reckoning. However, by Taiyi's words, there was also some uncertainty, and his heart became more and more hesitant. Could it really not be the witch race? Seeing that Jun still had such an expression on his face, Taiyi burst out laughing and couldn't help but shake his head before speaking with a smile. Brotherhood. The witches don't have that kind of brain. The people of the flood were unanimous in their assessment of the witch race, so thick with fury and confused that they did not know the number of heaven and did not understand the general situation. These iron beaners. Can you think of counting on someone else? As he spoke, Taiyi's expression grew more and more grave, his eyes burning towards Jun as he slowly spoke. Brotherhood. We've been in control of the heavenly court for a long time, and we know it very well. So we naturally understand that this heavenly court is the manifestation of the laws of the heavenly Tao and the hub of the heavenly Tao's governance, according to what Elder Brother sees. Besides Elder Brother, who else in this flooded heaven and earth is most suitable to control the heavenly court? Jun's eyes flashed. Who is best suited? That would naturally be the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West, who were born from the innate yin and yang qi, and apart from them, no second choice would be made. One thought in this, Jun's brows instantly furrowed. Does Daozu really mean that? Now, even Emperor Jun was a little less confident in his heart, constantly murmuring in his mind, pondering the possibilities of this matter. The more I think about it, the more stony my expression becomes. Daozu, Daozu, even if all the saints of the heavenly Tao are under you, how dare you not even spare my heavenly court, wanting to control it in your hands? Jun secretly sighed in his heart. To this point, he was already 70 to 80% convinced of the rumor in his mind. And even the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the truth of the matter. That's the power of masculinity. When Wu Tian explained this matter, he was not at all half worried that Jun would not believe him, and this was the reason why. The matter is not false. Indeed, Hongjun Daozu's intention, even if Wu Tian does not pass it on in advance, in the future, Jun himself will also be able to realize that he is just bringing the matter forward. Jun was still brooding, still pondering why this matter came out of the mouth of the witch clan. Tai Chi, who had already decided that this was the case, but his thoughts went deeper, and he spoke slowly while pondering. Brother, if Ancestor Hongjun Dao really has this intention to replace us with the Duke of Dongwang, we have to be on guard. Then the head snapped up, with the light in his eyes bursting out and incomparably sharp. Tai spoke with a faint killing intent. How about, make the first move? Trying to find a successor for my brother? Then I will just get him killed. I want to see how you can still take over my elder brother S-class. Tai Chi thought so. Emperor Jun, however, violently raised his hand. No, the Tao ancestor only stepped in when the immortal court was established, so for us to go and conquer the immortal court, wouldn't that be too disrespectful to the Tao ancestor? Jun was not an ancestral witch after all. The heart considers more, so there are more concerns. Naturally do not want to because of this point of rumors. Directly evil Hongjun Daozu, seeing Tai Chi's unwilling look, Emperor Jun hastened to pacify. There is no hurry in this matter. Let's take a look first. Even if Tao Ancestor really has this intention, it won't be for a while. We have enough time and opportunity to strike. District East King Gong. Ha! The words were full of disdain for the Duke of Dongwang. If the Duke of the East King is as mindful as Tai Chi, then he must be heavy in his heart at this moment. But he can't even handle the Queen Mother of the West, and his actions are even more hasty and quick. What does Jun have to worry about? Taiyi's heart was a bit reluctant. His elder brother's words were indeed reasonable and comprehensively considered, but they lost their domineering spirit. What if the Wiccans? Tai Chi couldn't help but think in his mind. If it were the witch clan, they would have fought their way to Panglai Immortal Island, killing the Duke of Dongwang and destroying the Immortal Court. Wouldn't they? What the Wookiee dared to do. Why should my demon race be careful? Just then, Emperor Jun spoke again. As for what we are wondering, why did this matter come out of the mouth of the Witch Clan? Before the words were finished, Tai Yi laughed aloud, with an air of confidence, and smiled at Di Jun. Brother, don't worry. Leave the matter to me. Di Jun was immediately stunned. Give it to you? Do you already have something planned? Tai Chi blinked and spoke with a smile. We can just go and ask. With the nature of the witches, can I still not get words out of them? The battle between the witch and demon clans escalated earlier. Directly many demon gods and great wizards fought, but after all, they have not reached the level of ancestral witches and demon emperors. And after the arrival of Tai Yi and Hou Tu, they all forcefully suppressed the matter. It's kind of peaceful with each other. And Emperor Nuwa has already gone to the Hou Tu tribe 3 times, and that Wu Tian has never come out of the gate. So I think that Emperor Nuwa will have to go a 4th time without seeing this Wu Tian. I'll even accompany her when the time comes. Take the opportunity to set a set of words of the Witch Clan. This is not enough? Di Jun's heart moved slightly. Also good. This rumor fell on the ears of Di Jun and Tai Yi, who were reacting in such a way that they had almost tacitly agreed that the matter was true. Falling on other people's ears. That's more than enough. Many great avatars couldn't help but mutter in their hearts after hearing about this. No wonder. If it wasn't for Hongjun Daozu's intentions, why did you appoint the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West as the heads of the male and female immortals in the world? And why did you stand up for the Duke of East when the Immortal Court was established? Fairy Court, the Celestial Court of the Immortal Way. It sounds like a hidden agenda at first glance. And after hearing this, the Western Queen Mother immediately whitened her eyes and muttered darkly. The Witch Clan is striking out. This Wu Tian wants to put Duke Dongwang to death based on this rumor? But the point is, she's implicated in this too. West Wangmu immediately face a bitter. If it is really Di Jun, Tai Yi because of this matter born to kill, then there is bound to be a share is aimed at her. This guy, it's a pain in the ass. Queen Mother West sighed in her heart. Then she thought of the agreement between the two before. And Wu Tian also said that the Witch Clan would protect her peacefully. The Queen Mother of the West immediately had a light in her eyes. Witches don't have a good reputation. For example, brash and rude and tyrannical by nature. But there has not yet been a predecessor who has gone back on her word. And the Queen Mother of the West is therefore slightly certain in her heart, and immediately made up her mind. And another trip to the Witch Clan. At a time when the Queen Mother of the West was worried about being angered by the demon race and being targeted by Di Jun and Tai Yi, the Eastern Prince of Panglai Immortal Court was in a different mood after learning about this. Really? Does Dao Ancestor really intend for me to take over the demon race's heavenly court? Just a little thought. The Duke of Dongwang's face immediately showed a look of delight. I knew it. The Dao Ancestor doesn't act without a purpose. Every move has its own deep meaning. I'm out of town today, so I'll make up for it in 4 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 131, it's not because of you. But, the Duke of the East is not so stupid as to be outrageous. Worry arose in his heart and he muttered darkly. Broken. If Emperor Jun knew, he wouldn't want to target me. Would he? One thought in this. The Duke of Dongwang's face was slightly bitter. The heart suddenly thought of a point. Hongjun Taoist ancestor to be really so arranged. Then he should not have set up the Immortal Court in the first place. So exposed in front of Di Jun. Tai Yi, go up. Take your time and wait for the Witch Demon showdown. Wouldn't it be great to then receive the Heavenly Court as a matter of course? Hey, still too eager. But the Duke of Dongwang only regretted it for a moment. And then he defended himself in his mind. What's wrong with me? I just want to get ahead so bad. Besides, it's not me who wants to covet the Heavenly Court. It's the Taoist ancestor who arranges it. The heaven and earth of the flood. The Taoist ancestor is the biggest. Comments. You go find the Taoist ancestor. After calming himself down a bit, the Duke of Dongwang's mood finally calmed down a lot, and his worries about the demon race dispersed a lot. The other side. On the Kunlun Mountains. After learning about this matter, the 3 Qings hurriedly woke up from their cultivation and gathered within Tai Ching's dojo to discuss this matter as well. Genji laughed softly and nodded his head. No wonder when the Immortal Court was set up, a teacher would step in and use the Immortal Dao's Qi to boost it. If the Heavenly Court is under the control of the Duke of Dongwang, Xuanmen's Qi will flourish again. And it will be a good thing for us as well. Yuan Shi was naturally happy to see it happen. Although the demon race is not as arrogant as the sorcerer race, Di Jun and Tai Yi also have overbearing personalities, and they want to open up the demon path for all the demons, and they don't buy them at all. If the Duke of Dongwang becomes the Emperor of Heaven, that would be different. Just think about the attitude of the disciples of the 3 religions after how Tian, the child of ancestor Hongjun Dao, took control of the Heavenly Court in the midst of the original great power. but Tong Tian frowned. The Duke of Dongwang is a man who is good at plotting without making decisions, who sees profits without thinking far ahead. How can such a character be worthy of the position of Emperor of Heaven? According to what Tonto saw, he's not as good as the Queen Mother of the West. Shi Wangmu at least knew that after the establishment of the Immortal Court, she drew away from the vortex of strife, lest she be targeted by the demon race. And every move by the Duke of the East is simply using himself as a living target. Tonto was even thinking, if he were the Duke of Dongwang, he would not have set up any immortal court, and would have just hidden away to realize the great Tao and improve his cultivation. Haven't you seen how they're doing with the three Qings? Pangu Zhengzong, Prosperous Qi, did not achieve the heavenly saint is not low profile, hiding in the Kunlun mountain silent cultivation? Build up your grain and slow down your rain. It is the supreme truth even in the floodplains. Tai Ching didn't say anything, but was secretly thinking as thoughts churned in his mind. Could it be that it is because the Duke of Dongwang has such a character that the teacher has made this arrangement? He has to be really ambitious. With the same nature as Di Jun or the sorcerers, Hongjun Daozu may not be able to control, not really necessarily choose him. However, he only pondered this in secret and did not reveal this heartfelt statement in front of his two younger brothers. But anyway, even the three clearings didn't think that Di Jun would dare to take direct action against the Duke of Dongwang. Going up against Hongjun Daozu for the sake of a nebulous rumor? You think they're all ancestral witches? In the midst of chaos, Wu Tian finally devoured enough chaotic qi, and under the impact of the chaotic qi, a piece of nothingness was opened up. Even the original heaven and earth, all have a feeling to be collapsed, consumed, but fortunately there are several kinds of innate spiritual roots to support, as well as transformed into the earth of the nine heavens resting soil. Wu Tian is even directly released Hongmeng measure of the sky ruler suppression. This is what stabilizes heaven and earth. Even so, after Wu Tian stopped and put away the Dharma heaven and earth, the whole person also had a heavy and incomparable feeling, and his body was slightly stiff. The mana around his body was constantly running. The chaotic treasure light is dense. It took a while longer. Only then did Wu Tian familiarize himself with the situation, finally converging his own aura, once again transforming into a harmless appearance of a human animal, and moving briskly, smilingly walking to Xianhua. Xanadu kept watching. The heart is also a little funny. This guy collects a little chaos gas, can hold himself up. Use this? The chaos is endless. If you want it later, just come and get it whenever you want. Why make it so hard on yourself? Naturally, she didn't know the worry in Wu Tian's heart. Wu Tian was afraid that he would miss the changes in the flood the next time he came to chaos. If it is during this period, ancestral witches by the heavenly reckoning, or the impact of the robbery gas, directly on the head, to open the great war, wouldn't his efforts be in vain? That's good, isn't it? Xianmei asked without a trace of humor, waiting until Wu Tian nodded with a smile. She then, without saying a word, directly operated her own magic power. The cold and incomparable law of the Xuanhe instantly wrapped the two people, transformed into a white ball of light, and shot toward the flooded heaven and earth. Though that mind spits. However, Xianmei still took the initiative to take up the task of catching up, so that Wu Tian could properly comb his own mana and recuperate in the meantime. A proper knife to the heart. Wu Tian gratefully looked towards Xianhua, wanting to say something but seeing Xianhua violently turning his head and only leaving himself a back shadow, he immediately held all his words in his throat. This Sister Genji, wasn't I just a little stronger and didn't give you a chance to fat punch me? Do you like punching me that much? Wu Tian was speechless in his heart, and with that, no more thoughts. Sitting cross-legged behind Xianmei, he once again began to operate his own mana. I don't know how much time has passed. The two finally arrived at the flood world. Before the chaotic tire membrane, Xianmei's aura changed, and silently fell towards through the chaotic tire membrane, towards the flood earth. Another moment passed. Only after the two had landed in the Hou Tu tribe, the Hou Tu Ancestral which had already sensed it and directly stepped out from the Ancestral which Divine Hall. The look of surprise on Hou Tu's face. You guys are finally back. The words were full of eagerness. Engaging Wu Tian's heart, he hurriedly asked, what's wrong? But what happened to the witches? Or are the older brothers again? Hou Tu laughed softly and shook her head. Nothing. During this period of time when you cultivate, the elder brothers are all honest. One by one, they all nestle in the tribe to cultivate. They are also worried about the big brother's chastisement. What you said on your way out. I'm done disposing of it too. Wu Tian was instantly relieved. Luckily, there was no change when he left. So why was Hou Tu's tone like this? Wu Tian even felt that there was a slight hint of complaint between the words. Seeing Wu Tian's puzzled look, Hou Tu grunted softly. It's not because of you. During the time you've gone to cultivate, Nuwa and Shi Wangmu have been running back and forth to our witch clan. and they don't mind getting tired. It's making it impossible for me to practice in peace. Nuai is just, every time to come to have Fushi accompanied, and even Tai have to follow too. The purpose is also clear and incomparable. But what happened to the Queen Mother of the West? That look, that expression. It made it look like Wu Tian had done something wrong to her. TSK, Hou Tu said. Her smile quirked up, constantly sizing up Wu Tian's body, looking at Wu Tian with a chill in his heart. P.S. It's broken. I'm a clown. The onslaught of positive reviews has really ed me up to a 9. I had to pop in 5 chapters now, plus the one I owe from yesterday. 9 chapters at once. Numerate like crazy. Give me some time. Chapter 132 Queen Mother of the West. Our witch clan cover. Wu Tian, however, looked puzzled. What's going on? What had happened when he himself went to cultivate in the chaos? What made Hou Tu so resentful? Heaven and earth. Whether he was thinking of Nuwa or Zhuangmu, what he was thinking of was the chances in their bodies and the magic treasures in their hands. Didn't even think about it that much. For the time being. Which tribe's great cause is not yet. The destiny has not changed. Where he has the heart to engage in 7 or 8. Coaxing the thighs in front of him is already hard enough. Luckily, Backwoods didn't continue. After sputtering a little, he skimmed over the matter and asked with a curious look on his face. How are you practicing? May there be a breakthrough? Wu Tian hemmed and hawed. This still need to say? That is naturally has already broken through the mixed golden immortal. Other than that, compared to before, at least in the ancestral which inside to keep up with the trip, I'm the smallest one, but no longer the weakest. Wu Tian was dejected in his heart. The corner of his eye was still looking towards Xianmei, who naturally didn't give him a good look, and a blank stare was directly thrown over. Nothing was said though. Wu Tian, however, seemed to hear her heart. I was afraid of hurting you, just not at full strength. How bright is Hou Tu's mind? Just by looking at the expressions of the two men, she understood, and immediately blinked her eyes, smilingly stepped forward and took Xianmei's arm. Looks like you've made a lot of progress. Do you want me to join Sister Xianmei and help you consolidate it again? Said also exuded breath. Mixed golden immortal strength is undoubtedly revealed. With the same Xianmei, Hou Tu is also the physical body. Yuanshan double breakthrough. I do not know when also all promoted. Wu Tian was stunned. Want to play mixed doubles against me? Immediately hastily waved his hand. The party's complacency also instantly dispersed, smiled sarcastically and said, No, no. Now even Genji laughed. Empty temple of Hou Tu. Suddenly full of fastidious atmosphere. Hou Tu also feel much more comfortable. The original feeling of loneliness suddenly disappeared. Just then, the three of them were silenced in unison, turning their heads toward the outside of the Hou Tu tribe, all of them sensing an aura flying toward the Hou Tu tribe. The one who came was naturally the Queen Mother of the West. Hou Tu's eyes turned, smilingly looking at Wu Tian, lightly smiling words, now you deal with her yourself. Next moment, the mysterious light suddenly appeared, and the Queen Mother of the West landed before the later Earth Divine Hall, and opened her mouth and shouted, Ancestral Witch of the Backlands, can fellow Taoist Wu Tian come out of the gate? The words were not finished. 3 figures were seen walking out, with Wu Tian in the center, and Hou Tu and Xian He each standing to the left and right, smilingly looking at her. Queen Mother West's expression changed instantly. Fellow Taoist Wu Tian, you're killing me. Eyes twinkling, tone of voice miserable, make Wu Tian are subconsciously recalled. I have done what wrong in the end? Actually, it's no wonder the Queen Mother of the West is like that. She was charged a deposit by Wu Tian, provoked anger in her heart, and then followed the advice of setting up an immortal court as Wu Tian said. It is the time when the mind is in a state of trepidation. Several times I wanted to see Wu Tian. All had to go home defeated. Coupled with the fact that there are rumors that she and the Duke of Dongwang are going to succeed Di Jun and take charge of the Heavenly Court, there is a possibility that they may face a blow from the demon race. Can the Queen Mother of the West not be anxious? Wu Tian hurriedly smiled and spoke. That's what the Taoist said. But I've been in the middle of closed-door cultivation. I haven't done anything, so how can I talk about harming you? The Western Queen Mother was about to open her mouth right away, argue with Wu Tian. However, he saw Wu Tian take a step forward, stretching out his hand in an inviting gesture, and spoke with a light smile. Fellow Taoist, don't be in a hurry. Let's go inside and talk about what we have to say. We can't just stand in the doorway, can we? The Queen Mother of the West was instantly interrupted. There was a rise and fall of the chest. In the end, he still listened to Wu Tian's arrangement, and went in towards the back of the earth within the temple, no matter how. Anyway, he saw Wu Tian. This time, he must let him give an explanation. Waiting to enter the Hou Tu shrine. After each of the 4 sat down, the Queen Mother of the West could not hold back any longer, and said all the grievances in her heart. Wu Tian and the ancestral witch of the earth listened smilingly, while Xianhua remained expressionless. After catharsis, the Queen Mother of the West frowned tightly and stared straight at Wu Tian. Fellow Daoist Wu Tian, you're not fooling me about what you agreed to before, are you? I gave you the spirit branch of the innate nunsuch peach without saying a word, and I even gave you extra peaches. How could you screw me over like that? Wu Tian had an innocent look on his face. Where did I screw you over? The Queen Mother of the West was even more furious. And say no. The Tao Father chose me and the Duke of Dongwang to be the heads of the male and female immortals in the world, in order to take over the heavenly court in the future and bring it under his own control. You dare say it didn't come from your witch clan? Hou Tu looked towards Wu Tian, blinking. Ancestral witches weren't good at lying, and after being pointed out to their faces by the Western Queen Mother, the two of them immediately looked at each other in disbelief. Wu Tian, however, had no intention of concealing it at all, and still had a light smile on his face, and did not take Western Queen Mother's questioning to heart at all. Nice. It is my witch clan that has sent out. I'm doing this precisely because of our previous agreement. In this case, the demon race will definitely not let go of the immortal court, and when the Duke of Dongwang dies, won't you be relieved? Save yourself from being bound to this guy all the time. The Queen Mother of the West laughed in exasperation. Seeing that Wu Tian was not moved at all, she became more and more furious, and her body trembled with a kind of flamboyant feeling. Queen Mother of the West said angrily, "Is that what you call a pact? But you don't think about it. If the demon clan were to deal with the immortal court, could they spare me? What is this if not a trap for me?" Wu Tian, however, did not panic. At ease. Fellow Daoist, have you forgotten? Didn't I say earlier that my witch clan will definitely protect you? The Western Queen Mother's heart was relieved when she heard this. Then the color of suspicion, scrutinizing in Wu Tian's face, as if wanting to confirm whether this is the meaning of Wu Tian, or the meaning of the ancestral witches. At this time, Hou Tu spoke faintly. Don't worry, fellow Daoist, our witch clan has always been the same advance and retreat. What Wu Tian said is what our 12 ancestral witches said. He said to protect your safety and security, that is our witch clan to protect your safety and security. Queen Mother West's frown finally eased a little, nodding at the trio, followed by a hesitant question. But if the demon clan were to fight my Xikanlan, would your sorcerer clan go to war with the demon clan for the sake of me, an outsider? Wu Tian burst out laughing. Don't say demon. What do we have to fear if it's the Hongjun Daoist ancestor? There was a slight lull in the tone. Here's the deal. Next I'll send a letter out to the outside world. You Queen Mother of the West is covered by my witch clan. Who dares to touch you? First through our witch clan. Was saying. Wu Tian snapped his head up. His eyes looked towards the outside of the Hou Tu Divine Hall. A look of surprise appeared on his face, and he spoke with a loud laugh. Ha ha. It's better to be early than never. It's actually a Taoist friend of the demon race who has come. So, I'll tell Tai directly, so that he doesn't have any thoughts about you. A side note. Wu Tian got up while doing so. He also twisted his head and spoke to the Queen Mother of the West. That should reassure you, shouldn't it? Chapter 133 Taichi, I have gained insight into everything. The Western Queen Mother was delighted in her heart. Immediately, he was about to open his mouth and respond. Yeah, but when the words came out of his mouth, he always felt that there was something wrong somewhere. A bit of a strange feeling. By this time, Wu Tian had already stepped out, toward the three figures that slowly fell down. Arching his hand, smilingly said, Fellow demon race, fellow Taoists, come. There's no welcome. The moment Manhwa saw Wu Tian, surprise had appeared on her face, and her eyes were wide open, staring at Wu Tian with unblinking eyes. At this time, Fushi also smiled and spoke. Fellow Taoist Wu Tian, we are looking for you to find a good heart. Today is finally by us to bump into. Before the said things, Wu Tian hurriedly waved his hand. No rush. No rush. Coincidentally, fellow Taoist Queen Mother of the West also came to look for me. And while we were chatting, I sensed that you all had come, so I rushed out to greet you. We might as well enter the hall first? What's the matter with talking slowly? Fushi's words trailed off. Manhwa's eyes immediately showed some anxiousness, but she had already waited for so long, and now that Wu Tian had ended his seclusion, there was no hurry for this moment. All smiled and spoke at once. So much the better. The two of them had their minds on Manhwa's chances, and didn't care much about Shi Wangmu's visit here. It wasn't as if they hadn't run into each other before. But Tai had a heartbeat. Queen Mother of the West? The thoughts came flooding back, but Tai said nothing, but nodded to Wu Tian with a light smile and also followed Fushi and Manhwa into the Hou Tu Divine Hall, as if he was really here to play the sauce. Wu Tian, however, was 2 steps behind, walking beside Tai, while walking towards within the Hou Tu Divine Hall. He smilingly spoke to Tai. The Eastern Emperor has come just in time. Just now, Fellow Daoist Queen Mother West was still anxious and worried that you guys would make a move against him. And I was comforting her. Immortal Court thinks she a clean. Also has no ambition. Has been in the West Kunlun alone free. How will the demon race to him? Besides, with her relationship with our witch clan, we will definitely cover her. Wu Tian said. Eyes locked up with Tai Chi. What does the Eastern Emperor think? Tai's steps slowed down. His brows furrowed violently. And the light in his eyes sharpened suddenly. But Wu Tian had no intention of backing down at all. Not the slightest fear. Still smiling and watching. The two have stepped into the Hou Tu Divine Hall at this time. And the conversation between each other has instantly spread to the ears of all people. And then feel the sudden tense atmosphere. All at once the crowd froze in their movements. Nuwa's mind grew worried. Broken. To face each other at this meeting, they shouldn't fight, right? If they fight, then how can I continue to talk to Wu Tian? For previous rumors, Nuwa and Fushi naturally knew about it. But the two didn't really care. The power of the demon race was held tightly by Dijun and Tai. Nuwa's mind is also all about becoming a saint. Naturally, I don't pay much attention to. Instead, he was worried that the conflict between the two of them would mess up his chances, and immediately turned around to look at them with a worried look on his face. And the Queen Mother of the West had her mouth slightly open. Surprised beyond words, the heart was also shocked beyond measure. He really opened up to Tai Chi. At that moment, he felt that he had not misunderstood Wu Tian a bit before. You see, people do what they say. That is, they have no fear of going up against Tai. Just as the crowd was worried, Tai Chi, however, laughed violently. Ha ha. Fellow Taoist Wu Tian, don't worry. I'm still willing to give the witch race this bit of face. We've seen how fellow Taoist Shi Wangmu's nature is. So how could we target her? The tension in the Hou Tu Divine Hall violently disappeared. And everyone's hearts were relieved. And at this time, Tai even twisted his head to look towards Queen Mother of the West. Even nodded at the Queen Mother of the West. With a light smile on his face. At once let the Western Queen Mother heart more excited. Have Tai this opening. She is considered to get out of this vortex. Phew. This guy Wu Tian is still reliable. The Western Queen Mother secretly said in her heart. Subsequently, Tai looked at Wu Tian again once more and spoke with a smile. Fellow Daoist Wu Tian. Speaking of this matter, I happen to also want to find out from you guys that the rumor about the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West wanting to take over the Heavenly Court and replace my elder brother came out of the mouths of your witch clan. So where did you guys find out about it? Tai Chi's eyes burned. Will Wu Tian's expression changes? Even a look, a movement are dead in the eyes. Want to see some clues from it? Wu Tian's expression froze. A look of difficulty arose on his face. With a look of unparalleled hesitation, he finally but categorically refused to say, I'm so sorry. This matter is indeed from my witch clan rumors. My mouth is not strict. Was underneath the big witch herd, yelling around. But how to know? I really cannot say. Wu Tian's performance was very witchy. I know, but I can't say. It's not like I'm going to lie. So I'll just say no. To death. Tai Chi's eyes stared. Just when the crowd was worried that he was annoyed. But the next moment Tai actually laughed again. With a slightly regretful expression on his face. And spoke aloud. No harm done. It's fine if fellow Taoist doesn't want to talk about it. Around is just some rumors. My elder brother is in control of the Heavenly Court. It is the destiny of heaven. Our demon race will naturally not be disturbed by these rumors. Wu Tian breathed a sigh of relief. But the expression gave birth to a slight change. As if it was extremely unconvinced by what Tai said. But in the way of what happened just now, it is not good to argue with Tai. It can only be held back in secret. Then he hastily changed the topic and raised his hand at Tai, Nuwa, and Fushi, speaking with a light smile. Please sit down quickly. 3 fellow Taoists. Let's not stand around talking. Tai nodded slightly and walked over to an empty futon and slowly sat down. In a moment of bowing his head, from an angle that the crowd could not see, a brilliant light exploded in his eyes. Ha! Bunch of beanies. If you don't want to talk about it, just refuse. But do you think that you can cover up the past and escape my eyes? In the square, when Wu Tian was entangled, his eyes could not help but look in the direction of the Queen Mother of the West, but he tried his best to hide. Combine that with what Wu Tian said just now. Tai Chi determined in his mind. Don't think about it. It must be the Queen Mother of the West. Other than the Queen Mother of the West, who could know such a thing? The Sorcerer clan must have learned about this from the Western Queen Mother, and it must be that after the Western Queen Mother knew about this, she was worried about my demon clan's thunderbolt, so she came to seek refuge. Otherwise, why did she come to the witch clan several times? Bumped into them all a couple times. Tai raised his head towards the Western Queen Mother and stared slightly, only feeling that he had gained insight into everything. Chapter 134, who says the witch race is straightforward. There is a saying, When you're carrying a hammer, everything looks like a nail and you want to hammer it. Tai obviously came to the witch clan with this mentality. He came to find evidence. Invisible brainstorming is the most deadly. A few pleasantries ensued. Tai did not say a word. With a faint smile, sometimes looking at the Western Queen Mother in front of him, sometimes looking at Wu Tian and the ancestral witches in front of him. Messing with a few people was weird, but the more she Wangmu, Wu Tian's strange expression, the more Tai Chi deepened his judgment in his mind, constantly pondering the details. Finally, the Queen Mother of the West was a little bit unable to sit still. Around the time her purpose had been achieved, Wu Tian had even promised the witch clan to cover her in front of Tai, coupled with Tai's strange look, and Nuwa's words that couldn't get to the point left and right. How could she not know that it was time for her to bow out of the scene? Rising immediately, he arched his hand at the crowd. Fellow Taoists, I remembered that I still have things to do at the West Kunlun Dojo, so I will take my leave first. Let's gather again in the future and sit down to discuss the Tao and have fun. Nuwa couldn't wait for Shi Wangmu to hurry up and leave. When she was good to talk to Wu Tian about the chance, she immediately looked refreshed, nodded to the Western Queen Mother, and lightly smiled and said, "There's no need to be polite. Fellow Taoist, make yourself at home And the aside Tai Chi once again laughed in his heart. Looking for a reason or looking for so outrageous, can be seen as really disturbed in the heart. Why are you upset? You're still afraid you'll see through it, aren't you?" A heartbeat later, Tai immediately also smiled and said, "Fellow Taoists need not worry. The previous rumors, although outrageous, but also have a reminder of my demon race. If not so, we also do not know that there are actually so many people in the secret coveting. That being said, I have to say thank you. Taoist friends have always been born free, and that East Wanggong is not at all on the way. We all see it in our eyes, coupled with the ancestral witches as a guarantee. The demon clan will surely not commit any offense against West Kunlun in autumn. Fellow Taoists, don't worry." This said the Queen Mother of the West froze, confused, and Tai Chi gave a thank you, just as Wu Tian also stood up and said with a smile, "I'll send off the Golden Mother." After a little contemplation, Hou Tu also opened her mouth to send off the Queen Mother of the West, and immediately got up from her seat. The three then walked out side by side. Tai Chi looked at the backs of the three, smiled slightly, and then stopped talking again, and without Wu Tian, the atmosphere in the temple of the god of Hou Tu was steeply strange, and actually fell into a silence. Shen Hua was not good at speaking, and Nuwa was running towards Wu Tian. "But you don't have anything to say? There is no way around it." Fu Shi had to open his mouth in a hurry, talking about the interesting things that had happened recently in the floodplains, breaking the strange silence. Outside the Hou Tu Divine Hall, Wu Tian, after the earth accompanied the Queen Mother of the West on the high altitude, auspicious clouds around, the light dense, the two will be lifted up, and then Wu Genius smilingly said, "Well, we witches are true to our word, aren't we? Said to protect you whole, then protect you whole." Now Tai also directly indicate the attitude. "This time you should always rest assured, right?" The Queen Mother of the West nodded her head silently, looking at the Wu Tian in front of her. A slight trace of guilt was born in her heart. She was worried in Zikanlun, but she scolded Wu Tian quite a few times. Immediately, his eyes changed. Want to say something. In the end, it was just a word. "Thanks a lot." Then he bowed again to Hou Tu. "I hope that the ancestral witch will not be blamed for disturbing the ancestral witch all this time." Hou Tu responded with a smile. Afterwards, the Queen Mother of the West moved and disappeared in the direction where the Western Kunlun was located, while Wu Tian also slowly descended into the clouds with Hou Tu. In the meantime, Hou Tu's gaze was odd and incomparable, constantly sizing up Wu Tian's body, causing Wu Tian to be very uncomfortable, and he had no choice but to say, "Sister Backwoods, just say what you want to say. Why are you looking at me like that? It makes me feel bad." Hou Tu gave a slight lurch, then he transmitted his voice with Wu Tian with his divine thoughts. "Wu Tian, it's not too good for you to pit the Queen Mother of the West like that, is it?" Wu Tian froze for a moment. Curious, he twisted his head to look at Hou Tu's eyes, and then also responded with divine thoughts. "Sister Hou Tu, what's wrong with you? Didn't I see that you didn't like the Queen Mother of the West earlier? Why are you worried about her now? Plus, where did I screw her over?" Hou Tu sighed softly. It was true that she didn't like the Western Queen Mother very much, running back and forth to the Hou Tu tribe, and with that look and posture, she simply didn't put her in her eyes. But, when the Queen Mother of the West fell into the hole, Hou Tu couldn't help but soften her heart again, then slowly spoke. "The Queen Mother of the West isn't so bad when all is said and done. When the Phoenix clan was burdened with that kind of cause and effect, karma, after the three clans' cataclysm, she was also willing to take in the Phoenix clan's bloodline and shelter the Shen bird, and she's also a righteous one." After the exclamation, Hou Tu gave Wu Tian a fierce blank look and said somewhat speechlessly, and say you didn't screw her over. I'm afraid that now Tai has decided that she's the one who told our witch clan about the Western Queen Mother and the Eastern King's Duke taking over the Heavenly Court and replacing Di Jun in the future. Screw it. Tai Chi already thinks it's the one who informs. Said gaze flicked upward. The reference is self-explanatory. Wu Tian laughed softly, then reached out and gave Hou Tu a push on her back, pushing her towards the inner shrine. Then I didn't say anything either. Besides, even if Tai misunderstood, so what? Didn't our witch clan already keep her safe? Just don't sympathize. The other side. The Queen Mother of the West had also calmed down somewhat after leaving the Hou Tu tribe, and while traveling through the void, she recalled what had happened before. Suddenly it stops. The Queen Mother of the West stood in the void. His brow was furrowed and he muttered words under his breath as well. Ha! What is Tai Chi thanking me for? Then the Queen Mother of the West instantly realized what was going on. Her eyes snapped wide and she turned her head towards the direction of the Hou Tu tribe, almost about to break into a fit of rage. She was just a little distracted. It has now come back to haunt me. Where still do not understand. He was again pitched by Wu Tian. Tai at this moment must have already felt that the source of the previous rumors is himself. This asshole. Queen Mother West couldn't hold back any longer. Whispered a curse. It is said that although the nature of the witch race is tyrannical and impetuous, it is not lacking in straightforwardness and simplicity. Where's the straightforwardness? Where's the simplicity? I don't know what the essence blood of the great god Pangu is tainted with, but it has produced this thing. Wu Tian. Gasping me. The more Western Queen Mother thought about it, the more aggrieved she became. First, he cheated me of my innate nonpareil peaches and provoked the relationship between me and the Duke of Dongwang, and now he is even counting on me and using me as a gun. Thanks to me, I thought he was good. Immediately, the Queen Mother of the West wanted to turn around and go back, find Wu Tian and Tai to make things clear, and expose Wu Tian's calculations in front of everyone. But not even 2 steps. The Queen Mother of the West stopped again once more. Alas. Chapter 135. I want the innate red embroidered ball. The Queen Mother of the West sighed softly. In the end, he did not return and stood in the same place looking in the direction of the Hou Tu tribe for a long time. Wu Tian had indeed counted on her, but to be honest, it is also considered to keep its promise and fish itself out of the whirlpool. And with the words of Tai before, he will be absolutely fine in the future. Can really go back to ask for a pardon. The demon clan itself couldn't afford to be offended. Can you carry the wizards? The Queen Mother of the West sighed in her heart as she recalled the very first time she came into contact with Wu Tian. I blame myself. Why are you thinking of borrowing the power of the witch race to drive away the Duke of the East King? It's true that the Duke of the East King is not much of a success, but this Wu Tian is really not a thing either. Humph. After another dark curse, the Queen Mother of the West was also in a much better mood. Immediately, he turned around again and headed towards where Zikanlun was, and his heart was even muttering continuously. Count on me? Humph. This time it is also me who was careless for the reputation of the witch clan. Or else you, a witch clan, can have your way? I'll show you how it's done in the coming days. The Temple of Hou Tu. After Wu Tian and Hou Tu returned, the atmosphere instantly returned to normal, and Fushi also breathed a sigh of relief and wiped a handful of false sweat towards his forehead. Xuanhei doesn't look like he's smiling. It's really a bit scary. Wu Tian was as if he didn't realize it. His face was always smiling, looking very approachable, and when he sat down, he directly spoke towards Nuwa. Nuwa Dawei, you have come to seek me several times, but is it still about the matter of the previous chance? He didn't bother to rub it in. Witches are supposed to be straight. Nuwa's eyes snapped to life, and she immediately nodded with a smile, hastily speaking. Exactly. Fellow Daoist Wu Tian, I'm not going to lie to you. This chance is indeed very important to me, and the promise I made before is still valid. I still hope that you, fellow Daoist, will fulfill your wish. The words fell. Nuwa waved her hand directly, unfolding a piece of treasure light in front of her body, and the mountain river and Jigong diagram was listed. And in addition to the many spiritual treasures before, there were many new. Fushi shook his head slightly at the sight. My silly sister, what kind of person reveals his or her cards right away? Isn't it just to be pinned down by others? Bargaining you also have to a little bit to But Nuwa thinks otherwise. For a nature like the witches, it's better to be direct and open. But if you're being slow, pulling back and forth, what if they get impatient and reject it outright? So it's a direct show of good faith. Sure enough, Wu Tian had the look of being shocked. Frozily looking at the piece of precious light in front of him, he finally said helplessly, tell the truth. I really don't want to change it, but you, Taoist friend, have come to me several times and are so sincere. If I still don't agree, won't I look like my witch clan is too petty? Nuwa was overjoyed at his words. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked towards Fushi and seemed to be speaking to him. How's it going? Dealing with witches is all about sincerity, so that they are willing to deal with you. Nuwa then asked in a hurry, which innate spiritual treasure does fellow Taoist want? Mountains and rivers? Saying that, his slender fingers gently pointed, and the mountain river and Jigong diagram flew out from amongst the many precious lights, showing itself alone in front of the crowd. She remembered the look in Wu Tian's eyes earlier, obviously is a little moved by this mountain river and country map. Speaking of which, Nuwa was also a bit reluctant to let go of such a spiritual treasure as the mountain river and Jigong diagram. However, her fusion of the Hongmeng purple chi had gradually come to a standstill during this period of time. Nuwa was also getting more and more anxious. In the presence of the divine sacred throne, what's a mountain and river map? Looking at the mountain river and Jigaku diagram that was slowly flying towards him, Wu Tian was slightly stunned and then slowly shook his head. The very beginning, Wu Tian did indeed want the mountain river and Jigaku map. This innate spiritual treasure was the most precious one that Nuwa had taken out, and there is heaven and earth within it. Wu Tian is still thinking about. Maybe we can unfold the mountain river and Jig and stone map and put part of the witch race to cultivate and live in it, as well as allow them to escape the witch demon cataclysm. But when Wu Tian achieves the mixed golden immortal, the heavens and earth within his body opened up, and he immediately dismissed the idea that the significance of the mountain river and Jigaku map was no longer that great. In the future he will perfect heaven and earth. It would be able to accommodate countless sorcerers inside. Seeing Wu Tian shaking his head, Nuwa was instantly shocked, and even Tai, who was silent on the side, frowned and muttered in his heart as well. You don't even want the mountain and river map? So what do you want? As for Xin Mei and Hou Tu, they were also astonished and looked towards Wu Tian. They knew how Wu Tian was thinking about this innate spiritual treasure before. What's this kid up to again? The two ancestral witches muttered in their hearts, glancing at each other. Each could see the puzzled look in the other's eyes. Just then, when Nuwa was about to open her mouth eagerly, Wu Tian directly pushed the mountain river and Jigaku diagram back and landed in Nuwa's hands before speaking with a light smile. I don't want the mountain river and Jigaku map. I want the innate red hydrangea. Nuwa frowned at once. Innate red hydrangea? This treasure is also an innate extreme spiritual treasure, which was given by ancestor Hongjun Dao in the Purple Heaven Palace. Nuwa has completely refined it. Already have something in mind. This treasure is also about a great opportunity, and because of this, Nuwa was hesitant. At this time, however, Wu Tian smiled and spoke. Nuwa Dawe, I'm extremely curious about the innate red hydrangea. If you are willing to cut your losses, my witch clan will not only send the 9 heavens resting loam, but I will never begrudge you a chance to use the innate gourd vine if you use it in the future. Wu Tian had always felt, put the 9 heavenly resting soil, the innate gourd vine, may not be able to block Nuwa into sainthood. Although she is the creation of the human race, but it is the flood of heaven and earth through her hands, through her way of creation. So Wu Tian didn't plan it that way, but raking in enough benefits from above. This matter is what Wu Tian is constantly considering. Compared to the mountain and river map, the innate red embroidery ball is indeed as Nuwa sensed. There is a great chance, although Nuwa does not know, Wu Tian knows that it is precisely the merit of witnessing the heavenly marriage. Get this red embroidered ball in your hands. Won't it disrupt the Emperor Jun's heavenly marriage? No more. It is really the great power of heaven that can't be changed. Then it is okay to take this merit by yourself. One more thing. Nuwa may not have sensed something. The innate red embroidered ball is the flood of all living beings, cause and effect of the entanglement of dust and karma. According to the original momentum, Nuwa, according to which not only got the merits of the heavenly marriage, but also control of the marriage of living beings. It is said, wait until later when hell opens up. The Mona on the bridge of Neho is also the person Nuwa transformed into with the help of this treasure, feeding a bowl of water of forgetfulness to the departed souls, dissolving the karmic entanglements of past lives. It is also the accumulation of countless merits. Wu Tian didn't know if this matter was true or not, but from now on, he felt that Manga's origin should be changed. Such a good thing that keeps accumulating merits, of course, is reserved for his own people. Combine many reasons. Wu Tian gave up the mountain river and Jigaku diagram and chose the innate red embroidery ball, then looked at the entangled Nuwa and spoke with a light smile. How has the Taoist friend considered it? Ratings plus Chapter 1. Chapter 136, Master Duan Shui. Nuwa was still torn in her mind. Isn't it a bit of a thirst quencher to give up the chance of the innate red hydrangea for the chance of the 9 heavenly resting soil? She held her tongue for a moment. At this time, Fushi quietly transmitted his voice. Sister, if you really agree, you may as well ask him again for a gourd on the innate gourd vine. Although this Wu Tian is promised to lend you a gourd in the future, but what if there's a gourd in the hand? I'm sure you'll have a good idea, aren't you? Nuwa nodded imperceptibly at his words, and after continuing to ponder for a moment, he nodded his head and spoke. Yes, but I'm not hiding it from you, Taoist friend. There is another chance on top of the innate red embroidery ball. Although I'm not sure about it for the time being, but it's not a small chance either. 9 heavenly resting soil alone is not enough. Wu Tian's heart stirred. He didn't open his mouth to interrupt. Though, the price is what you pay for the price. You have to let people bargain so that you don't feel that you are losing too much money and feel uncomfortable. Don't you? Then he continued to listen in silence. Manhwa then followed what Fushi had said and spoke with a light smile. That's why fellow Taoist has to give another compensation. How about giving me another? Of the innate gourds? Wu Tian instantly frowned. The innate gourd? In fact, after the chaos gourd came out, he did not have too much obsession with this innate gourd. Although the gourd is more than enough. Otherwise it wouldn't have been given to Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun, and Xianmeng and Hou Tu had it in their hands. May I give it to Manhwa? Wu Tian immediately pondered in his heart. In the midst of the original great power, Manhwa obtained the yellow innate earthbound gourd, with which she sacrificed the demon-invoking streamer. But now that the yellow gourd has been given to Red Cloud by him, the only things that Wu Tian can use in his hands at the moment are the 4 innate gourds of yin and yang, gold and fire. To give or not to give? Wu Tian raised his eyes towards Manhwa, finally made up his mind. No. Determined not to flow out of their own hands of magic treasures, growing the future may have to rival, even if the deal cannot be reached, even if the innate gourd is placed there to fall ash. That is not okay. Plus, he's not the one in a hurry. Instead, it's Manhwa. However, Wu Tian also understood Manhwa's concern and spoke with a light smile. The innate gourd I all have a use, or else before the demon emperor wanted to exchange treasure with me, I would not have balked. I hope you'll forgive me. As for that, Father God, on top of what you worry about, my witch race has always been true to its word, and you don't have to worry at all that I won't borrow the innate gourd vine when the time comes. How could Wu Tian not borrow it? Involved in the creation of man, the innate gourd vine can also be meritorious, and got the name of man-making whip. Now the innate gourd vine grows well, has not been refined into a whip, but this merit is not to run away. Manhwa listened. Discordian Father God has spoken. So what's the worry? Pangu, for the significance of the witch race, can be more reliable than swearing to the heavenly Tao. Immediately nodded slightly, but did not ask for the innate gourd. Always feel that the heart is not a taste. There is a sense of loss. Just then, Wu Tian suddenly transmitted his voice quietly. As a remedy, I'll give you a hint. The reason why you feel a connection with the 9 heavens resting soil must have something to do with the way of creation. Fellow Taoist may as well have more sense. A look of horror suddenly appeared in Manhwa's eyes. The way of creation? How would he know? How could a sorcerer clan know that their chance was in the way of creation and still open their mouths to remind them? However, Wu Tian did not say any more. Manhwa also lowered her head. Her heart has been touched. Countless feelings surging in the divine soul. The Hongmeng violet chi more and more violent tumbling. A few moments later, Manhwa finally answered. Yes. Then somewhat reluctantly, but firmly, he took out the innate red embroidery ball and waved his hand to retrieve the divine thought brand in it before pushing it towards Wu Tian. Wu Tian took it with a smile. However, he did not directly take out the 9 heavenly breath loam, but made a wink to Hou Tu, so that Hou Tu took out half of the 9 heavenly breath loam and pushed it in front of Manhwa. He had the innate gourd vine in his hands, also have foresight about the creation of man, and will certainly be able to get involved when the time comes. Whether it's to offer a few pointers or to help out with the fight, all of them can gain a lot of merit. Not so much for Hou Tu. At this moment, let the earth send out the 9 heavenly resting soil, is also involved with this chance, maybe then can also participate in it. Mix some benefits. The reasoning here, it didn't even need to be said by Wu Tianming. Hou Tu understood in a moment. Touched feeling suddenly arose in his eyes, and his gaze was full towards Wu Tian as he sighed more and more in his heart. This guy Wu Tian, counting on outsiders though. But there's really no excuse for treating one of our own, and it's not in vain that we've done so to him. Although Manhwa was a bit strange as to why it was Hou Tu who took out the 9 heavenly breath loams, she stopped thinking about it for a moment when this divine object came into her hands. Divine thoughts instantly probed in. At once, the heart touched more, and the Hongmeng violet chi was also as if stimulated by some kind of stimulation, constantly surging. More sensations were born in the divine soul. Manhwa was instantly eager. Can't wait to start the retreat now. Manhwa did not have the good sense to speak directly. The treasure to hand. Immediately run away. There is a kind of lifting up the pants, do not recognize the feeling. It's a good thing Fushi saw it coming. Immediately, he laughed softly and spoke. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your fulfillment. Now that all matters are closed, we will not bother too much, and we will come back to visit again in the future if we have the chance, said he, rising and arching his hand. Tai also followed suit. Although he was not happy in his heart that the two sides had reached a deal, Emperor Jun had also specifically instructed that he must not intervene and cause Fuxi and Nuwa to have a grudge against each other, so also smiled and chimed in with a comment. Thank you, fellow Daoist, for your fulfillment. Our demon race is grateful beyond measure. Wu Tian looked towards Tai Chi. Smilingly, he said, ha ha, well said. I still hope that our witch and demon tribes can continue to be at peace, and hurry up those guys who want to see us cross swords. Fuxi's heart snapped, eyes flashing with divine light, looking toward Wu Tian. At this point, Tai Chi was somewhat speechless. That's not a problem, but, can the ancestral witches restrain the witch clan and also prey less on the demon clan on the floodplains? Wu Tian, however, directly shook his head. That's not a good idea from the Eastern Emperor. The witch race feeds on blood. This is one of the rules of heaven and earth. If the ancestral witches really restrain them like this, are they going to let them starve to death? Plus, is there no such thing within the demon race? Did the tiger demon change to being a grass eater? Tai Chi was speechless. He couldn't refute Wu Tian's words well. There was also a food chain within the demon race. It was just that under the suppression of a few of them, it wasn't as obvious as before. Seeing that the two were about to argue, Fuxi hastened to round up the situation, and then once again took his leave with Wu Tian as well as the two ancestral witches. Wait until the demonic trio left. Wu Tian took out the innate red embroidered ball, probed it slightly, and after playing with it in his hand for a bit, he threw it directly in the direction of Xianhua, Sister Xianmei. Then, Xianmei froze, subconsciously extending his hand to catch the innate red embroidered ball in his hand, and a puzzled expression grew on his face. For me? The innate spiritual treasure you went through so much trouble to get your hands on, and you're giving it to me directly? Wu Tian nodded naturally. If not for Genji, then who? Could it be that Wu Tian himself transformed into Meng Maiden and stood on the Neho Bridge? He didn't have that idea. Plus, let the earth after the hand, give 9 days resting soil, and the chances of making people born associated with the future may get to make people merit, that naturally cannot be ignored. Xianmei, just the innate red embroidery ball to give her, when the time to create the hell, so that Xianmei incarnation go to do Manhwa. Seeing that both of them were overjoyed and very satisfied and touched, Wu Tian was also slightly pleased in his heart. What do you mean, Master Tuan Shui? We are. A bowl of water is an equalizer, and no one loses out. Ratings plus a second chapter. Tomorrow continue to burst liver. Really can't suffer. 5:30 a.m. To get up to take the bus. 1 p.m. to get home. Code word until now finally liver out 6 chapters. This points up I'm happy and surprised.